On the mountain, deafening sounds of battle echoed. Clashing rang out as the two collided just like a Kaza fighting Go. The fierce slash shattered the rocky mountain, sparks flying everywhere as they fought nonstop. Then they jumped apart, swinging wildly. Dugu Kyubai, wounded in the shoulder, spoke. John Chen, you truly deserve to fight me for the top spot in the world. But sadly, you are still too soft-hearted. The sword god was also injured, he thought, narrowly losing one move. Unfortunately, he never got to explore the sword's true path. The sword slipped from the sword god's grasp. Just when it seemed all was over, Jen Chen's radiance began to fade, his body growing cold. Yet from his dimming eyes, a fierce light suddenly flared. The sacred power hidden within Jian Chen burst forth violently, shattering the surrounding space. Deep, thunderous sounds echoed across the land and sky. The treasured sword on the ground began to glow dazzlingly. Streams of spiritual energy radiated brightly. Like rays tearing through the night, the sword spun midair, merging with the spiritual energy of earth and sky as if performing a mysterious ritual. Suddenly it shot forward like an arrow slicing the wind, piercing through space straight at the cliff ahead. Spiritual energy exploded fiercely, engulfing the entire area. It seemed the treasured sword was more than just a weapon, it was the source of the strange phenomena unfolding. The mystical scene turned the world upside down, opening a new chapter in this endless battle. Dugu Kubai stood frozen, stunned to witness the transformation. His eyes bloodshot with rage. The mountain before him cracked, chunks of rock tumbling down as an entire range began to collapse. He could not just stand there watching the disaster unfold, feeling danger close. Dugu Kubai fled amid the chaos. But how could he have guessed death would come so fast and unexpectedly? Meanwhile, Jen Chen was completely drained, unable to move, helplessly falling with the crumbling mountain. Amid fading memories, he struggled to hold on to his last consciousness, opening his eyes to the sky one final time. A strange sight appeared, the sky mottled with odd colors, cracks glowing brilliantly, casting dazzling light streams. From the winding fissures, a black hole slowly formed, rapidly widening into a massive abyss that swallowed everything in reach. Jen Chen was no exception, drawn into the dark vortex, losing all sense of day and night. Everything around blurred, with only occasional lightning flashing then vanishing into endless darkness. In the darkness, a faint consciousness suddenly returned. Jan Chen saw a tiny light at the end of the dark path. Could it be he was not dead? Just then, a gentle female voice cut through the haze. Young master, you are awake. Jan Chen opened his eyes to see a basket of fruit held close to his small face, and a woman smiling softly, saying, Here, eat this. He frowned and complained, Put away that dangling nonsense. You scoundrel. A newborn baby who had not even worn a diaper yet, speaking so clearly, stunned the maid, who then screamed in shock. Master? Madam? The young master can talk. Hearing those strange words, Jen Chen was surprised. Young master. He slowly looked at himself, soft skin, tiny hands, and most embarrassingly, not a scrap of clothing to cover him. What the hell? Have I turned into a child? What is happening? Fragmented memories suddenly flashed through his mind. The final battle with Dugu Kubai, their deaths, and the change in sky. Everything seemed to lead to an unbelievable truth. Jen Chen finally realized he had transmigrated into a completely new life. The world changed. Fate changed. And a new journey was about to begin. Jen Chen looked around in confusion, feeling this place was completely different from his old home. The strange decor made him even more curious. Could this be a foreign land? Although confused, Jen Chen quickly crawled back into the small crib, trying not to let anyone notice anything unusual. Deep down, he still clearly remembers. Even though he killed the old man Zekitu, his remnants remain. He must return to the Thane Kim sect soon. But the harsh reality is he is only 6 months old. How could he express such intentions? Then, an unexpected incident occurred when his father suddenly entered the room and was stunned to see his tiny son climbing around like a clever little monkey. He exclaimed, Aren't you still nursing? In a desperate situation, Kim Tron put on a serious face to appear dignified. All must take me back to Thane Kim Mountain. His father, Tatung Thin, was frozen, unable to react at first, but when he realized his baby son was speaking clearly, he could not hide his joy. Tang Thin can really talk now. Amazing Jiang. Everyone in the room cheered together. This little master truly is a genius. Talking at 6 months old. Definitely a child of destiny. In excitement, Tung then hugged him tightly, laughing out loud. Finally, the Trachandutung family had hope for revival. Though embraced, Kim Tron silently thought, I do not need the clan, I just want to return to Thin Kim Mountain. As time passed, Kim Tron gradually learned more about this place. A whole new world called the Then Gaing continent. Here, he was deeply loved, becoming the young master Tipa Thin, a child cherished by thousands. Yet inside, The memory of his past remained ever present. Outside, Kim Tron wore the mask of an adorable young master, living in the loving arms of his family. Inside, he quietly sought ways to return to Thin Ki Kim Mountain, while cultivating secret techniques from Than Kin Mzien. Time flew by like a dog running through the fields. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Kim Tron had grown and reached a crucial milestone, testing the Trabi Deking family's sacred power. He vowed to himself, after 5 years of cultivation, he would astonish everyone. Amid encouraging gazes, Kim Tron stepped forward confidently, carrying big dreams and unwavering determination. Would he achieve what he hoped for? The two paths ahead would open a new journey full of challenges only time would tell. Tipung Dizin confidently thought his test results would be nothing less than good. With his hidden strength, he believed that even if he did not excel, at least he would not disappoint anyone. An elder nearby carefully guided him, explaining that just placing his hand on the stone tablet would reveal the results. When he did, the result appeared instantly. A clear symbol showed on the stone tablet. The elder could not hide his shock, while Tiapavdin still did not understand what was happening. He asked, "What does this symbol mean? Does it look like an eam?" The elder grew uneasy, sweating heavily, and finally had to announce a shocking truth. Tang Thin cannot cultivate sacred power. This result stunned everyone around, from those watching him to the clan elders. Some who loved Tiping Thin could not believe their ears. The elder then bluntly confirmed, in plain terms, the young master was a cripple. Outside the testing area, Tang Thin's supporters remained highly enthusiastic. They believed in and cheered for him wholeheartedly. Among them, Tapung Thin's trusted foster father was so moved he shed tears, hoping he would one day lead the family. However, all that joy was crushed when the final announcement confirmed Thin lacked sacred power. The crowd was stunned. No one could believe it. Tra B. Tiang Thin's father panicked and asked, "Uncle Tza, are you saying Tiang Thin can cultivate sacred power?" His mother, Ti Dai Thai Vian Thin, showed clear worry. Meanwhile, the third elder in the family, who disliked Tipu Thin's mother, looked extremely pleased. Even Tiapadin himself could not accept this truth. He argued, "I am not a cripple. Do not joke." "Uncle Tza, this stone tablet must be broken." The elder agreed to retest for him. This time, he did not use the tablet but directly observed sacred power through his eyes. Below, Trong Dung Bia and others held their breath, hoping the previous result was a mistake. After checking, Uncle Dyke only sighed and shook his head. Tang Thin felt even more confused. "So it is over. You are not checking anymore." The final verdict was a huge shock not only to Tikung Thin, but the entire Trapping Dendron family. Their hopes and faith were replaced by a harsh reality. Uncle Zaite bowed solemnly and reported to Tratapin Dijin B. "Master, I have thoroughly examined him. There is no sacred power in the young master's body. He absolutely cannot cultivate." As soon as the words ended, Tram Dung Bi's face and Tipin Thing's parents' expressions changed instantly. Turning dark, the news struck like a thunderbolt, plunging the entire hall into a heavy silence. How could they accept their talented young master suddenly becoming useless? Yet, amidst everyone's shock and disappointment, only Fourth Lady Ying Feng Yen looked pleased. A smug smile spread across her lips as she loudly mocked. Well, the genius who has been hoarding all the training resources every month, and yet in the end, he is just a waste. How ridiculous. Not stopping there, Ying Feng Yen deliberately raised her voice. "Did you all hear that? The young master Ting Thin you worship is now useless. Hurry up and pack up before you lose face." The crowd below immediately buzzed with murmurs, disappointment clear on their faces. Standing amidst the storm of gossip, Tiping Thin's heart was in turmoil. He struggled to understand how things ended up like this. For years, he had tirelessly cultivated the Tithan sword scripture, even achieving some progress. So why did not his body contain holy power? He closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the spiritual energy swirling around him. The spiritual energy in this world was much richer than his old world. Logically, his cultivation should have been more effective, so where was the problem? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Ting Thin recalled his cultivation process and finally found the answer. The first level of the Tithan sword scripture was body training, fully absorbing holy power to temper the body. That is why the holy power in his body had merged into every cell, leaving no visible holy power outside. He clapped loudly, eyes shining bright. "So that is it. I do not lack holy power, it is fully transformed inside my body." But just as Ting Thin was discovering the truth, Ying Feng Yun seized the moment. She turned to Treping Dekeng Bi and urged, "Old master, if Tum Thin is a waste, then the future of Traming Dekeng estate must rely on our Kax Ni Hai." With a disappointed look, Tra nodded slightly. "Enough said. I understand." Though his heart ached, he could not deny the reality. After a moment of silence, he declared that from today on, all cultivation resources originally allocated to Tipa Thin would be redirected to Kakenhai. Also, Fourth lady's allowance would be cut in half. Those words hit Tikang Din like a heavy blow. Amid the shifting scene, all he could do was bitterly think, "It seems I have become a waste in their eyes." Harsh reality indeed. Trong Dutting Ba's gaze flickered over Tivden just a moment, but all fatherly warmth had vanished. Quickly withdrawing his eyes, he coldly ordered, "That is enough for today." Everyone dismissed. Ing Feng Yun stepped past Tivden Thien's mother, not forgetting a few jabs. Fourth Sis. Raising a useless child must be tough for you. The steward saw Tivden Thien silent and worried he was upset, so he hurried to comfort him. "Young master, please do not blame the head of the family. After all, he has to bear the burden of the entire clan." Teng Thethen gave a faint smile but had already decided inside, "If others despise me, I will prove myself through action." Politely, he replied, "Yes, I understand." Though he said that, his thoughts were different. He had his reasons, and I have my own plan. If this family is not worth staying for, then leaving one matter. Then, Tiveng Thin quickly approached his mother. Bitch Ven Then. She had been silent all along. He knelt before her, face full of sorrow. "Mother, I am truly useless and have caused you worry." Bitch Vien then said nothing harsh, only gently replied with a loving tone, "So what if you can cultivate? My Tum Then has a unique talent in another area. You will surely surpass everyone else. When that time comes, you will shine above all." Saying this, she embraced Titang Thivin, her eyes bright as she smiled and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, my son, with me here. No one will dare bully you." Her loving words felt like a light that chased away all his sadness. He brightened up, eyes filled with determination. "Mother, rest assured, I won't let you down. For your sake, I will silence all those who once looked down on me." Bitch Ven then smiled with full confidence. "I believe in you. No matter what happens, I am always on your side." Tipeng then bowed his head. Long determined. "I will use my strength to make everyone in this estate pay," he vowed to himself. A few days later, in the Trajangying estate's secret library, where all the estate's secret manuals were kept, night had fallen but Tipeng Thin was still diligently studying. "Over the years, you have been so diligent, showing incredible patience even at just 7 years old." Turning the last page, you smile quietly with satisfaction. "Finally done. We have read through all 1,000 books in our library." In the dim light, Tong Thien's power has clearly changed. The sacred energy in him grows stronger, surpassing expectations step by step. Not only has he mastered every technique in the library, but he has also started experimenting by merging them with his purple azure sword. "From the azure sword, let us see how powerful we can become," he tells himself, eyes full of ambition and determination. In the faint morning light, Tong Thien stands silently, fists clenched, gathering all his energy. He releases a powerful strike straight into the wooden post before him. A loud crack echoes, and when he looks back, a clear hand-shaped dent marks the post as surface. Tong Thien smiles with satisfaction, pride shining in his eyes. He thinks to himself, 3 years of relentless training and perseverance have finally paid off. He used to rely on sacred energy to support him, but now, with pure strength alone, he has achieved what once seemed impossible. Outside, the first rays of sunlight begin to appear. Wiping sweat from his brow, Tong Thien glances at the brightening sky. It is time to go. He reminds himself to check on his mother before she finds out he has been secretly training all night. The next morning, Tong Thien appears in his mother Bitch Van Thien's room. Her radiant beauty and optimistic spirit always fill him with admiration and a touch of guilt. Bitch Van Thien, wearing a cucumber face mask, gently advises her son. "Tong Thien, remember, no matter how hard life gets, you must become a good man. Don't let hardships break your spirit." Hearing this, Tong Thien looks at her, emotions welling up, and chokes out, "Mother, if I were not so useless, you would not have to suffer like this." Bitch Van Thien just laughs softly, shaking her head, eyes full of love. "Why say such silly things? Things are good as they are now. No matter what, we have to live with optimism and joy." Indeed, Bitch Van Thien is the embodiment of optimism. Despite life's struggles, she always finds joy in simple things. Even breakfast with crispy, sweet cucumbers makes her joke. Tasty and slimming, 2 benefits in one. Suddenly, she remembers something, quickly pulling a folded piece of paper from her robe and handing it to Tong Thien. "These are the exercises you need to finish today. Don't forget." Receiving the paper, Tong Thien sighs, eyes wary. He mumbles, "Mother, just reading books is enough, no need for exercises." Seriously, but Bitch Van Thien is not easily convinced. She speaks gently but firmly, like countless mothers before me. "Tong Thien, you can train sacred energy. If you want to succeed in the future, you will have to rely on your studies alone. I only want what is best for you." Tong Thien nods quietly, clutching the paper with a heavy heart. He knows all his mother's hopes rest on him. He can disappoint her and vows to try his hardest. No matter how tough it gets, Tong Thien just stands there stunned. Two thoughts flash through his mind. Either reveal his ability to train sacred energy or confess that he has already started. But before he can decide, his mother's next words crush all his plans. If you could train sacred energy, the demands I place on you would only grow heavier. Her gentle daily voice now sounds like a harsh sentence to Tong Thien. When his mother assigns homework, she might as well be a demon. Tong Thien, if you can train sacred energy, then all your assignments will double. Hearing this, Tong Thien does not dare argue and quickly thinks of a way to backtrack. All right, Mother, I will head to the library to read now, but remember your exercises. I will be checking today. Yes, though she says so, Tong Thien really has no idea where to go. The library holds nothing new to explore now, and he does not want to do homework, so he wanders aimlessly to kill time. Suddenly, a faint scent drifts to his nose. Tong Thien immediately recognizes it as the smell of radish cakes, his mother's favorite. Cheerfully, he skips toward the cakes, planning to grab a few to cheer her up. The radish cakes were still steaming. Looking incredibly tempting, Tong Thien reached out, his eyes betraying his longing. But just as his hand was about to touch the cakes, a mocking voice rang out. Hey, is not this the young master? Tong Thien turned and saw Ka Ne, a servant with no real status in the house. But his tone was like he wanted to mock the whole world. The young master of the Truong Duong family sneaking into the kitchen to steal food. If this gets out, it won't be pretty. Ka Ne's words made Tong Thien's face flush with anger. He immediately warned. Ka Ne, I am the young master of the Truong Duong family. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Aren't you afraid of punishment? Tong Thien thought to himself that these servants must be blind. But Ka Ne stubbornly kept provoking him. I am from Tam the Sudai, they can't control me, let alone a runaway like you. Tong Thien tried hard to stay calm, but in the end, he could not hold back. He ordered firmly, give me those radish cakes. But Ka Ne remained defiant, ignoring him and sneering with contempt. Seeing this, Tong Thien suddenly thought of Sudaithe. You love radish cakes. But because of your situation, you can't even have something so simple. The young master was naturally filial, but these foolish servants kept provoking and mocking him. If it were not for Ka Ne and his mother causing trouble, how could Sudaithe, a noble spirit master, be in such misery? If it were not for the benevolent second master, they probably would have been kicked out long ago. These people had no idea how far they could push someone. Tong Thien glared, his voice cold and low. I will say it one last time, give me the radish cakes. But Ka, rude and arrogant, not only ignored him but went too far. He knocked the entire plate of cakes onto the floor, a smug smile on his face. The sound of the shattering plate signaled a storm was coming. Tong Thien could not hold back anymore and roared, you damn bastards. A powerful punch like thunder struck straight at Ka Ne's jaw. He was weak and could not withstand the blow, flying to the ground. Tong Thien's fury exploded. No one could stop him now. I know you have been abusing the protection of Tam Dai Thai for 2 years, doing dirty work behind the master's back. But today I am here to settle the score with all of you. Tong Thien's eyes blazed with killing intent as he delivered a thunderous punch to another servant's face, sending him flying dozens of feet away. Blood poured from his mouth, creating a terrifying sight. But Tong Thien's rage did not stop there. Another punch landed hard on the servant's stomach, leaving him motionless on the ground. Utterly drained. Just when it seemed over, life had other plans. A servant curled up in a corner, praying silently, when suddenly a plate flew out of nowhere and smashed into his face. The crashing sound of the plate was haunting, making even the onlookers flinch. The remaining servants stood pale-faced, sweating buckets. At this moment, Tong Thien was like a storm sweeping away anyone who dared oppose him. He arrogantly looked down at the servant kneeling on the ground, who looked like he would just survived a brutal beating. After making an example of one, Tong Thien's cold gaze swept over the others. His voice was sharp as a blade. For years, you have secretly hidden my silver. Do you think I did not know? Those words hit hard, making the servants uneasy. They lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. Some glanced around, looking for an escape. But Tong Thien was not interested in dealing with each one individually. He warned flatly, if this happens again, I want to go easy on you. Got it? They all obediently said yes, bowing in submission. No one wanted another round of beatings. Tong Thien turned and left casually, leaving a heavy atmosphere behind. Only after he disappeared did the servants start whispering nervously. Was that really the useless young master? Yet he took down third-tier enforcers with just one strike. It was unbelievable to see Tong Thien leisurely strolling through the clan grounds. The weather was beautiful today, gentle sunshine, fluffy white clouds perfect for relaxing after teaching those insolent fools a lesson. A breeze blew by, lifting Tong Thien's spirits. Teaching bad people really was good for the soul. Suddenly, a distant sound made him stop. Looking over, He saw someone diligently practicing martial arts. It was none other than the third young master. Trong Dongkak looked pretty ridiculous, swinging an axe back and forth while shouting, full of energy but lifeless. After a while, he staggered, panting and even vomiting a bit from dizziness. Tong Thian frowned, his face full of disdain. That fat guy from Gufeng Yen actually called this martial training. It was nothing but a joke. He had no interest wasting words on that idiot. Tong Thian was about to walk away another way when, unlucky for him, Trong Dongkak spotted him, eyes shining and a sly grin spreading across his face. Hey, is not this little Vodung? Trong Dongkak said as he quickly ran over, taunting. Little bro. Come here. Third bro's got candy for you. Tong Thian's eyes immediately darkened. Trong Dongkak was clearly looking for trouble, a guy just asking for a beating. Tong Thian had no desire to deal with this brat, his irritation clear. He replied coldly, Candy, you think I am some 6 or 7-year-old kid? Tong Thian's sarcastic remark left Trong Dongkak dumbfounded, questioning himself. Wait, you are not? Tong Thian suddenly realized he would misspoken. Indeed, after being reborn, Tong Thian was only 7. Still, being forced to joke around with a kid like Trong Dongkak was not exactly enjoyable. Alright, little bro. Trong Deng grinned brightly, grabbing Tm Thian's hand excitedly. Come on, let us train together. Big bro. Don't worry, I will go easy on you. Teving then sneered inwardly, thinking, does my level really have to play with a brat like this? Remembering how trekking Diptetepsich and Enyi Feng Yen bullied his mom and him, a sharp idea sparked in his mind. He smiled darkly, his eyes briefly cold. Taking this chance to teach the brat a lesson would not be bad. He looked at Treffen Dekutted with a gaze 3 parts deadly and 7 parts mocking. Though childish, Trong Deng Kek sensed something off, yet his smugness did not fade. Big bro, remember to go easy on me. Seeing Tm Thian's confidence, Trong Deng Kek felt a flicker of doubt. Something about this guy seemed off today. Could he be plotting something? Still, he reassured himself. A powerless brat. What is there to fear? His power had reached the 4th level already. With that thought, Trong Deng stuck to his plan. Together they stepped into the training ground. The clan had invested heavily here, with all kinds of weapons, swords, bows, shields, everything for defense practice. Tri Deng acted generous, showing off his status. Little bro, pick your favorite weapon. Unexpectedly, Ting then calmly walked over and snapped off a branch from a nearby tree to use as a weapon. This surprised Trepping Dimtota Cooks. How could someone wield such a useless weapon with such confident challenge? No need, big bro. I will use this against you. Seeing this, Trong De smirked with even more arrogance, eyes full of mockery. He thought to himself, a branch. This useless brat must be insane. Wants to die. Watching Tepping then swing the branch proudly, Trong Deng Kek declared, Don't worry. The match starts now. Little bro. Watch out. Big bro's coming at you. Without hesitation, he charged forward, swinging a heavy strike straight at Tubin Thin. 3 solid, decisive moves in a row. But to Tithin, these moves were child's play. He easily saw through and dodged them effortlessly. Without breaking a sweat, Tang Thin leaned smoothly to the side, evading Churaitan Dikutsi strikes with grace. The force of the blows hit the ground instead. Now it was Team Thin's turn to counterattack. Holding the small branch back, he gathered momentum and struck so fast Tripa Didn't Cuss could not react. In a flash, Tipung Thison's branch was pressed against his opponent's neck. Trong Deng Kekchi panicked, stammering, What? Tiang then looked calm, with no intention to hurt him, and said gently, Big bro, you lost. Tiving Thin's words stunned Trevendra. He never expected to lose so quickly to someone he always considered inferior. This defeat hit him like a shock to the system. How is this possible? Trong Deng Keki yelled, eyes wide with disbelief. Though smaller than him, Tipung Thin's overwhelming aura left him powerless. Trakon Deng Kek, pressed by the branch, did not dare resist, but his pride would not let him admit defeat. Stubbornly, he argued, that does not count. You cheated. I did not lose. Tebri Thin smiled, twirling the branch in hand with a challenging look. Big bro, where did I cheat? Tell me. Trakon Deng Kek, too angry to think straight, blushed and shouted, It does not count. Let us fight again. Seeing his stubbornness, Tumuthen stayed relaxed and nodded. No problem, I ready. Trong Deng tried to reassure himself, thinking he had underestimated his opponent before and let him slip up, but this brat could not beat him twice. As long as he focused, he was unbeatable. Despite his confidence, worry showed on his face. Meanwhile, Teng Thin was ready and urged, Big bro, if you are not stepping up, I will make the first move. Trakung Deng, Cat gritted his teeth, looking for excuses for his earlier loss. He muttered, "It must be the branch's fault. That is right, it is cheating." This thought made him believe his theory more boldly. He said, "Little bro, can I see that branch of yours?" Tong Thien laughed and casually tossed the branch to him. "It is just a branch. Nothing worth watching." It turned out to be just an ordinary branch. Nothing special. But inside Truong Duongkak, defeat was still hard to accept. His anger rose, ready to continue the confrontation with Tong Thien. Truong Duongkak was confident in his reasoning, smirking as he threw the branch aside. Showing off his skill, he quickly swung his axe to chop the branch. Laughing loudly, "Haha! Little useless. Without this branch, let us see how you beat me." Tong Thien frowned, not understanding what the kid was up to. Using a branch as a weapon, was that cheating? Thinking so, a spark of spirit suddenly lit in his eyes, sharp like a seasoned cultivator. Memories of a past life flooding back. Tong Thien thought of his treasured sword. Emotions flooding his mind, he quickly focused his spiritual power into his arm, closing his eyes to concentrate. Invoking the divine sword, Tong Thien silently chanted. Seeing him close his eyes, Truong Duongkak sneered. Thinking he would given up, he curled his lips. "So you know you lost and are just surrendering." Emboldened, he shouted wildly, throwing all his strength into a stronger palm strike. "Future master of Truong Dong, come die here, little useless." But Tong Thien stood still, eyes closed, concentrating his spirit power, refusing to dodge. As the power gathered, the surroundings seemed to shift. A fierce energy condensed and shot straight at Truong Duongkak. Its speed was too fast, catching him off guard. Truong Duongkak's strike was nothing compared to the overwhelming force from Tong Thien. The branch in his hand was instantly knocked away, buried deep in the ground, and he was thrown backward. Truong Duongkak clutched his face in pain. Stunned, a long tear marked across his cheek from the inner force. Seeing blood, he immediately screamed, "Blood! Blood! Omut! Blood us flowing." He started crying and rolling on the ground. "You hit me. I am telling Mom. Mom, save me." Tong Thien frowned, annoyed that the loser was still whining. He stepped forward coldly. "Next time you call me little useless, I want to let it slide." Truong Duongkak was so scared he did not dare stay a second longer and immediately ran off, shouting nonstop, "Mom, save me, please." Tong Thien watched the loudmouth leave, thinking this time he could not hide it anymore. Still, he did not care much. Telling himself a punishment would not be the end of the world. Feeling relaxed, Tong Thien quickly left, hoping this would not drag his mother into trouble. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared in the distance, mysterious and ominous. This person quickly approached and picked up the branch Tong Thien had used as a weapon. The face showed clear satisfaction. A mocking laugh rising finally could not hold back and revealed true power. Tong Thien seemed completely unaware he was being watched. Proud and confident, he seemed sure a big change was coming to the Truong Duong household. In the main hall, sunlight shone overhead, but inside, the atmosphere was thick with In Feng Yen and her child, causing a scene demanding justice. In Feng Yen, usually sharp, looked different today, her face swollen and allergic from beauty supplements, making her look even worse. She clutched her face, crying bitterly in front of Truong Duongba. "Master, you have to take control of this brat. If he was not destined for greatness, Tong Thien would have killed him already." The servant who was beaten by Tong Thien earlier refused to back down and chimed in, "Master, the young hare is reckless and violent, attacking people at will. Please punish him as an example." Truong Duongbei frowned, full of doubt. Tong Thien clearly could not cultivate power. How could he have beaten all the soldiers and Kak Nai one by one? Meanwhile, In Feng Yen's swollen face twisted as she cried and screamed pitifully. Her makeup was smeared by tears, making her already ugly face look even more horrifying. She sobbed accusations, saying the beloved youngest sister spoiled Tong Thien too much, turning him villainous. He dared harm Kak Ni. "Master, Kak Nai is the future heir. You must control me and my child." Hearing those tear-filled words, Truong Dongba, though doubtful, could not argue. He solemnly declared, "The Truong Dong family has always valued kindness and tolerance. If Mia Mun really abused someone without cause, I will punish him by family law." Then he loudly ordered, "Someone, quickly bring Tong Thien here. If he truly harms his brother, he will face family justice." The servant quickly obeyed and left. In Eng Feng Yen's swollen eyes shone a hidden triumph as she silently cursed. This time, bitch Van Thien, your place in the Truong Duong manor is finished." Truong Duongba clasped his hands behind his back, pacing thoughtfully before finally speaking with determination. "I will make sure everyone gets a fair explanation." Yu Fengyan was crying, tears and snot streaming down, and instantly joined in agreement. "Exactly. This needs a clear explanation." Just as Yu Fengyan finished, a familiar figure quietly stepped in. Her voice was gentle but carried an unusual firmness. No need to look for Tong Thien anymore. Bitch Van Thien, I take full responsibility. I protected Tong Thien to the end. Today's incident has nothing to do with Tong Thien. I was the one acting in the shadows. Trong Dongbei was surprised. In his impression, Bitch Van Thien was gentle, never causing trouble or clashing with anyone. He spoke skeptically. You are saying it was not Tong Thien who hurt Kak Nai and Kanahai. But you, Bitch Van Thien calmly replied, her eyes steady and unwavering. Tong Thien T cultivate sacred power. I worried he would get bullied, so I secretly watched over him. When I saw Kanai and Kak Nai mistreating him today, I lost control and taught them a lesson. Hearing this, Yu Fengyan immediately objected, refusing to be outdone. She hugged her son tightly, voice full of anger. My son Kak Nai is kind-hearted, and Ganai always keeps to himself. How could they bully Tong Thien? Kak Nai and I also protested nervously, denying it. We did not do anything. Tong Thien was not bullied by us. Yu Fengyan quickly turned her accusations toward Bitch Van Thien, pointing a finger at her with a sarcastic tone. Clearly, the fourth sister is trying to protect Tong Thien by taking all the blame. Don't you think I can see through your scheme? Yet Bitch Van Thien remained unshaken by Yu Fengyan's accusations. She coldly rebutted. Everyone in the manor knows Tong Thien can to cultivate sacred power. How could he have hurt Kak Nai and Ganai? Yu Fengyan was speechless, unable to respond. Finally, Bitch Van Thien knelt before Truong Duongba, her voice firm. Master, I am responsible for everything. Tong Thien is not involved. I am willing to accept all punishment. Truong Duongba found the situation awkward and unpleasant. In the end, he chose the mildest punishment just to appease everyone. He declared Bitch Van Thien's punishment as 1 month of house arrest to show formality. This decision left Yu Fengyan shocked. After achieving her goal, Bitch Van Thien quietly accepted the punishment without protest. In contrast, Yu Fengyan immediately flew into a rage. Thrashing like a madwoman, she refused to accept this outcome. Shouting loudly, Master, Kak Nai almost, how can you forgive her so easily? We can let them get away with this. Not only that, Trong Dongkak, her son, joined in by pretending to be in pain. Screaming, my head hurts, and Yu Fengyan grew even more determined. Refusing to let things end smoothly, she kept yelling, Kak Nai's life or death affects the family's fate. You must expel this poison from the family immediately. Still, Bitch Van Thien remained calm and fearless before the mother and son's victim act. She calmly produced a large orb, confidently saying, as long as Kak Nai's wounds are healed, all grudges can be wiped away. Bitch Van Thien's confidence made Yu Fengyan uneasy, but she stubbornly doubted, how do we know you are not faking healing just to hurt Kak Nai again? Bitch Van Thien naturally would not back down and quickly fired back. It is obvious you are just looking for excuses to bully me and my son. Yu Fengyan was no pushover either. She quickly retorted, blaming Bitch Van Thien for starting the harm. The two argued loudly, neither giving an inch, making Trong Dongba break out in a cold sweat. Watching the fierce exchange between the two women, he silently cursed, his face dark as night, then quietly stepped back to avoid the fighting. In another corner of the Truong Duong Manor, where lush trees blended with clear waters in a peaceful, picturesque scene, Tong Thien sat alone. Sometimes he looked up at the blue sky, other times down at the ground, taking deep breaths to enjoy the fresh air. But soon, boredom crept in. He wondered aloud, it has been so long. Why has not anyone come looking for me? Didn't Truong Duong Kak and his mother leave? Why do they have so much free time today? Tong Thien was used to being targeted by others, but no one bothering him today felt strange. He muttered, Mother disappeared somewhere, and here I am doing nothing. It is so boring. Of course. Tampeng then could not stay idle for long. A strange object sped toward him at a crazy pace. Luckily, his sharp instincts helped him quickly sense something was wrong. Taang then's agility was impressive. He skillfully twisted his body to dodge the hidden weapon by inches. Had he not reacted in time, he might have been hospitalized for months. From the shadows, a masked man appeared, his voice furious as he shouted, You dare hurt the third young master. Today, you will die. Watching the situation, Tipeng then quickly guessed who was behind all this. Calmly, he asked, sent by Ng Feng Yun, right? The masked man did not deny it, replying immediately, Tam Dai Thai has been patient with you long enough. With that, the masked man leapt into the air, aiming to overwhelm Tipping Then with a surprise attack. But Tiving then dodged effortlessly, his movements both swift and fluid, showing seasoned combat experience. Seeing physical attacks were ineffective, the masked man unleashed his sacred power, triggering a massive explosion. However, with his superior reflexes, Tipthin just needed a slight dodge to avoid any harm. Analyzing the move, he thought silently, sacred power at level 4? Not too tough an opponent. Without hesitation, he counterattacked, throwing a small branch he held toward his foe. Seeing the crude weapon, the masked man sneered. Just a branch? You think that can hurt me? Tang then replied with a calm smile. Who says a branch can hurt you? Before the masked man could react, the tiny branch suddenly changed direction. Speeding straight at him, he panicked and leaned back to dodge. But it was too late. The branch struck the mask, splitting it in two. In that instant, the true face behind the mask was revealed. Shockingly familiar enough to stun Tang then. He could not hide his shock when he realized the man before him was his father, Trepung Ding Gibi, sweat soaking his face. His father spoke emotionally, eyes glistening. Tang then, can you really use sacred power now? Faced with this, Tang then answered coldly, yes, I have been able to use sacred power for a long time. He stared straight at Trepung Ding Gibi, speaking each word firmly. I am the one who beat Tamka Antonovif. Punish them however you want, but do not drag my mother into this. His harsh words stunned Trento Digabia, but instead of scolding, he gently placed a hand on his son's shoulder and asked softly, Teeper Nahai, if you can cultivate, why did not you tell your mother and me? What hardships have you endured? Before he could finish, Tang then brushed his hand away, his eyes sharp and full of resentment. What good would telling you do? What would you do after hearing it? Didn't you always treat me like a useless burden? Painful memories flooded back. Tang then recalled a childhood filled with his father's love only to be cast aside. Once he could not use sacred power. He glared at Trepung Gibi, voice full of anger. Before, you pampered me as a prodigy, but once you found out I could not use sacred power, you treated me like trash. Ignoring me, in your eyes, am I your son or just a tool for the family? Tra-B looked flustered, pale, sweating, and hurriedly explained, I have burdens, I have to think of the family. His words only poured fuel on the fire. Tapung then shouted, you have burdens. What about my mother and me? What have we endured all these years? Did you ever care? When Enin Fong bullied my mother, did you stand up to protect us? Ra-Ade was speechless, stunned by his son's fury. Stammering, Tipung then continued, why do you say such things about your father? How could I treat you badly? But his gaze remained cold and sharp as a blade. He enunciated, I do not care how you treated me, but do not you ever lay a hand on my mother. Touch her, and I want to forgive you. Tram Den hurriedly tried to explain to Tiping then, it is not like you think. I am head of the family. There are many things I can do as I please. However, Tang Thin paid no mind to his explanation. He turned away. Voice icy. Yes, you are head of the family, responsible for everyone, but I only care about my mother. Trong Ding panicked, wanting to stop him and say more, but Tundra Thin's red, furious eyes silenced him. His voice stayed sharp. Blame me. Hit me if you want. This family means nothing to me anymore. Hearing those words, Trong Dongba could only stand silently, his eyes following the back of his son as he walked away. He bowed his head, heavy with gloom and guilt over what had just happened. Lost in thought, a voice called from behind. Old master, admitting you are wrong is not that hard. Truong Duongbei startled and turned around to see Duck Thuck standing there, tears streaming down his face. His voice choked. Uncle Duck, you saw everything. Duck Thuck sighed at Truong Duongbei's drunken state. Yes, old man. The two walked quietly through the courtyard toward the hallway as Duck Thuck broke the heavy silence. Actually, the young master is exceptional. The fact that he used a branch to defeat the third young master and almost hurt someone shows his extraordinary talent. Truong Duongbei agreed. That is right. I had to use all my 4th level divine power just to calm him down. Thinking back, Truong Duongbei suddenly wondered. But I still do not understand. Back then, during the check, they said Tong Thien could not cultivate. So why is it like this now? Duck Thuck shook his head, unclear of the cause, but expressed suspicion, saying he had sensed something off. The young master, chosen by heaven. How could he not cultivate? Over the years, I have quietly watched him often visit the library to cultivate his divine power himself. Actually, I have known about this for a long time. Hearing this, Truong Dongbei was stunned. You knew all along. So why did not you tell me? Duck Thuck looked at him silently, thoughtful but said nothing more. Duck Thuck did not hide his intention and bluntly admitted, I am watching the young master, but I am also watching the old man. Truong Dongbei frowned, confused by his meaning, and asked, Uncle Duck, what are you implying? Thuck's voice hardened. His cold eyes pointed at Truong Duongba. The one I am watching is you. If you keep acting blind to everything, I will take Tong Thien elsewhere where he can be properly nurtured and developed. Hearing this, Truong Duongbi angrily shouted, Uncle Duck, the Truong family has not treated you badly. How can you say such things? But Duck Thuck stood his ground and even criticized. Old master, I am just a servant of the Truong family. But if you do not even care about your own son, how can you blame me? Those words left Truong Duongba speechless. After a long pause, he bowed his head and sighed deeply, voice heavy with regret. I was wrong. I failed as a father, letting misunderstandings grow between me and my son. Duk Thuk responded seriously but thoughtfully. You have neglected Tong Thien for too long. If you hesitate now, it might be too late to fix things. But if you sincerely change and treat him well, he will understand and change too. Truong Duongbei nodded, his eyes shining with determination. I understand now. Duk Thuk was at the Truong Duong library, sunlight brightly illuminating the outside. Inside, Ngo Fengyan and her son were talking with Bitch Van Thien, the tension thick in the air. Ngo Fengyan, her face still bruised, smugly said, the old master has punished Tong Thien. This time, you and your mother are finished. Bitch Van Thien glanced coldly. Sarcastic, that pig head, do not brag too much. If things go south, I will take Tong Thien back to his mother's home. No big deal. Seeing Ngo Fengyan's swollen face, Bitch Van Thien could not help but mock. And you, looking like that, dare to go out? Ngo Fengyan angrily glared. Huffing coldly, I have been feeling better these past few days. No need for your concern. At that moment, Truong Duongbei and Tong Thien entered. Truong Duongbei placed a hand on Tong Thien's head and sternly addressed the room. Especially you, Ngo Fengyan, I have investigated thoroughly. It was Tong Thien who hurt you. The room's atmosphere froze as all eyes turned to him. Awaiting judgment, Tong Thien stood below, raising his hand to greet his mother. Van Thien, angry, Ngo Fengyan expected the old master to defend her and pointed at Tong Thien demanding. Old master, you must punish Tong Thien. Van Thien worried for her son, but Tong Thien showed no fear, even sticking his tongue out to tease Ngo Fengyan. Truong Dongba, as head of the family, you speak up. Although Tong Thien was wrong to hit someone, Gak Nahai and Ga Nai should not have bullied others either. So let us call it even and drop it. He demanded Tong Thien apologize to Ngo Fengyan. Tong Thien wiped his nose and gave a half-hearted apology that stunned Ngo Fengyan. Is this how he apologizes? Unable to hold back her anger, Ngo Fengyan loudly accused Truong Duongba. The old master is the hope of our family. How can you let things go like this? Before she finished, Truong Duongbei shouted. Silence. Gao Nai silently made things difficult for Van Thien and her child. That was already a violation of family rules. I have kicked him out of the mansion, he declared firmly. From now on, anyone who bullies Van Thien and her child will be punished. Tong Thien smiled smugly, while Van Fengyan and her child cried out of fear. Van Thien could not hide her joy seeing the old master finally take their side. Elder Dongbei asked Tong Thien, do you think this is a fair way to handle it? Tong Thien looked him straight in the eye and replied, it is acceptable. Van Fengyan was so furious she nearly fainted. Van Thien felt incredibly happy seeing Elder Duongbei and Tong Thien get along so well. Then Tong Thien ran to his mother, asking gently, Mother, were you mistreated? Van Thien nodded to reassure him, I am. And you? Did father not blame you? Tong Thien was straightforward. He and I talked like two men. Van Thien laughed at his son's confidence, finding him adorable. Elder Duongbei added, thanks to Van Thien's treatment of Yu Fengyan, she helped Gak Dai. So might as well help Fengyan a little. Van Thien agreed. No problem, as long as Tong Thien is not punished. Despite a proud expression, Yu Fengyan arrogantly said, we do not need her treatment. Elder Duongba shouted. Fengyan, stop causing trouble. The situation ended with Elder Duongba's authoritative reconciliation. Fengyan could only swallow her pride and accept defeat, nodding in agreement with the old man's decisions. Bitch Van Thien used her divine power to create a green orb that radiated a powerful regenerative energy, healing the wounds of Yu Fengyan and Truong Dong. The scene left Tong Thien standing behind utterly amazed. Heaven and earth hold countless special energies, and through their mother's skilled hands, that power was channeled into the patient's body. This was the true power of a divine master. Yu Fengyan and Truong Dong were overjoyed as all their wounds fully healed. They kept exclaiming, it is perfect. Fully recovered, under Elder Duongbei and Tong Thien's admiring gazes, Bitch Van Thien smugly said, yeah, it is nothing. Tong Thien's mind buzzed with ideas. If I can control this kind of energy, my cultivation will definitely multiply. But just as he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly touched his shoulder. It was Elder Dongba. He said sternly, even if I am not pursuing it this time, Tong Thien's mistake remains a mistake and cannot go unpunished. Tong Thien froze, puzzled, but you said it was forgiven already. Bitch Van Thien worried about her son and asked, so you are still blaming him? Yu Fengyan, on the other hand, was very pleased and praised him. The old master is wise, though called a punishment. It seems like a great opportunity for Tong Thien, Elder Dongbei explained. Tong Thien has been training quietly but lacked guidance and a proper system. Starting tomorrow, you will train with Uncle Duck in the secret path behind the mountain. You can only stop once you reach the 8th level of divine power. Yu Fengyan and Bitch Van Thien were stunned. They both thought, is this really a punishment? Fengyan was so angry she felt like spitting blood, while Bitch Van Thien happily cheered for her son, Trong Dong. Hearing this, was jealous and quickly said, Father, I want to be punished too. Tong Thien rested his chin on his hand, thinking quietly that having Duck Uncle's guidance would not be so bad. At that moment, Elder Duongbi stepped forward and handed Tong Thien a sealed letter, saying, when you reach the 8th level of divine power, open this letter. His voice softened but remained serious. At that time, your future will change. Tong Thien looked at the letter in his hand, unable to understand why his father would say that. What does this letter have to do with my future? His thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling. Time flew by. It has already been 5 years. At the Duong family estate, in a quiet room, Tong Thien's father spoke with Duck Uncle. He asked about Tong Thien's recent training progress, and whether he could break through to the 8th level of saintly power. Duck Uncle sighed softly, replying with some disappointment. In recent years, the young master's progress no longer surprises me like before. Right now, he has only reached the 7th level of saintly power. However, it must be acknowledged that reaching this level at just 14 years old makes him a genius. Still, Duck Uncle felt something strange. He took a sip of water and said, I have always felt the young master does not train wholeheartedly, like he could break through any time, but just does not want to. Hearing this, Elder Dongbei could not help but wonder, what do you mean? Any proof? Duck Thuck stroked his beard and replied slowly, it is just a feeling, but if the young master wanted to, reaching the 8th level of saintly power quickly would not be hard. Trong Dongbei nodded, deep in thought. If Tong Thien can reach level 8 this year, the plan to open that letter on the desk will have to be postponed another year. Outside, Trong Dong Mansion was peaceful. Golden sunlight bathed the lush green grass, creating a serene yet dazzling scene. In the courtyard, Bitch Van Thien was leisurely applying a cucumber face mask. A servant approached, bowed respectfully. Fourth madam, here are the seasonal fruits and snacks that the old master ordered to be brought to you, and the young master. Bitch Van Thien smiled gently and pointed at the table. Leave it there. I will bring it to him later. Tong Thien was cultivating. The servant bowed and left. Bitch Van Thien watched after them, her heart full of happiness. She proudly shared with her son the special care their family showed for the two of them. Inside the room, Tong Thien sat focused on his cultivation. Through the window, the light highlighted the silhouette of the young man holding a J-sword. He sat still, his face slightly grimacing, eyes tightly shut, showing deep discomfort. Suddenly, a chaotic dark scene flashed in Tong Thien's mind. Before him was a bloody sight. Shouts of killing echoed. A group of people dressed in masks screamed and laughed savagely. Without the G-sword backing you, you are worthless. Just food for us to tear apart. Amid this despair, a young boy with determined eyes shouted, Big Bro G-Tran will surely come back. He will avenge us. We will risk everything to fight these scoundrels of the Dak Ko sect. These Dak Ko always brag. J-Tran and the leader of Dak Ko sect have both perished. They definitely won return. Haha. As their mocking laughter ended, they charged in. They stabbed weapons straight at him and violently pushed his head down to the ground. Their cruelty horrified everyone. Waves of attacks kept coming. They were numerous as if endlessly reinforced. The remaining disciples fought back, relying on each other to fight to the end. Shouts of kill them all rang out full of determination, but were soon drowned in blood and pain. In moments, everyone fell, blood flooding everywhere, staining the space with sorrow and despair. Tong Thien was cultivating, his face darkening as he tried to endure the brutal memories. But their savagery was overwhelming. In fury, he drew his sword, slashed hard at the ground, and shouted. Stopping, he opened his eyes, startled to realize it was just a dream. Sweat drenched his face. Gripping the sword's hilt tightly, he stuck the blade into the ground and sank to his knees. In the sword's reflection, his face showed sadness. He told himself, You are tired. Jai Tran. I know you never felt the warmth of family or a home. Your past life held you back. But now you can't afford to be weak anymore. As Tong Thien, you have grown used to life at the Duong estate. Though wary, you rallied your spirit. But deep inside you know you are not the Duong estate as Tong Thien. You are Ji-Tran, of the sect. Waiting for your return, he stood up. Eyes resolute, murderous aura radiating from him like a raging flood. He raised his sword, striking out with beautiful, powerful, and precise moves. Each slash seemed to tear through space. Tiny shards fell like sparkling stars. The J-sword engraved determined words on the wall, while the murderous aura around him grew thicker. I have reached level 8 holy power at the Duong estate. Hearing the news of his promotion, Elder Dongbei and Duck Uncle were amazed. Duck Uncle happily said, Excellent. The young master truly does not disappoint us. Tong Thien was still quietly staring at the letter on the table, softly asking, What do you two mean? Can I open this letter now? I want to know how it relates to my future. The space fell silent. Only J-Tran's determined eyes shone brighter than ever. Elder Dongbei smiled and replied, "Of course." Inside was an admission letter. Tong Thian glanced at it, feeling confused. At first, he thought it must be some secret or important document, but it was simply a school acceptance letter. Elder Dongbei laughed and explained, this powerful letter was an acceptance notice from Tapjia to Academy, the most prestigious academy in the Empire's forests. It has trained countless top-tier warriors, but admission is extremely strict. Only those who reach level 7 holy power before 18 can qualify. That means every student there has exceptional talent. He placed his hand on Tikdungtan Thian's shoulder, eyes full of hope. Your talent is truly remarkable. The Tapjia Academy is the perfect place for you to unleash your full potential. The future of the Trogding family rests on you. At that moment, Uncle Zyke also chimed in. The academy will start enrollment in 3 days. Young master. Luckily we still have time. Seeing everyone's hopeful eyes, Tang Thin obediently replied, I understand. I won't let you down. Before Tia Thian set off, Patriarch Trepi Dibi gave him a special gift. This is a space belt. If you can break through to the 10th level of holy power before you turn 18 and condense your holy weapon into a saint, I will give you a space ring. At that moment, Tiang Thin's mother, Bitch Ven Thin, also appeared. Behind her stood a giant eagle, ready to send him off. Tang Thin solemnly told his father, Father, soon I will definitely become a saint. Though strict, Bitch Ven Thin could not hide her worry. She had prepared a dozen pieces of luggage and written a long list of reminders. Thin name. This is your first time away from home without your nanny. You must take care of yourself, study hard and do not get hurt. Tipeng Thin looked at his mother with a helpless smile. Mother, I am not a child anymore. I will take care of myself. Suddenly, Bitch Ven Thin laughed and shared some exciting news. I heard Ning Feng Yun was so angry she got sick when she found out you were accepted into Tapjia Tse Academy. Good job, son. Tang Thin laughed and shook his head. Mother, are you really laughing at someone else's pain? Meanwhile, Uncle urged. Young master, it is getting late. We should get going. Tampeng then nodded, climbed onto the eagle's back with Uncle ZX. He looked back at his parents and said goodbye. Father, Mother, I am off. Patriarch Trepi DB reminded him. Be careful on the road. Butch Van Neven reminded Tipavithian to write letters home. Just then, the giant eagle let out a loud cry and suddenly took off, soaring high into the sky. The wind blew, bringing a cool, free feeling. Uncle Ziek sat firmly on the eagle's back, the wind ruffling his hair, adding to his dignified presence. Tiang then was thrilled, shouting loudly, Tepjia Academy, here I come. The eagle flew over a lush green forest, the scenery below as beautiful as a painting. Tiang then lifted his head, full of excitement, the breeze highlighting his handsome face. He could not hide his excitement. It has been so long since I have flown like this. What a nostalgic feeling. Seeing Tiang Then fearless and eager, Uncle Ziek smiled in approval. Young master is truly extraordinary. Back when I took your big brother to Tepjia T Academy, he was so scared he would not even move. Hearing the mention of his big brother, Tampeng then looked surprised and asked, What? I have a big brother at Tepjia T. Why have I never heard of him? Uncle Ziki scratched his head, looking apologetic. I forgot to tell you about him. Big brother is Trenkeng Diginich, the eldest son of the matriarch. Here's what happened. Uncle Ziki explained patiently. He said the patriarch had 3 wives, but the relationship between the matriarch and the second wife was always tense. After giving birth to Trenkeng Diga H, the matriarch angrily left the family, taking her son back to her parents' home and cutting ties with the Trumpton Doving mansion. Hearing this, Tung then nodded thoughtfully. So that is why. No wonder I have never heard of this big brother growing up. He turned away, thoughts swirling. The image of his gentle mother and the sly-faced third wife flashed in his mind. He silently marveled that if his mother had not been strong and clever, she might have been badly bullied by Eng Feng Yun. Uncle Z, standing beside him, noticed that though young, the young master was very perceptive, not an ordinary child. He added, Young master, when the eldest son was 17, he reached the 8th level of divine power and entered the academy. If you ever need help, go, he will assist you. Teng then smiled in response. Thank you, Uncle Ota. I understand. As they talked, the giant eagle landed in a breathtaking place surrounded by majestic nature and tranquility. A new chapter in Teping Thian's life was about to begin. Uncle Zite looked down and smiled. Young master, we have arrived. Following Uncle Z Ki's gaze, Tipeng Thin was instantly captivated by the magnificent and beautiful scenery before him, amazed and happy. Though satisfied, he still wanted to confirm, is this really the private academy? Duck Thuck nodded with a smile. That is right, Look, the eagle is flying that way too. This is exactly the place the old master mentioned. He was excited, his eyes full of joy. He had not expected the academy to be this vast. When the eagle landed, around him was a bustling space with many people passing by. The crowded scene stunned him, and he could not help but ask Duck Thuk, "Whoa, the academy is this crowded. How am I supposed to find Big Bro?" Duck Thuk smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. The young master is easy to spot. Someone like Truong Dongho stands out no matter what." Curious, he looked around and was immediately drawn to a large sign behind him that read Truong Duong Tong Thien. Truong Dongho stood there laughing heartily. Easy to find indeed. He forced a chuckle, his eyes still scanning the vibrant flowers and scenery around. Yet, this lively atmosphere made him a bit shy. He softly said, "Actually, I want to go home." Duck Thuk laughed, seeming used to his personality. Haha, after all these years, the young master is still just as unique. As they approached, Truong Dongho recognized them from afar. He immediately greeted them excitedly. "Duck Thuk. Young master, long time no see." Duck Thuk took the chance to say some good things about Truong Dongba. "The young master. The old master always talks about you. He misses you a lot." However, Truong Dongho quickly brushed it off bluntly. "Don't mention him. I have no ties with that old man." He waved his hand dismissively, and the guy beside him could not help but chuckle softly. He thought to himself that Truong Duongba was just an old man who liked to flatter. Truong Duongho then turned to look at Tong Thien, eyes full of surprise. Whoa, Tong Thien has grown up fast. He bowed politely and respectfully greeted Big Bro. Truong Dongho laughed loudly, slapping him on the shoulder, proudly saying, "From now on, if anyone at the academy bullies you, just come to me. Big Bro will handle it all." Duck Thuk heard this and laughed. "Thanks for looking after him. Young master, please watch over the little master for me. I have some matters to discuss with the principal." Truong Dongho patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry. Duck Thuk. Leave the little master to me. I will take him on a tour around the academy." Seeing Big Bro so enthusiastic, Tong Thien was surprised. He thought Big Bro might seem unreliable. But actually, he is not bad at all. On the way, he kept pointing out places ahead and gave a quick introduction. "This is the Miscellaneous Academy." Well, that was the introduction. Truong Dongho's words left Tong Thien feeling helpless. Sure, there was an introduction, but it was hardly worth mentioning. This Big Bro really talks nonsense, he thought, concluding that this Big Bro is completely unreliable. Before he could finish his thoughts, Truong Dongho cheerfully announced, "Tomorrow is the freshman duel tournament. I will sign you up. It is your chance to fit in, like stepping into real life." Tong Thien was not very interested in these duels. He frowned. "Big Bro, do not you think you are misunderstanding what fitting in means?" Ignoring his brother's doubt, Truong Dongho eagerly pinned a star on Tong Thien and explained, "This is the freshman star. Tomorrow's duel will be lively. You have to perform well. This star is your registration badge." Tong Thien stared at the star, speechless. Big Bro is way too enthusiastic. I really have no interest in these games. Maybe I should just skip it. Suddenly, Truong Dongho slapped his forehead, remembering something. "Oh man, I forgot to get your registration papers. Go eat at the dining hall first. I will get them right away." Saying that, Truong Dongho turned and left, leaving Tong Thien standing there, completely lost in a strange place. He helplessly watched the overly energetic Big Bro walk away, unable to stand it. Tong Thien went to the dining hall by himself. The place was fancy but not too crowded. While eating and enjoying the atmosphere, he silently praised that the food here was delicious and affordable. Just as rumored, even students from poor backgrounds could eat comfortably. The academy's idea of equality between rich and poor students was truly admirable. Just as he was enjoying himself, suddenly a hand slammed down hard on the table. A domineering voice rang out, "Hey, this table's ours. Move somewhere else." Tong Thien looked up and saw the arrogant youth named Tap Dich Luong speaking. Behind him were two cronies, Tap Dich Fan and Tap Dich Thulap. Tap Dich Luong pointed directly at him and shouted, "Hey, I am talking to you. Are you listening?" Tong Thien calmly replied, showing no fear, "If you want to eat, sit down and eat with us. This table belongs to the academy. Since when did it become yours?" Tong Thien's calmness stunned the three in front of him. The tense air hinted that a conflict was about to erupt. Hearing his refusal, one immediately leaned in, voice threatening, "Think you deserve to sit at our table? I will ask again, will you give up your seat or not?" The arrogant words pushed Tap Dich Thu over the edge. She glanced irritably at her brother. "Second brother, why be polite to him? Just kick him out." Yet Tong Thien did not even flinch at the threat from these arrogant nobles. He kept eating calmly, replying slowly, "If it is for the, of course I will give up my seat. But let me finish eating first. You guys not sitting down? Then stand and wait." His indifferent reply drove Tap Dich Luong into a rage. He shouted, "Damn it! You want to drink the offered wine, but want to do a drinking penalty. Tap Ditch Thu could not hold back either, her tone full of showmanship. Do you even know who we are? Their leader. Tap Dit. Lost patience, frowning with annoyance but forcing a fake smile. He stepped forward. Classmate, judging by your clothes, you are noble-born too. Right? What is your name? Which family are you from? Sitting opposite. He scrutinized Tong Thien, though his words seemed friendly. His smile quickly vanished, replaced by a cold, cutting gaze. With arrogance, he said, do you believe I can make your life miserable in this academy from now on? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Nearby students whispered, those 3 Tap Ditch siblings are causing trouble again. How dare this freshman mess with them? Tong Thien stayed unfazed, still picking up food and chewing. He glanced at them with silent contempt, thinking, this kind of show-off. Rude talk, I have seen plenty like them before. Brat. Tap Ditch Van grew angry at Tong Thien's silence. Hey, I am talking to you. Tap Ditch Thu angrily turned to her brother. Big bro? What is with this damn brat? He won't even answer you. Tap Ditch Long beside them lost his cool. He yanked the tablecloth hard, sending all Tong Thien's food crashing to the floor. Roaring, eat. Eat what? I will feed you. Then he charged at Tong Thien with a fierce punch, but Tong Thien just tilted his body slightly, dodged gently, and with lightning speed, struck the back of his neck. Tap Ditch Long could not react in time and fell face first onto the floor. Embarrassed, but sticking up, leaving the other 2 frozen and staring at each other. Tong Thien calmly kept eating and placed some food into Nan Nia's bowl. Watching Tap Ditch Luong fuming on the ground, he casually remarked, you are too hot-headed. Your training is not doing you any favors. Tap Ditch Luong blushed with anger, jumped up, and shouted fiercely, you dare mock me. If I do not kill you today, it won't be over. Just then, a chubby guy from another table spoke cheerfully. Stop fighting. I am done eating. This spot's all yours. Tap Ditch Long shot him a look full of disdain and coldly replied, this does not concern you. But the chubby guy did not care, rubbing his belly and cheerfully saying, we are all classmates. Why fight? His carefree attitude only made Tap Ditch Long angrier. He shouted, get lost. You lowlife. How dare you speak up here? Without giving the chubby guy a chance to react, Tap Ditch Long swung a powerful punch at him. The chubby guy took the hit but kept smiling brightly, calmly saying, if you want to fight, come at me. I am thick-skinned and do not feel pain. Tap Ditch Long stared at his reddened fist in shock, eyes wide. Beside him, Tap Ditch Thu sneered, amused by the scene. She spoke sarcastically, whoa, a lowlife who actually volunteers to take a hit. Second brother, you have to teach him a lesson. Seriously, her words snapped Tap Ditch Long back, his rage flaring in his eyes. Bastard, you are asking for death? Seeing the tension escalate, Tong Thien stepped forward, blocking them, shouting, enough, take it out on me if you want, but leave others out of it. Then Tap Ditch Van, silent until now, spoke. Second brother, stop. The academy forbids conflicts between nobles and commoners. His reminder forced Tap Ditch Long to reluctantly withdraw his power, though his angry gaze remained fixed on the laughing chubby guy. In the distance, a group started paying attention to the confrontation. A girl in the group gasped in surprise. Hey, it looks like there is a fight over there. Another male student replied, looking anxious. It is Tap Ditch Van. Let us get out of here before we get caught up in it. Still, Tap Ditch Van was smug, his eyes full of arrogance as he stared at Tong Thien. Speaking threateningly, you insult the Tap Ditch clan. Don't want to stay in the academy anymore. His eyes flashed, his whole body radiating power as he continued. You know the nobles won't interfere in their own conflicts. You do not want to get beaten until you break every bone and dragged out. Right? Tap Ditch Van's overwhelming presence made the air thick and tense, but just as Tong Thien responded seriously, if you want to fight, I ready. Suddenly a shadow flashed by at incredible speed. A commanding voice rang out, I want to see who dares to lay a hand on my fourth brother. A familiar back appeared. He landed on the table where you were just eating with an imposing stance. But whether from his flashy entrance or the weak table, one of his feet broke through the surface. Trong Duong panicked and shouted in confusion. Huh, what kind of table breaks just by stepping on it? Standing to the side. You did not know what to say. Sighed, and asked frustrated. Big bro? Can't you make a normal entrance for once? Trong Dong Ho, holding a stack of papers with one hand and pointing fiercely at Tap Ditch Van, shouted, Tap Dit, if you want to fight, I am all backed up like that. He looked radiant, eyes sparkling with admiration as he looked at Truong Dong Ho. But his cool moment was short-lived. Truong Dong Ho noticed the papers in his hand and shouted confused. Huh. Then he handed the papers over to you cheerfully. Oh right. Little brother too. These are the registration documents for the new warrior tournament. Surprised. You asked. Is this the time to register? Hearing the conversation, Tapdichvan muttered beside you. The new warrior tournament. Suddenly he gave a cold, chilling smile that sent shivers down spines. His golden eyes added to his sinister look. He asked Truong Dong-ho, is this kid really your fourth brother? Hearing this, Truong Dong-ho seized the chance to brag. Doesn't he look just like me? Haha, standing nearby. You blushed with embarrassment. Tapdichvan just silently watched, seeming like he wanted to wash his eyes after that show of pride. Tapdich Long asked puzzled, Truong Dong-ho, who do you think you are to mess with our Tapdich clan? Aren't you afraid to die? Truong Dong-ho sneered, but only Tapdichvan stayed dark and serious, watching both of them. He thought to himself, this crazy Truong Dong-ho is not easy to handle. The usual methods won't work. He needs another plan. After thinking it over, he coldly turned and left, leaving a threatening warning behind. I will remember this today. Let us. Seeing the three troublemakers leave, Truong Dong-ho turned to you, his face bright, asking, isn't he big bro pretty impressive? You could only shrug and reply dryly, I do not think it is that simple. Outside, Tapdichvan asked Tapdichvan. Puzzled, who was that just now? Hearing that, Tapdichvan quickly explained that he was Truong Dong-ho, a hard one to deal with. Tapdich Long was shocked and hurried after him, asking, big bro, are we just going to let this go? Tapdichvan's face darkened. He smiled slyly and said, how can we let it go? That kid also signed up for the new warrior tournament. We will kill him right in the arena. His voice grew low and malicious. Anyone who insults the Tapdich clan has only one way out, death. After leaving the cafeteria, Tong Thien walked slowly. Feeling bored and disheartened, he muttered to himself, big bro really just suddenly remembered something and left in a hurry. He recalled when Kuk Truong Duong had smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, fourth brother, I just suddenly remembered something to do. You can wander around the school yourself. Huh, already unfamiliar with the place? Tong Thien felt even more tired. You tell me. First day in a new place, how can I just stroll around? His disappointment grew as he silently blamed Big Bro for being unreliable. But then a thought sparked, cheering him up. Well, it is not like I have no friends. Did not that chubby guy just take me back to the dorm? He even cheerfully said. Tong Thien, we're friends from now on. Just tell me if you need anything. Thinking back, you felt a little more hopeful. That Iron Tower guy is still a good person after all. But the excitement did not last long. You sat down heavily against a tree, muttering, that boring new warrior tournament is nothing to get excited about. Just a blank vote and done. Then, as if finding a new spark of joy, he stood up and wandered around the courtyard, determined to expand his knowledge about the Empire's top academy. The sky had turned to dusk by then. Tong Thien was strolling when he suddenly spotted several couples sneaking around behind bushes. Flirting, he watched them with a mix of curiosity and slight mockery. Muttering, in my past life, disciples in the sect used to hide in bushes like this too. Seems like no matter where, humans always have their desires. Just then, a group of masked people sneaked up behind him, catching his attention. His eyes glinted with interest. With such a suspicious look, they had to be thieves or worse. He started tailing them from a distance, noticing they gathered in a quiet corner. Den, the chubby leader, began plotting with his gang. I have checked. She will pass by here soon. You guys lie in wait. Pretend to be thugs teasing her, and I will show up as the hero to save the beauty. The others eagerly agreed. Don't worry. Big bro, we will make it look real. The guys were willing to dive into fire just to chase after a beauty. The chubby leader grinned and warned. Remember, my goddess is a little lamb. Be gentle. Got it? The gang nodded in unison, ready to carry out the plan. Watching from above, Tong Thien caught every word and snorted with disdain. Such crude tricks were nothing new. Den signaled, ordering his gang to prepare. After a moment, Tong Thien jumped down from the tree, his voice full of righteous spirit ringing out. I can just stand seeing her fooled by these old tricks. The sky was dark now, the moon shining overhead, illuminating the scene. A pair of light steps approached, and long white hair swayed gently, making those nearby gasp. She is stunning, but one quick-witted guy warned. Do not say that with your girlfriend around you might get in trouble. The onlookers buzzed, whispering if she was the new student attracting all the attention lately. Just as curiosity peaked, a group suddenly jumped out, blocking her path. The leader sneered. Hey! Little girl, want to play with the big boss? Another thug chimed in. Aren't you lonely all alone? The girl looked startled, stepping back a few paces, trying to stay calm. What do you want? Stay away. Seeing their plan going smoothly, one thug lunged forward, laughing. What is there to fear? Little sis, let big bro touch you once. But instantly, she grabbed his hand tight. His eyes widened in shock, too stunned to react as she swung him away. He crashed to the ground, cracking the earth beneath him, leaving everyone speechless. The other two stood dumbfounded, stammering. What the heck was that? One whispered she is a lamb, but she fought like a fierce lion. The girl dusted off her hands and said coldly, I hate fighting, but I am no pushover with bad guys. Tongthian watched from the side, amazed. He stammered, surprised this seemingly gentle girl could fight so fiercely. In his hands was the beaten leader. Suddenly, the two others turned to him, shouting, Big bro? Help! Startled, Tongthian snapped. Annoyed, who is your big bro? Stop talking nonsense. He looked back and saw the leader panicking and running away, angry. He yelled, Hey, come back here. The girl turned to him, her face full of anger. You are their boss. Then you deserve a lesson. Hearing this, Tongthian panicked, hurriedly waving his hands, stammering, Wait, miss, you have got it wrong. Before he finished, she angrily charged at him with a furious face, shouting, You bastard. Take this. The two thugs nearby looked at each other confused, and one dumbfoundedly asked, Hey, who is this firecracker? Where's our big bro? The other angrily punched him in the shoulder to snap him out of it. Then he barked, Don't care. It is none of our business. Let us use this chance to run. The guy caught in the chaos just smirked, shook his head, and sighed. Fine, this is boring. Let me see what this lady's got. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared and angrily shouted, You two, stop right now. A strange power radiated from their hand, forcing both the white-haired girl and the guy to freeze. Tongthian realized his body was paralyzed and thought in shock. My body's being controlled. The white-haired girl also stood still, not daring to move. In an instant, she bowed her head, her voice trembling as she said, Master, that mysterious person, with a cold expression and stern tone. She looked at both of them and said, The Academy strictly forbids unauthorized use of martial arts. Have you forgotten? The white-haired girl hurriedly bowed her head, full of regret in her voice. Master, I was wrong, but he is a bad guy. The one who said bad people should not be forgiven. Right? To Tuming then, standing nearby, got annoyed and could not help shouting, I told you it was a misunderstanding. The mysterious person still kept a cold expression. I will handle this myself. You go back and keep training. The white-haired girl was not happy about it but obediently replied, Yes, sir. Before leaving, she suddenly turned back and ran up to Titang then, mischievously making a devilish face. Haha! You bastard. I am letting you off this time. Seeing this, Tang The then just sighed and replied irritably, That damn girl. After teasing him, she happily walked away. Tiang then stood there watching her figure fade away. Unable to hide his worry, he turned to the mysterious person, uneasy, thinking, Lady, please explain slowly. This does not feel like what the disciple said. The person said nothing, just coldly stared at Tieping then, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce through him. Her cold voice rang out, The power within your body is unique. Hearing this, he was stunned. Thinking silently, could it be? Could she have realized he is a time traveler? Just then, his panicked eyes could not escape her observation. She stepped closer, her tone gentle. Don't worry. No need to panic. I have never cared about others' secrets, even if you are the youngest of the Trantringdzang family. Those words, meant to comfort, only made him more confused. Could she really know him? At that moment, her expression suddenly changed, anger surfacing sharply, her voice cutting. But first, you must prove you are worth living. She raised her arm, unleashing a mysterious power. An attack flashed past his face, making him stumble back in alarm. Her voice was now cold and deadly. I will kill you with my own hands. Hearing this, he shivered, thinking, Is this woman crazy? They had no grudge, but her eyes full of hatred would not relent. Once again, she unleashed her power, a strong light enveloping his body. Her voice echoed with warning. Young master of the Tramping Ding family, remember my words. The blinding light made him unable to see around. Only feeling his body being pulled into somewhere unknown, he opened his eyes wide, trying to calm down but could not believe what was happening. Is this what they call a welcome gift? He muttered to himself as he completely vanished from that place. When he woke up, he found himself in the middle of a strange forest, looking around confused. He wondered, where is this? Is this teleportation? Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, a familiar voice calling out, Fourth brother. He turned and saw Trapping Diggish, covered in wounds. Approaching, the elder brother looked surprised and asked, What are you doing here? Seeing his big brother badly injured, he hurried over to support him. Big bro? What happened? Why are you so badly hurt? Trakung De panted heavily but tried to explain. I went to the back mountain to kill a beast and get a level 1 soul core for you, but unexpectedly ran into a level 3 monster. It landed several fatal blows. I thought I was going to die here. Didn't expect you to show up. He gave a weak smile, still in pain but managed to pull a soul core from his pouch. I do not have much time left. Take this soul core. Trakung De placed the soul core in his hand, his voice gentle. You are about to enter the new martial arts tournament. This core will boost your power during the fight. Understanding the importance. He clenched the core tightly, his eyes briefly showing guilt. Big bro, you said you were busy during the day, but it turns out you went to get this soul core for me. Hearing this, Tri-Unash smiled resolutely. I am your big brother. I may not be great, but I can do this for you. Ding. Ace's body trembled slightly but he forced himself to take a few more steps, his face full of hope as he continued. Fourth brother, you must perform well in the new martial arts tournament, holding the soul core. He stared determinedly, wondering, is this tournament really that important? Big bro risked his life to get this for me, no matter the danger. Suddenly, Ding collapsed to the ground, leaving him stunned. He lay flat on the road, giving up completely. He quickly asked with a confused look, Big bro, what are you doing? Dung Ace's face showed exhaustion, his eyes calm as if he had no regrets left. He said, Fourth brother, Big bro can only help you this far. Remember to bring my remains back. Hearing this, he scratched his head, his voice tinged with irritation. Big bro, can we stop the fuss? I just checked your wounds. They are external and serious. But you won't die from them. Hearing won't die. Trong Dongho startled and shouted, Wait. Not dead. He burst out laughing joyfully. I thought I was done for, haha. Overexcited, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He sighed helplessly, tearing his shirt to bandage him. Voice reproachful, I really admire you. Without me, you would have bled out and died. After finishing, he brushed his hands off. Soothing, the bleeding stopped for now. Just get back to the academy for treatment soon, and you will be fine. Seeing his careful care, Trong Dongho rubbed his head proudly. Fourth brother, you are amazing. No wonder Uncle Duck praised you as a genius. He stayed silent, emotions welling up, then helped him back to the academy. Above, she hovered, eyes fixed on him carrying Truong Dongho, a hint of sadness in her gaze as she muttered, caught up already, staring like that, mumbling to yourself, but the journey ahead is long. She gave a faint smile. Little devil Truong Dong, what can you really do? When sunlight pierced through the dense leaves, a lovely atmosphere erupted, freshmen gathered. Buzzing with chatter, the freshman battle was about to start. Who D-top this year? Another group hurried. Hurry up, seats are filling fast. Before him appeared a grand arena with tens of thousands of seats. Tongthien could not help but widen his eyes. Amazed? No wonder this is the Tepgia Academy, such a massive freshman battle. Suddenly, a loud call drew everyone's attention. Trong Dong. Tongthien, #1 rider of the sky. That lively voice was none other than Truong Dong's older brother, standing amid the crowd waving flags enthusiastically. Fourth brother, go for it. I have bet everything on this match. The whole arena burst out laughing at the overly excited cheer. Tongthien could only awkwardly give a thumbs up, thinking, having a brother like that makes you proud and embarrassed at the same time. Suddenly, a handsome young man waved a fan and stepped up. His clear voice quickly silenced the crowd. Students, greetings. I am the vice principal of Tepgia Academy. Bachin, today's battle will be supervised directly by me. He went on to emphasize the rewards, capturing every freshman's attention. As every year, first place gets a level 3 mana core, second gets level 2, and third a level 1. The top 50 students will each receive a purple quartz coin. As these words rang out, the crowd erupted again. One student exclaimed, just making the top 50 nets you a purple quartz coin. That coin's enough for a normal person to live on for 10 years. Amid the excited crowd, a mocking voice rose. Poor fools. Never seen money before. That is just pocket change for us. She laughed coldly, voice full of disdain. Nearby, Tapditch Long smirked and echoed mockingly. My daily spending never drops below 3 purple quartz coins, and you all get worked up over just one. Bachin stood excited in the arena, beginning to explain the rules after completing the group draws. His excited voice echoed. The knockout rounds will officially begin. The rules are simple. No weapons allowed, absolutely no killing, and we hope everyone gives their best. Finishing, he shouted happily. I now declare the battle started. At that moment, fireworks exploded in the sky, signaling the thrilling fights ahead. While everyone prepared, Tongthien just watched Batch and over the top excitement and sighed. Haha, what a show-off. Tapditch Lu. Arrogant, arms crossed nearby. laughed tauntingly. Kid, do not get knocked out too soon, I am waiting to handle you myself, he replied coldly. Indifferent. Yes, you are all strong. Whatever you say is right. Hearing this, Tapdichlong instantly flew into a rage, yelling, Damn it! Do not let me face you in battle, or I will cripple you. The first round quickly began. Tongthian stepped onto the arena calmly. One light punch from him sent his opponent crashing in pain, immediately begging for mercy. His older brother stood outside, shouting enthusiastically, Fourth brother. Well done. At the same time, Tapdich Luong aggressively slammed several other freshmen to the ground, laughing heartily as he beat them down. Trash. Go die. After being defeated, another opponent looked embarrassed, extending a hand with an awkward smile. Are you okay? He forced a smile and whispered, Lost. Just got thrown out. The qualifiers ended quickly, and the quarterfinal matchups are set, surprisingly. Trong Dong, Tongthian, and Tapdichlat, an arrogant girl. All advanced. Tapdichlat sneered, proud and unafraid. Making it to the quarters. Consider yourself lucky. Her older brother joined in enthusiastically from the sidelines. Little sis, take him down. Meanwhile, Tongthian's brother loudly cheered. Fourth bro, keep it up. Tongthian remained calm, barely paying attention to the noise. He stood there casually picking his nose, muttering softly, Life's unfair sometimes. When the match between Tongthian and Tapdichlat began, she charged fiercely, shouting, Your luck ends here. But as soon as she attacked, Tongthian just leaned slightly and dodged effortlessly. She kept launching a flurry of attacks, all missing, frustrated by repeated failure. She yelled, Let us see how long you can keep dodging. No matter how hard she tried, she could not land a hit, growing uneasy inside. She thought, He dodges everything without even leaving the ground. Just as she raised her fist, he calmly lifted his own to meet it. His voice was calm but confident. Your turn. His words stunned Tapdichlat, her eyes wide, mouth agape in shock. But when his fist came within inches of her face, the power behind it suddenly became clear. Yet his hand froze mid-air. With a serious expression, he said quietly, I do not want to hit a woman. I concede. That made her hesitate for a moment, wondering, is he stronger than me? How could that be? Refusing to accept defeat, Tapdichlat clenched her teeth and vowed, No way. I can lose to him. Where would I hide my face otherwise? Then she lunged aggressively, yelling, I am not done yet. She kicked hard at him, but her reckless move injured Truongduong Tongthian, who muttered, Idiot. Suddenly he noticed the tip of her shoe glinting sharply, revealing a hidden dangerous needle. Frozen for a moment, he stood still, eyes narrowing sharply. Tapdich, thinking she had the upper hand, felt confident. This is it. He can block this. But at that moment, his eyes emitted a strange glow. The energy seemed to gather, then exploded into a powerful aura aimed straight at Tapdichlat. She gasped in horror, eyes wide, silently screaming inside, What is this? The force struck her head, making her stagger and lose balance. Moments later, Tapdichlat collapsed unconscious right in the ring. Truongduong Tongthian sighed with relief, thinking, Luckily my Zethan sword technique has reached a minor mastery, or that was really dangerous. The scene stirred chatter among the newcomers nearby. What just happened? Why did Tapdichlat suddenly fall? It looked like something flew out from her shoe. Vice Dean back and quickly stepped forward to inspect. After a while, he said thoughtfully, Fortunately, it was just a normal sharp needle. Not deadly. Truongduong Tongthian kept his cold expression, shrugging as if to say, That is not my problem. After a thorough check, Vice Dean Bakken announced to everyone that Tapdichlat violated the competition rules, and her qualification was revoked. Then he pointed to Truongduong Tongthian and loudly declared him the winner. While everyone else was still stunned, Tongthian smirked slightly, giving a thumbs up with a calm face like he expected this result. In the distance, his older brother could not contain his joy, shouting, Fourth bro, I'm rich now. Tapdichlat's brothers were furious, grinding their teeth but powerless. Truongduong Tongthian, you are really not bad. He was a bit surprised by the comment, then grew cautious, wondering if they were actually praising him. Why did he feel like the vice dean had some scheme? The matches continued. This time, Tapdich Van personally advised his second brother, then handed him a small potion confidently. This forbidden drug will boost your strength. Take it. The second brother hesitated and asked, Big bro, do not you trust my ability? Tapdich, serious and cautious, replied bluntly, I won't allow any unexpected problems. The third sister's defeat brought shame to our clan. You must claim the top spot to restore our honor. Hearing this, the second brother dared not refuse, obediently took the potion, and nodded, saying, "All right, big bro. I understand." The match began with the bell ringing, signaling the official start. The previous opponent was quickly defeated. Zhang Yang Teen won easily and was happily interacting with the crowd when Iron Tower approached. Eyes full of admiration, indeed impressive. Teen and Iron Tower bumped fists to boost each other's fighting spirit. Teen excitedly said, "Iron Tower, let us do our best." Iron Tower just smiled and replied, "Brother, we will meet again in the finals." In another corner, after taking the forbidden drug, the rogue's body changed rapidly, blue veins bulging across his face and arms as he growled nonstop. Teen watched. Suspicious. Thinking the rogue's condition did not look right, Iron Tower smiled confidently. "My strength is huge. I won't hold back. Get ready." But the rogue, agitated, roared angrily, "Cut the crap, you are no match for me." Bachin immediately struck the bell to start the fight. Iron Tower clenched his fists tightly, and the rogue did the same as their powerful punches collided. The air seemed to crack, pushing Teen backward. The rogue was shocked his strength was even greater than expected. Seizing the chance, he charged fiercely, shouting, "I will cripple you." The rogue's brutal attack made Iron Tower cough up blood in pain, yet he charged wildly, yelling, "Die." Seeing things spiraling out of control, Bachin rushed from behind, trying to stop him. Teen could not sit still and immediately ran to his friend, anxiously asking if Iron Tower was okay. Despite the pain, Iron Tower gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry, I lost." Seeing this, Teen gently raised a hand to reassure him, "Okay," then smiled slightly. "Don't worry. I will get revenge for you." Iron Tower forced a smile, feeling comforted. Right after, Teen narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze fixed on the opponent, voice full of challenge. "Hey, you are about to die." Hearing this with that provoking look, the rogue went mad, shouting, "Zhang Yanin, I am going to kill you." Though Bachin tried to hold him back, Teen's blood boiled. Unable to wait any longer, he turned to the Vice Dean, asking seriously, "Can the duel start now?" At that moment, Teen's older brother, Zhang Yang, could not swallow his anger either. He stood up loudly before the cheering crowd. Vice Dean Lu had clearly used drugs to disqualify the rogue. The Vice Dean frowned slightly but calmly replied, "If everyone agrees," but Zhang Yang was determined not to stop, shouting demands to cancel the opponent's qualification. The Vice Dean maintained a calm demeanor, nodding and declaring, "All right, if the final decision does not change, the match will start now." Despite this, Zhang Yang kept yelling about unfair disqualification. The Vice Dean covered for the Dark Rogue clan. Hearing this, Bachin lost it and angrily kicked Zhang Yang, shouting, "Too noisy. Get lost and reflect on yourself." Zhang Yang still defiantly stared at Bachin, replying, "I will be back." Then Bachin glanced at Teen, eyes full of meaning, as if asked, "Did Lu really take drugs?" "Zhang Yanin, are you confident to fight in this condition?" The question made Teen's heart skip. But before he could answer, Bachin turned and left the arena, leaving space for the two opponents. Standing on the floor, Lu saw Teen's calm yet cold expression and shouted with hatred, "To beat you? I have given up my pride and become like this." Angry, he slammed his fist hard into the ground, shattering the tiles. Eyes blazing as he declared, "This is my resolve. Zhang Yanin, I will make you remember the consequences of offending the rogue clan." Despite the terrifying power, Teen remained calm, casually raising a hand to shield his head, expression indifferent as if it was no big deal. Meanwhile, the rogue screamed like a madman, eyes full of bitterness, throwing a powerful punch into the ground to intimidate. But contrary to expectations, Teen responded with cold disdain. The rogue shouted fiercely, "My strength rivals the 10-tier saint power. What chance do you have against me?" Teen stayed indifferent, waving a hand lightly, voice steady but dripping with sarcasm. "Soon enough, you will understand for yourself." Those words only fueled Tepi Gach Ulgi's rage. His face flushed red as he charged forward, releasing a fierce aura full of wild aggression. But his powerful punch just brushed past Tengdian's face, missing its mark. Tiang then remained calm, his expression unchanged, only raising an eyebrow as if watching a ridiculous play. Suddenly, Tiping then flicked his hand lightly, causing Tepi Gach Ling to miss his reaction and punch himself square in the face. In front of everyone, he fell flat, his face smashing onto the ground, creating a pitiful yet laughable scene. Seeing that pathetic sight, Tipeng then smirked coldly and said with a chilling tone, "Fighting you only takes this much." Tep Idich, Ing's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth fiercely. In a flash, he sprang up, planting both hands on the ground, then shot toward Tipeng then like an arrow. His legs launched a vicious strike, but Tung Denson swiftly grabbed the incoming legs, holding them tight. while Teplai Ling gritted his teeth in pain, his eyes full of resentment. Tipeng then laughed smugly, taunting him. How about this? Tipeng then yanked the opponent's legs apart, causing Teplai Ling to scream in agony. His face turned pale, tears welling up from unbearable pain. Muttering curses under his breath for daring to challenge him, the crowd gathered, eyes glued to the intense showdown. A burst of mocking laughter erupted, with relentless jeers echoing. Haha! Is this some kind of show? Who would have thought Tepich Ella could pull off tricks like that? Truly laughable. Amid the noisy crowd, Tepich Ven stood nearby, his face burning with rage. Seeing his brother humiliated, Ven trembled with anger, his voice harsh as he scolded. Second brother, what the hell are you doing? Pull yourself together. Do not disgrace our family. Though trembling, Tepiudrin forced himself upright, eyes blazing with defiance. He pointed toward Tipegu Thin. You are the one celebrating now? Dare to fight me fair and square? Straight up. No tricks. Taper Thin sighed, a bit tight, but agreed. Fine. I will take this seriously. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tepiudrin transformed into a giant muscular beast, the ground cracking beneath him, eyes fierce with rage. Watch me turn you into a pig's head. Tipeng then smiled faintly, his face darkening, hands clenched tight, his whole body enveloped in blazing purple energy like a living torch. In an instant, he disappeared, leaving only blurry streaks in the air. Tep H. Yun Yu was caught off guard as Tina Thivin suddenly appeared right before him, fist raised high. Though alert, he sneered. Not bad speed, but your punches are weak. What can you do with just one punch? Temu then replied slyly, who said there is only one. Before Tepipi Ling could react, a second punch slammed into his face like thunder, fresh blood spraying wildly. A relentless barrage of powerful, precise punches followed. Tapeng then struck like a mad leopard, each blow leaving Tepichithlon no time to defend, only to take the hits. In the final move, Tipeng then grabbed his head and slammed it hard onto the ground, the entire space darkened by a mysterious, glowing purple aura. After the brutal assault, Tep Ide lay motionless, his face swollen and distorted, eyes rolled back, looking like he was already dead. From above, Tepi then stood cold and disdainful, looking down at the fallen rival. You are not even worth using my sword on. With that, he showed boredom, resting a hand on his head and letting out a reluctant sigh. I am a sword god. Yet today I have to bully some punk. If this gets out, would not it ruin my reputation? Nearby, Bush En could not hide his excitement, holding a megaphone pointed at Titavik Thin, loudly proclaiming, Trom Ding, Tepping Thien wins. Officially the new Star King. As the announcement ended, Butchen glanced at Tipan Thien's retreating figure, full of hope, his face brightened with a quiet smile. Trabang Ding, Tenking Thien, is only 14, but carries the air of a battle-hardened warrior. Could this be what they call a mature youth? Good. Finally, this year we have recruited a capable new star, from the sky. Try a day, sat on a hot air balloon. Laughing mockingly, ha! Tep Elyangi's reputation is ruined. Losing to my fourth brother. What a disgrace. Hearing this, Tipeng Thin and Butchen looked up, slightly annoyed, both exclaiming, too noisy. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced through Trutram Ding Ace hot air balloon, causing it to wobble in midair. Try a day, shouted in confusion. While below, both Tethev Thin and Butchen held darts in their hands, wearing indifferent expressions. The hot air balloon finally lost control, leaving only Trumpy Dengta Ace frustrated screams echoing behind. I will be back. In the stands, Tep Dutch Van sat with a dark expression. Clenching his fists tightly, he slammed them down on the stone table in anger, shattering it, gritting out each word. That guy. Within 3 days, I will personally eliminate all of you from the academy. In another corner, the sunset light shone on the grand pavilion where congratulations were being offered. Student Teffing Thin, congratulations on becoming this year as new student king. On a table draped with a light purple cloth sat an exquisitely carved wooden box containing a shining golden grade 3 magic core. Butch En pointed to the box, smiling warmly at Titu Thin. This is the reward for the new student king. Once you accept it, you may leave. Hearing this, Tung Thin then immediately closed the box, turned, and quickly walked away, only leaving a brief word of thanks. Thank you, Deputy Dean. I will take my leave. Butchen sent a message full of hope to Tung Thin. Keep pushing forward. I am counting on you. Tung Thin responded indifferently with a simple yes. Butchen's hands gripped the door handle tightly as his eyes glanced toward the shadow behind the curtain. He softly asked, Dean, what do you think of him? The dean sat cross-legged, holding a slender pipe. He smiled calmly and replied, exceptional strength, Mature temperament. Can he really be only 14? Butchen nodded thoughtfully. Then asked, do you think the academy should provide resources to support his cultivation to build a better relationship? The dean exhaled a thin smoke ring, eyes half closed, and said calmly, not yet. Someone as outstanding as Tipavithian will definitely have rivals soon. Butchen immediately understood the implication. His expression turned serious as he hesitated. Are you saying they want to target us? The dean glanced at him and reassured, if he survives the trial, then it is not too late for us to act. Butchen lowered his gaze respectfully, folding his hands. Understood. Dean Tipung then stepped out of the room and immediately saw Trotting Deng H sitting slumped under a tree. Nodding off. Surprised, Tipung then approached and called out, Big bro? Trong Deng H turned sharply at the voice and asked, why did the deputy dean call you to the study? What did he say? Tepper then happily raised the wooden box in his hand and replied, he did not say anything, just gave me this reward. Then Tung then opened the box, revealing the magic core inside, and smiled brightly at Trenching Diga H. Big bro, I risked everything to get this grade 3 magic core for you. Trong Deng H glanced at the core for a moment, then looked up with a cold, indifferent tone. That is your reward. Keep it will help your cultivation. Tipung then was moved, looked up, and softly called, Big bro. Tron Day gave a thumbs up, pretending to be stern like an elder brother reminding him, I am your big bro. You listen to me. Teng then smiled gratefully and said, all right, I will keep it. Under the soft sunset glow, Trong Day happily threw an arm around his younger brother, pride shining in his eyes as he said excitedly, that is more like it. Come on, let Big Bro take you out for a proper meal to celebrate you becoming the new king. The two brothers' shadows stretched long on the sunset-lit path, peaceful and serene. Tipung then looked up at the colorful banners hanging everywhere, shyly asking, Big Bro, did you prepare all of this? Trakangde laughed proudly. Of course. What I do always looks impressive. This time you really saved my face? Tung then paused, eyes flashing with worry as if sensing something off. Then said, Big bro, something seems wrong. Trong Do also started sensing the strange atmosphere. The road was unusually empty today. He looked around warily. Why is there no one here? Just as they both turned around, they found a group of people already standing behind them. Leading them was Tep Dutch Vian, his eyes cold and face icy. Beside him, Tep Dadzong Yu with a fresh scar on his face watched alertly. Big bro? Be careful. Tipung then knows love magic. Tep Dutch Van glared at Tipavung then with bitter hatred, accusing, you use dirty tricks to beat my second brother and third sister. Today, I represent the Tep family to demand justice. Trong Deng A sneered, replying challengingly, isn't it true you lost? Why rush to save face? Fine, let us fight right here. Do you dare? Tep Hai Ven glared, laughing with contempt. You think you are worthy to fight me? At that moment, his body radiated a dazzling red and gold aura, a massive spear appearing in his hand, glowing brightly. Trong Dahi widened his eyes in shock. You already condensed the sacred weapon. Tidung then, standing beside him, could not hide his confusion. A growing doubt in his heart. Tepi Von's power had far surpassed Big Bro. Tepich Van raised his spear high, the fiery red aura radiating all around. He curled his lips arrogantly, his voice cold as ice. Today, I will cripple you brothers and drive you out of the academy. Clenching his spear tightly, he suddenly hurled it straight at Travendrigden hence. The spear spun in the air as he sneered. I want to fight an empty-handed fool. Try a day, caught the spear, smirking coldly with a defiant look aimed at Tepich Vian. So what if you have reached saint rank? I am not afraid of you. But his smile quickly faded when his eyes flicked toward Teteming then. Worry etched across his face. Urgently, he instructed, Fourth brother, I will hold Tep Vich Vian back. Find a chance to escape. Surprised, Tipung then barely reacted before Trankun Dijanka dashed forward like an arrow, forcing him to stagger back. Opposite them, Tepich Ven refused to back down, swinging his blazing spear high, his twisted face full of malice. He sneered insults. Overestimating himself, Trong Dai A and Tepef Ven quickly clashed in a deadly fight, sword and spear striking with ringing clashes echoing in the air. Trom Deng H eyes flashed with fear as his sword reflected Tep Tef Bich Vien's demonic face. Each sharp spear strike carried ruthless killing intent. He barely ducked in time, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, teeth clenched tight. Damn it! Suddenly, his muscles bulged. Bursting with strength, he charged in, desperately grabbing Tep Gich Vian, shouting, Don't underestimate me. Seizing the moment, Trong Deng H yelled, Fourth brother, go now. But Tepie Vn just curled his lips in a mocking smile, cold eyes full of contempt. You really think you can control me? His wild Laudericoda's golden energy flared like fire, hurling Troy flying into the beam with two powerful hammer-like punches. Tepi Ven slammed Tranviv onto his back. His triumphant laugh rang out. Told you. You do not know your limits. One final sweeping punch from Tepepa Dach Van sent Trampading Ide flying like a blur into the beam. Seeing his brother knocked out, Tapung then shouted, Big bro, you are bleeding down your chin. Weakly? Trong Ding, he blamed. Fourth brother. Why did not you escape when you had the chance? Tipung Thisen stared blankly at his injured brother. Eyes reddening. Big bro? How could I leave MC behind? Tipung Thin's eyes darkened with anger. That bastard dared to hit you that hard. We are not done with him yet. Trong Ding trembled, reaching out to grab Tengton Thien's retreating figure as he advanced toward the enemy. Worried, he tried to stop him. Fourth brother. Do not. You are no match for him. Tepi saw Tutufa Thien stepping forward and blocked him, grabbing Tepiki Vien's sleeve. Big bro? Let me handle him. Tep the left behind also jumped in. Big bro? Let me teach him a lesson. Tep sneered, pointing at Ting Thien, Trakadrin, Teking the Thin. Last time was my mistake. Before he finished, Tipung Thin's thunderous punch struck straight into his face. Blood gushed from his nose. Before he could recover, another punch from Tieping Thien cracked the ground beneath with fiery energy. Tipung Thin's cold, furious gaze was like a sharp blade, he said coldly. I am not in the mood. No interest in your nonsense. The onlookers just gawked at Tipung Thin's advancing figure, silently amazed. They thought, one punch sent Tepfil D flying that far. Tipur then stepped closer to Tepagaich Ven, who looked up, smirking to reveal a vicious scar. Tatung Thin. You dare refuse to fight me? A calculating gleam in Tepgaich Ven's eyes. Sneering. Beating my second brother shows some skill. But trying Definitely at Saint level 7 can T beat me, and you at level 8 are just a joke. Tepiak the Lut from behind chimed in. Big bro? Teach him a lesson he won't forget. The golden aura from Tepgaich Vn and his spear pressed down like a heavy weight. He taunted. So you want me to play with you? Better said. I have not even started playing yet. Tipung then did not respond, his eyes flashing coldly with deadly intent. He stepped forward as purple holy energy swirled around him, gathering like a storm ready to explode. Everyone could tell from his gaze that Tetiepin then was serious this time. No one could stop him. Tepivan narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly. Sneering, no matter what dark arts you use, my absolute power will render them useless. With that, he charged full force, swinging his spear with all his might, aiming a deadly strike at Tipung. But as expected, his attack hit nothing but empty ground. Tipung then dodged in the nick of time, his eyes still sharp and cold as if tearing apart his opponent's arrogance. Seizing the moment before Tepi Ven could recover, he swiftly moved behind him, channeling holy energy into his arm. He prepared a powerful punch. Sure enough, Tipung This's fierce blow smashed directly into Tepi Ven, sending dust and smoke swirling, engulfing the area. But as the smoke cleared, Tepi Ven stood firm. Unfazed, he curled his lip in a cocky grin and said, A saint's body like mine is as hard as steel. You think that punch did anything? Without missing a beat, Tep Van launched a counterattack. He shouted and unleashed a flurry of lightning fast, powerful strikes at T-Having Then. His blows came non-stop jumping, rolling, slashing wildly, but with his seasoned combat skills. Tung Then dodged swiftly, never letting him land a hit. Tang Then realized that ordinary holy energy attacks did not affect Tepi Van. While contemplating his next move, from afar Treveta Dia H shouted anxiously. Fourth brother. Retreat. You are no match for him. But Tepfed, pumped up like on a stimulant, laughed loudly. It was too late to run now. His overconfidence made Tipung Then smirk in mockery. Calmly, he admitted, I respect the power of a saint. But Tepi Van did not wait to hear more. He charged violently, shouting, Die. Tipung Then stayed composed, activating his holy energy. He struck lightly but precisely at Tepi Van's elbow with a simple yet cunning move. Though it looked gentle, Tepi Van instantly felt sharp pain as his arm was twisted backward 180 degrees at its weak spot. My arm this can be. I am a saint. Tepi Van screamed in agony. Face paling, Tummu then stared coldly, eyes full of contempt. He taunted. Looks like you have been spoiled too much. Your real combat skill is trash. Tepich Thu, seeing his elder brother badly hurt, panicked and rushed over. Big bro? Are you okay? Furious, Tep Van snapped, pushing Teplech Thu away harshly. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Get lost. Useless. Then, defiantly. To Tuming Thin, I will kill you, I swear I will. Tipung Thin just gave a cold laugh at Lepvanich's reckless fury and calmly asked, have you ever actually killed anyone? The sharp question hit like a blade, leaving Lubvan Leech speechless. Suddenly, he switched to a dark, murderous instinct that sent chills through his opponent. His voice dropped with authority. Anyone who crosses me will die horribly. Tipung Thin's gaze was overwhelming, more terrifying than any arrogant CEO he had ever met. He spoke only 2 words, leave or die. Hearing this, Lepvanich paled with fear like a rabbit facing a fox. Stammering, you just wait. Then he spun and fled without a trace, seeing his brother run like the wind. Tepfuph the panicked, shouting, big bro, wait for me. Tipung Thin watched their backs and sneered with disdain, running away already. Pathetic. Shortly after, Tipung Thin returned, his face completely changed into that of an adorable puppy, clinging to Tritty Dedegi H. He whined, big bro, am I still shaken from what just happened? Trong Deng H stammered. Fourth brother, you are only 14 but look so scary. Tipung Thin instantly switched to a sulky mode, covering his face and pretending to scold. What are you talking about? I am really just 14. Can you take me out to play? Try Unday immediately backed away. Raising his hands defensively, he quickly retreated, yelling, stay away from me. Watching this scene silently was Butch, who could not help but laugh heartily at the performance. Haha, this little brat is really interesting. Do not you think? The person standing next to Bachin is Yu Gaiet's old teacher. She watched coldly, curling her lips in appraisal. No need to speak well of him. Whether he lives or dies is not for me to decide. Maybe those in higher places are watching his every move. Meanwhile, downstairs, Tongthian laughed and joked carefree with Truong Doongba, completely unaware that countless forces were targeting him. Another sunny day arrived at Tapjiatu Academy. I wonder if Tongthian will run into any bad luck today. Right now, he is carrying a big stack of books, looking like he has been sent on errands by Truong Dongho again. Big bro is really unreliable. Tongthian thought silently. Why would he lock himself away and ask me to swap books at the library? He remembered how Truong Dongho once eagerly persuaded Tongthian to teach him a cultivation technique. Fourth brother's technique was truly amazing. Where did you learn it? Because he was too gullible. Tongthian accidentally taught his big bro a technique from a past life. When asked about the origin, he just smiled awkwardly and made up a story. I learned it from our family's secret archives. Truong Dongho did not doubt it at all and exclaimed, so that is why I left the Truong Dong family young. No wonder I never heard of this technique. After learning the technique, Truong Dongho became full of passion and faith in the future. With this technique, I am sure I will reach divine tier soon. I will lock myself away to train hard these coming days. Standing next to him, Tongthian was left speechless by his big bro's sudden excitement. What is with this burst of enthusiasm? Back to the present, Tongthian wandered the academy carrying a big stack of books. Suddenly, his eyes changed, as if something caught his attention. It was a book with an illustration of a super hot girl and a warning label forbidding anyone under 18. He could not help but wonder, why does the academy library have a book like this? Now I get why Big Bro could not come swap the book himself. After wandering around for a while, Tongthian finally arrived. The library door stood before him, magnificent and imposing. The Tapjitu Academy library was truly vast and impressive. Without hesitation, Tongthian stepped inside. Excited, this library was clearly much bigger than the Truong Dong family's archives, and definitely had a richer collection. It was the perfect place for gaining knowledge and cultivation. Tongthian was in a great mood. But before he could enjoy it, a group blocked his way. A tall figure stepped forward arrogantly. Stop! Pay your protection fee now. Tongthian's eyes widened in surprise. Protection fees. The tall guy smirked arrogantly, acting like he owned the world. Right? Tapdichvan dropped out, so the library is now managed by our big bro Lakian. Hearing this, Tongthian was caught off guard. Tapdit, the one who fought him just the other day, had dropped out. Before Tongthian could process this, the tall guy continued, pay up quickly, or do not blame us. Then another group appeared from behind, led by an equally arrogant guy. The library clearly belonged to Big Bro Tren Min Tong's crew. Who gave you the right to charge fees here? The two sides started arguing fiercely, almost ready to fight. But then, the leader of the first group smiled slyly. We are all classmates. Better to make money together. Hey, pay double protection fees to both sides. Tongthian grumbled silently, out of the frying pan into the fire. He spoke up, you guys serious? Before he could do more, the leader knocked over the books in his arms and threatened loudly to cooperate. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. They were a ruthless bunch, each with a fierce look that scared many. But Tongthian was not scared. He silently thought, I wanted to be humble, but you want to give me the chance. No choice. Tong Thian decided to fight back. A brawl broke out, punches and kicks flying nonstop. With the outcome obvious, the protection fee gang lay flat on the ground, crying and begging. Big bro, we were wrong. We did not see the big picture. We want to do it again. Please forgive us. Tong Thian had no intention of letting them off easily. His voice was stern as he spoke. Where did you mess up? The gang was scared and crying, quickly bowing their heads to admit fault. Big bro, we were wrong. We should not have charged protection fees in the library. We were stupid. Please forgive us. Just when it seemed like it would end there, Tong Thian bent down to pick up a fallen book clearly labeled, strictly prohibited for children under 18. Just as he touched it, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Aunt Nugayat. Tong Thian silently cursed his bad luck. Aunt Guyot snorted coldly. My old teacher once said you are not a bad person. But look at those extortion thugs, are not they your gang? And that book in your hand, it is clearly some low class. Dirty stuff. You really can judge a book by its cover, no matter how much you deny it. I am afraid this time you want to escape the misunderstanding. He tried to explain. You are mistaken. This book is not mine. She crossed her arms, staring at Tong Thian like he was a societal disgrace. Convinced he was up to no good. A filthy pervert like you is unforgivable. A total degenerate. Tong Thian felt even more wronged. He hurriedly added, I swear, you have got it wrong. Before he could finish, Aunt Guyot unleashed a strike. Shaking the ground around him, she shouted, I heard them call you Big Boss, are you still denying it? Seeing her attack, Tong Thian could not help but sweat nervously. He quickly turned to the thugs and yelled, Hey! Explain yourselves. I am not your boss. But the bullies were so scared they scattered, fleeing wildly while leaving threats behind. Just wait. Someone will come back to avenge us. Faced with this chaos, Tong Thian could only clutch his head in helplessness. He muttered, This is pure nightmare. How can I even explain now? With no way to clarify the situation, Tong Thian had no choice but to face it head-on. He began to release the holy power within his body, the air around him shifting noticeably. Aunt Guyot immediately grew wary, thinking he was about to launch a decisive attack. As the power surged, Tong Thian suddenly pointed his finger at Aunt Guyot. Seeing this strange move, she widened her eyes, fully focused and ready for any strike. But contrary to her expectation, Tong Thian suddenly shouted, Deputy Director back. This unexpected call startled Aunt Guyot, who whipped her head toward where Tong Thian pointed. Seizing the moment, Tong Thian spun around and dashed away, vanishing without a trace. Realizing she had been fooled, Aunt Guyot furiously stomped the ground, sending rocks flying. Damn it. He got away again. Don't let me catch you again, or you will regret it. Meanwhile, Tong Thian hid in a corner, too afraid to show his face. Finally, Aunt Guyot stormed off, grumbling, ruined my mood. I will just go back to reading. Only when she was gone did Tong Thian breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, I got it. I am a sword god. Picking fights with a little girl is beneath me. Just then, Bachin appeared out of nowhere, smirking mockingly. You are quick to run. Bachin's sudden appearance startled Tong Thian. Deputy Director back. When did you get here? Bachin smiled knowingly. Ever since you pretended to call me. You are quite the actor. Got caught. Tong Thian scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. Deputy Director Bachin, known for being nosy, immediately asked, What is your relationship with that schoolgirl? Why are you avoiding her? Flustered, Tong Thian explained. We are not related at all. I have only met her twice. It is just a little misunderstanding. That is why I have been avoiding her. But Bachin would not let it go, still smiling enigmatically. Tong Thian, do you believe in fate? Tong Thian looked at him blankly, not understanding. Fate, Bachin went on, using arguments that sounded illogical but strangely convincing to sway Tong Thian. Our academy has 4 student zones, with tens of thousands of people. The fact that she met you and had a misunderstanding, that is fate. Tong Thian put a hand on his chin. Pondering deeply, the more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. Fate clearly feels like a misunderstanding that is just getting worse. Bachin turned to leave, but before disappearing, he left some cryptic words. No need to rush to question it. Haha. You will understand later. I have got other things to do now. Tong Thian stood there, utterly confused. Could it be everyone with status here? Is this weird? He decided to put it aside for now, better to just focus on reading. But that peaceful plan was quickly interrupted. A crowd suddenly surged in, and before Tong Thian could rest, trouble found him again. The loud leader was him, the big boss. It was him. Turns out, these were the people Tong Thian had just taught a lesson to earlier. This time, they brought a crowd, clearly following the motto, I may be weak, but my brothers stand together. One of them challenged arrogantly. Last time we were outnumbered, so you had the upper hand. This time, We will show you some respect. Tong Thian sighed in frustration, just wanting to get to the library. After a brief fight, the result was no different than before. The crowd came in force but ended up utterly defeated, each one kneeling and crying, begging for mercy. Boss, we were wrong. Tong Thian did not want to waste time lingering and quickly withdrew. You all stay here and think this over. I am off to exchange some books. The defeated group bowed their heads. Now, no matter what Tong Thian said, they dared not argue. Yes, boss. Elsewhere in the academy, a student ran frantically, shouting, It is. He burst into the room of Lai Kun, a man with a fearsome reputation. Boss, our people in the library got beaten. Lai Kun, muscular with cold, sharp eyes and a deadly aura. He dropped a heavy weight to the floor with a thud, making the messenger visibly scared. Lai Kun squinted, his voice dripping with menace. Who dares lay a hand on my people? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a giant beast writhed in a pool of blood. With every strike, its agonized roars echoed far and wide. Eventually, the beast was torn to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Amidst the carnage, Trine Mentong stood tall, a blood-soaked, his face twisted with madness and cruelty. In this state, he radiated a presence that made anyone tremble. At the same time, elsewhere in the academy, Tong Thian stepped out of the library. Looking embarrassed but relieved, finally returned the book. He breathed out, promising himself, next time, I want to help the boss with these embarrassing tasks. Suddenly, he noticed a large crowd gathering around the library and wondered, scratching his head, why is it so crowded here? What are they waiting for? Curious, Tong Thian quickly weaved through the crowd to check it out. Up ahead, Lai Kun faced Trine Mintong with a mocking grin. Sneering sarcastically, Trine Mintong, I heard you got outranked by Tap Ditch Van, planning to make a move for the top spot. Huh? Hearing this, Trine Mintong coldly but proudly fired back. Lai Kun, you know well, Tap Ditch Van has never been my rival. I just do not bother competing with him. Tong Thian stood behind the crowd, curious, turning to ask someone nearby, Hey, what is going on here? The classmate looked at him in surprise. You do not know. This is shaking the whole academy. Someone just beat both Trine Mintong and Lai Kun. Tong Thian answered calmly, expression unmoved. I know about that. I was the one who did it. The classmate initially reacted in shock. If you know, then why ask me? Suddenly, he sensed something off, his eyes shifting. He shouted in disbelief, Wait, you are the one who beat Tong Thian before. His swollen face pointed at Tong Thian, loudly tattling to Lai Kun and Trine Mintong, the two leaders of the student faction. Lai Kun and Trine Mintong stepped forward, both radiating overwhelming pressure. Lai Kun challenged, Kid, I heard you hurt my men. Your name is Trong Dong, right? Don't teak just because you are this year's new king. We will let you off. It is too late to beg now. The henchman defeated earlier by Tong Thian shouted loudly. Feeling backed up, our boss is Lai Kun. You are finished. Tong Thian stayed calm, cold eyes flicking to Trine Mintong. You think just having numbers can overwhelm me? I am itching for a fight. That day, under the pouring rain, the ground stained red with enemy blood, Tong Thian alone faced a dozen assassins from Dak Komun. They charged like wild beasts, eyes white with rage, willing to die just to kill Kim Tran. That was his reputation then. Today is your end. Kim Tran, we do not believe so many can take you down. Tong Thian silently raised two fingers to his chest, feeling the power of the sword spirit. Even if the whole world is my enemy, I only need one strike to shatter them all. Back to the present. Tipeng then looked at the crowd before him with contempt. He was ready to charge into battle, muttering, These guys are not worth my time. Suddenly, Thithop rushed in from somewhere, startling Tev Thin, who turned worriedly and asked, What are you doing here? Thithop showed no fear. Pointing at Tevin Thin's face, he grinned broadly. Tatung Thin, if my brothers are bullied, then I am the one being bullied. If there is a fight, count me in. Tamu Thin frowned and lowered his voice to advise. Thithop, this is between me and them, don't get involved, or you will bring trouble on yourself. But Thithop was not easily convinced. His face was full of rage. Tatung Thin, do you think I am a coward? If you still consider me a friend, do not say that. Tung Thin was about to explain more. But from the enemy's side, a haughty man pointed at them and shouted, Stop wasting words. Since you are here, then charge together. Immediately, his men roared and surged forward like moths to a flame. Seeing the situation, Tipeng Thin could only sigh, then turned to Thithop and said, All right, then let us fight side by side. They quickly formed a solid battle line, back to back, one attacking, one defending, creating a perfect balance to overwhelm their enemies. Thithop raised his fairy fist, unleashing fierce magic, his powerful punch, like a force of nature, knocked an enemy disciple down before he could react. On the other side, Tang Thin was no less fierce. His eyes sharp as daggers, movements lightning fast. He darted into the enemy's midst with blinding speed. The enemies could not even gather their wits. One or two at a time fell swiftly to his strikes. A thunderous punch from Tang Thin sent another foe crashing down, while Thithop, on the opposite side, kept landing earth-shattering blows, clearing enemies one by one. What is more, Thithop still seemed full of energy. He laughed heartily as if enjoying a game. Mockin. Just a bunch of shrimp and minnows, not worth taking seriously. Outside the battle circle, Tron Mun, the enemy leader, stood silently watching. He raised a hand with sharp claws. His eyes filled with fury and disdain toward the group he saw as trash. After his scornful words ended, he immediately gathered power and launched a distant, sharp attack like a killing spear aimed straight at Thith P. You are still locked in fierce combat with his men. The strike came so suddenly and fast. Thithop only noticed the deadly energy at the last moment. A flicker of extreme fear flashed in his eyes. But at that life-or-death moment, Tang Thin stepped in just in time. He unleashed the sacred power of the Tithan sword technique, channeling energy to block the attack flying straight at Thith P. In a heartbeat, he successfully neutralized the deadly strike. Thanks to Tia, Thin, the terrifying energy dissipated into the air, leaving only small crackling explosions from colliding forces. Thithop stepped out from behind Tang Thin, sweat pouring down his forehead. Though still catching his breath, he could not help but praise. Well done. Tang Thin, you are truly strong. Without you, I doubt I would have made it out alive. Even after deflecting the attack, Tang Thin's face remained tense. He looked down at his trembling hand, thinking to himself that power gaps are not something skill or experience alone can fix. He frowned and glanced at Trengan Min Titaman, the formidable opponent before him. After analyzing, he realized this guy was far beyond Tep Ik Ven, whom he had defeated before. This man was a high-level saint, not only twice as strong as Tep Ik Ven but, more terrifyingly, had not even used his full power yet. The strike just now, Tang Thin guessed, was only about 50% of his strength. He noticed Tang Thin had deflected his attack. Instead of anger, his eyes lit up with excitement. Pointing at Tang Thin, he said, Your sword energy counter technique is fascinating. I have never seen anything like it. Teach me how you do it, and maybe I won't kill you. Tang Thin looked at him warily and asked without hesitation, In the academy, do not you fear punishment for threatening to kill people like that? Thithop interjected from behind, adding, If the dean finds out, you will definitely be expelled. But the madman showed no fear. A strange magic aura, dark purple and black, radiated from him, covering everything around. Tang Thin realized talking to this guy was useless and decided not to hesitate any longer. He charged straight in. Tron Min Tung was not about to back down either. He lunged forward with his claws, shouting, Die. Suddenly, a huge whirlwind of holy power appeared, sweeping away the dust and shrouding everything in a thick haze. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged, radiating high-level sacred power with a mystical purple glow. Tron Munding immediately recognized him as Vice Dean Betch. With a stern face, he shouted, Stop right now. This academy is not a place for your recklessness. Tang Thin bowed quickly upon seeing him. Greetings, Vice Dean. However, Vice Dean Betch did not hide his anger. His gaze sharp and cold. Fighting in public was a serious violation of academy rules. What kind of behavior is this? The two lowered their heads, sweating nervously, silently enduring the scolding. Then, Vice Dean Betch announced sternly, Today's incident will not be overlooked. The Demon Core hunting match will take place in a month. I expect you all to perform well. Those unqualified will face strict consequences. As a freshman, Tang Thin looked confused. What is the Demon Core hunting match? Lakin protested. Freshmen should not participate in this. Vice Dean, you are clearly targeting us. But Vice Dean Betch only closed his eyes, furrowed his brow slightly, and replied firmly, From this year on, freshmen will also join. Anyone who fails will be eliminated immediately. His sharp gaze shifted to Tang Thin, his authoritative tone clear. You are no exception. Everyone must participate. No refusals or excuses. Tang Thin broke out in a cold sweat. He began to suspect something was wrong. A conspiracy was unfolding deep within a dense mountain forest. The weather was clear and pleasant. Nestled among the mountains was a large cave. Inside the cave, the Dean and Vice Dean Betch were sitting, playing chess. Suddenly, Vice Dean Betch spoke up. Dean, is it really okay to have Trent and Tang Thin join the Demon Core hunt? The Dean sighed helplessly. Those people are putting pressure on our academy. What can we really do? Vice Dean Betch stood nearby, his eyes full of concern. Truncher asked, Dean, what do you mean? Should we warn Tang Thin in advance? I heard the others acted so quickly already. The Dean calmly moved a chess piece as he spoke. No need. Consider it part of the test. Vice Dean Butch was surprised. A test? What do you mean? The dean did not answer immediately, his hand moving chess pieces steadily, gaining a clear advantage. While playing, he slowly explained, I want to see Tipeg Thin's true strength. Let him face it on his own win and become kin, lose and be the enemy. His eyes flashed sharply as he spoke. A chess piece was dropped decisively. Checkmate. The dean smiled triumphantly. Only the winner deserves Princess Land. As the game ended, the dean gently declared, Checkmate. I win. At this, Vice Dean Beck suddenly realized and asked, Dean, did you sneak a few extra moves just now? The dean refused to admit it, pouting stubbornly. If you lose, accept it. Don't make excuses. Vice Dean Butch was speechless at the dean's stubbornness. Suddenly, the dean remembered Tipeg Thin and asked, By the way, how has Tipeg Thin been lately? I heard he has not shown up since that day. Vice Dean Beck smiled approvingly. He is hiding somewhere, secluded and training. Though young, that kid is very skilled. The dean nodded, smiling slyly. I have a feeling he will achieve great success in this demon core hunt. Night fell, the bright moonlight shining into a dark cave where Tipeg Thin sat in meditation. In front of him glowed a third-level demon core, radiating mysterious energy that spread through the space. Around him swirled countless shimmering mists, like a galaxy orbiting him. But Tung Thin's face showed clear strain. He used the purple-blue sword technique combined with training methods learned from the library. This process greatly accelerated his cultivation, far beyond his previous limits. As he cultivated, he pondered, is the fierce sacred power in this third-level demon core enough to break through from 8th layer sacred power to sacred master? The pressure from the stone grew stronger, but under the sacred power's push, it suddenly emitted a powerful energy. In an instant, the stone was fully absorbed. A pure flow of sacred power surged through his body. Having absorbed it all, he now tried to condense a sacred weapon directly to break through to sacred master. Without resting, he immediately began to execute his plan. However, condensing a sacred weapon was no easy task. Despite gritting his teeth and enduring, he still could not complete the sword. Indeed, condensing a sacred weapon was far more difficult than expected. Tung Thin silently thought. The holy power in his body was gradually draining. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Holy power dispersed, and his body fell into exhaustion. He forced himself to stand, wiping the blood still on his lips. Though he could not complete the sword, he was very close to becoming a saint. Just one last step. He drew the unfinished sword, pouring all his divine will and spirit into it, but the sword quickly shattered into pieces. Determination flashed in his eyes. To ascend to saint status, I need a much greater amount of holy power. This demon core hunt is my chance. In a secluded corner of Trine Min Academy, late at night, the tense atmosphere filled the air. A young man with a cold face and sharp eyes slammed his hand down on the table in front of his subordinates. Tung Thin, he dares to challenge me. Trong Dong growled angrily. In his hand, a small crushed object showed his uncontrollable rage. In this demon core hunt, eliminate everyone who annoys me, especially those useless ones. His two subordinates echoed in unison. Yes. Clan leader. Trong Dong gritted his teeth, eyes flashing madness. Princess Catchland belongs to me. No one has the right to contest. In a cool green forest nestled within, a giant stone claw surrounded by tall mountains and drifting clouds. Before a mysterious gate, a crowd gathered, each person filled with eager excitement mixed with nervousness. Among the crowd, a young boy anxiously looked around. Worried inside, he silently wondered, why had not Big Brother appeared yet? Could he be planning to skip this competition? Suddenly, his gaze stopped. His eyes widened as he saw a striking white-haired girl gently tucking her hair back. He stared blankly at her, telling himself, it is... But then a memory rushed back, making him thoughtful. Thinking back, there had been a few misunderstandings with her before, but he still did not know her name. The white-haired girl opened her eyes, and when she noticed him, her gaze paused briefly. He shyly waved his hand, forcing a smile. Hello? But she just scoffed and turned away. Clearly annoyed, he awkwardly smiled and muttered, ah well, I still have to find a chance to explain things clearly to her. Long after, from the mysterious gate, Bachin and another person stepped out. He stood before the crowd, beaming, laughing loudly, and said, the demon core hunt is about to begin. I am here to give a brief announcement of the rules. Bachin explained, the forest is divided into 3 zones. From outer to inner, the demon beasts grow stronger. The competition lasts 3 days. During that time, you must submit at least 5 demon cores to pass. If you withdraw or do not submit enough, you fail. Suddenly his expression turned serious. Voice deepened. Any student violating the rules or failing to meet standards will face severe punishment. Lakeen smirked contemptuously upon hearing this. Just 5 demon cores? Easy. Meanwhile, Trine Mentung remained calm and silent. Tung Thin, standing nearby, frowned hearing back in this long explanation. Bachin then took out a belt and continued seriously. Each of you will receive a spatial belt. Collect demon cores and store them there. After the competition ends, half of the demon cores must be submitted to the academy. The rest belong to you. He smiled warmly, thinking, this time he must collect plenty of demon cores to prepare well for his saint-level breakthrough goal. On the stage, Bachin continued explaining. Students not yet saint level can form teams to hunt demon beasts in the earth and human zones. Those at saint level enter the heaven zone. Just then, he suddenly announced the competition would officially start immediately. Suddenly, from afar, a massive hot air balloon floated in. The person on the balloon laughed loudly. Ha! Everyone's here wonderful. The unexpected grand entrance instantly grabbed everyone's attention. On the balloon, a figure gradually appeared. Trong Dong-ho. He stood proudly, looking down at the crowd below, then loudly declared, attention everyone. Trong Dong-ho have arrived. Many of you must be surprised, even in disbelief. He also thought to himself, Big Brother always loves the spotlight. But suddenly, a patch on the balloon gave way, and the whole balloon started to tilt uncontrollably. Trong Dong-ho panicked and shouted, ah, it is out of control. Help me. The balloon drifted away, fading into the distance. Trong Dong-ho's screams echoed behind. He stood below watching, unsure whether to laugh or cry, then shook his head thinking, Big Brother really is a master at ruining the mood. Everyone below fell silent, the lively atmosphere suddenly turning strange. Bachin sighed, yet he reluctantly struck the bell a few times to signal the start. The competition began, and everyone rushed forward. The trainees burst into the forest, shouting loudly in response. Yes, Tong Thian blended into the crowd, his eyes filled with determination. Nearby, Trine Mentong stood quietly in a corner. Watching, he coldly instructed his subordinates to keep a close eye on Tong Thian. As Tong Thian ventured deeper into the forest, he planned to finish him off. No survivors. His eyes gleamed with icy killing intent. The subordinates replied in unison, understanding perfectly. Under the dim light filtering through the lush green forest, Tong Thian calmly moved deeper inside. Here, the dense canopy blocked out the sky. From above, he silently lit between branches, his cold eyes scanning the surroundings. In his mind, he thought, this forest is huge. Many trainees have entered, yet no sign of anyone. Suddenly, Tong Thian stopped. Noticing something, he frowned as he looked down. Hidden beneath the tree he stood on was a horn. It was a ghost beast, looking confused as if sniffing out something. Seeing this, a cold smile curled on Tong Thian's lips. Turns out it was just a level 1 ghost beast. Without hesitation, he began forming a weapon in his hand. His ice-cold eyes stayed fixed on the target. He thought carefully one strike must kill. As the weapon took shape, he prepared to strike when suddenly a piercing scream echoed from afar. The scream startled the ghost beast. It panicked, turned, and fled as fast as the wind. Tong Thian watched in surprise. What a fast runner. He turned toward the scream, suspicion flashing in his eyes. That sounded like Theathap's voice. Could he be in danger? Without hesitation, Tong Thian quickly flew in that direction. Soon, he spotted Theathap surrounded by a giant ghost beast. The beast crawled on the ground, its massive body radiating terrifying pressure. Theathap looked panicked, swinging his axe wildly and shouting, help! Just then, Tong Thian arrived. Standing on a high branch, he observed with a puzzled gaze. He muttered, a level 2 ghost beast. Aren't there only level 1 ghost beasts in this forest? On the ground, the beast lunged, mouth wide open, aiming to grab Theathap. Terrified, he ran, shouting loudly, woo! At the critical moment, Tong Thian acted swiftly, swinging down on a vine to catch Theathap just in time and flew with him to a safe branch. Once safe, Tong Thian asked seriously, how did a level 2 ghost beast target you? Still panting, Theathap wiped sweat from his face. It suddenly charged at me. I swung my blade once, but it only made it angrier. Realizing something, he turned to Tong Thian, asking, what are you doing here? Tong Thian replied calmly, of course, I came to save you. Now, let us team up and kill this beast. Theathap hesitated anxiously, unsure if they could handle a level 2 beast together. Tong Thian smiled confidently, locking eyes with him. No problem. Just you and me working together is enough. Hearing Tong Thian's confidence, Theathap brightened. He asked, so what is the plan? Tong Thian answered calmly, eyes sharp. You block its main attack. I will handle the rest. After hearing the plan, Theathap nodded excitedly and jumped down. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his face turned serious. Facing the beast, he smiled. What now? Bring it on. I will take it all. At that moment, the beast unleashed its power, lunging at Theathap with a wide-open mouth. Seeing this, Theathap also unleashed his power. His whole body began to glow brilliantly. He shouted fiercely and struck the beast's head hard, sending it crashing into the tree where Tong Thien waited, seizing the chance. Tong Thien rushed forward. He aimed a sharp attack at its head, his eyes flashing coldly, a wicked smile on his lips. With just one strike, the beast shattered, leaving only a white skeleton behind. Half its body was bare bones, the other half shredded flesh. Tong Thien and Theathap stood beside the corpse. Theathap quickly searched. "Where's the spirit core? Where's the spirit core?" As he rejoiced, Tong Thien suddenly realized something. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Theathap, to your right!" At that moment, another ghost beast suddenly charged in, ready to attack Theathap. Hearing Tong Thien's warning, he panicked and swung his large axe wildly. In his panic, he shouted, "Mom!" In just a moment, the ghost beast's head fell to the ground. Theathap breathed a sigh of relief and dropped to the ground, holding the demon core in his hand. He said happily to Tong Thien, "You are incredible. How did you know the ghost beast would charge from the other side?" Tong Thien smiled gently and replied, "Maybe it is because my reflexes are pretty sharp." Theathap kept mumbling happily. Luckily, it was just a weak ghost beast. Standing aside, Tong Thien suddenly recalled his past life, smiling nostalgically. "Back then, as I was about to die, my spirit spanned hundreds of miles. Nothing could escape my senses." Snapping back to reality, Tong Thien sighed and thought regretfully, "My power is too weak now. My spirit is limited to a small range. Otherwise, hunting ghost beasts would be a piece of cake." Thinking this, Tong Thien grew angry and kicked hard, sending the defeated ghost beast's head flying. Theathap stood beside him and said, "That was just a first-tier ghost beast. Not much of a challenge." Hearing this, Tong Thien laughed and replied, "In the human zone, first-tier ghost beasts are just a normal sight." Theathap stood up, excitement in his voice, "But that powerful ghost beast was second-tier. If we team up and kill one more, that'd be perfect." Hearing this, Tong Thien pondered quietly, then nodded slightly. The second-tier ghost beast's origins were unclear. Maybe it was hiding some secret. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed from deep in the forest. Something was charging toward the two of them. They both immediately turned to look, and in moments, it was right in front of them. A fierce werewolf appeared. It growled and leapt toward Theathap. Theathap dodged instantly, while Tong Thien watched closely and exclaimed in surprise, "A first-tier werewolf." Theathap laughed with a teasing tone. "So what if it is first-tier? Mom always said, why fear cheap black bread? Filling your belly is what matters." Tong Thien smiled, his sharp eyes fixed on the werewolf. "I once read in the library archives about these pine forest werewolves. They never fight alone. Seeing one means we are already within the pack's trap." As Tong Thien finished, 7 other werewolf figures emerged from the shadows one by one. He stood tall, power radiating through his body, eyes full of excitement. "Combat firm," he said. "Theathap, this time we are going to have ourselves a real fight." Theathap laughed loudly, ready for battle. "Yeah, let us do this together." 2 black-cloaked figures stood under the forest canopy, faces full of worry, one growling angrily. "Damn it!" Tong Thien and Trong Duong ran so fast. But as soon as they entered the pine forest, they vanished. Hearing this, the other replied anxiously, "If the clan leader finds out we lost them and hid it, we won't make it out alive." Suddenly, from above, a giant figure crashed down hard right in front of them. The ground shook violently, sending shockwaves through the area. The blurry eyes of the creature slowly looked up, terrifying the 2 cloaked men. One panicked and shouted, "What is that?" Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. "Help!" The scream shattered the forest's silence. Elsewhere, Batchin hurriedly pushed open the door and ran straight into the director's office, face full of worry, shouting, "Director, something's happened." Lamb suddenly became enclosed by a barrier, completely isolated from the outside world. Hearing this, the director was shocked, looking at Batchin with wide eyes. "What?" A giant barrier sealing off the entire Matt Lamb. Vice Director Batchin anxiously recounted the whole situation. Since the hunting competition began, Matt Lamb was unexpectedly sealed by an invisible barrier. Despite all efforts, the barrier remained unshaken. The director frowned as he looked on. He pondered for a moment, then said, "This is the barrier set by the first director. Not even I can break it quickly, let alone you." He tried to unleash his power, but all attempts failed. Batchin's worried eyes flickered with confusion. Why was the first director's formation activating now? The director stroked his beard, lost in thought. "I do not know either. Maybe the first director's research had something to do with Matt Lamb. Sadly, he died unexpectedly, and all related information became a secret." Batchin's worry grew deeper. "But our academy students are still inside. What if something happens?" The headmaster sighed and comforted in a low voice, "I will do my best. Hopefully, the barrier can be broken within a day. Otherwise, We can only pray no more delays and have him unleash his saintly power at once. The magical light gradually spread. The tense atmosphere felt suffocating. Bachin could only stand powerless, praying everyone inside stayed safe. Meanwhile, deep in the secret forest, chaos erupted. Wild beasts roared furiously, surrounding the two fighting, but they were not scared. Theathap laughed excitedly. Let us split it, whoever kills faster gets half. Tongthian happily agreed. No problem. His decisive, powerful strikes were executed masterfully, putting on a spectacular show. With a wide grin, Theathap swung his axe and took down the wolves ahead. He did not rest, immediately moving forward. Each sharp move felled monsters one by one, leaving them strewn across the ground. The remaining wolves panicked at the sight and turned to flee. Tongthian smirked and sneered, "Run all you want. Let us see if you can escape." But just then, he was surprised to see Theathap charge ahead, shouting, "Where do you think you are going?" Without hesitation, Theathap raised his big axe and chopped down a wolf trying to escape. Its scream echoed through the forest, ending the last of the 7 wolves. When it was over, Tongthian looked at the pile of wolf bodies and nodded with satisfaction. Thought they were tough, but that is all they got. However, his expression soon darkened. Furrowing his brow, something felt off. These wolves were not normal. Theathap turned with suspicion. "What is up? Do not see anything strange?" Tongthian explained seriously. The book said wolves here were low level, but these were clearly high level. Plus, their bodies reeked of fresh human blood, as if they would just fought humans. Hearing this, Theathap suddenly tensed, eyes flickering with worry. Could someone nearby be ambushed? Without hesitation, they both immediately followed the trail. Soon, they discovered a horrifying scene: human corpses scattered everywhere, blood trailing long streaks on the ground. Theathap stammered in shock. "Are they all dead?" "No way." You stood silent, eyes deep in thought. "These wolves are stronger than we thought, but wiping out this many? Impossible. There has to be something hidden." Theathap turned, eyes full of suspicion. "Tongthian, how are you staying so calm? Are we really in the same group?" You did not answer, only replied coldly, "Things in this forest are getting stranger by the minute." But just as you finished speaking, your eyes suddenly widened in shock. "Huh? Someone's still alive." The two of them ran over and found a girl covered in blood lying unconscious nearby. They quickly carried her back and gathered a small fire to keep warm. Time passed who knows how long until the girl slowly woke, her eyes dreamy as she opened them. While Tongthian was still enjoying dinner, Theathap smiled warmly and waved. "You are awake." The girl's eyes widened in panic as she quickly spoke. "Where is this? I remember we were ambushed by werewolves before. Right? Where are my teammates?" "What about my teammates?" Hearing this, Tongthian, still chewing vigorously, bluntly replied, "They are all dead." Those words hit like a thunderclap. She froze. "No way. How could that be?" Suddenly she jumped up, looking around nervously, voice trembling. "Right? Where are those werewolves? We need to run." Theathap stepped forward, placing a tray of roasted wolf meat in front of her, and said warmly, "Don't worry. We handled them all. The meat's cooked, try a bite." The girl froze in shock, then screamed in horror. "How could you? Those werewolves are strong." Theathap just laughed and confidently said, "Tongthian and I are pretty tough." "Don't worry." She was stunned, unable to believe it. Suddenly, a furious roared from afar, breaking the calm. She paled, voice shaking, recognizing the sound of a huge monster. "What now?" Tongthian calmly reminded, "Finish eating fast. We need to see what is going on." She looked at them with fear and admiration, her eyes shining. "Are you really going? This monster sounds fierce." Theathap grinned. "Exactly why we have to go. Wanna come?" She shook her head repeatedly. "Worried? I want to leave." Theathap scratched his head, smiling. "Then be careful. Thanks for saving me. Goodbye." She left quickly, leaving the two standing there. Theathap watched her small figure. Puzzled, is she really that scared? Tongthian shrugged. Theathap reluctantly replied, "Girls get scared easily. What is there to doubt? Forget it. Let us keep hunting monsters." On the way, they encountered another pack of fierce beasts. Ready for the next fight, they stood back quietly, watching with suspicious eyes. This second-rank fire cloud beast was said to be not too dangerous, mainly strong defense. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. Impressed. "Tongthian, you really know a lot." Tongthian modestly replied, "Just from the library. Now let us strike, do not let it escape." As he finished, both leaped down and attacked the beast together. One swung an axe, the other wielded a sword, coordinating to bring down the fire cloud beast. But their attacks barely phased it. He exclaimed in shock, "This is strong defense. More like extreme. We can't hurt it at all." But their actions clearly enraged the monster. Its eyes glowed red, roaring with fury. It screamed wildly as if about to devour them both. Tong Thian worriedly shouted, "We are in trouble." We pissed it off. The fire cloud beast angrily unleashed a vicious blast. Charging straight at them, he barely escaped death, crying out in pain, "Brother Thiet Fap, are you okay?" Seeing Tong Thian's worry, Thiet Fap laughed reassuringly. "I am But when he rubbed his head, he noticed something strange. He kept rubbing but felt no hair. His face went pale as he shouted in panic, "Where's my hair? Am I bald?" Anger flared as Thiet Fap growled, eyes wild, "Damn it, I am only 16 and already bald." Without hesitation, he charged at the fire cloud beast, ignoring its growls. Thiet Fap raised his axe high. Shouting, "Die!" He slammed it down with all his strength, but the axe broke in two and the beast was unharmed. The fire cloud beast raged fiercely, raising its sharp claws, determined to crush Iron Law at all costs. Tong Thian could not sit still, rushing over and shouting loudly to encourage, "Iron Law, hold on, I am coming to help you." "Brother," from afar, a senior student watching the scene burst out laughing, praising, "Haha, this is interesting. In all my years, I have never seen a freshman dare to provoke a level 2 demon beast. Truly reckless." Hearing those laughs, Tong Thian and Iron Law quickly realized they were being watched. Another group of senior students started whispering, "Let us wait until they and the fire cloud beast tire each other out. Then we strike to take advantage. Isn't he that better?" The oldest senior nodded, grinning smugly. "Exactly. The mantis stalks the cicada while the sparrow waits behind. Remember this free lesson from your seniors." Tong Thian stood still, trying to suppress his anger at the mocking laughter from the seniors. His blood boiled. But he was determined to be patient and deal with this later. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice low and firm as he warned Iron Law, making those seniors understand why they dared to face a level 2 demon beast. Meanwhile, Iron Law gritted his teeth. Straining in the fight against the monsters, he seemed to declare, "You can defeat me." Suddenly, an overwhelming power radiated from him, astonishing even the monster before him. Using all his strength, Iron Law lifted the monster high and slammed it hard onto the ground. The impact caused it pain and fury. Its two sharp fangs shattered. However, Iron Law was exhausted and collapsed, gasping for breath, unable to lift himself anymore. But the monster did not relent. It growled fiercely and lunged madly at him. At that moment, Tong Thian stepped forward, radiating a powerful aura that seemed to freeze everything around, then charged at the monster without hesitation. The monster, eyes full of rage, prepared to counterattack. Flames burst from its mouth, as if trying to burn everything down. Yet through the savage fire, Tong Thian stood tall like an unbeatable war god. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the monster. With decisive power and unstoppable strength, he aimed straight for its eyes, striking its fatal weak spot. His slash carried all his strength and will, using the ultimate skill heaven-splitting sword. The monster screamed in agony as its eyes were slashed and it slowly collapsed to the ground. Its life faded amid the shock of those self-proclaimed seniors. From afar, Tong Thian approached with a majestic aura like a god. Looking straight at the group, he spoke coldly. "Who did you just call the mantis?" His words turned Senior Hong Hach Nahas' face pale, his body trembling. Tong Thian smirked lightly. "And who is the sparrow?" He stood proudly atop the corpse of a giant demon beast, his gaze distant toward the sky. Below, the bloodied beast lay motionless, while a group knelt fearfully, begging. Among them, a blond man claiming to be a senior. Once boastful, now trembling as he offered up sparkling demon cores. He knelt on the ground, voice shaking. "Respected elders, this is all the demon cores we have collected. Please spare our lives." Iron Law, Tong Thian's comrade, sitting down, fingers brushing a demon core. He sneered, I will spare you this time." Hearing this, the blond man was overjoyed, quickly giving thanks and leading the group to leave. However, just as they turned their backs, Tong Thian's calm but authoritative voice rang out. "Wait." The two seniors went pale as paper, stiffly turning back. One trembling asked, "Elder, any instructions?" Tong Thian crossed his arms, his gaze thoughtful on the primal energy shield covering the area. He asked, "You are veterans, right? Surely you know every hunting contest has this?" The blond man rubbed his chin, looking confused. "What is this? It was not here last year." Another added. Jiang Ho quickly chimed in. "Yeah, this is the first time I have seen it. Looks like some kind of shield." Tong Thian muttered, frowning and pondering after hearing their answers. It was not here last year. Could this be Deputy Dean Bak's new trick? A creeping unease settled in his heart, as if something was wrong. While Tong Thian brooded silently, the three seniors quickly fled, whispering urgently, "If now, when Watching their disappearing figures, Iron Law laughed. Not great at fighting, but sure fast at running. Turning to Tong Thien, he asked, is that shield really a problem? Tong Thien kept his eyes on the shield, continuing to voice his suspicions that this hunting contest hid many odd secrets. I had a bad feeling, but you quickly brushed it off. Your calm voice probably because I was overthinking. Anyway, the competition is still on, so everything must be fine. Hearing that, Iron Tower nodded in agreement. Right? Hunting new spirit cores is the real deal. The dense forest, thick with ancient trees and rugged boulders, now bathed in a mystical purple glow from the primal energy shield. Among the thick branches, the giant serpents slithered, sometimes hiding behind sharp rocks. Around, the carcasses of ferocious beasts lay scattered, blood staining the ground, filling the forest with a deadly air. Yungayat carried a long sword, her eyes cold and stern, asking, since when did these beasts become this dangerous? Around her, the scholars stood frozen before the beast corpses, faces still in shock and fear. One spoke up, voice full of gratitude. If it were not for you, Yungayat, we would all be dead by now. The others just sighed. These demon beasts were too powerful, they simply could not fight back. A scholar shouted, I do not want to be part of this contest anymore. I want to go home. Yungayat turned her head slightly and spoke, her tone calm but filled with unwavering resolve. Everyone, do not panic. If anything goes wrong in this hunt, the Academy won't just stand by and watch. As she spoke, her eyes darkened briefly, radiating determination. Clenching her sword hilt tightly, she raised her blade high and declared firmly, as long as we hold on, the headmaster will come to save us. To survive, we have to fight. Yungayat's words ignited a fire in the hearts of the nearby scholars. They shouted in unison. Right? No holding back. Another shouted defiantly, these legless freaks are nothing. Let us kill them all. Yungayat slung her long sword over her shoulder and stepped forward. Let us all fight together. Two massive snake-like demon beasts quickly lunged, their huge twisted bodies slithering forward, their purple eyes radiating a chilling cold that sent shivers down spines. Not letting them get close, Yungayat leapt up, her sharp blade slashing fiercely into their long bodies. The scholars behind also bravely charged in, sweat beading on their foreheads. Yungayat's beautiful face showed a flicker of worry. True to their rank 2 status, these demon beasts were indeed tough opponents. Standing on a rock, she suddenly flinched as the giant shadow of a serpent tail swept past. From behind the rocks, another snake demon suddenly lunged, bearing sharp teeth. The huge beast's head lowered, confronting Yungayat's slender form. A thought flashed through her mind. At this rate, she would not last. The giant demon beast kept attacking relentlessly, forcing her to dodge continuously. On a high rock, Yungayat sprang into the air, swinging her sword in a sharp arc cutting through the air. Her eyes widened, teeth clenched as she noticed something strange. From above, she saw the demon beast's powerful strike sending rocks flying. Danger surged in her heart as the beast suddenly appeared right before her, sharp claws and glowing green aura surrounding it, as if ready to devour her. In that moment, Yungayat's heart seemed to stop. Panic hit her, death felt near. But then, a streak of light tore through the darkness. Tang Thin suddenly rushed in, unleashing a powerful move with his sword. The massive demon beast collapsed instantly. Yungayat stood frozen, stunned by the scene. Tipong then stood over the bloodied beast's corpse, exhaling softly, then turned and asked, Says, how will you repay me for saving your life? Yungayat looked up at Tipong Thien's strong figure, her voice hesitant. Why are you here? At the same moment, Thit Tha Pi's weapon gleamed as he appeared from another direction. He shouted, Watch this, then unleashed a fierce attack, sending another demon beast flying like an arrow. Watching the demon beast fly far away, Thit Tha muttered regretfully, Oh man, it got smashed away. No chance to get the demon core. Yungayat and Thit Tha looked toward TM within, who stood proudly over the fallen demon beast. In the distance, other demon beasts lurked like ghosts, waiting for a chance to strike. Tipong Thisin glanced at the nearby scholars and said clearly, Don't be afraid. We have come to help. The scholars cheered at the sight. One turned to friends and said, The reigning champions of the Dijing arena, Tipong Thin and Thit Tha, have saved us. Yungayat, dirt and blood smudged across her face, met Tipong Thin's gaze with fierce determination. In her mind, she recalled Tipong Thin's story, a freshman who had shown outstanding talent at the newcomers tournament. Contrary to his cold exterior, Tem Thin smiled provocatively, raising his hand triumphantly. Master tortured me so badly I could not even say a word on stage. How do you feel now? Got anything to say this time? Yungayat exhaled softly, as if his words eased some weight off her. Her face relaxed slightly, the burden lightened, though a trickle of red blood seeped from the corner of her lips as she spoke. All right. Everything depends on you. After saying that, Yungayat's body could no longer hold on. Her whole body collapsed to the ground, the sudden event leaving Thien stunned. From atop the demon beast, he immediately leaped down and rushed to her neck, seeing her petite body lying sprawled out. Tainfeng then could not help but worry, asking, "Are you okay?" Without waiting for an answer, he lifted Yoon Guide up, his gaze deep and troubled as he looked at her exhausted face. "So weak. Internal injuries are severe. I can't believe she held on this long." Turning to the scholars around him, Tung then asked, "She has been carrying such heavy wounds all this time, and still fighting." One of them nodded, gratitude clear on his face. "Yes, Yoon Guide risked her life to stop the giant serpent horde and save us, despite her injuries. She could have abandoned us, but she said she would never leave her friends behind." Hearing this, Tipeng then looked at Yu Guide with a complicated gaze, a faint smile crossing his lips. This lady really shows no weakness, no matter how harsh the situation. Turning forward, Tieng then ordered firmly, "Thit Thop, you lead them out, I will cover from behind." Thit Thop frowned, disagreeing. "If you want to go, go yourself." This Thit Thop never leaves his brothers behind. Tainpen then handed Yu Guide over to the scholars, instructing, "All right, Thit Thop and I will cover you. Get her out safely." One of the group bowed in gratitude. "Then we are counting on you both." Tipeng then said sternly, "Yeah, get her to a safe place for treatment." Then he stood beside Thit the Peep, eyes alert. Tipeng then calmly assessed, "These demon beasts are not weak at all. Thit the P, if you want to back out now, it is your last chance." Thit Thop sneered, replying challengingly, "What are you kidding? If you are scared, just let me protect you." Without hesitation, the two charged into battle. Tongthien quickly soared high, while Theatep, weapon in hand, shot forward like an arrow at the enemy. Shouts echoed across the vast space. "Let us!" Powerful strikes like lightning tore through the giant beast's body, leaving fresh blood trails curving through the air. From above, Tongthien's heavy fist slammed straight into the beast's flank, making it roar in pain. Below, Theatep swung his weapon relentlessly at the monster's lower body. Every blow was strong and decisive. It seemed like the beast was down, but suddenly it surged back from behind a huge rock. Its long, full tongue slithered toward them like a venomous snake. Tongthien and Theatep's eyes flickered with hesitation, realizing their earlier attack barely caused any damage. "That was a mistake," Theatep said urgently. Facing the giant beast now, it looked even more ferocious. They had not expected this reptile to be nearly level 3. Feeling the imminent danger, Theatep gritted his teeth and urged, "You go. One death is better than both of us dying." Tongthien shook his head, eyes firm. "No way. I won't leave you behind to run alone." He raised his sharp sword high, its blade shimmering with a deep purple aura, creating a majestic sight. He lifted the sword, eyes deep and thoughtful, silently telling himself, "This battle, I feel my power has reached a new level. Maybe only by facing life and death can I break through." Theatep noticed something and shouted, "Tongthien." Tongthien did not answer, only raising his gleaming sword, the golden gem on the blade glowing brightly. He whispered coldly, "Life and death on the line. Everything depends on this sword." Under the dim light, Tongthien charged forward like an arrow just released from a bow. His body moved swiftly, dodging the giant beast with blood-red eyes, its long full tongue, and sharp teeth like venomous snakes ready to swallow their prey. From the dark shadows, 3 huge black figures silently appeared, poised like predators stalking their prey. The beast in front bared its fangs and slashed its claws, its milky white eyes full of deadly intent. Tongthien moved like the wind, his sword drawing a sharp arc, slicing across the beast's body. Sword strikes rained down like a storm, tearing through the air and shredding the beast's flesh. Countless deep wounds oozing dark red blood appeared as it howled in pain. From afar, Theatep stood motionless, eyes wide with amazement watching Tongthien perform what looked like a deadly dance with his sword. Inside, Theatep felt both fear and admiration. So fast, Tongthien was unbelievably fast. The sword in his hand never stopped moving as he dashed like lightning, cutting through the rain of blood and stench. Thinking, back then, I really was the best swordsman in all directions. His body moved so fast it left only swirling winds behind. Meanwhile, the 3 beasts collapsed simultaneously, their wounds fatal. Suddenly, thick white smoke shot from the throat of one beast straight at him. The poisonous smoke spread, enveloping the area in a dense fog. Tongthien swooped down from above, swinging his sword in a dazzling arc, striking the beast's head like a thunderbolt. The sword's sound sent shivers through the air as the monster's body cracked and split in two. Tongthien stood tall, turning his back to the blood-soaked carcass. His breath was heavy, coughs weak, eyes sharp, but his body was drained of strength. Suddenly he fell backwards. Theatep shouted in alarm from afar. Theatep rushed over, holding Tongthien tightly, tears streaming down. "Tongthien, what is wrong?" Tong Thien, exhausted and dizzy, tried to speak. I am. Tong Thien shouted urgently. Dunty, do not shake me. I am. Just the sacred energy overwhelmed me. Rest a bit and I will be okay. Shimmering green spirit cores piled up in front of them looked like priceless treasure. Tong Thien smiled and turned to Theathep happily. I did not expect we would get this much this time. Theathep could not hide his excitement. Laughing loudly. Haha, we are rich, so many spirit cores? We are really lucky. Suddenly, from afar, a shadow shot into the sky, its echo resounding through the space. Both looked up in surprise as the figure fell to the ground. Kicking up a cloud of dust as the dust cleared, Trong Dongho appeared, lying motionless on the rocks, sighing in pain. Damn it! Got hit again. Tong Thien recognized an acquaintance and shouted, Big bro? From afar, another voice rang out with loud laughter as Lakian and two henchmen appeared. A guy wearing a hood next to Lakian laughed loudly while looking at the pile of spirit cores. Big bro? These spirit cores are really hitting the jackpot. Another carefully scanned the surroundings and said, Looks like they and the Snake Gang took heavy losses. So we got a sweet deal here. Lakian looked at Tong Thien, Theathap, and Trong Dongho with a wicked grin, quietly saying, Haha, killing two birds with one stone, taking them out and cleaning up all these spirit cores. Tong Thien smirked and glanced at Theathap, instructing, Take care of Big Bro. Hearing that, Trong Dongho grew a bit alarmed and hurriedly warned, Fourth bro, do not get reckless. Lakian's a mid-level saint. Tong Thien showed no fear, laughing coldly as he spread his hand, a faint object gradually appearing looking like a sword. He quietly repeated Lakian's words with disdain. Destroy us. You think you can? He lifted the sword and stepped toward Lakian. Trong Dongho exclaimed in surprise. Fourth bro, have you stepped into the saint realm already? Tong Thien gripped the sword tightly, feeling the life force flowing into it, forming a shimmering sword aura. Trong Dongho and Theathep watched in disbelief. Trong Dongho almost could not believe his eyes, shouting, Fourth bro, you are actually a saint now. Since when? Theathep seemed used to this, staying calm and even smiling cheerfully just moments ago. Right then, the sword in Tong Thien's hand began to flicker unsteadily. Small purple sparks flickered from the sword as his face twisted in pain from the overwhelming pressure. Finally, all the life force dissipated. The sword vanished, leaving only a cold sword hilt in his hand. Tong Thien's expression turned blank as he watched the faint light around him fade. He bent down to look at his hands, just used to cast magic. Filled with disappointment, he thought to himself, having just entered the saint level and already drained so much saint power, could it be not enough to sustain the saint weapon? Across from him, Lakian and his two underlings laughed heartily. Lakian pointed directly at Tong Thien's face mockingly. Turns out you are just decoration. I thought you were some kind of genius. One henchman joined in with a sarcastic tone. Looking intimidating, the other suggested, Big bro, it is like using a pearl to kill a chicken. Let me handle him for you. Lakian did not respond, just smirked, his gaze shifting from mockery to cold. Full of schemes, he raised his hands. Magical light gathering, he said coldly. Kid, let me show you what a real saint weapon is. Then Lakian pulled out a massive greatsword, slammed it into the ground, causing a tremor. The scene terrified Dongho standing next to Tong Thien. He quickly said, Fourth bro, let me hold him off. You guys run. But Theathep stayed calm, placing a hand on Dongho's shoulder, smiling warmly. Don't worry. Tong Thien will be fine. Tong Thien stepped forward, half-turned, his voice clear. Promise me, Big bro, no need for a forge. Even without a saint weapon, I will beat him. Then he kicked up a long handle lying on the ground and grabbed it decisively. Tong Thien gripped the long handle tightly, looked it over and said, This will be enough. Theathep behind pointed at the axe, surprised. Isn't that my axe? Dongho was stunned by Tong Thien's confidence, full of worry. Lakian had lost all patience, angrily growling, You damn kid, you dare underestimate me. He charged forward, swinging the greatsword fiercely, roaring as he wielded a wooden staff to confront the saint weapon. Are you tired of living? Dongho anxiously warned Tong Thien. Fourth bro, be careful. Lakian's saint power was wind attribute. His speed was extreme. Instantly, he moved at supersonic speed, forming a large white circle around the three. He laughed arrogantly. So what? You think you can catch my speed? Witnessing Lakian's terrifying speed, even Theathep could not hide his worry. Muttering, Too fast. Dongho panicked, shouting, Lakian is the fastest among the disciples. If he escapes, all we can do is wait to get hit. But Tong Thien showed no worry, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Fast speed. What if I told you I can predict the future? Guess who will win? Hearing this, Both Theathap and Duongho froze, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Predicting Lakin's moves. Tipeng then did not answer right away but calmly pointed at him and said, "Next, Lakin will stab straight, then slash sideways and down. And finally, he will be defeated by my sword." Thithop frowned. Displeased, Tateng then, "Are you still joking at a time like this?" Dai Havze hurriedly warned, "That is right. Fourth brother, we are facing a saint of the Kaojiai. Life is what matters most. We can't waste any more time." Tempeng then smirked coldly. "If you do not believe me, watch closely." Then he charged forward, ready to face him. From behind, Lakin accelerated toward Tipevadien with a sly smile. "Where are you looking? I am right beside you." But in a blink, Tapeng then dodged Lakin's seemingly unavoidable ground-piercing strike. The expertly timed dodge stunned Thithup and Dijinghetz, who both exclaimed, "He really stabbed straight." "No way." Tumyu then stayed calm with a slight smile. "Next is the sideways slash. Right?" Sure enough, Lakin swung his sword sideways as predicted, but Tiveng then easily dodged again, leaving Thip Amping D even more amazed. "That is right again. How does he do it? Is it some kind of magic?" Furious now, Lakin raised his sword and poured his full strength into a lethal downward strike. Tiveng then quickly leapt up, avoiding the attack, calmly saying, "Finally, the vertical slash." Just as predicted, Lakin's powerful strike shattered the ground but missed Timpev. Then, Thithopin, Depu began mocking Lakin. Thithop laughed. "Got called out again." Dong He shook his head. "At this point, nothing Team Thien does surprises me anymore." Seizing the chance, Tapeng then smirked. "And finally, he will be defeated by my sword." Then he struck a precise blow, piercing Lakin's shoulder. Lakin could not block in time. Blood spilled from his mouth, eyes filled with pain and despair. He stammered, "Why? My speed's faster than yours. So how did you dodge every attack?" Thithopin, Dekjo laughed, pointing at Lakin. "You never saw it coming, did you?" Tipeng then can predict the future and knows all your moves before you make them. Lakin stared at Tepeng then in shock. He could not believe the person in front of him could truly see the future. Tipeng then looked at Lakin with a cunning smile. "I was just joking. Actually, it was all a plan to lure you out. Every move you made was exactly what I wanted." Tipeng then stood up, his cold gaze fixed on the collapsing Lakin. "I purposely left openings to make you think you had a chance to attack. But from the moment you struck, every move was within my calculation." Thithopeng has sat nearby, arms crossed, deep in thought. Dong had said slowly, "I do not fully understand, but I am truly amazed." It seemed Tipeng then not only predicted the future but controlled it. Lakin suddenly recalled his master's words. "Kinne, your real combat experience is lacking. A seasoned expert might not only predict your moves but manipulate your actions." Looking at Tipeng then, Lakin could not help but feel doubtful. How could Trung Tepeng Dip Thien be such a seasoned expert? He is clearly several years younger than me. Lakin's mind swirled, eyes filled with terror. "Trong Ding, Tipeng then. What kind of monster are you?" Tipeng then stayed cool as Thithop and Dizangha showered him with praise. But from afar, a shadow silently watched. This figure smirked, eyes gleaming with interest, softly saying, "Good, he really is the perfect child." After the battle, silence returned, and the three continued their journey. Thithop walked, constantly marveling. Tipeng then is incredible, he completely defeated Lakin. Haha! Remembering Lakin's pleading face was hilarious. Dovey cut in, "From now on, Lakin definitely won dare mess with us at the academy." Hearing this, Teng then remained calm but gently explained to the two, "One should be forgiving. Lakin has already paid the price. Don't be too harsh on him." Dai Heavy admired him and patted his shoulder, with such kindness. "Fourth brother, you will surely become a great figure in the kingdom of Chlm." Thithop agreed. "No doubt. Teng Thin is truly outstanding." Yet Tum Thin seemed unfazed by the praise. He looked up at the sky, deep in thought. In his mind, he imagined a map of the forest with a large circle divided into colors, representing different barriers. The outer ring is where ordinary people are, where they stand is the earth zone, and the deeper gray circle is the heaven zone. Tipeng Thisson silently wondered. "We have entered this area. So why have not we encountered any beast spirits yet?" Thithop agreed, his eyes full of curiosity. "Yeah? Where are the beast spirits?" Dung A walked behind, scratching his head with a surprised look. "Strange. This area should be full of beast spirits." The group kept moving when suddenly something flashed by too fast for them to see clearly. Nearby leaves rustled, as if something just jumped over. This instantly caught Tepeng Thin and Thitha Heap's attention. Thithop grabbed Tepeng Thin, pointing. "Look. Something is there. Let us." While they focused, Dung A stayed behind, looking confused. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. Before he could react, it transformed into a strange child who quickly clamped a hand over Dinga A's mouth, silencing him. Dung A struggled but only managed muffled sounds. The child dragged him into the nearby bushes. However, Taepung Then and Thip Thup did not notice, still focused on their target ahead. Minutes later, Taepung Then sensed something was off. He turned around in surprise. "Where's Big Bro?" Thip Thup looked around, shaking his head. "He was just behind us a moment ago." Suddenly, a Dong Hae stepped out from the bushes. Looking embarrassed, I just tripped earlier." Thip Thup laughed loudly. "Big Bro, you are so careless." Only Taepung Then felt something was off, but he said nothing, just frowned slightly and turned away. "Alright, let us keep searching for beast spirits." The fake Dede immediately perked up. "Okay, let us." Thip Thup nodded in agreement, and the three continued. But once Taepung Then and Thip Thup moved ahead, the fake Dede suddenly stopped. He stood still, watching them with a twisted smile and eyes gleaming with deceit. Elsewhere, Vice Principal Butch-in rummaged through a room full of books. Books were scattered everywhere. He sighed anxiously. "Not this one. Not this one either." Finally, his eyes lit up as he found an old book. Butch-in quickly opened it, flipping through pages with joy. "At last, I found it." But as he read the lines inside, his expression darkened. The book recorded that the Academy's first principal once sealed a 4th-level beast spirit. This beast was hidden deep in the secret forest with extremely dangerous powers. It could possess and take over bodies. Elsewhere, Taepung Then and Thip Thup remained unaware. Next to them, the fake Dugage smiled wickedly, filled with excitement inside. It turned out this barrier was set up to imprison that beast spirit. Holding the ancient book, the principal's eyes full of worry said, "Once this beast breaks the initial seal, the barrier will automatically activate to trap it deep inside." Bushin added grimly, "This beast is extremely dangerous. It can possess others and take over their bodies. Its methods are truly cruel." Stroking his silver beard thoughtfully, he said seriously, "The student's safety is the top priority. We must rescue them quickly." Butch-in felt uneasy and asked, "But if the beast has possessed a student and escapes, capturing it again will be very difficult." Calmly, the principal responded, "Don't worry. It can only possess those at primary strength or below saint level. After breaking the barrier, gather all the students and check each one carefully. Just say it is to prepare for the hunting trial." After speaking, he chanted and cast a strange spell. An elder teacher sensing the urgency approached Butch, asking, "Do you have a better plan?" Bushin shook his head with a sigh. "No other way." The group began breaking the barrier together. The elder teacher added worriedly, "Then hurry up. If anything happens to you, guide. You won't escape the fallout either." Bush unreluctantly agreed. Though uneasy, the barrier shattered under the spell cast by Vice Principal Ben and the elder teacher, the clear sky above, faint moonlight shining down, a flickering fire lit in the forest, illuminating a small area. Taepung Then and Thip Thup were sound asleep, recovering their strength, when suddenly a large white shadow swooped down from above, aiming straight at them. It was a night demon hawk, a second-tier high-level demon beast, with huge wings and piercing eyes. Nearby, the fake Dede grinned wickedly upon seeing it, but sensing danger, the night demon hawk narrowed its eyes warily and quickly flew away, unwilling to take further action. The fake Detting Ace gaze turned terrifying as he stared at the sleeping Taepung Then, eyes gleaming with malice. "Fourth brother," he whispered. The fake Ding A bent down, tiptoeing closer to Taepung Then. He reached out to grab him. His strong, veined hands were just inches from Taepung Then, when suddenly a powerful force gripped his hand tightly. The fake DNA froze. Taepung Then suddenly clenched his hand firmly. Voice serious. "I can't take it anymore." "Who are you? Why are you impersonating my big brother?" Without a hint of fear, the fake Dudach coolly responded. "Since when did you figure it out? Where did I slip up? I acted perfectly normal." Tengu then was calm, voice gentle but meaningful. "Exactly because you acted so normal. Unfortunately, my big brother is no ordinary man." The fake Dudach laughed loudly. "So that is it? No wonder you are the prey I have been aiming for, smart as you are. Fine, I will take you." Surprised, Tang Then's grip loosened. The fake Dade grabbed his hand, pulling hard with a triumphant smirk. "From now on, you belong to me." Before he could react, Taepung Then sensed the demon beast inside the fake Ding A trying a soul-seizing spell through his eyes. But the spell failed, and both were thrown apart by the recoil. The fake Da sat up, rubbing his head, eyes full of confusion. "Failed? You are just a low-level saint. Why is your soul this strong?" Taepung Then explained calmly, voice making the fake Denga uneasy. "My soul went through life and death to get here. I have already taken over this body, leaving no chance for the opponent to react. Tipeng then placed his hand on Fake Gadai's forehead, magic spreading as he spoke firmly. Whoever you are, get out of my big brother's body now. Tipeng then's eyes glowed with dangerous light, his voice stern. The azure sword judgment. An invisible, sharp strike from his magic, shot straight at the fake DDH, blasting him back against the beam. However, the demon beast inside the fake DH resisted and was only temporarily affected. He still smiled arrogantly, voice full of challenge. Your blow only affects the body I possess. It can't harm me, unless I choose to leave or this body dies. Do not even dream of breaking free. He stood up, eyes full of disdain toward Tong Thien. Come on, if you are so tough, kill me now. Tong Thien remained unfazed, his aura flaring stronger. He smirked coldly. You sure about that? Suddenly, Dong Ho's arm twitched. The beast inside glanced over. Sensing something wrong, it was Dong Ho fighting to regain control. He clenched his fist tight and roared, rolling off him immediately. A powerful punch slammed straight into the beast's face. Staggering it, panicked, it grabbed Dong Ho's arm. Screaming, no way, my control is weakening, that can't happen. While the beast was distracted, Tong Thien moved forward. Eyes sharp, ready to end the fight. He descended from above with a fierce punch aimed at the fake Dong Ho. The impostor looked up, shocked and frozen. Tong Thien shouted, get out of my brother's body now. Then Tong Thien delivered a powerful strike to the impostor, forcing the demon inside to leave Dong Ho's body. He yelled, get out! The demon could not withstand the pressure, let out a long, sharp scream, then was pushed out. It revealed itself as a grotesque wolf hovering in the air. The beast hissed, how could you hurt me? Tong Thien stood firm on the ground, voice calm but cold. Maybe there are not many ways to deal with you in this world, but in others, there are countless. The beast froze, confused. What do you mean? Are you from another world? No answer. Tong Thien lipped up, sword raised high, gleaming in the air as he said, no need to waste words. Monsters like you have no place in this world. A fierce slash tore through the air, cutting into the beast, forcing it to retreat. But Tong Thien did not stop. He formed a seal with 2 fingers and summoned a spell. The magic pierced the beast's body, severing a leg. The beast howled in pain, clutching the wound, full of regret. Damn it! If I would known, I would have killed you back in the forest. Tong Thien frowned, questioning, killed me in the forest? You saw me before? Thinking back, Tong Thien suddenly recalled a girl he met earlier and exclaimed, so that girl was possessed by you too? The beast sneered, admitting its plan. A scene flashed in its mind. Yes, I intended to possess her, disguise myself as a student and escape the dense forest. Unfortunately, I could not get out. Tong Thien looked up at the brilliant barrier surrounding the area and realized, so this barrier was made to contain you. What exactly are you? The beast's face twisted with resentment as it introduced itself. I am a species that can possess others at will. Years ago, an old man sealed me here because of my crimes. Not only did he seal me, he created that barrier to keep me locked in. My Mew yelled, full of bitterness. All these years, I have tried to break the seal to regain freedom, but I never expected that old man to prepare so thoroughly. Tong Thien asked, how do you break the seal? Is someone helping you? My Mew smirked, looking at the energy radiating from its hand. You are sharp, right? Someone is indeed helping me. Before finishing, the silhouette of a demon appeared from behind the bushes. My Mew continued, at first, to break the seal, I tamed many demons around here, making them my subordinates. Not just one, but many demons hiding nearby. Tong Thien stayed calm and asked, have these demons grown stronger because of you? You are talking so much, are you stalling for reinforcements? At that moment, bizarre demons with sharp fangs emerged. Surrounding Tong Thien, my Mew hovered arrogantly. Right? You know too much. How could I let you leave alive? With that, my Mew unleashed purple energy, commanding the demons below to attack. My Mew smiled triumphantly. Die. In this critical moment, Dong Ho lay sleeping soundly on the ground. The noise woke him. Still groggy, he rubbed his eyes and said to Tong Thien, fourth brother, I just dreamed a girl was clinging to me, even took over my body. Seeing the pack of beasts around him, Dong Ho was stunned but not scared at all. He rubbed his chin and wondered, could it be that I am still dreaming? After saying that, Dong Ho rolled over and went back to sleep, mumbling, this scene can't be real. This sight has the beast petrified and powerless, while Tong Thien is at a loss for words. He exclaimed, big bro, stop messing around and get up to fight. Hearing that, Dong Ho jumped up. Am I not dreaming? Could all of this actually be real? My Mew hovered high above, looking at Tong Thien and Dong Ho with pure mockery. Tong Thien pointed at my Mew, saying, He is the one behind all this. It is him who took over your body, Dong-ho exclaimed in surprise. What? But instead of fear, he sounded disdainful, taken over by this ugly thing. If he is stuck to me, I wonder if it will ruin my looks. Hearing this, my Miu was stunned into silence, only managing to strain his neck and argue back. You think I wanted your body that badly? The challenge rang out, filled with my Miu's raging fury. His wrath ignited the beast's ferocity, making them growl and ready to charge into a deadly battle. My Miu growled angrily. You have pushed me too far. Instantly, he unleashed his power, commanding the beasts to kill them all, to slaughter every last one. At his command, the beast charged like a storm. Meanwhile, the Iron Tower remained completely oblivious. He was still blissfully asleep, snoring like a piglet, while Tong Thian and Dong Ho screamed hoarsely, Brother Iron Tower, wake up! Don't sleep, Tong Thian shouted as the huge feet of a demonic elephant were about to crush the Iron Tower. Tong Thian and Dong Ho hurriedly each grabbed one of Iron Tower's legs, desperately pulling him away, shouting loudly and running as fast as the beasts, seeing their prey trying to escape. My Miu grew even angrier and yelled as he chased after them, not letting them get away. The beast chased close behind, turning the pursuit into a deadly game of cat and mouse. But then, an unexpected twist happened. Dragged along the ground, Iron Tower accidentally got tangled in some vines. While the vines held him back, Tong Thian and Dong Ho, focused on running, did not notice. They only felt the pull suddenly become light. Strange, why can't we drag Brother Iron Tower anymore? When they turned back, all they saw were Iron Tower's shoes in their hands. His pupils had disappeared. Both stared at the shoes in shock, mouths agape. What is going on? It turns out their powerful pull turned Iron Tower into a projectile, shot off by the vines. Iron Tower flew like a living grenade straight at my Miu, striking him in a vital spot. My Miu screamed in pain and collapsed unconscious. Tong Thian and Dong Ho stared blankly at the scene, faces full of frustration. What the hell just happened? Is that even allowed? At that moment, Iron Tower woke up, scratching his head in confusion. What happened? Am I sleepwalking? Iron Tower was completely unaware that thanks to his accidental strike, my Miu was knocked out. The creatures he controlled gradually broke free, causing the beast to panic and scatter in every direction. Dong Ho watched the beast flee and asked in surprise, why are they all running away? Tong Thian explained, my Miu went unconscious. So the beast recovered their senses and fled to save themselves. After a while, my Miu woke up, rubbing his head angrily. Damn it! If I had not been hit in a weak spot, how could I end up like this? Unwilling to give up, he roared and unleashed his last bit of power. Don't think I will quit. As long as I can transform, no one can touch me. Tong Thian dashed forward like lightning, slashing a long cut that made my Miu scream in pain. No one can hurt me, he said. But the red blood kept flowing from the deep wound. Tong Thian said coldly, did you forget? This sword is your bane. Tong Thian turned, icy as he scanned the area. Outside, Master Batch and the Dean were still desperately breaking the barrier. Cracking sounds rang out repeatedly, like shards of glass shattering. The Dean, both relieved and worried, announced, the gates open. Tell all masters to enter the secret forest immediately. Get all the disciples out, everyone. Rush inside now. The Dean gave firm orders. No matter who lives or dies, everyone must be brought out safely. One by disciples escaped the forest, faces pale and panicked. A small group whispered anxiously, the beasts in the forest are terrifying. I saw some classmates get killed with my own eyes. I thought I would die this time, but luckily I did not encounter any. Otherwise, I would not have survived. Elsewhere, Yungai looked around anxiously, her face paling for a moment. A disciple beside her asked, Yungai, are you looking for trudging deepen then? Another female disciple teased. You do not seem like yourself, taking the initiative to look for a man. Huh. Yungai blushed but kept her strong facade. He risked his life to save us. Is not a thank you the least we owe him? The female disciple shook her head. Master said all surviving students should gather here. Could they be among them? Worried? Yungai interrupted, thinking, no way. Tipeng then must be fine. Someone as unique as him will overcome any danger. Inside a tent, the director and Butch N were discussing. Butch N said anxiously, Director, we have searched the entire secret forest but found no sign of that demon beast. I am afraid it is merged with a student. The director calmly replied, that figures. Without hesitation, he stood up, his eyes fierce. I must go find that demon cat myself. Butch N hurried to stop him. Director, you are not fully recovered yet. Let me handle this. But the director was firm. I can forgive myself if the demon beast escapes or students get hurt. His eyes gleamed coldly. I will eliminate that cursed beast. He turned to Bah Yi, ordering him to prepare all necessary tools to detect the demon beast, and to act immediately if anything suspicious appears. Butchin could only accept the harsh reality. The director announced to all students, everyone, place all the demon cores you have collected on the table, so I can inspect your results. Hearing this, disciples began to fidget nervously. Some whispered worriedly, "This is bad. I could not even defeat one demon beast. What results can I show outside?" Butchan peered through a lens, muttering, "Those demon beasts are tough. Not killing one is already something." Meanwhile, some disciples sighed in disappointment. "I barely managed to defeat 2. Others cheered over taking down 4, calling it a big win. Our group only collected 3 demon cores. It should still pass." Suddenly, Tron Min Hing appeared, sneering, "What a bunch of trash. It is not the demon beasts that are strong. You are just too weak." Min Tum arrogantly hoisted a bag full of demon cores, taunting, "Let me show you what real power looks like." He opened the bag, dumping the cores onto the table. The sheer quantity made everyone around gasp. "That many? No wonder he is the young master of Hoveven sect. His strength really is impressive." Min Tung pointed at the disciples, laughing arrogantly. "This is what real power looks like. You are all too weak." Yungai muttered angrily, "Such arrogant disrespect. Hoveven sect's got a real unlucky 3 generations with a young master like that." A disciple beside her sighed. But Tran Mithun was undeniably powerful. No one could surpass him. They could only let him be arrogant. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from inside the barrier. "Tron Mun, you are already bragging about such a small achievement." Everyone, including Yuan, turned toward the voice. She recognized it and thought, "That is Tiung Thin." Tipung Thin and Thithop stepped out. Thithop carried a large sack on his shoulder, and Dia He was carrying a small boy. Dungish smiled proudly, enjoying the thrill of thousands of eyes on them. Tipung Thin and Thithop looked annoyed. "If we had not gone looking for the treasure as you said, we would not be this late." Do awkwardly avoided the gaze. "I thought the seal would have treasure, but it was empty." Thithop laughed heartily. "But the treasure hunt was fun." Minty botted Teping Thivin's group and shouted angrily, "Tatung Thin, you are still alive. What did you just say? Your results are better than mine." Tevrithin smirked confidently. "Obviously, I am better than you." Tipung Thin's cocky attitude impressed everyone. Even Unit. "He is so bad at." "I love." Tipung Thin pointed at a nearby small table and looked at the director clearly. "Director, please bring a bigger table here." Then he turned to Trun Min Ti Tepin, eyes sparkling with confidence. "I want to show you what it truly means to be in a league of your own." When the big table arrived, Min Teng placed his hand on it, casting a scornful glance at everyone around. "Is this table big enough? I want to see how many demon cores you can present." Teng Thin curled his lip in a faint smile, gripping his gleaming sword tightly. Eyes sharp, then watch closely. Saying that, he raised his hand toward the sky. His magical bracelet shone brightly, weaving a long chain of magic that wrapped around him. He reassured the crowd, not to be scared. With a decisive gesture, from the magic bracelet, a cascade of shimmering blue stones fell onto the table, creating a resonant sound. This scene horrified Trengan Mintam. His face turned pale. Sweat poured down, and he stammered, You have this many." As the magic cores kept dropping, Mintem was suddenly overwhelmed. Unable to react, he screamed desperately, his cries echoing everywhere. Around him, onlookers laughed loudly, enjoying Min T's crushing defeat, while someone standing far away gawked, eyes fixed on the scene. Impossible! How could there be so many magic cores? A pink-haired girl standing beside Tipung Thin was equally stunned. She stared at the table covered with magic cores, unable to hide her admiration. He collected all these by himself. In another corner, a few people whispered cautiously, "Damn it! My magic cores are in there too." Tipung Thin stepped before Min Tipur, arms crossed proudly, eyes filled with authority. Tipung Thin continued, "True strength is the real power of a person, not something for you to look down on others." The little fairy girls below could not hide their admiration and cheered loudly. "Tatung Thin, you are amazing." Nearby, Yungite smiled proudly as well. Despite his humiliating defeat, Min Tiang stubbornly shouted, "Yeah? So what if you have a lot of magic cores? Quantity is not what matters. Quality is what counts." He bent down, picked up a glowing golden magic core, and raised it arrogantly. "Look at this third-grade magic core. Do you have one?" Butch helplessly admitted it was a low-tier third-grade core. He had always hidden his true power. The headmaster could not help but feel wary thinking about this. After all, Butch was the young master of Ho Ven sect. Having many trump cards was normal. Min Tepru, always considering himself smart, could not hold back and loudly asked Tiping Thin, "What else do you have to say now? Can your pile of cores even compare to mine?" Min Tiding's eyes full of contempt fixed on the magic core in Tipeng Thin's hand. "Big bro," a loud call rang out. "Now you want to ask for help? Calling me big bro is already too late." Trong Dung He H from the newly arrived group clasped his hands, laughing gleefully. "Come on. Tiang Thin called me." Tiping Thin and Deg H seemed to see a shining star, rushing to greet each other warmly. Showing brotherly affection, Tebri Thin smiled. For flashy moves like this, It is still the big bro's job. Young H burst into laughter, grinning ear to ear. Showing off is my specialty. As he spoke, Da A held out his hand, one hand grasping a blazing red magic core, the other pointing at Mun Titan with a proud, mocking smile. The sparkling light from the core froze Mint and Seton so much he dropped the golden core in his hand. Dainch grew even more delighted, sticking out his tongue like a venomous snake. Threatening. This is a 4th grade magic core. What do you have to say now? Hearing this, Butch Anen and the headmaster were struck dumb like a thunderclap, shouting in unison. Impossible, Bushin gasped. Stammering. Could it really be a 4th grade beast core? The headmaster was sweating profusely, muttering, Unbelievable. This is terrifying. Dai A stood there, holding the blazing red core arrogantly, his voice full of confidence. Quantity does not matter as much as quality. You are not even qualified to argue anymore. Min Tething immediately pointed at DDH, yelling at the headmaster. They cheated. How could they have killed a 4th grade beast? I could not do it, so they definitely can T. The headmaster on the other side stood motionless, his face pale, speechless, cold sweat streaming, eyes filled with fear. In contrast, Da and He, Van and Nun laughed loudly, looking arrogant and childish. Dang Ace group started causing trouble, turning to bully Min, Teep and S side. Dang HS Lauder echoed so loudly he was in tears. These words poured fuel on the fire, making Minfeng's face flush with rage. He gritted his teeth, unable to do anything to Teeping Thin, so he shouted, claws raised sharp, lunging at Teep Thin, yelling, You have no right to lecture me. Just die. Seeing the tension, Bushin quickly stepped forward, grabbing Min T's hand to stop him, his face stern. This is a mixed sect academy, not Hovan sect. Here, you are not allowed to be rude like that. The headmaster then stepped forward, coldly looking at Dagang AS group and ordering, You all come with me. The simple command stunned the group. They did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the headmaster cast a spell, leaves flew wildly around, and 3 beams of light appeared in the sky, swallowing the 3 from Djinga AS group and making them vanish. No one had time to react. Before everyone's eyes, they mysteriously vanished, leaving only leaves falling to the ground. A girl with a ponytail gasped. What just happened? This is the first time I have seen the dean so serious. Standing beside her, Yoon-Gait was also stunned, her gaze filled with suspicion. Is that a 4th level magic core? But how did they get it? The majestic scenery of Shenhuakoyan Mountain deepened her doubts. Lost in thought, Yoon-Gait did not realize she was being watched through a strange mirror. Next to the mirror, a respectful girl stood with her hands clasped. Suddenly, a low voice announced that the result was clear. In a dim room, a dignified man sat at the center, declaring that tomorrow was Yoon-Gait's 16th birthday. Her marriage arrangement had been decided. A nearby attendant respectfully asked, Your Majesty, which alliance have you chosen for the marriage? Others smiled and offered their opinions. One spoke up. After this trial, it was clear Teep of Then outshined Min Tikong Kuang Veng. The chubby man at the end agreed, surprised that despite years of decline, the Trong Dutting family still had such a talent. Hearing this, His Majesty's face brightened with satisfaction. He emphasized, if everyone agreed, then issue the decree. Arrange the 4th marriage between Trudrang Dugden Tempathin and a Yu Guai. The scene shifted to a quiet room. Suddenly, a voice rang out from inside. It was the dean's voice, holding a cup of water as he tried to steady himself after the shock. On the table lay a silent red magic core. The dean was so shocked he gaped. He could not believe what was happening. What did you say? Miyu Chiaman became real but was stunned by the Iron Tower, which led to his death at your hands. Dyad laughed confidently, pointing at himself with pride. Dean, you know I am a master in this area. Others hate me, but I do not care. I just close my eyes and get it done. The dean sighed. I have never seen a student get that angry. He took a sip of water, then paused, doubting. Fmu is a 4th level magical beast. How could the Iron Tower affect it? Hearing this, the man in black beast attire beside D-Gate shouted angrily. Dean, you do not believe me. Then he raised his hand to show his power. Want me to prove it again? The dean quickly denied and stopped him. All right, I believe you. Don't he do anything? Though he accepted it, the dean still harbored doubts. The dean held the magic core, examining it but still skeptical. He wondered, if Miyu could not be killed at first and had to be sealed, how could you have destroyed it so easily? Tipeng then modestly replied. Just lucky. The man in beast attire smiled and added, Yeah? Good luck. Good luck. Suddenly, the dean pointed at Tepeng Then, asserting that whether by luck or skill, he was the one who killed the Miyu in this hunt. Dang Ah and the man in beast attire patted Tepeng Then on the shoulder, praising and celebrating the outcome. Tiening then was pleased but had other thoughts in his heart. He sensed the dean had guessed something, or at least doubted the whole situation. They said no more. But the dean clearly did not want to stir things up, preferring to let it pass quietly. The dean smiled brightly, feeling somewhat relieved. He silently thanked them. Thanks to you, I have solved a big problem. Finally, I can breathe easy. The three team then were quickly brought back to the battle area, where three dazzling beams of light appeared, bringing the dean and the group back amid everyone's astonished eyes. Not keeping everyone waiting, the dean smiled and announced clearly, the champion of this hunt was Trandrang Tuntung Thin. The declaration hit Mind Teeping like a slap, leaving him stunned. He shouted in disbelief, "No way! Trang Ding, Temping Thin clearly cheated. How could he be champion? I refuse to accept it. How did he kill a 4th-level magical beast?" Hearing such disrespect, the dean immediately grew angry and shouted for silence. "How dare you question the Academy's decision? If you have doubts, come see me in my office. For now." Everyone disperse. Seeing the dean's anger, Min Tung bowed his head and stammered, "Yes, I understand." After receiving the order, Bachin immediately urged everyone to quickly arrange treatment for the injured. The rest dispersed quickly, each returning to their own room. Tong Thien and his group carried an injured girl to the nearby medical tent. Inside, chaos reigned. A doctor was holding a giant syringe, ready to treat a patient. As Tong Thien's group stepped in, they shouted, "We have wounded here. Help us quickly." The doctor hurriedly arranged things to assist. Outside, Yungai approached, held Tong Thien back, and whispered, "Trong Dong Tong Thien, I have been searching for you." Hearing the call, Tong Thien turned around, and they gently asked, "Are your wounds okay?" "It is good to see you are recovering." Hearing the concern, Yungayat shyly replied with gratitude, "I am fine. Thank you all. I heard from fellow disciples that you risked your life to save us inside the secret realm. Thank you for saving me." Tong Thien smiled happily and replied, "No need to thank me. Just clearing up the misunderstanding between us is enough." Hearing this, Yungayat raised her hand, eyes sparkling, cheeks blushing with appreciation. She replied softly, "You are a good person, willing to risk yourself to save others in danger. Truly admirable. I unintentionally offended you before. I hope you can forgive me." She then smiled brightly like a blooming flower and reached out to make acquaintance. "I am a guy." Seeing her friendly gesture, Tong Thien smiled back and shook her hand. "I am Trong Dong Tong Thien." However, before their hands could meet to seal the introduction, a figure suddenly descended from above, separating them. Seeing this person, Yungayat exclaimed in shock, "Master, do not celebrate yet. Your danger is just beginning." Trembling with fear at the master's gaze, she grabbed Yungayat's hand and hurriedly pulled her away. "Follow me. Something big is happening." Suddenly dragged off, Yungayat looked back, sending an apologetic glance to Tong Thien and waved, "Sorry, I have to go first." Tong Thien could only watch. Feeling confused, he sighed with frustration. Another mysterious matter. Why can't anyone just talk straight for once? In the distance, a man in a strange animal outfit appeared. He thought about the girl he carried on his back this morning, who lost all memory after waking up, shaking his head in silent disbelief. Meanwhile, Tong Thien returned to his meditation seat and comforted himself. "Don't be sad. We still have a reward waiting ahead. Let us see what rare item Big Bro will claim. It will definitely be interesting." Speaking of rewards, before he could think further, the door suddenly burst open. Dong Ho appeared, beaming, voice full of excitement. "Aha! Good news! Good news!" Tong Thien saw Dong Ho's excitement but still could not guess the reward. He furrowed his brows and calmly asked, "Big Bro, are you this excited because of the reward? Could it be a beauty?" Didn't expect that offhand comment to hit the mark. Hearing this, Dong Ho shyly covered his mouth and whispered, "You already know." Tong Thien and the man in the animal outfit froze, speechless, before Dong Ho's joyful voice rang out excitedly loud enough to be heard outside the room. The reward was really a beauty. The scene shifted outside the door, but Tong Thien's face remained cold and expressionless, silently closing his eyes, showing no excitement. Seeing this, Dong Ho spread his arms and asked, puzzled, "Fourth brother, are not you happy?" The man in the animal outfit also jumped in, curiously adding, "Yeah, you even have a chance to marry a princess. How can you not be interested?" Tong Thien opened his eyes, turned around, and said firmly, "Who is this princess? I do not even know her. Tell me to marry her. I can't accept that." Hearing this blunt declaration, Dong Ho was stunned, hardly believing his ears. Then he suddenly jumped up with joy and eagerly announced, "The princess is Catch Lan, the only daughter of the current king." Despite Dong Ho's excitement and the man in the animal outfit's happiness, Tong Thien's expression did not change. He coldly glanced at the two, casting a brief shadow over the mood. Dongho's joy quickly faded, and he awkwardly replied, "That is all I know. I heard that since childhood, Princess Catchland has been very mysterious. Only the royal family knows her true identity. No one outside has ever met her." Hearing this, the man in the animal outfit grew suspicious and furrowed his brow, asking, "Hidden so well, could the princess be ugly?" Dongho immediately raised his voice to refute. "Nonsense. Even if she is ugly, she is still a princess. Marrying her means you could inherit a whole kingdom." But Tongtien did not care about Dongho's words. He replied coldly, "Being king does not interest me. Why should others decide my fate?" Saying that, Tongtien stood up and walked straight out the door, leaving behind a dissatisfied remark, "I am going outside for some peace. Marriage and all that is such a hassle." Dongho anxiously watched, quietly asking the person beside him, "Big bro, do you think Tongtien will run away?" The other pondered and replied, "Running away? Not likely. But he definitely heard everything that was said." Hearing this, Dongho tensed up. After a moment of thought, he worried that Tongtien might openly defy the order, which would be a death sentence. Determined to stop him, Dongho forcefully pushed open the door and shouted, "Fourth brother, do not get worked up." But when the door opened, there was only quiet emptiness. The outside air was cool and peaceful. In the distance, atop a small temple, a solitary figure sat calmly in the serene scene. Yungayat nervously asked while eating watermelon, "Teacher, do you think Truong Dong Tongtien will agree to the arranged marriage? Besides, he does not even know I am Princess Catchland." Teacher smiled confidently. "With a princess like you, the Truong Dong family will definitely agree. This is a rare chance for their clan to restore their former glory. As for Tongtien, I can be sure." Hearing this, Yungayat raised an arrogant brow, still chewing watermelon, and said, "If he agrees just for power, I will talk to father to cancel the engagement." The teacher raised his brow and asked, "And if he does not agree?" The girl calmly chewed her watermelon and replied, "If you do not agree, that proves he is truly special. Maybe I will reconsider." The old teacher laughed helplessly at the unpredictable princess. "If you agree, the other party cancels the engagement. If not, they keep thinking it over. Honestly, I do not get today's youth." Saying that, he looked down below and suddenly exclaimed, "Here comes Teepa Thin." Tung Thin was walking up the stairs, sighing as he went, "In my past life, I wandered freely everywhere. Now suddenly, I am betrothed to living with someone else. I really have not gotten used to it." Suddenly, a watermelon rin flew past his face, making him jump. Looking up, Teepeng then saw Yungayat sitting there, holding a slice of watermelon, smiling and inviting, "Classmate Ta, Thin, what a coincidence. Come over and have some watermelon." He looked a little embarrassed, stepped closer, and asked curiously, "Why are you here? Didn't you have somewhere to be?" Yungayat shrugged, replying casually, "Finished my business. Just came here enjoy the view." "Heard you were given in marriage by the king," taking the watermelon slice she offered. Teepa then sighed, feeling discouraged. "How did you know about this?" Yungayat laughed shyly and replied gently, "I get news fast." "Congratulations. You are marrying the princess." Holding the watermelon, Teepeng Thin's expression darkened. He opened up, "What is there to congratulate? I have never even met the princess. Yet suddenly I am betrothed to four." Yungayat was surprised hearing this and tried to comfort him so he would not be too upset. "Hey, why be sad about marrying a princess? You could inherit a whole kingdom someday, something many only dream of." Teeng then shook his head, kept eating watermelon, and spoke frankly, "I do not want to rely on anyone. What I want, I will fight for with my own strength, not by begging favors." After hearing that, Yungayat was stunned and asked seriously to be sure, "You want to cancel the engagement?" Teng Thin calmly ate watermelon, his voice cold but his eyes showed some worry. "I want, but I can. This is the royal family's decision. If I cancel the engagement, my clan will suffer, and it would disrespect Princess Lan. I can hurt innocent people." Yu Angguai looked at the gloomy Teengpi then eating watermelon, and could not help but praise him. "Did not expect you would still think of others. Hearing you speak, I see you have grown up a lot for your age." Teeding then answered slowly, his eyes filled with sadness, "I am still young now. Just want to focus on training. Other things, I will deal with once I am strong enough to negotiate with the royal family." Hearing that, Yungayat tilted her head and teased with a smile, "You look so mature. Nothing like a teenager. Are you sure you are not lying about your age?" The sudden comment startled Teepa then, leaving him awkward. He blushed and hurriedly covered up, "I really am just a kid. While eating watermelon. Just eating watermelon." From afar, the old teacher stood watching the kids, shaking his head and smiling helplessly, as Yungayat's voice echoed through the trees. "Tatung Thin, I find you really interesting." The old teacher took a sip of tea and muttered, "I really can't understand young people's affairs." The scene shifted inside to chaos, screams echoing as Min Ti Tippin, face flushed with anger, forcefully knocked Dia 8 to the ground. His shout reverberated through the room. Where is Trong Duong Tong Thien? Dong Ho writhed, blood trickling from his mouth, but stayed silent. Min Tong bent closer. Face fierce. If you do not talk, you will die first. Trine Men Tong stared intently at Truong Dong Ho kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a faint white mist. Dong Ho gritted his teeth through the pain and said, Trine Men Tu, the arranged marriage is the king's decision. Do you really think killing Tong Thien lets you marry the princess? Hearing this, Trine Men Tong seemed to lose it. Shouting, I am the heir of Ho Van sect. With unmatched strength, Princess Lan can only belong to me. The king was foolish to arrange the marriage for Tong Thien. Trong Deng, A frowned. Warning, Tron Mun, causing chaos in the academy like this, the headmaster won't let you off. But Tren Min, Teeping sneered. My father invited the headmaster and Betch as guests to Ho Vien sect. No one in the academy can save you now. Without hesitation, Tri Ade rushed forward, channeling his power into the mountain where Trengun Min Tipeng stood. A blinding light burst forth, followed by a murky liquid that quickly spread, trapping Tren Min Titeng in place. Seizing the opportunity, Trying Ade tried to escape, but Tren Min Tepeng was not about to let him get away. Summoning a cursed lightning bolt, he charged straight at Trejing DDH, causing him to collapse in pain. At that moment, two of Tren Min Teng's henchmen also rushed in, blocking Toronto DH's path. Despite severe injuries and bleeding all over, Tran Ade refused to give up. He quickly assessed the situation, calculating an escape plan. Suddenly, he lunged, grabbing the neck of one henchman and dragging him off as a hostage. Only by reaching the back mountain could they hope to survive. He thought silently. Run fast. Tron Mintefa bellowed angrily, ordering his men to chase. Donnie let him escape. Meanwhile, in another corner of the academy, Tipeng Thin was talking with Yu Guide. Yu Guide advised to Tuming Thin, do not rush to reject the king's marriage proposal. The princess might be better than you expect. After speaking, she tossed aside a watermelon rind. Acting knowing, Tipeng Thin looked at Yu Guide, eyes filled with doubt. He asked, do you know the princess? Are you from the royal family? Yu Guide smiled softly, her voice light and cheerful, lips curling into a sly grin. You will find out later. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Tianpa Ning confused. He stood watching her retreating figure, silent, quietly sighing. Whether in my past life or now, I still can't understand a woman's heart. Suddenly, a sharp thunderclap brought Tipeng Thin back to reality. Startled, he turned to look into the distance, thinking, I can feel a strong shock from Si Than Lus. Someone is fighting nearby. In a nearby forest, Tri Ade, covered in blood, struggled to resist. His blood stained the claws of Tren Min Tipo, who faced him with a fierce glare. Like a cat toying with its prey, Tron Min Ming kept unleashing power, sneering coldly. Enough playtime. Time to finish you. He leapt forward like a storm toward Trying Dungyech, unable to defend. Tri Ade stood powerless, exhausted beyond resistance. Then suddenly, a wild force surged in, blocking Tren Min Teeping's attack. Tron Munta immediately reacted, clawing back but could only hiss in frustration. Who is there? Tipeng then appeared, rushing beside Troning Ding H and catching his collapsing body. Worried? He asked. Big bro, are you okay? Trong Day gave a faint smile that quickly faded as he coughed up blood, eyes tightly shut. Voice broken. Fourth brother, Tron Mintepam wants to kill me. You have to go find the headmaster. As Trondren He collapsed in Tipin Thin's arms, Tron Min laughed gleefully, his mocking voice ringing out to Tung Thin. You are walking right into my trap. He arrogantly raised his hand to the sky, repeating his words. To Tung Thin. You are walking right into my trap. Ting Thin's eyes darkened, gaze sharp as knives, his tone steady but full of rage. Big bro? No matter how hard things get, he always risks hunting demon cores to bring me back the best. Everything good he has, he gives to me. Gritting his teeth, Tipeng then spoke each word like a sharp blade. Besides my mother, the only one who gives me warmth is Big Bro. His whole body erupted with wild power, raising his bloody hand. Tipeng then growled, this is Big Bro's blood. Blood debts must be paid in blood. A terrifying force burst from him like a final warning. Tipeng then's murderous gaze seemed to burn the space around him. Anyone who dares harm his Big Bro deserves to die. Tong Thien frowned, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Trine Min Dong. He said coldly, you must die today. You, and no one else. Trine Min Tong instinctively took a step back, his expression shifting with fear. He thought, the heir of Hovan sect, the strongest in the academy, is scared by a newcomer's gaze. Gritting his teeth, he tried to hold on to his pride. Come closer and see who dies first. With that, Trine Min Tong launched a cunning attack straight at Tong Thien, his face full of aggressive challenge. You are the strongest in Kai Family Academy. Let me show you there is always someone stronger. The two forces clashed violently, creating a blinding energy curtain with sparks flying everywhere. Trine Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just reached saint level. How could he control his power so finely? Tong Thien was cold and unyielding. He deflected the attack with his sword, quickly circling around and seized the chance to strike a fatal blow. His sword strike was so strong it cut through the nearby tree trunk. Trine Tong clutched his chest, blood flowing freely as shock overwhelmed him. I am injured. How is this possible? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he stubbornly charged again, but Tong Thien easily dodged. Trine Tong grew more panic-stricken. How could he be so effortlessly avoided? He continued his wild assault, but every strike was predicted and dodged by Tong Thien with ease. In a moment of weakness, Tong Thien countered with a slash to his back, spraying blood. Trine Tong staggered, collapsing as he clutched his bloody wound, his face pale, but he still screamed stubbornly. Why? Why can you predict all my moves? Tong Thien glared at him coldly, eyes sharp as blades. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, he said coldly, I have always held back with you. A fierce power erupted from Tong Thien as he pointed his sword at Trine Tong, eyes steady and voice full of deadly intent. But today's different. You dare hurt my brother. I want to forgive you. Die. His words thundered like a storm as Tong Thien swung his sword relentlessly, each strike crashing down on Trine Tong with no openings, releasing all his pent-up rage. Escape was impossible, yet Tong Thien did not stop. Each blow was swift, aiming to end it all. Min Tong stumbled and fell, his body soaked in blood, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Before him stood Tong Thien, cold contempt in his gaze. Heir of Hovan sect, the strongest in Kai Family Academy, yet he could not even withstand a single hit. Ridiculous, Tong Thien sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. Trine Tong trembled, staring at Tong Thien like a ghost. He muttered in broken words, No way. This must be fake. My master said this sword technique takes a month to learn. He mastered it in one day. Impossible. He refused to recall the praises from childhood about his own exceptional talent. Those words had once been his pride, the reason he looked down on his peers as worthless trash. Since childhood, he was used to having everything in his hands, everything belonging to him. I am the heir of Hovan sect, the future king. Everything is mine. Trine Tong ground his teeth, roaring like a madman. He sprang up, pointing at Tong Thien, ordering his guards. Attack together. We have numbers. Are you really afraid of just him? Whoever kills him gets a big reward. The guards charged in unison. Tong Thien glanced at them and clicked his tongue with disdain. Weaklings. Think numbers can make up for lack of skill. He drew his sword, power erupting again, his eyes blazing red. A chilling aura surrounding him. Tong Thien swung his sword, forming an invisible shield. Each precise slash knocked attackers away. No one could reach him. Behind Trine Tong, a roar erupted. In his hands was Truong Dongho, Tong Thien's older brother. Held hostage, he grabbed Truong Dong's head, eyes wild, threatening in a hoarse voice. Tong Thien, do not you care about your big brother? If you do not want him dead, cut off your right hand. Tong Thien's fairy eyes flickered, weighing his next move in this bloody game. Trine Tong stood before him, eyes wide, roaring madly. Hurry up, or I will drag your big brother down with you under this blade. Tong Thien swung his sword powerfully, sharp enough to cut through the surrounding trees. Leaves swirling in the air. Min Tong screamed in horror. What are you doing? Tong Thien did not answer. Moving so fast Min Tong could not react. He was slashed through the right arm, blood gushing out fiercely, staining the ground and splattering onto Min Tong's face. He howled in pain. My arm! Tong Thien's face was cold, his eyes darkening. Without even looking at Min Tong's wound, he casually discarded the injured arm, ignoring Min Tong's painful groans. Tong Thien quickly stepped forward to support the severely wounded Truong Dongho. He hastily helped his brother to stand, eyes filled with determination, but Min Tong, despite the pain, refused to let go. He yelled furiously. Tong Thien, how dare you hurt me? My father won't let this slide. I will make your entire clan pay. Tong Thien stopped, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. His voice was ice cold, each word cutting like a blade. If I kill you, no one will ever know. Min Tong trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He turned and ran, shouting desperately, Help! Don't kill me! Someone! Save me! Just then, a firm voice came from behind the bushes. Who is fighting here at Ha Sun? Don't you respect the rules? A group from Hovan sect rushed over. Min Tong grabbed at the chance, shouting, Master! Save me! Tong Thien's trying to kill me. They quickly helped Min Tong and bandaged his wound. Tong Thien stood there, his gaze growing even colder. He thought to himself, looks like I can kill him quietly today. Without hesitation, Tong Thien slung Truong Duongho over his back and darted away like lightning. In a small cave deep in the green forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the area. After a moment, Truong Duongho slowly opened his eyes and saw Tong Thien. He exclaimed, "Fourth brother, is this the Sam Lam Min realm?" He turned away, tears welling up. Voice choked. "Fourth brother, you are so young, yet you have to die unjustly at the hands of Trine Min Chong. I can rest in peace." Tong Thien chuckled softly and sighed. "Big bro, what are you thinking? We are still alive." But then, Truong Duongho clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with anger. "I must have revenge. I will become a demon." His heart thirsted for Trine Min Tong's life. Tong Thien was speechless and said helplessly, "Big bro, can you not overdo it? I already beat Trine Min Tong until he ran away." Truong Duongho was shocked and exclaimed, "Fourth brother, what did you say? You are alive." But then he pointed to the bloodstains on Tong Thien and hesitated. "What is with this blood?" Tong Thien laughed and replied, "It is just juice from some fruit I found in the forest. When applied, it stops bleeding immediately, but on clothes, it looks just like real blood." Truong Duongho was amazed. "That is amazing," he said as he picked up the fruit and popped it into his mouth to chew. While chewing, he curiously asked, "So how did you make Trine Min Tong run away?" Tong Thien sighed, closing his eyes. Answering deeply, "I crippled Trine Min Tong's arm. I planned to kill him to keep it quiet, but unfortunately the patrolling master showed up and he escaped. Thinking back, I do not know how to handle this sorrow." Hearing this, Truong Duongho panicked so much he spat out the fruit he was chewing. He cried out, "You crippled Trine Min Tong. He is the sole heir of the Ho Van Sectus unique Miu family. They definitely want to let this go." Truong Duongho immediately shouted with worry, waving his hand. "Fourth brother, run now. If the Ho Van Sect catches you, you won't survive." Tong Thien crossed his arms and shook his head calmly. The Ho Van Sect won't spare the Truong family, I can drag everyone down." Truong Duongho gritted his teeth, voice full of concern. "Unfortunately, the dean and elders have all been summoned to Ho Van Sect. No one here at the academy can protect us now." Hearing this, Tong Thien was briefly surprised. He stroked his chin, face full of calculation. "With the dean at Ho Van Sect, maybe we still have a chance. I will take a gamble." At the Ho Van Sect mansion, in the Grand Hall, the sect elders had gathered fully. The dean frowned and asked seriously, "Sect Chief Trine, did you call us here just to drink and have fun?" At the Ho Van Sect mansion, in the Grand Hall, all the elders had gathered. The headmaster frowned, asking seriously, "Sect leader Trine, did you invite us here just to drink and have fun?" Bachin, the deputy headmaster, added, "If there is nothing important, we should return. The academy has a lot of work waiting." Sect leader Trine laughed slyly. "Since you are here, rare chance to gather. Please stay a bit longer. Don't worry, nothing will happen at the academy, and even if it does, it won't concern you." Hearing this, the headmaster and Bachin exchanged suspicious glances. The headmaster asked, "Could Trine Min Tong be plotting against Tong Thien?" Bachin frowned. "They would not dare cause such chaos in the academy. Right?" Sect leader Trine suddenly raised his glass. Voice clear. "Headmaster. Deputy headmaster, thank you for watching over Trine Nai these past years. Tonight, I toast to you." A subordinate rushed in, kneeling before the patriarch, trembling as he reported urgently, "Patriarch. Bad news." The patriarch lifted his head, eyes sharp and cold, voice calm but commanding. "What is the emergency?" The subordinate, shaking but trying to steady himself, reported. Reporting, "Patriarch. Young Patriarch Trengan Min Tepu was crippled by Trontamping Deng Tethevan. At the academy his arm was severed. He is gravely injured. Near death, the headmaster and Bachin also bled because of this." Hearing this, the patriarch's face turned pale, eyes flashing with fury. He asked in a low growl, "What?" The night at the academy was quiet, the air thick with mist, but the silence shattered by Yu Guide's sharp voice. Holding a bun, she spoke worriedly while eating. Taping then severed Trengan Min Tepu's arm. Her master sighed. "Unless we find a 7th rank radiant saint, Tron Min Teta's arm is lost forever." She paused, eyes filled with sorrow. Finding a 7th rank radiant saint in this world is nearly impossible, let alone in this entire kingdom. Yungite could not hide her shock. Murmuring anxiously, "Is there really no other way?" The master continued heavily. "Patriarch Tren has petitioned the emperor to punish Trapang Deng Thin. The emperor is still hesitant." Hearing this, Yungite felt her heart burn. She stood up resolutely. "I must see his majesty and beg for clemency for Tm Thin." The master startled and shouted to stop her. Yungite was told not to be reckless, but she would not listen. She hurriedly explained with a firm gaze. Tipeng then does not hurt others without reason. There is definitely more to this. The master looked at Yu Gai, eyes full of worry. Grasping her hand, she said sternly, whether there is a hidden truth or not does not matter anymore. Do you know how powerful Trengan Min Thebin family is? Ho Van sect is the top sect in the kingdom, while Tradang Temping Then is just a genius from the Lefus Hun clan. Tell me, which side carries more weight? Hearing this, Yungai's eyes welled with tears, her heart torn apart. Could her father really sacrifice Tippa Then? The master sighed with regret. The king must think for the kingdom's benefit, that is the harsh reality. Yungai looked up at the starry night sky, tears streaming down her cheeks. She softly called out Tikdungravdian's name. The next day, at the academy, the king sat on his majestic throne, his face wary. He asked, "It has been a day. Still no sign of Trangting Ding Din Thien, Min Tantas father." Patriarch Tran lost control, shouting, "There is an 80% chance Trantapan Degthatuthathan is hiding in the academy. I urgently request your majesty's approval to search it." The headmaster, hearing this, got angry too. "This academy is not a place for you to cause chaos." Patriarch Tran stubbornly insisted in anger, "I have ordered an investigation everywhere." Not long. Intelligence showed Trapan Dika to be approaching the academy. How do you explain this? The sudden question stunned both the headmaster and Bitches. Sweat poured down their faces, with Trantanjabidia having come to the academy. Bushin stammered, unable to answer. Seeing neither the headmaster nor Bushin respond, Patriarch Tran clasped his hands and shouted, pleading with the king to allow him to enter the academy to capture him before Traptapan Dieng Bai and his son escaped. Just then, a deep voice boomed from outside. "No need for the Patriarch's efforts. I have already brought Tipan Thien back." All eyes turned to the door where two figures appeared. Trong Den Bet and beside him Tipan Thien. Shackled tightly, Tri Ibi stepped forward, bowed to the king, and said, "I failed in my duties as warden, allowing Teving Thien to commit a grave offense. I beg your majesty's forgiveness." Patriarch Tran's face darkened. He suspected this was a ploy by Trondregern Dumi to reduce his son's guilt. He sneered. "A performance. You just want clemency for Trutututututun Tempen Thien. Do not." Suddenly, Trong Deng B knelt down, crying and grabbing Patriarch Tran's hand. "Patriarch Tran, Tipeng Thien committed a serious offense and should be punished. I will take him to Ho Vien sect for judgment." Surprised by Trumming Degging BS sudden cling, Patriarch Tren shouted angrily, "Let go, do not touch me." At that moment, shackled and standing beside them, Tieng Thien suddenly spoke up. "If one person acts, one person takes the blame. I am the one who cut your son's arm. Aim at me, do not drag the Trutampadang family into this." Hearing this, the king coldly told clan leader Tron, "If Lord Dropping Dieng has sacrificed family ties for the greater good, then you should also uphold the dignity of a clan leader." Tron, furious with a fierce glare, thought to himself, "No matter what schemes you have, if you dare come to Ho Vien clan, you are courting death." Finally, he turned to the king and replied, "Very well. I will deal with Trengting Dig Ding Thien alone." Without involving the Trapping Din clan, he ordered sternly, "Where are the men? Escort Tram Degeng Tipavan Thien to the mountain prison." The subordinates immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, Bush En could not hold back his tension, clenching his hands until his veins bulged. The director standing nearby noticed the change and reassured him. "But, sit there. Calm down. Don't rush, let us see how things unfold." Then he quietly said to Buch En with confidence, "Maybe Tuving Then will surprise us all." An hour earlier, at the mountain cave, Tipeng Thison's father rushed over after hearing his son was in danger. Upon arrival, Head Hai hurried up to ask, "Where is my son? I heard the news and came as fast as I could. Are you hurt?" Tipeng Then was surprised that his father did not scold him, but only showed concern. He replied in a low voice, "Father, you do not blame me. I have caused trouble." Contrary to Ting Thin's fears, his father did not scold him but sighed and took the blame upon himself. "If anyone's to blame, it is me for not protecting you well enough. You punished the bad guys but now face retaliation. I can't let you keep risking your life. I have arranged everything. You must leave the Love of Semim kingdom immediately and go far away to avoid danger." Hearing this, Tummy then shook his head firmly. "Father, I can't leave. Ho Vun clan will never spare the Trum Digong family. I won't let my clan suffer because of me." Hearing this, Tri Abde was both moved and joyful. He had not expected his son to mature and think about the family. He choked up. "Good son. You have learned to think of the family." Teng then glanced at his father, smirking. "Father, I only worry about mother, not the family." Then he turned and walked away, his face playful but voice serious. "I have a plan. We are about to play a big game." That afternoon, Tronus men quickly escorted Tipan Thin to the deep mountain prison. Teeping then looked around with a clearly bored expression. He smirked. Isn't this the path that leads behind your mountain? The guard beside him froze, eyes flashing with surprise. Ahead was Min Teep, a man covered in bandages, his injuries making his fierce face even more terrifying. Min Tebben clenched his teeth and shouted, Trao Ding, Teepa then, how dare you cripple my arm? Today I will take your life to pay for it. Teepung then stood still, coldly staring at his enemy, a sly smile playing on his lips. He smiled softly and said, The moment has finally come. I have been waiting for this for a long time. When he revealed his plan, Trong Dung Bi was stunned, shocked to hear his son wanted to enter the dangerous Ho Vien Ting territory willingly. He blurted out, What did you say? Surrender yourself to Ho Vien Ting. Are you crazy? But Tianeng then spoke calmly after careful calculation. Let me explain. I have learned that both the king and the headmaster are at Ho Vien Ting. With them there, Ho Vung Wan Ti dare to go too far. This is my chance to act. He paused briefly, then continued. Tron Munhung is a sworn enemy. He definitely wants revenge. If I show up first, he Wan Ti missed this chance. This is when I can settle everything. Still, Tron Bi was uneasy. He sighed deeply, worry lacing his voice. But in Ho Vien Tung's territory, is not this way too risky? Tumpeng then grew serious, his eyes sharp. If I do not step up, our clan will face even greater danger. Not just me, but many innocent people will suffer. I have to take this risk to protect everyone. With that, he raised his strong arm and punched a nearby tree so hard it shook. Trong Di was amazed at his son's strength. He muttered, Since when did this kid get this strong? Teepung then spoke sternly. Father, with my current power, as long as I do not face an elder-level master, no one in Ho Vien can stop me. Trom Ding Bi looked at him, amazed and proud. He nodded and sighed in relief. All right, this time I trust you. The fateful battle began when Tungthevin appeared before Min Teepo. The latter immediately recalled their deep grudge and his severed arm. Min Tepa's face twisted with rage as he shouted, Kill him for me. Min Tipping's henchmen charged at Tungthevin all at once. He just smiled coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. Relying on the likes of you. With that, Tungthevin broke free from his chains with sheer strength, then dashed straight at Mun Teepen, eyes blazing with deadly intent. The one who must die today is someone else. Meanwhile, the king asked Trengen Tingche indifferently about the plan to punish Tepen Thin. How is it going? The truth behind Tron Min Tepen's injury is still unclear. Dundee used this as a chance for personal revenge. Those words rang out like a warning, making the room tense. Trong He clasped his hands respectfully to the king. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly and handle this fairly, giving everyone a satisfactory explanation. Just then, one of At High's men rushed in, panic on his face, shouting as he ran, Master, something bad's happened. Tren Tungte was startled and immediately asked, What happened? The henchman gasped out, Trong Deng, Tekking Dithing threatened the young master and escaped the clan. Hearing this, the headmaster froze, stammering, This is a disaster. Tren Tungche stood silent for a few seconds, his mouth agape, trembling and speechless. After regaining composure, he urgently asked, What exactly happened? The henchman quickly recounted, Just now, the young master led us to kill Trepen Dung Tututhin. But unexpectedly, he counterattacked. He pressed a sword to the young master's neck, threatening that if he did not want to die, he had to help him escape the clan. After getting out, Trong Ding, Tekking then humiliated the young master with a beating, then swaggered off. Before leaving, he just sneered that killing you all would only dirty his hands, and the henchman dared not stop him. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Tron Tudeng, chess plan to kill Trilton Deng to Tempathin, was exposed, and accusations rang out everywhere. Tron Tunhich, how dare you let your son kill Trom Digna Didin within? This is outrageous. Hovening truly has no morals. The king also grew angry, coldly saying, Tron Tunhich, is this what you call fair justice? Knowing he was exposed, Tron Tunhi fell silent, unable to explain, and turned to scold his henchmen as useless trash. At that moment, Trong Duongbe stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and said to the king, Your Majesty, if Tong Thien has escaped, I will immediately go capture him. Please do not blame the Truong Duong family. The king pondered for a moment, then declared, The head of the Truong Duong family acted for the greater good, willing to sacrifice family ties. This attitude is commendable. This matter does not concern the Truong Duong family. No one is to blame them. Hearing this, Truong Duongbe smiled inwardly. It felt like a great victory was secured. The king then ordered a nationwide manhunt for Truong Duong Tong Thien, branding him a fugitive who fled out of fear of punishment. The three below responded in unison. Understood, sir. 5 days later, in a border kingdom near Bachvan City, bustling activity filled the air as people hurriedly packed goods. Today, The merchant caravan would officially set out. Leaving the kingdom, a young man approached, holding a piece of paper, and said, "Uncle, I am the guard sent by the Dongbin Guild." The man took the paper, glanced over it, then nodded. "Young brother, you look quite young. What is your name?" The young man smirked with cold eyes. Kim Tran, but in truth, he was Tong Thien. Meanwhile, at the border kingdom's palace, an emergency meeting was underway. The king sat on his throne, surrounded by ministers debating fiercely. A court official stood, clasped hands respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty, the Hovan sect has submitted an urgent petition, requesting Princess Kachlan be betrothed to Trine Min Tong." Hearing this, the king immediately frowned and firmly opposed. Princess Kachlan is currently traveling outside. The betrothal is postponed indefinitely. The court suddenly buzzed with whispers. Ministers curious. "Your Majesty, has Princess Kachlan really left? Why is the betrothal suddenly delayed? Is there some hidden reason?" The king stood abruptly, slammed the table, his voice authoritative. The betrothal of the princess to Truong Duong Tong Thien was, because of his extraordinary talent, to save the kingdom in the future. But now that Truong Duong Tong Thien is missing, who else in this kingdom is worthy of Princess Kachlan? Trine Min Tu? No minister dared speak, partly out of fear, partly due to no good solution. Finally, a proposal was made to appease the Hovan sect, to compensate them with a large amount of gold and silver. "Leave the betrothal for now." The king pondered briefly, then waved his hand, dismissed the meeting. That is all for today. He left, leaving the palace filled with ongoing whispers. Outside, Yoon Gayet's master had been waiting for a long time. When the king stepped out, she respectfully clasped her hands. "Has everything been arranged?" "Yoon Gayet has already set off and will leave the kingdom in a few days." The master hesitated, then asked, "Do you really not plan to tell Yoon Gayet about the kingdom's current troubles?" The king sighed deeply, his face heavy with sorrow. "I entrust Yoon Gayet's care to you. If the kingdom's doom is unavoidable, then it is enough that I am buried with it. From now on, I entrust Yoon Gayet to you. Please take care of her for me." Hearing this, the old woman knelt down, clasped her hands, and vowed loyalty to King Nugo. King pointed skyward, his voice solemn yet thoughtful. "If you are loyal, it is not to me but to this nation." The old woman was surprised by the change in the king's words and attitude. She silently stared at him, eyes distant, pondering whether the kingdom really faced doom at the border. Tong Thien stood silently, gazing at the fiery sunset beyond the city gate, his eyes distant, long deeply thought. It was almost time to leave the border kingdom. His father had sent word saying the family had severed ties with him, so he could leave without worry. He involuntarily sighed, the current situation reminding him of his wild days roaming the martial world. Back then, he faced danger alone, overcoming countless challenges in mountains and rivers. Suddenly, peace was shattered. A group of strangers appeared from afar, shouting, "Get lost!" The pack of beasts, controlled by a man, charged in, scattering villagers, livestock, and knocking over many goods on the road. A nearby merchant panicked when a large crate fell from above. He shouted, "Huh!" But just as danger approached, Tong Thien quickly pulled the man out of the crate's path, saving his life. The merchant breathed a sigh of relief and turned to thank him. "Thank you, Brother Kim Tran." Tong Thien smiled calmly. "I am a guard protecting the caravan. This is my duty." Soon after, a group of soldiers appeared before a wall. They took out a paper and pasted it on the wall. When Tong Thien's eyes landed on the paper, he instinctively widened them in shock. It showed his own image alongside a wanted poster with a hefty reward for anyone who captures Tong Thien. The soldiers shouted loudly, "Big reward in gold for anyone who catches Truong Dong Tong Thien. Even a tip will earn you a generous prize." Tong Thien stared silently at the wanted poster, annoyed as he thought, "No wonder the Hovan sect is the kingdom's top clan. Even though my horse runs full speed, they are still just a step behind me." After a moment's thought, Tong Thien pulled his hood lower to hide his face. With a bounty on his head, if he did not disguise himself well, he would surely be caught. Passing through the city gate, he tried to keep a calm demeanor, but the quiet presence of a cloaked young man made the guard suspicious. The guard signaled to stop him and said, "Take off your hat." Tong Thien did not respond. Standing still, the guard immediately shouted, "There is someone suspicious here." Hearing this, a sharp and dangerous glint flashed in Tong Thien's eyes. Suddenly, a group appeared from all sides. Surrounding him, he lowered his head further, clenched his fists tightly, releasing a sharp aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. Just then, a voice called out, stopping the group. They were all familiar faces. From afar, a rugged-looking man stepped forward. It was Tiu Dao, speaking with a tone both serious and gentle. He broke through the crowd. "Duck Big Bro. Do you know this guy?" the guard asked. Without hesitation, Tiu Dao patted Tong Thien's shoulder and said, "This is my brother-in-law. He wants to come out and experience the world. He is no criminal." To be more convincing, Tiu Dao cleverly added, "He had smallpox before. His face was covered in ugly scars, which is why he is hiding like this." The guard looked surprised. "Really? Sounds half believable." Tiu Dao slipped a small stack of money into his hand and said softly, "You know me. I am a cautious guy. How could I hide a fugitive?" Seeing the money, the guard's expression brightened and he laughed. "All right, you two go on." Tiu Dao got on the horse carriage with Tong Thien and left. Before they were far, he turned back and said, "When I return, I will invite Captain Lam and the brothers for a drink." On the carriage, Tong Thien kept looking at the guard with a thoughtful gaze. Seeing this, Tiu Dao smiled wryly. "Don't worry. They won't chase after us. The trading guild people do not dare snitch either, since they only answer to me." Tong Thien pondered for a moment, then asked, "Why did you help me? If you handed me over, you would get a big reward." Tiu Dao answered slowly, his eyes calm but sharp. "If you were bad, I would definitely turn you in for the money. But you are a good guy." Tong Thien stared at Tiu Dao's back and slowly asked, "Why do you believe I am good?" Tiu Dao smiled slightly, not turning back as he replied, "I have been trading for years. I can tell good from bad. Also," he paused, recalling something, then added softly, "Besides, did not you save my life? To me, that makes you a good person." Hearing this, Tong Thien smiled, took off his hood and cloak, and said to Tiu Dao, "All right, then no one owes anyone anything. Farewell for now. If fate allows, we will meet again." Just as he finished speaking and turned to leave, Tiu Dao suddenly grabbed the edge of his cloak and shouted, "Who said you could leave?" Tong Thien turned back, surprised. "What?" Tiu Dao looked at him seriously, pointing to a paper in his hand. "You are now a hired guard for my trading guild. I paid to hire you, so you have to escort us safely to the Feng Lam Kingdom." Tong Thien laughed, stroked his chin, and looked up at the sky. "Oh yeah, almost forgot about that." He shrugged and casually lay down on the carriage, saying, "Well then, let us continue escorting you." Tiu Dao smiled happily and replied, "Good. Brother Tran, we are counting on you for safety all the way." At the trading guild's barracks, Tiu Dao began introducing Tong Thien. "This is our barracks, where all the guilds gather. Staying close like this makes us safer." Tong Thien looked around and nodded. "Quite a crowd here." Tiu Dao continued, "Right, not just the guild, but adventurers and soldiers from everywhere are here too." He pointed to a corner across. "That is where our guild usually stays." In another area near a small hill, a cloaked figure was meditating on the ground. All eyes were drawn to him. Someone dressed like Tiu Dao whispered, "Stay back a little." Tiu Dao patted him on the shoulder, chuckling softly, "It is we are all in the same barracks. As long as we stay safe, that is what matters." Tong Thien passed by, glanced at the meditating man, then turned back to Xiao Dao. "Out here on the edge like this, if trouble breaks out, we will be the first to get hurt." Xiao Dao forced a smile and sighed. "I know, but there is no choice. With so few of us, we are only fit to guard the outskirts." Xiao Dao sighed deeply, stroking his chin thoughtfully. All he could do was hope nothing happened tonight. "Every time we are in this camp, I lose sleep worrying." Night had fallen, the full moon shining brightly over the forest. Inside a small hut, Xiao Dao was fast asleep, completely oblivious to the world. Suddenly, Tong Thien jumped up, grimacing at the unbearable stench coming from Xiao Dao's feet. He snapped angrily, "Who said you would lose sleep over this?" Suddenly, strange noises echoed from the forest. Nearby guards spun around, but before they could react, 3 arrows shot through the air like lightning. In an instant, 2 guards fell. The last arrow aimed straight at the guard in the center. Tong Thien closed his eyes, focusing on the energy flowing through his body. Just as the arrow neared, he swung his arm sharply, sending the arrow flying thousands of feet away. Without hesitation, Tong Thien shouted, "Everyone, get up! Enemy attack!" From the shadows, a bandit suddenly charged forward. Tong Thien yelled and drew his sword, facing off against the attacker. The clashing blades flashed brilliantly. Xiao Dao woke with a start, seeing the chaos, and called out, "Enemy ambush! Get ready! Everyone!" Tong Thien frowned, thinking, "This guy's strong? Definitely a mid-level Saint Master, way above." Without hesitation, Xiao Dao drew a short sword and shouted, "Watch out, we are under attack." Suddenly, from afar, a rag band of bandits wielding axes and hammers roared, "The Thong Mung strong bandits have arrived. You are all dead?" The camp soldiers panicked. One shouted nervously, "This is not good. It is the Thungameng strong thieves." A bandit hurled a large axe towards Xiao Dao, who nimbly dodged. Meanwhile, Tong Thien was still locked in fierce combat above, shouting, "In ik, Lead the retreat. I will hold them off. Hearing this, Cao Dao immediately organized the retreat. Everyone, move quickly. Hurry or it will be too late. The bandit swung his blade at Tong Thian, yelling, "You want to escape the Thengan Mengang strong thieves? Dream on," sneered mockingly, eyes full of scorn. In this dangerous moment, Tong Thian reacted lightning fast, shouting, "Zishan sword technique." In an instant, he leapt high, dodging the bandit's deadly strike and gliding away lightly with cloud step. Tong Thian left his opponent staring in astonishment. He thought, this guy's only a mid-level Saint Master. How did he dodge my strike? Gripping his sword tightly, he advanced coldly. Any weakness, the sword flashed, slicing across the bandit's body. The bandit gasped in shock, amazed at the speed of the strike, unwilling to yield. He flipped through the air and landed safely with practiced skill. Tong Thian observed carefully, guessing the bandit's power was wind elemental. Surprisingly, even my fastest strike did not injure him. The bandit's anger boiled. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Tong Thian, shouting, "What was that sword move just now? A Saint Master that fast?" Tong Thian sneered. "Surprised you think my sword can be faster?" The bandit's face flushed red with rage as he yelled, "You would dare say it can get even faster?" Tong Thian chuckled coldly, "Watch and see." But suddenly, under the pressure, the bandit turned and fled in panic. Tong Thian smiled triumphantly and teased, "Running away like that or not you embarrassed?" The bandit's shame turned to anger. He spun around yelling, "Bastard! I will chop you to pieces." Gathering all his strength, he unleashed his ultimate move, Holy Weapon Condensation. Sensing the danger, Tong Thian hurriedly moved back. He eyed the bandit cautiously, thinking, "This is the strongest enemy since I came to this world. Better to retreat." Running past the soldiers, Tong Thian wondered where Big Bro Inga Zeka had gone. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a figure in the distance. The man who had been meditating earlier was now bent down, sneaking into someone else's pocket. Tong Thian narrowed his eyes, spotting a sizable pouch of money. He rushed over, grabbed it, and shouted, "So you are the thief." Looking closer, he was shocked to see it was a blonde-haired girl with icy blue eyes. Tong Thian asked in surprise, "A woman?" The girl pushed his hand away and shouted, "Let go. Who told you to call me a woman? I am a—" Before he could gather himself, Tong Thian heard a scream from afar. The bandit was closing in, shouting, "Kid, let us see where you run." He swung his sword down, cracking the ground with a terrifying fissure, then charged toward the man in the cloak. "Hey, I am just passing through. No need to fight. Let me go." The bandit growled, brushing off the plea. "No one leaves here alive today." The man in the cloak frowned, gripping his massive sword tightly. Annoyed, "What rotten luck. Always running into maniacs." Then he clenched his teeth coldly. "You brought this on yourselves." Suddenly, from above, Mok Van swooped down like a lightning strike, his voice full of challenge. "Take this." The bandit laughed arrogantly upon hearing this. Another soul to claim. Interesting. Mok Van immediately swung his sword to block the blow. Mok Van struggled to fend off the deadly strike the bandit just unleashed. His opponent's strength was clearly overwhelming, making it extremely difficult. The bandit gave him no moment to rest, swinging his blade again with a razor-sharp edge aimed straight at him. The fierce attack made Mok Van think silently. Middle-level Saint Masters really can't be underestimated. On the other side, the bandit laughed arrogantly, moving like a whirlwind. "Then I will finish you right now." The battle instantly turned chaotic. As his blade came down again, Mok Van quickly raised his giant sword to block. The clash of metal rang sharply, but it was clear he was completely outmatched. From afar, a loud shout cut through the tense air. Tong Thian called out, "Let us team up to deal with him." Mok Van gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, then replied coldly, "Who needs to team up with you? Get lost." Hearing their exchange, the bandit only grew more amused. He laughed loudly. "Both of you come at me. I am not scared." Tong Thian quickly approached, his tone urgent. "If we do not take him down, neither of us makes it out today. Team up now." Mok Van sneered, finally speaking reluctantly. "If you are begging, I will agree for now." But just then, from another direction, Tiu Dao came running, shouting loudly, "Sword Brother Tran, save us!" Hearing the cry for help, Tong Thian did not hesitate and ran toward the sound. While running, he looked back and ordered Mok Van, "Hold him off. I will be back soon." Watching Tong Thian turn his back and leave without explanation, Mok Van boiled with rage, cursing under his breath. That bastard used teaming up as an excuse to run. Sensing the shift, the bandit sneered, realizing his chance had come, and lunged forward like an arrow, a cruel smile on his lips. "Don't worry. After I kill you, I will deal with him to ease your anger." Suddenly, Mok Van's eyes changed completely cold and resolute like never before. He gave a bitter laugh. "I did not want to reveal my true strength, but you left me no choice." Then, Mokvan decisively shed his red cloak. Beneath it appeared a proud and imposing young man. His hand still gripped the giant sword tightly. With a sharp movement, he soared into the air. Light from his sword blazed brightly like a small sun. Aiming the strike, his shout thundered like rolling thunder. In an instant, Mokvan's sword slammed into the ground, unleashing a blinding light that lit up the whole forest corner. From beneath the earth, mysterious rays of power suddenly surged up, quickly enveloping the bandit, who was horrified. What is this? Immediately, a burst of power exploded from surrounding rocks. Before the bandit could react, a massive energy blast shot straight at him, intent on crushing him on the spot. Mokvan smirked slightly, laughing disdainfully. You think you can kill me? Pathetic. Yet through the smoke, the bandit appeared unharmed, shrugging and smiling sarcastically. Surprised you still have some pride after that blow. He stepped forward, his tone cold and mocking. You know how to use combat skills. But sadly, your power is not enough. If you were a saint master, I would not still be here. But since you are showing off your skills, I will spare your life. Mokvan showed no fear, instead provoking with a rude finger gesture and a smirk. Keep dreaming. Mokvan's words and actions set the bandit off. Losing all control, he screamed wildly. Fine. Then I will cut off your leg. As the next strike from Net Dao came rushing in, Messivan seemed unprepared, only able to widen his eyes as if he already knew his fate. But just then, Ting then appeared in time, the clash ringing out as he blocked the fierce blow from the Emdadriften fighter. Seeing Tiem then, Messivan could not hide his anger. Weren't you trying to run away? Why come back now? Taiyu Ao stood beside him, quickly explaining, Nonsense. Diptron brothers returned to help us. Tutuming then, eyes cold and resolute, said firmly, I said we would fight him together. I won't back down. Leave the rest to me. Your part is done. Without hesitation, Tung Thin charged into battle, delivering a powerful strike that threw the Menziting off balance. The fighter glared at Tepping Thin with fury, thinking, this brat's strong? I can't hold back anymore. He shouted, I will tear you both apart. The Mdeta's battle technique exploded instantly, turning the area into chaos as a massive force surged toward Messivan and Tampig Thin, even holding a huge sword. Messivan could not hide his worry. Meanwhile, Tipung Thin stood firm, fully in control. Every surge of power rushing at him was absorbed without a trace. When the moment was right, Tipung Thin launched a counterattack. A giant whirlwind formed from his energy smashed into the Mintung's fierce energy. At that moment, Messivan could only watch in awe and respect, but just when it seemed the fight was over, thousands of new energy beams suddenly shot toward them. Without hesitation, Ting then shielded Messivan with his back. The energy strikes pierced him, blood gushing out like red syrup. Despite the pain, Tipung then stood strong, his eyes firm, determined not to let the Mdepeng hurt his comrade. Shocked, Messivan shouted, You. The young man clenched his fists, cold energy radiating from him, freezing the surrounding air. He opened his eyes slightly, cold gaze sharpening each word. It is, across from him. Duvan Blay collapsed, a huge hole visible on his body, blood flowing nonstop. He trembled, muttering, that last hit was terrifying. With that, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Breath weak, the young man sighed, looking at Duvan B. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Luckily, it worked, but then his body suddenly froze, bright red blood spouting from his mouth. Seeing this, Messivan panicked and rushed over to support him. Worry etched across his face. Are you okay? She quickly checked his pulse, frowning as she scolded. You forced the upgrade to strike, then endured multiple wind attacks. Both internal and external injuries are serious. If you do not stop, you will die. What kind of hero takes such risks? The young man just chuckled and replied lightly, If I did not risk it, I would be dead for sure. Then he asked with some curiosity, Why did you save me just now? I already said, leave the rest to me, of course, including protecting me. The answer made him laugh, but then he lightly tapped Mutzi Vienan's chest. You are really chatty. You do not even look hurt. Kijim Tron. Messivan just smiled, touching his face. I'm serious. At that moment, Duvan B's subordinates turned back, seeing him collapsed on the ground. They panicked and shouted, Boss is done for. The big brother is dead. In that situation, one of them could not help but cry out, No way. Kim Tron saw this. His face darkened as he thought, so he was their boss. No wonder he was so formidable. Suddenly, a twisted smile crept across his lips. Then he burst into loud, mad laughter. Your boss is dead because of me. Next, it is all of you. Hearing this, the subordinates panicked terribly and scrambled to flee. One life matters more. The boss is dead. We can win. Run. watching them flee. Everyone around breathed a sigh of relief. They are gone. Thank goodness we can live on. But from behind came a deep voice of an elder. Everyone. Though we repelled the thugs, this was just a small group. Most of the Thang Ming gang's forces have not arrived yet. With a tense expression, he continued, to avoid their revenge, we must leave quickly and travel through the night to reach the Feng Kingdom. Hearing this, everyone agreed silently. No one dared to object. Right? Let us. I do not want to stay here another moment. Then he turned to Massive Vane and said, I have to follow them to the Feng Lam Kingdom. What about you? Mokvan just secretly buried some gold. Sitting there chuckling. Perfect timing. I was headed there too. Let us go together. Hearing this, he asked with surprise and a hint of worry. You have combat skills. But if you stay here and get seen, you might get bullied. Are you sure you want to come along? Mokvan stood up, brushed dust off his clothes. And as he turned to leave, he laughed. No worries. Who is scared? Not me. Suddenly, Mokvan turned back and held his hand out in front of him. Right? Hearing that, he was stunned. At that moment, he raised his hand to his chin, looking thoughtful and serious. Then suddenly understood. He grabbed Mokvan's hand and smiled. I am Keed. Nice to meet you. Seeing that, Mokvan annoyedly brushed his hand away. Like I would want to shake your hand. If it were not for you, my jacket would not be torn. You owe me for that. He froze, unsure how to respond. Seeing his confused look, Mokvan suspiciously pointed a finger. You are not trying to dodge that debt, are you? He quickly smiled warmly. No way. I will pay up, but I gotta know your name first. Mokvan sighed and offered his hand. Remember this. I am Mok. The sun had risen high by now, and their group had traveled quite a distance. While he was training, Mokvan sat nearby watching and marveled. Your training method is really unique. He just smiled and replied, it is a family secret, not shared outside. When the group passed a large notice board, he suddenly exclaimed, the Feng Lam Kingdom really knows how to use soldiers. There are so many bounty posters. Mokvan's eyes lit up like he would spotted money. The people on those wanted posters must be valuable targets. He could not help but feel amazed. As his gaze swept over the photos on the board, he suddenly recognized a familiar face, the lone old demon he once knew. By then, his group had entered the capital gate, and noticing his strange expression, someone asked, what has got you so stunned? He looked shocked and pointed at one photo on the wall, asking, do you know who this is? The other leaned back casually on the cart and said, of course. That is the lone old demon. Is not. Hearing that, his eyes momentarily glazed over. He muttered, that really is him. Suddenly, he lost control and lunged to grab the other's shirt, urgently asking, where is he? The other frowned, annoyed, pushing him away. Why the rough hands? We are all men here. Keep some dignity. If I knew where the lone old demon was, I would have handed over clues for the bounty already. Saying this, he smirked teasingly and asked him, you are tempted by that huge reward. My advice. Forget it. Our strength is worlds apart from his. He calmed down but kept his voice cold. What do you know about him? The other chuckled excitedly. One intel. Show me the money first. He reluctantly pulled out a pouch of coins, looking fed up. Is this enough? Spill it. Got your cash? The other said happily. The lone old demon is a famous powerhouse. He appeared over a decade ago in the Feng Lam Kingdom. Mysterious and extremely violent, loved killing. Soon after, he became the kingdom's #1 wanted man. Hearing this, he thought silently. A decade ago that matches when I time traveled. Did he and I time travel together? But why does he still look the same while I became a child? The other went on. Then suddenly he vanished without a trace. All info about him is top secret. Only mercenary groups can access it, but the bounty remains. So he must still be alive? He frowned, puzzled. Top secret. Only mercenaries can find him. The other shook his head expressionless. Not all mercenaries. Only high-ranking ones get access to that info. Curious? He asked. So if I want to see files on the lone old demon, I have to become a top mercenary. The other thought a moment then nodded. Yeah, that is right. One more thing, I heard the lone old demon's always looking for someone named Keen Sam. The answer made him thoughtful. His gaze deep as if calculating something. His mind raced with thoughts. Kimtran, lone old demon. They are after me. Could the secret of time travel be tied to him? If I can find out, I might get a chance to return to my original time. After traveling some distance, the group finally reached their destination. Everyone chose their own path, and they had to part ways here. Swordtran clasped his hands and said seriously, Brother Mokvan, I am leading the merchant team to the trade fair. This is where we part ways. If fate allows, we will meet again. Hearing this, he nodded with a smile. Big brother Guduk. Hope to see you again. Then he turned to Mok Van. We should get going too. Bye-bye. Mok Van showed a worried expression. Done T go. I need you. But he immediately shrugged him off with a cold look. If you want me to work, you gotta pay. Got any money left? He smiled confidently. None left. But I know where the big bounty is. Upon hearing this, Mok Van's eyes lit up, though full of doubt. Huh? What is this big bounty? Without another word, he led him to a shabby little tavern tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. As soon as they stepped inside, the atmosphere turned heavy. All the fierce eyes inside turned to look at them. Mok Van frowned slightly and whispered, Isn't this your first time in Feng Lam Kingdom? How do you know this place? I heard around, he answered calmly. This is where the city's outlaws gather. The favorite hangout of the worst kind. He pointed to an empty table and said, You sit. Have a drink to clear your head. I will be right back. Mok Van looked displeased but sat down and called to the owner. Give me a drink, something to prepare. The owner replied. Meanwhile, he walked to another corner where two men were laughing loudly, one with a shaved head, the other with scruffy beard. Both looked like trouble. He strode up and said clearly, Reward posted, 100 gold. 150 gold. The shaved head frowned irritably. Kid, who are you? What do you want from us? The bearded man was hotter-tempered, banging the table and shouting, Before I lose my temper, get out of my sight. He just smiled coldly, eyes sharp as a blade. What do you want to do? Try me? Then he stepped closer and said, You guys are the big bounty I am after. The tavern's tension rose. Mok Van sat quietly drinking in a corner, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly a loud shout made him turn. The two men had been taken down, one unconscious over his shoulder, the other grabbed firmly. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, he threw them onto his seat, then pointed at the crowd and said coldly, The reward's on the city wall. I only found these two enough for the bounty. His face was sly, then added sharply, If not enough, you know what to do. Those words sent shivers through the crowd. Some stammered in fear. No way. Then everyone panicked and scrambled to run. One shouted loudly, I do not want the reward. Spare me. I will be good from now on. Mok Van smirked faintly, raised a finger to the tavern owner. Another glass of wine. Gotta calm down first. The owner stammered in fear. Sure, drink it all. Mok Van said seriously. Complete senior mercenary missions. Accumulate enough merit to level up. Hearing this, Sword Tren asked, What if we want to earn merit faster? Mok Van did not hesitate. Going to Demon Beast Mountain is a good choice. Lots of quests there. And it is where lone old beasts appear. He slammed his cup down excitedly. All right, let us. In note, they reached a high cliff with an unusually quiet surrounding. Sword Tren looked into the distance and said, This is the Demon Beast Mountain range, truly majestic. Mok Van stood expressionless. Replied calmly, Nothing strange here. Seeing it often makes it normal. Then cautiously added, Let me be clear. I only guide and provide intel. You hunt the beasts yourself. If you want my help, pay up. Hearing this, Sword Tren sighed helplessly. No problem. I just need someone who knows these beasts to guide me. He unfolded a map and began explaining. This mission's target is the highest value beast here, the golden silver-line phantom. But this species is extremely rare. No need to take risks. Sword Tren calmly said, I am here to complete the mission, not to find a death trap. They continued to discuss the plan, preparing to go deeper into Demon Beast Mountain. Ma said, I nominate you for this mission. Kill the phantom offspring. It is tough, but the reward's generous, and the merit high. Hearing this, he responded relaxedly. Good. Hearing a pro like you recommend it. It can be wrong. He laughed loudly. I can keep quiet about it. Of course. Trust me. The two of them talked as they walked into a dense forest. Mesiven pointed ahead, explaining, This is where falling illusions often appear. They can hide. Almost transparent. To spot. You need a special method. Want to know how? He nodded curiously and asked, Yeah? So what is the method? He laughed and replied, This method costs way more than the standard rate. You actually want me to take this job just to make some extra cash, right? He chuckled. Who would not want a business opportunity like this? Suddenly, Mesiven noticed something suspicious behind them. Quick as lightning, he raised his sword defensively. Seeing this, the young man startled and asked, What is that? Kim Trun swung his sword, pulling a falling illusion bat from the air. The young man gasped in amazement. How did you do that? Holding the bat on the sword, Kim Trun grinned slyly. Want to know? But it is above the rate. Annoyed, the young man turned and walked away. I am not interested anymore. Kim Trun stood beside the young man, laughing loudly as he twirled his sword teasingly. Seeing this, the young man pouted and sat down, shouting, If you know how to hunt falling illusions, then just finish the job already. I do not have the patience to wait around. Don't waste my time. Kim Trun quickly walked off, watching him go, mumbling to himself, thinking how unique Kim Tron's technique really is. But he seemed so concerned about that lonely old beast. Could there be some connection between them? A thought flashed through his mind. Could Kim Tron be the son of that lonely old beast? Impossible. He shuddered as he watched the hunt. So everything has a reason. No wonder he stubbornly wanted to reach the Demon Beast mountain range. It was to find his father. Noticing something off about the young man, Kim Tron frowned and wondered, what is this guy muttering about? At that moment, seeing dark energy radiating from Titan Thien, Mesiven panicked. His eyes fixed on the sword in Titovan Thien's hand as he shakily asked, what are you planning? Are you going to silence me? Before Memzasi Vane could react, Tipeng Thien suddenly charged at him with the sword. Witnessing this, Mesivan was terrified. Yelling out, I want to reveal your secret. Please spare me. But unexpectedly, Tipeng Thien suddenly changed direction and dashed backward. This threw Kim Tron off balance. Pushing him back a few steps, regaining his footing, Kim Tron braced himself on the ground. Panting, amazed at the power of that attack. But before they could understand what was happening, a giant snake suddenly appeared behind them out of nowhere. Seeing it, Mese stood up, gripping his sword tightly. Growling, damn it! Without hesitation, Mesai Ven lunged at the snake, his sword tracing a streak of light through the air. They quickly stood back to back, guarding against the monster. Mesivan asked, did you see what that was? Tieng then replied urgently. Too fast. I did not get a clear look. The two stood still, eyes scanning tensely, an uneasy feeling settling in. After a moment of careful observation, they shouted in unison, golden silver thread snake. Before them was a giant snake covered in shimmering golden scales. The light reflecting off its scales lit up the surroundings like thousands of golden lamps. Mutsrisi Van, both scared and excited, muttered, encountering a golden silver thread snake, is this lucky or just bad luck? Masai Shivan looked at Tudhian suspiciously and asked, then what was it that I knocked away earlier? Donnie tell me there is another one. Tipeng then frowned, eyes fixed on the snake. After watching carefully, he said, what you knocked away was its head. This is a level 2 golden silver thread snake. Extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Masiji Van's expression darkened. If there is really another one, how are we supposed to survive this? We need to figure out a way out. Messi Van asked cautiously, do you have a plan? Tipeng then did not answer but suddenly charged at the snake, shouting, I will draw its attention. You use your combat skills to clear a path for retreat. Mesiven was startled, yelling, I asked for your plan, not for orders. At that moment, the golden silver thread snake shifted into an aggressive attack mode. It lunged straight at Teping Thin, and their fierce clash caused a thunderous explosion. Teping Thin tried to slash through its tough scales but failed. The scales acted like solid armor, making his sword useless. Knocked back by the force, he jumped back, landed, and continued attacking from below. The silver-spotted snake coil raged, suddenly splitting into many copies, forming an army surrounding Tong Thien. From above, the clones all lunged down, encircling him from the sides. However, Tong Thien quickly raised a shield to block the attack. Taking advantage, he shouted, Mokvan, receiving Tong Thien's signal. Mokvan drew her sword and charged, but before she could reach him, something suddenly attacked from behind. The tail of the silver-spotted snake coil wrapped tightly around Mokvan's body, lifting her into the air. Panicked, she glanced back and shouted, Kaimtran, it is the snake's tail attacking me. I am trapped. The snake immediately pierced her with its tail, injecting venom into her bloodstream. Mokvan screamed in pain, her eyes glazing over. In panic, Tong Thien yelled her name and rushed forward. He swung his sword at the snake's tail, holding Mokvan, trying to free her, but the beast opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow its prey. In that critical moment, Tong Thien had no time to guard as the snake bit into his shoulder. His sword struck the tail but could not pierce its thick scales. Weak and helpless, Mokvan reproached. Tong Thien, why did you try to save me? Now we are both going to die here. The snake's venom spread, weakening Tong Thien noticeably. Still, he tried to reassure her, we are a team. I want to let you die in front of me. The silver-spotted snake coil flung Tong Thien high into the air, mouth wide, waiting for him to fall. Falling helplessly, regret filled his heart as the venom coursed deeper, blurring everything around him. His consciousness seemed pulled into another space, where white spiritual energy floated everywhere and visions appeared clearly without his eyes. Tong Thien suddenly exclaimed, where am I? Lightning crackled brightly from his body, illuminating the forest center. The dazzling light and lightning all came from him. Mokvan stood stunned, amazed by his terrifying power, whispering in awe, has his power truly broken all limits? Suddenly, Tong Thien's sword twitched, pulling itself free from the snake's tail and soaring into the sky. Mokvan watched in astonishment and exclaimed, "That is Kim Tran Yu's sword." The blade sped toward Tong Thean, who controlled it with his spirit to execute a divine sword technique. The snake's piercing gaze locked on the sword, but could not stop it. The blade struck its neck, piercing the steel like armor, causing the beast to roar in agony. Tong Thean felt the strike wound it. He smiled softly. "Good. My divine sword can hurt it, even if I die. I will take this rotten snake down with me." He kept guiding the sword around the snake's neck, cutting deep through its armor with each swift, decisive slash. The cuts pierced the heavy protection of the silver-spotted snake coil, wounding it severely as it howled in pain. From a distance, Mokvan watched in disbelief, muttering, "The sword flies on its own. This can't be real." Tong Thean stood high above, eyes tracking the spinning sword, slicing like a blade through potatoes. Despite the snake's stone-like toughness, it could not withstand the sword's power. Finally, the sword plunged deep into the snake's body, piercing its organs. Blood sprayed from the wound as the snake coughed up blood and collapsed, dying in agony. Tong Thean's body slowly returned to normal, but he was completely exhausted, breathing heavily. He staggered and collapsed. Mokvan looked up at him, eyes brimming with tears. We won." But joy did not last. She suddenly widened her eyes as Tong Thean suddenly fell from above. She yelled out, and the forest fell into an eerie silence. Tong Thean slowly opened his eyes, gaze hazy but regaining clarity. Mokvan, sitting nearby, jumped up, overjoyed. "You are finally awake." Tong Thean tried to sit up, his voice hoarse and a bit embarrassed. "What just happened? Am I really okay?" Mon smiled, holding a glowing jade, explaining, "Yeah, this is the snake's core, which can neutralize the poison you were hit with." She looked at Tong Thean admiringly, then teased him. "You are amazing to beat such a huge snake. What is the name of that move you used?" Tong Thean smiled confidently, eyes sparkling. "It is a secret technique I have kept hidden deep inside. I hope you will keep it safe for me." Messy Venom tilted her head and gave a sly smile. "I get it now. You do not want anyone to find out you are the son of that lone old weirdo, right?" Tiang then was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief at what he just heard. He stammered, "Wait, what are you saying? How could I be that old weirdo's son?" Messy Vivin burst out laughing, clearly amused. "You can hide it from me, you are his son. Just admit it already. Wasn't that sword technique just now his signature move? You think I would not notice?" Tang then froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He lowered his head, pondering. Sword technique. How could she possibly know that after that old thief disappeared? Could that move really have spread so widely? Messiah Van Kui cut off Tituvan Thien's thoughts, her voice full of excitement. "All right, enough about that. Since you are okay, let us split this golden snake. It is a rare treasure. Selling it would bring a huge profit." When suddenly a strong wind blew. Behind them, a strange black space gate appeared, radiating a chilling aura. A low, greedy voice echoed from the gate. "I sense holy energy here. Did not expect such a big haul. It is Kimten, Tight Exvir. Haha! I am getting rich this time." Taping then, Enekchi Ven turned around to see a scar-faced man stepping out of the gate. He brought a large group of followers. Looking arrogantly at the two, the leader pointed at the golden snake. "This snake belongs to me. Hand it over, and maybe I will let you leave here alive." Tapung then smirked, eyes flashing with provocation. "The snake's yours. What about us? What do you plan to do with us?" Under the hazy sunlight, the man spread his arms wide, laughing arrogantly. "Surrounded by mountains and rivers, dying here would not be so bad. What do you say?" His followers immediately applauded, cheering his arrogant words. Messiah Venom then exchanged glances. Ving then remarked, "Why do these guys sound like they are reading from the same script?" Then they both pointed at each other and said in unison, "Such great teamwork." "Huh," Messiah sneered, her gaze shifting to the pirates with a challenging tone. "We have already dealt with the Kimti Ingen Tight X. Aren't you afraid we will take care of you next?" The leader just mocked them with a laugh. "One of you is almost out of holy energy. The other's badly wounded. What makes you think you can scare us? Look at you kids pretending to be adults, charging and pathetic." With that, he summoned a sharp sword, coldly saying, "Thanks for risking your lives to wipe out the Kim Tin Ingen Tight X. But now it is your turn to die." He swung his sword, steel gleaming threateningly. Messiah Van drew her sword and whispered to Duthing Thin, "I will hold them off. You find a way to escape." Tung Thin turned, surprised. "What about you? How will you get away?" Messiah murked, "Relax. I have got plenty of tricks. Someone like you holding me back just makes it easier for me to slip away." Hearing that, Tipung Thing grumbled. "Who are you calling worthless?" Messiah ended, retorting, Your holy energy's almost drained. If that is not worthless, what is? I listened to you earlier. Now it is your turn to listen to me. Teeming then said nothing more. Just summoned his sword, voice low but firm. It was not easy killing the Kim Engen Tide X. We can let them gain the upper hand. We have to wipe them all out here to prevent future trouble. Mesiven was stunned. Are you crazy? Your holy energy is only enough to form one weapon. How do you expect to fight them? Tang then did not bother explaining. Just answered shortly. You will see once we fight. Mesiven shrewd. Fine. All right. I will take on the leader. You handle the rest. Tampeng then nodded, eyes sharp as if piercing through everything, ready for the life or death battle ahead. Mesiven's anger flared, her sword flashing as she charged at the leader. He laughed mockingly, refusing to back down such foolishness. Not knowing one's own limits. Can you just die quietly? Then they clashed, swords sparking with every strike among the followers. The others kept mocking. He only has that one sword, looks like junk. With that little strength, he thinks he can take on all of us. Ridiculous. Tipeng then stood silently. Not responding, he closed his eyes, his sword starting to glow. The followers arrogantly continued their jeers. What is this? So scared you have to shut your eyes. But in reality, Tipeng then was focusing on sensing everything around him. Through training and increasing his strength, his senses had become sharper than ever. As the spirit wielded the sword, Tung then wasted no time, swinging his blade with great force. A purple light flared as it charged straight at the minions. The sudden power froze them in place. They only had time to widen their eyes in terror before being wiped out. In an instant, all the minions were defeated, lying lifeless on the ground by Tiem Thin's sword. On the other side, Mesiven was still locked in fierce combat with the leader. They separated, and the leader stared wide-eyed at Drumming Thin, disbelief written all over him. No way! You are out of divine power already. How do you still have the strength to strike like that? Mesiven laughed with satisfaction. This sword technique is impressive. Tipa then sheathed his sword calmly and said, Sendan. Fi Tiziryu. This place is truly beautiful. He rested the sword on his shoulder and turned to look at the sweating leader. The leader gritted his teeth and shouted, launching an attack. From the shadows, a red beam shot forward. Mesiven was lightning fast, swinging her sword to deflect the attack, while Tung then pushed it away. He growled, there is still a powerful saint hidden in the darkness. Taking advantage, the leader turned to flee, and Mesiven quickly gave chase. Tung then urged without hesitation, and Mesiven immediately dashed forward. But after a short pursuit, she glanced back and saw Tipenthian standing still behind her. Hey, why are you lagging behind? Don't let this guy get away. Suddenly, Mesiveners, her eyes widened in shock as if realizing something was wrong. Tipeng then was now collapsed on the ground. Looking exhausted and dazed, Mesiven rushed over, her gaze full of worry. Kijim Tron, are you okay? Tipeng then closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing, and weakly replied, Not sure. It just suddenly went dark before my eyes, and my head's spinning. Mesiven tightened her grip on her sword, scanning around cautiously, voice filled with suspicion. Could that saint be playing some trick? Tumyu then sat up, rubbing his forehead to calm himself. He shook his head and reassured her. This is my problem. My divine power must have been drained, causing this. Don't worry. I am. Miss Aishavane looked at him with doubt, clearly not convinced. Are you sure? Tipeng then checked the faint remnant of his spiritual energy and suddenly realized something. He thought to himself, I get it now. The spirit sword does not consume divine power, but it drains spiritual energy. My spiritual energy was depleted earlier, causing the dizziness. Looks like I can use the spirit sword recklessly from now on. He exhaled deeply, trying to shake off the chaotic thoughts. Turning to Vesavu, Tebru then spoke with a tired tone. Looks like we can't keep chasing them. The disappointment on Mesiven's face quickly shifted to frustration. She could not hide her annoyance. There was still a saint who escaped. They are too cunning. Luckily, we scared the rest off. Tung Thin's eyes narrowed, gazing toward the distant bodies strewn about proof of their recent victory. His voice lowered. Carrying worry. Those who escaped will definitely leak information about the Kim Tien Xer. We are probably about to be hunted down. Despite this, Mesiven remained completely indifferent, even showing a hint of arrogance. He said confidently, This demon beast mountain range is huge. No need to worry. With a guide like me, you will be safe. Just then, a small purple light suddenly appeared from nowhere, catching both their attention. Mesiven stared at the light, her expression instantly changing. Before Tethung Thin could understand what was happening, he hurriedly asked, What are you holding? Mesiven nervously held the flickering purple light and said, Sorry, I have to leave now. Let us part ways here. Teng then grew more confused and pressed for details. What exactly happened? Where are you going? But Mesiven seemed unwilling to answer, only saying briefly it was urgent and she could not reveal it. Let us settle accounts now. Her words shocked Teeping Then. This situation felt strange. Seeing Mudzeisen suddenly pull out paper and pen, he asked curiously, "Where did you get those?" Miss Isavane ignored the question, holding a seemingly endless scroll, and started reading off the debts. "Here's everything you owe this time. Clearly listed. The Kim Taigentine snake belongs to you. The discount compensation counts on me, totaling 50,000 Kim T. Plus taxes. Guidance fees. Intelligence provision. And battle support totaling 60,000 to Kim T. At this price, you definitely won T lose out." Teeping Then listened silently, both frustrated and helpless. Seeing Manzaisi Vian's bright smile at the mention of money, he could not help but say, "You are really cut out to be a merchant." Hearing this, Mesivine's eyes lit up excitedly. "Good brother, can you print me a receipt?" Teeping Then said nothing, snatched the receipt from Mitsatsi Van's hand, pulled out a space ring, and handed it to her. "Consider this a down payment. All my accumulated debts are stored in this ring. I will pay you the rest once I have enough money." Miss Van happily took the ring, her face blooming with a bright smile. She held the ring and laughed loudly at Teeping Then. "All right, I will remember your debt is fully paid. Goodbye then." At that moment, the purple light on Miss Van's hand began to spread, swirling around her in an instant before disappearing into the air. Teeping Then was stunned and only managed to call after her, "Hey, wait." But it is already too late. Watching the purple light vanish, Teeping Then silently grumbled, "At least leave a way to contact me. Otherwise, how am I supposed to find you? Don't you think I will let you off the hook?" Ignoring Mixie Venus' departure, he turned back to the Kim Injun-tine snake, before him a giant silver glimmering serpent radiating immense power. He pondered, "This thing's too big to transport. How am I going to handle it?" After a moment, he recalled the knowledge from the Academy's library. That is right. The Kim Injun serpent can be refined into a body immune to all poisons. This is a rare opportunity. Tung Then immediately made a plan, his eyes shining with determination as he pondered deeply, suddenly recalling the fatal weakness of the magic he was about to use. Although this cultivation method held infinite potential, it carried great risk. The mind could be invaded by the serpent's consciousness. But now, he had no time to hesitate or reconsider. Resolute, Teeping Then placed his hands on the massive body of the Kim Injun serpent, reciting spells and beginning the refining process. In his mind, he called upon the magic, transforming into a serpent, replacing flesh and blood, becoming immune to all poisons. From Tetung Then's palm, magical energy burst forth fiercely, engulfing the serpent's entire body. A dazzling golden light radiated, forming a massive ring of fire around the giant serpent's body. Even at the start, Tang Then felt unbearable pain. He gritted his teeth to endure, but fear crept in. This process was merciless. He had not expected such agony. The magic did not just invade the serpent's body, it began to seep into him as well. The golden flames blazed, spreading from the serpent's body into Teeping Then's own. The golden light coursed along his body, fusing man and serpent. Teeping Then felt as if he was being torn apart from within. His body glowed with brilliant golden flames, patches of serpent scales appearing on his face. Just as he thought the process was nearly complete, he suddenly caught up fresh blood. This was bad. Teeping Then collapsed, writhing in unbearable pain. Clutching his head, he screamed in desperation, feeling his mind being invaded and his body beginning a terrifying transformation. His legs slowly turned into dragon limbs, his human skin replaced by serpent scales. The Kim Injun serpent had almost completely taken over his body. Tang Then let out a wailing cry of agony. His human face had transformed into that of a serpent. With cold, dangerous eyes, but amid the panic, a faint spark of consciousness remained. "Can keep this up or I will lose myself and become a serpent forever." Just then, memories of his battle with the demon beast inside Dijing H flooded back. A thought flashed through Teeping Then's mind. "Right, I still have the teeth and sword technique." A fierce growl echoed as Teeping Then took a deep breath and gathered his energy. At this point, he had no choice but to bet everything on a final showdown. Tang Then tensed, his fingers trembling as he traced out the magical seals, activating the teeth and sword technique. Silently, he prayed it would succeed. Pouring all his strength into this last move, Teeping Then unleashed a critical strike aimed at pushing the Tim Injun serpent out of his body. After a tense moment, signs of victory began to appear. The Kim Injun serpent could not withstand the pressure and fled his body, dissolving into nothingness. Tang Then breathed a sigh of relief as his body slowly returned to human form. He smiled quietly. "That is great. It actually worked. Without the teeth and sword technique, I would be dead by now. This poison-immune body is really tough to cultivate." On the ground above, he laughed heartily, feeling the energy of the Kim Injun serpent completely absorbed. The initial step to refining the poison-immune body was a success. Clenching his fists, Tang Then vowed, "I will keep merging this energy deeper into my body. The poison immunity will only get stronger." Sitting up, He grimaced as he realized his body was drenched in sweat and reeked. This place was no good to stay in long time for a shower. Under the shimmering moonlight, gentle breezes rustled the leaves, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The leader of the rebels stood among his men, glaring into the empty distance, growling angrily. Damn it! He has escaped. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared from behind. A cold voice rang out. This was expected. It would be strange if they had not run. The leader whipped around, startled by the newcomer, hastily lowering his head. He stammered. Captain, what should we do? The shadow stood silently for a moment before coldly ordering. Spread rumors and post a bounty about the fake Kim Tim Injanan serpent. Anyone who dares kill it must not be allowed to leave the demon beast mountain range alive. The subordinates responded in unison. Obeying orders. Master. Far away, where waterfalls thunder down, a strange figure suddenly appeared, soaking in the cool water. That person was none other than Tipafeng Thin. His muscular, serpent-like form was revealed as he bathed in the deep blue water. Murmuring softly, "This feels so refreshing." Then he submerged himself again, savoring the freedom and relaxation. A thought sparked in Tianpen Thin's mind. Now, having cultivated a body immune to all poisons, my senses to the world around me seem even sharper. He let himself drift on the water, savoring the strange harmony between himself and nature. It felt as if the river water was no longer just water, but part of his body, and he had become part of that endless flow. Yet while Tio Thin was lost in thought beneath the lake's surface, a secret gaze fell on him, a monstrous white octopus with cold eyes watching every move. Beside it were not only octopuses but countless other demons gathering, observing with a mix of curiosity and lurking danger. One whispered softly, "I am Dangyan." Then strange voices echoed from the demons. "I am Hamthich." Meanwhile, Tipeng Thin carelessly let the current carry him down the waterfall, laughing loudly. "I am the world and all its creatures." Suddenly, he leaped from the falls, revealing his strong, lean body. At that moment, a dazzling blue light flashed from the water, catching Tipeng Thin's attention. Before him sat a stunning beauty, draped only in a thin cloth, gazing blankly under the lakeside trees. The sight startled Tipeng Thin for a moment, and he lost all shame. His entire body was suspended in midair, completely exposed. The beauty's eyes locked onto his most vulnerable spot, causing her to scream out loud. He quickly explained, Wait, do not scream. Little miss, I swear I did not know anyone was here. Do you expect me to believe that?" She clenched her fists and spoke seriously. "Hai Yu Lam. Damn you. You pervert." He was blasted away by a powerful strike, spitting blood. "You are strong, miss." Tang Fen then could not help but admire her power. Standing in the water, he looked at the handprint on his chest, full of mixed feelings. He thought, this lady sage can be far from mine. Yet she has reached the level of grand sage. Not only powerful, she must have a special background. If I do not explain clearly, I might have gained a terrifying enemy. He quickly swam to shore, thinking to put his clothes back on before negotiating. After freshening up, Tipeng Thin looked around for the beauty, but she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly she appeared, radiating deadly intent, holding a gleaming sword. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Pervert! I am going to kill you." Without waiting for him to speak, she raised her sword and unleashed her first move. A mighty water dragon appeared, roaring fiercely. Water dragon strike. Tang Thin quickly leapt to dodge, still trying to explain. "Miss, listen to me. This is a misunderstanding." But in a flash, the beauty was behind him, swinging her sword without hesitation, her voice cold. "No matter what you say, you dared to spy on me, bathing, you deserve death." Her screams echoed, every strike deadly. In a hidden corner, two elders, Venbi and Feng Abu, silently observed everything. They exchanged glances, seeming to assess the situation without intervening. Venbi turned and struck Feng Bi's face hard, angrily scolding, "Old fa, why do you just stand by and do nothing? How did that outsider get past the waterfall to reach the young lady?" Feng Biv showed no worry, just rubbed his face calmly and replied, "I am not sure. I always use sacred power to guard the waterfall. Yet that guy slipped past my watch. I just do not get it." Feng Biv turned away, still blaming, "It is definitely because you were drunk and let your guard down." Hearing this, Venbi sat down, took a sip of wine, and sighed in agreement. Maybe that is true. Luckily, nothing serious happened. Once the young lady punishes him, she probably won't blame us anymore. Venbi seemed to see through the issue and said, "The young man is not as simple as he seems." But Feng Bi still did not believe it, saying, "Our young lady is undefeated among her peers. How could that guy be a match for her?" Meanwhile, the battle raged fiercely on the other side. Tang Thin tried to persuade her, but he seemed to have lost patience. "Miss, I have been very patient apologizing to you. Don't push me further. But the young lady would not listen, only letting anger fuel her attacks. I will do whatever I want. What can you do to stop me? Enraged, she lunged forward, swinging her sword straight at Pong Thin, shouting, "Pervert! You deserve to die." The sword grazed Pong Thin's shoulder. Drawing blood, he grimaced in pain, but it only made the young lady more determined. Pong Thin realized the danger was growing. If he did not fight back, he might die. He drew his sword, ready to fight. His first strike knocked the beauty off balance, forcing her to step back a few paces. As fast as lightning, he grabbed her collar and slammed her to the ground. The beauty stared at him wide-eyed, stunned for a moment, but before she could react, Tong Thien raised his sword, ready to strike. At that moment, a blinding light appeared from above. The battle paused briefly as the dust settled. Tong Thien looked at the beauty and explained in a deep voice, "Miss, your strength truly surpasses mine, but your battle experience is still too raw. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. I apologize and hope you won't make things difficult." Before he could finish, the beauty interrupted angrily. "How dare you threaten me?" She immediately gathered her energy. In an instant, an illusion appeared, and she broke free from Tong Thien's grip. Surprised by the strange technique, Tong Thien wondered, what kind of battle skill is this? Under the blazing sun, the waterfall thundered like endless war drums. On the shore, Tong Thien's eyes were determined, while a proud young lady smirked slightly. "You are no ordinary foe to force me to use my battle skill, but that only means you want to go easy." Finishing her words, she raised a sword glowing with radiant purple magic. A massive energy exploded, tearing the waterfall apart, raising fierce water dragons twisting and ready to strike. Tong Thien frowned, eyes steely with resolve, shouting, "I have been patient, but since you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he thrust his sword through the roaring water straight at the young lady with lightning speed. She only managed a frightened gasp. It is no way to dodge. Just as the blade was about to strike, a hand unexpectedly appeared, flicking the sword away like a dry leaf. Van Bade appeared, an elderly man with a solemn air and sharp eyes. The young lady collapsed, while Tong Thien looked at Van Babe with growing worry. "This old man is too strong," Van Babe scolded sternly. "You bold brat. How dare you harm the young lady?" Suddenly, from behind Tong Thien, another voice called out, "Not bad earlier, but sorry. You can beat me." Fong Baba appeared. Tong Thien turned but was too slow to react. Fong Baba lunged, landing a powerful punch to his chest. Angrily shouting, "Peeping on someone's daughter bathing. You deserve to die." The punch hit like thunder, sending Tong Thien flying over the waterfall and crashing down with a heavy thud. Fong Baba raised his arms triumphantly, declaring success. The young lady clapped and laughed happily, while Tong Thien lay on a rock, gasping and groaning. "Ouch. That hurts." Fong Ba frowned, looking at his punching hand. Suddenly sensing something strange, he said in a low voice, He is not dead yet. He is tough." The young lady arrogantly urged, "Fong Ba, kill him for me quickly." But after a moment's thought, Fong Baba shook his head. "He is badly injured already. Let him rot here." The proud young lady crossed her arms, face full of anger, shouting, "Fong Ba, he is a pervert who dared to spy on me. We can let him go." Van Baba quickly intervened, his tone calm but worried. "Miss, the main matter is more important. If those people catch up to us, we will be in big trouble." Just as he finished, a huge dragon landed nearby. The three immediately mounted and flew away, leaving the young man lying there. The young lady looked regretful and annoyed she could not finish him off. Muttering, "Stay here and slowly rot to death," the great dragon flapped its wings and soared into the night sky, filled with shooting stars. While flying, Van Baba suddenly turned to Fong Baba, voice full of doubt. "Old Fong, tell me, have you discovered something about that kid?" Fong Ba only gave a cold smile but did not deny it. "So you noticed it too, old man?" Van Baba laughed loudly, full of pride. "I have been with you for years. What could you possibly hide from me?" The young lady sitting nearby did not understand and curiously asked, "Fong Ba, Vent, what are you two talking about?" Fong Baba raised his hand, revealing a small wound on his palm. He explained slowly, "When I punched that kid earlier, I did not expect my palm to get injured. I am not sure how he did it." Van Baba glanced over, his face showing suspicion. The young lady was smug, crossing her arms and sneering, "That pervert is much weaker than me. How could he injure Fong Baba?" Although agreeing with the young lady, Van Baba could not hide his thoughtful expression. Strange given that kid's power. He is at most a saint level, yet he managed to wound Fong Baba. His sacred weapon is also very strange, seemingly completely controlled by his consciousness. He continued, recalling, "Not only that, the kid also dodged my sacred force, sensing to get close to the young lady. This is really unusual." Uncle Fong frowned, drawing a conclusion. "That kid's background is not simple. I fear a powerful force is backing him. which is why he was spared. The two elders seemed to understand everything, but the young lady remained arrogantly self-satisfied. What force could possibly rival our family? Uncle Fong, you are too cowardly. Elder Van's face turned serious as he warned. Miss, do not be arrogant. This is a sensitive time. We can't afford to make more enemies for the family. Behind the proud young lady, a finger was raised defiantly. Challenging, but as soon as Elder Van turned away, she immediately obeyed without argument. The young lady whispered. Understood. Elder Van. Once Elder Van left, her expression darkened before she sighed in relief. She thought to herself, this is too dangerous. Still, her pride would not let her humble herself. She turned back. Her eyes filled with regret as she watched the raging waterfall. Thinking, too bad I could not personally kill that pervert, but he probably won't survive anyway. Elsewhere, Tong Thian lay motionless on a rock, his body battered and weak. He tried to move but could not. Pain tore through him like he was being ripped apart. Bitterly, he muttered, damn it, these injuries are severe. My muscles and tendons feel completely torn. Without the protection of the purple sword's aura, that last hit would have killed me instantly. Tong Thian recalled the moment the blow struck, his eyes full of disappointment, clenching his fists in helplessness. He thought, I did not die on the spot, but in this state, all I can do is lie here and wait to die. Just as I was getting stronger, it ends like this unbearable. Suddenly, strange blue lights rose from the water, catching Tong Thian's attention. A thought flashed through his mind. What is this? These jade green orbs look like bubbles. Could it be sacred energy? He realized that with his current perception, he could detect things he never saw before. Memories flooded back. Tong Thian whispered, yes, this is the radiant sacred energy my mother used to heal. His mother's gentle, hopeful image appeared in his mind. He reached out toward the glowing orbs, thinking, if the radiant Saint Master can use this energy to heal, maybe I can try too. Better to take a chance than just wait to die here. As he lightly touched one orb, its light enveloped his body, spreading inside. But instead of relief, excruciating pain hit him, worse than anything he imagined. He curled up on the ground, screaming in agony. His scream echoed everywhere. Far away, a tall figure stood on a giant bird's back. Silently watching, a shadowy figure coldly ordered a pursuit immediately. Whoever is there, kill all the dragons rushing down the waterfall, and capture the target. When they landed, one from the group stepped down, scanning around before frowning. No one's here. Looks like we are too late. Actually, right beneath the water, Tong Thian hid, his recovering body pressed against cold rock, trying to blend his breath with the environment. He thought, luckily my aura is completely concealed. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. But the enemy did not give up easily. A powerful spell shattered the waterfall. The waterfall exploded, large stones crashing down. They stared at the water but saw nothing unusual. One muttered, no movement underwater. Looks like he really did escape. They resumed the chase. The dragon riders left, leaving behind a desolate scene. Under the water, Tong Thian sighed in relief but remained uneasy. Phew, good thing I stayed calm, or I would have been discovered. Suddenly, a massive rock crashed down where Tong Thian was hiding. He tried to swim away, but his unhealed ribs cracked. Pain spread through his body. He groaned softly. This is bad. The sudden move broke the healing bone again. He gritted his teeth and endured. Tong Thian lifted his head to the swirling water above. Frustration rising inside him, he never expected to nearly drown right when he felt most confident. Time passed, and light slowly returned. Tong Thian hazily opened his eyes, faintly hearing a woman's sweet voice. Young master is awake. That is wonderful. Before him are three beauties, their eyes shining with joy. Tong Thian looked at them. Long Hong thought to himself, could it be he stumbled into a fairyland every man dreams of? Just then, a deep male voice shattered the gentle mood. Too bad you drowned. And this guy is heavy. That voice snapped Tong Thian back to reality. He looked up and saw three fearsome elders staring at him with sly eyes. One smirked. He is awake. Good. He is safe. Tong Thian startled as he opened his eyes and shouted at the strangers. Who are you? Demons. Xiao Dao, happy to see him awake, bombarded him with questions. We heard a noise nearby and came to check. Just in time to save you. Who are you? Why did you drown? What happened here just now? Was there a battle between masters? Before Tong Thian could answer, the pink-haired elder beside Xiao Dao stopped him. Enough talking. The young brother just woke up. Let him rest first. Tong Thian was still dazed, his mind caught in the dream he would just had, remembering the scene with Duong Ho and what had happened. Tong Thian muttered, this dream is all because of Big Bro. I should not read his books. The pink-haired elder laughed and reassured him. Xiao Dao talks a lot. Do not mind him. Xiao Dao laughed loudly. I just can't keep my mouth shut. the fat elder calmly asked. Young brother, why did you drown? Judging by your wound, it looks serious, Tong Thian awkwardly explained. I went into the water to catch fish in the pond. Suddenly, the water erupted violently. Countless rocks fell from above. I got hit and was not careful, so I drowned. One of them looked up at the waterfall and guessed. A fight between masters must have just happened here. The cliff's destruction is not normal. Tong Thian anxiously stared at the ravaged waterfall. Who were those people? Could it be connected to that woman? Xiao Dao turned to ask Tong Thian. Brother, what is your name? Interested in joining our Lai Liam Legion? Though there are only 3 of us now, it will definitely become the biggest legion in Feng Lam Kingdom. Surprised, Tong Thian asked. Lai Liam Legion. Pink-haired elder quickly covered Xiao Dao's mouth. Young brother. Sorry, Xiao Dao talks too much. The fat elder chuckled in peacekeeping. Just ignore his nonsense. Tong Thian looked at the 3 of them, thinking they did not seem bad. His wound was not healed yet, and being unfamiliar in a strange land, joining them was not a bad idea. All right then, he spoke up. I have nowhere else to go. If you big brothers agree to take me in, that'd be great. The pink-haired elder beamed with joy. Really? Young brother agrees to join. Xiao Dao laughed loudly. Great. The Lai Liam Legion just got stronger. Under the blazing pink hair, the elder proudly started the introduction. This young brother is Kai Duck, currently the captain of the Lai Liam Legion. I am the deputy captain, and this is Shodao, the captain's representative. Tong Thian calmly but cautiously greeted them with his alias. I am Ki. Kai Duck smiled, shook Tong Thian's hand warmly. Welcome, brother Kim Tran, to the Lai Liam Legion. Xiao Dao beamed. Kim Tran, you will be the deputy captain's representative from now on. Huba glanced at Tong Thian with a subtle smile. Brother Kim Tran looks more reliable than Xiao Dao, but having Xiao Dao as the deputy's representative makes more sense. Hearing that, Xiao Dao angrily argued back. I have more experience than Kim Tran. That deputy spot definitely belongs to me. Kai Duck laughed, raising his hand to make peace. Then how about letting brother Kim Tran be the second deputy leader? The whole group burst into cheerful laughter at Tong Thian. Though outwardly calm, his heart was heavy with old memories. Their images made him recall the friends from when the group was first formed before everything fell apart. In a faint memory, a brother's voice rang out. Senior brother Kim Tran, when you become the sect leader, can I be your deputy? He laughed teasingly. Stop dreaming. Do you even deserve that? Another brother joined in with a cheerful tone. Deputy leader. Of course. I should be the one. Those memories only strengthened Tong Thian's resolve to track down the lone old thief, uncover the truth behind the time travel, and return to the sect soon. Suddenly, Kai Duck turned to Tong Thian, laughing loudly. To celebrate brother Kim Tran joining us, let us head to the weapon market to shop a bit. Hearing that, Tiu Dao cheered excitedly. Really? That is awesome. Tong Thian was still unsure, puzzled about where the weapon market was, when the group arrived. Under a blue sky with white clouds, a massive stone stood tall in a vast space. Around it, countless creatures flew freely, stirring up the wide sky. Sunlight sparkling to make the scene dazzling and radiant. Tong Thian could not help but be amazed. Whispering, this place is huge. Big brother Kai Duck laughed heartily, excitedly explaining that this was the weapon market, the first place where soldiers gathered to trade items, which later grew into a bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, he marveled at the surroundings, unable to hide his surprise. I never expected such a lively market to exist in the mountains. However, while the group chatted animatedly, something unexpected happened that made all 4 of them gape in shock. They focused on a newly posted wanted poster. Tiu Dao could not help but exclaim, Hey, the person in this picture really looks like brother Kim Tran. Big brother Kai Duck nodded in agreement. Yeah, it really does. The wanted poster also stated that this person killed the Kim Tin Ingen Chiang's second-tier serpent, truly terrifying. Hubei was equally astonished, saying only a saint-level master could pull that off, while everyone discussed. Tong Thian, as Kian clenched his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it, news spread so fast. I have to think of a way to throw them off. He immediately acted the part, shaking his head and denying, I am just a lowly saint. How could I possibly kill the Kim Taningen Chuansa? But the suspicious looks from everyone made him uneasy and worried. This is bad. Could my identity be exposed? Luckily, after a moment of thought, the 3 of them scratched their heads and laughed. Chatting. Yeah, brother Kim Tran makes a good point. Why would a master capable of killing the Kim Tin Engen Chianse appear here? It is probably just a coincidence. Hearing this, Tong Thian finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit of the weight lifted. But right after, Tiu Dao sighed with regret. If such a master joined our corpse, that would be amazing. Kai Duck quickly laughed and warned, Don't get your hopes up. A master like that would never bother with our small corpse. Judging by everyone's expressions, Tong Thien guessed the distraction worked. However, Kai Duk still worried and suggested, Brother Kim Tran, to avoid trouble, maybe you should disguise yourself a bit. If someone mistakes you for the wanted man, that is a big problem. Seeing the sensible advice, Tong Thien hurriedly pulled his hood up and bowed in thanks. Thanks for the reminder, Big Brother Kai Duk. After coming up with the idea, Kai Duk eagerly suggested, I will take you shopping. Hearing that, Tiu Dao jumped for joy, time to spend money. But Hobai immediately warned in a serious tone. Tiu Dao, do not go spending money recklessly. Soon after, the group found their target, and Tiu Dao shouted, Leader, I want this. Kai Duk did not hesitate, generously saying, Boss, 4 of these please. They continued deeper into the market. Merchants competed to sell their goods, announcing new martial arts techniques. Buy 1, get 2 free. Clearance sale. Half price. Half price. Advertisements echoed everywhere. Tiu Dao held 2 skewers of grilled meat, happily saying, Leader, Brother Tianma finally saved up enough to buy some fruit for sister-in-law and Milla. It has been half a year since he has been home. I wonder if Milla can call him dad now. Then, Kai Duk turned to Kim Tran with enthusiasm. Brother, buy whatever you like. If you do not have enough money, I will lend you. But Kim Tran just smiled shyly and declined. Thanks, Big Brother Kai Duk. But I do not want to buy anything. This made Tiu Dao want to scream in frustration. Feeling the leader was biased and unwilling to lend him money, Hobei just smirked disdainfully. You are such a glutton, only interested in food. Lending you money would be a waste. Little Dao cried out in frustration. Aren't you the same? Yet Kai Duk not only did not defend me but sided with Hoba. Hobei was right. We can't lend money to Little Dao. This scene made Tong Thien chuckle quietly, thinking to himself how nice everyone's feelings were. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light flashed on Kim Tran's hand, making him exclaim in surprise, What is this? He was puzzled why was the purple sword Kai suddenly erupting on its own. He clearly felt a strange vibration, as if the sword was expressing emotions. Could the purple sword Kai have its own consciousness? How could that be? While still confused, his gaze suddenly shifted to a stall ahead. Among the stones on display, one stood out with a dazzling, mysterious glow. The light drew his eyes, making him stop to take a closer look. He wondered nervously, could it be this one? Is this really it? But what unsettled him even more was the strong vibration coming from the purple sword Kai inside him. It seemed to resonate with the stone, leaving him baffled about what was happening. What exactly is this? He thought silently. The stone's light grew more intense, forcing him to crouch down, clutching his shirt in pain, feeling the powerful surge of purple sword Kai in his body. He became certain this stone was no ordinary object. He muttered in surprise. Too heavy. At that moment, Little Dao's curious gaze did not miss his strange reaction. His companion stood silently watching. Meanwhile, Tong Thien tried with all his strength to lift the stone, but it would not budge. He could not help but think, so heavy, so heavy. Though he could not lift it, Tong Thien clearly noticed that every time he touched it, the purple sword key inside him flared up. Just then, the merchant snapped out of it, noticing Tong Thien's intense focus on the stone, and asked, Young brother, do you want to buy this stone? He eagerly introduced. This treasure was picked up from the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Those words stunned Tong Thien. Demon Beast Mountain Range. Could it be related to the lone old thief? He thought suspiciously. Under the blazing sun, white clouds drifted across the bright blue sky as Tong Thien eyed the stone. Pondering, he asked, I wonder what this stone does to be called a treasure. The merchant honestly replied, I do not know that. I only know it is extremely heavy and hard, even holy power can break it. So it must be a treasure. Hearing that, Tong Thien gave a faint smile, so he did not really know either. The merchant laughed loudly, half joking, half serious. The most beautiful masked lady is one who does not even know how beautiful she is. The most dangerous treasure is the one whose power is unknown. Right? He just smiled faintly and said, You have a point. Then Tong Thien fell into thought. This stone could stimulate the purple sword Kai. Even if it is unrelated to the lone old thief, it must connect to the purple sword technique. With that, he decided he had to buy it. He frowned, quietly lamenting, but my feelings have already been taken by Mok Van. No matter how angry he felt, there was nothing he could do. Just as he was at a loss, Big Bro Kai Duk stepped forward and asked, Kim Tran brother, do you want to buy this little sword? A nearby friend with an insatiable appetite sneered. What is so special about that broken stone? Better to let it go and buy some meat. Hearing that, Uba scolded. You only know how to eat. Go somewhere else. He laughed awkwardly, scratched his head, and said, Big Bro Kai Duk, I do want to buy it, but I do not have any money right now. Unfortunately, Big Bro Kaida calmly replied, "No problem. I will buy it for you as a gift to welcome you into the group." Then he walked straight to the seller and asked, "How much for this?" The merchant smiled slyly. "Not much. Not much." But then he pointed and shouted a price of 1,000 gold coins. The group gasped in shock. Big Bro Kaida could not believe it. Trembling as he asked again, How much?" Hobei angrily snapped, "That worthless rock for 1,000 gold coins. Why do not you just rob them instead?" Hobei did not forget to probe, "You are hiking the price because you know we want to buy, right?" Seeing the tension, the merchant lowered his voice, laughing to entice money. "Friends, calm down. Prices are negotiable. If you can take it anymore, just walk away, it is too expensive." But Big Bro Kaida was firm. "Brother Tran, I said it is a gift, so if I say it, I mean it." Then he said no more, putting all his money on the table, boldly. There were 830 gold coins on the table, one price only, seller not. The whole group scrambled to stop him. "Captain, this is your entire fortune you have saved up. It is not easy to come by." Seeing the money, the shady merchant's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly like a hungry chicken. "Sell, of course I will sell. Thanks for your support." Though he would bought the item, anger still boiled inside him. He scowled in frustration. Determined, "I will find a way to help Big Bro Kaida get this money back." His gaze burned at the merchant with hatred, as if ready to scold him. Greedy merchant. Greedy merchant. Greedy merchant. The greedy merchant felt the sharp stare, chilled to the bone, unable to meet his eyes. Fear gripped him. Thinking, "That looks terrifying, this money won't be easy to take." Finally, to ease the tension, the merchant quickly offered, "If that is the case, please support my business. I will give you some perks later." Curious? He asked, "What kind of perks?" The merchant smiled to charm them, knowing they were all fighters. "I have intel on two-headed mountain cats. How about a gift for you?" Hearing this, he shouted in surprise, "Two-headed cats, four-legged beasts." Stern Tentefin glanced sharply at him and asked, "Such important intel, why give it to us?" The merchant trembled, but kept his composure. "Honestly, if you know this intel, selling it outside would only fetch a few hundred gold coins, so to gain more, I want to invite you to buy reinforcement items, consider it a bonus with the intel." He immediately changed tone, eagerly accepting the information, while praising, "You really are clever." After the group left, the merchant finally sighed in relief. Drenched in sweat and fear, he thought to himself, "Looks like I just escaped a disaster." Suddenly, Big Bro Kaida spoke up, "Money's all gone. Let us call it a day." The two brothers could not hide their regret. The stroll ended as soon as it began. Hearing this, he blamed himself more. "It is all my fault for not doing better, making everyone stop the walk." Brother Tran comforted him, "Don't be so polite. I told you it is a gift from me." He stayed optimistic, hopeful. "Once we hunt that two-headed cat, we will have money in no time." Little Dao sighed in disappointment. "Sounds easy, but four-legged beasts like that are not something we can handle casually." That moment, he pulled out the photo he would just received, sneering, "Stop pretending. I am laying my cards out. I am the one ordered to hunt the gold and silver line." Kaiduk still shook his head in disbelief. "No way," Little Dao replied, trembling. "You already denied that earlier." Hubei could not help but probe more. "Then what about you sinking underwater? How do you explain that?" It was useless to say more. He just curved his lips in a sneer, then openly showed his power right in front of the three of them. They could not help but gape in horror. "Calmly?" he asked. "Now do you believe me?" At that moment, from afar, a suspicious man appeared, spying on their group. The guy looked shady, smirking as he watched. He found them. Shortly after Tipigthin's group left, the battered merchant who'd been beaten badly knelt, begging and confessing, "I swear, it is all true. I only sold them a stone and some info on the two-headed mountain cat." But the group had no intention of sparing him. One man stepped forward, grabbed the merchant's collar, shouting threateningly, "Hand over all info on the two-headed mountain cat now, or do not blame us for being cruel." The merchant trembled in fear, realizing his life hung by a thread with no choice left. He quickly agreed, Fine. I will tell you, though I want to keep some info for myself." He immediately went to report to Kuxlatix. "Captain," he reported, "that kid along with the Lai Diet troop have already set out to hunt the two-headed mountain cat." Hearing this, Kuflata jumped up, eyes wary. "Did that unknown guy go with them?" The subordinate quickly answered, "Captain, when I got the info, I only saw that kid. Looks like they split up." Kuflavround, thinking deeply, then said gravely, "Years ago, Old Lone Master said this beast likes to hunt humans from behind. The two-headed mountain cat, we must get them all, the subordinate still worried asked. Captain, how do we handle this business? Keflata coldly replied. Emotionless. He is no longer useful. Kill him. Gather manpower, and get ready. This time, we absolutely can't let him escape. Orders received. The subordinates immediately sprang into action, no one daring to hesitate. Meanwhile, in a remote forest, Tongthian was fighting off beast spirits. Each slash from the cold sword in his hand was powerful, neatly taking down each creature. While he was busy fighting, his three teammates stood behind, taking turns cheering. Brother Kim Tran. Amazing. Is this what an easy victory feels like? With Brother Kim Tran here, you should be the squad leader from now on. Hearing this, Tongthian could not help but turn around with a frown, asking, are you guys just standing around doing nothing? The three burst out laughing, not the least bit embarrassed. Brother Kim Tran is so awesome. Where else could we possibly shine? With you around. The Liu Diam army will soon be the biggest force in the Fong Lam kingdom. Little Dog glanced around eagerly, his voice tinged with pride. We never dared to hunt fourth-tier beasts before. But now I just want to know where the two-headed cat is. Kaiduk quickly chimed in confidently. That is right. This is the area marked on the intelligence map. Could the merchants have tricked us? Hoba silently studied the map in his hands. Feeling doubtful, this area was indeed noted in the intel. But could those merchants have deceived them? Calmly, he replied. Maybe the two-headed cat is just being cautious. Let us keep searching. Just then, Little Dao's stomach rumbled loudly, making him awkwardly scratch his head and laugh, cheering his hard work too. How about we eat first? Hobei could not help but sneer. Little Dao, you are definitely most active when it comes to food. Seeing the situation, Tongthian decided to back Little Dao up. Fine, I am a bit hungry too. Good thing we have food ready here. Let us get it prepared. Soon after, the group started grilling meat, preparing a hearty dinner. But just as the mood relaxed, Tongthian suddenly grew serious, his voice sharp with caution. Wait, I just heard something from the bushes over there. Something's coming. The whole group stopped immediately. Eyes alert, Kaiduk whispered. Could it be the two-headed mountain cat? The team quickly moved toward the bushes. When they stopped, they spoke slowly. It is here. From the bushes, a small beast appeared, contrary to their expectations. It looked incredibly cute. Everyone gaped in surprise at the sight. Big Brother Duck could not contain his curiosity and asked, What is this? The little beast did not answer but lunged forward, devouring the grilled meat in their hands. Watching it eat, Hoba laughed. I can't help but wonder, is this Little Dao of the beast's spirits? Always thinking about food, Little Dao pouted and loudly protested. Big Brother Hoba. That hurts. While everyone was still surprised, Tongthian suddenly had a thought and slowly explained. I read in the Academy's library that this is the cub of the Golden Mane Tiger King. When it grows up, it will become a fifth-tier beast spirit, making everyone around scream with excitement. Realizing this, he understood why they had not seen the two-headed Golden Mane Mountain Cat. The Tiger King was a natural enemy of the two-headed mountain cat, and its recent presence probably forced them into hiding. He quickly grabbed the little cat and could not help but laugh as it still tried to eat despite being caught. Truly a gluttonous cat, he thought to himself. At that moment, Kaiduk's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, This is the cub of a fifth-tier beast spirit. If we can tame it as a beast pet, it will be an incredibly powerful weapon. As the group was excitedly discussing, a shadow suddenly approached. The person smirked coldly. Exactly, he spoke while looking at the little cat, causing everyone to tense up and suddenly realized the newcomer was Captain Kaklak II. His arrival stunned everyone. Mouths agape, the late-night silence only amplifying the tension. Kaiduk, still shocked, quietly explained. He is the captain of the Chu clan's mercenary squad, one of the two biggest powers in New Gokak's inner city. Kaklak II smiled coldly, stepping forward and saying, Kid, you do not know me, but I know you. You stole the golden silver thread snake from one of my men. No one has ever dared to do that to the Chu clan mercenaries before. You are the first. Hearing this, he unconsciously recalled those subordinates earlier. After a moment of thought, he replied, Those guys were your men, so you came here to demand the golden silver thread snake back. Hearing that, the man sneered, stepped closer slowly, and said sarcastically, You really underestimate me. Kaklak II did not come alone. He brought a whole group of henchmen. He sneered. Forget about Kim Tamingan's snake line, that is just a second-rate demon beast. How could it compare to the fifth-rank demon beast in your hands? By then, Kaklak II was standing right in front of him, eyes full of mockery. Amid the tension, a stranger appeared from the distant forest. Bow raised, aiming an arrow at the crowd. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the arrow shot like lightning, Kai Duck immediately sensed danger and shouted, "Everyone! Watch out! There is an assassin!" The group erupted in anger, yelling with frustration, "Cowards! Only know how to use sneak attacks. If you are so tough, come fight us one-on-one." Sadao turned pale, stammering, narrowly escaping death. Seeing this, guilt welled up inside him. He said, "Sorry for dragging you all into this. This is not your fight. Let me hold him off. You guys retreat quickly." Hearing this, the group refused. Someone angrily grabbed his sleeve and yelled, "Brother Tran, what the hell are you talking about? We are part of the Live Flam Battalion. We have been through life and death together. Why do you want to carry this burden alone?" Another added, "Yeah, today we risk everything together." Kai Duck stood firm beside him, eyes resolute. "If one of us in the Live Flam Battalion is bullied, we all stand up to fight. We are going to make this count." His words moved him deeply. Long felt warmth spread, a faint smile touching his lips. Kai Duck looked at him and said, "Kaklak 2 is my target. You guys handle his henchmen." He nodded in agreement. On the other side, Kaklak 2 laughed arrogantly and ordered, "Kill all these fools." Immediately, both sides clashed fiercely, neither giving an inch. The clash of weapons rang out tensely. He held back from joining the fight just yet, eyes sharp and locked on Kaklak 2. Suddenly, he grabbed the little cat and dashed toward Kaklak 2 with lightning speed. Yet Kaklak 2 stood still, showing no sign of defense. Seeing this, he hesitated, thinking, what trick is this guy playing? Then he swung his sword with renewed force. He immediately chased after the cat, yelling, "Once I catch you, you will pay." As he disappeared, Kim Tran's gaze hardened. However, Kim Tran's sword was quickly blocked by his opponent. Calm and slightly mocking, the man said, "Is this all the strength you have?" When the sword touched him, it was surrounded by mysterious black energy. Faced with this, Kim Tran felt conflicted, unsure whether to press the attack or retreat. After a moment's thought, he decisively raised his sword, activating his sacred armor skill. The man showed no fear, his face calm as he replied, "Not bad, but my sacred weapon is different. My whole body is my cavalry armor." Then he transformed his entire body into shining golden armor full of holy power. With the situation turning against him, Kim Tran sighed and said, "Looks like beating you 1TB easy." Suddenly, a sly smile appeared as his eyes gleamed with calculation. There was only one last option left. The man burst into mocking laughter. "Haha, you have a second plan? Ready to bow out or abandon your comrades to save yourself?" Kim Tran did not answer right away. Quietly, he lifted the little cat, gently stroked it, and whispered like sharing a secret, "Sorry. This time you are the one who has to take the hit." The cat curled up, scared, meowing helplessly. Without hesitation, Kim Tran threw it toward the opponent and shouted, "Kaklat, who do you want, us or this tiger?" Surprised to see the cat lunging at him, the opponent panicked, crying out as it darted in another direction. Seeing this, Kaklak 2 yelled angrily, "How dare you!" He immediately chased after the cat, shouting, "Wait till I catch you, you will pay." As he disappeared, Kim Tran's eyes turned icy cold. Looking around the battlefield, he said coldly, "Without Kaklak 2, these soldiers are just mosquitoes." Meanwhile, Kaklak 2 kept chasing the cat. The cat ran scared at full speed, dodging skillfully. He laughed while running. "Little tiger, you are fast, but you 1T get away." At that moment, near the forest, a terrifying scene unfolded. A tiger with sharp, blood-stained teeth was tearing into something. Suddenly, it stopped and looked around. Sensing something, it let out a loud roar. Clearly angry, from the shadows, a giant bear appeared and roared back. Their roars echoed, alerting those outside the forest. The real battle had just begun. Sadao cried out in fear, "That roar is terrifying. What kind of monster is coming?" Suddenly, a loud howl echoed everywhere. And instantly, a huge creature leaped out. It charged forward and bit a person standing nearby. Seeing this horrifying scene, Sadao screamed in panic. At that moment, a giant scorpion appeared from behind, chasing the two, forcing them to flee desperately. One of the group panicked and said, "That is a beast controlled by the Golden Claw Tiger King." Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Then, a majestic tiger with a fierce aura appeared. The crowd began to panic. Someone shouted, "The Tiger King is here. This is bad. Retreat now." On the other side, Kai Duck was running and shouting loudly, fighting for his life alongside Sword Chen brothers. Seeing Kai Duck threatened, Sword Chen did not hesitate and rushed over quickly. With a powerful slash, he took down the ferocious beast. Then he turned to everyone and said, "The Tiger King has arrived. We must retreat immediately." Everyone nodded in agreement, but he seriously added that many beasts were heading this way. The Tiger King was clearly desperate to save its offspring. Another person chimed in, But the cub is not in our hands. Are we really safe? He pointed toward the cute little beasts hiding in the nearby bushes, adding, from what I feel, there are fewer beasts over there. We should try to break through the siege from that direction. Everyone agreed in unison. All right, let us follow that plan. In the sky, the light seemed to dim, and the air grew heavier. Gaklaktu held a small cat in his hand as he walked. He said, there are fewer beasts over there. Much safer, but after only a few steps, Gaklaktu suddenly stopped, sensing something was off. Sure enough, at that moment, a huge tiger with a fierce face appeared, blocking his path. Gaklaktu stared at the tiger and muttered, no wonder we have not seen beasts lately. The Tiger King is here. A flicker of worry appeared in his heart, clutching the small cat tightly. He threatened, don't he come closer or I will kill it. Hearing this, the Tiger King growled angrily but seemed unwilling to take reckless risks. The tension grew thicker than ever. He watched the situation carefully, thinking that if things continued this way, he would not escape and needed to find a way out. Suddenly, he turned his head toward a sound, sensing the moment was critical. Gaklaktu smiled smugly and said, someone's coming. Meanwhile, Sword Chen and his team were rushing toward the sound area. Nearing the spot, he suddenly stopped as if sensing something unusual. Then he loudly warned, everyone stop right now. The Tiger King is nearby. That is why there are fewer beasts along the way here. Hearing this, everyone froze and asked in panic, what? The Tiger King? In the sky. Gaklaktu moved with a mocking tone. Here's a special gift for you all. He threw something toward Sword Chen's group, and a black bag quickly landed in Xiao Dao's hand. He hugged the bag, curiously asking, what is this? Gaklaktu chuckled darkly. You are here to be bait. Without hesitation, Xiao Dao opened the bag, but immediately his expression changed, and he gasped in horror. It is a tiger cub. Turning to the others, his face full of fear, he warned, quick, throw it away. But it was too late. The Tiger King appeared right behind, eyes cold and sharp. It opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Lunging at Xiao Dao, the group shouted, watch out! At the most dangerous moment, one teammate did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to save Xiao Dao. The scene stunned everyone into silence. Sword Chen stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief at what had just happened. Kai Duck was also dazed, his gaze fixed on that spot. The 3 of them shouted together, Tiger Spirit! Then something heavy fell to the ground, seeing Tiger Spirit trembling and struggling to speak. Run now! Witnessing this, he cried out in rage, I will fight you with my life. He quickly drew his sword and charged at the Tiger King with lightning speed. Seeing this bold move, Kai Duck panicked and yelled, Xiao Dao, come back here now. But he ignored the warning and kept rushing forward, already a step ahead of Kai Duck. Seeing him jump up to confront the Tiger King head-on, Kai Duck was terrified, but he showed no fear, holding the small blade firmly. He decisively slashed the beast while shouting for Sword Chen. He landed lightly, eyes fixed on the Tiger King, secretly admiring the opponent's terrifying strength. Just then, the Tiger King launched a counterattack. It roared, sending out powerful spiraling sound waves forward. You quickly raised both hands to shield yourself. I will kill you and avenge Big Bro Hofach. The Tiger King, full of majesty, stepped toward you. Despite exhaustion, it roared in fury. I must kill it to avenge Big Bro Hofach. Hearing this, you immediately warned, Little Dao, you are too badly hurt. Do not cause chaos. You turned to the squad leader sitting beside Hofach's body and said firmly, Big Bro Kai Duck, you take Little Dao and leave first. I will hold the Tiger King back. Suddenly, the squad leader stood up calmly and replied, You will take Little Dao away. I will face the Tiger King. You shouted in protest, Big Bro Kai Duck, you are no match for it. The squad leader responded in a deep, cold voice. Do you really think you can do it? You insisted. Let me hold it back. As long as everyone escapes this demon beast forest, that is what matters. As soon as you finished speaking, you heard the footsteps of others leaving. The squad leader calmly approached the Tiger King without a trace of fear and said coldly, Tiger King, you dominate this entire forest. Unless we all escape, no one will survive. Among us, you are the strongest. Only you can safely take Little Dao away. After finishing, he ordered coldly, In the name of the Fierce Flame Legion, I command you to lead Little Dao out of here immediately. Hearing this, you froze for a moment, speechless. Though you could not argue, you nodded in acceptance. Yes, squad leader. As you helped Little Dao walk, you looked back and shouted, Big Bro Kind Duck, take care. Little Dao, I am not leaving. I want to stay with the squad leader. Just as you had not gone far, Kind Duck called out with all his strength, Junior Sword Chen, remember to avenge us. Hearing that, Little Dao froze, and you shouted in pain, Squad leader, The sky suddenly fell silent, as if nothing had ever happened. After carrying little Dao some distance, you set him down and began staunching his blood and treating his wounds. While working, you whispered with determination, "Little Dao, you have to live. You must survive." Little Dao's weak voice rose. "And I." Hearing this, Sword Chen quickly reassured him, "I have the radiant holy medicine to heal you. You will be fine." That encouragement made little Dao faintly smile. He sighed. Sword Chen's amazing, he knows everything. Unlike me, just a useless wreck, overcome with emotion. Tears streamed down your face as you choked out, "Stop talking. I will heal you." Little Dao's voice grew weaker, struggling to speak each word. "Fierce Flame Legion, only you are left." After saying this, his eyes slowly closed. Seeing this, you trembled all over. Gritting your teeth, you growled each word. "Fierce Flame Legion? Chu Clan." In unbearable agony, you seemed to go insane, screaming out 3 fierce words. Suddenly, a long howl echoed from the deep forest. Startled, you thought, "The Tiger King is closing in." Looking at little Dao lying motionless on the ground, you told yourself, "I am no match for the Tiger King right now. I can let Big Bro Kang Duck S and our brother's sacrifices be in vain." Your eyes blazed with determination as you whispered, "Little Dao, I swear I will come back and personally kill the Tiger King to avenge you all." After taking care of little Dao, you immediately left. The Tiger King's halls still echoed throughout the forest. You tried to move as fast as possible. Your mind focused on one thought: the Tiger King's speed is too fast. If I can win, my only chance is to gamble, hide my breath, and escape. Thinking this, Sword Chen moved more cautiously, rushing deep into the forest. The Tiger King kept searching relentlessly, its fierce aura suffocating the forest. Hiding behind a bush, you watched its heavy steps clearly. Its claws were razor-sharp, moving slowly as it sniffed the air, searching continuously. Suddenly, a scent caught the Tiger King's nose. It paused, lifted its eyes to the canopy ahead as if sensing something. In that moment, the Tiger King let out a furious roar, terrifying to behold. The Tiger King looked mighty and ferocious, its roar shaking the whole space. Seeing this, you clenched your teeth with fiery anger. But no matter how hard you tried, you could only helplessly watch. The power gap was too great. The Tiger King stood tall, continuing to roar as if showing off its dominance. You had to use both hands to barely withstand its terrifying strength, but it seemed all effort was in vain. Your eyes burned with rage as you exclaimed, "Damn it!" Without hesitation, you charged at the Tiger King at full speed. Your face was set with determination, gripping your sword tightly as you launched the divine sword slash, a powerful strike aimed straight at the giant beast. However, the Tiger King's eyes flashed with furious red. It let out a roar, creating an energy shield that blocked his attack. The shock force made the sword in his hand fly out and fall to the ground. Seeing his sword rendered useless, he thought to himself, a full power strike that could not even hurt it. Just then, the Tiger King breathed out a massive flame, blazing so brightly it seemed to engulf the sky, spreading endlessly through the forest. The terrifying blast forced him to quickly leap onto a nearby tree branch to dodge. Watching the hill consumed by fire from afar, he silently thanked his luck for escaping in time. He immediately stayed alert, scanning around, wondering, where's the Tiger King now? Suddenly, a huge figure appeared behind him. Before he could react, the Tiger King struck with such force it slammed him to the ground. Not stopping there, it added a massive burst of power that left him badly injured. Lying on the ground, he groaned, "Damn it!" At that moment, the Tiger King slowly advanced with an overwhelming presence. It raised its sharp claws, ready to finish him off. Suddenly, a magical shield appeared, blocking its attack. The Tiger King roared in anger, eyes looking up to the sky where a strange, brilliant light shone down. It was his sword. The sword floated in midair, radiating a miraculous power that protected him from danger. The Tiger King seemed surprised. Its gaze became unreadable, both furious and cautious. It stared at the glowing sword and let out a challenging howl. In an instant, a mysterious power enveloped its body. Sharp beams like blades tore into its flesh, making it roar in pain. Its screams echoed through the air, shattering the terrifying silence. The mysterious sword continued to emit a powerful energy that surrounded its body. At the same time, that energy shifted toward the young man lying unconscious. He was completely unaware of what was happening around him. Then, a miracle occurred. His face gradually blurred and faded as if dissolving into space. The surroundings changed too, transforming into a strange, completely different place. Somewhere else, on a crowded street, a young woman happily shopped, walking slowly as if losing track of time. Someone with her said, "Miss, we should move on. Don't linger too long." The person beside her smiled. "What is there to worry about? This place is so crowded. Even if he chases us here, he won't find us." Suddenly, a stranger appeared, his sharp gaze fixed on her, his presence breathing down her neck. Both companions were shocked. Without a word, they dropped their belongings and rushed toward the stranger. What are you talking about? Who are you? They blocked the girl, loudly telling her to step back from the miss. The girl trembled and quickly turned to run away. The two kept staring at the stranger, growling. She ran, but who exactly is that? The mysterious man silently watched from the roof of a nearby building, observing every move of the three. His gaze was cold, his face unreadable. He muttered softly, "So you have come to this world too?" Jian Chen returned to the dense forest, where the leaves had almost turned white. Suddenly, a young man sat up from a pile of crushed leaves. His face was pale and full of fear. "Where is this? Where's the Tiger King?" He looked around, trying to steady himself, and picked up a handful of crushed leaves. He realized they were all remnants of trees. He stood slowly and moved forward, his eyes scanning the remaining traces, tears, and heavy damage clearly visible on the surrounding trees. Could all this destruction really be caused by the Tiger King? That thought made him suspicious. He looked down at his own body. If it was the Tiger King, how could he not be seriously injured by such destruction? His eyes stopped on a wound on his back that had strangely healed. He muttered in disbelief at what was happening. The wound from the Tiger King had already healed. What on earth was going on? His eyes filled with confusion. If the Tiger King was gone, then why were Brother Kang Duck and the others missing too? Thinking of that, he immediately went to their graves, standing before the tombstones. His emotions were complex as memories of happier times with them flooded back. He recalled Kang Duck's bright smile and words. "It has been half a year without returning. I wonder if my lap knows how to call father yet." Then he remembered Xiao Dao's words that the mercenary team, Fierce Flame, would definitely become the strongest in Feng Lam country. Back then, you told them, "You all make me feel like I am with family, but those memories just hurt me more now." You grit your teeth, tears streaming down your face, lean against a nearby grave. Long thought. Never imagined it would end like this. Memories dragged you back to the last moment when Amber, gasping for breath, tried to say, "Run." You recalled the captain's calm but stern voice. "As captain of the Li Flame mercenary squad, order you to take Xiao Dao and leave." Those were Xiao Dao's final words ringing in your mind. Now, only you remain from the Li Flame mercenary squad. Thinking that, you broke down, crying, "This is all my fault. I was too weak to protect everyone." Suddenly, an idea sparked. You took your small knife, slashed your palm, letting blood drip onto the ground. Raising your hand with fierce determination, you swore by your blood here and now, you would personally kill the Tiger King and the Chu mercenary squad to avenge everyone. The mountain was eerily silent, but your spirit burned fiercely. You knew you had to disguise yourself to move easily. As you walked, you thought about how the haunted mountain range held so many secrets. But you would return. Then you spotted a group of people ahead. You carefully planned. First, reach Engakuk City to arrange things for the Hai and Big Bro Kang Duckus' daughter. Then, investigate news about the Chu mercenary squad. But as the group neared, a man suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, stop right there." You flinched, wondering what this was about. Could he have seen your wanted notice? To avoid suspicion, you held back your feelings. Tong Thien's face hardened, voice low and commanding. "Did you just call me?" Facing him was a smug thug and his gang blocking the way, arms crossed. Acting superior, the thug sneered. "Who else would I call? You just came out from the haunted mountain range, right?" Judging by his tone and words, Tong Thien knew he was not a decent man. Calmly, he quietly summoned his spiritual power, ready to act fast if needed. The stranger, unaware he would pick the wrong guy, bragged, "I want in there. You seem sharp, Li. Do well. And I won't let you down." His gang eagerly backed him up. "Following our young master is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Way better than being a mercenary slave. Don't he miss it?" Seeing the brat's arrogance, Tong Thien realized he was all talk, abusing power, no time to waste, turning away coldly. "You said." "Not interested." The brat's face flushed with pride, shouting, "I am taking you in willingly. That is a huge honor. How dare you refuse?" Tong Thien ignored him, walking off, but the wind stirred trouble. The brat ordered angrily, "Grab him. Teach him a lesson." Immediately, the gang charged. Tong Thien stopped, eyes icy as he watched them. Without a word, he threw a punch. One thug collapsed, spitting blood like a fountain. Looks like he will need facial surgery after this. The rest of the gang were not any better off. Under Tong Thien's fierce assault, each thug fell without a chance to fight back, bodies limp and scattered on the ground. He did not even use full power, just a few basic moves cleared the whole gang. The brat stood frozen, mouth agape, nose running from shock, but moments later, he played the victim, screaming in despair. "Who the hell are you to hit my men?" Tong Thien calmly faced the foolish brat, eyes sharp as knives, cold and deadly. The brat tried to suppress rising fear but kept acting arrogant. Don't you know who I am? Before he could finish boasting his Haoyan identity, Tong Thien swung his hand, a slap cracked like thunder ripping through the air. Suddenly, everything went eerily silent except the brat's miserable screams. Watch your mouth, you snapped coldly. Voice sharp, the remaining thugs, sweat pouring and gripping weapons tight, could not hide their trembling all over. In the blink of an eye, a chaotic series of sounds erupted, the clash of weapons, the clatter of falling metal, and sharp punches landing decisively. Within minutes, the battle ended with an overwhelming victory for Tong Thien. The scene closed under the bright golden sunlight of the fresh mountain air. The young masters and Tai Tung lay sprawled on the ground, both physically hurt and deeply humiliated. From above, Tong Thien looked down at them with disdain, as if watching a colony of tiny ants. But remember, you have no right to order me around. Don't force me to kill. The young master's face turned pale. Realizing he would hit an immovable wall, he hurriedly knelt, bowing repeatedly with a trembling voice. Sir, I am just a fool from home who came here to visit the Demon Beast Mountain. I did not mean to offend you. Please spare me. Here's my belt. There is money inside. It is all yours. Just please spare my life. Tong Thien glanced at the expensive belt, took the loot without hesitation, then coldly turned and left. Before disappearing, he left a sharp warning. Be sensible. Don't think being rich means you can do whatever you want. The young master obediently nodded like a good dog, but as he watched Tong Thien's retreating back, his eyes flashed with bitter resentment. Tong Thien continued his journey toward a small town where the Kang Duck family lived. Greeted by Kang Duck's wife and child, the wife's worried eyes showed clearly on her face as she anxiously asked, Are you a friend of Kang Duck? Where is he? Tong Thien showed the belt he had just taken, smiling kindly to reassure them, then gently explained, Big brother Kang Duck and the others got an urgent mission. They had to go to the Kasam Kingdom, so they sent me alone to deliver money to everyone. He then turned to the child. You are my lap? Right? Big brother Kang Duck often talks about you. Then Tong Thien took all the money from inside the belt and handed it to the mother and child. The sum was so large it left them stunned. Inside the belt was 10,000 gold coins, the living expenses Kang Duck had sent back. My lap exclaimed. Where did he get so much money? Then worriedly asked. Is something wrong with Kang Duck? Realizing he would unintentionally caused worry, Tong Thien quickly explained. Don't overthink it. This mission Big Brother took is important, and the client pays well. At that moment, nosy voices came from outside, a familiar voice catching Tong Thien's attention. Get out here, you stinking brat. Looking outside, Tong Thien saw the wealthy young master he would fought earlier shouting loudly. Now with even more henchmen, Tong Thien immediately stepped forward, shielding Kang Duck's wife and child to protect them. He reassured. Don't worry, with me here, no one will harm you. The young master, already bandaged and bitter-faced, shouted. He. Back again, happy to see me. Tong Thien realized they would track him down on purpose, and were up to no good. He silently suspected the belt earlier but found nothing unusual. The young master smugly said, This is the secret technique of the Thien Hung family. No wonder you do not recognize it. Tong Thien sneered disdainfully, looking at the same people who had just begged for mercy, now arrogantly proud. I really did underestimate you. The young master's cruel eyes mocked. Is that your daughter? After I kill you, I will take care of them. Not wanting to involve my lap and her mother, Tong Thien instructed, Take my lap inside. I will handle things here. Then he faced the group alone, channeling his sacred energy, standing firm like a fortress, ready for battle. This time, Tong Thien decided to teach them a lesson they would never forget, to show them what it means to court death. The fading sunset cast a dim light over the scene, shrouding it in a gloomy atmosphere, a bad omen for their uncertain future. Yet, the Thien Hung young master showed no fear. Boasting, This time you are dead for sure. I brought my family's top fighters. He summoned a group of burly men, led by 2 holy masters and a low-level grand mage. This force was no joke, but in Tong Thien's eyes, they still were not enough to threaten him. Confident in his troops, the young master grew increasingly arrogant. Aha! Even if you are scared now, it is too late. After I kill you, that mother and child will be mine. Whether grown women or girls, I want them all. His increasingly disrespectful words pushed Tong Thien to his limit. Inside, he recalled his failure at the Demon Beast Mountain, where he could not protect everyone. This time, Tong Thien vowed to protect my lap and her mother, to guard his big brother's family. His sacred energy surged, shaping into a sharp weapon, eyes blazing with determination. He thought to himself, no one is allowed to harm them. If they dare cause trouble, I will make sure they pay the price. Without another word, young Master Thien Heng impatiently gave the order and charged to stop him. Then territory belonged to the Thien Heng family. And this playground was his. He would not believe otherwise. He shouted, "You can handle this many." The young master's henchmen rushed forward all at once, each with a different style, some swinging arms, others kicking, but all looked weak compared to Taming Then. Tipeng then summoned all his holy power and unleashed a lightning-fast move. Before the henchmen could react, they were hit, bleeding badly, sprawled on the ground. No one knew if Tipeng then held back, but that single strike was enough to send them all to their doom. When Tung Defen landed cool and commanding, the henchmen hit the ground in pathetic heaps like puppets with cut strings. After dealing with the henchmen, Tipeng then turned coldly to young Master Thin Heng. "Believe it or not, it does not matter. What you just saw speaks for itself." The young master lost his usual smugness, sweating profusely and stammering, How is that possible?" Two elite fighters beside him praised with admiration, amazed at the boy's power at such a young age. Taevang This's skill made even the Heng family experts wary. One of them cautiously stepped forward. "Sir, where do you come from? Why the conflict with the Thayan Heng family? Is this just a misunderstanding?" Tipeng then gave a cold smile, eyes sharp. "Be careful. You think I am impressive and want to dig into my identity. Forget it. I am just a wandering mercenary with no home. To be clear, I am no enemy to you. All this is caused by someone with no respect, stirring trouble." Hearing this, young Master Thing Heng's pride flared. Even knowing the outcome might be grim, he stubbornly ordered, "Enough talk. Charge. Kill him." The Thean Hung fighters, reluctant but desperate for their livelihoods, moved in. One stepped up. "Then I apologize for the rudeness." To Tuming Then, "Weapon ready," coldly said. "No time to waste. Let us finish this fast." This time, Tipeng Then took the initiative with his Zia low, delivering a powerful strike full of holy energy. His opponent, an elite fighter, raised his sword to block, but Teng Then did not ease the pressure. He kept pressing, forcing the blade closer and closer. The fighter gritted his teeth, clearly struggling to defend. Teng Then's holy energy filled the area. His strikes were strong, fluid, and overwhelming. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the fighter briefly regretted taking some coins from the capital. Now trapped in a no-win situation, he growled angrily, "What are you waiting for? Come help me." Immediately, all the Thenheng family fighters charged in, creating a 3-against-1 formation. But Tipeng then did not flinch. With a powerful sweep, he knocked all three away. Young Master Thenheng watched from the sidelines, baffled that such a group could not handle a single opponent. His eyes scanned around until he saw Lepe and her mother hiding behind a door crack. His gaze lingered with a sinister smile that sent chills down anyone's spine. Meanwhile, Tipeng Then was still fending off the three fighters when he suddenly heard a desperate scream. "Help me! Let me go!" Turning around, Teng Then saw Lep held hostage, a cold knife pressed to her neck. Her eyes were filled with panic and fear. Young Master Heng, arrogant, shouted, "If you do not want this girl dead, then kneel for me." His devious demand made Tipeng Then furious. "If you touch her, I will kill your whole family." Young Master Heng laughed loudly, tightening his grip on Lepe's neck, still full of arrogance. "Kill my family. Let us see if you dare." Lepe's tears fell, looking pitiful in his hands. But this coward did not care at all. His filthy act successfully enraged Tipeng Then, whose cold, deadly gaze flared. In that moment of peril, his holy power erupted fiercely. Forcing Lepe free, Tipeng Then growled, "Young Master Heng, with all your pride, you still do not see the danger at your doorstep," he loudly ordered, throwing down his weapon and kneeling to beg for mercy. Worried for Lepe's safety, Tieng Then did not hesitate. He plunged his sword into the ground, releasing a strong holy light around it. Yet in his other hand, he still held a small dagger. Young Master Heng grew more impatient, shouting, "You still have a weapon in your hand. Throw it away now." Teng Then clenched the small dagger tightly, his eyes filled with anger, but with firm resolve. He threw the dagger far away. The tiny blade was still enveloped in his holy light. Thinking he had total control, young Master Heng laughed arrogantly. "Haha! No weapons now? Let us see how you fight me." The bodyguards surrounding young Master Heng immediately took their orders, closing in on Tipeng Then, ready to strike. "Kill him for me," young Master Heng shouted. Tipeng Then had reached his limit. His eyes flashed coldly, filled with deadly intent. "You want to die? Then I will grant your wish." Lep closed his eyes. Following Tipeng Then's command, Lep obediently shut his eyes tight, while an unknown object hurtled down at lightning speed. He was stunned, unable to react before impact. Young Master Heng had no time to react, his eyes wide open in shock as he died. Behind him, the experts panicked, overwhelmed by how fast things unfolded. The young master is dead. Seeing their leader's fate, they hesitated, unsure what to do next. Tipeng Then was determined to finish the job, leaving no one alive. His next targets were the three experts standing opposite him. They were drenched in sweat, exchanging worried glances. Compared to Team Thin's current power, they were like moths under the full moon. Panic welled up inside them. How could they handle him? What kind of move was that? How could he be so unbelievably strong? Though overwhelmed, the three experts tried to reassure each other. One spoke up, trying to stay optimistic. Don't panic. The young master was caught off guard, but we still have the upper hand. Let us attack together, we will win for sure. Meanwhile, Tubby then sneered with disdain. Then he lifted his sacred sword, gathering holy power to form a large orb of light at the blade's tip. Just a glance revealed the terrifying force of this move, causing the three experts to tremble. Their earlier confidence vanished like smoke. One of them foresaw disaster, thinking this battle might be their last. That one tried to back away, slyly saying, "This guy's too strong. I am retreating to report to the master. You two hold him off." The other two fiercely objected, "Are you crazy? Who'd be dumb enough to stay and cover for you?" But ignoring their curses, he took the chance to flee. His comrades were unlucky, struck by Tipeng Thin's attack and wiped out in an instant. Not even a final breath. Tipeng Thin wanted to chase but could not. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it!" He got away. "This is going to cause trouble. I can escape alone." But what about Kengi Ki's wife? Soon after, the rumble of horse-drawn carriages came from afar. A group from the Thien Heng family was approaching, their target clearly Tipeng Thin. Instead of hiding, Tevye Thin sat calmly among the corpses, his cold eyes fixed ahead, as if expecting this. He leisurely said with sharp gaze, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Tipeng Thin thought to himself that he needed to buy time for them to escape. From the opposite side, a stern middle-aged man stepped forward. "That is Thin Heng Leet, head of the Thien Heng family," a furious voice said. He demanded, "Do you know Kaninhai was my only child, the sole heir of the Thien Heng family, yet you mercilessly killed him?" Rage exploded from the man, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Teng Thin remained calm and replied, "Your child was ruthless and violent, abusing his power. I was merely delivering justice." His words added fuel to the fire. Then Eng Leet clenched his teeth, eyes blazing with hatred. He roared, "Here and then, nigga. I am the law." Without hesitation, he charged, throwing a powerful punch at Tipeng Thin. The attack carried the strength of a high-level Grand Saint Master. Tipeng Thin quickly raised his sword to block. The force pushed him back, dragging him a long way across the ground. His eyes flashing with surprise, "You are only a high-level saint. How could you kill Klengen Nunhi?" He turned to his men, shouting, "How exactly did Hai die?" One subordinate stammered, fear evident on his face. "Master, it seems he used some tactic. We did not even understand it before the young master fell." The angrier than Heng Leet got. He snarled, "Corner to ruin, hand over your battle strategy, and I will let you die comfortably." Tipeng Thin sighed quietly. Does this villain have no fresh lines at all? He shook his head, eyes full of helplessness. Then Heng Leet did not wait any longer, grabbing his massive hammer, radiating powerful earth energy. He shouted, "Then go die." The hammer slammed down straight, causing a thunderous explosion, but Teng Thin quickly dodged to the side, the hammer crashing into the ground and leaving a huge crater. Seizing the moment, he leapt toward a nearby rooftop, sword glowing with sacred power in hand. Looking down at Thin Heng Leet, he flicked his wrist lightly and smirked. "I am done playing with you. Consider yourself dead." With that, Teng Thin then unleashed holy lightning, lips curling into a sly grin. After executing a decisive sword strike, he sprang up and vanished from the rooftop in a flash. Moving so fast he left only a streak of light behind. From afar, Du Van saw Teng Thin fleeing and immediately shouted, ordering his men to give chase. Teng Thin quickly calculated an escape route, ensuring Mlep could safely exit the city westward, while he decided to distract the pursuers by running east himself. The chasing squad was right on his heels, but he kept accelerating, making himself the bait. Suddenly, a group of pursuers appeared ahead. Though he had anticipated this, they were faster than he expected. Teng Thin clenched his teeth, anxiety creeping in, and kept running. He suddenly heard Du Van's wild scream, "Let us see how long you can run." Seeing Teng Thin leap over a tall wall, Du Van did not hesitate to smash it down to follow. In the dim light, Then Heng Leet's figure loomed like a savage beast with blazing red eyes. Roaring, "Where do you think you are going?" Tipeng Thin glanced at the wreckage before him. Surprised but not shaken, he swiftly thrust his sword toward Then Heng Leet. However, his opponent merely swatted the sword aside with his giant hammer, then sneered arrogantly, "Is this your strategy? Useless? No weapon left? Let us see what you can do now." Teng Thin's face darkened, a dangerous smile spreading. "Who said I am out of weapons?" He replied coldly, flicking his hand. The sword that had been knocked away instantly returned. Lunging straight at Thing Li, a flash of surprise crossed his enemy's eyes. He grit his teeth, unprepared for this bold move. Quickly, he swung his hammer, trying to knock the sword away once more, but this time, the sword only grazed his shoulder, leaving a sharp cut. Then Heng Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Chaos stirred within him. The sacred weapon should not move on its own. Yet here it hovered in midair. How is this possible? He muttered in confusion just as a shadow like a lightning bolt shot down from the tall wall. Tipeng This's sword nearly pierced his head. Then Eng Li caught it just in time. Sweat pouring down his forehead as death loomed close. He finally understood why his son Kan Hai had died so brutally. Before then Heng Li could react, Tung then appeared behind him, face full of deadly intent, whispering, "Come meet your son." But as Taintev Thien's sword struck, a mysterious shield enveloped Thien Heng Li, blocking the blade. Shocked, Teng then broke out in a cold sweat. He clenched his teeth, baffled why his sword was powerless against this enemy. Then Eng Li laughed triumphantly. "I have Earth Element Sacred Power, the strongest defense." Now the tide had turned. His eyes blazed red like a beast's, bloodlust flaring fiercely. "You must die." He spun, raising his hammer, delivering a deadly blow at Tipeng Thien. The sheer force sent Tipeng Thien flying, without giving him time to counterattack. Then Eng Li charged again, swinging the hammer repeatedly. Each strike carried sacred power, glowing bright blue. The ground where he struck cracked open instantly, rocks flying everywhere. His sacred power even splattered onto Tipeng Thien's face, wasting no time. Tipeng Thien crossed his arms and pressed his feet hard into the ground, forging a solid defensive shield to withstand the brutal blows. Despite his efforts, a flicker of panic crept in. Damn it! Miscalculated. Tipeng Thien realized that Heng Li was far stronger than expected. The relentless attacker struck again, lightning fast, grabbing for Tipeng Thien's sword. Suddenly, the sword emitted a fierce holy power, as if trying to break free on its own. Then Heng Li's face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could this sword have its own consciousness? Before he could react, the sword flew out of his hand, spinning like a whirlwind and suddenly stabbed straight into him. A deep wound appeared, blood splattering everywhere. Then Heng Li only managed a sharp cry of pain and shock. Looking at his bloodied hand, he gritted his teeth in disbelief it had broken through his holy shield. Meanwhile, Tipeng then quickly retrieved his sword, facing him. Then Heng Li's face burned with anger. His hands clenched tight, eyes blazing red like he wanted to devour his opponent. "Kid, what kind of tactic is this? Hand over the azure sword, and I will let nice matter slide." Tung Thien, with a small wound on his face, just sneered. "You were so fierce about revenge just now. Now you flip so quickly." Pathetic. Hearing this, then Eng Li's face drained of color with rage. He roared like a beast, channeling all his holy power, gripping his giant hammer. "Kid, do not talk so much. Once I catch you, I will make you confess." Tang then raised his sword, answering with equal resolve. "Looks like if I do not kill you today, I want to have a single peaceful day." Without another word, then Heng Li charged like a storm, still babbling nonstop. "You know you are no match for me, and yet you still dare to risk it. Bold indeed." Then Eng Li leapt high, swinging his hammer with full force. But Tung Thien dodged easily, moving too fast for the eye to follow. Not only that, he kept moving constantly, catching Then Heng Li completely off guard. Dust swirled thickly all around from the relentless motion. Then Heng Li could only stand still, helplessly watching Tipeng Thien encircle him. Furious, he shouted, "What kind of cheap trick is this? So what if this place fills with dust? I will catch you anyway." The thick dust cloud made Then Heng Li grit his teeth, close his eyes, trying to sense his opponent's breath. But nothing. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find no sign of Tipeng Thien's breath at all. "Impossible," he muttered, quickly grabbing his weapon, channeling holy power, and slammed it down hard on the ground. The impact made the dust settle quickly, as things cleared. Then Heng Li scanned the area, but Tung Thien had vanished, leaving only an angry, purple-faced Then Heng Li standing there. He roared in fury. "That brat! I despise you for pretending to be fierce then running away. You are cunning and deceitful, must be eliminated." The pursuing soldiers outside did not understand what was happening and hurried closer. One cautiously asked, "Master, where is that kid?" Then Eng Li clenched his fist and immediately ordered, "Spread my command fast, gather the men, and follow me into the Demon Beast Mountains. Find him at all costs." The soldiers took orders and split into groups to scour the mountains. One asked while searching, "Do you think the kid can escape?" The question dripped with contempt, making them both laugh. The other replied, "The master sent over 30 holy sages and 200 holy adepts this time. That kid could not escape even if he had wings." But what they did not know was that nearby, high in a tree branch, Tipeng then silently watched. Hearing every word, he narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth, burning with rage. If you want to hunt me down and kill me, then do not blame me for being ruthless. His words thundered like lightning. When the two saw him charging like a storm, their jaws dropped in horror, eyes filled with fear. A soldier close to Thin Englit nearby heard the terrified screams of his comrades ahead and gasped. Something happened. When they rushed over, it was too late. Only the cold bodies of their fallen comrades remained. He stood frozen, too horrified to speak. Before he could regain composure, screams erupted from multiple directions, growing closer and more frantic. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the trembling soldier immediately reported to Thin Englit, standing atop a high rock. The shouts echoed all around, making him clench his fists and glow with rage. Not only did they fail to catch him, but they would lost over a dozen men. Thin Englit roared while his subordinate trembled violently, stammering, "That guy seems to hide his breath. If we split up, he will ambush us." Then Englit realized chasing now would only cause more losses without results. Despite his fury, he had to order a retreat, waving his hand strongly, voice filled with helplessness. "They fight in the dark, we fight in the light." As soon as he withdrew his troops, he immediately ordered a manhunt for Tong Thien, offering a huge reward to attract mercenaries to deal with him. "I do not believe he can escape forever." Thien Englit gritted his teeth in fury. Tong Thien's wanted posters were quickly plastered everywhere, covering the towering city walls already damaged from their previous battle. The people were shocked and curious. Everyone was buzzing with questions. Who is this guy daring to face off against Thien Englit, though serious in appearance? The wanted posters surprisingly made many laugh at the odd, almost comical look. No one knew when these photos were taken, but he looked both scary and ridiculous at the same time. Among the curious crowd stood a figure cloaked in black, face hidden. This was Mukvan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I am going to make this interesting." After the chaos at another city gate, Tong Thien finally relaxed in the clear waters of the lake. He laughed heartily, recalling Thien Englit's furious, bitter expression, the man once known as his self-appointed transport minister, soaking and scrubbing his toned body. Tong Thien felt the coolness spread. Long Dong had never felt better. "It has been a long time since I laughed this freely. Shame I am not in the mood for looting," he murmured, staring at the calm water. But the joy did not last. An unusual sound put Tong Thien on alert. Just as he prepared to look closer, the water surged, and from the depths emerged a giant turtle-like beast. Compared to him, it was like an egg next to a grain of sand. The beast roared, startling Tong Thien into a loud shout. "Oh no!" No hesitation, Tong Thien jumped ashore, grabbed his clothes, and ran like a man possessed. But the beast did not let up. It immediately pursued. Running, Tong Thien hurriedly put his cloak back on. He turned, grabbed his silver sword, and charged into battle. The beast's roaring shattered the peace of the rocky shore, ruining his precious rest. Tong Thien scowled, darkening in anger, and yelled, "How dare you disturb me? You are dead, do not waste my time." He leapt high, slashing fiercely at the beast. The sharp sword struck the turtle shell, cracking it into shards flying everywhere. But the armor of this third-tier beast was not easily broken. Its tough defense gave Tong Thien some trouble. Solid defense," he muttered. Pressing on, the crashing clashes drew the attention of a group of mercenaries hiding nearby in the trees. One climbed a branch to get a better look while another asked, "Got a clear shot?" The one in the tree nodded. "No doubt. It is." Trung Dang wielded a long silver sword with lightning-fast strikes. They quickly identified their target. One in the group excitedly exclaimed, "That is right. Kim Tran on the bounty list. No mistake." Another sneered, "Whoever he is, he's just a kid barely over 20. We are this many kinti we catch him." The leader, called the upper demon commander, smiled slyly and gave the order, "Wait for him to defeat that third-tier beast. Then we strike together. A net to catch him all." His underlings each showed twisted grins. One laughed loudly. 10,000 Z-coins, we are going to enjoy this." The others laughed along, eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the thick bushes, startling them all. The figure wore a black cloak, moving smoothly and deliberately, voice cold as ice. "I wanted to." This stranger was none other than Mukvan. She appeared with a savage smile, eyes dark and dangerous. "Who I am does not matter." Before finishing, Mukvan ignited her holy fire power and charged straight at the mercenaries. Flames roared around her as she shouted, "My money!" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tong Thien fought fiercely against the armored beast. Sharp sword strikes kept aiming for the monster's head, yet, the blade only sparked against its steel-hard scales, causing no damage. Tong Thien cursed angrily. "Damn it! These scales won't break." Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. His eyes blazed with determination. This was the only way. Tong Thien charged forward, swinging his sword in a direct attack. But as he approached, water around the beast rose like a wall, throwing him back. Tong Thian crashed hard onto the ground, his sword flung into the air, spinning in the dazzling light. Seeing the chance, Tipeng then channeled all his holy power into his hand, radiating a brilliant light. He controlled the sword midair, turning it into a deadly weapon. The sword shot straight at the hard shell of the snout armor beast, then twisted toward the monster's head. The divine sword strike was a critical hit, piercing right through its head. The monster howled in pain. Tapeng then shouted, "Open it for me!" Instantly, the sword flew through the wound and struck a sparkling golden stone out. The snout armor beast collapsed, completely still. Immediately, Teng Thin landed on the ground, panting heavily with exhaustion. The healing stone fell beside him. He sighed with a hint of complaint. His cultivation as a great saint was still insufficient. Dealing with a third-rank demon beast had drained him so much. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind him. Startled, Tipeng then turned to see a horrific scene. The mercenaries lay scattered, blood everywhere, with only Mesin standing there, her face cold but commanding. However, one mercenary still survived, trembling as he knelt down, voice full of fear. "Hero, spare us, please." Another coward begged as well. "Yes, spare us. Hero, do not kill us." Messi Venom sneered mockingly. 2 pink pills appeared in her hand. "I do not want to kill you. Take these 2 pills and go spread the word in the fallen city. Come back in a month for the antidote." One wounded man clutched his arm while the healthier one nervously mustered courage to ask, "Hero, what exactly do you want us to spread?" Mussy Van smirked coldly and said that Kim Tron was in the Demon Beast mountain range and had been severely injured. "I want everyone in Fallen City to know this." "Understand." Both quickly nodded repeatedly, saying, "Got it. Got it. We will do it right away." Messi Van waved her hand. Scram. They hurriedly fled without looking back. Meanwhile, Tatung Thin, standing behind a tree, watched everything with confusion. Thinking, "I am badly, what is her plan?" Seemingly aware Tipeng Thin was watching, Messi Venom turned around, her voice cold but clear. "They are all gone. Aren't you coming out to see me?" Kim Trim Tron Temping Thin was startled. She knew his real name. Stepping out from behind the tree, he asked, "Why did you bring so many people against me? Do we have a grudge?" Hearing this, the figure in black laughed. "No grudge. But you owe me money." His tone made T-Then even more confused. Before he could understand, the figure pulled down his hood, revealing his true face. It was Mesivan in disguise. Seeing the familiar face, Tivang Dizin gasped in shock, shouting, "It is you." Mesivan saw his angry expression, only smiled brightly and said, surprised. "Now what you expected, huh?" Before she could finish, Tivang then grabbed her collar roughly and lifted her up, angry. Tapeng then shouted, "What did you say? Why bring so many people to deal with me?" Mesivan panicked, nearly strangled, gasped, cough, "Put me down." Tuming Thin, still furious, growled in her face, "You call that asking for advice, you bastard? What do you mean?" When Tifeng then released her, Messi Ven panted heavily but quickly regained composure. She adjusted herself and gave a sly smile. Do you know how much you are worth right now?" Tipeng then blinked, asking, "Worth what?" Messi Ven explained excitedly. "Right now, the Thian Heng clan and the Chu mercenaries have posted a 10,000 silver bounty on you. That is how valuable you are. No wonder so many mercenaries are after you." She recalled the 2 others' cruel laughter seeing Tipa Thing then crushed under the bounty. Her eyes lit up greedily, even drooling. She continued laughing gleefully. "The more mercenaries, the better for us. We grab everything, and the 20,000 silver bounty is even sweeter. Same rule as before. You take the demon cores, I take the money. Deal? Is not this plan perfect?" Hearing this, Tipeng then laughed too, slinging an arm around Messi Vanna's shoulder. Suddenly, Messi Van pushed him away, stepped back with an annoyed look. "Talk is cheap. Hands off." Over the next days, they fought side by side, slashing and killing while listing their enemies' crimes. Facing the mercenary intel team, Tapeng then shouted, "These guys ambushed and killed 4 royal squads, slaughtered 67 mercenaries, then kept attacking." Another group appeared, and Mushi Van recounted the bloody promise crime. Half a month ago, they killed 240 villagers without cause. Tong Thian, furious, swung his sword fiercely, wiping them all out. Muk Van stood beside him with a cold expression, his voice, "These scum all deserve to die." After each bloody battle, they silently stood amidst the battlefield littered with bodies. Sighs blended into the mournful air. Life went on like that, day after day. Endless enemies kept coming. One day, while Muk Van was calmly grilling meat by the fire, a man who looked like a leader stepped forward and asked, "Hey kid, have you seen Kim Tran?" With an innocent, clueless look, Mukfan bit into a juicy skewer and casually pointed in another direction. You mean him? He went that way. Hearing his nonchalant answer, the group was stunned, all turning with shocked eyes towards Tong Thien. He was calmly leaning against a tree, two swords ready for a merciless fight. Tong Thien smiled warmly, nodding a greeting to the men. Then the smile vanished, and his voice turned as cold as ice. Goodbye. With that, his razor-sharp sword shot out like lightning. The enemies could only scream in despair. In an instant, all fell. The battlefield filled with corpses again. Tong Thien and Mukfan high-fived excitedly, shouting for justice. After a while, Mukfan squatted down, gleefully counting the loot, eyes shining with excitement. He muttered to himself as he counted, yours, mine, mine. Haha, we are rich. Behind, Tong Thien was meditating quietly when suddenly his eyes snapped open. Amazed by a strange power rising inside him, a wave of energy burst forth, engulfing him. Then he gasped, weak but joyful. I have leveled up to Saint Master. Watch Tong Thien break through fast. Mukfan shouted happily. Not bad. You have reached Saint Master. Impressed. Tong Thien smiled back, surprised. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from afar. A group appeared, radiating murderous intent. Their eyes locked on the two. The leader sneered, turning to his men. Haha, so many lousy stars. What a surprise treat. He spun to face Tong Thien, voice dripping with arrogance. Kimtran, show me your life. Tong Thien frowned slightly, voice full of disdain. Same old boring lines. I am already sick of them. Beside him, Mukfan's eyes lit up like he would found treasure. Rubbing his hands, he chuckled and said to the group, I am in a good mood today. I will spare your worthless lives. Space barriers down. Now scram. The leader's face flushed with anger, voice full of fury. How dare you talk like that in front of the Chow mercenaries? He sneered more. But suddenly Tong Thien's murderous aura flared violently. He stepped forward slowly, gripping his sword tightly, voice deep and echoing. You say you are the Chow mercenaries. The leader showed no fear. Instead, he pointed at Tong Thien and laughed loudly. Haha. Scared now? If you are scared, lick the dirt and come out. I will keep your bodies intact. As the arrogant words finished, Tong Thien's thunderous strike rushed forward. Catching him off guard, the leader trembled, eyes full of terror. Tong Thien's cold voice rang out like a death sentence. Chow mercenaries. All deserve to die. Tong Thien shouted and charged into battle. His sword flashing brightly in the dark. Tong Thien was like a grim reaper, slashing through enemies nonstop. Their blood pooled heavily at his feet. Mukfan stood aside watching, laughing heartily with delight. Then he turned to Tong Thien, exclaiming, hang them upside down and let the blood flow till they die. You are brutal. Hearing that, Tong Thien replied coldly, these guys deserve worse than death. Seeing this, Mukfan looked at Tong Thien with curiosity and confusion, asking, how big a grudge do you have against them? At that moment, Tong Thien sensed a dangerous murderous aura. He quickly pulled Mukfan aside, dodging a surprise attack. Then shouted, watch out, turning his head toward the distance, his eyes icy and furious. He shouted, who is there? From the shadows, a man slowly stepped out, eyes sharp as knives. He sneered and said, two kids who managed to grab this much Su star currency. I won't hesitate to step in this time. Recognizing the newcomer, both Tengden and Mephici Van were stunned, the terrifying title of High Grand Sage flashing through their minds. Teeping then immediately stepped in front of the injured Mipsi Vane and shouted angrily, a Grand Sage greedy for a tiny reward like this? The old man held his knife, a wicked smile spreading across his face. You do not just carry a little cash. I have gathered quite a bit over the past few days. Furious, Mesiven charged at the old man, yelling, damn you. Do not even think about touching my money. The old man was not scared. Instead, he laughed loudly. Haha, come on then. He swung his knife in a sharp arc across Mesiven's neck, startling him, but he did not stop. His sinister voice continued, the more you move, the faster the blood flows. You will die soon enough, poisoned. Miss Isavan could not hold back the pain and screamed. Seeing this, Tipeng then was filled with rage and immediately rushed forward. He gritted his teeth and yelled, poison, that old bastard. Seeing Mudzexan Sagani made the old man even more smug as he burst out laughing. Haha. Come on, you two better give up quickly so I can finish this. Enraged, Tapeng then shouted, you call yourself a grand sage, but you use poison against a sage. Don't you have any shame? Without hesitation, he charged at the old man. The old man did not dodge, smiling as he replied, who cares about shame when it is about money? They clashed, weapons crashing with fierce explosions. Attack after attack flew back and forth, neither backing down. After a brutal fight, Tipeng then was forced to jump back, gasping for breath. Fatigue showed clearly on his face. He coughed, thinking bitterly. Damn it! The gap between a sage and a grand sage is just too huge. There is no way to win. The old man's cruel smile remained, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Though the battle was not over yet, the power difference was clear. He smiled coldly, staring at Tipeng then, his hoarse voice twisted with malice. Then he launched a fierce attack, laughing with delight, shouting, "Let us see how tough your skull really is." Startled, Tieng then dodged quickly, amazed at the speed. Too fast. But that old man won. Give me a moment's rest. The old man charged again, yelling, "Well done." Then kicked hard straight at Tipeng then, bursting into maniacal laughter. "Aha! Keep trying to hold on. But these relentless attacks will wear you down." In a brief opening, the old man slashed Tipeng Then's arm, drawing a long cut. In pain, Tipeng then cried out, "This is not good." High above, their fierce battle raged on. Elsewhere, Zeph fed it, focusing on detoxifying his poison, suddenly coughing up fresh blood, his face pale as death. He gasped, struggling to speak. "Huff, huff, this poison is strange. Can't he force it out?" Seeing this, Tung then hurried over anxiously, asking, "How are you?" Missy Venon's face darkened. Weakly, he answered, "I am not well. This poison is worse than I thought." The old man drew near with a twisted smile. "Mocking. The poison is mine now. Let us see how long you can keep dancing." Tieng then glared at him, then turned to Messy Veen. "I will hold him off. You get out of here." Ven hesitated, worriedly asking, "But what about you?" Before he could finish, Tang Thin firmly said no and urged, "Go now." Then he charged straight at the old man, trying to buy time for his friend. Seeing Tita Veen's determination, Messy Vin gritted his teeth, reluctantly pulling out a jade piece. His eyes burned with unwillingness. Was there really no other choice? Resentful, he crushed the jade in his hand. Instantly, a space portal opened, and a figure stepped out. The newcomer looked at Messy Vin, surprised. "You have been poisoned." Messy Vin collapsed to his knees, weakly saying, "Help me, please." Before falling unconscious, the newcomer coldly called out to his friend. Meanwhile, Tipeng then continued fighting the old man with all his strength. A heavy kick from the old man sent Tipeng then flying to the ground. The old man laughed with satisfaction. "Go down now, brat." The one-man summoned turned to the old man, eyes as cold as ice. His overwhelming presence made the old man feel a real threat. Panicked, the old man thought, "When did his aura get this strong without me noticing?" Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, Tang then quickly threw his sword, shouting, "Take this. Dodge if you can." He laughed scornfully. Boring little K." But just as he dodged one sword, another suddenly struck from behind. This time, he could not react in time. The blade sliced across him, leaving a fatal wound. He was stunned, wondering when the second strike had come from. That moment seemed to freeze time, signaling inevitable end. After defeating the other old man, Tongthian immediately ran to Mok Van, anxiously calling out his name. Mok Van. Suddenly, a strange power enveloped the person Mok Van had just called. A spatial door unexpectedly opened. Tongthian felt an immense pressure radiating outward, scattering dust and sand. Still, he struggled to stay standing. Amazed, this spatial force was terrifying. The newcomer used it to lift Mok Van up. He looked at him with a cheerful gaze and said, "Just stepping into the Saint Master realm and already killing a Grand Saint Master. Not bad. Train hard. Keep pushing, and you could become a true powerhouse." Then, he led Mok Van into the spatial door. Before leaving, he turned back, leaving behind a cryptic message. "You two will definitely meet again someday." Tongthian watched their figures fade away, lost in thought. After a moment, he sighed softly. Being able to freely use spatial power means at least the Saint King realm. Mok Van is truly extraordinary. Later, Tongthian looked at the scattered items on the ground, muttering, 700 level 4 demon cores, 1,000 level 3 cores, over 1,000 level 2 demon stones, and more than 100,000 Z-Spirit coins. Not even a busy guy gets this much at once. After cleaning up, he found a glowing animal hide on the old man and exclaimed, what is this?" The more he examined it, the more amazed he became. A white family beast hide. Why is it here? At that moment, memories of Bitch Van Thien surfaced in his mind. Tongthian recalled her sad face when she once said, "Tongthian, this is our family heirloom, passed down for hundreds of years. Because of it, our clan was wiped out overnight. I keep it to remember my mother." After speaking, she smiled, but her eyes were filled with longing. Looking at the hide in his hand, Tongthian pondered deeply. "This hide is identical to my mother's heirloom, so why did that old man have it? What exactly is this?" After a long look, he began to guess. This beast's hide resists fire. Can T be harmed by blades? A rare treasure or martial secret, but why is its surface so smooth? Unable to figure it out, Tong Thien sighed helplessly. Forget it. Focus on improving strength first. Time passed a year since he began relentless training. In a dark, silent cave, he sat cross-legged, face serious, fully focused, breathing steady but heavy. Around him, demon stones cracked one by one, glowing brightly. Then a loud explosion echoed through the cave. Tong Thien had broken through. Advancing to the High Saint Master stage, he opened his eyes, tired, propping himself up. His gaze was sharp, voice filled with hatred. Cha family. Thien hung. The time has come to repay blood with blood. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the cave. Tong Thien startled, looking toward the entrance. From afar, a shadow charged forward with a thunderous roar. A demon beast covered in thick fur appeared. Snarling fiercely, Tong Thien recognized it as a 5th-ranked demon beast, a speed leopard. Immediately after, another creature rushed in, closing in on the speed leopard. It was a massive demon bull with bulging muscles and large wings fluttering behind. Tong Thien was even more shocked. The heavenly winged demon bull. Why did these two monsters appear together? Hiding in the cave, Tong Thien observed the situation, thinking to himself that with his current strength, fleeing was the only option. These two were too powerful. Outside, the battle between the two demon beasts grew fierce. The heavenly winged demon bull roared, gathering energy to form a blazing purple energy sphere, hurling it straight at the speed leopard. The speed leopard dodged nimbly, but the demon bull seized the opportunity and charged forward. It swung its massive fist, but the speed leopard evaded and counterattacked with sharp claws. The strike hit the demon bull's eye, causing it to roar in pain and grow even more furious. The demon bull retaliated wildly with a powerful blow, flinging the speed leopard far away. Tong Thien stood inside the cave, watching every move closely. He thought, one's terrifyingly fast. The other has absolute strength and defense. 5th-ranked demon beasts truly are formidable creatures. Suddenly, Tong Thien noticed something strange. He frowned as the speed leopard's power seemed to weaken, and its speed slowed. At the same time, the heavenly winged demon bull roared and slammed the ground, causing a massive shockwave. The swift cloud beast did not react in time and was thrown to the ground as the cave shook violently. Tummy then stood in the shadows, cold eyes calculating. One beast was gravely wounded, the other blind. Both exhausted. If I play this right, I can harvest 2 demon cores, enough to break through to Grand Sage level. The decision is made. Tipeng then gripped his 2 swords tightly and lunged from his hiding spot. The 2 beasts were locked in a deadly fight, completely unaware of his presence. He thought to himself, I have to use max speed and take down one first. Seeing the swift cloud beast thrown again, he immediately charged forward and struck a killing blow. The swift cloud beast collapsed on the spot. At that moment, the Mang Huju sensed danger. It turned its blind but furious eyes toward Ting Then. Roaring deafeningly, he steadied himself, stared at the beast, exhaled deeply, and steeled his resolve. Facing a blind opponent, his chances of victory were high. The Mang, enraged, charged at him with terrifying speed. Growling fiercely, Tipeng then waited for the perfect moment, leapt into the air to dodge the strike. When the beast missed, he seized the opening, shouted, then he dove down to attack. Powerful, precise slashes echoed through the air as the space seemed to tremble. From afar, an old man watched the battle with interest. He smirked quietly. Finally the swift cloud beast is down. This kid's no ordinary fighter. Then he shouted to his subordinates. The target has appeared. Take him down immediately. Useless fools. How long are you going to take to handle a mid-level sage? At the command, the group rushed forward without hesitation. One yelled, Kid, surrender now or do not blame us for being ruthless. Under the relentless assault, Min Ung growled angrily through clenched teeth. Damn it! These guys really want to gang up on me. Overwhelmed by their combined strength, he was pushed back, breathing heavy and labored. Still, he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. He shouted in pain, Want to kill me? His voice echoed as a powerful aura suddenly burst forth, radiating terrifying pressure. Though exhausted, he advanced step by step, his words sharp and deliberate. You are just not skilled enough. Min Ides' incredible speed and overwhelming power made the enemies grimace in fear. One of the terrified attackers blurted, His speed is insane. But Min Ing did not give them a chance. He charged straight in, taking down each of them in seconds. They stood stunned, whispering in horror. You are really a wind element sage. Just then, Tipeng Then was slammed hard against a large tree, denting the trunk. Struggling, he gasped for breath. At that moment, the swift cloud beast took advantage of the opening and charged. Roaring furiously, its howl tearing through the space. His legs felt like they were armored in steel as he dashed straight toward the swift cloud beast. Upon landing, he quickly merged his weapons. I do not believe I can break your defense. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move, Divine Sword Great Rotation. A powerful beam shot from his sword, striking straight into the swift cloud beast's defenses. The furious beast roared wildly, but all was in vain. With mighty slashes, his sharp sword plunged into the ground, ending the swift cloud beast's life. Its massive, muscular body was split in two. Tipeng then descended, looking at the motionless beast on the ground, and exhaled in relief. Wu, picking up his prize, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Haha, the demon cores from a 5th-tier beast really pack a punch. With these two, as long as I train hard, I will reach Grand Sage level soon. Saying this, he raised the cores high, eyes full of hope for the future. He quickly realized the danger and acted immediately. Knowing time was short, he hurried to grab the swift cloud beast's demon core and prepare to leave. 5th-tier demon beasts had just started awakening intelligence and usually gathered in packs. If another showed up, things would get extremely dangerous. As he approached the swift cloud beast's corpse, he suddenly noticed a venomous snake slithering around. Hissing threateningly, he was not too concerned, just a bit surprised and wondered, hey, where did this poisonous snake come from? But looking closer, he realized the demon core was missing from the hollowed-out head of the beast. Startled, he exclaimed in horror, "Where's the demon core?" Just then, a hoarse laugh echoed as an old man slowly stepped out, juggling a demon core with a teasing look in his eyes. "Are you looking for this?" The young man froze, eyes wide with surprise and confusion. Secretly thinking, a grand earth saint, the old man laughed loudly, his sharp eyes scrutinizing. "Are not you eager to reclaim this level 5 magic core?" "Little brother, if you do not want it, I will keep it then." Hearing this, he kept calm and replied coldly, "Taking it back is useless." The old man was surprised but burst out laughing in approval. "Haha! Interesting. Here's the deal. This magic core is crucial to my clan. But if you want it back, hand over your battle skill." Hearing that, he immediately narrowed his eyes cautiously, but facing the old man's sly gaze, he remained composed. "I do not have any battle skills," he said. The old man frowned and growled, You dare joke with me?" Then he bluntly exposed him. The sword technique used earlier to kill the heavenly winged demon bull was faster and stronger than a high-grade saintess skill. "If that is not a battle skill, what is?" he responded coldly. "Even if I had a skill and gave it to you, do you think you would let me live?" His sharp words angered the old man. Without another word, the old man launched a move, disappearing in a flash and reappearing right in front of him, striking with a surprise attack. He was forced back before he could react. The old man warned coldly, "Being too clever is not always good, kid." The sudden blow left him stunned. The force threw him far, groaning in pain as he lay still on the ground. Meanwhile, the old man charged fiercely, preparing a finishing blow. "In danger!" he shouted. "Stop right there." In a desperate moment, he grabbed a nearby venomous snake tightly, warning himself not to move. The old man abruptly stopped, pale and trembling, asking, "Kid, what are you planning?" Seeing the old man's panic, he calmly said, "This rare mutated snake, combined with special medicinal powder, can track prey from miles away. Training it is extremely difficult. If you know how, if I kill it now, even if you take the speed cloud beast core back to your clan, it won't be easy to explain." His calculated words cornered the old man. Knowing he was losing ground, the old man lowered his tone and asked, "Fine. What do you want?" He said nothing more, quickly creating a vacuum barrier around the snake, then coldly warned, "In one incensed stick's time, this barrier will explode. You have some time to think. Return the core and let me go, or face the consequences." The old man growled angrily. "You are delusional if you think you can escape a grand earth saint," he replied coolly. "That is none of your concern." With no other choice, the old man reluctantly returned the core. Seeing his goal achieved, he accepted it with a smile and said, "Thank you." Then he tossed the mutated snake toward the old man and said casually, "Here's your snake back." But just as it flew toward him, he performed a whirlwind distraction and vanished from the old man's sight. Realizing he had been tricked, the old man shouted in rage, "You bastard! I will tear you to pieces." Meanwhile, having put some distance between them, he finally sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. But he stayed alert, reminding himself to run even faster. The speed of a grand earth saint is not to be underestimated. He could catch up any time. Hidden on a rocky outcrop in the dense forest, a group stood laughing smugly, their jeers echoing mockingly. "Haha! Run! Keep running! Can't he run anymore?" After a tense fight with many enemies, Min Ang was exhausted. His breath grew heavy, coughing sharply amid the danger. Seeing the dire situation, He gritted his teeth and cursed helplessly. Damn it! I want to die at the hands of scum like you. Determined not to give up, Min-Ig jumped straight off the cliff as he fell through the air. His eyes widened in shock at the scene below. Tiving then was running beneath him. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Oh God, get out of the way. The great enemy is coming." Hearing the shout, Tang then turned around in confusion. But before he could react, Min-Ing landed with a thud unfortunately. Tipeng then became the shield for the impact. The guy was pinned down, swelling on his head. At that moment, the chasing group arrived, seeing the scene. They whispered, "Damn, he still has some fight left, and there is another one too. Looks like a fat goat. Take care of them fast." Men Ungu looked at the approaching group of thugs and broke into a cold sweat. Silently thinking, God, this might be the end for me. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed by, leaving him stunned. Tong Thien said nothing. Lunged forward, and unleashed a rapid flurry of attacks, cutting the enemies to pieces. After finishing, he landed lightly. Casually saying, "Mixed martial arts." Min Dong stood there, confused, not sure how to react. He looked at Tong Thien as if admiring an alien, blurting out too quickly. Then Min Dong rushed over, gasping, shouting repeatedly, "Brother! Stop running!" Ahead as Tong Thien turned, eyeing Min Dong suspiciously. "You followed me just to say that," Min Dong panted, trying to explain. But before he could finish, Tong Thien smiled softly. "All right. Thanks anyway." The unexpected words flustered Min Dong, who quickly replied, "Huh? Thanks for what? You just saved my life. But you run too fast." At that moment, he sensed something bad approaching, instinctively narrowing his eyes with alertness. Just as expected, the old man came creeping back with a smug face, shouting, "You little brat. Let us see where you run this time." He clenched his teeth, silently cursing. How did he catch up so fast? The old man landed from above, seeing him safe and sound, could not hide his surprise, exclaiming, Kid, you are still alive." Min Dong pouted in response. "Old Fire Loop, your legs are still weak." "I am doing just fine." Their banter piqued the curiosity of those watching. Tong Thien asked in surprise what was going on. Min Dong pointed at the old man. "Tajiak, he is chasing me over some level 4 demon cores. That guy is the leader." The once arrogant old man paled at the insult, his eyes flashing fury, radiating a terrifying aura as he growled, "Two ungrateful brats. Hand over the goods and I might spare your worthless lives." Without another word, he charged at them in a rage, shouting, "Don't expect to survive now." As he closed in, the two quickly scattered, trying to escape in different directions. But seeing through their plan, he summoned a massive tornado, his cold voice cutting through, trying to run. Then a triumphant laugh echoed, "Ha! Think you can escape?" He conjured two giant tornadoes, fiercely sweeping toward them. Seeing this, he could not hide his smugness, yelling, "Die!" However, Tong Thien refused to let him succeed. Swiftly, he tilted his head and dodged in a desperate move. Both suddenly jumped off the cliff without hesitation or fear. This shocked the old man, who shouted in panic, "My battle technique!" After crashing hard into the water, they surfaced, gasping for breath. One coughed violently, the other panted heavily, yet their eyes still burned with unyielding determination. Tong Thien, looking bedraggled and miserable, could not help but shout, "Rotten old man, I survived your attacks. One day, I will find your clan and clear my name." His bitter words stunned Min Dong, who stood not far away. Mouth agape, he could not believe his ears and asked in confusion, You are Kim Tran?" Tong Thien, now calmer, casually wrung out his clothes as he reached shore, replying with a cool tone, "That is right." Min Dong took the chance to step closer and bowed in thanks. "Phew, I am Min Dong. Thanks for saving me last time." Hearing this, Tong Thien simply smiled faintly and said it was just a coincidence. No need to thank him. Still, Min Dong seemed eager to repay the favor and immediately opened his hand. "Hey, take this." This sudden move made Tong Thien frown in confusion, asking, "What is this for?" Min Dong laughed heartily and said frankly, "Nothing big. You saved my life, and I have got nothing to repay you with. I only have 4 level 4 demon cores. Here, take 2. Don't he complain it is too little." Seeing Min Dong's generosity, Tong Thien was reminded of his old brothers. Feeling a warm glow inside, his lips twitched into a faint smile before calmly replying, "I do not need demon cores. But while we are at it, I want to ask if you have joined any mercenary group yet." Hearing this, Min Dong sighed and shook his head. "Not yet. I am used to being free and alone. Can stand being bossed around." Tong Thien's keeper noticed Mindong's lingering guilt over being saved and decided to suggest an idea. Mindong, I have a request. It might be unreasonable. Mindong raised an eyebrow and answered without hesitation. What? As long as it is not my life. Say whatever you want. Tong Thien smiled softly, enunciating clearly. I want to invite you to join my Life Flame mercenary group, but I have to warn you, the group is very small right now. Still, I believe one day Life Flame will become the top mercenary group in the Tianyuan continent. This invitation made Mindong hesitate a little. He pondered quietly, scratched his head, and asked hesitantly, how small is small if it gets too crowded? I am worried about all those complicated management rules. The sudden question caught Tong Thien off guard for a moment. He cleared his throat softly and answered honestly. For now, it is just me. Adding you makes two. The moment he said that, Mindong fell back in shock, unable to believe it. Damn. Seriously. But then he quickly realized it was not that bad after all. Mindong cautiously asked, Leader, as the deputy leader of the Life Flame battalion, should I learn more about our next plan? Hearing this, Tong Thien simply replied with seriousness. Cultivation. The brief answer surprised Mindong a bit, who then wondered, wait, are not we supposed to be taking on mercenary missions hunting spirit beasts and gathering spirit cores? Before Mindong could ask more, Tong Thien suddenly tossed him a large pouch with a calm expression. Here are 8 level 4 spirit cores. Mindong's eyes lit up immediately at the big surprise. While he was busy fidgeting with the cores, Tong Thien seriously instructed, you need to quickly strengthen your power over the next half-month. Mindong nodded immediately but could not help feeling curious. What happens after half a month? Hearing this, Tong Thien's voice grew deep, his eyes sharp and resolute. In half a month, eliminate a clan and a mercenary battalion. Mindong was stunned for a moment but nodded. Okay. Got it. In his heart, he thought, just 2 of us taking on a whole clan. Are you crazy? Time flew by fast, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When he met Tong Thien again, Mindong could not help but be amazed. The person before him was completely different from before. He muttered, damn, in just half a month, you have advanced to Grand Sage. This is unbelievable. Mindong stared wide-eyed and asked, are you still human? How did you reach Grand Sage level in just half a month? Tong Thien casually replied, huh? What is so surprising? Didn't you also advance to Intermediate Sage? Hearing that, Mindong sighed. Clearly, I could have lived peacefully. I only level up 1 minor realm at a time. But you jump a whole major realm at once. Suddenly Tong Thien narrowed his eyes warily, sat down hard on the ground, and exuded a powerful aura. Mindong asked anxiously, what is wrong with you? Tong Thien shouted. Warning, stay away from me. Get away. His whole body was quickly enveloped by a massive power. His mighty roar, fused with that overwhelming power, shook heaven and earth from thousands of miles away. An elder sensed it and gasped in shock. Such an overwhelming aura. What on earth is that? Could it be that a top-tier powerhouse has just been born in this region? No one could truly grasp how strong that power was at this moment. A reclusive cultivator, thousands of miles away from the mortal world, was stunned to sense the strong sword intention and sword aura bursting forth from afar. He muttered, this sword intent is profound. The sword aura is powerful. Who could reach such a high level on the sword path? Could it be that during my seclusion, an unparalleled powerhouse has appeared on Tianyuan continent? At that moment, Tong Thien's body emitted a sharp and terrifying sword aura. The sword in his hand trembled violently, making strange sounds. Suddenly, 2 adorable little figures appeared, their eyes bright and smiles sweet as they called out in unison. Master, Master, we can finally speak with you. Tong Thien only stared in surprise, looking at the 2 little girls, one dressed in soft blue, smiling gently like water, the other small and fairy-like in deep purple, tears in her eyes, rushing to hug him. Master, hug. Flustered by the situation, Tong Thien could not help but exclaim in surprise. The girl in purple playfully planted a light kiss on his cheek, making Tong Thien awkwardly ask, who are you? The girl in purple sat in Tong Thien's palm, grinning mischievously as she introduced herself. We are the sword spirits of the purple-blue twin swords. The sword spirit of the Xian sword. You can call me Xian or Little N. The gentle girl in the blue dress continued. I am the sword spirit of the Thantak sword. You can call me Xiaotak or Xiaothan. Tong Thien's eyes widened in surprise, his face clearly showing astonishment. Zithan swords. Sword spirit, could it be that the Zithan twin swords I cultivated actually gave birth to a sword spirit? Tuan shook his head quickly, denying it. That is not it. Xiaothan calmly explained. We are like you, from another world to the Thean Nugian continent. Long ago, the sword bodies of me and Tuan were broken, our energy severely damaged, drifting into your world and falling into a deep sleep. Xiaothan recounted. We were awakened by your cultivation of the Zithan sword energy. Unexpectedly, in a place with such weak energy, You used an incomplete Zethan sword classic to achieve sword mastery that amazed everyone. Xiao Than's words and the vague memories made everything clearer in Tong Thien's mind. Standing beside him, Tuan's eyes lit up with admiration as he exclaimed, "You truly are a genius." However, the girl's voice quickly turned sad and full of regret. Unfortunately, in the end, you could not survive. Tuan trembled as he continued, "Yes, the master died." Mysterious purple light swirled gently like silk ribbons, forming enigmatic spirals. "That was the moment you left this world. After your death, we decided to escort you through space and time back to the world you once lived in. I still clearly remember the small, shining orb glowing amidst the vast Milky Way. With your sword talent, you were destined to become a legend." But then the girl sighed, her face full of regret. "Unfortunately, during the space crossing, our power drained too fast. We could not hold on and had to bring you to the Nean continent." Hearing this, Tong Thien glanced at the small girl sitting on his shoulder and asked, "So you saved me? Why did not you meet me sooner?" Tuan replied sulkily, "We wanted to, but traveling through space drained our power, putting us both into a deep sleep for years before waking up." Then the girl lazily stretched out on Tong Thien's head, her voice full of blame. "Besides, after waking up, your spirit was too weak. We could not contact you. It was not until your spirit grew stronger that we could appear." Hearing that, Tong Thien pondered briefly and sighed to himself. "So it was because I just broke through the great saint master level that my spirit strengthened." Tuan interrupted excitedly. "Exactly. That is why we could meet you again." Xiaoan added from behind, "And as your level rises, you can even use our power." Tong Thien glanced at Xiaoyan and softly said, "I have used Zethan sword energy before." Hearing this, Tuan giggled mischievously. Cutting in, "That is not exactly true, Master." Suddenly realizing something, Tong Thien's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Really?" Tuan replied with a teasing tone, "You will know when you try it." Without hesitation, Tong Thien stood tall, spreading his arms wide as blue and pink light burst from his hands, flooding the space with a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene. With a loud voice, he shouted, "Let me see the power of the Zethan sword spirit." Instantly, purple light from the Zethan sword spirit blazed brightly, illuminating the deep green forest and mountains around. The radiant purple beam shot across the ground with strength and force, shattering a large rock before him. Seeing the rock split in two, he could not help but marvel at the incredible destructive power. From within the Zethan sword spirit, Tuan and Xiaoan appeared, both looking exhausted. Xiaoan was panting heavily. Pant. So tired. Tong Thien worriedly asked, "What is wrong with you?" Tuan hovered in the air, his voice full of fatigue as he replied, "The sword energy consumes a lot of power." Xiaoan yawned widely, covering her mouth, her voice tired. "Master, our energy is used up. We have to return to the sword body and sleep deeply." Tong Thien looked confused as the two colored lights faded and asked, "Then how do you replenish your energy?" Tuan sighed and scolded, "You are so silly. Master, just absorb a lot of high-grade magic stones." Hearing this, Tong Thien opened his hand, looking at the pile of magic stones in his palm, and replied, "Absorb magic stone. Huh, I have plenty here." But as soon as he finished speaking, the figures of Tuan and Xiaoan vanished. Just then, Mindong appeared from somewhere, kneeling on the ground and gasping. Looking up, Mindong saw Tong Thien's back and anxiously called out, "Are you okay?" Hearing the call, Tong Thien turned around, his cold eyes flashing with a faint smile. "Let us, follow me to Ningakak City." Men Ang hurried after him, surprised. "Where are you going?" Tong Thien replied coldly and briefly, "To kill someone." Half a month later, in front of the towering city gate, Min Ang sighed in relief. Phew, finally standing beside Tiping Thin. Min Ang could not hide his excitement. Chuckling, Ansip City is huge. Meanwhile, Tiping Thin calmly walked through the sparse streets, his eyes filled with suspicion. Strange, why does the city feel so eerie? Has something big happened here? Min Ang glanced over. Curious? Captain, who are we here to kill? Tining Thin kept his mystery, replying shortly, "You will find out soon." Suddenly, a loud, vulgar insult echoed from afar, making Tian Thien pause. An angry voice shouted, "Damn it! You dare interfere with the Cha mercenaries' business." Before them stood a group of thugs with fierce eyes, surrounding a weaker group, their threatening attitude clear. "Don't you want to live here anymore? Bold enough to interfere with us in broad daylight?" Tang Thin glanced at the scene, a little girl trembling and sobbing, clinging tightly to her mother. The girl sobbed softly, "Mom, Mleps is scared. Mleps is scared." The mother struggled to hold back her fear, gently comforting her daughter. "Don't be afraid. Mlep, do not be afraid." The thugs pushed the mother and daughter against the wall, hurling dirty taunts without pause. "Little sis, do not be scared. Big bro cares for you. Haha! 3 men in front tried to shield the mother and daughter. One angrily shouted, "You are nothing but scum." At that moment, Ting Thin's eyes darkened. His sword flashed purple, and in a blink, it pierced through a thuggish body. He coldly cursed, swinging the sword again. Tipeng then took down the entire gang in an instant, his decisive voice whispering, "They are all dead now." Witnesses around were stunned, mouths agape. One murmured with admiration, "That sword is lightning fast." At that moment, Lep jumped from her mother's arms, running toward Tipeng Thin, shouting, "Uncle Kimtrun, Uncle Kimtrun, you scared me." Her mother hurried after her, calling out, Lep, slow down." Ting Thin picked up Lep, smiling gently at her. Lep looked up innocently. "Uncle Kimtron is so handsome." He ruffled her hair and softly asked, "Good Lep? Tell Uncle, where is the Cha mercenary headquarters?" Lep grabbed Tipeng Thin's hand and pointed ahead. Across the way stood a heavy iron gate with 2 silent guards. Above hung an old wooden sign carved with Cha mercenaries. The air was heavy and silent, occasionally pierced by hearty laughter from afar, and a voice boomed, "With Cha mercenaries involved, Ingkactic City C's defense against the demon beasts will be much stronger this time." Another person smirked slyly and whispered, "Commander Kak Lep, thank you for your concern over Ingkactic City's safety." Much appreciated. Kak Lepti sat imposingly in a large chair, a polite smile flickering as he replied to the guests. "You are right. Kak City truly is the solid foundation of Cha mercenaries. It should always be this way." Suddenly, the heavy iron gate was forcefully flung open with a loud crash. A startled shout rang out, "Who dares?" Kuk Lepted narrowed his eyes sharply, staring outside. "Who dare storm into Cha territory?" Min Ang appeared outside, moving like a flash, leaping into the air. In moments, he knocked 2 guards flying behind him. Tipeng Thin's sword whipped like a storm, glowing fiercely with energy, easily toppling all who stood in his way. Several soldiers fell to the ground. Groaning, Tipeng Thin's cold eyes scanned them. Then he shouted, "Kuk Ledid, come out!" Kuk Led rose, his body glowing with orange energy like a living torch. His footsteps thundered, each step radiating power. He looked at Mingye and Tipeng Thin with contempt, smirking coldly. "I thought someone bold dared invade Cha mercenaries. Turns out you are just a caught fish. You brought backup. So your life is that cheap." Long scars on his face twisted like venomous snakes, making his disdainful smile even more terrifying. Min Han coldly pointed, "He is your enemy, right?" Tipeng Thin nodded, gritting his teeth. "Yes, no doubt." Min Ang lunged like lightning, blue energy blazing from his sword, while Tun Thin swung his blade, a fiery red light spreading wildly. Kaklap-Tu focused his energy into his palm, his deep voice filled with menace. "Let us see how strong your ally really is." Suddenly, a sharp long sword appeared in his hand. Kaklap-Tu took a ready stance, his eyes flashing with a deadly glare. From a hidden corner, a figure silently watched. He quietly admired the fierce energy surging across the battlefield. His eyes brightened as he saw Min Dong and Tong Thin confronting Kaklap-Tu. He thought to himself, "Such overwhelming power. If I can seize this chance, I will gain a strong ally." Kaklap-Tu paid no attention to the gaze from the shadows. He focused solely on his opponent, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Let us see how long you can hold out." A blazing orange aura engulfed Kaklap-Tu's body, surrounding him like a giant torch. The cold blade in his hand pointed directly at Mendong and Tong Thin as his threatening voice rang out. "Today, neither of you will leave the Cha clan alive." In that tense moment, a figure stood silently like a statue and suddenly reached out to block them. "Hold your strikes." Tong Thin turned to the figure and asked, "Who are you?" The man standing between Kaklap-Tu and the two bowed respectfully and replied, "I am the commander of the Ingak City Guard. I ask you to hear me out." Deloy calmly looked at Tong Thin and said, "A rare challenge that surfaces once every few decades is approaching. Ingek City is in danger now. Your grudges can wait. Let us overcome this threat first." Tong Thin could not suppress his anger and shouted, "I must kill Kaklap-Tu today." Kaklap-Tu placed a hand on Deloy's shoulder and chuckled coldly. "Commander Deloy, stand down. I won't allow anyone who dares harm the Cha clan to live." With that, Kaklap-Tu lunged forward, his fiery orange blade tearing through the air like lightning aimed at Tong Thin. His voice rang out coldly, "They all must die." Min Dong stepped in front of Tong Thin, tilting his eyes and asked, "Or should I take them on?" Tong Thin's face was ice cold as he replied, "No need." Without hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow unleashed from a bow. Kaklap-Tu was briefly caught off guard when Tong Thin suddenly appeared before him. He countered with a fierce, blazing red slash that sliced through the air but only cut empty space. Tong Thin moved like a ghost, vanishing and reappearing, then suddenly struck from behind Kaklap-Tu. A sharp rebuke startled Kaklap-Tu. Forcing him to turn around, Tong Thien swung his sword rapidly, the blade tracing deadly purple rings of energy, like a lethal orb. His voice carried ruthless intent. Die. The powerful, lightning-fast attack caught Caklap 2 off guard. His large body was slammed to the ground, carving a deep crater. In pain, Caklap 2 pushed himself up slowly, coughing and gasping. Cough, cough. Grand Sage. You have really reached Grand Sage level. At that moment, Deloy rushed forward, stepping between them urgently. Young Master, both of you are Grand Sages, future legends with limitless potential. Gex City is in grave danger now. Can you set aside your feud and turn this war into peace? Tong Thien's figure flickered like a shadow. Without anyone noticing, he swiftly glided in front of Caklap 2, his eyes icy cold as he called out his name. Deloy. The commander turned to Tong Thien, his voice deep and cold. You are not me. You have never borne what I have. Tong Thien's eyes sharpened like blades. Suddenly, he lunged at Caklap 2, unleashing lightning-fast punches. The force was so strong it sent Caklap 2 flying backwards, sliding across the ground and losing balance. Tong Thien stood tall, staring fiercely at Commander Deloy. You have no right to preach kindness to me. Caklap 2 struggled to get up, coughing violently, yet he still sneered sarcastically. Cough, cough, even if the one who provokes you is a grand sage. Before he finished, he suddenly crushed something in his hand and growled. Today, you will die. From the rooftop, deafening explosions erupted, fiery orange flames lighting up the sky. Commander Deloy shouted in shock. This is the Chao Clan Tiger Wolf Guard. 2 figures appeared before Tong Thien, one standing, the other like a ghost. Their faces were hidden behind golden masks with sharp lines on the forehead and a bright red stone in the center, resembling a third eye. Seeing the danger, Commander Deloy quickly turned to Tong Thien. Young Master, wait here. I will fetch the city lord to take command. The 2 masked figures knelt simultaneously, solemnly declaring, the Chao Clan Tiger Wolf Guard, ordered to eliminate the enemy. Behind them, Caklap 2 stood with his back turned, laughing wickedly, his voice dripping with mockery. Even if the city lord comes, he will only be here to collect your corpse. As the words ended, 3 figures appeared from above the elite holy masters, their weapons gleaming. They swooped down like hawks, aiming straight for Tong Thien, but Tong Thien, wielding 2 swords glowing with radiant purple energy, stood firm as a mountain. His sword strikes flowed smoothly like silk, forming an unbreakable shield that kept the holy masters at bay. Tong Thien leapt up, unleashing a powerful strike from above. His sharp purple swords sliced through the air like the grim reaper swinging his scythe. A blinding light engulfed the battlefield, forcing the holy masters to retreat into a defensive stance. Too afraid to attack, Tong Thien stood like an immovable mountain, swinging his swords with fierce spirit. Deadly energy radiated from his blades, weaving a deadly net that wiped out wave after wave of enemies. Amid the chaos, his voice thundered. Get lost. The holy masters, overwhelmed by the fierce assault, could only scream in panic. One of them collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, powerless to resist. Mindong, swift as a leopard, slipped through the fallen bodies and without hesitation, launched a powerful kick to the head of a holy master. You bastard! Mindong shouted, eyes flashing with anger. The holy master was slammed away like a dry leaf in the wind, crashing hard to the distant ground. Meanwhile, Caklap 2 stood pale, frozen by the scene. Regaining some composure, he suddenly reached for a pouch at his side and threw it forcefully to the ground. Coins spilled and rolled everywhere, sparkling dimly in the low light. He spoke with cold calculation. 1,000 gold for wounding them. 10,000 if you kill one. As Caklap 2's words faded, 4 shadowy figures charged toward Tong Thien and Mindong. Shouting fiercely, Tong Thien swung his long sword high, each strike drawing deadly curves. Cold purple light filled the air, and with every slash, enemies fell screaming in agony. His figure flickered amid the purple bones of his sharp blades. Groans and curses hung in the air before the enemies were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Mindong, sweating heavily and breathing hard, faced an enemy rushing from behind. Sensing the danger, Tong Thien spun and landed a precise strike, knocking him down instantly. Caklap 2 trembled, pale and drenched in sweat, but inside he was filled with pride. He chuckled coldly, muttering, "Ha! Let us see how long you last. When your holy power runs dry, that is when you die." As the fierce battle raged, Mindong suddenly asked Tong Thien, "If I hold off these hunting dogs for 10 breaths, can you take care of that trash?" Tong Thien simply nodded. "I can." Mindong narrowed his eyes, clicking his tongue, then smirked slightly. "Good." With that, he raised his sword high, deep blue energy radiating powerfully, spreading through the air. Mindong's cold eyes and glowing body radiated energy. Raising 2 fingers, His decisive voice rang out, "Get ready!" As he struck, a violent full-force slash was unleashed, overwhelming their foes completely. Kaklaptu stood beside them, panicked, commanding his men, "All of you, attack!" Despite their desperate defense, Mindong's strike pushed him to the brink. While distracted, Tongthian silently closed in, his sword flashing with a deadly gleam. He shouted, "Gah! Prepare to die." In an instant, a brilliant explosion shot high into the sky. From afar, two figures witnessing the scene exchanged confused whispers. "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, an object flew past, crashing into a nearby wall. Approaching, they saw the bloodied figure among the rubble. It was the mercenary captain of the Cha clan. Kaklaptu groaned fiercely. Coughing, the two stared in shock. How did he get beaten like this? Through the thick dust, a figure gradually emerged. Tongthian stepped forward. Eyes sharp as knives, he spoke coldly to Kaklaptu. "You mutt. Have you decided how you want to die yet?" Kaklaptu sat weakly among rubble, coughing hoarsely, begging, "Cough, cough. Spare me. All my money will be yours." Tongthian raised an eyebrow, looking at him with contempt, smirking as he repeated, "Spare you?" Without waiting for a reply, he coldly kicked him hard in the face, sending Kaklaptu's body flying. Seeing him motionless, Tongthian smiled mockingly. "Go ask your soul now." A flashback appears in Tongthian's mind, recalling the moment he and Kang Duk, the mercenary leader of the Li Diem squad, stood before a shimmering orange-furred bear, its eyes full of rage. Kang Duk told him firmly, at that time, "Your strength was at its peak. Only you had a chance to escape. And my name is leader of the Li Diem mercenaries. I order you to take Tu Dao and leave." Tongthian, face full of anger, swung a fist toward Kaklaptu and challenged leader Kang Duk. Immediately after, Tongthian launched a powerful punch, slamming Kaklaptu's head to the ground. His hand loosely gripped the opponent's neck before he threw him against an old wooden sign hanging on the house gate. The sign cracked sharply, then broke in two, falling before everyone. Standing amid the chaos, Tongthian darkly called out each name one by one. "Amber. Little Blade. Captain." His eyes gazed distantly at the blue sky where a few birds flew by. His low voice seemed to blend with the wind. "Did everyone see that?" Mindong stepped closer, eyes full of curiosity. "Next. We lead." Tongthian exhaled softly, tone calm. "Next." Before he finished, a squad of armored soldiers charged in from afar, spears raised, shouting loudly, "Clear the way, clear the way." Leading them is Daloy Tonglan. "You brought Van Luck with you. The city lord is working. This does not concern you. Move aside now." The voice was commanding. Tongthian raised an eyebrow and glanced at Mindong. "Looks like someone invited me for a drink." Mindong's eyes widened. "What?" At that moment, Van Luck approached with a bright smile. "Kim Tran? Little brother, you really are talented. The city lord holds you in high regard." Ha! Though surprised by Van Luck's enthusiasm, Kim Tran remained respectful. He bowed. "Greetings, City Lord." Van Luck did not expect Kim Tran to know him, pride shining in his eyes. He laughed loudly. "Little brother, you know me." Kim Tran smiled and praised him sincerely. "In Nikak City, if you can earn Daloy Tong Lan's respect like that, who else could it be but the City Lord?" Van Luck was pleased, his face bright with joy. "Ha! You really are smart." However, he suddenly noticed traces left on the battlefield. His eyes briefly thoughtful. "Looks like I still came late." Kim Tran somewhat guessed his meaning and asked directly, "City Lord, did you come here to question me?" Van Luck looked at Kim Tran with deep eyes as if weighing something, but then burst into laughter, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Haha! Little brother, you sure know how to joke. Come inside the mansion. There is much to discuss." Kim Tran nodded but still showed caution in his eyes as he followed Van Luck inside. Soon night fell, and the place was brightly lit, creating a solemn and beautiful scene. In a small room, Van Luck, the city lord, and Kim Tran sat pouring tea and talking. Starting the conversation, Van Luck frankly shared that he could not persuade them to change. It was truly regrettable, but the demise of the Cha mercenaries was their fate. "What worries me is the overall combat power of Engakuk City against upcoming threats." Before Van Luck finished, Kim Tran understood his intention and replied, "City Lord, rest assured the loss of Cha mercenaries won't cripple us. The two brothers here can handle it." Hearing this, Van Luck seemed somewhat relieved but still concerned. These are not empty words. Otherwise, the Cha mercenaries would not have been defeated so easily. Kim Tran set down his teacup and spoke frankly. "I am not trying to deceive the city lord. Next, I have important news to share." What Kim Tran said shocked not only Van Luck but also Min Dung. "Tomorrow I will go to the Thien Hung family." Hearing this, Van Luck immediately panicked. "The Thien Hung family? They have one of the strongest forces in Engakuk City." "Brother, are you really planning to confront them?" Kim Tran confidently answered decisively, I have got this covered. The losses between the two houses will be explained once the job's done. Right now, action speaks louder than words. To prove my strength, Kim Tran activated his sacred power, a light enveloping his body, showing overwhelming power. He said firmly, City Lord, do not stop me. Min Dong could only sigh helplessly as he watched Kim Tran leave. The two stepped out of the City Lord's mansion. Walking through the streets, Min Dong asked curiously, where to next? Kim Tran gave a short reply, to eat. Right? Min Dong was surprised. Didn't you just eat your fill? Jen Chen smirked coldly. I am different from you. I eat. Not like others who stuff themselves, then sit around complaining. Min Dong, still holding a belly full of undigested food, laughed awkwardly. The City Lord prepared so many delicious dishes. Who could resist? Aha! As for Van Luck, standing upstairs watching the two figures fade into the distance, he sighed. The upcoming Then Go Gat event is bound to be unstable. Can these two really face off against the Tianheng clan? Just relying on them alone? There is no way they could have wiped out the Cha mercenaries so quickly. We can only wait and see. The mercenary group must have the backing of a great Earth Saint Master behind them. Van Luck suspects Jian Chen also has powerful supporters. Decided to quietly observe how things unfold. From Jian Chen's tone and manner, it is clear that at least half his strength comes from some major power. If we can recruit this group to our side, our strength will far surpass both the Tianheng clan and the Cha mercenaries. As for Tianheng Light and Tianheng Dao, these two have ruled Nigakak City for years. It is time to humble their arrogance and make them face reality seriously. Meanwhile, outside the Tianheng mansion, the atmosphere was lively but tense. The crowd showed clear discontent, and someone loudly asked Tianheng Liat, why did you call everyone here so early this morning, dragging us out to the courtyard when we have not even woken up? Many others agreed. Exactly. We have been together for over 10 years. If there is a problem, just say it. Why drag the whole clan into this? Tianheng Light looked around seriously and said, this is not simple. The kid who wiped out the Cha mercenaries yesterday is Jen, the same one our clan hunted down a year ago. I called everyone here to plan how to deal with him. The crowd started murmuring. Some sneered. So it is just about one kid. Why make such a big fuss? Tianheng Light gritted his teeth, voice full of hatred. You do not understand. Though he is only a Saint Master, his speed is so fast even I can't keep up. We must work together to stop him. He can't be allowed to escape. Finishing his words, Tianheng Liat slammed his hand on the chair, eyes cold with killing intent. His hatred for Yan Chen left no room for mercy. Outside the Tianheng mansion, two guards were chatting idly. One said, I heard the clan head summoned the whole city because the Cha mercenaries were wiped out. This has shaken the city for 2 days now. The other nodded. But before he could say more, suddenly a strange object flew straight at him, knocking him to the ground. The other guard shouted in panic. What the hell was that? Who dares throw things around like that? Right after, a familiar figure appeared. A cold voice rang out, your grandpa's here. Jian Chen's single strike shattered the Tianheng clan's gate, instantly taking out the guard. Min Dong, with his endless passion for food, was still clutching a bag of fried buns. He shook his head in mock scolding. Such delicious buns. And you waste them fighting? Jian Chen barely cared, replying softly. Fight's over. I will treat you to a full meal. Min Dong, too familiar with Jian Chen's nature, could only sigh sadly. Boss, I really like eating fried buns. Not some big meal you imagine. As he spoke, he kept munching happily. Even though they were about to fight, he suddenly noticed the unusual silence around. There is not a soul here. Why are you so tense? Trancong quickly responded, eye sharp as he scanned the area. Who said no one's here? Their people have arrived. Before he could finish, more than 10 dark figures suddenly appeared from the shadows. Surrounding them, each exuded strong saint force. Clearly, all were top-tier experts. Min Dong frowned. I am not ready for this many saint masters. Before they could react, from the front, Tianheng Liat, the ringleader, appeared wielding a huge hammer. He charged forward. Furious, I will use your blood to sacrifice to my son. Unshaken, Jian Chen immediately unleashed his saint force. His sword blazing as they clashed at lightning speed, attacks flickering in and out like afterimages, their saint force collided, causing earth-shattering explosions that shook the sky and covered everything in dust. Meanwhile, in the Tianheng clan's rear courtyard, a shadow quietly appeared from afar. Wherever he stepped, a dense killing aura spread, overwhelming like a final boss entering the battle. Who dares fight in the Tianheng clan? He stepped out of the shadows, one step landing with the ground trembling beneath him. You watch closely and see a man resembling the Hang Liet, but with an even more terrifying aura. Boom! It turned out to be Than Eng Li's younger brother, a figure no one expected. He spoke with authority. Big bro? Who dare stir trouble in the Tianheng clan? Then Hung replied smugly. Zio Ven, you came just in time. This guy killed my nephew, teach him a lesson. Then Nao Vane glared at Kim Tron with murderous intent, his voice cold and ruthless. Oh yeah? And what about you? Before finishing, he unleashed a super pulse attack. The strike was devastating, carving a giant crater in the ground, leaving Kim Tron stunned. Kim Tren muttered silently, impressed he is pulling out moves like this so early. Zio Van's attack sent rocks flying, dust clouding their vision. Then Engli looked over the destruction, laughing triumphantly. Ha! Kang Hai, the one who killed your son, has been crushed to dust. My revenge is complete. But his smile did not last long as the rubble suddenly shifted. The ground trembled slightly, making Diang Hio Van frown in alert. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind the debris. You arrogant brat. Killing without, 'cause you will pay for your crimes. With that, Kim Tron swung his sword, slicing through the rubble. The blade shone fiercely, forcing Then Heng Li to shield his face. Then Nao Vien rushed forward to protect his brother, knowing Then Heng Li could not withstand that power alone. Then Heng Li stared at Kim Tron, stammering in shock. How is this possible? In just 1 year, you have advanced to a Grand Saint Master. Kim Tron sneered, eyes full of hatred. That is right. I have trained relentlessly this past year. I never forgot the miserable days I spent running from you. As he spoke, he prepared a killing strike. His sword blazed brilliantly, roaring like a beast. Let me show you what a Grand Saint Master's power truly means. The divine sword spun wildly, rushing straight at the Henglit like a raging storm. Then Henglit shrank back in panic, but luckily the Hengyo Vane was quick to intervene. Get lost. Then Neo Vane shouted, swinging his hammer to block Kim Tron's attack. His strength was no joke, not letting Kim Tron keep the upper hand. Zio Van counterattacked fiercely, his killing intent surging. If that is all you have got, then just die. He unleashed a deadly strike, draining much of his divine energy. Shouting fiercely from his attack, a fierce divine energy burst forth, rushing straight at Kim Tron's stunned eyes. What is this? This move was clearly no ordinary attack. Min Ang felt extreme worry, sensing a heavy, oppressive energy filling the air. Kim Tron beside him could not hide his tension either, instantly raising his guard. Standing still to die was not an option. Acting fast, he chose to strike first to seize the advantage. A flurry of divine energy shot out, colliding with the enemy's forces in midair. Zio Van stood across, unleashing a hailstorm of stones to overwhelm his opponent. But Min Zhang quickly realized these were just distractions. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what Zio Vane was really planning. Suddenly, Zio Venin charged forward, combining earth and divine power to form a giant arm, striking directly at Mundan. This sneaky move caught him completely off guard. Ming barely managed to exclaim, "Damn it!" Kim Tron instantly understood Zio Van's true intent, but it was too late. The colossal figure powered by Thien Heng Light, a strength closed in on Mun Zhang. Luckily, Min Ang was not weak. His quick reflexes let him dodge the deadly blow. The giant figure was not just massive, it radiated lethal heat. One wrong move and Min Drug would be crushed instantly. Zio Van stood back, laughing coldly as flames roared violently. Haha! Kim Tren Min, Vign, you are as good as dead. The fiery giant immediately launched its attack, its power like a massive explosion shaking the ground. Spectators outside watched in awe and fear. Is Then En Li really this strong? Taking advantage of the giant's dominance, Zio Van barked orders. What are you waiting for? Attack Kim Tron now. His henchmen obeyed, hesitant but unwilling to defy him. They all charged at Kim Tron, shouting, "No way you will escape." Kim Tron stood firm, dodging and counterattacking with Ming, quickly taking down the henchmen. Though he only wanted to settle the score with the Then Heng family, he could not ignore their constant provocation. Today, I only want to meet the Then Heng family. Anyone who does not want to die, get out of my way. Don't force me to fight. But the stubborn henchmen ignored him and rushed in like moths to a flame. One yelled, "You arrogant brat, prepare to die." Kim Tron took a deep breath, his eyes icy cold. He and Menmu moved in perfect sync. In just 2 quick moves, the entire group was defeated. They lay motionless, unable to move. A clear warning that underestimating them would cost dearly. Kim Tron landed coolly on the ground after wiping out the petty obstacles. It was time to get back to the real business of the day. With a cold stare, Kim Tron shouted, "Then Henglit, you are next." He immediately channeled his sacred power into his sword, eager to see if Then Heng Liet's solid defense could withstand the sword's absolute sharpness. A blade and a sword clashed at terrifying speed, the divine sword flying straight from Kim Tron's bare hand toward its target. Then Heng Liet smirked confidently, trusting the thick layer of stone protecting his body. He raised his hand to block the sword, intending to crush what he considered a mere trifle. With a sneer, Then Heng Liet taunted, "You little pest, my defense is just a minor thing. But who knows what fate has in store?" Kim Tron kept pouring sacred power into his sword. Under that force, the rocky barrier shattered into pieces, the razor-sharp blade piercing right through Thin Heng Li's defense. At this moment, he could not believe what was happening. Panicked and questioning himself, how could this be? Meanwhile, from afar, Thin Hunvevanio saw his big brother about to fall and screamed in despair. Thin Eng Li staggered, struck by a lethal blow, unable to stand. Chunks of stone fell as his proud body collapsed from above. Thin Hungveho rushed over, desperately trying to catch his dying brother. Thin Heng Li lay on the ground, breath faint, feeling his life fading, trembling as he took his last breath, leaving behind a curse full of hatred. Kill Kim Tron to avenge my son. With those words, his consciousness slipped into darkness, his body going limp. Then Zio collapsed, clutching his brother tightly. His mournful cries shattered the silence. Big brother, witnessing a painful farewell, Kim Tron smirked coldly, his eyes dripping with contempt. You have killed so many people. Didn't they have family? Friends? Brothers too. You trash. Even your tears are filthy. Kim Tron's bitter words cut deep into Thin Hen Zio's pain. The shock of losing a loved one pushed him to the edge of madness. A sinister laugh echoed. Trash. Ha? Trash. Just like you. Trash. The overwhelming psychological shock turned Vengo into a true demon. He screamed wildly. Kijim Tron, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Ven Ayo's madness was like an uncontrollable beast, frightening even Mingyin nearby. A terrifying aura of killing intent and dark energy radiated from him, suffocating the air. Kim Tron swung his sword, cutting through the eerie bone mist, calmly watching everything unfold. Amid the horrifying red aura, Then Hung Venio's figure emerged. Still clutching the cold body of Thin Eng Li, Venio stepped toward Kimi Tron, his demonic laughter echoing everywhere, sending chills down spines. From the back courtyard of the Thin Heng family, thousands of dry skulls suddenly rose. Summoned by that eerie laughter, they stirred from their thousand-year slumber, swirling with dark energy, gathering around Venzo, revealing a terrifying dark power. The skulls spun and merged around Venzo and the corpse of Thin Eng Light, forming a massive energy mass. His laughter blended with the dark aura like a death song. He roared. Dare to provoke the Thin Heng family. Don't they expect to survive? Hellfire erupted, swallowing the space, making Min, Vig and Kim Tron feel like they were falling into a demon realm. Min Ung was horrified by the terrifying sight, unable to believe his eyes. This karmic curse. How many people has the Thin Hung family killed to gather so many skulls? The skulls quickly combined into a colossal skeleton, the dense dark energy suffocating the air. The eerie skeleton looked like a messenger from hell. The city's renowned figures, witnessing this scene, finally understood why thousands vanish each year without a trace. The Thin Hung clan has long treated human lives as worthless as grass, even worse than beasts. Its bone-like hands, filled with dark energy, struck down like a collapsing heaven towards Kim Tran. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, rocks flying everywhere. But with his exceptional agility, Kim Tran narrowly dodged the fatal attack. He remained unharmed. At the residence of Van Luck, the city lord was receiving two mysterious hooded guests. His voice was respectful. The great messengers have come to support Nahak Than. We cannot receive you from afar. Please forgive us. The two messengers politely replied, City Lord Van, no need for formalities. Whenever the beast tribe attacks, the chance of a 5th-ranked demon beast appearing is very low. You can handle it yourselves. We are just here to help, one added cheerfully. Every time we have to call on Vong Than, we come here just to eat and rest without lifting a finger. Honestly, it is a bit embarrassing. Van Luck quickly praised them. Great messengers. You are too humble. With you two here, Van Luck can rest easy, one messenger asked. This time you informed us early. The beast tribe's attack is still a few days away. Is not? Van Luck smiled mysteriously. Not early at all. Not early. Honestly, I wanted to invite you early to help Van Luck supervise a junior. Hearing this, the red-haired messenger, sharper than the rest, immediately showed interest. Could it be that a rebellious figure has appeared in Inga Kak Than after decades? Van Luck smiled modestly and replied, he truly is a special character. Over the past year, he has become a young powerhouse, with strength hard to gauge. Their conversation was suddenly cut by a terrifying noise. A thick aura of demonic energy spread, instantly grabbing all three's attention. The red-haired messenger quickly analyzed the situation, his expression turning grave. Such intense demonic energy could a 5th-ranked demon beast have appeared within the city. Back on the battlefield, the clash with Thin Hung's firebone skeleton reached a critical point. The ground shattered and scarred by devastating blows. The firebone skeleton's power far exceeded Kim Tran's expectations, forcing him to fight with all his might. He was secretly amazed. Its eerie attack energy rivaled that of a 5th-ranked demon beast. Meanwhile, Mindong struggled too, still unable to find the monster's weak spot. Damn, this demonic aura was terrifying. It could scramble the mind. making movement impossible. How could anyone fight it? Plus, it had a chilling laugh. Weak-willed folks would flee just hearing that. The firebone skeleton let out dreadful roars. Ha! Under my annihilating demonic aura. None of you can escape. Weaklings like you have only one fate. Seeing the danger, Kim Tran quickly devised a plan. He shouted to Min Dong, "Give me 3 breaths time." Min Dong did not hesitate, charging forward with the elders. "If you do not want to die, come on, hold him for 3 breaths. We have no other choice but to unite." Min Dong led the charge, taunting the firebone skeleton while using the elders' support. The monster instantly got enraged, focusing all attention on Min Dong. Haha! Trash always ends in death. Seizing the golden opportunity, Kim Tran suddenly appeared behind the firebone skeleton. He unleashed a full force slash, earth-shattering in power. He shouted as his sword energy exploded, tearing through all space before him. The firebone skeleton screamed in agony. Its chest split in 2, shattering into pieces. That fatal strike completely ended Dao Van. The eerie skeleton crumbled, following its master down to the Yellow Springs. Its final scream echoed throughout Thien Hung Dao Van, spreading to Ninga Hak Than. Amid the chaos, Kim Tran calmly hovered midair, coldly observing. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from the void. "Looks like you are the rising star of Enga Kak Than." Kim Tran frowned slightly, wary. "Who are you? How could you approach me without leaving a trace?" Kim Tran's gaze shifted to the City Lord's figure as he spoke. "City Lord." Venluk smiled warmly and stepped forward with the 2 messengers. He spoke. "Haha, let me introduce myself." But before he finished, the red-haired messenger interrupted. "Who I am is not important." He said he heard a young genius had appeared in Ningbo Kak City. At this, the red-haired messenger gestured for the City Lord to reveal his identity. He bowed respectfully, but his smile held a deadly menace, with a voice full of hidden meaning. He continued, "I like starting like this. Consider it a test for Tong Thien to prove if the rumors are true." As he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura radiated from the envoy, engulfing the whole space. The terrifying power seemed to freeze everything. Min Dong stood frozen, unable to move, barely managing to say, damn it. This aura is terrifying." His body was completely still, eyes fixed on the 2 behind, but they just stood frozen too. Even Tong Thien strained to resist. Face pale, sweat pouring, breath growing labored. Huff huff. The aura of a great earth sage really is astonishing. Yet in Tong Thien's eyes, a mysterious purple light suddenly flickered. He drew his sword and swung it, sword energy roaring like a storm, cutting through rock and scattering debris everywhere. His gaze now burned fiercely, like a blade of grass igniting in a strong wind. With a breakthrough force, Tong Thien shattered the envoy's aura, leaving the red-haired envoy stunned. The envoy hurriedly raised a defensive shield, but Tong Thien's sword energy was overwhelming, easily piercing the shield and knocking him backward. The impact was so strong that the envoy had to be supported by the blue-haired envoy. Though dodging the deadly blow, he could not hide his shock. Gasping, "Huff, huff, you are really strong." The blue-haired envoy beside him was also speechless, while Van Luck stood silently with an unchanged mysterious smile. Tong Thien calmly stepped before Kathap Thap, wearing a confident yet humble expression. Receiving the compliment, he replied lightly, "You are too kind. This power really is not much different from the rumors." Witnessing Tong Thien's incredible strength, Kathap Thap's initial arrogance vanished, replaced by admiration. Fuho Thene and Kathap Thap, the 2 envoys, were now both genuinely convinced and impressed. They bowed deeply, showing profound respect. A young great sage like him, already capable of breaking the full aura of a great earth sage. The envoys did not hold back their praise, admiration clear in their eyes, truly rare. A heroic youth with unparalleled talent. I am sincerely impressed. Faced with such praise, Tong Thien responded with subtle humility. "You flatter me. I do not deserve it." The red-haired envoy, openly curious, immediately asked, "Little brother, that powerful strength just now did not seem like saintly power. Can you tell me what it is?" Tong Thien looked a bit uncomfortable, his eyes slightly avoiding the question. He cautiously answered, "Actually, I can fully control this power, if not for your overwhelming aura." Before he finished, the calm blue-haired envoy perceptibly noticed Tong Thien's unease. He cut, signaling his companion that it is not appropriate to ask further. Unexpectedly, Kathap That did not get angry but burst out laughing heartily. He stepped forward and patted Tong Thien's shoulder, voice full of admiration. "Ha, I was." Van Luck, the City Lord, joined in with a bright smile. "With little brother Tong Thien here, plus the help of these 2 envoys, in Gakhthan City won't have to worry about the beast tribes anymore." Exactly. Van Luck is lucky to have the support of all 3. Cheerful conversation was suddenly cut off by a strange sound. A skull rolled to their feet, startling everyone. Approaching closer, a horrifying sight appeared. An entire mountain piled with skulls kept collapsing down. The atmosphere grew heavy instantly, Everyone frozen in fear. Why are there so many skulls? A trembling voice spoke up. These skulls come from Fu Thian Hung, the demon cultivator who drained their blood essence. Hearing this, Van Luck's face turned pale. So that is it. No wonder thousands disappear from Gokak City every year. Truly a cruel clan. Van Luck solemnly bowed to Tong Thian, pledging to investigate the matter fully, sparing no one involved. His resolute declaration made the guilty shudder, faces turning pale and uneasy. As Kian, Tong Thian remained calm and politely replied, City Lord, you have worked hard. Everything will be resolved soon. Little brother, drop by the City Lord's mansion when you are free. This case definitely needs your insight. Tong Thian nodded slightly to see them off. As the City Lord left, Min Dong nudged Tong Thian's shoulder, winking slyly. You will have to step up for this case. Haha, your advice is crucial. Tong Thian kept his icy expression, his sharp gaze sweeping over the nearby crowd. His cold stare made them tremble, their faces drained of color, sweat pouring down like a shower. They immediately panicked, scrambling to defend themselves. I was only invited as a guest. We truly had no idea about Thian Hung Daovan's evil deeds. Yes, please ask Brother Kiem Tran to investigate thoroughly. We are completely innocent. Min Dong crossed his arms, a mocking smile curling at his lips. You all hit hard earlier, but now you flip faster than rice paper. Huh. Min Dong's sarcasm left the crowd speechless. A few tried to rush at Tong Thian, but Min Dong immediately blocked them like an unbreakable wall. He growled as he stepped back. Want to fight? The frightened crowd cried out, Master Kiem, we were tricked by Thian Hung. We had no idea they were villains. Yes, as soon as we realized, we switched sides back to justice. Only then did Tong Thian calmly speak. Stop arguing. You pressured them psychologically, then offered a way out. However, their invitation here already proved a deep connection with the Thian Hung family. I give you two choices. His words hit them like a hammer, silencing everyone as they listened intently. Listen carefully, Tong Thian said coldly, raising one finger. First choice. You all will be investigated, every related faction expelled, and you will be banned from any major power. I am sure this is not what you want. He raised a second finger. Second choice. From now on, you submit to me and join my mercenary group. This means you won't be prosecuted. This unexpected offer stunned everyone. After a brief pause, the entire group knelt and quickly made their choice. Submit, someone asked hesitantly. Where is the Master's mercenary group based now? A Kai Mansion. A member gave me this place as a temporary headquarters for the Fierce Flame mercenaries. Min Dong teased, biting into an apple. You call this a small home? Tong Thian just smiled. This is already very good. I appreciate your dedication. While they were still chatting, a cautious voice spoke up from the Kai family representatives. Captain, I have a question. Currently, the 5 of us are disbanding our mercenary groups, but the Kai family and Dayer clan are mainly businessmen. If we disband too quickly, the losses could be huge. Hearing this, Tong Thian calmly replied, Don't worry. You two can keep your original mercenary groups and focus fully on making money. He added, whenever you need muscle support, just come to the Fierce Flame group. We will clear any obstacles for you. The Kai family bowed happily after hearing this. Yes, Captain. Just then, a servant from Kai Mansion rushed in, out of breath. Master, something bad happened. The Kai family head immediately got angry. No manners. Didn't he see the captain was here? Why are you shouting so loudly? The servant hurriedly reported the situation. It turned out Tong Thian's sudden rise to captain shocked many. Da Kong and 5 other leaders aggressively brought people over, declaring they wanted to test the new captain's strength. The Kai family head warned anxiously. Captain, be careful. These people are not easy to handle. Tong Thian just smiled confidently. Then ordered, take them to the arena. I will meet them there. At the arena, the challengers had gathered and introduced themselves one by one. Tai Tu, former leader of the Passionate Mercenaries. Da Kang, former leader of the Golden Dragon Mercenaries. Tra, former leader of the Demon Heaven Mercenaries. And Kinfeng Taika, former leader of the Swift Wind Mercenaries. They all shouted in unison. Greetings, Captain. Tong Thian laughed loudly, his voice full of authority. Good, you 5 brothers are decisive men. I won't treat your joining Fierce Flame lightly. You will soon see this was the right choice. Despite his words, Tong Thian knew many still had not truly submitted. Their eyes were full of mockery. A burly man stepped forward, sneering. You bring brothers like this and call it sincere. A pale, soft-skinned kid like you. What reason do we have to respect you as our leader? You look more like a girl than a captain. Laughter erupted around, and another added. Yeah, you look more like someone who does embroidery than leads a group. Hearing these insults aimed at Tong Thian, Min Dong could not hold back his anger. Such nonsense was just rotten trash. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. While Tong Thian stood still, only letting out a cold snort. He did not need to intervene because Min Vung charged ahead. In an instant, Min Ein closed in on the big guy with unbelievable speed. The man holding the blade barely had time to react before taking a slap that twisted his face. Blood spouting from his mouth like a fountain, Min Ein coldly growled, daring to speak words you should not. This is your price. Watching his comrade go down, 3 others immediately rushed forward, weapons gleaming as they charged. They cursed. Cowards. Attacking from behind. Huh, take a blade from me. Seeing 3 blades strike at once, Min Ein frowned, muttering curses under his breath. If you want to fight, then fight properly. But at that critical moment, flashes of light streaked like lightning, hitting the weapons in their hands, causing them to wince in pain. Their weapons clattered to the ground. Before they could recover, a shadow darted past so fast no one could see clearly. In a single breath, all 3 arrogant attackers were completely defeated. All 3 collapsed unconscious. Mun Ivrung looked up and saw Tuvviven still standing there, eyes full of pride. He coldly ordered, "Stop, you have already died once." The 3 staggered to their feet, eyes filled with confusion. One stammered, "What do you mean?" Teng then just smiled softly and said, "Check your neck." They trembled, touching their necks to find small bleeding cuts, but no pain, pure terror replaced their doubts. Teng then stepped forward slowly, his voice commanding, "Now tell me, do I have what it takes to lead you?" The 3 kept trembling, feeling their necks. Unable to believe what just happened, they stammered in unison. What is this? How is this possible?" At that moment, sheer fear overwhelmed them at the power before them. Tipeng then was a terrifying presence, not only a master swordsman, but perfectly controlling his force. Faced with such overwhelming power, they bowed their heads in submission. Everyone around knelt before him, shouting their absolute loyalty. "Our leader, mighty and fearless. We swear to die by your side," they shouted in unison, eyes blazing with determination. Tikeng Divhun turned to Min, questioning, "What do you think?" Big Brother Ming laughed heartily. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. The crowd swayed, confused. Then a loud explosion echoed from the sky. Like a signal, someone in the crowd shouted, "That is the call. The demon beasts are about to storm the city." Hearing this, Taping then immediately calmed and shouted, "Everyone, assemble at the city walls and prepare for battle." Then, the roar of demon beasts echoed like an official declaration of war against humanity. From afar, waves of demon beasts surged forward like ants, all shapes and sizes, uncontrollable and frenzied as they charged the walls relentlessly. Venelosiv stood atop the wall, watching the terrifying scene, his face full of puzzlement. What is going on? Before they only attacked sporadically and foolishly. Why is their formation so careful and tactical this time? Tepriv then stood silently beside him. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock as he murmured, "Could it be?" From afar, a giant beast's claw with sharp talons slammed into the ground, shaking the whole area. The mighty demon beasts seemed to respond to a command, gathering the full ranks of 5-tier beasts. Then, from behind the trees, a massive demon beast emerged. Its body resembled a giant ape. With fierce, glowing red eyes, it roared loudly, echoing everywhere. Venolsi immediately recognized it as Lasilan Mavian, the 5-tier demon beast, signaling the other demon beasts to attack. Tang then gritted his teeth, eyes serious. Venolsi turned back, commanding the brothers of the city to obey orders, kill the demon beasts, and try to cut out their hearts for rewards from the city lord. At the city foot, soldiers quickly charged into battle. The clang of weapons rang out. Min Ung led his brothers straight into battle against Lasi Lan Mavian. But the demon beast was too powerful, knocking back all attackers. It roared as if it wanted to swallow everything. Sweating, Min Hung refused to back down. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, thinking, "This life Lan Mavian is too strong. Even the Hung Lun from before was not this scary." Before he could finish his thought, Min Hung swung his blade hard at the low-level demon beasts rushing in. He shouted, "I swear I will wipe you all out." Min Dong clenched his teeth, furious, "You damn scum." Then he unleashed a powerful strike, taking down a horde of demonic beasts. His attack swept through like a passionate storm. The people behind cheered excitedly. "Vice Captain is incredible. I am seriously impressed." Van Luck, who always fought alongside Min Dong, kept praising him. Min Dong truly was an outstanding brother and a rare, excellent leader. Suddenly, the earth-shaking roar of a massive demon beast startled Van Luck. He looked around nervously and exclaimed in shock. At last, the high-level demon beasts began their counterattack. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The whole group panicked, fearful of their dire situation. 4th-tier demon beasts surged forward in overwhelming numbers. How could they possibly handle this? Despite his youth, Mindong stayed calm in the crisis and, though fiery, crafted sharp strategies. Mindong gave a decisive order, split into pairs, attack step by step from close to far, and quickly scatter the enemy. Without hesitation, he charged into the demon horde, slicing through with relentless sword strikes. Each move a storm sweeping everything in its path. His battle cry echoed across the battlefield, wind-shattering and ruthless, clearing out foes. The fierce whirlwind created by Mun Dong's technique sucked everything into its center: rocks, dirt, and demons alike. But then, a massive 5th-tier demon beast stood firm against the storm. Roaring with authority, it charged directly into the whirlwind, creating terrifying pressure. On the city gate, observers tensed up, whispering nervously at the loud commotion. Everyone wondered what exactly was coming their way. Without making them wait long, the mysterious figure appeared. Trees toppled, revealing the gigantic silhouette of Kimigak, a 5th-tier demon beast. Fully visible, it let out a thunderous roar and slammed its tail, shaking the ground. The group was engulfed in worry. Van Luck frowned. He had not expected another 5th-tier Kimijak. This was bad news. The two messengers behind them could not hide their tension either. One said, "We might handle one. But two, that is impossible." Suddenly, Kam Tideng then spoke up, "It is not just two. Brace yourselves, there is an even stronger one here." The group was stunned. Kadaptap turned and asked in surprise, "Really? I do not feel anything." Before they could finish speaking, the sky darkened. Red lightning tore through the night, flashing everywhere. Mindong, still fighting below, suddenly looked up with unease in his eyes. What was coming? Just as Tfavdian said, a giant demon beast appeared, overshadowing the sky with its terrifying form. Its fiery red eyes, like warning lights, radiated menace. Just seeing it sent chills down one's spine. Even Tangthefan gritted his teeth, his gaze full of bitter hatred. This was the golden tiger for King, the killer of his brothers. Seeing it brought back painful memories he could not control. From the city gate, Tepeng Dizin charged forward, shouting, "Blood for blood. Today you will pay for my brothers." Kathapthap and the blue-haired messenger saw Tepeng Din's rage and hurriedly urged, "Little brother, calm down. We have been trapped in the 6 limbs demon prison too long. You alone can handle them. 5th-tier demon beasts are not a joke." At that moment, the two 5th-tier demon beasts, 6 limbs demon prison, and Kimijak rushed forward, igniting the battle. Below, Min Dong and his brothers fought lesser demons, but could not ignore the brutal fight above. 6 limbs demon prison's eyes burned madly, its sharp fangs bared as it roared defiantly. With one hand, it knocked both messengers flying. Meanwhile, Team Thidin poured all his strength into attacking Kimijak. He charged like a storm. "Dare to stand in my way? You are asking for death?" Tapeng then shouted, his sword blazing with blinding light. His sword strikes created tremors that shook the ground, cracking it to pieces. At the city gate, Van Luck watched the battle, sweat streaming down his face but speechless. His face had gone pale with shock. Underground, where the sword falcon once stood, has been split in two, and the ghost beast body is nowhere to be found. Kadapthap and the blue-haired envoy look up, unable to believe their eyes. A single 5-grade slash? Unbelievable. This 5-grade demon beast was supposed to be something we had to team up to defeat. Without a moment's rest, Tongthian charged straight at Kim Ho Mao Vong. The sword in his hand gleamed fiercely, his voice full of rage. "Blood for blood. Today, you die by my hand." His roar echoed across the sky, signaling a ruthless life or death battle. The Golden Man Tiger King growled furiously at the sight. Then suddenly, a giant chimp swung its arm to grab Tongthian. Sensing danger, Tongthian flinched. Mindong below shouted, "Kimtran, watch out, do not hesitate." Mindong dashed forward, blocking the chimp's powerful punch to protect Tongthian. The impact sent them both flying backward. Tongthian landed and immediately caught Mindong, anxiously asking, "Mindong, are you okay?" Grimacing, Mindong coughed but forced a smile. "Cough, not dead yet, but you need to be more careful. That big chimp almost killed you." Just then, Kim Ho Mao Vong advanced. At that moment, their reinforcements landed, but the Tiger King roared again, firing a brilliant ball of light from its mouth. A terrified guard exclaimed, "Such overwhelming power! This is the 5-grade peak Tiger King." After catching Mindong, Tongthian's eyes darkened as he quickly laid out the plan. "Mindong, you will help them take down Luckland Mavian later. If you can kill it, at least hold it back." Hearing this, everyone around was shocked. Mindong, standing behind, looked stunned and stammered, You really want to?" Before he could finish, Tongthian gathered his energy, eyes blazing with killing intent. Staring at Kim Ho Ma Vong, he gritted his teeth. "I want revenge," Tongthian shouted and charged toward Kim Ho Ma Vong, unleashing 2 powerful strikes. His battle cry rang out, "Haha!" Meanwhile, Mindong and his group were joining forces against the chimp. The beast slammed its fist hard into the ground, causing a violent shockwave that threw everyone back, who cried out in alarm. Tongthian fought wildly against Kim Ho Mao Vong, his sword striking the monster's head, but only angered it more as it roared fiercely. Realizing his attacks could not pierce the Tiger King's armor, Tongthian clenched his teeth, thinking if he did not use the power of the purple-blue sword spirit, he could not even break its skin. Suddenly, Kim Homa Vong raised its leg and delivered a deadly kick toward Tongthian. Caught off guard, Tongthian was knocked far back, crying out in pain as he collided with the furious giant chimp. The beast sensed the impact, turned to look at him, then raised its huge hand to touch its face. Eyes confused if it did not understand what just happened. Tongthian finally landed safely on the ground, coughing several times from the pain. Cough, cough, he thought bitterly. Damn it! The purple-blue sword's power is all used up. It needs time to recover. I can use it for a while. At that moment, a giant chimp slammed the ground hard, as if to crush everything. Tongthian noticed the danger and quickly dodged aside. But behind him, another threat appeared. Kim Homa Vong realized it was trapped between two 5-grade demon beasts. Tongthian panicked, thinking, this is bad. They are teaming up on me. Turning around, he saw the Tiger King charging with a fierce attack. In an instant, Tongthian leapt up, dodging the deadly strike, but the chimp behind roared angrily, swinging both arms fiercely at him. Cold sweat broke out as he thought, I'd no way to dodge. Suddenly, a surge of power flew in from afar, transforming into chains that bound the chimp's hands tightly. At that moment, two other figures rushed in to hold the monster down. Min Dong, who had just appeared, swung his sword and shouted, Big chimp, you are facing me now. He struck the chimp's shoulder hard, making it howl in pain. Meanwhile, Kim Homa Vong was furious, opening its mouth wide and roaring with mighty force. Tongthian focused and charged at it, putting all his strength into a deadly strike, yelling, Haha, break for me. But unfortunately, Kim Homa Vong's counterattack was too fast and strong. The blow hit Tongthian before he could dodge, sending him flying back. On the other side, the chimp broke free from the chains, swinging its arms to scatter the group fighting it. A badly injured guard struggled to stand, breathing heavily and exhausted, saying, Too strong, we can't hold them. At that moment, something flew towards Manhwa. Startling him, he hurriedly jumped aside to dodge but fell flat on his face. Looking back, it turned out to be Taiping Thin, who had been knocked flying right to him. Tang Thin coughed painfully a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Min Hang panicked and exclaimed, You are still alive. Taiping then slowly reached out and touched the Than sword. A familiar sensation surged through him, filling him with surprise. His eyes lit up with hope as he gripped the sword tightly, stood up, and shouted, The power of the Than sword has finally returned. Clutching both swords firmly, Tung Thin shot up into the air. Looking down at Meng, he called out, Min Ving, help me line them up in a straight line. Hearing this, Min Ang replied, Got it. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a violent attack. He swung his arm, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, shouting, Rasizi Fung. From Manhwa's punch, two whirlwinds formed, sweeping everything around them straight toward Kim Mao Ving and the ghost beast beside it. Kim Mao Vong roared in fury, its fiery red eyes scanning for the enemy. However, neither beast paid attention to Tiam Thin, who hovered in the sky, waiting for the right moment. When the time was right, Taiping Thin unleashed the Than Eng Li Thiem Kim technique, a powerful sword strike that sliced through the ground toward Kim Mao Ving, creating a fierce pressure. The force was so intense that everyone nearby struggled to keep their footing. From above, Taiping Thin saw Kim Veden badly wounded, blood gushing from its mouth. Venla stood on the city wall, watching the battle with a worried expression and asked, Is it dead yet? The dust began to settle. Everyone was shocked to see Kim Mao Ving still standing despite its severe injuries. It retreated, roaring angrily, its blood-red eyes fixed on Taiping Thin. He frowned, silently thinking about its incredible resilience. Sensing a change, Min Ang nervously asked, What is it planning to do? Unexpectedly, Kim Mao Ve suddenly turned and fled from the city wall. Ven also shouted joyfully, It is retreating! It is retreating! Min Ving, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Phew! Finally, it is retreating. A nearby envoy smiled softly and muttered, A beast king afraid to run away? This is the first time in Invincible Thun's history. But high in the air, Taiping then gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, You are not going anywhere. He unleashed several powerful sword strikes in succession, determined not to let Kim Mao Ving escape. His final blow hit right in the beast's chest. Kim Mao Ving screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Motionless, the blue-haired envoy was stunned, stammering, Dead already. Min Ang was shocked too, but quickly regained his composure, smiling broadly as he shouted, We have won. The entire city behind them erupted in cheers, voices echoing everywhere. We won! We won! Everyone embraced and jumped for joy, celebrating Kekven's glorious victory. In the distance, Teeping then heard the cheers, but his expression grew somber. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, staggered, and fell. Mung stood right behind him, terrified, shouting in panic, Kijim Trun! Kijim Trun! How are you? Kijim Trun! Wake up quickly. Elsewhere, Teeping Thing lay motionless on the ground. Kazai Isaac sat beside him, gently patting his shoulder with an encouraging tone. Well done. Kijim Tron. Tendon slowly opened his eyes, astonished to see Kai Guk right before him. He stammered. Captain. Just then, Habiev and Yo burst into laughter, their faces filled with joy. Haha, we were not mistaken. Kim Tron is truly amazing. Abi, holding a half-eaten chicken drumstick, cheerfully offered it to Teeping Thin. Here, have this chicken drumstick. Tiu Zhao, standing nearby, teased, I spit on it. Shouldn't you give him one that has never been bitten? Immediately shot back angrily. What? Brothers. Kim Tron did not even bother to respond. Then he held out the drumstick toward Teeping Thin and asked, Right, Kijim Tron? Teeping Thin just gave a faint smile and nodded. Yeah, it is. But just as he reached out to take the drumstick, an unexpected vision appeared before his eyes. Stunning him, the images of Kaivik, Abi, and Tiu Zhao began to fade, turning into sparkling lights. Before disappearing completely, Kai Isaac's voice spoke the final words. The late dim mercenary group is now yours. Kijim Tron, remember to uphold the group's reputation. They all shouted in unison. Lighty dim mercenary group, the best under heaven. In that moment, Tainping then echoed their chant. Lighty dim mercenary group. Long live. Everything suddenly darkened, snapping back to reality. Teepeng then jolted awake in bed as a worried voice sounded beside him. Kijim Trun. Kijim Trun. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh and slowly opened his eyes. Cheers immediately erupted in the room. He is awake. He is awake. Kim Tran is back. Teng then rubbed his head and sat up slowly. Seeing Menvong and the two envoys, he asked quietly, How long have I been asleep? Min Ang replied cheerfully. 2 days and nights. Kid, you are really tough. Hearing this, Teepeng Thisen glanced at the two envoys standing behind and asked with concern, You two are still here. Has the beast tide retreated? A purple-haired envoy stepped forward, smiling broadly and said loudly, Haha, yes, it is. Brother Kimtron took down 2 5th-ranked demon beasts in one strike. Without their leader, they fell into chaos and destroyed each other. We finished them off. Hearing this, Ting then breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that is good to hear. After a moment of silence, the deep voice of the blue-haired envoy echoed from the room. Thanks to Brother Kim Trenchan's great deeds, slaying 3 major demon beasts, we overcame the danger. Lord Vanilov has asked us to deliver the spoils to Brother Kim Tron, the envoy continued. Within these restricted spaces are the trophies of the brave warriors from the Light Dim mercenary group, along with the demon beast corpses. After examining them, Teepeng then humbly replied, You are too kind, sirs. He touched the demon core on the table, eyes shining as he happily said, Taking down a 5th-ranked demon beast would not have been possible without your help. Brother Kim Trun will take 1 demon core of the Lake King, and the other 2 belong to you. Seeing this, the two envoys immediately waved their hands to refuse. We contributed little. Brother Kimten, do not be too humble. Min Ving, sitting nearby, laughed and said, Kim Tren speaks sincerely. If you refuse, would not that be an insult to the Light Dim group? Hearing this, the blue-haired envoy hesitated for a moment, then said, Then we accept. Thank you. Brothers, if the Light Dim group ever needs us, we won't stand aside even if it means jumping into boiling water and fire. Seeing their agreement, Tang Thane clasped his hands in thanks and smiled. If the Light Dim group needs anything in the future, Brother Kim Tron will be grateful for your support in advance. These words made the two envoys even more excited. They continued, Tell your mercenary group that in half a year, there will be the Mercenary Congress held once every 50 years, and with your skills, it is an event you can miss. Hearing this, Teepeng then asked in surprise, What is the Mercenary Congress? Meng was also curious and quickly asked, Is it an important event? The purple-haired envoy chuckled and said with surprise, You do not know about the mercenary event. Min Ang honestly shook his head, prompting the envoy to explain, The mercenary event is a martial arts tournament held by the mercenary city every 50 years. Participants must be under 50 years old. Just making it into the top 100 earns you big rewards, including lots of money and prestigious honors from the Alliance. With a confident look, he went on, If you reach the top 10, the winner can choose a rare heavenly grade cultivation technique. Hearing this, Teeping then and Iming's eyes suddenly lit up. They focused intently on the envoy's key points. Min Ivra could not help but marvel at the heavenly grade technique. The cool thing was the scoundrel Then Ho Veng Owen only practiced human grade techniques, but was already so formidable. What about heavenly grade techniques then? Seeing their excitement, the envoy smiled mysteriously. He waved his hand with a challenging grin. It does not stop there. Passing the trial gate lets you not only pick a heavenly grade cultivation technique, but also a heavenly grade combat skill. This stunned Ming, sitting opposite, who stammered, "Heavenly grade combat skill." Tang Peg then also sighed with admiration. It is the ultimate combat skill every mercenary dreams of. Suddenly, Min Aang seemed to recall something and curiously asked the two envoys, "With your Earth Saint Master strength, how did you rank in the Congress?" This question made the two envoys a bit embarrassed. The blue-haired envoy cleared his throat and explained awkwardly, Last time's Congress we were still kids, and the next one was 50 years ago." Now the purple-haired envoy sitting nearby rubbed his head and added nervously, "We are both past the age limit, so no chance to participate anymore." Hearing this, Ting then looked at them sympathetically, thinking to himself how unfortunate that really was. Scene changes. Tipeng then and Minveng ride magical beasts across endless mountain ranges. The cold wind bites their faces. Yet Tang then eagerly says, "Once we cross this peak and run a bit further, our two beasts will be exhausted. Let us push on to the bigger city ahead." Min Ving, surprised, looks at him. "Why so rushed? We only have half a year left, and the road is tens of thousands of miles long. Why hurry like this?" Then he can't help but ask, "With our strength 1 mid-level Saint Master, 1 Grand Saint Master joining this tournament, is not that just asking for trouble? That is where all the elites of the Thenungangayan continent gather." Tang The then just chuckles lightly and asks back, "Do you know the difference between a great man and an ordinary one?" Min Aang looks puzzled. "What is it?" Taepeng Then's eyes light up as he grins confidently. "The great man dares to think and act. Ordinary people are like frogs stuck in a well, never daring to jump out and break their own limits." Taepeng then surges ahead, glancing back at Mindun. "We are low-level powerhouses. So what do we have to lose? Does barefoot fear wearing shoes?" Hearing this, Mun Hung is slightly stunned. Yeah, nothing to lose at all." After a moment, as if realizing something, he shouts, "Hey, who are you calling ordinary? You are the ordinary one your whole family is." Ting then laughs heartily at his anger, clearly enjoying it a lot. After a while, waving a chicken drumstick in hand, he cheerfully says, "Come here, have a drumstick." Min Ving, still annoyed, frowns and replies, "No thanks, I am ordered, not worthy of chicken." Tang then laughs even louder, teasing with the drumstick. "Haha, so what if you are ordinary? Ordinary folks get to eat chicken too. You get what you deserve. Dumb in the head, but quick with your hands and feet." Min Hun gets even more irritated hearing this. He waves his arms and legs around, cursing, "Damn you, you are the dumb one." Tang Thin loves provoking him even more, raising a hand to block him, laughing loudly. "Haha." Suddenly, a loud shout comes from somewhere. "Move aside. Move aside." Both startle and look toward the noise. Before them is a sight that even surprises Titung Thin. A troop is marching, led by a man riding an elephant. He yells loudly, "Don't block the way. Get out of my path." Those chased away scream and scatter in panic. Tipeng Thin watches closely, then suddenly exclaims as if recognizing something. He says in shock, "People from the Fong Lam Kingdom." Min Aang stands beside him, curious at his strange expression, leaning in to ask, "What is wrong? You know them?" Tipeng Thin does not hide it. Fong Lam Kingdom's elite squad specializes in dealing with our kingdom. After saying that, he looks up, face full of confusion. But why are they here? By the flickering firelight of a large bonfire, a soldier in the group grills meat proudly. This time, the kingdom's forests are basically wiped out. The Fong Lam Kingdom group gathers around, all faces beaming. Another joins in. Even though they are strong, how can they resist 4 great kingdoms attacking from all sides? Hearing this, their leader speaks up, tone both mocking and confident. Only afraid the old monster from Tratrain Dying Mansion might turn up. That guy's almost reached the Saint King realm." Another soldier laughs loudly. "What is there to fear? The meat's ready." The leader holds up a big piece, speaking with disdain. "That old man left Trekking Digging Mansion years ago, most likely dead somewhere. This time, the forest kingdoms have no way out." Hearing this, a nearby soldier agrees, "But if that old man does not return, they still have nearly a dozen Then Kong Saint Masters. They are no easy foes." The leader bursts out laughing mockingly. "What dozen Then Kong Saint Masters? Our 4 great kingdoms combined have over 30. 3 against 1. They want to survive. We have prepared for so long. Do they really think they can hold us off? And now they even plan to use women to slow us down. Ridiculous." The whole group bursts out laughing behind the campfire. Tung and Min Ong quietly watch. Min Ong asks with concern, "Are these forest kingdoms your homeland?" Tang then nods, giving a brief reply. "Yes, and the terrific decking mansion they mentioned is my home." Hearing that, Min Hong suddenly paused, his face showing hesitation. But before he could say anything, a figure appeared from afar. A soldier quickly stood up and shouted, "Who are you?" No sooner had he spoken than he screamed ambushed. But before he could blink, he was slashed across. Blood spraying, collapsing right there. Shocking the entire troop, the leader immediately flew into a rage, roaring, "Who the hell is this idiot?" Just then, Teeping Thin and Minza dashed out from the shadows. Temu Thin stared coldly at the leader, his voice, "The idiots are you." He gripped his cloak tightly, raised his sword high, radiating the proud aura of a god. Without hesitation, Teeping Thin swung his sword straight through the enemy's thick armor. The soldiers froze, mouths agape in shock. Unable to react to his swift and precise strike, the pierced enemy instantly fell to the ground. One soldier pointed at Teeping Thin, yelling fiercely, "Enemy attack! Surround him!" But Tang Thin showed no fear. With unwavering confidence, Teeping Thin lunged forward. Pulling Min along, they charged straight into the enemy's circle, displaying an unusual calm. Witnessing that spirit, Min could not help but admire. No wonder they are the elite warriors the sword brother mentioned. Despite the surprise attack, they stayed composed. The commander of the Cat Lamb Kingdom's army stepped up, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" Tang Thin just smiled coldly, curling his lips arrogantly. "I am your father." The taunt terrified the soldiers behind, who all shouted loudly, "Commander, beware! We have decided they are spies from the Sam's kingdom. They can be allowed to live." The commander rushed forward, swinging his sword at Teeping Thin, but Teeping Thin merely leaned aside and dodged easily. Realizing the danger, the two immediately stood back to back, facing the crowd of enemies. Teeping Thin did not want to drag out the fight. He quickly drew his sword and unleashed a special power. A massive energy burst sliced through the soldiers, and knocking many down instantly. The army commander shouted in terror, "Watch out!" His weapon was unusual. This energy was too dangerous. Refusing to back down, he charged, shouting, "Here comes my fierce flame sword technique." The other soldiers surged forward too, shouting as they showed off their skills defending with their ice spear. Mun Ung worriedly warned, "Sword brother, be careful. Two enemies are attacking you at once." But with a simple lean, you made them crash into each other, hurting their own team. Without hesitation, Teeping then spun lightly, kicking the sword stuck in the ground. It flew swiftly toward a soldier, striking him before he could react. These swift, powerful moves made the commander cautious. He thought to himself, "This young man's strength can be underestimated. Never expected the Sam's kingdom to have such a powerful youth. I must report this to His Majesty." Seizing a moment when Teeping Thin was not paying attention, the commander silently crouched and fled, determined to escape and deliver the news. Tang Thin raised his sword solemnly like a judge. He sneered coldly, "I gave you a chance. Why did not you appreciate it?" Before the opponent could react, a brilliant sword aura burst from his blade. Light gathered, and surrounded before piercing straight through the commander. A painful scream echoed as the commander's eyes widened, his mouth stammering denial. It can be in moments. He collapsed, ending all resistance. Half an hour later, by a moonlit river, Teeping then sat cross-legged, focusing on cultivation. After a while, his eyes suddenly glowed with a strange light. Looking at the energy flows before him, he murmured, "Looks like restoring the full power of the purple-blue sword spirit requires far more demon cores than I imagined." Min curiously asked Sword Brother Deep, "How's the quality of the demon cores from the Feng Lam Kingdom soldiers?" Tiang then replied coolly, "So." Hearing that, Meng just chuckled awkwardly, thinking, "Big bro, do you realize how many demon cores you have absorbed? A normal person would have exploded by now." After a moment of silence, Min Dong stretched and asked, "What is next? Should we return to the kingdom of Gat Lam to report?" Tong Thien thought for a while then answered in a low voice, "No need. We will continue to the Dong Bin assembly. We are too weak now. Going back won't change anything." Min Dong nodded, saying no more. The way, seeing the destination still far, he suggested, "Brother Dip, we should buy some fast spirit beasts for easier travel." Tong Thien nodded in agreement. They entered a shop specializing in spirit beasts. The owner greeted them warmly as they stepped in. "Welcome, sir. Looking for fast spirit beasts? Take a look at this third-rank spirit beast." Tong Thien glanced over and shook his head disappointed. "The ones I ride are already third rank. Isn't there anything better?" The owner hesitated. "Higher-grade spirit beasts are expensive." Before he finished, Tongthian threw a large bag of gold, his voice calm but authoritative. Is that enough? Seeing the gold, the owner's attitude instantly changed. He cheerfully pulled back the curtain, leading them inside to where the rarest spirit beasts were kept, assuring the customer would be satisfied. Kim Tran looked at the fourth-rank KM Lep in front of him with satisfaction. Its speed was truly fast. He thought silently and decided to choose it. But just as he signaled, a rider on horseback hurried over to block them. This young man, looking hurried, said, "Wait, brother. Hold on. Can you hear me out for a moment?" He stepped closer, speaking gently, negotiating. "Brother, could you let me have this rare KM Lep? I am willing to pay double." Kim Tran replied curtly, "Sorry, I am not selling, not giving up." The other quickly grabbed his hand, pleading, "Brother, do not refuse so fast. My family has 2 level 4 KM Lip, one of which already has 2 stars. If you give me this one, I am ready to pay triple the original price." Hearing this, Kim Tran grew interested. He smiled and said, "If you really want it, it is not impossible. But I have one condition." The other asked curiously, "What is the condition?" "Go ahead, brother," Kim Tran answered decisively. "If you can block 3 of my sword strikes, the KM Lefapi is yours. But if you can you have to give me both of your family's KM Lep. What do you say?" Just as the challenge ended, the young man's subordinate angrily shouted, "He is way too arrogant. There is no place for you here." "Shut up." The subordinate lowered his head obediently and replied, "Yes, young master." Hearing the terms, the young man's eyes lit up brightly, excitedly agreeing, "All right, brother, I am sure I will win this bet. Let us get started." The two quickly took their positions as the atmosphere grew tense. Kim Trun's teammates cheered. "Brother Kim, go for..." On the other side, the young man's followers enthusiastically encouraged him. "Young master, do not look." Kim Trun calmly prepared and summoned his sword. His eyes burned fiercely as he warned in a deep voice, "Be careful." Immediately, he unleashed a terrifying power, his aura exploding like it could destroy everything. Kim Tran raised his sword high and shouted fiercely, his imposing gaze forcing the young man opposite him to silently admire. His aura was truly overwhelming. Without hesitation, the young man launched his own technique. Shouting powerfully, 10,000 Heaven's Wrath, 2 opposing forces clashed violently, shaking the ground as they collided. Kim Tran remained unshaken, yelling, "Break the evil." Despite Tiavdeen's overwhelming power, the young man refused to surrender. Without another word, he strengthened his defense, resolutely countering, not a chance. Then he charged forward, determined to test their strength. But when he was knocked back, he could not believe it, his eyes wide with shock as he cried out in pain. His followers hurried over anxiously, calling out, "Young master, the match is decided." Tungthe then immediately withdrew, humbly saying, "I let him win." But surprisingly, he was not sad. Instead, he smiled brightly in admiration. "Aha! You really are strong, brother." Sima Tiu bowed in respect. Tipeng then stayed calm, saying, "Brother Sima, you are too polite. This was just an even fight, no real winner." Sima Tiu laughed heartily, honestly admitting, "Losing is losing. Nothing to be ashamed of. I am not the kind to choke on defeat." After talking for a while, Simu suddenly asked curiously, "How should I address you?" "Brother." Teng then carefully saluted and introduced himself. "I am Kim Tran from the kingdom of Siach Sedum." Simivu replied enthusiastically, "Then I will call you Brother Kim Tran." After settling names, Tipeng then got straight to the point. "Since I lost, what about the bet?" Simentiu laughed freely. "Don't worry, Brother Kimten. I will have someone bring those 2 km Lepa over." Then he signaled his men to act. The subordinate bowed obediently. "Yes, sir." This news quickly reached CMTE's father. Hearing this, he slammed his hand on the table in anger, shouting, "Bastard! That damn Tiunai is causing trouble again." "Where is he?" the subordinate hurriedly reported. "Master, the young master is currently in the guest room drinking and chatting with young Master Kim and his friends." The master yelled furiously, "Where are the others?" Immediately, a man dressed in black appeared. The master ordered, "Tonight, check if that brat has any real skill." The man bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Tang Thin and CMTU had no idea. They continued their grand feast, enjoying earthly delicacies. CMTU laughed loudly, raising his glass. "Brother Kimten, today I admit defeat." Fully convinced. Hearing this, Tamper then felt confused, thinking to himself that half an hour ago they were fiercely fighting, and now they were calmly eating inside someone's house. Not stopping there, Simentiu eagerly suggested, "Brother Kimten, Next time we definitely have to spar again. Those words made Tipeg then suddenly realize that CMTU was a man of loyalty and kindness. He replied cheerfully, Brother TU. Of course that is no problem. Hearing that, CMTU laughed heartily and asked warmly, Brother Kimten, is there something troubling you? Just say it straight, I will definitely help. He did not hide anything and answered honestly, Min Aang and I just happened to pass by. We planned to go to the mercenary city to join the mercenary gathering. At first, we intended to rest in Wall's city and stock up before moving on. But unexpectedly, a conflict broke out right when we entered. That is how I got the chance to meet Brother Tu. After hearing this, Simao laughed even more enthusiastically. Looks like fate really brought me and Brother Kim Trun together. Slightly puzzled, he asked, Brother Sia, what do you mean? Are you planning to join the mercenary gathering too? Simu smiled slightly and confirmed. Haha, that is right. Tiang then suggested, if that is the case, Brother CMTU should come with us, or we might not make it in time. Seeing his urgency, CMTU calmly reassured him. Haha, Brother Kimten, no need to rush. Have you heard about the space gate? As soon as he finished, he asked in surprise, could it be your clan has a space gate? CMTU smiled and denied, Brother Kimten, you are overestimating our clan. Even though we are a major clan here, owning a space gate is impossible. That thing is very rare and magical, capable of crossing thousands of miles in an instant. Then CMTU explained further. In Mine Kingdom under the Chiju Noza Kingdom, there is a space gate that lets us quickly travel to the mercenary city. If you are not in a hurry, why not stay with our Then CM clan for 2 months? Then come with us. Hearing this, he felt reassured and thought to himself, with 2 more months of training, my strength will definitely improve. Arriving at the mercenary gathering, my chances of winning first place will be much higher. Then he clasped his hands in thanks, grateful to Brother CMTU. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately rested and dove into training. However, not long after, a suspicious shadow suddenly appeared on the roof. This person quietly lifted a tile on the roof, silently watching his movements through a small gap. It seemed he was preparing to strike, channeling power through the crack to launch a secret attack. Suddenly, a small sword shot straight into Titanridin's room, but it all seemed anticipated. Seeing the attack, he smirked slightly, thinking, finally could not hold back and made a move. Immediately after, his eyes narrowed with focus. A terrifying sword aura quickly formed, swirling like a tornado around his body. Then like a powerful lightning bolt, it shot straight toward the gap where the hidden attacker had just struck. The overwhelming power shocked the attacker, who muttered, what is this? Sensing this was not ordinary, the man in black descended directly into Tipang Thien's room and coldly demanded, who exactly are you? Tiang then did not answer, only raised his hand to attack, his gaze icy cold as ice. He replied coolly, I am the one who should be asking you. Without hesitation, Tipang then immediately unleashed his technique. The man in black's eyes widened in shock, but he still managed to block the strike with his weapon. However, the fierce sword aura overpowered him. He was knocked back, his whole body trembling. The man in black kept thinking, how could a kid be this strong? From what just happened, Tipang Dezen guessed this man's strength was not ordinary, at least at the Great Saint Master 3rd level. Determined to figure out his identity, Tangfeng then continued unleashing fierce sword auras, terrifying the man in black with relentless attacks. He tried to block with his weapon, but luck was not on his side this time. His weapon was cut in half by the sword aura S-force, sending him flying backward, smashing into the wall and spitting fresh blood. The unexpected damage panicked the man in black, who only had time to think, this is bad. I have to quickly report to my master. This kid really is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He hurriedly fled. Tipang then watched his retreating figure suspiciously and muttered under his breath, where do you think you are running off to? At that moment, a voice called out from outside, Brother Sword God, are you okay? Tang then turned and saw Mumavang entering, looking disheveled, which surprised him. Min Ving, what happened to you? Min Aing took a calming breath and recounted, someone tried to ambush me just now, but luckily I destroyed his sword with one move. But looking at your room, it has been wrecked. Did you get ambushed too? Hearing this, Tampeng then nodded. Min Aing stood stunned, mouth agape in shock. No way. But who could we have offended in Engalev Luckylong? It's a city. Who actually did this? Tongthian remained calm, almost indifferent, replying with a voice laced with meaning, I caused such a big scene. Yet your brother's guards in the courtyard still slept soundly. Mindong panicked at once, loudly asking, Brother Kim Tran, do you mean Cam Tu sent people last night to kill us? Realizing he might be misunderstood, Tongthian immediately denied it. Still calm, not all. You are probably overthinking. Cam Tu is an upright clan. Those who came were not here to kill us, just to test our strength. Still, Mindong found this hard to accept. His face darkened with anger as he growled. Never thought Cam Tu would be such a dirty clan. Seeing Mendong agitated, Tong Thian patted his shoulder gently. Soothingly, what clan does not have a dark side? All right, it is late now. Let us wait till morning and hear what Brother Cam Tu has to say. Mendong hesitated but finally nodded in agreement. All right, I will listen to you. Early the next morning, as sunlight flooded the room, a voice called from outside the door. Brother Kim Tran, you are awake. Cam Tu burst in excitedly, saying, Brother Kim Tran, I thought of a move last night. His eyes paused at the hole in the roof. Surprised, he exclaimed, Hey, why's your roof busted like this? Did some sneaky girl spy on you last night? Tong Thian stayed calm, curling his lips in a slight smile. Last night, a mysterious figure in black came to kill me. I do not know if it was a man or a woman. Cam Tu's eyes widened in shock as he shouted. What? How could that happen? The guards in the courtyard are useless. His shout startled the whole household. From afar, the stern voice of the Teen Camp patriarch rang out. Tiyuna, why are you yelling so early? Seeing his father approach, Cam Tu immediately spoke fiercely. Father, you came at the right time. I have something to report. Cam Tu led Tong Thian before the patriarch and introduced, This is my sworn brother. Kim Tran. Tong Thian respectfully bowed to the Teen Camp patriarch. The patriarch nodded slightly, showing approval. Brother Kim Tran truly is a talent. Cam Tu, still anxious, quickly recounted the events of last night to his father. Father, this is what happened. After hearing, the patriarch's face darkened, angrily shouting, How could this happen? Someone dares to mess with the Teen Cam clan. The servants trembled with fear, sweating, hurriedly kowtowing and begging, Master, please calm down. We will do everything to catch the culprit. Please give us a chance to make amends. The patriarch coldly replied, I give you 7 days to catch the culprit, or do not expect to remain in this clan. Hearing this, the group broke out in cold sweat, quickly bowing in thanks. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Then the patriarch turned to Tong Thian, smiling apologetically. Brother Kim Tran, sorry you had to witness this. I promise you a clear explanation. Cam Tu, take Kim Tran to the true treasure market inside the city. Seeing the warm attitude, Tong Thian returned the polite gesture. Master Cam, you are too kind. Cam Tu smiled brightly, patting Tong Thian's shoulder. Brother Kim Tran, I will show you some interesting things. As they talked and left, Cam Tu kept introducing, the true treasure market sells rare and unique items. This place will amaze you. Meanwhile, the Teen Camp patriarch watched them leave, his eyes deep, silently thinking how this guy survived the third Grandmaster's hands. This kid is not simple at all. At the true treasure market, a magnificent building like an architectural masterpiece appeared, every intricate detail exuding ancient beauty. Cam Tu stopped, leaned on his hand smiling, and introduced, Brother Kim Tran. This is the biggest true treasure market in Nigalaklang City. Inside, there are countless rare treasures. Suddenly, a charming young lady approached, linking arms with Cam Tu, sweetly saying, Welcome, young Master Cam. What are you looking for today? Young Master, Cam Tu smiled, placing his hand on Tong Thian's shoulder, introducing, This is my brother, Kim Tran. Today I am taking him around to see if there is anything worthwhile. The young lady smiled gently, turning to Tong Thian. Young Master Kim Tran, would you like a little sister to show you around? Mendong, arm in arm with another girl, squinted and laughed. Brother Kim Tran, you should find a little sister to take you around too. Tong Thian raised his hand to refuse calmly. You guys go ahead. I can manage on my own. Cam Tu nodded, smiling. All right. Come find me when you are done. Tong Thian gently stepped up the wooden stairs, eyes carefully scanning the surroundings. He thought to himself, the Ling Zi King sword spirit inside his body was trembling uncontrollably. There must be a treasure upstairs. In front of Tong Thian, the deep red gate glowed brilliantly from within, creating a scene both mysterious and solemn. He looked up at the treasures displayed on intricately carved wooden shelves, silently impressed. No wonder this is the biggest treasure hall in Lang Tu City. The collection here is truly vast. Tong Thian's sharp eyes quickly scanned every corner of the room, as if searching for something. But a question kept echoing in his mind. Which item is making the Zithan sword spirit in my hand vibrate so strongly? Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a golden ring on the shelf. Tong Thian stepped forward and picked up the ring to examine it. The ring was finely engraved with a shimmering bird under the light, but his expression grew thoughtful. After a moment, he sighed softly, disappointed, thinking, it is not this. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Young Master has a keen eye. This ring is called the Matiju Z, a genuine artifact from our treasure hall. Just wearing it, young Master can activate a paralysis effect. Turning around, Tong Thien saw an old man with silver hair and beard smiling as he introduced it, but Tong Thien could not hide his mocking smirk. Sensing the man was exaggerating the item's value to make a sale, the old man continued, "This ring is priced at 10,000 Z-Kim coins. If you want it." "Young master, I can offer a special 99% discount right now." Tong Thien coldly refused. "No thanks." The resolute tone stunned the old man into silence. His mouth fumbling for words, he hurriedly grabbed Tong Thien's arm, trying to say, "Young master, please hear me out." But Tong Thien paid no attention. His eyes drifted over other items before suddenly stopping at a rough stone lying quietly on the shelf. The stone looked no different from a worthless pebble on the street. Holding the stone, he immediately felt a burst of primal energy, shining brightly like a spirit playing in the dark. A faint smile crossed Tong Thien's face. "This is it." He turned to the old man and asked, "Old sir, how much for this?" Seeing his gaze, the old man showed disdain. Inside, he thought, "I thought this young master had good taste, but turns out he is just a poor fool who can tell value." He waved dismissively, coldly saying, "That broken stone is not for sale. If you really want to buy something else, I will throw it in as a gift." Hearing this, Tong Thien sighed softly but felt a surge of determination. He knew this stone was exactly what he was looking for. Casually, Tong Thien picked up a deep green jade pendant from the counter and said to the old man behind it, "Fine, I will buy this jade pendant, and you give me that stone as a gift, okay?" The old man glanced at Tong Thien with contempt, then held up two fingers and said, "This jade pendant costs 20,000 Z-Kim coins." No bargaining. A murmur immediately spread through the crowd, with wide-eyed shock and whispers crashing like waves. 20,000. Twice its real value. This jade pendant is only worth 8 or 9,000 at most. That young master must have offended the old man now. He is taking revenge personally. Suddenly, a powerful surge of primal energy erupted from the old man's body like an invisible, raging flame, pushing back the murmuring crowd. The energy swirled around him, forming an invisible cloak of overwhelming presence. His sharp eyes swept over everyone. His voice cold and commanding, "Our treasure hall deals honestly. That jade pendant is 20,000. And that is final." Tong Thien calmly pulled out money from his pocket. His voice was steady but carried unshakable resolve. "Fine, 20,000 it is. But that stone has to come with it." The old man took the money, his tone firm. "Don't worry. Our treasure hall always keeps its word." The stone was quickly placed in Tong Thien's palm, his other hand gently touching it as if probing a deep secret. Suddenly, a brilliant purple energy flared up like a mystical moonlight shining through the night. Tong Thien glanced at the stone, a slight, secretive smile curling his lips, thinking to himself, "It really is as expected." From within the pavilion, a fierce light like a blinding sun burst out, streaming through every window, filling the space. The old man hurriedly shielded his eyes, exclaiming in shock, "The 5 Exile Divine Stone?" This shattered stone was indeed the legendary 5 Exile Divine Stone. The crowd around could not help but marvel. What had seemed like an ordinary rock now glowed with a bright blue, like a priceless treasure resting in Tong Thien's hand. They whispered among themselves, "Could it really be the 5 Exile Divine Stone? Legend says it brings fortune to its owner, making them untouchable by blades. This kid just hit the jackpot. A 5 Exile Divine Stone is worth at least tens of millions of Z-Kim currency." Tong Thien pocketed the stone calmly and said to the old man, "Old sir, you said once it is a gift. It can be taken back." The old man sighed, returning the money reluctantly. "Looks like I still need to train my eyes better." "Don't worry, sir. The Chen Brew Group always keeps their word." Tong Thien clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, senior. I have already decided to leave immediately or others will start watching me closely." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. A man stepped forward, eye sharp and sly, staring at Tong Thien. "Kid, I want to buy that 5 Exile Divine Stone. Name your price." Tong Thien replied coldly, his eyes flashing sharp purple. "What if I do not want to sell?" The man sneered, his expression darkening. "Then I am afraid you won't leave here alive." The surrounding crowd recognized the newcomer immediately. It was Chintu, the heir of the Tian Qian family. Everyone whispered, "This little brother is really unlucky today." Chintu smirked mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Tong Thien, are you tired of living? Hand over the 5 Exile Divine Stone obediently, or do not blame me." Tong Thien snorted coldly, glaring back. "Good dogs do not block the way. Get lost." Those words made Chintu clench his fist in anger, growling each word. "Who are you calling a dog? Fine, kid. You do not want the offered wine. You prefer the penalty drink. Lao Trine, break his legs for me. I want him crawling for life." Lao Trine's subordinate grinned cruelly, replying, "Yes, young master." Immediately, Lao Trine charged at Tong Thien like a whirlwind, fists roaring toward his face. but Tong Thien swiftly dodged, his palm opening as blue-purple energy poured out, enveloping the area. Tong Thien's sword responded to an invisible call. Flying with dazzling light, with a spin of his hand, Tong Thien subdued Lao Trun, pinning him to the ground. The sharp sword spun in the air before gently landing in Tong Thien's hand. The blade glowed bright blue, coldly pressing against Lao Trun's temple. Lao Trun's subordinate gasped in horror. Trembling all over, Tong Thien stood over his defeated enemy, eyes cold and merciless. Lao Trun's face went pale, frozen in place, seeing his subordinate easily subdued. Chantu took a step back. Though terrified inside, he still tried to threaten loudly. Who exactly are you? How dare you disrespect the Tian Qian family? Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Tong Thien threw a powerful punch straight to Chantu's face. Blood sprayed out, the coppery smell filling the air. Chantu screamed in pain. You damn mutt, how dare you? But before he could do more, his body wobbled and fell flat on the ground. His face slammed against the cold floor. The crowd's murmurs slowly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Tong Thien's strength. Chantu trembled with rage, shouting, "Which bastard dares to sneak attack me?" But before he could finish his curse, he saw his attacker and his eyes widened in terror. His voice trembled. Cam. Big brother. Camtu's cold eyes flashed with deadly intent. Stared at Thin Tekka with a threatening tone. Thin Tekka, are you itching for a fight? How dare you tease my brother? CMTU's brother. Thin Tekka looked confused, turning his head to look around. Stammering. CRMTU. Who exactly is your brother? CMTU coldly pointed toward Teepin Thin and said, Taiyu Tron. Hearing this, Thin Te trembled all over. His face drained of color. He collapsed to the ground, too scared to resist, silently watching as CMTU continued to curse loudly. Damn it, I told you were asking for it, and you still dared to lay a hand on my brother. Teepung then stood aside, watching CMTU charge at Thin Tech, thinking to himself how he had always wondered why the Thayan CFM family did not carry the Thayan name. Now it seemed this clan was made of two branches, the Thin branch and the CM branch. Combined as one, Thin Tech's face was swollen and bruised, crying in pain. When he saw CMTU ready to throw another punch, he quickly shouted, CRMTU. Just wait, I will go tell my father about this. You will regret this punishment. Hearing this made CMTU even angrier, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Damn it, you still dare to threaten me with your father. I will beat you to death before your old man can do anything. Saying that, he raised his fist to strike Thin Tekka's face. But Tumthingzin stepped forward just in time to stop him. He grabbed CMTU's arm and spoke softly. CRMTU. Brother, let it. CMTU looked at Teeping Thin, thought for a moment, then released his grip with a cold snort. Today, out of respect for my brother, I am letting you off. Otherwise, your legs would have been broken long ago. Then CRMTU turned to ask Teeping Thin. Taiyu Tron. Brother, are you okay? Teng Thin smiled politely and replied. Luckily, CMTU got here just in time. He looked ahead and continued. I have also gotten what I needed. Let us. CMTU laughed heartily. All right. I will call little Munzoing. Then we will head back. The three stood in the wide courtyard of the Thin CM family estate. In the quiet air, the sound of a zither echoed softly. A pair of slender, pale fingers of a mysterious young lady gently glided over the strings, creating a soothing melody that filled the space. Hearing the music, CMTU turned to Teeping Thin and said, Hear that? My little sister is back home. Come on. I will take you to meet her. As the three approached the gate, they saw a dignified figure standing there, as if expecting visitors. The head of the Thin CM family, face full of anger, stood before CMTU and shouted, You damn brat. You dared to hit Thin Tech again. CMTU feigned innocence, shrugged, and replied, What are you talking about, Dad? I do not understand. The family head ignored the excuse, grabbing CMTU by the collar and dragging him away while scolding. Then Tensei's father already came to speak with me. Follow me immediately. Dragged along, CMTU grimaced and complained, Dad, go easy. Taiyu Tron. Brother, you go find my little sister and talk to her first. I will meet you all later. Tang Dizin stood there, stunned by the hectic scene unfolding before him. He followed a winding path that led to a shimmering lotus pond. Surrounded by ancient pavilions hidden within the picturesque scenery, by the pond sat a graceful young lady beside an ancient zither. Her delicate fingers lightly stroked the strings, producing an elegant melody that seemed to pause time itself. The young lady wore a deep blue dress, like a pure lotus blooming under the sky. She was the second young lady of the CM family. Cedra Mthim, noticing someone approaching, she glanced lightly and spoke in a clear voice. Who are you? Why have you come to the CM family? Tung Dizin stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. I am Kin, a friend of CMTU's brother. If I have disturbed the young lady, please forgive me. Hearing this, CM Dream immediately stood, her eyes filled with concern. Big brother, Where are you? Tebri then smiled, his tone tinged with teasing. He got his ear pinched by the family head and dragged away. Hearing this, CM smiled softly, then gently sat back down by the zither and asked, Young Master Kim Trun, how do you find this music I play? Tipeng then maintained his polite demeanor and answered, Second young lady, to be able to play such a magnificent piece that sets hearts ablaze with sound. I truly admire you. Samim smiled, her beautiful eyes shining with kindness. She asked, I heard, Young Master Kim Trun, that you know quite a bit about zither music. Teng then waved his hand modestly. Second young lady, you flatter me. I just let my feelings flow naturally. CM then placed her slender hands on the ancient zither, her voice gentle but thoughtful. Thank you, Young Master Kim Trun, for your praise. If I can play such pleasant music, most of the credit probably goes to this battle zither. She glanced at the instrument in her hands with a hint of admiration. This zither contained the sacred power of the CM, Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden. Tipeng then asked in surprise, CM Saint Heavenly Demon Maiden, who is that? CM then looked up slightly, her deep eyes meeting Tipeng Then's as she replied, Young Master Kim Trun comes from afar, so it is natural you would not know. The Holy Demon Maiden is a legend here. Cam Them's voice blended seamlessly with the sound of the zither. Through her story, Tong Thien gradually pictured the Holy Demon Maiden, a stunning beauty in a deep red dress, her snow-white hair flowing in the wind. Her slender fingers lightly brushed the ancient zither, producing enchanting sounds that seemed to reach deep into the soul. Each time Cam Them played, her eyes grew distant, her voice full of emotion as she spoke of the Holy Demon Maiden. The Holy Demon Maiden was a legend. She used her music to kill enemies, catching them off guard. No one could resist her playing for long. Anyone who passed by was either trapped in illusions, losing themselves, or had their soul destroyed by the music's magic, their body and soul vanishing without a trace. Cam Them's voice drifted into memory. She continued, Decades ago, the Demon Maiden only needed to play a single tune to bring down millions of soldiers, all falling into a deep sleep lasting 3 days and nights. Hearing this, Tong Thien could not help but be skeptical. He smiled lightly, his tone doubtful. A single tune that could put millions to sleep for 3 full days. Hard to believe. But then he added, curiosity flickering in his eyes, if given the chance, I would really like to learn about the heavenly demon woman firsthand. Cam Them gently stroked her hair, her voice carrying a hint of mystery. The heavenly demon woman has become a saint. How could one meet her so easily? Realizing the implication in Cam Them's words, Tong Thien frowned slightly and was about to ask, Miss Cam, do you mean? But before he could finish, Cam Them quickly changed the subject. By the way, I heard from the servants that you and my big brother are also going to the mercenary gathering. Tong Thien nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is right. Cam Them was about to say more but was interrupted by a loud call from afar. Brother Kim Tran. Sister, Tong Thien turned to see Cam Tu approaching, his face swollen and clearly just beaten. Hesitating, Tong Thien asked, Brother Cam Tu, what happened to you? Cam Tu shrugged casually, feigning indifference. Do not mention it. That brat Thien Tuck went to tattle to my father, and my father got angry and took it out on me. Tong Thien looked apologetic. I am really sorry. It is my fault. Cam Tu waved it off with a loud laugh. Don't worry about it. I got beat, sure, but I also gave Thien Tuck a good beating right after, so it is even. Hearing that, Tong Thien could only think resignedly, you deserved that. At that moment, Cam Them stood up softly. Big brother, since you are here, I will head back to my room. Cam Tu looked puzzled and quickly asked, Hey, little sister, were not you planning to join us at the mercenary gathering this time? Cam Them's slender figure disappeared down the hallway. From afar, her voice echoed back, Departure time. We will talk later. Tong Thien watched her retreating back, his mind swirling with thoughts. He silently vowed that before heading to the mercenary gathering, he must find a way to boost his strength to the level of a great Earth Saint Master. Turning to Cam Tu, Tong Thien asked, Brother Cam Tu, when do we set off for Dong Bin City? Cam Tu replied cheerfully, No rush. No rush. There is still over 3 months until the mercenary gathering. Let us wait another half-month before we leave. Tong Thien nodded and shared his plan. If that is the case, I will go train in the nearby forest and see if I can break through. Cam Tu flexed his arm excitedly, his voice full of enthusiasm. Sounds good. I was planning to close myself off for training too. Let us meet again in half a month. Suddenly remembering something, Tong Thien asked, Right? Where's Mun Dong? Why is not he with you? Cam Tu laughed and said, I heard he is hanging out with some little girl at the True Treasure Pavilion. Tong Thien shook his head softly and said, That brat's in a small room with wooden windows. Sitting there, Thien Tuck's face was swollen, his voice pleading, Uncle Ningo, you have to help me. Opposite him was Elder Nugo, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes. He reassured, Young Master Thien, do not worry. That guy has no status or backing. Killing him will be a simple matter. Pausing briefly, Elder Go's eyes flashed cunningly as he asked, "But are you sure you were not mistaken? That Keemtran kid really was holding a 5-waist divine stone." Thean Tuk jumped up excitedly, his voice firm. "How could it be fake? Everyone at the True Treasure Pavilion knows Uncle Nungo. Do you think I am lying?" His face filled with resentment. He continued, "Uncle Ningo, I just want to teach that brat a lesson. I do not need the 5-waist divine stone, he can keep it." Elder Ngo felt somewhat reassured and nodded. "Then thank you, young Master Thean. Just as long as that kid leaves the Theancam family." Before he finished, a subordinate suddenly rushed in. Breathless, "Elder Ningo, that kid has left the city." Elder Go furrowed his brow and asked, "He left while still holding the 5-waist divine stone. How dare he go out now? Where is he headed?" The subordinate bowed respectfully and replied, "Reporting, Elder. That kid said he wants to train in the eastern forest outside the city to try and break through before the mercenary gathering." Elder Ingo's eyes gleamed with amusement as he turned to Thean Tuk. "Young Master Thean, looks like fate is on our side." Thean Tuk nodded politely. "Thank you, Uncle Ningo, for your trouble in the vast forest." Tong Thean's solitary figure flickered in the firelight. Sitting by the fire, holding a roasted chicken leg, he ate while calculating silently. After hunting magical beasts all day, tomorrow he would find a suitable spot to absorb energy from the 5-waist divine stone and see if he could break through. Suddenly, Tong Thean's eyes sharpened. He quickly turned his head, sensing something unusual in the quiet forest shadows. Carefully standing up, he lightly touched the sword hilt, ready for any lurking danger. Tong Thean swiftly tossed the chicken leg in his hand. Jumped up, dodging the surprise attack. He landed softly, eyes fixed on the smoking deep pit left by the attack. Looking up, he saw an old man with a cold face holding a sword. "Elder Nungo." Tong Thean's voice was steady but sharp. "Who are you, senior? Why attack me out of nowhere?" Elder Nungo squinted, raising his gleaming sword threateningly. "Kid, hand over the 5-exile divine stone, and I will spare you." Hearing this, Tong Thean could not help but let out a cold laugh. He immediately understood the situation. "You are the one Chiang Xu sent." Elder Ngo glared, voice full of menace. "If you already know, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he charged, lightning fast, each step seeming to shake the space around him. Tong Thean was briefly surprised, thinking, this old man is actually a Grand Earth Saint Master. Without hesitation, Tong Thean swung his sword, releasing intertwined blue and pink light ribbons. Soft like silk but deadly, the powerful energies from both clashed, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. The holy swords in their hands flashed brilliantly, lighting up the night. Elder Ningo sneered. "No wonder it is the 5-exile divine stone still able to let you stand toe-to-toe with a Grand Earth Saint Master like me." His eyes glinted with malice as he threatened. "John Chen, you have got two choices now. Hand over the 5-exile divine stone, and I will kill you quickly, or I will torture you to death and take it anyway." "Your choice." Tong Thean did not flinch, flashing a cold smile, his face grim. "Are you sure you can beat me?" Elder Nigo scoffed, swinging his sword dismissively. "You are just a knave boy. It is laughable to think one stone could close the gap between a Grand Saint Master and a Grand Earth Saint Master." Without wasting time, he leapt forward, his sword radiating powerful magic as he shouted, "Prepare to die." Tong Thean frowned but kept a calm smile. As the attack came, Tong Thean glided past like a breeze, perfectly dodging. Elder Go was caught off guard, unable to react before Tong Thean seized the moment, delivering a powerful strike. Elder Nigo's sword was cleaved in two, fragments spinning in the air before falling. He widened his eyes, stunned and horrified. "What? How is this possible?" Tong Thean stood tall, his gaze sharp as a blade, voice full of confidence. "You underestimated me. That was your biggest mistake." Elder Ingo stepped back, his face pale, realizing Tong Thean's strength exceeded expectations. Tong Thean did not stop. He bent down, channeling energy into his hand as a brilliant purple glow enveloped it. With a single strike, Elder Ingo was blasted away, flying dozens of meters. As he landed, the purple energy from Tong Thean's internal power still shimmered on him. A massive explosion roared, dust clouding the air. When it cleared, Elder Nigo's face twisted in pain, clutching his chest. Breathing heavily, he looked at Tong Thean in disbelief, thinking, this supreme treasure really is that powerful. Yet, he refused to surrender. Rising, he declared boldly, "John Chen, the 5-exile divine stone will be mine today." Tong Thean stood firm, expression calm and eyes cold. "Whether you have the ability or not has nothing to do with the 5-exile divine stone. The point is, I can beat you." Tong Thean's arrogant tone only fueled Elder Ngo's anger. He shouted loudly, unleashing a stronger spell that shook the space. Energy surging. "Arrogant brat. You broke my holy weapon only because of outside help." Hearing this, Tong Thean narrowed his eyes, voice dripping with contempt. Outside help, fine. I will show you my true power. In an instant, Tong Thian vanished from Elder Nugo's sight like a passing breeze. Then he appeared behind him. His cold voice rang out. The unsuspecting Elder Ingo barely reacted before grazed him. In searing pain, he looked down at a deep wound, blood spurting fiercely. His horrified face lost its color as his body slumped. Elder Ingo collapsed. Dead forever. Tong Thian stepped forward, standing beside the sinister figure, his cold reflection shimmering in the pool of blood. He did not bother to look again, just turned away and let out a bored sigh. Time passed swiftly. 7 days since that battle. Tong Thian sat by the fire, focused on his training. Suddenly, he startled awake, sensing a brilliant purple light blazing down from the sky straight at him. The light collided with Tong Thian's body. He grasped the source of the magical energy tightly, absorbing every bit of the powerful energy from the 5-waste divine stone. After a brief moment, Tong Thian clearly felt a change within his body. A smile spread across his face as he thought. Indeed, after devouring the 5-waste divine stone, he had successfully broken through to the realm of Great Earth Saint Master. Tong Thian drew his sword, infused it with magic, and it gleamed brilliantly, radiating a powerful aura. He swung the sword, energy bursting from its blade like a lightning bolt, striking a large rock dozens of meters away. Boom! The rock split in two, shattering into countless fragments that crashed to the ground. Tong Thian looked at his sword with satisfaction. His eyes shining the power was incredible, smiling proudly at his training progress. He thought, finally it is time to join the mercenary tournament. The next morning, in a luxurious city, Cam Tu and Min Dong quickly ran over when they saw Tong Thian. Cam Tu spoke first, a teasing tone mixed with joy. Brother Kim Tran, you are finally back. You disappeared for 10 days and had me worried sick. Afraid you would not make it to this tournament, Min Dong added, scolding. Kim Tran? Seriously, why can't you ever tell me where you are going? I do not even know where to find you. Tong Thian chuckled playfully. I guess you were looking for the ladies at the True Treasure Pavilion, right? Cam Tu laughed loudly. Joining in. Exactly, Brother Kim Tran. You do not know. Min Dong's face turned bright red, like he was struck by Cupid's arrow when he saw the girls at the True Treasure Pavilion. Min Dong hurriedly tried to explain. All right. I was just mixing work with a little rest. Tong Thian laughed heartily, patting Min Dong on the shoulder to encourage him. Not bad you have broken through to Great Saint Master. Min Dong is just showing off? How could I be that diligent? Cam Tu raised an eyebrow and looked skeptically at Tong Thian. Brother Kim Tran, you are not like that brat Min Dong. Are you? Tong Thian blushed briefly, avoiding their gaze. Replying vaguely, you are talking nonsense. I am not that kind of person. Cam Tu teased. I said breakthrough. But you are thinking about something else. Tong Thian turned red, embarrassed and stammered. I was talking about the breakthrough too. Do not want to drag it out. He quickly changed the subject. Right? Should not we start preparing for the mercenary tournament? Cam Tu nodded in agreement. Yes, we leave early tomorrow morning. Tonight, everyone should rest well. That night, in the quiet room, Tong Thian continued his training. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Tong Thian opened his eyes cautiously, stood up, and went to open the door. Standing before him was a venerable elder, imposing and serious. The man clasped his hands and spoke politely but earnestly. Brother Kim Tran, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can help. Tong Thian narrowed his eyes. Suspicious. Thinking, could this be someone coming to cause trouble again? But before Tong Thian could ask, the elder praised him with admiration. Young Brother Kim Tran is truly a genius. In just a few days, you have broken through to Great Earth Saint Master. Tong Thian responded humbly. Master Thian Camp, you flatter me. I have just had a bit of luck. But I wonder why you are visiting at midnight. The elder clasped his hands apologetically. Sincere, I came because a few days ago we sent people to observe you. Today, I am here personally to apologize. Tong Thian was surprised but kept a calm expression. Waiting for the explanation, the elder slowly took out an ancient book and placed it before Tong Thian. Speaking earnestly, I hope young brother Kim Tran can forgive our family's thoughtless actions. They both sat down and began to talk. The elder pointed at the book and explained. This is a secret cultivation manual that can conceal one's aura. After training, it not only hides your aura, but also preserves it from dissipating at the Great Earth Saint Master level. Moreover, it can completely mask your true strength. Tong Thian glanced over the book, but did not focus too much. He said calmly, Master Thian Camp, I do not mind being ambushed at midnight. The attacker was too weak anyway. But about Elder Nungo, I would appreciate an explanation. The elder looked surprised and asked, Elder Nungo, what about him? Tong Thian calmly explained. A few days ago, deep in the forest, Elder Nungo tried to steal someone's treasure, but I killed him. Didn't you know about this? The elder's face showed clear surprise before he shook his head. I truly did not know. Tong Thian thought. Great, if I had known earlier. I would not have mentioned it. Still, the elder showed no anger and quickly moved to the main point. He bowed respectfully. Speaking sincerely, little brother Kim Tran, I came today firstly to apologize, and secondly to ask for your help at the mercenary gathering. I hope you can assist Tu. His nature is too knave. If he is in danger, please step in to protect him. Tong Thian raised the elder's hand, stopping him from bowing further, and said, Don't worry. Master, CMTU and I became close the moment we met. Even if you had not said anything, I would still help him. The elder's eyes brightened with joy. Good. I knew I was not mistaken about you. Tong Thian smiled and asked more. But what about Elder Nugo? The elder waved his hand casually. Little brother Kim Tran, there is something you do not know. Our Thean Cam clan is a union of the Thean and Cam tribes, but they have long been at odds. Elder Go belongs to the Thean family, not Cam, so rest assured, our clan will turn a blind eye this time. After saying this, the elder placed his hand on Tong Thian's shoulder, smiling knowingly, then left without another word. Tong Thian sighed. Such unnecessary trouble. The next morning, under a clear blue sky, a massive flying ship cut through the clouds on the wind. On the deck, Tong Thian, Min Dong, and Cam Tu stood admiring the view. Min Dong could not hide his excitement and shouted, Amazing! This spaceship is truly top tier. The wind whipped through their hair, carrying a sense of freedom and anticipation for the upcoming mercenary gathering. Tong Thian stood on deck, his gaze distant as if lost in old memories. The image of his mother's radiant smile appeared clearly in his mind, along with memories of his father and Duong Ho Yun Gaiet. His hand clenched tightly as he silently vowed, Hovensek, when I return to Truong Duong Mansion, you will pay your blood debts in blood. 1 month later, at the mercenary square, a lively atmosphere filled the air as people poured in from everywhere. Laughter and footsteps blended into a sound of eager anticipation. Yet the elder still sat on a floating stone, eyes closed, sleeping peacefully, seemingly unconcerned with the world. Min Dong, impatient, asked, How long does this old man plan to sleep? Hurry up and announce the start of the gathering. Cam Tu teased with a smile. Min Dong, you really have zero patience. Tong Thian smiled softly and advised, Just be patient a bit longer. It won't be long now. Suddenly, the large front doors glowed brightly, and a swirl of magical energy appeared inside. Casting a mysterious light, the elder opened his eyes, waved his hand to control the blue cards flying around, then announced, The gate is open. I hereby declare the once in 50 years mercenary gathering officially started. Blue cards were distributed to each participant. The elder continued explaining that these cards determined the order of entry. The first stage is elimination, held within an independent world. Upon entering the gate, you will be teleported to random locations. The elimination period lasts 1 year. Within this time, the first 500 to collect enough command cards will advance. The rest will be eliminated. Tong Thian accepted his card, determination shining in his eyes. A large orb of light appeared, surrounding everyone and pulling them into the teleport gate. Tong Thian landed in a dense forest shrouded in thick smoke that made him cough violently. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, he silently asked, Where is this? Suddenly, a sound behind him put him on alert. Turning around, Tong Thian loudly commanded, Who is there? Min Dong stepped out from the bushes, smiling brightly. Kim Tran, it is Tong Thian. You can tell right away you were teleported near me. Min Dong nodded excitedly. Brother Kim Tran, if we team up, we will definitely do well in this competition. Tong Thian frowned seriously and warned, Don't be careless. This contest is not simple. Just then, a sharp whistle sounded, signaling danger. Tong Thian immediately shouted, Watch out! A flash of blue light exploded ahead. Tong Thian quickly grabbed Min Dong's hand and pulled him into the air, dodging the sudden attack. Landing before them was a giant snake tens of meters long, its scales shimmering with metallic blue. It opened its mouth wide, trying to swallow them both. Tong Thian Kang Tran threw Min Dong far away to ensure safety while drawing his sword, eyes sharp, just in time. The sword in his hand radiated terrifying power, reflecting bright light in the dark forest. Tong Thian focused all his strength, ready to face the raging giant monster before him. The giant cobra opened its huge mouth wide, aiming to swallow Tong Thian. Perched on its head, Tong Thian remained calm, his eyes flashing coldly. He spoke loudly, his deep voice echoing through the space. Too noisy. With that, Tong Thian gathered his strength into a fist, delivering a powerful strike to the snake's head. The tremendous force overwhelmed the beast, blood spraying onto the ground. A long, furious hiss escaped from the massive body before it crashed down, trying one last counterattack. Tong Thian landed lightly, standing firm in the dust, his sharp eyes watching the writhing snake. He unleashed his magic. Voice solemn. Beast, you do not know life or death, Tongthian shouted. From the infinite silver sword. From his sword. Brilliant. Long slashes of purple light shot out, creating a radiant glow in the air. The snake writhed in pain. Finally exhausted, collapsing with its blood spilling onto the ground. Just then, Mindong ran over shouting. Kaimtran, He took a defensive stance, eye scanning around. Asking, where's the snake? Tongthian pointed at the snake's corpse. Replying calmly, it is right there. Or did you mean this thing? Mindong followed the gesture, amazed to see the dead snake. It is dead already, Mindong said loudly. Tongthian chuckled, leisurely sheathing his sword. All right, let us quickly explore the secret realm. No wasting time here? Mindong hurriedly pulled Tongthian back, saying, wait, this giant snake definitely has treasure. We can't just leave it. Saying that, Mindong climbed onto the snake's body, rummaged around, then pulled out a shining precious jade. He held it up joyfully. Kaimtran, look, a third-grade demon core. Tongthian chuckled softly. You keep it. It is useless to me. He thought to himself, having reached Great Earth Saint Master level, third-grade demon cores no longer matter. Mindong did not hesitate, stuffed the demon core into his pocket, then continued forward with Tongthian. They reached a cliff covered by thick gray poisonous mist, smoke rising like ghostly bones, making the space gloomy and suffocating. Tongthian frowned, guessing the poisonous mist was not natural. There must be a secret treasure here. Mindong pulled out a vial of antidote, holding it up. Kaimtran, I brought detox pills, but do not know if they work on this poison. Tongthian shook his head, refusing. I do not need it. You take it. Mindong paused briefly but did not insist, nodding. All right, but tell me immediately if you feel unwell. As Mindong took out the pill, a hoarse laugh echoed from behind. Haha, really got good stuff without lifting a finger. Both turned immediately, seeing a young man emerging from the shadows. He stood tall, face arrogant, eyes threatening. A cold voice rang out. Two young brothers. This secret realm is very dangerous. If you do not want to die in vain, best hand over everything you have. Mindong instantly took a fighting stance, eyes tense on the youth, then said, Kaimtran, this guy is a great Earth Saint Master. Tongthian remained calm, paying little attention to Mindong's warning. He placed a hand on Mindong's shoulder, reassuring, relax, a small great Earth Saint Master. I have got this. The young man, encouraged, laughed loudly. Looks like you two young brothers have some good eyes. Ready to hand over your stuff now? Tongthian smirked slightly, eyes calm but full of killing intent. He said coolly, what is in my hand? Come and take it if you can. Hearing the provocation, the youth shouted angrily, you little brat. Talk big. Wait till I beat you to tears. Without hesitation, he charged fiercely, full of murderous intent. But Tongthian was like a gentle breeze. Dodging easily, he drew his sword and struck a precise slash to the youth's stomach. A cold streak of light flashed. The terrifying power of the sword made the youth scream in agony. His sword broke in two. He was thrown far back, collapsing with a pale, terrified face. Feeling Tongthian's overwhelming power he could not resist, he trembled and stammered, no way, you are so young. How can your strength be this strong? Don't you teach martial morals? Tongthian slowly stepped forward. The sharp tip of his sword pressed against the man's throat, his voice cold as ice. Hand over everything on you, and I might give you a chance to live. Then he suddenly went silent, eyes sharp like daggers, as if trying to see through his opponent's soul. We'll kill you right here and now. Faced with that murderous intent, the young man trembled in fear, hurriedly handing over all his belongings, begging, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare again. Taking the space ring from the man's hand, Tongthian turned away coldly and called out to Mindong. Let us. Mindong was overjoyed and quickly followed, excitedly asking, Kaimtran, when did you break through to Grand Earth Saint? Tongthian did not hide it, answering frankly, just a few days before I left the Theancam clan. He glanced at Mindong, his face suddenly full of meaning and thoughtful. If what Kamtiu said is true, then at that time you were also breaking through alongside the sisters at Chanbao Pavilion, right? Mindong immediately blushed, embarrassed, and urged, stop talking. Tongthian laughed heartily, lightly patting his shoulder. All right, let us keep going and see if there is any treasure inside the valley. The deeper they went into the valley, the denser the bone fog became, blocking their vision. Tongthian suddenly raised his hand to stop Mindong, whispering, be careful, this is not poison mist, it is an illusion. Instantly, both became alert, back to back, ready to fight. Suddenly, A strange voice sounded, deep and full of authority. 5,000 years have passed. I have finally waited for you. The voice seemed to come from an ancient door that suddenly appeared amid the bone fog illusion. Another warm voice echoed from inside. Come inside. Mindong, extremely surprised, turned to Tong Thien and asked, what should we do? Tong Thien stared at the door, curiosity flashing in his eyes. He decisively said, let us go in and see what is really going on. Mindong nodded in agreement, and together they stepped through the mysterious door. As they crossed the threshold, a magnificent white hall unfolded before them. Light sparkled from countless gemstones embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. Giant pillars carved with intricate patterns gleamed like mirrors of polished marble. Seated on the throne at the center was a dignified leader. His deep eyes looked straight at the two of them, radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Tong Thien and Mindong were stunned by the majestic sight. Silently amazed, wondering who this person could be, they bowed respectfully, voices full of reverence as they greeted the elder. The leader on the throne looked at them. His once cold eyes now showed joy. His voice was full of emotion. 5,000 years have passed. I have finally found you. Mindong was startled, eyes wide with surprise hearing the leader say this. The man slowly stood, stepped closer, and asked, child, are you a descendant of the Min family? Was there an ancestor named Min Nat Thien in your lineage? Mindong quickly bowed and replied, you are right, elder. Min Nat Thien is indeed the great ancestor of my clan. But I wonder how you know of him? The leader gestured softly, his tone gentle. Child, come here. I have something to give you. Mindong looked to Tong Thien for advice. Tong Thien silently observed the leader for a moment. He sensed no trace of hostility from him, his face completely kind. Thinking that the elder probably meant no harm, he nodded slightly to Mindong. Go ahead. The elder likely won't give you trouble. Mindong stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, I humbly greet you, elder. May I know what guidance you have for me? The leader smiled and handed him a jade pendant of deep green, explaining, this ancient jade was entrusted to me by your elder brother, Min Nat Thien. He asked me to pass it on to his descendants. This jade not only records the lifetime martial knowledge of Min Nat Thien, but also has a special resonance with the Min family's heirs. As Mindong lightly touched the pendant, the leader continued, when you stepped into this grand hall, the jade began vibrating continuously within the boundaries of my space. I knew then the descendants of Min brother had finally arrived. Mindong held the jade tightly, his expression deeply moved. He looked up and asked, elder, could it be that you personally knew my ancestor Min Nat Thien? The leader's eyes grew distant and dreamy, as if recalling a long-lost memory. He spoke slowly. 5,000 years ago, Min brother and I founded a mercenary legion that roamed across the lands. We lived days of triumphant joy. Suddenly, his face darkened, his voice heavy with deep regret and sorrow. But once, when we risked death ambushed by demonic spells, Brother Mun used his body to shield me, blocking the fatal strike meant for me. The sect leader clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red as he recalled how he sacrificed himself to keep me safe. Before dying, Brother Mun handed me this jade pendant, asking me to deliver it to Min family's descendants. He looked deeply into Mindong's eyes, his voice full of emotion. When I arrived at the Min family to fulfill my promise, I found they had been wiped out by enemies no one survived. Min Aing stood silently, his heart tightening. The sect leader continued, his voice low but sharp. At that time, I killed everyone connected to the massacre of the Min family, but I still could not find the true mastermind. I carried this jade pendant across the entire Thingayan continent for thousands of years, searching for Min's heirs. Sadly, the sect leader paused, his eyes lost in regretful memories. Only today have I finally waited for you to appear. Maung looked at the jade pendant in his hand, deeply moved, as if sensing the presence of his ancestors. Images of the once glorious Min family, then their tragic annihilation, flashed in his mind. The sect leader's story fueled Min Thien's determination to uncover the truth. The sect leader spoke softly, his voice heavy with the weight of years. After Brother Min passed, I established this palace. I hope that through those who come to the mercenary gathering, I might find news of the Min family's descendants. He stopped, his eyes filled with joy as he looked at Min Zhang. After 5,000 years, I have finally found you. The sect leader placed his hand on Min Ng's shoulder, his tone sincere. Boy, I and your ancestor were lifelong friends. You do not have to call me senior if you do not mind. Just call me Uncle Thane B. Min Ivrung was touched by the words and immediately bowed respectfully. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Dedu. The sect leader smiled and turned to Tiping Thin, asking, if I am right, you and your friend are here to join the mercenary gathering. Yes, Min Ang quickly introduced. Uncle Than B is right. This is my good brother. Swordsman Tron Teping Thin bowed respectfully to the senior. The sect leader looked at Min Xing, his voice full of concern. Boy, Your current strength is too weak. Stay here. I will help you improve your power. Hearing this, Min Uning immediately pleaded, Uncle Dedu, could Brother Tron join me in training? Tiping then shook his head and turned to explain to Min Azing, Min Ving, this is your family's legacy. It is not suitable for me to stay here. Plus I have other matters to attend to. Min Uning asked curiously. What matters? Tem then smiled and reminded, the family had entrusted me to protect the envoy during the mercenary gathering. I have to find him. Ming hesitated but finally made up his mind. Tipeng then patted his shoulder encouragingly. All right, use this time to strengthen yourself. When you break through to Grand Earth Sage level, come find me. Min Uning nodded firmly. Got it. I will do my best. Tipeng then turned to the sect leader and entrusted. Senior Thin, please watch over Brother Min Zung. The sect leader smiled gently. Reassuring. Don't worry. I guarantee he will be reborn stronger. Teng Thin bowed to say goodbye. Then I take my leave. Both Min Dung and the sect leader watched as his figure slowly disappeared. The sect leader nodded slightly and whispered. Min Ving. Well done. Looks like you have found a true brother. Leaving the palace, Tipeng then went to a nearby stream to fetch water. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering rays on the water. Just as he bent down to scoop water, a strange sound came from the bushes, rustling. Tipeng then immediately stood up, turned, and raised his sword with a cold glare. His sudden move splashed water everywhere. He shouted, Who is sneaking around? Come out now. From above, a figure dove down. A sharp arrow aimed straight at Tipeng Thing, and a harsh voice rang out. Rotten scoundrel, prepare to die. The person who appeared was Lone Nai. She held a bow, glaring angrily at him. Seeing Lone Nai appear, Tipeng then was surprised and immediately called her name. Without hesitation, Lone Nai took a stance, her whole body radiating fairy demonic energy. She drew her bowstring tight, aiming directly at Tipeng then with eyes full of rage. She shouted, Rotten scoundrel, you dare call me Lone Nai? Tung then hurried to explain, his voice shaky. Miss Lone, it was really just a misunderstanding at first, but you would not listen. She frowned, her eyes sharp and cold, wasting no words. Today, this young lady will act as heaven's justice. Her glowing red arrow streaked toward Tipa then with deadly intent. Lone Nai shouted, Shoot the peeping bastard. A huge explosion followed, a giant mushroom cloud rising from the ground. Tong Thian dodged fearfully. Does she really want to kill me? Lone Nai kept shouting, You rotten thug. Pull that bow tight. If you are a real man, do not run, do not let me shoot. Tong Thian dodged while thinking reluctantly. Does she think I am an idiot, standing still to be her target? Suddenly, a harsh laugh echoed from the shadows. Little treasure Loi, we meet again. Startled, Loi spun around. Furious, that's Tunian. How dare you show your face here? Tong Thian watched from the side, quickly realizing they were Lo Nai's enemies. Without hesitation, Lo Nai drew her bow and shot a powerful arrow at the newcomers. But Thatch Tunian flicked it away with 2 fingers and raised a thick leaf shield to block the attack. A massive explosion shook the air, dust filling the space. Lo Nai stood observing, hand raised to catch the wind. Despite the blast, Thatch Tunian, the royal guards, and his thug remained unharmed. Thatch Tunian sneered, dripping with contempt. Lo Nai, stop wasting your energy. Your royal soldiers can hurt me. Hearing this, Tong Thian was surprised. Royal soldier. What kind of weapon is that? He glanced at Lo Nai's bow, which gleamed brilliantly with power. Lo Nai soared up, eyes cold and sharp. Voice steady. Thatch Tunian, if you dare lay a hand on me, the royal family will never stop hunting the Thatch clan. Thatch Tunian gazed at her lustfully, sneering. Don't worry. Once I have your body, I will take responsibility. Then we will go to the royal family to arrange the marriage. Lo Nai flushed with anger, shouting, Thatch Tunian, you are disgusting. Furious, she fired another blazing arrow at him. Determined, even if I die, I won't let you touch a single hair on my head. The arrow shot forward with fierce energy. Another explosion followed, but knowing her enemy was too strong, Lo Nai reluctantly ran to Tong Thian. Rotten thug. Help me deal with them. I promise I won't shoot you anymore. Thatch Tunian laughed wickedly, pulling something from his pocket with mocking eyes. Kid, this is a grudge between the Thatch family and the royal family. You had better stay out of it. He tossed down an old belt, taunting. Look, this belonged to some fool who once meddled to save this girl. We left him half dead. The belt hit the ground. Tong Thian glanced at it and instantly recognized it as Cam Tiu's belt. His eyes darkened instantly. A powerful, fierce energy radiating from him, making the space around seem ready to burst. Everyone instinctively stepped back. Lo Nai looked at him, amazed. Such strong spirit energy. Without hesitation, Tongthian charged like a storm. Before anyone could react, his sword swung fiercely, cutting Lu Thuk Thuk in half. As Lu Thuk Thuk realized he was attacked, his soul vanished with the wind. Tongthian coldly faced the royal guard and Thatched Nian, his gaze piercing their hearts, his voice low but deadly. I do not want to waste time. Tell me where the owner of this belt is, Thatched Nian shouted angrily, pointing. How dare you attack the Thatch family's guard when they are off guard? Royal guard, kill this brat. Revenge for Lu Thuk Thuk. The royal guard hesitated nervously. Before he could finish, Thatched Nian roared. Hurry up, don't he make me repeat myself? The royal guard had no choice but to nod and obey. Yes. Young master rushed forward, throwing a powerful punch at Tongthian. Shouting. Tongthian took a defensive stance, calm eyes watching as the guard's fist neared him, but then Tongthian's body and sword suddenly vanished, just an illusion. Before the guard could react, a sharp sword pierced straight through his heart. Tongthian asked coldly, why won't you answer my question willingly? The guard collapsed, eyes full of despair. Lo Nai watched everything, bewildered. She thought, how did he suddenly become so strong? Was he holding back before? Meanwhile, Thatched Nian tried to sneak away, but as he turned, Tongthian's sword blocked his path. Stammering, trembling all over, Thatched Nian froze. Kid, you can kill my guards, but how dare you lay a hand on me? Tongthian said nothing, just stared at him with icy eyes, ready for a fate that Thatched Nian could not avoid. Thatched Nian screamed angrily. The Thatch family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Tongthian showed no concern for the threat, his gaze cold, his voice like ice. Answer my question, or share the fate of the others. He pointed his glowing sword at Thatched Nian's neck, a deadly aura surrounding him. Thatched Nian stood opposite him, trying to stay calm, but panic was rising inside. He yelled, do you really think I am afraid of you? Without answering, Tongthian charged at terrifying speed. Thatched Nian quickly activated magic, unveiling an immortal golden armor. A shining golden sphere enveloped his body, blocking all of Tongthian's attacks. Tongthian's sword clashed with the sphere but left no mark. He laughed loudly inside the sphere. Kid, keep trying. If you are strong enough to break this shell, then we will talk. He then pulled out a long whip, eyes full of malice. This whip was meant to punish that worthless girl, but it will work on you just as well. Thatched Nian swung the whip straight at Tongthian. Tongthian quickly blocked the strike. Leapt back, his body bursting with fierce purple energy. From above, he raised the frozen heaven sword and launched a powerful slash. The earth trembled, a brilliant light threatening to swallow everything. Lo Nai stood outside shouting encouragement. Take down that rotten thug. Kill that dog for this lady. She drew her bow, ready to shoot another arrow, her voice challenging. Thatched Nian, watch me take you down. You coward. Tongthian suddenly appeared behind her, stopping her. Don't shoot. That turtle shell of his is not easy to break. Thatched Nian appeared in the sky. Furious, I did not want to use my secret treasure, but you leave me no choice. He pulled out a powerful square box glowing with dazzling light. Lo Nai gasped in horror. Sun seal? How do you have it? Thatched Nian held the Bao Sun seal proudly, a look of arrogance on his face. Surprisingly, she knew a bit about it, the Thatch family's treasure. Realizing the danger, Lo Nai rushed forward, grabbed Tongthian's hand, and pulled him away. Rotten thug, we need to run now. Thatched Nian laughed loudly, raising the Bao Sun seal high. Taunting, let us see how far you can run. He activated the seal's power and shouted, Sun seal, crush them for me. A massive golden pillar of light appeared from above, carrying destructive force, pressing down on Tongthian and Lo Nai. The ground shook and rocks shattered. Lo Nai stared at the falling pillar, pale and terrified, shouting, we are done for. No escape. Am I gonna die here today? Suddenly, Tongthian pushed Lo Nai away forcefully, shouting, Lo Nai, you run first. She fell to the ground, reaching out to him, yelling, rotten thug, what are you doing? Tears streamed helplessly down her face. At that moment, the giant Bao Sun seal crashed down with overwhelming power, smashing the ground and covering the entire area. The explosion roared, shaking the earth violently. Lo Nai cried out in pain as the seal crushed Tongthian, blaming him through her tears. Rotten thug, who allowed you to push this lady around? Didn't I tell you to run? On a high rock, Thatched Nian sneered mockingly. Dare to challenge me? And this is your fate, crushed like meat under my seal. He jumped down, slowly approaching Lo Nai. She backed away, but Thatched Nian blocked her escape. Speaking smugly, your little lover's already been crushed to bits by me. If you cooperate, I might consider going easy on you. Just then, a sharp purple light flashed from a crack in the ground, shooting straight at Thatch Tu Nian. He quickly activated his shield, blocking the light from penetrating from the purple glow. Tong Thian stepped out, his body radiating powerful energy, his face determined, eyes coldly fixed on Thatch Tu Nian. Lo Nai was amazed, then happily ran over. You are okay. Rotten thug. Tong Thian helped Lo Nai up calmly. Lo Nai, things got urgent back there, so I had to push you away. You are not hurt, right? Lo Nai nodded, tears still not dry. Asking back, you are really okay. Tong Thian smiled and explained, I have defensive magic. This Baosan seal is not strong enough to kill me. But do you know how to break his shield? Hearing this, Thatch Tu Nian's hair stood on end. He thought, this kid really has a treasure. If the fight drags on with my protective barrier and the energy from Baosan seal, I can T-win 1-on-2. No other choice. Must retreat first. Thinking it through, Thatch swiftly soared into the sky and escaped. From afar, he even turned back and shouted loudly, consider yourselves lucky, but do not celebrate yet. When I return with the Thatch family, I will deal with you two scoundrels. Lo Nai, furious, immediately tried to chase after him, pulling back her bowstring. If you have got guts, do not. If this lady misses, I am not at home. Tong Thian hurriedly pulled Lo Nai back weakly. Miss Lone, when the enemy's cornered, do not chase after them. He was scared, not worth her effort. Just after speaking, Tong Thian coughed up blood violently, staggered, and fell down. Lo Nai Penit quickly caught him, shouting, hey, rotten scoundrel, do not scare me. You are not allowed to die. Clear inside a deep cave in the forest. The light from a small fire illuminated a young man and woman sitting close together. Under the warm glow of the small flame, Miss Lone sat beside him, eyes anxiously fixed on Tong Thian. He lay unconscious on a straw mat, and in her hand was a small bottle containing clear, sparkling holy water. Looking at him lying still, Miss Lone softly spoke with worry. Luckily the holy water is still here. Please wake up soon. Without hesitation, she tilted the bottle, pouring the precious water into Tong Thian's mouth, but he was unconscious, and the water spilled out. Seeing this, Miss Lone panicked. Hands trembling. What should she do now? What if he can swallow it? Stunned for a moment, Minecow's, her eyes shifting between the bottle and Tong Thian. After hesitating, she suddenly lifted the bottle and drank all the holy water herself, cheeks flushing red, eyes glancing at Tong Thian, silently promising herself that as long as she transferred the holy water, everything would be fine. She leaned down close, lips gently touching Tong Thian's. The holy water passed drop by drop from her mouth. Afterward, Miss Lone quickly sat up, curling by the fire, hugging her knees. Her flushed face reflected the dancing flames. Shy and embarrassed, she muttered softly, eyes still glancing at Tong Thian. Why did this idiot make me do something like this? Tong Thian still lay motionless, showing no sign of waking. Miss Lone curled up, mind lingering on what just happened. The image of Tong Thian risking his life rushing to save her was vivid in her mind, her heart fluttering, eyes sparkling. Could someone really be foolish enough to risk their life for another? She unconsciously moved closer, eyes studying every feature on Tong Thian's face, but muttered as if denying herself, I am just checking if he swallowed the holy water. Her face was very close now. The scene looked quite intimate. Suddenly, Tong Thian's eyes slowly opened. He saw Miss Lone staring at him and asked, Miss Lone, what are you doing? She startled, blushing deeply from embarrassment. She quickly turned away, stammering, consider yourself lucky. I just wanted to see if you survived facing Bao Sun and head-on. Tong Thian struggled to support himself, sat up, looked around, and asked, where is this? Miss Lone, still shy, lifted her head proudly. That Thatch guy ran off. Seeing your injuries were severe, I found a nearby mountain cave for us to rest. Tong Thian nodded slightly, then looked at her curiously. By the way, what exactly is that Bao Sun and its power is huge? It is probably not your holy weapon, right? Lona smiled slightly, her face bright, still gripping her Sun Moon bow. Explaining, Baos, like my Sun Moon bow, is a king's weapon. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Tong Thian immediately asked, what is a king's weapon? Lone Hai began explaining, her eyes shining as she spoke of this powerful weapon. Images of swords, bows, and battle gear appeared in her words. King's weapons are holy weapons used by powerful saint kings. After those saint kings passed, these weapons did not dissipate but were preserved perfectly. They became powerful relics carrying the will and strength of the saint kings. Lo Nai explained thoroughly. Next to her, Tong Thian listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. So that is it. No wonder these holy weapons were formed from the bodies of saint kings, explaining their terrifying power. Lo Nai snorted haughtily, clearly dissatisfied. If I reach the level of Great Earth Saint Master, second stage, I would definitely use the Sun Moon Bow to shoot that Thatch dog into a porcupine. Tong Thien recalled the moment his sword could not pierce Thatch's shield. He reached out, puzzled, and asked, I can cut him because of the royal soldier's power. Right? Loi sat opposite, frowning and looking away, her tone unhappy. That is right. It is the barrier power left on him by the Saint King level expert. That defense layer is incredibly strong. Tong Thien propped his hand on his knee, seriously asking, is there any way to break that barrier, or make it disappear for a short time? Lone Hai looked up, her face suddenly adorable as she thought. She lightly tapped her finger on her lips, speaking thoughtfully, when the attack power exceeds the barrier's endurance, it will naturally break, or when his barrier energy runs out after use, it also disappears. But how long his barrier lasts, I do not know. Hearing this, Tong Thien's eyes showed deep thought. He frowned, clearly calculating strategy immediately. If we meet him again, we must find a way to constantly drain his barrier's energy. That is the only way to defeat him. Suddenly, Tong Thien stood, respectfully clasping his hands before Lone Hai, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you, Miss Lone, for saving my life. I have urgent matters to attend to. As he finished speaking, the wound on his body suddenly ached, causing him to falter and drop to one knee. Lone Hai was startled, bending down to look at him with worry but also scolding. You scoundrel. Holy water only saved your life. Those injuries will take at least 3 days to heal. You should honestly stay here and recover. Tong Thien clenched his fists, pained but gritting his teeth, firmly saying, I have to find someone. Lona grew even more worried, her eyes full of doubt. You are this badly hurt and struggling to walk. Who do you want to find? Tong Thien lifted the sling he found on his arm and said to Lone Nai, You are confused? The owner of this sling is my brother. I promised his father I would keep him safe during the mercenary assembly. I can break that promise. Seeing Tong Thien still trying to stand and walk to the cave entrance, Lone Nai hurriedly pulled him back, her voice filled with worry. You are stubborn. You offended Thatch Tu Nien. He will never spare you. Without my help, if you meet Thatch Tu Nien again, you are just walking to your death. I won't let you take that risk. Tong Thien stopped, turned to look at her, his eyes gentle, voice soft. Miss Lo, why do you care so much about me? Lone blushed, embarrassed and angry, stammering, who cares about you? I just do not want anyone else handling you, only this little lady. Tong Thien smiled lightly, full of gratitude. Thank you, Miss Lone, for your concern. But Kim Tron can't he just lie here nursing wounds and ignore his brother's fate? Lone Nai angrily clenched her fists and shouted, You stubborn fool. You are making this little lady furious. Then she watched Tong Thien leave, utterly helpless. But soon, Tong Thien looked back to see Lone Nai still following behind, surprising him. Miss Lo, why are you following me? Lone Nai crossed her arms, arrogantly replying, Who is following you? This big jungle is mine to roam wherever I want. What has it got to do with you? Tong Thien smiled knowingly, his eyes sharp as if seeing through her thoughts. Is she afraid that Tu Nien will come back for her? Lona flustered, cheeks flushed red, jumped up. She raised her Sun Moon Bow confidently, saying, If he dares come here, I will shoot him into a porcupine. And if I can win, Feng Bin Van Ba will help me. Before Tong Thien could react, Lona shouted loudly with confidence. He quickly covered her mouth, whispering sharply for silence. Someone coming. Both quickly hid behind a large rock. Through the misty bone fog, a figure rushed past. It was a man being held down by another wielding a sword. Tong Thien squinted to observe, and when he recognized the man being suppressed as Cam Tu, his heart shook with deep worry. Lona gasped, It is Cam. The Grand Earth Saint Master stood before Cam Tu, his voice cold and threatening, daring to defy the Thatch family. This is your fate. Surrender now if you do not want to die. Though kneeling, Cam Tu's face was full of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he spoke strongly. I am Cam. Even if I die here today, I will never be a dog for that bastard. The Grand Earth Saint Master grew angry, swinging his shining sword and shouting, Refuse my want. Then you will drink the penalty. I will see you off. Suddenly, a sharp light shot out from nowhere, piercing the master's cheek, causing him to freeze. Face full of shock, he shouted angrily. Cam Tu beside him stood stunned, mouth agape, unable to believe what had just happened. From the shadows, Tong Thien stepped forward with Lone Nai, his cold gaze fixed on the Grand Earth Saint Master, voice dripping with contempt. You dare touch my brother? Today, your miserable life ends here. Cam Tu shouted anxiously, full of worry. Kim Tran, he is a Grand Earth Saint Master. We have no chance to win. Hurry. I will hold him back. The Grand Earth Saint Master gave a sinister laugh, eyes gleaming as if finding something amusing. He bit his thumb, speaking with smug satisfaction. Kim Tran? Excellent. You are worth the effort. The Thatch family is hunting you. Your head is valuable in this secret realm. Just then, a clang echoed. From afar, an old man flew in wielding a huge sword. Charging straight at Tong Thian, the gleaming sword swung down fiercely, killing intent surging. Lonai shouted urgently. Watch out! Tong Thian quickly pushed her aside, helping her dodge the strike. A violent explosion rocked the ground, stones flying everywhere. Lonai escaped the attack but kept her worried eyes on Tong Thian. She yelled. Kaim Tran! The Grand Earth Saint Master did not miss his chance. He cast a thick layer of ice around Tong Thian, freezing him like a giant block. He laughed loudly. Satisfied. This kid's life is as good as gone. Inside the ice, Tong Thian showed no fear. Instead, he smiled slightly, his voice dripping with disdain. Is this all a Grand Earth Saint Master can do? Too weak. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst from Tong Thian's body, cracking the thick ice until it shattered into thousands of pieces. Both Lonai and the Grand Earth Saint Master froze in shock. Lona gasped. He broke the ice. Tong Thian immediately summoned a huge block of ice and pushed it toward the old man standing there. Calmly, the old man raised his sword, a slight smirk crossing his lips. Die. Little pest, he swung the sword, slicing the ice block in half instantly, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Tong Thian lunged forward, his sword glowing brilliantly, striking head-on. The two swords clashed fiercely. Tong Thian was momentarily surprised by the strong resistance. He had not expected his opponent to be this powerful. The Grand Earth Saint Master laughed arrogantly. Surprised, I wield two sacred swords. You really think you can beat me? He attacked swiftly, using his second sword aimed straight at Tong Thian, shouting, Die. But unexpectedly, Tong Thian was faster. A sharp strike pierced through his throat, blood spraying everywhere. The Grand Earth Saint Master froze, eyes wide in shock before collapsing. After finishing off his opponent, Tong Thian mocked calmly. Sorry, I have two sacred swords too. He quickly moved to Cam Tiu, who was leaning against a tree, badly injured. Tong Thian bent down, asking, Cam Tiu, are you okay? Cam Tiu gave a weak but spirited smile. Don't worry, I am not dead yet. Tong Thian pulled out a pill. Serious? This will stabilize your injuries for now. Take it. Cam Tiu accepted it, smiling gratefully. Thanks. Kaim Tran, he swallowed the pill quickly. Almost immediately, Cam Tiu's wounds began to heal. His breathing steadied, and his face regained color. Seeing Cam Tiu recover, Lonai, Tong Thian, and he sat down around a fire deep in the forest. Lonai sat by the fire but kept glancing at Tong Thian. Seeing this, Tong Thian frowned and asked seriously, Lone, why do you keep staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lonai blushed, stammering as she teased, You sneaky jerk, you have got two sacred swords, but did not pull them out when killing Thatch. Why's that? Tong Thian smiled silently and reached into his pocket for something. Lonai watched eagerly, expecting some majestic weapon, but instead, she was stunned. Tong Thian pulled out a piece of dried pork leg. Her eyes lit up, mouth-watering, yet she kept a serious expression. Tong Thian casually held out the dried meat, teasing, Lone, eat this. Get some energy first. Lonai snatched it up immediately without hesitation and quickly popped it into her mouth. She still teased, saying, Looks like you have got a bit of a conscience. But it is delicious. Cam Tiu beside her laughed and gave Tong Thian a thumbs up, showing his approval. Your eye for this is not bad. Tong Thian frowned, confused. Brother Cam Tiu, I do not get what you mean. Hearing this, Lonai immediately froze, sweat beading on her forehead. She turned sharply to Cam Tiu, her face fierce. You stupid fool. If you say nonsense again, I will shoot you into a hedgehog. Cam Tiu quickly raised his hands and shrugged with a laugh. All right, I will keep quiet. Tong Thian turned to ask Cam Tiu, making Lona jump. Brother Cam Tiu, why did you offend the Stone family? Weren't you pulled into it by someone else? Hearing the loaded words, Lonai could not help but ask again. You rascal. What do you mean? Cam Tiu's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes darkening, voice grave. I have been hunted because of the heavenly battle technique. His answer stunned both Lonai and Tong Thian. Lonai frowned and asked, What is the heavenly battle technique? Tong Thian pondered, seeming to grasp some of it, but silently waited for Cam Tiu to explain more. Cam Tiu looked at both and sighed softly. It is a secret skill passed down since the great Saint King's era. Anyone who possesses it becomes a target. After eating, Cam Tiu rested his arms on his knees and began recounting his story. The first time I was transported to a great mountain within the secret realm, I had to fight countless times, defeating many opponents. Cam Tiu paused briefly, as if recalling a difficult yet nostalgic past. I constantly faced and took down rivals inside that secret realm. During one battle, from the confession of a defeated enemy beneath me, I learned an important secret. At the peak of the southern mountain lies a cave where a great master currently resides. Hearing this, Kim Tran's eyes sparked with curiosity. Cam Tu continued. Rumor has it this master can make objects around him float, as if controlled by an invisible hand or a mystical book. Even more extraordinary, the master's cave holds countless magical treasures and medicines, and also possesses an extremely powerful heavenly battle technique. Heavenly battle technique? Kim Tran asked suspiciously. Cam Tu propped his arms on his knees and nodded firmly. That is right. The technique is said to be incredibly powerful. Whoever masters it becomes a top expert. Cam Tu stood, scratched his head, and looked at the two with a somewhat reluctant expression. But my current strength is not enough to compete. Do you two want to go check it out? Kim Tran said worriedly. You should stay here and recover. Let us go investigate. Kim Tran was determined to get the heavenly battle technique, no matter what. The sky was clear, sunlight gently spreading over the lush green grass. Kim Tran and Loni arrived at another place. Before them was a large glowing blue circle, like a teleportation gate. Behind it were ancient rooms covered in moss. Kim Tran pointed to the gate and explained. This is the secret realm's teleportation gate. In another corner, 3 young men stood discussing. The slanted-eyed one asked doubtfully. The beast guarding the cave has not been killed yet. The thick-browed one shook his head. If this keeps up, by the end of the battle time, we won't be able to enter that cave. The skinny guy next to them also butted in, saying it seemed only the arrival of the 5 great masters together could defeat the demon beasts. Their conversation unintentionally caught the ears of Kim Tran and Lon Ni. Kim Tran curiously asked Lon Nai, who are these 5 great masters? Lon Nai thought for a moment, then named Li. Tu Nrike. Sasi Tru Fong Vin, Malin Kiet, Then Heather, and Thech T. And Nin. Kim Tran could not hide his surprise. Thech T. Nin. He is counted among the great masters. Lon Nai smiled and explained. He has the royal soldier rank and a protective barrier. With those, if he is not a great master, then who is? Kim Tran's mind began to connect the dots. A new plan sparked, and his gaze grew even more determined. Kim Tran furrowed his brow. Thoughts racing. He felt confused earlier. He was worried about how to find that guy. But unexpectedly, the guy brought himself right to Kim Tran. Smiling, he gently reached out and said to Lon Nai, if we know Thech T and Union is coming, we might as well prepare properly. Before he finished, a sharp swish echoed as a muscular soldier carrying a large sword stepped forward. He glared at Kim Tran, his mouth full of mockery. Where's this country bumpkin from? Do you even know the rules? This is not a place you just stroll into. Kim Tran turned around to see the locals whispering. A skinny guy quietly said, that is from the Keet He clan. They love to bully others. The thick-browed guy nearby quickly signaled. Whispering, keep it down. Do not let him hear. The muscular soldier's face turned red with anger at the whispers. He shouted, pointing at Kim Tran. You punk. Deaf or what? If you do not want to die, get lost. Facing that arrogance, Kim Tran's eyes turned icy. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to fight, then swung fiercely, sending a sharp energy cutting through the soldier's leg. The soldier howled in pain. My leg! Kim Tran kicked him hard in the face. Blood dripped from his mouth as he was sent flying into a large tree opposite. He slammed hard, panicked and trembling, reaching to touch his broken leg. You dare to break my leg? The crowd gasped, and one man showed admiration. This kid was unexpectedly strong. The guy next to him nodded thoughtfully. Daring to mess with the Kititi clan? Who exactly is this kid? Kim Tran ignored the chatter and whispered. Lon Nai. Before he could finish, a loud shout came. Stop! A man in yellow rushed forward with a long spear. He pointed at Kim Tran, growling. You dare touch someone from the Kititi clan? You still want to live and walk away? Seeing him, Loni paled and urgently warned. Kim Tran. Be careful. That spear wielder is a royal soldier. He is no ordinary guy. Calmly, Kim Tran blocked the first strike. Analyzing quickly in his head, a royal soldier. Could he be one of the 5 great masters? The man in yellow gave no chance to counterattack. Roaring with all his might, prepare to die. Kim Tran dodged another strike, throwing the attacker off balance and sending him flying up. Seizing the moment, the man unleashed a secret move. Divine Spear Technique. Divine Dragon's Tail. A massive force surged toward Kim Tran, but he stood firm. Thinking, let us see just how strong this royal soldier really is. The 2 immense forces collided with a thunderous boom. Shaking everything, neither side gave way. The space seemed torn apart by the power of their clash. The man in yellow angrily pointed at Kim Tran, shouting, your sword is also royal soldier grade. Which clan are you from? Kim Tran sneered with contempt. Looks like these so-called 5 great masters you praise are not all that. His words drove the man in yellow mad with fury. He shouted, what did you say? Kim Tran raised his sword, cold eyes blazing. Voice arrogant. Don't worry. The sword I hold is not royal soldier grade. But it is enough to kill you. His taunt made the man shout even louder in anger. You are asking for it. Suddenly, an arrow flew out from nowhere, piercing just beside the man and sticking into the ground. A loud explosion echoed, forcing him to step back several paces. He looked toward Lone Nai in shock, immediately recognizing her as the one who betrayed him, frowning with confusion. He muttered, Nyat Palace, a rollmate. Why is she helping this brat? The scene shifted to a large gate glowing blue as it slowly opened. A swirling power burst forth, creating intense pressure. From inside, Ko Fong landed on the ground like lightning, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Kim Tran stood up, clutching his head in frustration. Brother Tan, that thing's skin is way too tough. I can cut through it no matter how hard I try. Ko Fong turned to Kim Tran, eyes full of doubt. You too? You said, cluelessly staring at Lone Ni, then suddenly realizing the look she gave Kim Tran. Asichu Fong clapped his hands as if something just clicked. Then exclaimed, Oh, have I just interrupted a duel of love between you two? Tenha flew over beside Juxuko Fong, sighing as he warned. Brother Fong, your emotional intelligence is way too low. Some things just should not be said so casually. Zistik Fong scratched his head, looking confused at everyone. Kim Tran spoke seriously. Quick correction. Gentlemen, do not say nonsense. Lone and I are completely innocent. Lone Hai blushed but still acted fiercely, right? And if you say nonsense again, I will shoot you like porcupines right now. Hearing that, Zasitruo Fong turned toward Kithivavigakan, mockingly pointing, You are the one licking words like salt into Keat Zecv in his pride. He instantly flew into a rage. His face flushed red as he shouted, This is maddening. Keat Ijf Kang has never been humiliated like this. I will go all out against you. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind Kim Tran. Hee, it is lively here. Kim Tran immediately looked up toward the voice. A strange young lady appeared, swiftly flying down from above. A Min faced him. The smile on her lips was full of enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. She bowed slightly, her voice clear. Little bro. Hello? I am Thin Messy Lin. Seeing this, Lona stood behind, grumbling judgmentally. How can you act without shame like that? Then Mashlin heard but was not angry. She just smiled happily and turned back to chat with Lone Hai. How should this little sister address you? Little sister does not need to be jealous of Big Sis. Big Sis means no harm. Lone Hai angrily pointed at Kim Tran, shouting, Who is jealous? What is there to be jealous of with this rotten scoundrel? Then Mai Hin kept smiling, teasing sweetly. Oh dear. Little sister, getting angry like that is not good. A good girl needs to be gentle for men to like her. Hearing this, Lone Nai got even angrier, stormed to a corner, and stomped her feet loudly to vent. Kim Tran stood still, silently staring at Lone Nai but said nothing. Meanwhile, then Mai Din stepped closer to Kim Tran, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Little bro, you are so handsome. You have got me totally mesmerized. How should I address you? Kim Tran kept his expression unchanged, coldly replying, I am Kin. Hearing that, then Mai Lin thought to herself, This kid is not one of the 5 top masters. I thought he was someone from that group. She turned to look at the others, her eyes twinkling as if probing. How do the 3 little bros here address each other? The 3 introduced themselves one by one. Viftiku, Tunrike, Kit Ede, Kik. Then Mai Lin covered her mouth, looking delighted, her cheeks flushed pink. Well, all 3 of the 5 great masters are here before me, both exciting and worrying. Tun Kia stepped forward humbly. Then Moxa, you flatter us. Among the 5 great masters, are not you counted as one too? Then Mai Lin bowed slightly, shyly saying, I am just a weak girl. How could I be as formidable as you big bros? While everyone chatted happily, Kim Tran's eyes suddenly sharpened. He seemed to notice something through thick trees. He saw a shadow moving that looked very much like Thecht Enin. Without hesitation, Kim Tran drew his sword, aimed straight at the thicket, and launched a powerful straight strike. The force from his sword was extraordinary, shaking the air. Behind the thicket, Thecht Enin was busily searching for something. Hearing the sharp whistle, he startled and looked up. The sword came at terrifying speed, aiming straight for his head. Reacting instinctively, Thecht Enin quickly tilted his body and dodged to the side. Though he avoided it, his eyes were dazed. Before he could steady himself, Kim Tran's sword exploded with power on impact, sending out a dazzling light. A large pink hole appeared in the tree behind Thecht Enin, shaking the whole area. Thecht Enin barely escaped death. His heart skipped a beat. His face went pale. Blood drained from him. One hand clutched his shoulder. Feeling blood leaking out, a small drop stained his sleeve red. Although only grazed by Kim Tran's blade, the pain and shock made him tremble. He gritted his teeth, eyes filled with terror as he stared at Kim Tran. Silently thinking, just a moment more, and I would be dead. Kim Tran stood still, frowning, clicking his tongue softly. His voice was calm but chillingly cold. Damn, almost killed him. Then Lin nearby could not hide her surprise. She thought silently. What did he just say? Does he even realize what he just did from that distance? Almost assassinating that Tong Nian, one of the 5 great masters. Is unbelievable. That Tong Nian seemed to regain his spirit. His eyes full of rage as he quickly took out a large seal to activate his magic. The seal began to swell, and in an instant, it covered the entire sky above Kim Tran and the others. He shouted angrily. Kim Tran, if I do not kill you today, I am no longer human. A strong wind rose as the giant seal hovered in the air, threatening to crush everything. That Tong Nian swung his hand to control the seal, yelling, Kim Tran, I will grind you to pieces. Kim Tran stood firm, eyes sharp as he looked up at the giant seal. He was not scared, just thinking that only by unleashing his strongest sword energy could he cut through this royal guard weapon. Lo Nai beside him could not hide her worry, pulling back her bowstring, loudly warning, you rotten thug, run. Don't just stand there. Duck Ho, who had been watching, suddenly laughed with excitement, gripping the sword on his back. Good, if I can cut that beast in the cave, surely I can cut you. From his sword, a swirling flame erupted, spreading intense heat. The fire cloud soared. Thiento Van Tankai and Kiet Duck Vu Kang would not stand by either. They drew their swords, ready to counterattack together. Thian Macklin, both charming and dangerous, also drew her magical whip. She skillfully aimed it at the giant seal, loudly telling that Tong Nian, your fire's too strong. But we never crossed you. That Tong Nian's eyes widened as he realized things were spiraling out of control. Panic hit him hard, cold sweat pouring down. Damn keen. He fooled himself. He was surrounded by enemies and could not retract the seal in time. His panic peaked as the giant seal lost control and crashed to the ground. A deafening explosion shook the earth violently. The seal shattered into massive fragments, scattering chaos everywhere. That Tong Nian was still tumbling in the air from the impact. He landed tensely, gripping the royal guard weapon tightly, urgently speaking to everyone. Everyone. That Tong Nian here did not mean it. Is everyone okay? Suddenly, his eyes went wide and his mouth dropped as if seeing something horrifying. Kim Tran suddenly appeared, sword clenched, rushing forward at terrifying speed. He launched a full strike aiming to pierce that Tong Nian. But just as the blade neared, a glowing energy shield suddenly appeared, protecting that Tong Nian from the attack. Kim Tran was momentarily surprised but quickly calmed, frowning as he landed softly, gripping the sword hilt. He sensed the energy shield weakening. Just 3 more strikes, and he could break it and defeat him. That Tong Nian looked at Kim Tran, angrily waving his hand, shouting, Kim Tran, you shameless coward, only know how to sneak attack. If you are brave, face me head-on. Kim Tran said nothing, quietly hiding a small dagger behind his back, planning to use it to drain more energy from Thatch Tong Nian's barrier. But as he stepped forward, a hand suddenly grabbed his shirt. He turned to see Lo Nai hastily holding him back, her eyes full of worry. She scolded. Idiot, he said, just leave. Don't you think about the consequences? Lo Nai looked up at Thatch Tong Nian. Dong Ka held his bow, voice dripping with sarcasm. Thatch Tong Nian, you have spent your life hiding behind that energy barrier. No right to judge others. Without that shield, I would have turned you into a porcupine already. Lo Nai's words poured fuel on the fire. Thatch Tong Nian gritted his teeth, face flushed with anger. He roared, you rotten bitch. I will send you and your dog partner straight to hell, raising his hand to cast a powerful spell. But then another hand grabbed his wrist tightly. Tankai stepped forward, still smiling gently, speaking slowly. Brother Thatch, may I say a few words? Startled, Thatch Tong Nian looked around and realized Dak Ko Fong, Keen Duk Vu, Tankai, and Thian Mac Lin had surrounded him. Worry showed on Thatch Tong Nian's face. He hurriedly explained with a trembling voice. Everyone, earlier I was momentarily provoked. I did not want to confront you. Tankai released his wrist, still smiling. It is we all understand. Otherwise, you would be mincemeat by now. Then Tankai stepped forward, addressing everyone with a calm but convincing voice. Everyone, we did not come here for anything other than the treasure inside this cave. Right? Just now, Zefiku Fong and I checked it out. Inside the cave mansion, there are 2 incredibly powerful ghost beasts. With just the 2 of us, we probably can't get through. Tenha squinted, a smile still playing on his lips. I have a proposal. Then Max Lin stood calmly with arms crossed, eyes sparkling with amusement as if watching a play. Keet Izaviv Kang and Thech T Nian frowned, listening intently to Ten and Kiel. He spoke seriously to everyone. I hope you can set aside personal grudges for now. We should unite, combine all our strength to defeat the two ghost beasts in the cave mansion, and then search for the treasure together. What do you all think? Zyphone clapped excitedly, his voice full of enthusiasm. Aha! Exactly. This time, if we join forces, I do not believe we can cut down those beasts. Then Mexlin gently cupped her face, replying with a charming voice. That is right. Is not there a heavenly grade war mount inside the cave mansion? This chance should not be missed. Tenka landed softly in front of Kim Tren, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Brother Kimten, wait until we get the treasure before you make your move. After speaking, Tenka turned and walked away. Kim Tren's eyes gleamed with ambition. After a moment's thought, he closed his eyes, relaxed his face, and nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow your lead. Brother Tun. Kim Tron sheathed his sword into his space, but his sharp gaze never left Thech Tien and Hyven. Lonai stood beside him, potting and turning away in anger, refusing to look at him. Thech Tien Hien refused to back down, grimacing as he said, Let us just say you are still a pain today. Kim Tron sneered mockingly in return. Thech Denin, you would better pray that turtle shell lasts forever, or your death will come sooner than you think. Then Madeline crossed her legs with a playful smile, speaking with allure. Little brother, you are really funny. Calling the protective barrier left by the Saint King's power a turtle shell. Quite the image. Lone Hai blushed in anger, taking out her frustration by kicking Kim Tran's leg. You shameless jerk. Kim Tran looked puzzled and asked, What did I do to deserve that? Lone Hai shouted angrily. I kicked because I wanted to. Tun Ho raised his hand to get everyone's attention. Everyone. These are the two demon beasts we just faced with Brother Ex Tuok Fong, the flying celestial spirit snake and the purple gold thunder lion. All eyes shifted immediately to the two huge spirit beasts that had just appeared. The flying celestial spirit snake's long body twisted sinuously, covered in shimmering blue-green scales, its eyes blazing red like fire. The purple gold thunder lion looked mighty, with shiny golden fur interspersed with flashing bolts of lightning. Tun Ho pointed at the two beasts and continued. The flying celestial spirit snake can soar through the sky and its entire body is highly venomous. The purple gold thunder lion has long scales that ordinary swords can't pierce, and its whole body is wrapped in electric thunder, extremely dangerous. Sisi Truofeng narrowed his eyes at the purple gold thunder lion, voice full of hatred. I do not care how you split up, I just want to kill that rotten lion. It almost electrocuted me just now. Viftiku will have my revenge. Kim Tron stepped forward, calmly scanning both spirit beasts. After a moment's thought, he said, Leave the flying celestial spirit snake to me and Miss Lone. We will handle it. Tun He looked at Kim Tron with curiosity and asked, Brother Kimten, does that mean you already have a plan for dealing with the flying celestial spirit snake? Kim Tron replied calmly. Lone's royal troops use bows. If the flying celestial spirit snake flies high, Lone can attack from afar. If it comes close, I will keep it tangled up and prevent it from reaching her. Lone was surprised, cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment, but quickly regained her tough demeanor, hands on hips, replying, Right, exactly like that. Then my then stood nearby, smiling mysteriously as she lightly swung the whip in her hands. Little bro, this whip of mine can stop that snake from flying wild. Can I work with you to take down the spirit snake? Lone Nice eyes immediately flashed angrily, and she waved off Thin Mekasi Lin's suggestion. No need, fox spirit like you. Get lost from this lady's sight. Then Maitse Lin acted weak and clung to Kim Trun, speaking with a tone of innocence. Brother Kimten, she is really fierce. You must have a hard time dealing with her. Right? Lone Eye looked around nervously, afraid someone might overhear. But her anger was too much to hold back. The archer girl shouted, I will shoot that green TB asterisk Tech dead right now. Kim Tron raised his hand to stop Lone Eye and gently advised, Miss Thin Miss, please do not provoke Miss Lone. Her mood has not been good lately. Then my Thin covered her mouth, jiggling softly. Okay, I admit I was wrong. Little bro. Kim Tron turned to Lone Nye, trying to calm things down. Miss Lone, let Miss Thin Mephi join in. Her royal troops are really helpful in restricting the flying celestial spirit snake's movements. Lone pouted, lowering her bow, but not forgetting to shoot back in a grumpy tone. Fine. Whatever you all want. Tenka stepped forward to divide the tasks. Then it is settled. Brother Kimten, you three will handle the flying celestial spirit snake. The four of us will focus on the purple gold thunder lion. Tanahe handed Kim Tron a small bottle and explained, This is an antidote pill. The flying celestial spirit snake is highly venomous. Use this immediately if poisoned. Kim Tron clasped his hands gratefully. Thank you. Brother Ten. A while later, at the demon beast's lair, the atmosphere grew tense. In the darkness, A giant black snake lay curled up, seemingly asleep, its long body twisted, covered in glossy steel-like scales, eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, its fiery red eye snapped open, just as a lightning arrow hurtled toward it at a terrifying speed. The flying celestial spirit snake roared and reacted instantly, spitting out a massive fireball. The two forces collided, causing a blinding explosion that lit up the sky, filling the air with dazzling light and thick smoke. Lone Eye squinted, looking through the dense smoke, clicking her tongue. This beast reacts fast. Won't be easy to deal with. Suddenly, the flying celestial spirit snake opened its huge mouth and lunged at the group like it intended to swallow them whole. Without hesitation, Kim Trinitine Fong charged forward, voice booming an order. His thin Metzi sealed the space above the snake. Lone Eye kept her distance, ready to shoot arrows. Then Maflin responded quickly. Got it. She skillfully swung the whip, creating a net of light that sealed off the space above the demon beast, preventing it from flying up. Kim Tron rushed in, swinging his sword powerfully, each sharp strike radiating blinding magic that restrained the giant snake's body. Taking advantage of the moment, you deliver a critical strike. Slicing through the Phythian Linux's body, the deep cut nearly splits it in half, bright red blood splattering, staining the ground crimson. The ghost beast roars in pain, its whole body shaking violently. It struggles to rise, eyes burning with hatred, suddenly spitting out a sticky, toxic liquid that speeds straight toward Kim Tran. Lone Eye screams in horror. Watch out! Get back! At the same time, from the Purple Thunder Master side, Dak Kofeng charges forward wielding his large sword. He swings fiercely, shouting, How dare you kill me! His sword slashes down on the spirit beast, but its shimmering golden scales remain unscathed. The Purple Thunder Master roars as a fierce whirlwind sweeps toward Dak Kofeng. Tanka quickly rushes over, pulling Dak Kofeng out of danger, yelling, Go now! It is dangerous. Just as they escape, they realize the deadly aura is not from the Purple Thunder Master, but from a giant stampede crashing down. It is Thatch Tong Nian's attack. Tankai's face darkens with fury. He turns to Thatch Tong Nian, demanding, Thatch Tong Nian, what are you trying to do? Damn it! Can't you tell friend from foe when you attack? But Thatch Tong Nian is not angry, he even seems amused. He smirks sarcastically. Everything's dangerous in the secret realm. If you think I am wrong, then do not come with me anymore. Brother, calm down. Now's not the time to offend him. Tanka looks coldly at Thatch Tong Nian, saying, This time we admit defeat, but be more careful next time. Thatch Tong Nian is pleased, waving his hand like a victor, voice full of pride. Fine, I will go check the other side. On Lone Eye side, the situation is not any better. Dense poisonous smoke spreads everywhere, blocking their vision. Lone Eye squints, tense, thinking, Damn it, you two get out of this poison quickly. I can just shoot blindly if I hit you. It is all ruined. She grips her bow tightly, eyes darting for an opening, but all she sees is thick smoke that makes her uneasy. Suddenly, strange noises come from behind. Lone Eye immediately turns, breaking the barrier and rushing out, shouting, Tankai, come help me. Tanka quickly lands nearby, face tense, urgently asking, Miss Lone, where are Kim Tran and Thien Mac Lin? Where are they? Lone Panet, voice full of worry. That rotten snake spat poison, trapping them inside. Hearing this, Tankai's heart burns with anxiety as he grits his teeth, asking, How long have they been trapped? Almost half an hour. Lone replies, voice growing more urgent. Tanka closes his eyes, trying to stay calm but can't hide his worry. He mutters, This is bad. The poison from the Phythian Linuxa is extremely strong. Even a great earth sage can withstand it for more than half an hour. We have to rescue them fast. Inside the thick poisonous smoke, the situation grows more critical. Thien Maclin, pale and weak, says, Kim Tran, my antidote pill is about to run out. We have to find a way out now. Kim Tran swings his sword with all his strength, striking the Phythian Linux's scales powerfully. But the blade leaves no mark. The beast's skin is too tough, covered by a thick steel-like layer. He frowns, Long Day growing restless, thinking, Its skin is too hard. I have to try my strongest move. Just then, a hand suddenly grabs his collar, pulling him backward. It is Thien Mac Lin, she says anxiously, voice full of worry. Kim Tran, did not I say we should retreat quickly? Kim Tran remains stubborn, eyes determined. Miss Thien Mac, you go first. I will try one more time to kill this spirit beast. Both focused on their conversation. They do not notice Phythian Linux is silently approaching. By the time Lone Ni shouts a warning, it is too late. Miss Thien Mac, watch out! The demon snake lashes its tail hard at Thien Mac Lin. She is thrown far back, crashing hard to the ground, blood spurting from her mouth, her face twisted in intense pain. Kim Tran rushes to catch her, eyes full of concern. Miss Thien Mac, Are you okay? Thean Mac Lin smiles weakly. Voice faint. But you must go. Before she finishes, the demon snake charges again in fury. This time Kim Tran wastes no hesitation. His body glowing with electric lightning as he moves, eyes sharp as blades, holding Thean Mac Lin with one arm. He draws his sword with the other, dashing forward like lightning. His swordsmanship crackles with thunder power, aiming straight at the demon beast's head. This is what you asked for, Sword Chen shouted loudly, unleashing a critical strike. His sword flashes hitting perfectly, plunging straight into the mouth of Phi Thean Ling Sei. Lightning erupted from the sword, spreading throughout the monster's body. It roared in pain, thrashing wildly, sending powerful shockwaves rippling beyond the poison mist. Outside, Lonai anxiously watched the poison mist, repeatedly calling out Sword Chen's name. Sword Chen, hurry and come out. Standing nearby, that Chunin wore a smug grin, laughing mockingly. Lonai, looks like your big brother just became a snack for that venomous snake. Lonai's face flushed red with anger as she pointed and shouted. Shut up, you cowardly turtle. That Chunin was not offended. He laughed uncontrollably, full of pride, continuing to provoke. Honestly, if that little girl behaved a bit better, I would not hesitate to help. After all, the great beauty Thean Mac Lin is in there. I truly do not want to see her hurt. But before he could finish, a piercing sound echoed from the poison mist, followed by a lightning bolt and swirling vortex charging forward, ready to crush everything in its path. That Chunin reacted quickly, immediately casting the Holy King's armor, creating a sturdy dome of protection around himself. Thanks to this, he narrowly escaped that deadly attack. When things settled, he spun around, eyes blazing, scanning through the dust, shouting, "Who dares attack?" Right after, Sword Chen and Thean Mac Lin appeared from the smoke, both unharmed. Leaving everyone around stunned, Sword Chen stepped forward, cold-faced, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Your turtle's shell is really tougher than that beast back there. That Chunian's face reddened with anger as he gritted his teeth and growled. Sword Chen, you sneaky G. He jeered, Brother Sword Chen. You finally showed up. I thought you would let Miss Lone worry herself to death. Lonai blushed furiously, retorting angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? Who cares about that rotten scoundrel? Thean Mac Lin added fuel to the fire with a playful tone. But I clearly heard someone screaming Brother Sword Chen, with such heartbreak. Lo instantly snapped back, teeth clenched. I dare you. Shameless woman. Sword Chen quickly stepped up, soothingly saying, All right, the beast is dead. Let us head to the secret realm's main gate. Loda watched this, annoyed inside but pretending to be cold outside. Yeah? Move aside. Who said you could hold my hand? The group quickly approached the secret realm's giant gate. Before them stood a colossal door in ancient Greek style, intricately carved with mysterious symbols. Sword Chen examined the door and silently guessed. Behind this door must be a treasure cave. Let me try breaking it. He unleashed a powerful slash. Sword energy exploded. But when the dust settled, the door remained firm, unmoved. Lone Nai, Thean Mac Lin, and Sword Chen were all stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What? This door is really that tough? Dak Kofeng stepped forward, clapping his hands on the stone door, exclaiming it was even tougher than that beast from before. No one knew what was inside to make it so solid. Kunji moved closer, studying the inscriptions. After a moment, he said, If we can break this stone door, we can enter the inner cave. But we need a smart plan. Kunji turned to Sword Chen, suggesting, Let us all use the King's soldiers' power together and break this door. I do not believe it can withstand all our strength combined. Dak Kofeng immediately agreed. All right, let us follow Brother Kun's lead and combine our forces to break the door. Thean Mac Lin, standing nearby, smiled charmingly at the fierce determination of Dak Kofeng's group. Brothers, we will need all our strength to smash through this thick stone door. We are all counting on you. She turned to Sword Chen, winking playfully. Sword Chen, little brother, want to join in and test your strength? Sword Chen shook his head, declining. I do not have King's soldiers' power. Besides, the path here is narrow. If I stand there, I will just block everyone. That Chunian, overhearing Sword Chen's refusal, sneered with contempt. If you can handle it, then get lost. Even if treasure comes later, it won't be yours. Sword Chen stayed calm, smirking lightly. Be careful when the door opens. Don't let flying stones hit anyone. Dying would be such a waste. That Chunian grew more furious seeing Sword Chen respond with sarcasm instead of anger. He thought silently, This kid's no ordinary fool. Maybe he plans to ambush me during the door breaking. I have to stay alert. After agreeing, Kunji gathered everyone at the stone door and signaled firmly. All right, 1, 2. Shout everyone. attacked together. 6 of them cast their spells at once. 6 streams of mysterious light, each with its own color. All shot straight at the stone door. The powerful force spread through the space, shaking the ground violently under the combined strength of the 6. No stone, no matter how sturdy, could hold. In an instant, it exploded into a pile of rubble. From the shattered stones, a blaze of golden light erupted. An ancient scroll, glowing with a dazzling aura, floated up, suspended in midair. Swordmaster Tron Thech Nian and Ki Kang both spotted the scroll at the same time. All 3 eyes flashed greed. They instantly recognized the treasure. Without a word, all 3 lunged forward, lightning fast, heading straight for the scroll. As they got close, none would yield, and a fierce struggle broke out. Thech Nian used his strength to pull Ki Kang back, swinging his sword to block, while Swordmaster Tron kept calm, waiting for the right moment. Seeing no one would back down, Swordmaster Tron drew his sword and said coldly, "Fine, if no one yields, then we split it 3 ways." With that, he swung his sword in a precise, sharp strike. The blade flashed as it cut the scroll into 3 equal parts. When the dust settled, Swordmaster Tron landed lightly, clutching his piece tightly. Thech Nian and Ki Kang stared angrily at the divided treasure. Thech Nian shouted, "How dare you cut the treasure like this?" Swordmaster Tron just shrugged. "Come, isn't it fair this way? Each getting a share." From afar, Lona saw the danger and shouted, "Swordmaster Tron, watch out!" Unfazed, Swordmaster Tron faced the 2 charging at him with a cold smirk. Just then, Thech Nian cast a spell, pushing his massive weapon full force towards Swordmaster Tron. His arm trembled, radiating powerful light, exuding overwhelming momentum. Thech Nian's huge, mighty weapon stood in stark contrast to the light, nimble sword in Swordmaster Tron's hand. But Swordmaster Tron was no weakling. Every strike was sharp and decisive, pushing back the opponent's attacks. Meanwhile, Ki King took advantage of the fight to sneak up from behind, aiming for a deadly sneak attack. But just as he was about to strike, Swordmaster Tron's eyes flashed. He had seen through the plan in a flash. Swordmaster Tron flicked his sword back with a simple move, but its force was surprisingly strong. The blade sliced past Kit Kang, then soared into the sky. Kit Kang's eyes widened, sensing the killing intent from the sword. In his mind, he wondered what kind of sword that was. At the same time, Thech Nian kept pressing his attack on Swordmaster Tron. Suddenly, he sensed danger from behind. Before he could turn, Swordmaster Tron's sword swooped down, brushing past his head, cutting a few strands of hair. Startled, a chill ran through him. His eyes panicked, watching the sword flying through the air. Before he could react, Swordmaster Tron seized the moment. He poured all his strength into the final strike, drawing his main sword and charging straight at Thech Nian. A sharp swish rang out as the blade gleamed with a blinding light. Thech Nian stood frozen, unable to move. At first, he did not even feel the pain, but as it hit, he trembled, muttering, "This can teach." Then his whole body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Swordmaster Tron stepped closer, eyes cold. He picked up Thech Nian's weapon, examined it for a moment, then tossed it aside. From a distance, Ten Helio and Yichu Feng watched everything in shock. Zifi Chu Feng stammered, "Swordmaster Tron, you actually killed Thech Nian. Damn, Swordmaster Tron is so cool." Tenho could not believe his eyes. Quietly sighing, then Mak Lin, usually wearing a mischievous smile, now completely changed expression, eyes wide in shock at what just happened. She thought silently, did he really stab through Thech Nian's royal barrier with his sword? Lo Nai could not hide her panic either. From afar, she stared at Swordmaster Tron, her heart in turmoil. With Thech Nian taken care of, Swordmaster Tron's gaze grew dark and cold as he glanced at Ki Kang. His voice was low but commanding as he said, "Next is Kit Kick." Pale-faced from seeing Thech Nian fall to Swordmaster Tron in one strike, quickly waved his hands, stammering, "Swordmaster. Swordmaster Tron, it is all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." Despite Ki Hang's desperate pleading, Swordmaster Tron remained cold and unmoved. He raised his hand, sharp eyes ready to cast a spell. His voice rang out, firm and decisive. "Too late. Spin your sword. Prepare your weapon." A deep purple glow flashed from the blade as he lunged at Ki Kang. Ki Kang panicked and turned to run, glancing back with eyes full of terror. But the light from Kim Tren's sword struck like lightning, engulfing him. A deafening explosion shook the whole area. When the dust settled, everyone thought Ki Kang was dead, but he was still standing unharmed. He blinked wide-eyed, stammering, "Why am I not hurt?" After a moment of shock, he regained his confidence. Seeing he was fine, He drew his weapon and pointed it at Kim Tron, shouting, Kijim Tron, I know it now, you only killed Thech T Niven because of luck. Kim Tron sheathed his sword, raising an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. Why would you think that? Kit Ava Kang laughed loudly and explained. Your sword could not break through Thech Titan Nen Nihian's royal barrier. It was just that his barrier's energy was already drained. You just got lucky hitting it at the right moment. Then Minlun overheard from outside, silently thinking, so that is how it was. Like I said, there is no way Kim Tron could easily break a royal barrier. After his claim, Kate Ava Kang immediately took back his arrogant smirk, laughing loudly, his pride a total contrast to his earlier desperate begging. I am not as foolish as Thech Tian 9. My royal barrier still holds full energy. I will definitely kill you. He spun his spear and shouted. Watch this. The divine dragon spear rises from the sea. His spear surged forward, carrying a fierce aura like a living dragon flying straight at Kim Tron. Kim Tron did not flinch. He gathered his strength into his sword and charged to meet the attack. The two forces clashed, forming giant energy shields that flashed blinding light. At that moment, Kim Tron's small dagger quietly slipped from its sheath, flying around behind Kit Zeti Viakang. But Kit Zefi Viakang noticed, quickly spinning his spear to form a shield, blocking the dagger. Kit Hen swung his spear fiercely, clashing sharply against Kim Tron's sword. The piercing clang of metal echoed, sparks flying everywhere. He quickly leaned back, perfectly dodging the dagger coming from behind. Seeing this, Kim Tron retracted the dagger with unwavering eyes. Kit Av Kang seized the chance to leap back, creating a safe distance. Standing firm, he immediately felt triumphant, throwing back his head and laughing loudly. Haha, looks like I guessed right, Kim Tron. You are definitely dead today. Saying this, he charged wildly toward Kim Tron with his spear. Kim Tron saw Kit Dv Kang rushing at him but stayed calm, a faint smile crossing his lips as he thought, I have been tricked. He drew his sword, eyes sharp and cold. Let us see how tough your turtle shell really is. My twin blades are sharper. Kim Tron swung his sword several times, creating dazzling sword energies. Then shouted, Deadly Sacred Moon Sword Slash. A burst of deep purple light exploded, carrying immense power straight at Kit Yi V Vuv Hang. Shocked by the incoming force, Kit Ize V Kang froze, screaming, No way! But before he could react, the sword energy pierced him directly. From afar, Kim Tron watched calmly, silently thinking that killing Thech Nin Hun was pure chance because his barrier was depleted. But how can you be sure I can break your turtle shell? He slowly stepped toward Kit V Kang, completely opposite to his earlier arrogance. Now, Kit Av Kang looked utterly pathetic. He collapsed to his knees, face pale, stammering, you. But before he could finish, Kit He fell backward, motionless. Kim Tron bent down silently, picked up Ki V Kang's weapon, and pocketed it. Then he stood straight, turned to the onlookers with a cold tone. Thank you all for not dropping stones into the well just now. Veftiku, shaken by Kim Tron's power, held his head in fear, stammering, Omut, lucky I did not get involved. Otherwise, it would have been me lying there. Tenha also could not hide his apprehension. He folded his hands and bowed apologetically. Please forgive us. Brother Kimten, we could not help just now. But truly sorry. Then Maiden stepped closer, her voice sweet and caring. Brother Kimten, are you hurt? Kim Tron smiled gently in reply. Thank you for your concern. Miss, I am... Watching this, Lona looked over from afar, her heart burning with jealousy. She could not hold back and stepped forward, kicking Kim Tron hard in the butt, pouting. Shameless flirt. Then Maflin giggled playfully, teasing, hee. Kim Tron's little lover is jealous. She is so scared, Lona fumed, turning away grumpily. But her flushed ears betrayed how she really felt. Seeing Lonai and then Macalin still bickering, Kim Tron could only shake his head helplessly and spoke calmly. Ladies, we have entered the cave palace. I sense the spiritual energy here is incredibly abundant. Why do not we seize this chance to train? Tenha and Taif Jack Fong nodded in agreement. To said, Brother Kim Tron is right. The spiritual energy here is rare. It would be a shame to waste this opportunity. Besides, the trial period in the secret realm is still long. We might as well stay and train a bit to boost our cultivation. Zasi Truofong laughed heartily, excitedly responding. Exactly. What are we waiting for? Let us get started. Night has fallen. This is the perfect time. As night descended, everyone found a quiet spot to train. Kim Tron sat alone on a high rock. The treasure he had successfully assembled before him, a faint light glowed from the treasure, reflecting in his eyes. Kim Tron looked at it, his heart filled with joy. The heaven-seizing creation technique. This treasure is truly priceless, he thought further. His eyes shining brightly. The technique could triple or even increase combat power tenfold for a short time. However, the cost was a huge consumption of holy energy, proportional to the power boost. He smiled softly, eyes sparkling with satisfaction. This was truly a fortune. After a year, Kim Tron finally broke through the barrier of latent power within his body. He opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, feeling the spiritual energy flooding his body. Looking at his hands radiating fierce aura, he thought silently. The energy in this cave is indeed abundant. It directly boosted his power level. Kim Tron stood up, glanced around. The other still sat motionless, deeply immersed in meditation. He murmured, wondering how much time had passed. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from above. Good dog, do not get in my way. Then a body fell from above, landing before Kim Tron. The person was unconscious, unclear since when. Kim Tron frowned, thinking, a master has arrived. A proud voice rang out, on what grounds do you deny me entry? This place is not even yours. Kim Tron turned and saw a young man holding a sword approaching. It was Min Lang. He asked in surprise. Min Ving. Min Ang replied joyfully. Kijim Tron, I finally found you. Kim Tron observed Min Gong, smiling lightly. Min Ving, it seems under Senior Than's guidance, your power has increased quite a bit. Huh. Hearing this, Ming paused. Memories of his hard training flooded back. He sniffled, with a hint of frustration. Kijim Tron, over the past year, I thought Senior Than Ba would torment me to death. Kim Tron was a bit surprised and asked, what? You have been training for a year already? Min Ang nodded. Yes. Have not you all been training here too? Kim Tron scratched his head, glanced at his four friends still meditating, then suddenly exclaimed, Weird dude, we got so caught up in training, we almost lost track of time. His expression turned serious as he asked Min Ving, how much longer until the qualifiers end? Min Ang thought for a moment, scratched his head, and replied, by the clock. About 3 days left. Kim Tron frowned, immediately opened a small space and started searching anxiously. This is bad. During the time in the secret realm, I mostly meditated here and did not focus on collecting command tokens. Our roster is not strong. What if we get disqualified? Hearing that, Min Ang laughed heartily without reserve. You do not need to worry. On the way here, I gathered quite a few from others. Right now, I have plenty of command tokens. I can share some with you. Kim Tron asked curiously. How many do you have? Mun Ring proudly thought. The young master have over 2,000 command tokens. That counts as wealthy. But before he could speak, Kim Tron absent-mindedly replied, if I remember right, there are about 20,000. Hearing that number, Ming froze, eyes wide, mouth agape. What? How many command tokens? After talking, Kim Tron quickly roused everyone from their training state. Zesi Tuafeng stretched happily and shouted, my power's even stronger now. Tenha looked at his hand half-joking. Looks like this little lady's skin got smoother too. Hearing this, then Maflin and Lo they immediately got angry, shouting together, shameless. The group suddenly focused on the newly arrived Min Zig. Tun Ki stepped forward curiously and asked Kim Tron. This is... Kim Tron introduced. Everyone. This is Mende. My brother. Min Ang smiled and raised his hand to greet everyone. Hello? Everyone. Just then, Min Ang's sword accidentally knocked a brick loose from the wall behind. He looked around nervously, muttering, What did I just hit? Everyone looked up at once. From the crack in the wall, countless treasures suddenly fell, sparkling brilliantly. Tenho was the first to speak after the surprise. It seemed Kim Tron's brother had accidentally triggered a mechanism in the cave, releasing all the treasures inside. Hearing this, everyone immediately rushed forward, each grabbing a treasure for themselves. Kim Tron did not rush to fight for them. He quickly flew up close to the crack in the cliff. Inside, he saw 3 pure glowing orbs that shimmered as if holding the entire universe. His eyes flashed with determination. Without hesitation, Kim Tron swiftly absorbed all 3 orbs into his spatial dimension. He landed lightly but decisively on the ground. As soon as his feet touched down, he noticed a large crack forming right behind him. Sensing the danger, Kim Tron shouted, The cave is collapsing. Everyone get out of here. Now. Tenho saw the crack spreading rapidly and agreed. Run. This cave won't hold much longer. No one hesitates. Everyone sprinted towards the nearest exit. The sound of falling rocks and crashing cliffs echoed everywhere, creating a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a massive boulder fell from above, blocking the exit. The shock from the impact caused the ground to tremble violently, stopping everyone in their tracks. Faces went pale, but Kim Tran stayed calm. He quickly drew his supreme sword from his space. The blade's cold light gleamed sharply, and with one strike, the huge rock split in two. The halves dropped to either side, clearing a path. His action stunned everyone, both amazed and impressed. Without hesitation, all dashed out of the collapsing cave. Just as the group escaped, the cave entrance shattered into pieces. Large and small rocks fell, leaving behind a desolate scene, like a place abandoned long ago. Kim Tran let out a long breath, feeling a heavy burden lifted. Finally free, almost buried alive. He turned to the others with concern. Is everyone okay? Tunha clasped his hands. Grateful. Thanks to you, Kijim Tran. We would have been buried underground like radishes otherwise. Sissy Chu Feng stood behind, laughing heartily. I second that, Brother Kimten. You are seriously awesome. Tun Ki stepped forward, opening his palm to reveal a finely carved blue jade token. He said sincerely, Brother Kimten, if you have time in the future, you should visit the Qin Emperor's kingdom. This jade token is my token of trust. Bring it to the palace, and someone will receive you. Kim Tran took the jade, studying the intricate carvings, then smiled warmly. All right, if I get the chance, I will definitely visit you in the Qin Emperor's kingdom. Looking at the token in his hand, Kim Tran wondered if Tenten Keho was part of the royal family of Qin. After everyone left, then Mai Xing came beside Kim Tran, her tone reproachful but tinged with affection. Brother Kimten, I have to go now, but you definitely can't forget me. Kim Tran smiled softly in response. Miss, you are too harsh. If fate allows, we will meet again. Then Mak Lin looked at him a moment longer, then turned to leave. Lone Nai, standing nearby, showed obvious jealousy. She stepped forward and lightly kicked Kim Tran's leg, voice full of resentment. You are leaving too. So what are you still staring at? If you want to stare, why do not you chase after her? Kim Tran chuckled lightly, ignoring her. All right, what is your plan next? Lone Hai did not answer, just turned and walked away, leaving him with, follow me. I will tell you. Kim Tran smiled quietly and followed. His eyes shone with resolve, ready to face the next challenge. Kim Tran and Lone Nai flew off, leaving Mincing alone by the riverbank. He crossed his arms, looking lonely, then suddenly laughed with delight, muttering to himself, this girl definitely likes Kim Tran. Reading his gaze was easy. Meanwhile, Kim Tran and Lone Nai stood by the clear, babbling river, breaking the silence. Kim Tran asked, Miss Lone, what is so important that you have to keep it a secret? Lona turned back, her face a little worried, voice low but serious. You killed Thech T Union and Ki Azia Via Kang and took their royal troops. Those two clans want to forgive you. You have to be more careful from now on. She paused briefly, her eyes flickering with sadness before continuing. You helped me kill Thach Tu Nian. Avenging me, I thank you for that. But now that he is dead, I should leave as well. Kim Tran smiled and replied gently. Miss Lone, you are too polite. It was nothing. Lona felt a surge of frustration seeing his calm face, thinking to herself, this stubborn blockhead. Can't you just say something to keep me here? Unable to hold back, Lone Nai immediately kicked Kim Tran straight in the shoulder, shouting, you stubborn fool. I am about to leave, and you do not even ask my name. Kim Tran staggered slightly but kept his balance. Looking at Lone Nai's delicate legs, he answered worriedly, I would not dare. I am just afraid if I say something wrong, you will shoot me like a porcupine. Annoyed, Lone Nai placed her hands on her hips and snapped, what did you say? You think I am petty like that? She turned her back to leave, but before walking away, her soft voice called out, my surname is Hong. Call me Hong Lone. Goodbye. Just as Lone Nai was about to walk away, Kim Tran's voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment. Lone Nai flinched slightly, secretly relieved but kept her calm expression as she turned back to ask, what is it? Kim Tran stepped forward, looking her straight in the eyes, seriously asking, Miss Lone, you do not have a royal protective barrier on you, do you? Lone Nai answered with some surprise. Why do you ask? Kim Tran thought for a moment and said, Miss Lone, without a protective barrier but possessing royal weapons coveted by many, it is very unsafe for you to leave alone. If you trust me, it is best to come with me. The knockout round will end in 3 days. I do not want anything bad to happen to you. Lone Hai blushed slightly, realizing Kim Tran was trying to keep her here. She lowered her head, hesitatingly speaking, if you want to keep me here, then Suddenly, Lone Nai's eyes flashed as she spun around to look toward a nearby bush, her voice full of caution. It turned out, Mindong was secretly eavesdropping nearby. He stood up, trying to act casual, but the smile barely hidden on his face betrayed his intentions. Lone Nai immediately drew her bow, aimed right at Mindong, and shouted, what are you smiling at? Mindong raised his hands in surrender, hurriedly saying, I just happened to be passing by. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the nearby forest, startling everyone. From above, it was clear that part of the forest had been destroyed by a powerful blast. Someone seemed to have accidentally poked at something they should not have. Mindong yelled in panic. Miss Harris, I am spare me. The sky had grown dark by now. In a clearing, 4 tents of various sizes were set up, the flickering firelight reflecting on everyone's faces. Kim Tran sat by the fire and spoke first. Let us see what is the last thing we retrieved from the lair. He held a ring in his hand, surrounded by a small flame emitting bright light. But suddenly, as he brushed his hand over it, a skull, rib bones, and another bone fragment fell from the ring. The bones hit the ground with a dry clatter. Mindong and Lo Nai exclaimed in surprise in unison. The Holy King bone replica. Kim Tran picked up the skull, curiosity on his face as he asked, what is so special about this skeleton that you are all so amazed? Lo Nai widened her eyes, unable to believe what she heard. You really do not know the Holy King bone replica. Kim Tran toyed with the skull, smirking. I do not know what this thing can do. Lo Nai frowned, clearly annoyed but patiently explained. All right, let me explain the value of the Holy King bone replica to you. She took a deep breath and began. The Holy King bone replica is a complete skeleton of a powerful Holy King warrior after passing on. When a Holy King warrior dies, their energy does not dissipate but condenses into pure energy, gradually permeating every bone in the body. That power is ultimately stored within the skeleton. Lo Nai looked directly at Kim Tran, emphasizing that a Holy King bone replica holds the full power of a Holy King's entire body. This is extremely valuable. Possessing it is like owning the power of a Holy King. After hearing this, Kim Tran looked at the skull thoughtfully and asked, if that is the case, then what about the royal weapons you have? If the Holy King's energy is absorbed into the bones, should not the holy weapons lose their energy and vanish? How can they still be perfectly preserved like that? Lo Nai explained gently, her tone slow but clear. Before the great trial, the Holy King warrior will take the holy weapons out of their body. Then, they forcibly sever the connection between themselves and the holy weapons. This keeps the weapons perfectly intact, preserving their lifetime power without dissipating. Thanks to that, the royal soldiers can endure for a long time, carrying immense power. Kim Tran frowned and asked, but why do those who reach the Saint King level willingly sever their bond with their sacred weapons? Do they do it to bless the next generation? Lona smiled softly, but her eyes shone with seriousness. Yes, partly to bless the next generation, but the deeper reason is to leave part of their own power in this world, helping maintain balance in heaven and earth. Saint Kings are not just powerful, they bear the responsibility of protecting the world's order. Lo Nai suddenly looked away, as if recalling something difficult to say. She hesitated, then replied, because of a mysterious legend. Kim Tran asked curiously. What legend? Lo Nai lowered her voice, her eyes serious. The resurrection of the king. Kim Tran was stunned, eyes wide, stammering. What? Quietly holding the skull in his hand, Kim Tran stared at it and said, I guess there is definitely something inside here we do not know. Otherwise, it is hard to understand why the Saint Kings of the Nine Heavens trust so deeply in a legend that has never been proven. Lo Nai began thinking, piecing together what she knew, then nodded. Exactly. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why every Saint King at the Great Calamity, without exception, chose to sever their bond with their sacred weapon. Kim Tran turned to Min Yilig and asked, Min Ving, did the senior from heaven ever tell you about this? Min Hein closed his eyes, voice low. Then they only mentioned that the Saint King bone might be related to resurrection abilities. Hearing this, Kim Tran held his head, trying to think deeper. Lo Nai suddenly held up another ring and said, Enough thinking. Let us see what I got from the tome. From the ring fell an old wooden box, landing right in front of Lo Nai. When it opened automatically, inside was a scroll of deep blue paper, glowing with mystery. Lo Nai recognized it immediately, but Kim Tran quickly spoke up. The water element heavenly grade battle skill seemed perfect for her. Lo Nai did not care much and tossed the scroll to Kim Tran with disdain. That trash. The heavenly grade battle skill I am training is better than this. Consider it a charity from me. Kim Tran caught the scroll and smiled softly. Isn't it good to train more? Knowledge never hurts. Lo Nai frowned and spoke seriously. You do not understand. Every heavenly grade battle skill is extremely profound. An ordinary person can fully grasp even one in a lifetime, let alone more. It is not about how many you learn. Seeing Kim Tran still confused, Lo Nai continued. If you have not fully mastered a heavenly grade battle skill, it is best not to waste time on others. It wastes energy and achieves nothing. Training is not about quantity. It is about depth. Hearing this, Kim Tran's eyes lit up with understanding. He looked at the scroll, then gently put it away, As if he would learned his lesson from Lone High, Kim Tron said nothing more, slipping the scroll into his space map and replied, "All right, we will deal with it later." Suddenly remembering something, he turned and asked, "Almost forgot. When we grabbed stuff from the tome, I forgot to ask if you all have enough participation tokens. If needed, we can share some." Samyu smiled, pulling out a large pouch of coins from his space and handing it to Kim Tron. "No need. I have over 5,000 where I am. You can take them all." Kim Tron asked in surprise, "Aren't you joining the competition later?" Samyu smiled weakly, shaking his head. "My strength is far below everyone else. I will just go back and focus on training." At that moment, Lone Eye seemed to remember something and added, "If you want enough for a promotion, you need at least 5,000 tokens." Hearing this, both Mundung and Kim Tron were surprised and asked in unison, "What? 5,000 is the minimum?" Lone Hai laughed, her eyes mischievous as she looked at both of them. "I have nearly 13,000 tokens. If someone asked nicely, I might even give 3,000 away." Kim Tron looked at her skeptically, then joked to Min Ling, "Did you hear that, Min Ving? Hurry and beg Miss Lone. You only have 2 tokens. Definitely not enough." Min Ving stared at Kim Tron. "Before I could answer, you keep going. Or should I just give you 5,000? Even after that, I would still have 15,000 left. I wonder how high that would rank me." Lone Hai, stunned like she would been sprayed with glue, without a word, she kicked Kim Tron hard in the back and shouted, "Go to sleep." Kim Tron looked at her, confused. "If I am going to sleep, why Kim?" At that moment, his eyes fell on the wooden box he had just taken from the cave. He wondered silently what treasure it might hold this time. As he opened the box, his eyes lit up with amazement. Everyone was now gathered densely in front of a massive gate, exquisitely designed and eye-catching. The buzz of excited chatter filled the air. "It is finally here, the last survival trial has ended. Who will make it to the final showdown this year?" Suddenly, someone stepped out from the gate, their voice solemn and commanding. Instantly, the entire area fell silent. Kim Tron stepped closer, a strange feeling rising inside him. He wondered, what power could have transported all of them out of such a powerful secret realm? Could it be the strength of a saint king, a saint emperor, or even a holy emperor? His eyes quietly fixed ahead as his mind wrestled with everything he would just experienced and what lay ahead. Kim Tron then turned, searching with a puzzled look. Where did Lodi and Munkin go? Before he could think further, a commanding voice echoed down from above. It was the 15th elder. "Those without 5,000 order tokens, leave immediately." Then he shouted, "Those with over 5,000, come register with me. We will rank everyone based on their token counts." Murmurs of protest immediately erupted from the crowd. "Why so? Exactly, 5,000 tokens. You must be kidding. Last time it was only 3,000. Some even shouted angrily. Stirring chaos, the 15th elder frowned coldly. Without saying more, he swung his arm, unleashing a burst of power. Those who shouted the loudest were knocked down, lying flat and unable to stand, stunning everyone. Kim Tron was surprised too, thinking, this elder's strength must have reached the heavenly saint realm. The 15th elder sternly barked. "Anyone else, if you do not register now, do not complain." He announced that the top 16 token holders would move on to the final duel. A senior brother stepped forward, bowing, "Elder, I am Pythan." With a total of 8,400 tokens, the elder held a small object, raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. The ground trembled as bricks beneath everyone lifted, and a towering stone slab rose, impressing the crowd. The 15th elder wrote in the air with 1 finger, the letters appearing carved into the stone. Troch Satathan's name and token count were etched in first place. Then the 15th elder called, "Kijim Tron, step forward." Calmly, Kim Tron said, "Elder, I am Kin, with a total of 21,400 tokens." As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in shock and chatter. "What? Over 21,000 tokens? He has to be joking. No one can have that many. My God, how many people did this guy kill?" The 15th elder paid no attention to the uproar. Examining the ring Kim Tron showed him, his eyes gleamed with interest. After confirming, he smiled. "Kijim Tron. Right, I will remember your name. Hope you do not disappoint me in the final duel." With that, he wrote Kim Tron's name and the number 21,400 in the top spot on the stone, far surpassing everyone else. The crowd gasped in amazement, all eyes fixed on him. Someone exclaimed, "Unbelievable. This guy really has over 21,000 tokens." Another stammered, "This is not bragging, he really has that insane amount." Kim Tron stood tall, calm, but questions still swirled inside him. What was the power that transported us out just now? Was it the Saint King, Saint Emperor, or even the Holy Emperor? Silence fell, But the name Kim Trun inspired awe and endless chatter. Dongbuncha City buzzed with excitement. Siematu smiled brightly, friendly arm around Teeping Thien's shoulder. Excitedly said, Kajim Tron, you are amazing. Taking first place to the next duel. You will definitely be the champion of the Dong Bin Festival. Hearing this, Taepeng then smiled modestly. CRMTU. The others behind us might not be weaker. The final duel's outcome is still up in the air. Min Aing stood there staring at the ranking stone tablet. His face filled with shock. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he looked at the rankings. Yeah, I thought I could make the top 8, but here I am, second from the bottom out of over 6,000 names. Sensing his friend's disappointment, Teepeng Thissen stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. All right, the rank does not really matter. Either way, we have to fight Loon Fin. Rankings mean nothing right now. Teepeng Thin's advice seemed to work. Men Hrung scratched his head, looking a bit more upbeat. True, as long as I keep trying. Suddenly remembering something important, Min Aing turned sharply. Right? Lone and Kanhe, have you seen them? Before the question finished, a hand suddenly slapped Teepeng Thien's shoulder from behind. It was Sishram Tu with that unmistakably sly grin. Kajim Tron. Lone is resting in the guest room on the boat now, but your brother warns you. Startled, Teepeng Thien spun around. What is up? CMT leaned in close, eyes gleaming with interest. Lone is really beautiful, but a bit fierce. Have you thought about it? My sister is different, gentle as water and extremely skillful. CMTU's unexpected matchmaker pitch froze Ting Thin for a moment. His face went pale, and he stammered. I did not even notice your awkwardness. CMTU rambled on. Kajim Tron. Even though I am not around much, it is clear Lone's way too fierce. My sister's completely different, tender and caring. While CMTU was enthusiastically promoting his sister, a cold figure silently appeared from a distance. It was Lone Nai. Her face was ice cold as she stepped closer. An invisible killing intent froze the air around her. Unaware, CMTU kept bragging. Kajim Tron, listen to me. My sister suddenly. Ting Thin's eyes widened, face drained of color and fear. CMTU grew curious and turned around right into Lone Nai's razor-sharp gaze standing just behind him. The atmosphere instantly froze, and CMTU was stunned. Lone Nai stood motionless, expressionless, but her eyes sent chills down the spine. A thought flashed through CMTU's mind. It is over, our matchmaking plan's been exposed. I need to change the subject fast. Without hesitation, he quickly pulled Ming closer, slapping Bec's shoulder and clearing his throat to distract. He said, Min Ving, do you know about Mephisi Van Thin, the founder of Dongbuncha Thin? He single-handedly defeated the powerful Butch tribe, protecting Thin Nian continent. His fame echoed through the ages, truly admirable. Though time eventually got the best of him. Let me show you his memorial. Suddenly drag it away. Min Aing looked confused and protested. Wait, I never said I wanted to go. Hold on, where are you taking me? Meanwhile, Teepeng Thien noticed Lone Nai had come right up to them, and his nerves tightened. He quickly raised his hand in greeting. Voice hesitant. Lone, hello? Lone Nai frowned at his cautious attitude, her tone slightly annoyed. So you think I am fierce too? Tung Thin quickly waved it off. Smiling awkwardly, Lone, you have got it all wrong. I absolutely did not mean that. Inside, he was screaming to end this topic before it escalated. Grabbing at a new idea, he hurriedly asked, Lone, what rank are you on the leaderboard? Hearing this, Lone Nai's expression darkened even more. She crossed her arms and replied curtly, 7th. What? You think I am weak? That villain Thin Mas Lin is ranked 11th. If you think she is better, go find. Her answer carried a sharp edge. Leaving Ting Thin stunned, he thought to himself, why is this getting more complicated? He quickly waved off the misunderstanding. Lone, do not say nonsense. You know there is nothing between me and Thea Metasi Lin. Besides, I have never even seen her bathing. As he finished, Lone Nai's face flushed red, but instead of embarrassment, she immediately launched an attack on Teepeng Thien. As she struck, she scolded. Thieving scoundrel. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Teng Thin could only awkwardly dodge. Protesting loudly, Lone, I did not mean that. After a while, seemingly calming down, Lone sighed softly, her gaze mellowing a bit. I really have to go now. Hopefully, we can meet again someday. Despite just taking a beating, Teepeng Thien replied calmly. Take care, Lone. Though I killed Thech Tien Nian and Ki Azi V Kang, their clan won't let it go easily. If you are ever in danger, come find me. Hearing that, Loda quietly turned her head, feeling a bit sulky inside, but her words were firm. I do not need your concern. I still have Uncle Fong and Uncle Vian to protect me. Besides, As long as I am inside Dongbin Chaithun, no one dares lay a finger on me. She took a few steps but suddenly stopped, slightly turning back with a shy glance. My name is Hong Lone. Don't you forget it. Night had fallen, and the space grew quieter after a long day. In the small room, the dim light from an oil lamp illuminated three people deep in conversation. The atmosphere was heavy with the unfolding discussion. The elder Teet spoke first, his face serious. Young Master Ten, can you tell me who exactly killed our young master? Tenha leaned back lazily in his chair. Lifting a teacup to sip, he replied calmly. Eyes distant. You are from the Thech family, right? Then the person with you must be from the Keet Zaichi family. Before Tihun could say more, Elder Tu, standing beside Elder Tit, confirmed in a firm voice. That is right, young Master Ten. We want to know who dealt the blow. Tenha set his tea down, sharp eyes fixed on the two elders, voice steady and unwavering. The person you are looking for is Kim Trun. Besides, he tops the Thech by ranking. This answer made Elder Tu frown slightly. Still not fully convinced, he pressed on. What about the Fia Venthanzung of our young master? Do you know where it is now? Tenha remained calm, pouring more tea into his cup. Answering slowly. Both the Fiavan Thang and the Biosen are now in Kim Trun's hands. Hearing the needed information, Elders Tiut and Tu clasped their hands in thanks. Thank you, young Master Ten, for your guidance. As they turned to leave, Tun Kiha's voice rang out low but commanding. Wait, where do you think you are going? Elder Tit stopped. Spun around, his face cold as ice. Where else? To kill that brat, Kigim Trun. Of course. Tunha laughed loudly, his tone dripping with mockery. Looks like Elder Teet plans to wipe out the Thech family. And Elder Tu, you want the Ki family buried alongside them. Tenho's words ignited Elder Tu's anger, clenching his fists. Elder Tu's energy surged. Young Master Ten, what do you mean by that? Unfazed by their fury, Tun calmly pointed at Elder Tu, voice cold but sharp. This is Dongbin Chi Then, not the Thech family's backyard. Besides, Kim Tron is now the leader of the qualifiers. Do you really think Dongbin Chai Thun is a place for you to act recklessly? Do you want the whole world hunting the Thech family for causing trouble here? Tenho's words cut through Elder Tut's arrogance like a sharp blade. Seeing the tension, Elder Tu quickly spoke to calm things down. Elder Tet, calm down. Young Master Teen is right. Elder Tet quickly withdrew his hostility, face displeased but without argument. He clasped his hands stiffly. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Ten. The two elders turned and began to leave, but Tin Kai did not let them go easily. His voice rose once more as a final warning. One more thing. Kim Trun, this man I, Tunrike, am closely allied with him. I hope neither of you do anything that will make all three of us regret it. The two elders stopped, turning back to glare at Tenikala with fury. Young Master Ten, does the Teen family want to become enemies of our two houses? Tanuha remained relaxed, leaning back with no fear, sipping tea before replying. You are joking. I am only reminding you. Not threatening. Hearing this, Elders Tut and Tu, though angry, had no rebuttal. They turned and left together, speaking in unison as they walked away. Yeah, rest in peace. As the two elders disappeared, Zesi Truofong crossed his arms, a knowing smirk on his face. Brother Tun, you have offended both the Thech and Ki Zaiche families. If your father knew, would not he be furious? Tenho smiled confidently, sharp eyes flashing arrogance. My father would not scold me. He would praise me instead. He tilted his head as if recalling something, voice full of meaning. Kit Ade, owner of the royal barrier, yet felled by a single strike from Kim Tren. With your strength like this, you can be his friend, nor can you be his enemy. Zefi Kufong nodded, showing no disagreement. Then Tana changed the subject. By the way, have you registered for the arena battle yet? Zefi Tuofong answered without hesitation. Already, thanks to your token. I am ranked. Tenho smirked, waving his hand as a signal. Good, then get some rest. Tomorrow's the draw for the match. Desto Fong hesitated slightly and asked, what about you? Not joining the fight tomorrow? Tunko turned and walked away without looking back, just waving his hand. I have some business to attend to. Just in time. Tomorrow when you compete, I will talk to Kim Trun about a few things. He needs to be careful. Elsewhere, in the quiet night, Teeper then sat alone outside, the moonlight casting a thoughtful glow on his face. In his hand, he held an old piece of leather, eyes deep in thought. Tiang then murmured, I found this in a cave not long ago. But what exactly is it? He placed the leather on the table and slowly created a spatial swirl, pulling out two more pieces. When he pieced the three parts together, Tang then realized they fit perfectly. Examining closely, he noticed ancient characters on the leather, but could not understand their meaning. Sure enough, they were cut from a larger piece of leather. But what do these characters mean? He sighed softly, disappointment in his eyes. muttering, "Forget it. Just a few scraps like this. Nothing clear. I will figure it out once I find all the pieces." The next morning, East Square was packed. This was the venue for the arena matches. Min Aang stood beside Teeping Thin, looking at the names on the stone tablets with surprise. Many of these names I have never heard of, and I do not see Team K anywhere either. Tampang then replied, "Many just collect enough tokens, and then hide to preserve their strength. No need to fight." Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, "Kijim Trun, I finally found you." Tang Thin calmly responded upon hearing Ten Hua's call. "Brother Ten, what is going on?" Ten Ho approached, his eyes serious, lowering his voice enough for only Team Thien to hear. "Last night, people from the Thach and Kitty Gija families came looking for me. They know you killed Thach Tianin and Ki Ichi V Kang. You need to be more careful." Tiang then nodded gratefully. "Thanks for the heads up." "Brother Tun." Tenho waved his hand casually. "No need to be formal. Just stay inside Ding Bin City, and the Thach and Keet Dichu families won't dare touch you. But if you leave, trouble will come for sure." Hearing this, Teeping Thizin clasped his hands. "I appreciate your sincerity. Don't worry." "Brother Tun, I know how to handle things." Seeing Team Thin's confidence, Tung Ho nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. "Good then. If you need me, just send someone to the biggest inn in the city to find me." Suddenly, a loud voice rang from above, making both turn around. A man dressed in martial arts attire appeared, announcing, "Next up, the finals of Ving Bun Thin Sky. Rules are as follows." He continued, "The finals feature 16 contestants paired off for one-on-one battles. Winners from each pair move into the top 8, continuing the head-to-head fights until one champion remains. The 8 losers will compete further to determine 2 top spots from that group, forming the top 10. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a giant arena suddenly appeared in the square, drawing gasps from the crowd. Clenching his fist, his voice boomed. "The top 16 names on the stone tablets. Come forth to the arena for the draw." Taepeng then folded his hands and said to Ten and Ko, "Brother Tun, we will go draw first." Ten Hao smiled warmly. "All right. Go ahead." As Tung then reached the drawing area, a clear voice rang out, "Little brother Kimi Trun, you are here. Sis been missing you to death." Turning around, Teepeng then saw a beautiful girl in front of him. Then Mek smiled shyly, bowing her head. "Sorry, sis. There was no other way. Help me out. That low-headed guy is disgusting." Slightly surprised, Tung then asked, "Miss Thin Miss?" "You are." Before she could answer, a cocky voice called out from afar, "Where did this brat come from?" A large man stepped forward, pointing at himself proudly. He introduced, "Young master, I am Kalup, ranked 6 on the stone tablets. If you do not want to die, get lost and do not block my way flirting with girls." Faced with Kalep's boast, Taepeng then smirked, showing boredom. "6th? Huh, you are so arrogant. I thought you were number 1. Kalep snorted coldly, face flushed from the jab. He defended. "Number 1. Huh, I just did not try my hardest in the preliminaries. If I meet the top qualifier, I will slowly torment him until he dies in shame." Teepeng Thin's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp like a blade. He replied in a low but powerful voice, "Is that so? You had better not face me in the arena, or I will show you what happens when you dare challenge me." Heeding the warning, Kalep paused for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. "Haha, so you are the swordmaster leading the qualifiers. Turns out you are just a spoiled brat still wet behind the ears." His arrogant laughter echoed everywhere, but immediately after, Kalep's expression changed. He pointed at Teving Thin, voice dripping with menace. "I warn you, if you hand over the woman beside you now, I will spare your life in the arena." Tiang Thin remained calm, unshaken, his icy gaze fixed on his opponent. He replied coldly, "If you want to die, no need to wait for the draw. I can kill you right now." The tension between them thickened, as if a single spark could ignite a fierce battle. But at that moment, a deep voice rang out. "Forget it, Kalep. Do not waste time arguing with these kids. They are just bluffing." Another man appeared, calm yet authoritative. Kalep turned to him, shrugged, and growled, "Fine. Second brother, you are the swordmaster, right? I remember your faces now, when we hit the arena. Do not blame me if I get ruthless." Then he looked at Thin Massey Lin with a lewd glare. "This woman, my brother has his eyes on her. If you do not want trouble, you would better behave." Mivin clenched his fists in anger, shouting, "Who the hell do you think you are to talk to us like that?" Kalep sneered disdainfully, turned his back, muttering as he walked away, "Here's a tip. None of you will survive this arena." Temuthin's cold eyes met his, replying without backing down. "Then here's a message. Let us see who is left standing. Right after, Tipeng then stepped up to the drawing area. As he picked his lot, the organizer's voice announced, "Fourth match. Swordmaster number 10. Opponent ranked 13th on the leaderboard." Soon after, the organizer called Tsiktok Fong to draw his lot. Hearing his name, Zasichuo Fong looked stunned, like he would been struck by lightning. His face fell, and he sighed in frustration. Based on what? I do not want to step into the arena. Tunrike, nearby, stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him. It is just hang on for 15 minutes and you will win. Zasichuo Fong looked at Tin Kao with sorrowful eyes and said sadly, I do not think I can hold out for 15 minutes. Hearing this, Tenha laughed awkwardly, then shrugged to Tian saying, yeah, even I did not sign up because I did not think I would make it. That comment was the last straw. Typhon glanced at Tenten Kyo, disappointed, blurting out, Brother Tun, now I understand why everyone calls you Ten the dog. It is totally deserved. On the leaderboard, matchups were finalized. The 15 elders stood above, their authoritative voices resonating throughout the arena. The match order was announced. All fighters were invited to their arenas for the final battles. Tita then clenched his sword and stepped onto the arena. Seeing Gaizeto Fong already there, he nodded in greeting. Viftiku, long time no see. Zichuo Fong laughed heartily, drew the large blade from his back, and replied, Swordmaster, since leaving the secret realm, I have not had a chance to duel you. Let us make it a good fight later. Hearing the challenge, Tung then smirked and readily agreed. Fine. Your call. When both were ready, the 15 elders shouted, let the fight begin. As the shout ended, Zasichuo Fong immediately charged with his giant blade, the force shaking the ground. With a roar, he pressed his attack. Seeing this, Tipeng then stood firm, smoothly spun around, and slashed his sharp sword across the arena floor, sparking bright flames. A precise strike from Tipeng then knocked Zasichuo Fong's blade aside. Zestek Fong stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath to regain strength, then suddenly slammed both hands onto the ground and shouted explosively. A huge crater opened beneath the arena, rocks flying everywhere. Luckily, Tang then jumped up to dodge. Hovering in the air, he spun and raised his sword before him. Blue-purple energy began to swirl around the blade, glowing brilliantly. Let us see if you can block this. Tang then coldly aimed his sword forward, unleashing a massive energy blast straight at the fixed Fong, creating tremendous pressure. Zasichuo Fong quickly raised his blade to form a defensive shield. The energy collided with the shield, causing a blinding explosion. As the light faded, he breathed a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat. Aha! Nice hit. Keep it up. Under the stands, Minhan could not hide his worry, shouting loudly to cheer. Swordmaster, go for. Tenka stood nearby, arms crossed, smirking. Don't worry. Min Ving, I think Swordmaster's gonna win soon. Hearing this, Min I turned surprised. Why did Brother Teen say that? Taniko pointed to the battle's progress and explained. Zasichuo Fong himself probably has not taken Kim Trun's seriously yet, but his problem lies with the Thanzio, that heavy saber. Though destructive, is just too cumbersome. If he keeps swinging it a few more times, his spirit power and stamina will be drained. Meanwhile, Kim Trun just needs to avoid being hit by Zasichuo Fong. If he really wanted to kill Zasichuo Fong would have been under his blade long ago. I really want to know how King Yi Tron broke through the king's barrier on the arena. Taipeng then looked at Zeptico Fong panting heavily and shouted, Veftiku, are you still going to fight? Zeptico Fong collapsed onto the ground, sweating profusely, raising his hand to concede. No more fighting. No more fighting. Kid. Even if you keep faking it, I am about to drop dead. I admit defeat. The 15th elder announced clearly the result. On arena, Kim Tron wins. Tung then gently stepped forward, helped Zaizixa Fong up from the ground, and sincerely said, your moves are too bulky. It is tough fighting anyone like that. Zeptico Fong laughed and replied, no other way. My technique has to be decisive and powerful. Though he said that, inside Zixua Fong was full of frustration. Cursing silently, I have cut down so many people. No one runs as fast as you. As the two stepped down from the arena, Tunha Min Wing quickly approached. Beaming, Tenwa spoke first. Kijim Tron, congratulations on making it to the top 8. Min Ang nodded, adding encouragement. Well done. Tiang then replied modestly. Thanks. Then turned to Min Wang and asked, Min Ving, are you about to compete too? Before Ming could answer, a loud shout came from another arena. The group immediately turned toward the sound. On arena, a young man was slammed flat to the ground, his face bruised. Caleb stood over him with a triumphant expression, stomping hard on the opponent's face. Sneering, Someone like you deserves to be here at the warrior gathering. The young man stammered fearfully. I admit defeat. But Caleb did not stop. He kicked the youth hard. Growling. What did you just say? I did not hear you clearly. In the stands, many witnessing this scene were outraged. Shouting protests. He already admitted defeat. Why keep bullying him like that? Exactly. No sportsmanship at all. Hearing this, Caleb angrily turned and shouted, Shut up. The warrior gathering honors the strong. If you are scared, do not come here. Then he looked up at the 15th elder. Growling. Old man, I'm right. The elder calmly replied, Life and death on the arena are fate. On arena. Caleb win. Caleb smugly turned to Teepenthian with a smirk. Kijim Tron. Do not worry. On the arena, I will go easy on you. But Tung then remained unfazed, his eyes cold, gripping his sword tightly. Replying, Is that so? But I won. The tension instantly skyrocketed. Teepeng then charged at Caleb at lightning speed. Seeing this, Caleb grew more excited and shouted, Bring it on. Just then, a voice rang out. You two. Calm down a moment. A strong hand suddenly blocked Teen Thea's sword. It was none other than the 15th elder, who stood alone, unarmed, stopping both fighters. With his other hand, he gripped Kalepi's fist tightly. Immobilizing him, Tang then looked at the man in front of him. Surprised. Is this elder the one in charge of strength registration? And he is that intimidating? Caleb stopped, fumed. Old man, where did you come from? How dare you ruin my good time? Tell me. Then sheathed his sword, clasped his hands, and explained. Elder, I just want to switch opponents to get a fair fight. The 15th elder glanced at Titavagdian sternly. Battles on the arena are life and death matters. Whatever justice you seek, wait until you face him directly. Understand. Tang then bowed respectfully, calm yet grateful. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Caleb, thinking Tian Thien was intimidated, sneered arrogantly, nodding toward the elder. Yeah, you should feel lucky. This old man saved your life today. Or you would be dead already. Tang Thing then ignored Caleb's taunts and quietly turned away. Caleb grew even angrier and yelled, Don't walk away. If you are tough, come back here. On the other side, the 15th elder watched Titavithin's retreating figure with satisfaction. He nodded slightly, thinking, this young brother has a steady mind, not losing his cool in the heat of battle. Someone like him is sure to achieve great things. Caleb still struggled to break free from the elder's grip, screaming in frustration, Old man, let me go. The 15th elder finally released his grip, but before leaving, he warned sternly, I advise, the Brotherhood may be outside the law, but they are not lawless. Be careful not to bring disaster upon yourself. After speaking, he soared into the sky, his figure graceful as he departed. Before disappearing, he left one last message. Little friend Kimmy Tren, I hope you won't disappoint me. Below the stands, the atmosphere buzzed like a busy market. People shouted and cheered loudly. Place your bets. Place your bets. Today's 8 versus 4. Tiny stakes for fun. Ting then looked around, then turned to ask Tin Kula, where's Sideta, Fong? Why do not I see him? Tunha shrugged and smirked, saying he went for a stroll yesterday. Got bored all afternoon. Drank too much at night. Probably still not sober now. Min Hung chimed in excitedly from beside them. Kijim Trun, it is our turn to duel. Let us make this one count. Tampeng then nodded. All right then. Looking up at the match board, Tang then asked Tenten Kel, do you know anyone named Tait? Tun Hai shook his head. Unimpressed. I do not remember anyone like that. Min Ang also joined in. I did not see him compete yesterday either. Staying hidden like that must mean he is a top fighter. Then Mindung clapped Tipavian on the shoulder, laughing loudly. What is there to fear? We brothers are not gods blocking gods, or Buddhas blocking Buddhas. Right? Just then, an announcement rang out. Today's arena matches officially begin. Contestants from the first and second matches, please take the arena. Tipeng then turned to the two. I will go first. Tenha cheered. Go for Kijim Tron. Ming was just as enthusiastic. Kim Trun had to win. As Tung then stepped onto the arena, he was surprised to see his opponent a confident young woman with a fiery figure. Her weapon was a pair of shimmering ice daggers, and her name was Tait. Tipeng then frowned, thinking, a woman, daggers as weapons. Interesting. Above, the 15th elder shouted loudly, begin the fight. As the announcement echoed, Tait charged forward. The daggers in her hands emitted icy sparks, forming a large block of ice aimed straight at Timpong Thin. He immediately drew his sword, slicing the ice block in half with a simple but powerful strike. Tait did not stop there. She kept advancing. Agile as a ghost, Tipeng then spun his sword, gathering spirit energy into a dazzling ring of light aimed at her. However, Tait skillfully dodged, retreating while launching a barrage of sharp ice spikes toward Teppan. Then, like a hailstorm, he stood trapped in a dense fog of frost, stuck in the chilling ice. Titus' technique was eerie, and Tang then keenly felt the longer the fight dragged on, the more the disadvantage tipped against him. Thinking quickly, he reminded himself to end this battle soon. Suddenly, a huge ice block hurtled toward him from behind. Tang then noticed, but when he tried to dodge, his legs were frozen solid, unable to move. Panicking, he muttered, "I am done." Just then, a dazzling blue light shot past, shattering the ice block before it could hit Teppan. Then, seizing the moment, he unleashed all his strength to break the ice beneath his feet. Lipped up, escaping the trap, but as he landed, icy chains suddenly appeared from the air, wrapping tightly around his limbs, immobilizing him below the stands. Tight controlled the chains, her eyes sharp and cold. She frowned, her voice icy as she spoke, "If you want to break free, I want to see if you have got what it takes." The chains tightened further, but instead of panicking, Tamping then focused and unleashed his spirit energy. A violet blue aura enveloped him, forming a brilliant glowing shield. He roared, "Let us see if these chains can hold me," with an explosive burst of power. Tipung then shattered the chains into pieces. In the stands, Tuniko watched the fight, his eyes wide with amazement. That is right, that spirit energy was the very kind that broke Keat Axev Kanghan's barrier the other day. In the end, what element does Kim Trent's spirit energy belong to? Tipung then stood tall, his entire body glowing fiercely, his jade green eyes blazing with power. He decisively swung his sword, sending a radiant blue beam crashing down toward Tite. But she did not dodge. She faced the light with unyielding determination, blocking it with her daggers and ice block. However, the impact was tremendous. A thunderous explosion shattered the floor beneath them. Tite gritted her teeth but stayed on her feet. Immediately after, she summoned a gigantic S-dragon that surged toward Tipung. Then, the ice dragon pierced through the arena. But at that moment, the blue light from his sword also streaked straight at Tite. A massive explosion rang out, thick smoke spreading everywhere, completely obscuring the audience's view. Amid the haze, two figures still stood firm, but no one could clearly see the outcome. The crowd buzzed with confusion. No one could tell who won or lost. The air was tense and silent as everyone held their breath, waiting anxiously. Tang then found himself in a tight spot, Tite's blade pressed against his neck, while his own sword was at her throat. Tite glanced over, furrowing her brows with suspicion. "Why did you stop just now? You could be ended me earlier." When Tite was caught off guard, Tipung Thison's dagger lunged forward but stopped just before her chest, leaving Tite puzzled. She wondered silently why he held back like that. Tipung then answered calmly, unwavering, "It is just a duel, not a fight to the death. Winning or losing is enough. Besides, I have no grudge against you." Hearing this, Tite withdrew her weapon, her voice cold but serious. "Next time, if you hesitate like that, you will die." Tang then lowered his sword and smiled politely. "Thank you for the warning, and for holding back." The 15th elder shouted from above, "Winner, Kijim Trun." Cheers erupted from the stands. Tang then turned back to his group as Ten Kun Ho approached with a congratulatory smile. "Kijim Trun, congrats. From the look of it, you are definitely going to be the champion." Tung then waved modestly. "Just lucky. That Tite girl is really strong. If this were a life or death fight, I am not sure I would win." He looked around and asked, "Where's Smunding?" Tenho pointed to another arena. "He is competing now. Let us go watch." Tampeng then nodded. Meanwhile, on the arena, Min Hung faced them. Messi Lin, a beautiful but fierce young woman. Min Hung launched a powerful attack, striking Dinam He Lin, unable to defend further. She jumped out of the ring. The match ended, and the organizers announced Min Zong as the winner. Then Mai Lin scowled in frustration, surprised that Kim Trent's friend was so strong. She looked around and suddenly spotted Tipug Thin and Ten Ho approaching. A sly idea sparked in her mind. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing Tiem Thin's arm and pouted, "Big bro Kin, your friend was way too rough. If you ever meet him, you have to get revenge for me." Just then, a cold voice came from behind. That is rough. If you mess with me, I will shoot you full of holes." Teng then turned and recognized it was Lone Nai. Feeling awkward, Tipung then forced a smile. It had been a while since he last saw Lone. She crossed her arms and turned away with a pout. Tipung then panicked and looked to Tenten Heron Min Dazing for help. "Guys, help me out here." But Tenkei acted indifferent, turning his back and pulling Minzagog away. "Min Ving, you must be tired. Let me take you to eat something." Min Ung looked confused. "I'm not tired." Tunko stubbornly dragged Mingog away, adding, "You are tired. Let us." Tapung then awkwardly turned back to Lone Nai, trying to change the subject. "Lone, You came to watch the duel too. Just then, an announcement echoed. Next match. Hong Lone versus K-Trophy. Both please step onto the arena. Before leaving, she glared back at Teeping Thin with a warning. After I will settle the score with you. Furious, Lone Eye stepped up, muttering, "You rotten thug. Just standing there watching me deal with you." A loud shout rang out. Warning, Lone Eye. Be careful. At that moment, Katrafi swung a huge fist toward her. Lona quickly dodged, planted her hand on the ground, spun, and kicked, but her strike seemed to barely phase Katrafi. He just sneered while Lone knee-panted, sweat beading on her forehead. Thinking how tough this guy really was, Katrafi aimed to grab her leg, but Lone Eye swiftly pulled back and jumped away. She drew her bowstring tight. The arrow shimmered as it shot out like a storm, a tempest arrow. Below the stands, Teng then watched quietly but with worry in his eyes. Lone Eye's elite technique was powerful, but it must drain a lot of energy. This fight would not be easy. On the arena, Katrafi smirked at the incoming arrow. Mocking. Such a cheap trick. Thinking you can fool me. He braced himself and formed a strong barrier around him. The barrier radiated strong spiritual energy, repelling Lone Eye's arrow. The audience below the arena was also affected by the surge of power. Many had to shield their hands from the spiritual wind. Under the stands, then Madasi Yang grabbed Teepin Thin's arm and shouted, "Kijim Tron. Big bro? I think she is not that strong after all." But Tung Thin did not reply. His eyes were fixed anxiously on the arena. Lona Hai was going to have a tough time. On the arena, Lona focused intently, her eyes sparkling with calculation. This guy also had a royal barrier. It was not something to take lightly. Then suddenly she noticed something. Katrafi's figure vanished from sight. Just then, Katrafi appeared behind and launched a deadly strike. Lone Eye could only think, "It is." She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the attack. At that moment, a figure dashed forward, blocking the strike. Lone Eye opened her eyes in shock to see Teeping Thin standing before her, shielding her from Katrafi's attack. Kim Tran Lo Lai muttered under her breath. Instantly, Teeping Thin spun around, his gaze sharp as twin blades. "Lone Eye, listen to me. Just admit defeat. You are no match for him." Lone Eye immediately frowned, her voice rising with frustration. "On what grounds? I am not even hurt yet." Tiang then shouted firmly, "I can't let you keep fighting someone this dangerous." Faced with Teeping Thin's determination, Lone Eye's face flushed red. She stammered awkwardly, All right, I give up." She turned away shyly, but a flicker of defiance still shone in her eyes. Across from them, Katrafi's anger boiled over. His fists clenched tightly as he roared, "Do you think I am invisible?" Tung Thin turned, his gaze icy and sharp, warning with authority. "Here's a tip, if you want your little brother alive. Back off now." Hearing that, Katrafi burst out laughing like crazy. "Haha, I am dying laughing? Some spoiled brat dares to threaten me loudly. Fine. I will wait for you in the arena and see what you have got." Tong Thin ignored his taunts and helped Lone Eye down from the Thunder Arena. Just then, Lone Eye's legs suddenly went weak. Trembling and unable to stand, she staggered and then fainted, falling into Tong Thin's arms. He sighed quietly to himself. Sure enough, Lone Eye's recent battle had drained too much of her sacred energy. She would not last much longer. Luckily, she retreated in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Thien Mac Lin hurried over from afar, her face full of worry. "Brother Kim Tran, how is she?" Tong Thien responded to reassure her. "Don't worry. She just fainted from overexerting her sacred energy. First, find a place to help her recover her sacred energy." Thien Mac Lin nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I will go prepare." At another mansion in the city, Elder Tat and Elder Tu sat facing each other. Elder Tat's face clearly showed worry. "Elder Tu, what should we do now?" "Right now, not only is the former head dead, but even the royal soldiers have been taken by that Kim Tran guy." Elder Tu calmly sipped his tea and reassured, "Brother, calm down. Do not be rash. We can fight inside the city, or both our families will suffer disastrous consequences." Elder Tat slammed his hand on the table in anger, his voice sharp and tense. "It is all because of that Kim Tran. Not only did he fail to seize the Sun and Moon Palace, but he also took away the royal soldiers. It is humiliating. It is infuriating." Elder Tu set down his teacup and skillfully changed the subject. "By the way, Kim Tran is going to fight that Tap Lap guy tomorrow. Right?" Elder Tat nodded in confirmation. "That is right. Why?" Elder Tu's lips curled into a cunning smile. He pulled out a pill glowing red like blood, still radiating intense heat. "This is the violent blood pill. Tomorrow we will find a way for Tap Lap to take this pill before stepping onto the arena. It will cause the spiritual energy inside him to explode, giving him enough power to kill Kim Tran right there in the arena." Elder Tat sneered coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. "When it comes to the topic of 7 virtues, you still have the edge over me," Elder Tu replied calmly. "Don't say that. It is all for the benefit of our clan. Both clinked their teacups. Thanos' voice ringing out, for the family, for the clan. In another room, Teplup family and Katrafi were deep in discussion. Teplup family enthusiastically slammed the table. Big brother, tomorrow I will definitely make that Kim Tron beg for mercy. Katrafi said little, only coldly reminding, but do not forget our mission. Katrafi stared seriously at Teplup family, voice full of determination. This time, we must not only win the mercenary tournament but also make our mercenary guild's name known across the continent. Suddenly, Katrafi's turned sharp, killing intent flaring. He glanced toward the window, spotting Elder Tu and Elder Tet. They strolled leisurely through the window. Rush, Elder Tat spoke calmly. No need to panic. We have come to help you this time. Katrafi and the Taplap family turned to stare at the elders. Eyes wary, Katrafi asked bluntly. What do you mean by that? Elder Tat nodded slowly. Explaining, tomorrow you will face Kim Tran on the Thunder stage. We have a grudge against him too, so we want to lend you a hand. We hope you can kill Kim Tran right on the stage. Hearing this, the Taplap family sneered mockingly. Just some Kim Tran kid. We do not need anyone's help. Elder Tat shook his head slightly. Still calm. You are mistaken. Kim Tran's strength far exceeds what you imagine. Still doubtful. Spoke up, Elder. Although he tops the order ranking, duels on the stage are not about how many orders you have. Elder Tat waved his hand. Displeased. Young man, I know you only kill enough to pass qualifiers without going all out. So you think Kim Tran ranks first because he kills more rookies than you. Right? Elder Tat's words hit Katrafi's nerve. He shrugged, smirking. Isn't that true? At this moment, Elder Tu spoke up, his tone much more serious. Since we are here, I want to hide it. Kim Tran killed 2 young masters of a great family. Those young masters had not only royal soldiers but also royal barriers protecting them. This stunned Katrafi. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? You mean Kim Tran can break royal barriers? Elder Tu nodded firmly. Exactly. Otherwise, our young masters would not have been killed by him. Hearing this, the Taplap family frowned. Skeptical. Snorting. I do not believe any royal barrier can be broken so easily. Kim Tran must have used some shameless trick. Elder Tu placed a small vial on the table. Eyes serious, lowering his voice. Whatever trick it was, the royal barrier was broken. This is a potion I prepared for you. It can boost your strength by 30% briefly. I hope you won't disappoint me, Elder Tat added, with a taunting tone. If you are so scared of Kim Tran that you chicken out, fine. Just consider that I misjudged you. Elder Tat's taunt made the Taplap family lose control. He clenched his fist in anger, ready to charge. But Katrafi stopped him. The Taplap family shouted furiously. You damn old man. Who are you calling a coward? Not wanting more trouble. Kept calm. He nodded to thank the elders, his tone calm but cautious. Thanks for the warning. Elders, we will be careful in tomorrow's duel. After the elders left, the Taplap family turned to Katrafi, face full of anger. Big bro? Do you really trust those 2 old men? Katrafi did not answer immediately but handed the potion vial to the Taplap family. Use it only if absolutely necessary in tomorrow's match. The Taplap family protested angrily. Big bro? Katrafi frowned, his voice firmer. Don't forget, our mission is not just to win, we need our mercenary group's name to echo across the continent to survive. The Taplap family reluctantly took the vial, muttering in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tonthian sat by the bedside, holding a book. Eyes focused, Lonai opened her eyes weakly and spoke. Where am I? Seeing Lonai awake, Tonthian was relieved and quickly asked. Lonai, you are awake. This is an inn in the city. After your match, you fainted. I did not know where you were, so I brought you here first. Lonai blushed slightly. Lai replied, Is that? Seeing her embarrassed expression, Tonthian thought she was not fully recovered. He leaned over, reaching to touch her forehead. Your face is so red, has not your spiritual energy recovered yet? Lona shyly lowered her head, stammering. It is nothing. Tonthian pulled back his hand, sighed in relief, then sat down. He unrolled a scroll in his hand, speaking with interest. Good to hear you are okay. That is right. I just studied your combat technique carefully. So listen, your technique today uses up too much holy energy. It is not good for your health. Maybe try this one instead. I glanced over it, and it seems more suitable. Lonai stared wide-eyed at Tepavanthin, then pouted angrily. This idiot only cares about training and never pays attention to anyone else. It is infuriating for this young lady. Lonai angrily kicked Tepavanthin out of the room, her voice sharp. This young lady wants to sleep now. Go out and do not bother me. Tepavanthin did not argue, just rubbed his side and said, You have been asleep for 4 hours already. He turned and shrugged. Calling back. All right. We will talk again tomorrow. As he opened the door, Ting Then was shocked to see Tien Keiho, Min Ving, and Saixio Feng pressing their ears to the door. Eavesdropping, he asked in surprise. What are you three doing here? Tenhe immediately blurted out. Little brother Feng. Looks like I am lost again. Asichu Feng immediately put his arm around Minun. Playing along. Tun brothers right. Min Aing and I are lost too. Min Aing quickly joined in. Yeah, this inn is huge. The three of them all peered into the room. Inside, Lona blushed angrily and shouted. Kijim Tron, you rotten scoundrel. Get out right now. Below the stands. The audience buzzed excitedly about the upcoming semifinals. Each eager to guess who would be the ultimate champion. The senior host gave a signal and loudly announced. The first match today. Min Aing versus K-Trophy. Please come to the stage and fight. Min Aing placed his hand on Teepan Thien's shoulder and declared excitedly. Kijim Trun. Watch this. I will crush this punk here to avenge sister-in-law Lone Hai. Lona blushed and scolded shyly. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Thin laughed but reminded. Be careful. This Katriafi is not weak. Min Aing confidently stepped onto the stage, raising his fist and saying, Don't worry. Min Aing stands against Katrafi in the arena. The guy sneered at Munzing mockingly. Never thought I would face a loser like you in the semifinals. Looks like even heaven wants you out of this world. Min Aing ignored the provocation and replied with a cold smile. Shut up. Soon I will make you cry so hard you won't even be able to. The senior host signaled, and the match began immediately. Katrav tensed, releasing powerful dark energy as a radiant sword appeared in his hand. The crowd below gasped. Holy energy of the light attribute. This guy actually wields light holy energy. Katravier charged at Mundung swinging his blade. Shouting, Die. Mung stood firm, raising his sword to block with a mocking grin. Is that all you have got? A loud clash erupted as Katrafier's brilliant sword met Ming's smaller blade. Katrafier smirked and pressed forward. Watch me crush you. Min Aing quickly slipped behind him, easily dodging the blow, smiling like he had a plan. Suddenly, Ming lightly swung his sword, delivering a precise cut to Katrafier's back. The wound was not deep but bled heavily, leaving Katrafier stunned. He gritted his teeth and roared, How dare you? Min Aing gave a thumbs down to the ground, eyes full of contempt, loudly mocking Katrafi. If you are just an idiot who only knows how to use dark energy, I suggest you leave quickly, or do not blame anyone when you lose your life later. Hearing this arrogance, Katrafier shouted angrily. You brat, do not get cocky. I wield light holy energy. How could I die by your hand? Min Aing crouched into a fighting stance, taunting. Today I want to see if I can finally cut down a snake like you. He dashed forward instantly, his whole body glowing with a faint light, surrounding Katrifi at incredible speed. The audience in the stands could not help but marvel. This Ming's speed is incredible. Could his body have the wind attribute? Definitely. Otherwise how could he move so fast? Katrafier stood in the arena, looking around confused. Suddenly he thought he caught a glimpse of Min Aing and swung his sword hard. But it was just an illusion. Before he could react, a sword strike from below pierced his belly. Katrafier clutched his wound, grinding his teeth in anger, eyes blazing red as he roared. Brat, you have really pissed me off now. He slammed his fist on the floor, unleashing a fierce dark energy storm. His whole body burst with powerful light, dark energy raging like a storm. He screamed wildly. Today, I will tear you to pieces. Min Aing remained unfazed, sneering. Really? You think you are unbeatable? If I had stabbed your heart earlier, you would be lying on the ground now, not yelling there. Min Aing's taunt made Katrifi even angrier. His demonic power surged to its peak, and a solid armor of radiant light gradually appeared on his body. Below the stands, the Taplap family watched with pride. Haha! You are asking for death? If Big Bro is using the radiant holy armor, that Mindong 1T survive. Katrafi now radiated fierce killing intent, his voice threatening. Come here, brat. Today I will show you the real gap between us. Mindong smirked arrogantly and replied. You think wearing that turtle shell means I can hurt you? Let me show you this armor is nothing. Below the stands, Tongthian saw the tension rising and shouted loudly. Mindong! Stop now. But Mundong ignored him and dashed at Katrafi with lightning speed. Strangely, Katrafi did not dodge. He stood firm, eyes full of challenge. Mindong thought to himself, this guy is stubborn, won't he even try to avoid it? Katrafi sneered wickedly, emitting a huge dark demonic aura. He roared, Brat, you have caused enough trouble. Now let me send you off. Katrafi gripped his glowing sword, bent down preparing to strike the final blow, with fierce momentum. He shouted, cross a supreme slash. A wide, Sharp sword stroke lunged at Min Dong. The arena shook violently as a massive explosion erupted. The crowd below shielded their faces from the wind and blinding light. Some whispered, "Heavenly battle skill." Didn't they expect Katrafai to possess a heavenly battle skill? This championship is definitely his. Through the thick smoke, Min Dong knelt clutching his chest, but his eyes burned with fighting spirit. He yelled, "Don't you think you are the only one with a heavenly battle skill? Watch this." Min Dong clenched his fist, pulled his arm back, gathering the surrounding energy. His hands began to shine brightly. Min Dong unleashed a powerful punch. Shouting loudly, "Wind God!" The crowd below gasped in amazement. Oh man, Min Dong has a heavenly battle skill too. Two heavenly battle skills clashing, no one knows what will happen. Can the arena's barrier hold up? The whole arena erupted into chaos as people scrambled back, trying to avoid the collision. Min Dong charged forward with his fist nearly touching Katrafai's face. Shouting, "Go to hell!" Katrafai stepped back, wielding his final defense move, Infinite Radiant Slash. A massive sphere of demonic energy burst from his sword, colliding head-on with Min Dong's punch. The force from both sides was so strong, the crowd had to shield their eyes. Though it was hard to see, Tong Thian stood firm, eyes focused, quietly saying, "Min Dong, you have to win." As the smoke cleared, two figures appeared, and the arena fell completely silent. A spectator shouted, but no one moved. What is going on? Everyone's gaze fixed on Trufai. He still stood there, body tensed, enduring. A sword had pierced through his solid armor. The armor shattered into pieces. He gritted his teeth, planted the sword into the ground to steady himself, and smiled smugly. Look who is laughing last now. Opposite him, Min Dong was exhausted, collapsing onto the arena floor. The presiding elder stood and announced, "The winner is Katrafai." Katrafai slowly approached Min Dong, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Though we are both grand earth holy masters of the sixth shift, my radiant holy power let me survive that clash. Well, today you will become a dead chicken at my hands." He lifted Min Dong's sword, ready to deliver the final strike, when suddenly a purple light shot in, forcing him to dodge. The sword flew back into Tong Thian's hand. Tong Thian stepped onto the arena, eyes cold as he caught the unconscious Min Dong and firmly held his sword. He said with authority, "If you want to kill my man, first ask if this sword agrees." With a cold face, Tong Thian looked at the presiding elder and said, "Announce the next match." The elder nodded and gestured. Next match, Kim Tran versus the Kalap family. Please step onto the arena. Tong Thian turned and handed the unconscious Min Dong to Tan Kai. Brother Tan, please take care of Min Dong and bring him to the clinic to rest. Tan Kai nodded, catching Min Dong. Don't worry. You be careful too. Do not be reckless. Tong Thian glanced at Kalap, his voice full of killing intent. No need to worry. He can kill with just one move. On the arena, Tong Thian raised his sword, eyes sharp and cold, fixed on Kalap. If your big brother had not attacked Min Dong's heart just now, I might have spared you. But now, you can only die. Kalap stood with arms crossed, lips curled in disdain. You are too arrogant. Let me see what you are made of." Before the words were out, Tong Thian swung his sword and unleashed the move Void Moon Slash, a sharp blade of sword energy that sliced Kalap's body in half. The crowd was horrified as blood spilled onto the ground. But his will did not fade. His eyes whispered in shock. "Impossible." Tong Thian flicked his sword. Light flashed, and he turned to leave, stepping straight toward Katrafai, bowing with eyes burning fiercely. Next round, someone will die. At the inn, Tong Thian and Lo Nai entered Min Dong's room. Min Dong had just woken up, weakly asking, "Kim Tran, where is this?" Tong Thian sat beside the bed, smiling. "Don't worry. This is an inn. You are safe now." Min Dong struggled to sit up, face full of regret. "Sorry. We promised to reach the finals together." Tong Thian placed a hand on his shoulder, gently comforting. "Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will win the championship and avenge you." Min Dong nodded in agreement. "All right then. Kim Tran, you have to win." Tong Thian stood and prepared to leave with Lone Nai. "Rest well. We won't bother you anymore. Lone Wave, take care of yourself." Min Dong. Just then, Min Dong called after them. "Wait. Kim Tran, I have something to give you." He pulled out a green jade pendant carved with ancient characters, scratching his head shyly. "This is the heavenly grade battle technique Shadow Prison Kill. Thian Baba gave it to me. I originally planned to keep it to defeat you in the finals before handing it over, but since I lost, I am giving it to you now." Tong Thian refused, waving his hand. "This is a gift from Senior Thian to you. I can accept it." Min Dong frowned, annoyed, and threw the jade piece straight toward Tong Thian. "Stop hesitating. We are brothers, why keep formalities? At worst, you can find me another heavenly grade battle technique later." Tong Thian reluctantly caught it, looked at Min Dong, and nodded. All right, I won't let you down. Thousands of miles away at the Stone family estate, in a grand hall, the elder Thai slammed his hand on the table, anger echoing through the room that Kim Tran not only killed Ni and I, but also stole the Stone family's treasure seal. What does he think of us? A servant knelt trembling. Elder Thai. This is just what people are saying. The elder Thai cut him off with a loud shout. Issue my order immediately, put out a bounty across the land. Whoever brings Kim Tran's head to the Stone family will be richly rewarded. The servant bowed deeply, accepting the command. Yes, sir. In a room inside the mercenary city, Tong Thien was focused, studying a wooden block in his hands, eyes locked in concentration, seemingly ignoring everything else. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Lon Nai entered cheerfully. Kim Tran, what are you doing? Tong Thien did not look back. Speaking calmly, I am figuring out how to activate this. Lona lightly tapped the table. Frustrated, how many times have I told you? Without bloodline recognition, you can use the royal warrior. Tong Thien still did not look up, flipping the wooden block carefully, studying it intently. Since there was nothing else to do, why did she come to see me? Loni blushed, glanced aside, and whispered, trying to sound proud. Tomorrow's the finals. Tonight the mercenary city is holding a night market. I know you probably need rest, but if you really want to go, I can come with you. Tong Thien remained oblivious to her hint, casually replying, what is so great about a night market? When I was a kid, we had the same kind of gatherings outside my house. His careless words stunned Lonan, her eyes immediately blazing with anger. Tong Thien was startled seeing her flushed face, thinking, she is mad again. What did I say wrong this time? He hurried out to the hallway and ran into Tan Kai, calling for help. Brother Tan. Brother Tan. Help me. Tanka turned confused. Kim Tran, what is going on? Lonai stayed inside, shooting a glance at Tan Kai that made him immediately get the situation. Tanka sighed inwardly. She is making the first move, yet this idiot still does not get it. All right, I will help out today, Tankai explained. The night market in the mercenary city is not like usual markets, since the mercenary tournament only happens every 5 years. This night market has many rare treasures from all over the world. If you are lucky, you might even find something priceless. Hearing the word treasure, Tong Thien's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. Really? If there are treasures, is not this a once-in-a-lifetime chance? He put away the wooden block happily and turned back to Lone Nahai. All right. Tonight we will check out the night market. Lone Nai noticed your change in attitude. Foma was furious, thinking, what is this about? Could it be that this young lady is worth less than the scraps from the night market? That rotten thug. She stormed off angrily, leaving behind a cold remark. If you want to go, this lady does not have time for you. Ten Ho watched Lone Nai's retreating figure, then turned to T Tepping then, shaking his head in disappointment. I never thought the unbeatable Kigamatron would face such a setback. Tummu then scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. What else did I say wrong? Elsewhere, in a dark room, the rogue pulled out a vial of elixir. Grinning wickedly, Jim Trun, you forced my hand. Today, the mercenary ranks get more chaotic than ever. Crowds poured into the arena to watch the most anticipated finals. Along the way, noisy chatter mixed with calls from the betting stalls. Place your bets. Brothers, this is your chance to strike it rich. An old merchant stood atop the betting table, clapping to grab attention, his voice full of excitement. A curious onlooker asked, what are the odds today? Who is most likely to win? The old merchant replied confidently. Of course it is the rogue. Odds are 1 to 5 against Kim Tron winning. Not only does the rogue wield the radiant sacred power, he is also a top-tier Earth Sage master. Kijim Trun, just a lucky guy who made it to the finals. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. People in line started pushing to place their bets. I bet 10,000 gold coins on the rogue winning. I bet 50,000 gold coins on the rogue. I bet 100,000 gold coins. Bags of money clattered onto the betting table, making the old merchant grin widely. Suddenly, Tenho appeared, calmly placing a bag on the table. I bet 20,000 gold coins on Kim Tron winning. The crowd gasped, eyes wide in shock at Tentenkyo. Someone in the crowd shouted, Brother, are you crazy? The rogue has radiant sacred power and is a top Earth Sage master. How could he lose? Tunka just sneered, saying nothing more. At that moment, Sissy Chu Feng stepped out of the crowd, slamming a large bag of money on the table. I am betting on Kim Tron too. Here's my 100,000 gold coins. The crowd's jaws dropped in surprise and doubt. The chatter grew louder as the spotlight shone brightly on the two fighters facing off, the rogue and T Teving then. The rogue spoke up, voice full of challenge. Kijim Tron, your body also holds radiant sacred power, right? Tung then lowered his head, coldly asking, How do you know? The rogue explained, voice low but deadly. No matter how you hide your radiant sacred aura, we have a connection? You can fool me. He clenched his fist, golden light radiating around him. Tang Thin met his gaze calmly. If you know that, why do you still dare to face me? Have you forgotten how I killed your brother? At that, the rogue's eyes flashed with fury. He readied for battle, voice full of hatred. Kijim Trun, last time I underestimated you, and my brother died by your hand. But today will be different. You and Manhwa are just lucky to face me. The referee shouted loudly, signaling the start of the match. Immediately the rogue screamed. Kijim Trun. He leapt into the air, swinging his sword with blinding radiant power. Tipeng Thyssen skillfully dodged the rogue's strike. His sword flashed brilliant light as it sliced across the stage, plunging into the arena floor. But instead of just damage, the ground beneath them began to glow fiercely. A massive surge of magical energy erupted like it wanted to tear the sky apart. Shooting straight upward, the crowd gasped in amazement. Omut, is the rogue really that strong? Just one blow like that and Kijim Trun would be been dust. When the dust cleared, everyone stared in shock. Tummu Thin still stood unscathed, his cold eyes locked on his opponent. Smiling calmly, he said, you really are stronger than your brother. Minhwa losing to you makes sense. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Tipeng then dashed at the rogue so fast it made him dizzy. His cold voice rang out provocatively. But if this is your limit, then this championship is definitely mine. The rogue sneered, raising his sword to counterattack. Using the same useless move on me, he stabbed the bright flame sword into the arena, pouring all his magic into it. A towering pillar of light immediately burst forth, engulfing the entire arena in dazzling golden radiance. But in a flash, Tang Thin broke free. Pathetic, such a weak strike. And you dare brag about it in front of me. He suddenly pierced through the light beam, his sharp sword slicing the giant light pillars of Katrafai in half. His eyes flickered in shock as he saw his sword formation begin to shatter. How is this possible? Suddenly, Tang Thin appeared right behind him, his strike lightning fast, fresh blood splattering from Katrafai's arm. Tang Thin plunged his sword deep into his opponent's arm, his voice dripping with disdain. How's that? A so-called lucky finalist, not only breaking your weapon but also wounding you. Now that you are unarmed, how do you plan to beat me? Katrafai gritted his teeth in pain and shouted. Kijim Trun, I won't die without a fight. Tang Thin withdrew his sword and stepped back confidently. Immediately, Katrafai jumped back, opened a medicine vial, and swallowed the entire pill. In an instant, his demonic power exploded wildly, engulfing the arena. He summoned from the fourth dimension a massive blade, blazing with brilliant light that covered the entire sword. Tang Thin's eyes darkened as he recognized it another royal-grade weapon. In the stands, Lonhai worriedly exclaimed, this is bad. Even this brute has a royal-grade weapon. I wonder if Kijim Trun can still win this time. Tanka standing beside her chuckled softly. Reassuring. Miss Hong, what are you saying? Kijim Trun has already killed 2 opponents wielding royal weapons right before us. One strike was enough. Lonhai still seemed uneasy. Meanwhile, Tankai thought silently. She should be worried about how much longer that Katrafai will survive. On the arena, Katrafai gripped his huge sword tightly and shouted. Kijim Trun, prepare to die. Katrafai unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Shouting loudly, heaven-slaying strike. His blows slammed down with terrifying force, causing the protective barrier around the arena to begin cracking under the overwhelming magic. Tang Thin dodged while observing carefully, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He thought to himself, this guy's strength is genuinely terrifying. The power from his royal-grade weapon far surpasses fighters like Tan Kai or Dak Ko Fong. Just a slight hit and I would be dead. Tang Thin pressed forward, but kept calculating in his mind. If he could not even break an ownerless weapon like the Bao Sun Seal, how could he damage a weapon like this in Katrafai's hands? Katrafai swung his massive blade again, releasing a sharp beam of light. Tang Thin dodged and immediately studied the armor on his opponent. He thought, I have to find a way to destroy that armor first. He decided to test his theory, condensing sword energy from his secret treasure and directing all his power at Katrafai's armor. Luckily, small cracks began to appear. He smiled quietly. Good, the armor is not completely solid. But before the smile could form, Tang Thin suddenly sensed something off. Katrafai showed no sign of pain despite the cracks, roaring like a wild beast with blazing red eyes. Something was not right about this guy. Tang Thin thought quickly as Katrafai charged forward, swinging powerfully. Tang Thin raised his sword to block, but the force was so strong he was knocked back and fell hard onto the arena floor. He braced his sword against the ground, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. In the stands, Lonhai screamed in panic. Kijim Trun. Tang Thin struggled to steady his breathing, a faint blue magic light gently enveloping his body. Katrafai kept attacking wildly, but this time Tang Thin had regained composure. His eyes sharpened, his voice lowered as he shouted, Heaven-shattering creation technique. The demonic power inside him exploded tenfold. This was the power of the heaven-tier martial skill he had discovered in the secret realm. With this strength, he easily blocked Katrafai's powerful strike, stunning the audience below. What? How could he block that attack so easily? The senior overseeing the match watched from afar, nodding and commenting. This kid must have used a secret technique to temporarily boost his strength to Great Saint Master Level 8. Looks like this fight's outcome is decided. On the arena, Tongtien smoothly spun and delivered a powerful kick to Katrafai, shattering his sturdy armor into hundreds of pieces. Seizing the moment, he drew his sword, gathering radiant blue magic and shouted, unleashing the infinite sword formation. His sword flew up, sparkling brilliantly before suddenly splitting into countless strikes on his opponent. Katrafai was trapped in the fierce sword storm, his body torn apart piece by piece. His screams of pain echoed loudly. Tongtien stepped closer to Katrafai, his gaze cold, voice calm but firm. Pathetic. Your mind completely destroyed by that drug. You raise your sword? The sharp light reflecting off the blade. You look down at your opponent with a hint of regret. You truly are a formidable rival. Without the heaven-seizing technique, I might have fallen to you today. The senior presiding from above raises his hand to signal, his commanding voice echoing. The champion of this year's Dongben tournament has been decided. The winner is Sword Chen. Cheers erupt from the stands, everyone shouting in unison. Sword Chen! Sword Chen! Loa stands below the stands, astonished as she watches you. In the hazy light, she recalls the first time they met at the waterfall. Wondering silently, is he really the same person back then? How could he be so strong? At the victory celebration under warm lights, Tipeng Then T's group of companions gathers. Min Hang raises his glass, his face bright, shouting, tonight we celebrate. Sword Chen wins the mercenary tournament. No one goes home sober. Tun Ho quickly raises his glass with Titeng Then, laughing loudly. Sword Chen, after we part tonight, I have to return. But remember, if you ever come to the Ten Home Kingdom, you must find us. Don't forget your brothers. You return the gesture with a sincere smile and raise your glass in response. Don't worry. I will definitely find you brothers. Suddenly, Then Maflin steps forward gently, intentionally close to you, her voice soft and playful. Big bro Sword Chen, I am leaving tomorrow. I wonder if we will ever meet again. You must never forget me. The unexpected move leaves Tipa Then slightly embarrassed. He forces a smile, responding politely. Miss Then, miss, you are joking. With your presence, who could ever forget you after just one meeting? Yet, he does not notice Lo Ai's eyes burning with jealousy from behind. She steps forward in a huff, voice dripping with soreness. Big bro Sword Chen, I have a secret family technique called memory erasure. Want to try it? It guarantees you will forget all the things not worth remembering. Taping Then forces a smile. Speechless. As night falls and the moon casts a mystical glow over everything, Tipeng Then and Lo Lei stand silently facing each other, the atmosphere heavy and still. Gently, you hold her hand and slowly give her a shimmering jade pendant under the moonlight. You speak seriously. You must wear this always. If danger comes, it can save your life. Seeing your sincere concern, Lo Lei's heart bursts with joy, though she refuses to admit it. Pouting. All right, since you mean well. I won't let Feng Bian and Ven and Bia B beat you up anymore. Watching her back as she prepares to leave, Teng Then feels a growing anxiety. You warn her in a calm, warm voice. Be careful on your journey. Loda tosses her hair confidently, trying to reassure you with a strong front. Don't worry. Feng Biabia and Via Biu are with me. Those two from the Thech family won't cause any trouble. Still, her eyes reveal a reluctant sadness, as if she hates to leave. Quietly, she thinks, you rogue, you better be careful too. Teng Then watches her silhouette fade away, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But then Min Yi approaches, a sly smile playing on his lips, making Tiam Then curious. Min Ving, what do you want? He grins mischievously, whistling softly as he taps Tipeng Thien's shoulder. Sword Chen, Hong Miss likes you so much, why not keep her close? Wouldn't that be better? Teng Then only sighs, his gaze suddenly darkening. No way. Have you forgotten the troops we met on the way here? Min Hang raises an eyebrow, questioning. You mean the soldiers from the Feng Lam Kingdom? Teng Then nods sternly, voice firm. Exactly. Feng Lam Kingdom wants to invade the Siaf Lam Kingdom, which is my homeland. Before anything ends, I do not want Lo He caught in danger. Hearing this, Min Hang begins to understand your plan but remains curious. All right then. Tomorrow you are the mercenary tournament champion. Will you go to the city center to train? How long do you plan to train? Tipeng Then answers honestly. Yes, probably about half a year. Why do you ask? Min Hang's eyes light up with an idea. Good. While you train, I will ask Then Ba to bring my parents here. Just then, He seems to remember something and quickly asks, "Right? I will pass through the Siakulum kingdom this time. Want me to send a message to your parents?" This question makes Teeping Thien fall silent, a new wave of longing rising inside him. "Father, is everyone okay now?" He tightly held the ninefold cloud movement and handed it to Min Dong, his voice serious. "I will take this to the Tremping Devon master at Trying Dying City, belonging to the Lin Kingdom." Min Dong accepted it with a determined gaze. "All right. I remember." The next morning, Teeping then arrived early to pay respects to the 15th elder. His punctuality and respect pleased the elder greatly. He remarked that he had not been mistaken about this young man. Tang then humbly replied in a calm voice, "You overpraise me, elder. Winning first place was just luck." This humility only deepened the elder's respect. He thought quietly that this young man was not only talented but had a rare character. Then he proposed, "I will take you to the armory to choose heavenly grade battle techniques and cultivation methods. Let us—" Hearing this, Tang then gladly bowed in thanks. "Yes. Thank you, elder." The mysterious armory appeared, and they quickly entered the barrier, revealing a completely different space. Before them stood an ancient, majestic building, towering like a symbol enduring for tens of thousands of years. The 15th elder clasped his hands and explained in a deep voice, "The greatest reward for the champion is not the heavenly grade battle technique, but the chance to enter the sacred sanctuary." Hearing that, Teeping then was surprised. Isn't the heavenly grade battle technique the biggest prize? Could there be saint grade battle techniques in the sanctuary? The elder calmly replied with a cold but authoritative tone, "Saint grade battle techniques are nothing special." His words left him speechless and stunned. "What?" The 15th elder said no more, pointed to the top floor, and instructed, "All heavenly grade battle techniques are on the highest floor. You may only choose 2 books. Go pick them yourself." Understanding, Teeping then bowed immediately. "Yes. Thank you, elder." The selection journey began as he climbed the ancient steps, soft light illuminating the space, making it feel like a divine library. Looking around, Teeping Thien marveled. This small library holds so many heavenly grade battle techniques. He lifted one book and marveled silently. A heavenly grade water element battle technique called Wrath of the Sea Overlord. "But this one does not suit me." He flipped through each volume, shaking his head each time, unsatisfied either this or that did not fit. Finally, his eyes stopped on a book named Ninefold Cloud Movement. He pondered. This one is truly powerful. A seductive melody sounded from the other side of the barrier. In the quiet scene, the music soared, gentle as the heart of a stunning beauty. On the steps, a celestial demoness sat, her soft hands gliding over the strings, the tune ethereal and otherworldly. Her beauty was like a fairy, making the surroundings dreamy. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the peaceful space. The celestial demoness paused. Her sharp eyes narrowed, voice alert. At that moment, the 15th elder stepped out, calm but visibly pleased to see an old acquaintance. He clasped his hands and spoke with respect. "It has been 50 years, and the celestial demoness remains as enchanting as ever." Teeping then stood nearby, witnessing the entire conversation. Puzzled, a thought flashed in his mind. Could this woman be the Saint Harp celestial demon, the second young lady of the Thin Seemsmm family once mentioned? The celestial demoness glanced sharply at Teeping Thien, her gaze piercing, and asked, "Who is this young man?" The 15th elder pointed at him and introduced, "His name is Kim Trun, champion of our Mercenary Guild's tournament. Although currently only at the Great Earth Saint Master 6 stage, his potential is limitless, and his future achievements will match ours." Teeping then quickly clasped his hands in salute. Speaking humbly, "I am Kin, honored to meet you, elder." The elder's introduction and Teeping Thien's respect impressed the celestial demoness deeply. The champion this time is so young. Finally, she nodded in agreement. The celestial demoness slowly stood, elegant, and said calmly, "Since the 15th elder has spoken, let me escort him into the sanctuary." Entering the sacred place, she began moving forward, glancing back gently but authoritatively. "Kijim Trun, stand beside me." Teeping then quickly replied, "Yes." Before going, he bowed and thanked. "Thank you for your kindness, elder." "I will remember your kindness." The 15th elder smiled kindly and waved his hand, saying, "I won't trouble your affairs any longer." After her reminder, Tong Thien confidently stepped beside the heavenly demon lady. She had already activated a teleportation formation. Mysterious blue lights flared, dazzling him so much he had to shield his eyes. Quickly, the light enveloped them, transporting them to a completely different place. Before Tong Thien, the mercenary sanctuary appeared majestic, with ancient, mysterious architecture. His eyes widened in amazement as the heavenly demon lady standing beside him slowly explained, "This is the mercenary sanctuary's greatest secret." Hearing that, he immediately expressed his gratitude politely. "Thank you, Senior, for guiding me. She just shook her head gently, her voice soft. No need for formalities. You are the champion of the mercenary tournament. Just call me the Heavenly Demon Lady. Her words made him a bit flustered. Before he could reply, a loud voice called out from afar. Heavenly Demon Lady, it has been years. You have only gotten more beautiful. They both turned around. The speaker was the Scarred Sword King, an imposing elder with sharp eyes. He was approaching, a bright smile on his face, clearly trying to start a conversation. The Scarred Sword King looked at the Heavenly Demon Lady warmly. We have known each other for hundreds of years. When will you visit my Three Saints Island for a tour? The Heavenly Demon Lady replied coolly. Sorry. Outsiders are not welcome on Three Saints Island. But the Scarred Sword King did not give up, trying to keep the conversation going with a slightly flattering tone. Heavenly Demon Lady, you are too polite. You still consider me an outsider. Yet she bluntly shut him down without a second thought, realizing he could not get anywhere. The Scarred Sword King scowled and turned to Tong Thean, his cold gaze sizing him up from head to toe. Voice sharp. Kid, who are you? What are you doing here? And how dare you stand so close to the Heavenly Demon Lady? Despite the interrogation, Tong Thean stayed polite, clasping his hands as he introduced himself. I am Kid, champion of this mercenary tournament. The Heavenly Demon Lady Senior brought me here. Hearing this, the Scarred Sword King's face darkened with rage. He sneered without hesitation. Huh? Some nobody acting so proud. Don't you know etiquette when meeting a holy king? Still, Tong Thean remained calm. He curled his lips in sarcastic reply. Not all holy kings deserve respect. Your words just add fuel to the fire. Unable to stand the mockery, the Scarred Sword King angrily unleashed a move, ready to teach him a lesson. Kid, you are asking for death? His power erupted with terrifying force, forcing Tong Thean to shield his face, thinking in horror. Is this the true strength of a holy king? The gap between us is still huge. Before Tong Thean could gather himself, the Scarred Sword King lunged forward with a fierce face. Threatening. Today, I will give you a lesson you won't forget. At that moment, Tong Thean's body was completely restrained. He tried to move but could not. Panic rising, he was trapped. Suddenly, a long hand with sharp claws appeared from the front. It was the Heavenly Demon Lady blocking Scarred Sword King's attack. She not only saved Tong Thean's life, but confronted him with strength. Scarred Sword King. Kim Tren was sent here by the 15th Elder through me. If you want to kill him before me, are not you challenging both me and the 15th Elder? Her words hit the Scarred Sword King's pride hard, making him even angrier. He clenched his teeth, silently vowing, this brat humiliated me in front of the Heavenly Demon Lady. I won't forget this grudge. Though furious inside, he had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw. The Scarred Sword King growled, trying to act arrogant. Consider yourself lucky today. Without the Heavenly Demon Lady's timely intervention, who knows what would be happened to Kim Tran? Tong Thean turned to her gratefully, clasping his hands. Thank you, Senior, for your help. She only looked at him calmly, her eyes showing a hint of doubt. Suddenly, she asked. The 15th Elder said, you are only a 6th level Grand Saint. The unexpected question caught Tong Thean off guard, but he nodded honestly. Senior, is there a problem? She did not answer directly, just turned her back lightly. Voice indifferent. Nothing. Follow me once we enter the sanctuary. Seeing she did not want to explain further, Tong Thean did not press and obediently agreed. Yes, Senior. As they walked, the Heavenly Demon Lady thought quietly, her brows slightly furrowed. A 6th level Grand Saint able to resist a Holy King's spiritual pressure head-on tonight is truly unusual. She walked ahead and spoke softly. The sanctuary is open. Follow me. Tong Thean quickly fell into step. Yes. The two entered the sanctuary, leaving behind King Bikin standing there, his eyes full of anger and resentment. Inside the sanctuary, they stood on a large rock, surrounded by a majestic yet suffocating heat. Streams of energy flowed like molten lava beneath, causing Tong Thean to sweat profusely. This sanctuary is unbearably hot, he muttered, struggling to endure the discomfort. The Heavenly Demon Maiden gently waved her hand, a faint blue light enveloping the large rock before them. Suddenly, a small crystal shimmered and separated from the rock, glowing brightly like a pure flame. She calmly handed it to him and said, Take this. It is one of your rewards as the champion. Tong Thean caught the crystal, feeling its powerful energy. Yet he could not help but ask, Senior Heavenly Demon Maiden, what exactly is this? She explained patiently, This is called the Sanctuary Crystal. Condensed from the purest energy within the sanctuary, absorbing it not only strengthens your body, but also significantly boosts your spirit. Hearing this, Tong Thean's eyes widened in surprise. Something that powerful. If I consume the whole crystal below, would not I become invincible? She smiled gently at his naive thought and reminded him. You are thinking too simply. First, this crystal only works for cultivators below the Saint King level. Second, if you consume too much at once, you will definitely explode and die. Hearing this, His expression turned serious as he sighed. I see. Don't forget to swallow the crystal whole. Then enter the first refining zone. If done correctly, your power will increase greatly. Determination lit up Tong Thien's eyes as he looked at the crystal in his hand. All right, I will follow your guidance. After understanding how to use the sanctuary crystal, Tong Thien immediately began his cultivation. His whole body radiated a strong aura, a faint light covering him signaling a major breakthrough. His eyes suddenly shone brightly, a sign that the breakthrough succeeded. Opening them, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he thought, the Grand Saint masters 8 transformations combined with the heavenly creation technique at this level. I probably have no rivals. As he was enjoying this satisfaction, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Already finished refining the sanctuary crystal, Tong Thien quickly turned around and saw the heavenly demon maiden. He hurried forward and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. She smiled softly and nodded. If you have finished refining the crystal, then go explore other areas in the sanctuary. She did not forget to instruct. The East area is where you can comprehend 6 sources of heavenly and earthly power perfect for strengthening your spirit. The Northern area holds the sanctuary's essence, storing saint-level battle skills and powerful cultivation methods created by predecessors. Their strength rivals even the saint-grade battle skills. Hearing this, Tong Thien's eyes lit up with excitement, but he still asked, Senior, are not you coming along? The heavenly demon maiden replied calmly, I pursue the path of the Qin Yin. Those battle skills and cultivation insights do not suit me and won't help much. Before leaving, Tong Thien bowed again. Then I will take my leave. He quickly set off on his new journey, leaving the heavenly demon maiden silently watching with a contemplative gaze. In the distance, a shadow secretly observed the entire scene. Without turning, the heavenly demon maiden knew who it was. She coldly exposed, Kinkin, what game are you playing now? Both you and I know well best you give up that idea. From the shadows, King Bikin appeared, forcing an innocent look with a fake smile. Heavenly demon maiden. You misunderstand. I bear no ill will toward him. Just curious to see the champion's strength this year. His clumsy excuse was just a poor cover, but the heavenly demon maiden did not want to argue. She glanced at him coldly. Warning, don't fool yourself. I will say it again, give up that idea. Seeing her cold glare, King Bikin's eyes flashed with complexity, clenching his fists. He made a firm decision inside. Heavenly demon maiden, just wait one day. I will definitely make you mine. After a long journey, Tong Thien finally reached a special area. Before him stood a majestic stone stele with clear inscriptions, the sacred emperor of 9 heavens. Ton of ease. Left behind a mark. He could not help but wonder, is this a holy grade war mount? Stepping closer, he observed carefully, deep in thought. The inscription on the stele seemed to hold majesty and endless power. The more he looked, the more amazed he became how many saint kings had left their names as mercenaries here. Lost in thought, an old voice suddenly called from behind, Kid, who are you? Tipeng then startled, turned around, and saw a silver-haired elder scrutinizing him. Why have not I ever seen you before? He quickly cupped his hands in salute and respectfully introduced himself. Senior, I am Qin, champion of this mercenary tournament. The old man frowned, suspicion clear on his face. Champion of the mercenary tournament. That contest. I have been out of the loop for too long. Almost forgot about this. After a moment's thought, he asked, who brought you in here this year? Question caught Teping Thien off guard, but he answered honestly, it was Senior Thien Mai In. Hearing this, the elder waved his hand to dismiss it. I did not mean her. I meant someone dressed like me, acting as judge or guide. Based on that description, Teng then vaguely guessed a name. He smiled softly. Senior, are you talking about the 15th elder? The name startled the elder, his eyes wide with surprise. The 15th is in. Where is he? Taken aback by the reaction, Tieng then nervously replied. 15th elder did not enter. He said his time was running out. Hearing this, the elder's expression instantly darkened. He sighed deeply, voice heavy with unspeakable sorrow. Is that 15? He is about to face a major trial. Everyone else has left, everyone but me. Left here to bear the burden alone. The air quiets, heavy with silence and regret. Tong Thien felt this was not the best moment to ask, but his curiosity would not let him hold back. He clasped his hands and probed. Senior, are the images carved on this wall the legendary saint-grade battle techniques? This time, the old man did not dodge but answered frankly. Yes, these are the saint-grade battle techniques. They are what my comrades and I have spent our lives trying to comprehend. Yet we never fully grasp. Tong Thien was amazed and asked with disbelief, can you really master the saint-grade battle techniques? Just from these paintings. There is not even a clear method to train. Noticing his curiosity, the elder sighed softly then explained with effort. Saint-grade battle techniques are completely different from heaven-grade ones. They have no specific training method, No defined moves. Using them depends entirely on one's own understanding. To wield them, you must borrow the power of heaven and earth. To comprehend Saint-grade battle techniques, you must reach the Saint Sect realm. Only when you break through to Saint King will you begin to grasp the mysteries of heaven and earth, allowing you to control part of its power. Finishing, he looked at Tong Thean, eyes bright as if seeking confirmation. Kid, you are currently at the Great Earth Saint Master realm, right? Tong Thean nodded to confirm. Yes, that is right. The elder nodded slightly, then his tone softened. Sincere, I advise you to leave now and only return once you have reached Saint King. Otherwise, you will end up like my 10th brother, who ruined his life chasing the secrets on these rock walls. These words made Tong Thean uneasy. He frowned, quickly asking, Senior, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Stirred by old memories, the elder sighed, eyes tinged with sadness. Back then, our Black Moon mercenary group made a deal with the mercenary city. In exchange for protecting the sacred grounds, we were allowed to enter here to seek opportunities. He paused, eyes dim and distant as if gazing into the past. I was 5th in the group, with dozens of brothers under me, each gifted. The 11th brother was the smartest, so talented that even the leader of the Azure Moon Sword sect praised him. The leader's daughter had special feelings for him. They were soulmates. But then the elder's voice choked. His tone grew heavy, just to comprehend the torn battle techniques on these walls. He isolated himself in the mountain cave. His life became lonely, losing everything, even the woman he loved. His words echoed like a tolling bell, weighing on Tong Thean's heart. Images of Yungat and Lone Nai suddenly filled his mind. Both smiled gently. Tong Thean remained clear-headed before the elder's sincere advice. He bowed deeply, hands clasped over his chest, sincerely thanking him. I appreciate your guidance. Senior, I only want to review these fighting moves, and will never waste the 5 victories here. The elder waved slowly, voice calm but tinged with sadness. Good then. This old man should start preparing for his end. Tong Thean turned to continue exploring, eyes scanning other stones inscribed with mysterious symbols. But when his gaze landed on a strange image, he suddenly froze, exclaiming in shock, this fighting skill. Then things turned strange. The swords beside it began shaking violently. Roaring loudly, he immediately tensed, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. What is going on? He stepped closer, standing before the large stone. Its surface's faint writing seemed to hold a power radiating outward. Tong Thean stared intently, eyes wide, trying to understand. Suddenly, the darts and sword on him shook wildly, as if controlled by an invisible force. Alarmed, he clutched his chest, eyes full of doubt. Could this be it? Without hesitation, he swung both weapons, left hand gripping the sword, right hand the dart, striking at something unseen before him. But unexpectedly, the moment the weapons hit the space before the stone, a terrifying power erupted, piercing his body. Tong Thean cried out in pain. I did not expect this power to be so overwhelming. Force not only shook his body but shattered the huge stone into fragments. Standing amid the swirling dust, he stared in awe at the destructive power, wondering, what is this power? The destructive power was terrifying, but he quickly realized his body was not right. His hand gripping the sword started to strain, and his spiritual energy drained rapidly. Tong Thean grit his teeth, clenched the sword tightly, and struggled to say, this is not good. Immediately, he withdrew his weapon, looked at his hands, and sighed heavily. No wonder this is a holy tier battle skill. I only tapped less than a fraction of its power before my spiritual energy was drained. If I used it fully, I wonder how much spiritual energy I would need. Seeing the sparkling gems left on the ground, Tong Thean suddenly understood something and muttered to himself, if I do not master the heaven and earth aegis, I basically can't comprehend the holy tier battle skill. First, I need to improve my own strength. Time passed quietly like that. Kim Tran was deep in cultivation when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. The heavenly demon lady appeared, calm yet commanding. Kim Tran, the time has come. You should head outside, she said. Hearing that, he opened his eyes, looked at her, and asked, already? The heavenly demon lady nodded slightly and explained, you have not reached the Saint King realm yet, so you can only stay here for half a year at a time. Once you reach Saint King, you can remain in the sanctuary for up to 50 years during each mercenary congress. Kim Tran understood and stood up, dusting off his clothes before replying, all right, I will go out. The heavenly demon lady handed him a shining gem, its mystical light surprising him. She softly explained, this is a teleportation crystal. Just crush it, and you will be instantly transported to the mercenary city square. Judging by the timing, Elder 15 is probably waiting for you. Kim Tran accepted the stone, bowed with hands clasped, and thanked her. Over the past days, he was grateful for the heavenly demon lady's care. She just waved her hand, her tone gentle but still maintaining her usual cold demeanor. All right, No need for formalities. Go on. He bowed one last time and carefully put away the stone. As he prepared to leave, the heavenly demon lady silently watched him, silently hoping he would soon become a powerful god king. Outside the sanctuary, Elder 15 stood waiting. He looked up at the blue light shining from the gate, stroked his beard, and smiled with satisfaction. It seemed the kid had come out. Not long after, Kim Tran stepped out. He approached, bowed respectfully, and clasped his hands, saying, Elder 15, it has been a while. Elder 15 laughed heartily at this. Haha, kid, you still remember this old man? Kim Tran gratefully continued. Elder 15, without you, I would not have had the chance to enter the sanctuary. Elder 15 was deeply touched. He waved his hand, signaling for him not to be so polite. All right, no need for formalities. Here, take this. He tossed a small glittering object to Kim Tran. He caught it and examined it closely. It was a medal with intricate engravings. Curious? Kim Tran asked Elder 15 about it. The elder gently explained, this is your final reward, the mercenary medal. This medal is crafted from precious materials inside the engraved formation. When activated with holy power, it quickly condenses the heaven and earth's energy within several dozen miles, significantly speeding up cultivation. Hearing this, Kim Tran was amazed. He thought silently, if I gave this badge to the Lai Flame or Cheng Yang mercenary groups, it would definitely bring great benefits. Seeing his moved expression, Elder 15 turned and prepared to leave, leaving only one sentence. This old man must go now. In 50 years, kid, you must come back here and drink with me. Kim Tran stood straight, his voice resolute. Definitely. After walking a good distance, he decided to rest. He gathered a small fire, its flickering light revealing his thoughtful face. After warming himself and studying a book on battle skills, Kim Tran thought this skill might have other uses. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing something unusual. Putting the book away, his eyes sharp, he spoke coldly. Since you are here, no need to hide anymore. Come out and state your intentions. A deep voice rang mockingly from behind a tree. No wonder you are the mercenary Congress champion, so sensitive to killing intent. Truly exceptional. An old man in a black robe stepped out. Arrogant, his eyes gleaming with cunning, he stood tall and coldly introduced himself. I am the third elder of the Thatch family, young brother Kim Tran. How are you? Hearing this, Kim Tran immediately became alert, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. Could it be the Thatch family is related to Thatch Tong Nian? Strange. I was so focused on cultivation the past 6 months I forgot about this. Yet his expression remained calm as if unaware, and he said, Thatch family elder, perhaps you have the wrong person. I do not know you. The third elder faintly curled his lips, his sharp eyes fixed on him as he stepped forward. Little brother, you really do have a bad memory. Only half a year has passed, and you have already forgotten that the third young master Thatch Tunian of the Thatch family died by your hand. Hearing this, Kim Tran kept his calm facade. But inside, his heart tightened. The old man clearly knew everything. Kim Tran replied evenly, Elder, I am Thatch Tunian. Before he finished, the elder coldly interrupted. It is all right. I know young fighters do not always know their strength. Accidentally killing your opponent happens. You do not need to carry that burden. I am not here today because of that. The tension eased slightly, but Kim Tran remained on guard. He asked, Then may I know why you came? Elder. The third elder sneered, his eyes flashing greed. I am here for the Baosan seal. Little brother, I do not want to make things difficult for you. Return that treasure to the Thatch family, and we will settle our grudges and live in peace. What do you say? Kim Tran frowned but quickly answered, Elder, I do not have it. It fell into the mercenary city's secret realm. The third elder did not believe him at all. He pulled out a talisman, burned it, and shouted loudly. The Baosan seal appeared instantly. The Baosan seal glowed, appearing in Kim Tran's hand. Seeing this, the third elder gritted his teeth, his gaze full of malice. Little brother Kim Tran, what are you trying to say? Hand it over obediently now, and I promise I won't make things hard for you. Kim Tran narrowed his eyes, knowing well he could not let the Baosan seal fall into the Thatch family's hands, since it would threaten Lo Nai and those important to him. The two plunged into a fierce battle. Kim Tran quickly found his weakness and took advantage of a gap in the third elder's defense, leaping aside to dodge. The elder glared angrily, drawing his sharp sword, yelling harshly, Where do you think you are running? Immediately, he swung his sword fiercely at Kim Tran. In the critical moment, Kim Tran swiftly drew his own sword to block the blow, but the elder's strike was too powerful, the force threatening to crush him. Feeling the terrifying wave of energy from his opponent, Kim Tran was inwardly shocked. What? Such overwhelming strength? The elder smiled smugly, looking at him with mocking eyes. A so-called great earth saint master thinking he is unbeatable? How ridiculous. Under this pressure, Kim Tran's face tightened. The situation grew worse as he had to muster all his strength to resist the terrifying power. Just when it seemed he could not hold on any longer, a shield of light appeared, surrounding Kim Tran and protecting him from the devastating force. The third elder was interrupted, his expression turning fierce as he shouted angrily, "Who is there? Who dares ruin the Thatch family's plans? Don't you want to live anymore?" Suddenly, a calm but authoritative voice echoed from afar, "Old man of the Thatch family, do you really think there is a shameless heavenly void saint master in this world?" At the same time, a young man beside the speaker sneered with contempt. "Van Tran, I told you long ago, the bigger the forest, the more shameless birds there are." Even in his difficult situation, Kim Tran could not help but feel relieved seeing his rescuers. He quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "I am Keed. Many thanks to both of you for your help." Hearing this name, the young man named Van Tran was stunned, eyes wide with surprise. "What? You are Kim Tran? Aren't you the champion of the mercenary tournament 6 months ago?" He was surprised too but responded modestly, "This year's champion is really me." Van Tran turned and slapped his companion Lauan on the shoulder. Grinning widely, "Lauan, brother, we are in luck. Meeting the champion of the mercenary tournament like this is a major prize." Meanwhile, the third elder of the Thatch family stood nearby, frowning, thinking to himself, "This is bad. Running into colleagues again. I can't afford any mistakes here." He took a deep breath to calm himself and spoke slowly. "Two young brothers. This one here carries something of the Thatch family. If you intend to loot, let me retrieve the treasure first, as long as I get the Baosan seal. I promise not to interfere with anything else you do." Hearing this, Van Tran instantly flared up, pointing his finger at the elder and shouting, "Damn it! You old fool dare treat me and Lauan like bandits. We help those in trouble." "Got it." Unlike Van Tran's hot temper, Lauan remained calm, his voice low but full of sarcasm. "Judging by your clothes and words, you are from the Thatch family, right?" The third elder looked slightly surprised, furrowing his brows as he replied, "Do you know the Thatch family?" Olden smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, I know them. A bunch of bullies abusing their power. Right?" As soon as he finished, Van Tran laughed loudly, slapping Olden on the shoulder in approval. "Haha! Olden's still the best at talking insulting without a single rude word." Though the third elder tried to stay calm, the provocation darkened his face. He started calculating, casting suspicious glances at the two men. Among them was someone named Van Tran. Has our clanver had an enemy named Van Tran? As for Old, I have never heard that name before. Then, unable to hold back his anger, he shouted, "You two better know your place. Cross the Thatch family, and you will regret it." Just then, Kim Tran stepped forward from behind, clasping his hands respectfully. "Thank you, sirs, for your help, but the grudge between me and the Thatch family, please do not let it trouble you." Olden turned to Kim Tran, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Kim Tran, can I ask you something?" Kim Tran nodded. "Go ahead, sir." Olden stepped closer, his voice serious. "Are you part of a mercenary group?" Surprised, Kim Tran still answered immediately, "Yes, that is right. What is this about?" Hearing this, Olden suddenly burst out laughing. "Here's the thing. 3 months ago, Van Tran and I met a man named Min Dong. We do not know him well, but we asked if he wanted to form a mercenary group with us. He said he already had one with you." Van Tran chimed in, nodding to confirm. "Right? And Min Dong told us to come to the mercenary city if we wanted to join your group. He said you would be staying there about 3 more months." Hearing this, Kim Tran immediately understood everything. He nodded slightly, thinking, "So that is how it is." It turned out Min Dong had guided everyone here. With a serious expression, Olden replied, "Yes, we wanted to test your character before deciding. Van Tran, I value honor highly. So now I ask, can we join your mercenary group?" This proposal made Kim Tran visibly happy. His eyes lit up with joy as he nodded without hesitation. "Welcome. Of course you are welcome." Hearing Kim Tran's enthusiastic reply, Van Tran jumped up excitedly. "Great. This means our mercenary group will have a glorious future." Then Olden turned, his sharp gaze locked on the third elder of the Thatch family. "Third elder of the Thatch family, do you still want to mess with us now?" Olden continued, his voice cold and firm. "Let me remind you, we and Van Tran are heavenly void holy masters. You really think you can take us both on alone?" His words hit the third elder like a splash of cold water. The elder clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger mixed with helplessness. He cursed silently, never expecting such obstacles to appear out of nowhere. Just then, a powerful voice echoed from afar. "Third elder Thatch, I am here to help you." Hearing the familiar voice, the third elder quickly turned, his face brightening. "Buh, you have arrived just in time." Kite Duckbay strode forward, his face radiating killing intent. He snorted coldly and said, "That brat Kim Tran not only stole the Thatch family's treasure mountain seal, but even holds the royal troops of my house." This revelation startled the third elder. who blurted out, "What?" But his shock quickly turned into confidence, his eyes gleaming with challenge. Now it is Holy Master versus Holy Master. Are you still going to protect him? Ventran waved his hand and sneered fearlessly. Brothers, we have joined Kim Trun's mercenary group. Even facing two Holy Masters won't change our minds. At that moment, Eldarin's expression grew serious as he hurriedly turned to Kim Trun, instructing, Kijim Tron, we will hold them back a bit. Take this chance and run. Hearing this, Kim Trun did not flee but instead asked back, his eyes filled with unusual determination. Do you two really believe you can handle them? Eldarin answered bluntly. But escaping them is another matter. Ventran and I will buy you some time. Before Eldarin finished, Kim Trun cut in firmly. Give me 10 breaths, and I will take care of both. This confident statement surprised Eldarin. He turned to Kim Trun, voice filled with amazement. 10 breaths. What did you say? Kim Trun calmly repeated, eyes sharp as knives. Give me 10 breaths, and I will handle both of them. Eldarin stared at him, eyes full of doubt. Kijim Tron, you know they are holy masters, right? Even if you are a great Earth Saint master of the 8th level, you can't hurt a holy master. Without long explanations, Kim Trun drew his sword and replied with just 3 words. Trust me. At that moment, Ventran and Eldarin's eyes showed a mix of confusion and a flicker of trust. Ventran whispered, could he really have a way to wound a holy master? After a moment's hesitation, Eldarin nodded. All right, since you say so, we will help you hold out for 10 breaths. Immediately, the 3 quickly set their plan in motion. Ventran and Eldarin charged forward, each choosing an opponent to face. As they clashed, the third elder shouted mockingly, you two still stubbornly protecting that brat. He continued harshly. Don't forget, we are holy masters. How do you plan to win? Ventran laughed loudly. Undeterred. After all, both sides were holy masters. No one was scared. Eldarin launched his move, eyes icy but his words laced with humor. If you do not want trouble, just let it go today. Next time, bring more holy masters before you come looking for us. This angered Ki, Deki B. His face turning purple, he roared. Damn it! Snarling, do you think holy masters grow on trees? I will give you one last chance. Step back. Or die? Eldarin and Ventran exchanged glances, still smiling but their eyes sharp with alertness. Eldarin replied coldly and firmly. No retreat. No fear. Hearing this, Keat IDB's expression darkened further. Losing patience, he drew his blazing sword and shouted, then you will die here. The third elder of the Thech family beside him also drew his sword, and together they radiated an overwhelming pressure. Ventran caught sight of the sword in Kitkifa Bi's hand and gasped. What? Your royal soldier really has some treasures. Eldarin said nothing, but his sharp eyes betrayed his tension. Both quickly gathered their energy, preparing to unleash their moves. But before they could fully prepare, a massive force suddenly surged, as if trying to swallow everything. Both Eldarin and Ventran felt this intense oppression. Azang then exclaimed, this is bad. At that dangerous moment, a powerful voice rang out from behind. Elder and Ventran, get down. Hearing the command, both immediately dropped to the ground. Almost at the same time, a terrifying force blasted over their heads, tearing through the space with overwhelming power. They barely dodged before hearing their opponent's shocked scream. What is this? Both the third elder and Kitty Ebe were blasted backward by the massive force. They staggered, supporting each other to stand, faces a mix of confusion and anger. The third elder frowned, questioning, what kind of martial art is this? Seeing the two enemies trying to flee, Ventran immediately shouted, stop, you two turtles, trying to run away. Lawan hurriedly stopped him, grabbing his arm. Ventran, do not chase them. Come back. Both quickly turned to Kim Tran. You look almost exhausted right now. Ventran asked with concern. Kim Tran, are you okay? Kim Tran nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. This saint-level combat skill really is not ordinary. Hearing this, Lawan's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, what saint-level combat skill? Kim Tran, you are only a Grand Earth Saint Master of the 8th Transformation. How do you have a saint-level combat skill? Kim Tran smiled slightly and explained, because I won the mercenary tournament. I was lucky to train in the mercenary sanctuary for half a year. I only managed to grasp a bit of the saint-level martial arts inside. Not fully mastered yet. Ventran's face showed extreme surprise, shaking his head in disbelief. What? You can grasp a bit of saint-level combat skill at your current level? Kim Tran sat down to rest, replying calmly. Why? Is it that hard to grasp a little? Isn't it just understanding one half-awakened move? Standing nearby, Ventran could only look at Kim Tran helplessly. Do you want to hear what I just said? Laon also shook his head in exasperation, rubbing his hand tiredly. Exactly. Do not talk about mastering saint-level combat skills. Even having the qualification to look at it is rare. Finishing, Laon pulled out a pill bottle, handed it to Kim Tran, and said, "This is a spirit energy pill. It can quickly replenish your spiritual energy." Laon asked further, "Is there any other part of you feeling unwell?" Kim Tran took the pill, smiled gratefully, just that the spiritual energy in his body was drained. "Nothing serious," he reassured. "Resting for one night will be fine." Hearing that, Laon stood up and turned to Van Tran. "All right, you just rest," Laon said. "Brother, we will watch over you." Kim Tran nodded sincerely. "Thank you both." The next morning, at dawn, Van Tran approached Kim Tran. "Kim Tran, are you really sure you do not need us to come along?" Laon, standing beside, also nodded in agreement. "Yeah? What if those two annoying old men from yesterday come back looking for trouble?" Kim Tran chuckled lightly, reassuring his friends. "It is with the cowardly sword from yesterday. I guess they won't dare return anytime soon." He continued. "Besides, where I am heading, they probably do not even know," he said seriously. "I really need you two to go to the Forest Kingdom to help me investigate some news." Laon frowned slightly, asking, "Investigate what?" Only then Kim Tran explained with a serious face. "Half a year ago, when Mundong and I joined the mercenary tournament, we encountered soldiers from the Wind Forest Kingdom." He continued, "From what they said, it seems Wind Forest intends to invade the Forest Kingdom. I want you to investigate why Wind Forest wants to start a war." Understanding the importance, Laon nodded firmly. "All right, leave this matter to Van Tran and me." Before leaving, the two brothers waved goodbye carefully. "See you later." And so, on the journey, only Kim Tran remained alone. He sat down to rest, observing his surroundings while silently calculating. Just a bit further north and he would reach the city. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from behind. "Help! Help!" A panicked woman rushed over, collapsing into him. Her teary eyes pleaded, "Young master, please save me." Immediately after, a group of fierce men appeared, each holding shining weapons. The leader licked his blade and coldly said, "Miss Lamb, behave and come with us, and you will keep your life." He squinted threateningly at Kim Tran. "Kid, if you do not want to die, get lost. The Black Wind Gang values one thing above all. Their word, Lamb own." The woman angrily growled, "Bastards, I have already paid you off, yet you go back on your word without any honor." As she finished, the leader burst out laughing loudly. "Haha! Who told Miss Lamb to be as beautiful as a fairy that our leader dreams about day and night? You want to scare us? Your grandpa, if he knew you were in trouble, what could he do to us?" He continued, mocking with contemptuous eyes. "Your Lamb family might have some status, but we know that well. Don't you think that relying on the Lamb family makes you important enough for us?" The Black Wind Gang fears no one. Without hesitation, he ordered his men, "Brothers, catch her and hand her over to the captain." The two men beside him immediately responded, "Yes." Big brother, seeing the danger, Lamb own panicked and turned to seek help from Kim Tran. "Hero, please save me. I promise I will repay you." Kim Tran looked at the bandits, his gaze gradually turning cold. He thought deeply. A grand saint carrying two saints out to rob people was truly strange. But then again, since I began my journey away from the kingdom of the forests, I have encountered many such groups. There really is no shortage of ridiculous things in this world. He sighed softly, then spoke seriously. "I am in a good mood today. You three can leave now. I do not want to kill anyone." The group could not help but burst out laughing. "Ha! This kid really likes playing the hero. Broke and still trying to scare people." The leader sneered mockingly. "Hey, do you know, our big brother knows the Earth Grade battle skill." "Earth Grade? Do you even know how much gold it contains? Don't show off like that or you will lose your life." After speaking, they stepped forward to attack. But immediately, Kim Tran flicked his hand lightly, gracefully performing a few basic sword moves. Yet those moves carried a majestic aura strong enough to overwhelm them all. After the display, he calmly said, "Is this the Earth Grade battle skill you were talking about?" The group panicked, eyes wide. Then all knelt down, crying and begging, "Hero, please spare us. Our family has old and young waiting for us to return. Please show mercy." Seeing this, Kim Tran just shook his head. On the carriage, Lamon adjusted her clothes and looked gratefully at Kim Tran. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I am Lam, the head daughter of the Lam family in Tat Tap City. May I know how to address you?" He smiled and replied, "I am Kiet." Hearing this, Lamon continued, "Young master Kim Tran, what brings you to Tat Tap City?" He shook his head slightly and explained, "Nothing special. I am just traveling across Chudu continent to train myself, and happened to pass through here. Lamon smiled with admiration. No wonder. Young Master Keemtran. You are so young yet have such impressive strength. It is truly admirable. She was about to say more when a voice called from outside. Miss, we have arrived. Before leaving the carriage, she turned back and sincerely said to him, Young Master Keemtran, please let me take you to meet my grandfather. He will surely thank you. Keemtran smiled lightly in response. I do not do this for thanks. Actually, I just want to go into town to buy a few things. At this polite refusal, Lamon looked displeased and pouted in protest. You must come with me. As soon as she got off the carriage, she ran to hug an old man waiting there, calling out lovingly. The old man embraced her warmly, eyes full of concern. Good granddaughter, you have worked hard. I will immediately send people to deal with those bandits, so they won't cause trouble anymore. Hearing this, Lamon's eyes reddened as she spoke sadly. Grandfather, thanks to young Master Keemtran's help this time. Otherwise I would have been captured by them. Before she finished, the old man turned to Keemtran with grateful eyes. Young brother, I am truly thankful to you this time. To these words, he humbly replied, No need for thanks, sir. I only drew my sword to help when I saw injustice. The old man laughed joyfully. Good, good. A young hero who helps when seeing injustice, truly a rising hero. Then he looked coldly at the bullies who had harassed his granddaughter. You are the Black Wind Strong-Arm Gang. Right? Seems I have not dealt with you in a long time. So you have been living too comfortably. With that, he ordered his men. Lock these 3 bastards in the clan's prison. I will personally interrogate them later. The men responded in unison. Then he turned back to Keemtran with a smile and said, Young brother, please come to the Lam family so we can host you properly and show our hospitality. This time Keemtran did not refuse, bowing in thanks. Then please allow me. Late at night in the Lam family, they sat together eating. The clan leader raised his glass and said warmly, Today, many thanks to young brother Keemtran for saving my granddaughter. Everyone toasted. He replied modestly, Clan leader, you flatter me. Then he asked, By the way, is there a spatial gate in Tat Tap City? Hearing this, the old man sighed softly, sounding a bit troubled. With Tat Tap City's level, there would not be such a thing as a spatial gate. If you want to use one, you would have to go to a bigger city. This answer made him fall into deep thought. Just as expected, it seems I need to plan more carefully and make sure to get home before the war between the Feng Lam Kingdom and the Lin Kingdom breaks out. Suddenly, Lam On asked urgently where Sword Chen was rushing off to. He shook his head slightly and smiled, explaining, Not really. I just want to train a bit more. If there is a space in the sect, moving around will be easier. Hearing that, she quickly suggested, If so, Van Dok Mountain Vein outside the city is home to many powerful demon beasts. Many people from Tat Tap City often go there to train. I have also heard a very strong 6th grade demon beast has appeared recently. This surprised Sword Chen. What? Really? He thought to himself that a 6th grade demon beast is equivalent to the Heavenly Void Saint Master level in humans. At this moment, the Lam Clan chief added, Yes, I heard this demon beast is seriously injured. Many mercenaries went to Van Dok Mountain Vein this morning to investigate. Seeing his interest, the chief offered, If you want to go, little brother, tomorrow I will arrange someone to take you there. Sword Chen bowed in gratitude, replying, Thank you, Chief Lam. The next morning, he was led by someone from the Lam family to the area near Van Dok Mountain Vein. Before leaving, the person handed him a small pouch and softly reminded, Sword Chen, ahead is Van Dok Mountain Vein. This is some antidote pills prepared by the family head. Please be careful. Sword Chen nodded slightly, took the pouch, and replied politely, Thank you. He quickly entered the mountain vein. Beginning his exploration, after walking a bit, he suddenly noticed something, his eyes flashing. He thought to himself, What is this? Quickly, he jumped onto a high tree branch to carefully observe the situation ahead. In front of him was a giant white tiger, its fur pure white but covered in wounds. He thought silently, Found it. This must be the 6th grade demon beast they mentioned. But strangely, why do I sense dark energy fluctuations from it? The white tiger should have lightning attributes. Could it have been beaten by those guys to the point of changing like this? Below him, a group dressed in the style of the Ma Van tribe was showing off, boldly declaring, You can leave now. This demon beast belongs to the Ma Van family. Another group, clearly also after the demon beast, immediately got angry and shouted back, Who do you think you are to talk like that? Watch out or we will kill you. The Ma Van leader confidently pulled out a badge and snarled, I am from the Ma Van family. Anyone who does not behave, do not blame us for being rude. Watching this, Sword Chen observed silently and thought, The Ma Van family's strength seems on par with the old Thatch Tong Nian. I wonder which is stronger, them or the Thatch family. A sly idea flashed in his eyes. Next time the Thatch family causes trouble, I have found the perfect scapegoat. But then his expression turned serious. But what about protecting the mountain seal? What if the Manhwa family takes action? While he was still pondering, the people below started attacking the white tiger. The giant demon beast roared loudly, shaking the mountain vein and making the attackers hesitate. But then it suddenly disappeared from their sight. One of the group shouted in panic, "What? It is behind us! Watch out!" The warned man barely reacted before the white tiger stomped him hard to the ground. Seeing this, Sword Chen was astonished. The two just now were also great Earth Saint masters like himself. Yet they could not put up any real resistance against this white tiger. Looks like this demon beast is not just a simple 6th grade. Sword Chen quietly felt the strangeness while watching the fierce battle. Suddenly, he noticed a small tiger cub hiding under the white tiger's feet. His eyes flashed as he seemed to understand the situation. So that is it. This demon beast is not 6th grade but 7th grade. It only looks 6th grade because it just gave birth and its strength has significantly weakened. At the same time, the Manhwa people also spotted the cub's presence. One of them shouted greedily, "That is the offspring of the 6th grade demon beast. Everyone charge. We must capture the cub." As soon as the words ended, the group rushed to attack. The white tiger let out a fierce roar. Using all its strength to protect its cub, it fought fiercely against the greedy men, though covered in wounds. After half an hour, the white tiger had defeated most of them, but now stood panting. Utterly exhausted, the little tiger cub, seeing its mother hurt, growled and charged out to attack, but only earned cruel laughter from the group. The big one was already weak. It seemed the cub would not hold out much longer. "Haha! The pelt of this big tiger will fetch a high price." Another sneered wickedly. "This little demon beast cub is worth a fortune. We are about to strike it rich." Hearing these cruel words, Kim Tran's mind involuntarily went back to his mother. He clenched his fists so tightly the veins stood out, his eyes burning with resentment. One of the men stepped closer to the white tiger, raising his sword to stab. The white tiger, now completely desperate, could only lie there helplessly. At that moment, Kim Tran appeared like a flash of light, standing in front of the tiger, his voice low but commanding. "You all, this white tiger belongs to me. Kim Tran, step aside." His words shocked the crowd, then sparked their anger. One shouted loudly, "Kid, where did you come from? Don't you know how to live? Do you want to die?" He gripped his sword tightly and swung once. Immediately, the two closest were flung away, fresh blood staining the ground. Kim Tran stood firm, calmly protecting the white tiger, his sharp gaze piercing through them. Another trembling man pointed at him. Stammering incoherently, the leader angrily rushed at Kim Tran, his sword glowing fiercely. But before it could reach him, he took 2 deadly sword strikes. The rest panicked. Frozen in place, Kim Tran coldly said, "Are you all waiting to die if you do not leave?" His words struck like thunder in their minds. Terrified, they shouted, "Run! This kid easily defeated Manhwa family's men. His strength is unfathomable. Run!" They fled in panic without looking back. Kim Tran sighed, silently marveling at how weak his opponents were. It seemed the great Earth Sage was the limit. He bent down and gently placed his hand on the white tiger's head, his eyes full of sympathy. "You better take the cub and run. Don't let anyone find it again. Next time, I am not sure I can save you." As he finished, a faint, pleading voice came from the white tiger, begging him to save the cub. Kim Tran heard the strange voice but sensed no one else nearby. He turned his head, looking around in confusion. Long wondered, why can't I sense anyone else here? Then he looked back at the white tiger, eyes full of doubt. "Was that you just speaking to me?" The white tiger replied in a deep, weak voice. "Yes, human." This answer stunned Kim Tran. He could not believe his ears. This demon beast can actually speak human. The white tiger tried to introduce itself. "I'm a 7-tailed demon beast," Kim Tran exclaimed in surprise. 7-tailed demon beast. The thought quickly clicked in Kim Tran's mind. Understanding this beast's power was equivalent to a human holy king level. Yet it was in such a pitiful state. The white tiger looked urgent, eyes pleading as it gently tugged his sleeve. "Human, I beg, please save my cub. It was just born. It can't be allowed to die like this." Hearing the plea, Kim Tran comforted. "Don't worry too much. There is no human stronger than you around here. As long as you do not cause trouble, no holy king level will bother you." The white tiger bowed its head slightly, voice low and sad. "My life is over." This made Kim Tran notice 3 large claw marks on its body. The blackened wounds carried a dark energy. He asked loudly, "Who caused these wounds? Why do they carry such dark energy?" The white tiger did not answer immediately, just silently stared at him for a moment. Then it spoke earnestly. "Human, I will tell you everything. But first, promise me one thing." He slightly bent down, using his body to shield the cub, his gaze steadfast. "Please help me raise my child to grow strong." Chen looked at him in surprise, thoughts stirring in his mind. the cub of a level 7 demon beast. Its future potential would at least be a level 6 demon beast. Raising it would be like owning a future powerhouse, but he pondered. Then asked, "Aren't you afraid I am like those people just now? Why are you sure I do not intend to harm your child?" Baihu looked up at him, voice weak but firm. "You are not like them. Partly because of the instincts of our demon beast clan, and partly because of your eyes." Hearing this, Jian Chen was surprised. "My eyes?" Baihu nodded and explained. "Yes, human. Your eyes are clear, free of greed or filth like the others. That is why I am willing to entrust this child to you." Baihu's eyes widened in shock. "You are a radiant saint? But wait, are not you a sword cultivator?" Sitting down to treat the wounds, he smiled and replied, "I am a sword cultivator. Yes, but do not worry. Just let me try." Elsewhere, in a vast hall, a man rushed in, kneeling before a stern old man seated on a throne. Panting heavily, "I am a high-ranking elder in this clan. My husband is the clan chief's younger brother, a famous powerhouse. We happened to give birth to a legendary heavenly winged divine tiger. We thought its birth would strengthen the clan, but he hesitated, his gaze darkening. Unexpectedly. Instead, the clan chief of Jinli Jian hunted us down. My husband sacrificed himself to protect me and our child. I was gravely wounded by him and one to live long. I fled here with my child, thinking we escaped the clan's pursuit, but humans found and trapped us, just as I was falling into despair. You appeared." Jian Chen felt a pang of sympathy but wondered how just 3 scratches could be fatal. Baihu bowed, voice full of helplessness. "Yes, these 3 scratches carry dark energy from the Jin Lijian royal power. Only a level 7 or higher radiant saint can dispel this energy, but our tribe and humanity have always had a bad relationship, so no one is willing to help me." Hearing this, Kim Tran perked up and said, "If what you say is true, then this is easy." He raised his hand, light radiating brightly. "I happen to be the luminary saint. Although I have not reached the 7th level yet, with my sister's mercy, helping you should not be a problem." Bacho's eyes widened in surprise. "You are the luminary saint. But wait, are not you a sword cultivator?" He sat down to begin treatment, smiling as he replied, "Yes, I am a sword cultivator." "Don't worry, just let me try." Elsewhere, in a grand hall, a man burst in, kneeling before a stern old man seated on a chair. Panting heavily, "Old ancestor, something terrible has happened. The offspring of the 6th level demon beast has been stolen." The old ancestor raised his brow, his voice cold and commanding. "Elder Batch, the stolen item is gone, yet you still have the nerve to return." Kneeling and trembling, he bowed his head lower. "Old ancestor, the life of Bak Tam is insignificant, but the stolen offspring of the 6th level demon beast is a grave matter. I had no choice but to come back and report." Hearing this, the Hepshvine clan leader spoke sternly. "Tell me, who dares oppose our Mavian clan?" Elder Bai replied cautiously. "A young man named Jian Chen, champion of the mercenary tournament 6 months ago." The clan leader's eyes flashed as he frowned deeply. "The mercenary tournament champion. What is he doing stirring trouble here?" Seated authoritatively in the great hall, his cold gaze fixed on the kneeling man, voice boomed. "Do you know where Jian Chen is now?" The subordinate bowed respectfully. "Ancestor, it is said Jian Chen's Miss Lam Oan of the Lam family, and might currently be a guest there." Meanwhile, Jian Chen held the tiger cub firmly, his gaze serious as he told Baihu, "Once I leave, you must quickly find a safe place to hide. The radiant saint power I left in your body suppresses the dark energy, but this is only temporary. You absolutely cannot fight anyone now. If you use your energy, the balance in your body will break. Then, forget level 7, not even a level 8 radiant saint can save you." Hearing this, Baihu stepped forward, gently rubbing his face against Jian Chen, voice full of gratitude. "Jian Chen, I will forever remember your kindness." Then he gently licked the cub and continued, "The heavenly winged divine tiger grows very slowly. It needs to swallow many rare treasures to speed up its growth." Kim Tran smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I know what to do, but we should leave immediately. The longer we stay, the more unpredictable it gets." The white tiger turned and left, leaving behind a lingering sentence. "You are right. For my child's sake, I will try to live on." Watching the white tiger's figure fade away, Kim Tran silently thought, "For your child, you must survive with strength." After returning to the Lam family, Ginnet saw Lam On rushing over happily to greet him. "Young Master Kim Tran, you are back." He nodded in response. "Yeah, I just returned from the Demon Beast mountain range." When she saw the cub in his arms, her eyes lit up brightly, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Whoa, what is this? So cute." Kim Tran gently explained, "What you are holding is the cub of a 6-colored demon beast." Hearing that, Lam On gasped in surprise. "What? I never expected such an adorable demon beast." Suddenly Kim Tran's eyes turned icy cold. He looked toward the door and said in a low voice, "Sirs, since you are here, do not bother hiding anymore." That sunset spread a warm red glow across Lam Jung, as a powerful voice echoed. Kijim Trun, I am the Lord of the Black Cloud family. May I have an audience with you? Hearing the familiar voice, Lamon immediately paled. Panicking, the Lord of the Black Cloud family. He actually dared to come here. Seeing her worried expression, Kim Trun asked, what is wrong? Is he really that dangerous? Lamon fell silent for a moment, then answered seriously. The Black Cloud family is the largest clan in Tutatap City, far bigger than our Lam family. He is not someone easy to deal with. Lamon sadly stroked the cub in her arms. Looking down with sorrow, she sighed softly and said, a few days ago, he came here to force me into marriage, a shameless man over 60 years old. Our family had to pay heavily to make him back off. Hearing this, Ting then felt indignant. He turned away with cold eyes. If that is the case, I will go meet him. Tipeng then stood tall facing the Lord of the Black Cloud family. Speaking clearly, Lord of the Black Cloud family, what brings you to me? The man responded calmly but with a threatening tone. Kijim Trun, that six-colored demon beast cub is in your hands. Right? He sneered without a hint of fear. So what if it is? The Lord of the Black Cloud family smiled mockingly. Listen, are you willing to hand over that cub to the Black Cloud family? We are ready to pay you handsomely. Any reasonable condition within the clan's means, we will accept unconditionally. Tipeng then answered coldly. Sorry. I promised someone else I would raise and protect this little white tiger. The Lord of the Black Cloud family's face darkened, his voice turning bitter. Why do you have to make things so hard on yourself? Raising a demon beast takes a lot of time. To raise one to adulthood takes decades, even hundreds of years. Then Tung then cut in with a cold voice. That is none of your business. If there is nothing else, leave. Those words pushed the Lord of the Black Cloud family over the edge. He roared, his body engulfed in fierce demonic energy, flames swirling around him. You do not seem to understand your situation. A great earth saint like you might scare some weaklings, but before a heaven void saint like me, you better watch your attitude. Ting Thin did not back down either, his voice challenging. You should watch your words too. Do not tarnish the Black Cloud family's reputation in Tutatap City. Still, inside, Tang Thin was quietly worried. This old man might be a heaven void saint, but his power was no joke. If this goes all out, I doubt the chance of winning is high. The Lord of the Black Cloud family got angry, drawing his big sword and shouting, then for a reckless brat like you, if you want hand it over, I will take it myself. He swung his sword, yelling, Earth Element Strike, falling sword slash. Tipeng then hesitated briefly, then countered immediately. The clash of two massive forces created a deafening explosion, shaking the surrounding space. The Lord of the Black Cloud family was startled by Titan Thin's attack power. What? He quickly raised a defensive shield, absorbing the full force of Tipeng Thin's sword strike. But before he could react, Tipeng then leaped up, swung his sword decisively, shouting Void Sword Strike. Infinite Blade. The sword lunged at the Lord of the Black Cloud family with immense demonic energy. As he blocked, he secretly admired the skill. Truly capable, not without reason the champion of the mercenary tournament. The Lord of the Black Cloud family spun his sword to create a powerful defensive vortex, repelling all of Titegdian's attacks. He sneered, Swordmaster Trun, you are useless. No matter how strong you are, a grand earth saint can't harm a heaven void saint like me. This is a difference in realms. Stop dreaming foolish dreams. Tung Thin refused to back down. Stepping back to switch his technique, he took a deep breath, focused his power, and the sword in his hand blazed brightly as he dashed straight at the Black Cloud family's head like a lightning bolt. However, the Black Cloud clan leader quickly dodged, eyes full of suspicion. That sword move is strange. Can it actually fly through the air? Could this be his clan's secret sword technique? Not even at the heavenly void realm yet, but with that much power if he had more time. Would not our Black Cloud clan have offended a Saint King? He must be eliminated immediately. Nonsense, the Black Cloud clan leader shouted. Sword Chen, you clearly want to challenge the Black Cloud clan. Today, I will end you. This will be your death day. He turned, channeling Earth Element demon power into his sword, unleashing a powerful strike. Earth Element tyrant energy slash a long sword trail pierced the air, rushing toward Tong Thien, aiming to crush everything in its path. Tong Thien nimbly dodged the deadly strike, clenching his sword tightly. He muttered the technique, then shouted as sword energy burst from his weapon. He swung fiercely, sending a powerful sword aura straight at the Black Cloud clan leader. The Black Cloud clan leader laughed coldly, instantly raising a defensive shield before him. I told you, all your attacks are useless. Yet the moment Tong Thien's sword energy hit the shield, a sharp cracking sound rang out. The shield shattered under the immense power. What? His eyes widened in shock, unable to react before the sword slash pierced through the shield and deeply cut into his body. The Black Cloud clan leader clutched the wound as blood spilled, carried by the wind. Despite the pain, the Black Cloud clan leader stood firm, eyes coldly fixed on Tong Thien. as expected from someone at the Heavenly Void realm hit by direct sword strike, and still alive. What is the name of that sword or technique the kid just used? Could it be a heavenly grade sword skill? Exactly. Only a heavenly grade sword skill could break through my defense. Realizing he was losing the advantage, he decided to retreat. I am no match for him, I can die here. He turned and flew off with all his strength, leaving a faint smoke trail behind. Tong Thian landed hard, sitting down with heavy breaths. Relieved. Luckily, he ran away. Otherwise, I would have been the one defeated. He looked at the sword in his hand, gently stroking it as if talking to himself. Looks like I need to find a way to fully restore the purple azure sword. Next time I face someone stronger, I will have something to rely on. Lamon ran out of the mansion, face beaming as she praised nonstop. Young Master Sword Chen, you are amazing. Tong Thian smiled lightly and modestly replied, it is all right. I hope I did not bother you earlier. Lamon shook her head happily. Not at all. Since I was little, I wanted to learn cultivation, but Grandpa forbade it, saying girls should not fight or kill. Tong Thian scratched his head and smiled, but his eyes quickly shifted down to the little white tiger biting his pant leg. He bent down and softly asked, you are awake? Hungry? Seeing this, Lamon cheered. White tiger, you are so cute. Let me go get some food for you. Saying that, she happily ran off. Tong Thian watched her leave, then returned to his room and sat down to cultivate. The little white tiger quietly approached, circling around him as if observing. After a moment, it suddenly jumped up and clawed at Tong Thian's shirt. Startling him, he hurriedly comforted it. Little fire spirit, what are you doing? Miss Lamb is going to get you food. Just wait a bit, but you are a fox. How could you be eating fabric? He looked down to see his shirt torn to shreds and scratched his head. Tong Thian muttered, why do spirit beasts have such strange tastes? But then the little white tiger suddenly stopped and bent down to lick the blood on his shirt. Seeing this, Tong Thian seemed to understand. So this little fire spirit wants blood. Just then, Lamon returned with a bowl of hot 8 treasure porridge, excitedly saying, I brought you this bowl of 8 treasure porridge with pork knuckles inside. Tong Thian turned and quickly replied, thank you for your effort. But Miss Lamb, could you help me prepare some demon beast blood? Lamon was about to ask more when her eyes suddenly landed on Tong Thian's shirt torn by the white tiger's claws. Her face instantly flushed red. She could not meet his gaze and stammered, you? Tong Thian did not understand and innocently asked, Miss Lamb, are you feeling unwell? Lamon was so embarrassed she dropped all 3 bowls of porridge and awkwardly ran outside. I will go prepare it right away. Tipeng then stood frozen, watching with a confused expression. What is going on? In another room of the mansion, the head of the Lam family was having a serious talk with his son. The old master's son could not hold back and shouted, Father, do you really want to marry Inti Nai to Kim Trun? I just do not get it. The Lam family head calmly replied, a Grand Earth Saint Master only 20 years old, the champion of the Mercenary Elite Tournament, do not you understand why? From my experience, his future achievements will be even greater. The old master still objected, arguing, but the enemy's power is overwhelming. Our Lam family can bear this pressure. The Lam family head just gave a faint smile, his voice full of authority. Many enemies. Quan Nai, you must remember, there is no such thing as enemies in this world. Only the weak fear them. The strong turn enemies into tools. The family head stood by the window, his gaze distant as he recalled last night's events. He muttered softly, the old man of the Hechivan family truly overestimated himself, picking a fight with Kim Tron and almost lost his life. For someone of my Heavenly Void Saint Master level to be defeated by a mere Grand Earth level, it is truly astonishing. He turned around, face thoughtful, adding, Kim Tron is no ordinary figure. Someone at Grand Earth level who can injure a Heavenly Void Saint Master is not anyone worthy of being his enemy. The family head closed his eyes and sighed softly. Last night I intended to intervene, but it was not necessary. I just hope Kim Tran does not hold this against him. Elsewhere, a brilliant blue light streaked across the night sky, landing in the garden where the Van family's troops were camped. The guards immediately rushed out, shouting, who is there? But upon closer look, they immediately kneeled respectfully. The old ancestor. The Van family head slowly straightened up, his face still showing anger but full of patience. A soldier anxiously asked, old ancestor, are you alright? The Hechivan family head waved his hand. I am quickly investigate if Kijim Tren has any enemies. I want to know everything, the soldiers replied in unison. An order. As the soldiers left, the Van family head's eyes filled with hatred. His words clipped. Kijim Tron, you forced my hand. The Van family will make your life worse than death. The next morning, soft sunlight poured through the window. Tang then opened the door, took a deep breath to embrace the fresh start of the day. Glancing at the nearby table, he saw little Betch A sleeping soundly, completely unconcerned with the world. He smiled softly and murmured, really enviable. Eat. then sleep such an easy life for a little brat. Suddenly, someone called for young Master Jian Chen. Tong Thian turned to see Lam On approaching, her face bright. Young Master, the family requests your presence in the council room. Did you ask what it is about? Lam On shook her head. I am not sure either. Follow me and you will find out. As they both entered the council room, Lam On bowed and announced. Family head, young Master Jian Chen has arrived. Tong Thian stepped in, bowed respectfully, and greeted the Lam family head. The family head waved him off and calmly said, Please. Young brother, rise and have a seat. Once Tong Thian was settled, the elder spoke gently. Apologies for last night. I drank too much and did not expect that old man from Black Cloud Clan to cause trouble. Tong Thian replied humbly, Please do not mention it. This trouble is mine alone. It does not involve the Lam family. The family head nodded, then turned to Lam On and quietly instructed. Good girl. Prepare some warm tea for your grandpa. Lam On smiled. Yes, sir. As Lam On left, the Lam family head suddenly looked straight at Tong Thian and asked, Young brother, what do you think of my niece? Tong Thian answered sincerely. Miss Lam is gentle, likable, and kind. Someone like her is truly rare. The family head laughed and waved his hand. I am not talking about that. I mean, would you be willing to care for my niece? Tong Thian frowned slightly, surprised by the question. Family head, what exactly do you mean? The Lam family head stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze serious as he slowly explained. Young brother, I am not joking. I see your talent and potential and wish to entrust you with my precious niece and the fate of the Lam family. What do you say? Tong Thian shook his hands in alarm. Refusing. Please do not take offense. But I can accept. Right now, I have many responsibilities to fulfill, and I do not want to think about romance at this time. The Lam family head remained calm, stroking his beard with a soft smile. Then when you are done with your duties, we can discuss this again. No rush? Tong Thian blushed, feeling overwhelmed by the elder's frankness. Before he could say more, hurried footsteps came from outside as a worried servant rushed in. Old master, people from the Black Cloud clan have arrived. The Lam family head frowned and asked directly, What do those Black Cloud people want here? Tong Thian stood and said seriously, Family head, I am afraid they came for me. If it is inconvenient, I will step away for a while. The Lam family head thought for a moment, quietly smiling to himself, thinking this might be a good chance to test this young man further. He nodded. All right, you go rest behind the folding screen for a bit. Let me see what they want. After Tong Thian left, the Lam family head signaled for the guests to be brought in. Soon, a middle-aged man with a sinister face entered, bowed slightly and said, I am back, elder of the Mavan clan. Greetings to the Lam family head. The Lam family head did not hide his annoyance and asked bluntly, Old immortal, what brings you here? Bachdiu smiled slightly and handed over a letter. Our ancestor is hosting a banquet tonight at the tavern, and we hope the family head will honor us with your presence. The Lam family head frowned, suspicion in his voice. If you expect me to deal with young brother Jian Chen, forget it. He is now the future patriarch of my family. Hearing this, Bachdai laughed loudly, his tone full of hidden meaning. The family head's words are probably premature. Are you sure about that? The Lam family head scowled, asking sharply, What do you mean? Bachdiu turned halfway, a sly look flashing across his face. Have you heard of the Thatch family from Trung Van City and the Kiet Duck family from Hak Fong City? The Lam family head was startled and stood up abruptly. Could it be those two families? Bachdiu nodded. Exactly. And do you know your niece has offended both these families? The Lam family head blurted out, asking urgently, What? Explain yourself. Bachdiu smiled coldly, turning to leave while throwing a challenging remark back. Lam family head, I advise you if you want to survive in Tat Tap City, hand over Jian Chen quickly. Don't he bring disaster upon yourself. The atmosphere in the council room grew heavy after Bachdiu left. The Lam family head muttered thoughtfully, This brat Jian Chen has offended both the Thatch and Kiet Duck families, and yet remains unharmed. Could his strength be greater than I thought? Tong Thian stepped out from the resting room, his face firm as he said, Master Lam, I have to leave. I do not want to drag you all into this. The Lam family head stood, spreading his arms as if to reassure him calmly. Brother, how could you say that you are dragging us down? That is right. What grudge do you really have against the Thatch and Kiet Duck families? Tong Thian nodded gently. If they say so, then it must be true. The Lam family head frowned and asked, How did you offend them? Tong Thian did not hide it and spoke plainly. At the military assembly, I killed some of their men and stole the royal general Spaten. Lam family head's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, What? You stole the royal general Spaten from another place. Meanwhile, two powerful elders sat on their chairs, raising their glasses. The third elder of the Thatch family smiled smugly. Well done, Mavanel. Tonight, after seizing Tat Tap City, I guarantee the whole city will belong to the Mavan clan. The Mavan elder responded respectfully. Thank you. Third elder. The Black Cloud family head raised his glass, eyes cold and determined. Third elder Thech. We must kill him this time. Only when he is dead will my hatred be soothed. The third elder nodded firmly. Done T worry. This time he won T escape. Thatch family. I have sent 8 Sky Void guards there. I do not believe he can survive. At the Lamb family. Tongthien handed over the little white tiger to Lamb Own. Gently advising. Little white tiger. I am leaving you with Miss Lamb. You must listen and stay calm. Understood. Lamb Own tried to persuade. Young Master Keemtran. Please obey the master and follow me through the secret passage to escape. Tongthien shook his head, firmly refusing. That would put you all in danger. He placed a hand on Lamb Own's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Done T worry. I have always been able to escape. Besides, now that I have reached the Sky Void realm, no one dares to fight me. He pulled out a green ring and gave it to her. Miss Lamb, this is a restriction ring. Keep it safe. Absolutely no one must know you have it, or your family's peace will be shattered. Lamo nodded, her voice soft but determined. I understand. Without hesitation, Tongthien leapt forward, rushing out to face the battle. Immediately, he spotted 2 familiar figures, the third elder of the Thatch family and the Black Cloud family head. Tongthien offered a faint smile and greeted. Gentlemen, long time no see. The Black Cloud family head glared, voice full of rage. Keemtran, this time I will see where you can run. No more wasting time. Tongthien drew his sword and shouted, Saint Martial Technique, Heavenly Rain Slash. A terrifying force rushed straight at them. The Black Cloud family head shouted in panic. Get back. The third elder also shouted fearfully. Move aside. But as they stepped back, Tongthien's magic suddenly vanished, leaving a silent space. Both elders froze, realizing they would just been burned. That bastard dares to trick us. While the 2 elders fumed, Tongthien had already fled without a backward glance. Running. He thought, if I am not mistaken, the Dungbin city is this way. As long as I reach there, I will be safe. Suddenly, he stopped, eyes sharp as they scanned the scene ahead. A powerful magic force slammed down, knocking him to his knees. He looked up, eyes furious and wary, recognizing the 2 standing before him. So it is you, Tongthien exclaimed, voice full of anger. The third elder smirked wickedly and spoke slowly. That is right. Keemtran, Tat Tap City will be your grave today. Rage surged within Tongthien as he realized these were no strangers. You 2 were the ones who gave the blood orb to Katrap Phi at the military assembly. Were not you? The third elder did not deny it. Still smiling. Exactly. It was us brothers who struck. Too bad we could not finish you then. But today's different. The elder Xiao showed regret, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Too bad Katrap Phi was useless. He took so many violent blood pills and still could not bring you down. Hearing this, Tongthien recalled the battle with Katrap Phi, confirming the suspicion he would long held. Indeed, that strange feeling back then came from these 2 old fiends. Without letting Tongthien think further, the third elder unleashed a massive magic attack, a blazing red hand, with destructive power rushing straight at him. Keemtran, die now! The third elder roared. Tongthien immediately activated his technique, creating multiple illusions to dodge. A huge magic pillar slammed into the ground, shattering the area, but Tongthien leapt away just in time. Damn, both these old men are Sky Void Realm level. Tongthien cursed silently as he dodged the attack. The 2 elders did not give him a chance to breathe, each moving to opposite sides, preparing a new series of strikes. Taking advantage of their distraction, Tongthien immediately turned and ran. Elder Tat growled, you won't get away that easily. Run all you want, kid. Another blazing red spell shot toward him. But as it reached him, Tongthien's body turned to smoke and vanished. Damn it! Illusions again. Elder Tat clenched his teeth and shouted angrily. Elder Tu. Stay calm. Let us split up and hunt him. Whoever spots him, signal the clan to handle it. I do not believe he will escape today. Elder Tat nodded, and they each flew off in different directions, determined to find him. Meanwhile, Tongthien ran, gasping for breath. His mind in chaos. He had not expected Mavan clan to call in such strong reinforcements. Hoping Lady Lamb was safe, a sudden voice rang out from behind as he ran. Keemtran, so you are hiding here? Tongthien turned and saw a powerful surge of blazing red magic charging straight at him. Panicked, he cast a spell to dodge. The enemy was real. He would only partially recovered and was not strong enough to face this old man. Gritting his teeth, Tongthien decided to keep running. While escaping, he suddenly drew his sword and threw it at Elder Tat as a distraction. Elder Tat saw it coming and dodged quickly, but his eyes burned with rage, clenching his fists, his fiery red eyes blazing. He roared. Keemtran, a grand saint of the land, How could you escape the Sky Saint Master? The gap in our realms is too wide, you want to survive. Meanwhile, Tong Thien had run a fair distance and suddenly spotted a small cave in the forest. He quickly slipped inside, hiding in the shadows, taking out a few battle pills. He focused on recovering his spiritual energy, already regained quite a bit, and hoped he could keep running to the weapon city without being found. Tong Thien thought silently, his eyes flashing with determination. Peeking out from the cave, he heard voices from afar. Elder Tat, are you sure that brat is in this mountain area? Elder Tat replied firmly, I am certain. No matter what secret speed technique he used, I traced his wounds all the way here. There is no way he got any further. Tong Thien pressed himself deeper into the shadows. Listening carefully, he quietly drew his sword, calm but sharp-eyed, thinking if it was just these two, he could handle them. Just as he was about to strike, another voice echoed, Second Elders, you are here. Tong Thien squinted through a narrow crack in the cave and saw 2 more figures appear, 4 Sky Saint Masters in total. Gritting his teeth, he realized the situation was worse. The third elder's voice rang out, Jiadukba has urged us to catch this brat quickly. He is carrying our clan's sacred treasure, we can to lose it. Tong Thien remained silent. Observing further, the 4 stood discussing plans. The third elder proposed, tonight we split up to guard 4 directions. If anything happens, we raise the alarm immediately. If he is not found by morning, we will lead an attack on the Lamb family's place. I do not believe that brat will watch his woman get killed without showing up. Elder Tat and Elder Tu nodded in agreement. Good plan, let us do it. Hearing this, Tong Thien's blood boiled, his eyes flashing with rage as he gripped his sword tightly. You dare lay a hand on Lamon? He cursed silently and burst from the cave like a gust of wind. Weaving through the trees, Tong Thien charged straight at the third elder. Seeing his enemy, he did not hesitate. He cast magic into a rock, pouring all his strength into it, then hurled it. The rock flew like a bullet toward the third elder. Who dares? The third elder sensed it and turned, but it was too late. The rock pierced his body, leaving a large hole. Impossible, the third elder whispered, eyes wide with shock. Tong Thien stepped out of the shadows, cold eyes staring down. Die. You touched what you should not. This is your end. The third elder collapsed, his last breath fading into the night, as a arrogant laugh echoed from behind. Aha! Kaim Tran, finally found you. Let us see where you run this time. Tong Thien turned, cold eyes fixed on 3 figures approaching. His voice was low but powerful. 3 elders. If anyone should be running, it is you. Jia Dukba hovered in the air, voice full of menace. Kaim Tran, hand over the king's guard of Kite Duck, and I might just let you walk away alive. Immediately after, Elder Tit continued, his face showing fierce anger. Hand over the Bowson seal quickly, or the Thatch family will make your life a living hell. Tong Thien Chi sneered indifferently, eyes unshaken, pointing his sword straight at them, voice full of challenge. If you want the royal soldiers back, come and take them. You heavenly void holy masters are nothing but a bunch of useless loudmouths. At the same time, he subtly reached behind and took a red stone from his pocket. Elder Tet roared angrily, you insolent brat. Let me see how long you can last. Tong Thien took a stance, focusing his power into the sword, crushing the red stone in his hand, releasing a brilliant energy burst, then threw the sword hard at the giant magical hand Elder Tut just unleashed. Slash! The sword pierced through the giant hand and flew straight at Elder Tiet. What? Impossible! Elder Tet shouted in shock. But just then Elder Tu appeared, swinging his sword to slash away Tong Thien's blade, pointed his sword at Tong Thien. Voice cold. Sword Tran, today we do not care about face. You die here. All 3 elders simultaneously cast magic, shouting in unison. Today you will die at our hands. Kite Duckbei was the first to strike, unleashing a powerful sword attack straight at Tong Thien. He quickly used illusory body technique, creating multiple moving illusions, causing Keith Duckbei's attack to miss and explode on the ground, leaving a huge crater. Tong Thien tried to escape but was blocked by Elder Tet. Boom! A punch like a thunderbolt slammed into his stomach, throwing him hard against a huge rock. Crash! The rock shattered, and Tong Thien was hurled kilometers away, crashing painfully to the ground. Clutching his belly and collapsing, Elder Tu approached silently, raised his sword, and delivered a devastating strike downwards. Luckily, Tong Thien dodged just in time, but the ground beneath him cracked open, flames blazing fiercely all around. Tong Thien gripped his sword tightly, eyes flashing with determination. Gathering inner strength, he activated heavenly-level combat technique, his whole body glowing brightly, emitting an invisible but powerful aura. Kill one and run, that was my original plan, Tong Thien thought, tightening his sword grip, his gaze sharpening. But now, it seemed risking everything was the only choice. Tong Thien stood firm, burning eyes locked on Kiet Dukba, and threw his sword fiercely. Kite Duckbei easily deflected it with a light swing. He laughed arrogantly. Sword Tran, Your biggest mistake was letting those two go. If they were still here, maybe you would have a chance to survive. Kite Duckbei unleashed another powerful sword strike straight at Tong Thien. Makin, what strength do you have left to fight us off? Tong Thien tried to dodge but was struck hard. Before he could recover, Elder Tai charged in, punching his chest with a thunderous blow. He mocks, I thought you had skill, but you are just that weak. Tong Thien gritted his teeth, trying to raise his sword to block, but suddenly his sword cracked loudly. Elder Tet's punch sent him flying, crashing hard to the ground. He stabbed his sword into the earth, trying to stand, but Elder Tu rushed over and pressed the blade hard against his shoulder. Hand over the family order. Sword Tran, the holy soldier, and the royal soldiers, or do not expect to survive. Tong Thien sneered with disdain, ignoring the pain and exhaustion. Even if I die, you won't get them from me. He began casting a dark magic, flames of bright red energy flaring around him. Elder Tu, enraged, swung his sword down to finish him off, but the blade was stopped by an invisible shield and suddenly shattered right before his eyes. Elder Tu was stunned. What? A burst of blazing red magic erupted from Tong Thien's body, shining brilliantly across the land. Buh! Elder Tet and Elder Tu all showed undeniable terror. Kai Dukba shouted. Impossible. Heavenly level combat technique? Elder Tet gritted his teeth, voice full of panic. He is using the heavenly level combat technique. We must kill him now or we all die. As those words ended, Tong Thien's body began to transform. His hands and hair turned into dragons, covered in fiery red scales, forming a terrifying yet majestic figure. The magic from him spread like wildfire, shaking the ground violently. Kite Duckbei and the two elders stared at Tong Thien without blinking, terrified to realize he was not only strong but far beyond anything they imagined. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Elder Tat showed no fear, swinging his sword and channeling his power as he shouted, "Accept your death." The sword in his hand blazed with immense power, launching a mighty strike straight at Tong Thien. But Tong Thien stood still, unafraid. He simply raised his hand gently, using a small force to effortlessly block all of Elder Tat's attack. That seemingly unbeatable sword move was completely countered, dispersing the power to both sides. Then Tong Thien pinched Elder Tat's sword with 2 fingers. No matter how hard Elder Tat tried to pull back, he could not move it. Panicking, he shouted, "How is this possible? This is terrifying." With a slight twist, Tong Thien snapped the sword in half, and immediately the energy inside Elder Tat dissipated, as if drawn out by the broken blade. Elder Tu, watching from the sidelines, shouted a warning. "Old Tat, be careful. This power is not normal. It is like the demonic energy of a devil." Indeed, Tong Thien's body was now enveloped in a dark, deadly aura. The sword in his hand blazed fiercely. Tong Thien raised his sword high, eyes cold and sharp, then swung down without hesitation. Elder Tat only managed a terrified scream. "Do not!" But it was too late. A powerful slash cleaved his body in two, blood spraying wildly and pooling crimson on the ground. The sight shocked both Elder Tu and Kiet Duckbei deeply. Duppa shouted, "This is definitely a saint-level battle technique. There is no doubt about it." Elder Tu muttered anxiously. Even those at the Heavenly Void stage can handle him. Yet he has mastered a saint-level technique. Terrifying indeed. The two elders charged forward together. Duckbei glanced at Elder Tu, reassuring him. "Don't worry. This kid can fully control the saint-level technique yet. If we join forces, I do not believe we can beat him." No other choice. Elder Tu nodded in agreement, just as expected. Tong Thien was also anxious inside. He thought, this saint-level technique is brutal. I can only use 3 moves at most. I have to finish both of them within those 3. Decision made. He shouted loudly. "Buh! Watch this." Tong Thien unleashed a powerful magical wave at Kate Duckbei. Duckbei immediately raised a magical shield to block, but Tong Thien's attacks grew stronger, pushing the shield back bit by bit. Meanwhile, Kite Duckbei signaled Elder Tu to act quickly. Before he could react, Tong Thien was suddenly impaled straight through the chest by a spear. Blood poured out nonstop, dripping to the ground and splashing across his sword. Kite Duckbei laughed triumphantly, increasing the shield's strength. Elder Tu, with cold eyes, drew his blade and shouted, "Die." But at that moment, Tong Thien's large hand shot out and grabbed Elder Tu's face. In a flash, he twisted sharply, breaking Elder Tu's neck decisively. Elder Tu only managed a pained scream before collapsing. Tong Thien stared coldly at Elder Tu's body, his hand igniting with fierce demonic flames. In an instant, Elder Tu's body was burned, the flames dying quickly, leaving a charred corpse. Tong Thien released his grip, letting the lifeless body fall to the ground. Suddenly, Kite Duckbei lunged from behind at incredible speed, pinning Tong Thien down and stabbing a sword deep into his shoulder. Tong Thien faltered, blood flowing from the wound. Soaking the ground beneath, Kite Duckbei threw his head back, laughing triumphantly. "Ha! Kim Tran, you finally die by my hand? He snatched the ring from Tong Thien's hand, his eyes shining with ambition, seeing Tong Thien motionless. Kite Duckbei thought to himself that he must have cultivated some secret technique. This is what I have been waiting for. With this ring, the Kate Duck family will dominate. Maybe I will even become a Saint King. He admired the ring in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. This time, not only did he reclaim an important item, but also the Stone family's treasure mountain seal returned to the Kiet Duck family. But when he opened the ring to check, Kite Duckbei's face suddenly darkened. Instead of the treasures he expected, inside the ring were only ordinary demon-breaking stones. He yelled furiously. Impossible. How could it be just demon-breaking stones? You bastard. How dare you hide the real treasure somewhere else? Kite Duckbei gritted his teeth, starting to scheme. This is troublesome. Even if I use my secret technique, I can only sense the Saint King's troops within 10 meters. He must have handed the treasure to someone else. Suddenly, a flash of realization lit his eyes. That is right, it is Lamb. This Kim Tran must have left his stuff with the old lamb girl. You thought you were about to die and tried to hide your things. But too bad, no matter if I kill you, those items will never escape my hands. He bent down, sneering. Too bad. Kim Tran, you are still no match for me. When I get back to the city, I will wipe out the entire lamb family, top to bottom. Hearing that, Tipeng Thisen suddenly grabbed Kit Yechaba's leg. Startled, he shouted, No way, you are still alive. Tapeng then smirked, his pale face smeared with blood but his eyes cold as knives. Despite his battered body, he held Kit Yechaba's leg tightly without letting go. Kit Ib panicked, stammering and begging. Kim Tran, I was wrong. Please spare me. But Tung Thisen's strength surged on, dark magic enveloping Kit Yechaba's body. The more he struggled, the more fear surged. Still, Kit Yechabai refused to give up. He reached for a nearby sword, with a sudden thought to use the royal soldier to cut off Ting Thin's hand and escape quickly. I absolutely cannot die at this brat's hands. But as he grabbed the sword's hilt, the force was too strong, and the sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Kit Yechaba's face turned even paler. Tipeng then collapsed and dragged himself across the ground, covered in wounds but still eyes sharp and cold. Staring at the panicked Kit Yechabai, he smirked and said his last words. Goodbye. Kit Yechabai. Dying by my sacred martial arts means your life was not in vain. Kit Yechabai trembled all over, eyes filled with terror. Screaming, Please do not. Before he could finish, a brilliant deep red beam erupted from Tipeng Thin's grasp. In an instant, Kit Yechabai vanished without a trace, completely erased from the world. With his last enemy dealt with, Tipeng then lay back on the ground, breathing heavily in exhaustion, looking up at the sky. He murmured, Miss Lamb, you must be safe. Memories from his past slowly surfaced in his mind. B and Butch Vian Thin, his father and mother. Tungung then felt his heart heavy. Silently thinking, Father, Mother, I want to be able to care for you anymore. Next, images of Ming and CMTU, his closest brothers, appeared in his mind. He smiled faintly, whispering his farewell. Min Ving, CRMTU, my dear brothers. Farewell forever. The faces of two beautiful girls, Lone Hai and Yu Gai, flashed through his mind. Taping then could not hide his sorrow. Lone Nai. Yung Gaiet, I truly wish to see you both one more time. His eyes slowly closed, his face showing exhaustion as the feeling of death overwhelmed him. He thought silently, in all my 2 lives as a human, this is the first time I have felt death so close. Suddenly, from Tentang Thien's body, 2 bright lights, blue and pink, flared up brilliantly, transforming into 2 little children who stepped out from him. Strange characters appeared around them. Shining with dazzling light, the 2 children combined their powers, fusing the newly formed strength back into Tipeng Thin's body. Immediately, his wounds began healing, the bleeding stopped, and his breathing steadied. At that moment, a figure appeared, a man wearing a hat and black cloak with a striking blue belt. The man approached, eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Muttering strangely, there was clearly the aura of a sacred martial artist here, so why was not there a single strong sacred warrior in sight? His gaze fixed on Tipeng Thin, still lying motionless on the ground. Stepping closer, he began checking him and remarked, This kid is really tough, pierced through the chest by a sacred weapon. Heart seriously wounded by the royal soldier. The wound on the arm was likely from a sacred martial skills retaliation. But strangely, not only did he survive, his injuries fully recovered. What is going on here? The man stood over Tipeng Thin's motionless body, his hand glowing with dazzling golden light, full of authority and power. He muttered, If fate has brought us together like this, then I will take you with me. Elsewhere, in a simple small room, Tipeng Thin lay on a bed, his body not yet fully healed. Beside him, a kid sat guard but grew increasingly bored. yawning repeatedly, watching Ting then lie still for 3 days. The kid began to doubt, has this brother been unconscious all this time? Is he really alive? Just then, Tipeng Thin's finger twitched slightly, and the kid jumped up in shock, shouting, "Mom, he is moving! He is moving!" Panic, a figure rushed out the door, a desperate shout echoing, breaking the silence. "Father! Father!" That kid has woken up. In the silent room, Tong Thien's eyelids trembled slightly, slowly opening. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, faintly resting on his pale face. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion clear on his face, a question echoing in his mind. Where am I? He tried to sit up, but sharp pain from wounds all over his body hit him instantly, causing a soft groan. The pain felt like thousands of needles stabbing simultaneously, tormenting every inch of his flesh. Holding himself tight, Tong Thien grew more bewildered, his head spinning. What is happening? How am I still alive with these wounds? As he struggled to piece together shattered memories, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He held a bundle of dry firewood, his eyes calm as he looked at him. "You are awake." Hearing the voice, Tong Thien immediately turned his head, recognizing the man as the one who brought him down the mountain. Surprised, he asked, "Senior, was it you who saved me?" The man pulled his straw hat lower, covering half his cold face, his voice emotionless. "I just took you down the mountain. That is not saving you. Your life's pretty tough." He set down the firewood and continued, "Most of your organs are destroyed, yet you have managed to recover. What kind of elixir or medicinal wine did you drink?" Hearing this, Tong Thien's eyes flickered with suspicion. Immediately on guard, he thought silently, could this man be on the same side as Thatch somehow? Sensing the vague killing intent from Tong Thien, the man chuckled softly. Still calm. "Don't worry. I am not interested in your grudges. This place is just a normal village." Then he took a wooden box from his pocket and placed it in front of Tong Thien. "This must be yours." Tong Thien took the box and was immediately shocked upon opening it. Inside was the familiar Thanfeng sword, but now it was broken in two. The Thanfeng sword. Broken, a vague worry rose in his heart. Tong Thien instantly thought of the tooth and lean sword. Unable to stop the bad thoughts, he quickly pulled the blanket aside, closed his eyes, and tried to circulate spiritual energy within his body. But after some effort, he felt nothing. Tong Thien opened his eyes wide, his trembling hand raised before him, filled with confusion. "I can gather spiritual energy. Have I become useless?" Catching the despair in Tong Thien's eyes, the man sighed softly, his warm voice like advice. "Kid, look at it differently. Being useless, not knowing martial arts, so what? That means a normal life. No more fighting or suffering." But Tong Thien remained lost in his own despair. He lowered his head without a word, his gaze empty and confused. Seeing no way to persuade him, the man stood and left. Before going, he added, "Heal well. I will ask my father later for a bright light divine pill for you. Maybe that'll help you recover faster." Night fell, the sky darkened, and pale moonlight shone through the window. Tong Thien sat on the bed, trying to train, but his weak body could not do anything. His face was pale, eyes deep with sorrow. His parents, the holy warrior, all destroyed. Over 10 years of effort now meaningless. Disappointment filled Tong Thien's mind, deepening his despair. Suddenly, the silence broke as the door swung open. A chubby young boy with a face bright as the sun rushed in, pacing around, doing strange moves. After a while, he came to Tong Thien's side, slapped his hand and laughed loudly. "Big bro, you are amazing. Dad said you are hurt but not in danger. How did you do it? Teach me." The chubby boy did not notice Tong Thien's gloomy expression and kept babbling. Seeing no response, he pointed to himself, smiling as he introduced, "I am Tu Thien Tru. What is your name?" Tong Thien kept his head down, pale and silent. Seeing this, Tu Thien Tru waved his hand in front of him, endlessly chattering. "Hey, big bro, are you asleep or still awake? Talk to me a bit." Annoyed, Tong Thien finally spoke sadly. "My name is Kim Tren." Hearing his answer, Tu Thien Tru grinned, clapped happily. "Haha, you finally said something. I thought you were dumb." Suddenly he reached inside his shirt, searching for something while speaking. "Kim Tren big bro, the family brought medicine for you. After taking it, you should be able to get out of bed." After searching for a while, Tu Thien Tru pulled out a glowing pill, sparkling like moonlight. He held it up to Tong Thien's face. Seeing it, Tong Thien gasped, "Is this the 8th star radiant pill?" Seeing his reaction, Tu Thien Tru scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I do not really know what it is called, but my grandpa said it is called the Great Strength Pill. Eating it grants incredible power. Since I have always been strong, I have never needed to use it." Suddenly remembering something, He slapped his hand and brightened up. Oh right. My dad also said this pill only helps you get out of bed. For anything else, do not even dream about it. Hearing this, Tong Thien asked in surprise, huh? Tu Thien Tru kept his proud smile and continued. Big bro, do not worry. Once you are out of bed, everyone in the village will bring all kinds of magical pills for you. I guarantee your life from now on will be happy. After speaking, he stood up and waved a few times. You should rest first and recuperate well. We will talk later. Seeing him about to leave, Tong Thien quickly called after him. Wait. But Tu Thien Tru quickly left the room, leaving Tong Thien sitting on the bed with a helpless smile. Muttering, looks like the people in this village are truly simple and genuine. After a moment, Tong Thien took the radiant pill Tu Thien Tru brought and swallowed it. Instantly, a brilliant golden light wrapped around his body. Tong Thien sat upright, focusing on feeling the changes inside him. The power from the pill spread, pure energy flowing into his limbs, healing every cell. He thought to himself, no wonder it is the 8th star radiant pill. Even my radiant saint force at its peak can compare to a fraction of this pill's power. The golden light gradually faded, leaving Tong Thien with a thoughtful, somber expression. He looked down at his hands and sighed. His wounds had healed, but suddenly clutching his head, his face showed shock. Inside his mind, he felt a strong swirling wind. What is going on? Why is there a storm inside my spirit sea? Tong Thien focused his mind, trying to sense it more clearly. Above his head, a purple ring of light appeared, pulling him into a strange space. Tong Thien looked up and saw two forces, one blue and one purple, spinning around each other. Looking closer, he exclaimed in surprise, the Toothed Sword Spirit, why is it here? Still confused, he asked, why did the Toothed Sword Spirit move from my danshan to my spirit sea? Just as he asked, the image of the two sword spirits saving him appeared in the sky. After watching, Tong Thien suddenly understood, so that is it, I get it now. Because I was close to death, the Toothed Sword Spirit protected my soul. He paused, feeling the connection inside his body, then softly said, now my soul and the Toothed Sword Spirit have merged as one. Tong Thien opened his eyes, his gaze growing clearer. Above him floated spheres of light, each glowing with vibrant colors like red, orange, blue, and purple. The shimmering lights created a magical scene. Curious, Tong Thien reached out to touch a red sphere in front of him. The moment his fingertip touched it, flames burst forth, surrounding his hand. Tong Thien stared at the flickering fire on his hand in amazement and said, is this fire elemental energy? Still curious, he continued thinking and murmured, could this be the power born from merging my soul with the Toothed Sword Spirit? Speaking, he moved his flaming hand toward another sphere, this one sparkling blue. As soon as he touched it, the sphere burst with bright light. Tong Thien smiled, looking at the blue light. This energy must be wind attribute. His curiosity made him like a child discovering a new toy. Testing his abilities, he transformed into a leopard and moved nimbly around the room. But in his excitement, he accidentally caused an explosion. One side of Tu Thien Tru's house was blown away, with light and fire blazing in the night. The loud blast startled nearby villagers who ran over in alarm. Shouts rang out, fire! Everyone, quickly put it out and save them. Tong Thien was still inside the room, terrified by the chaos. If the fire was not put out fast, his uncle's room would burn down completely. He tried to get off the bed to fight the flames, but his weakened body collapsed to the floor. Gritting his teeth, Tong Thien groaned. This is bad. After days in a coma, my whole body's weak like this. Looking up, he saw a blue orb floating before him, its light gentle like water. Hurriedly, Tong Thien reached toward the orb, saying, this blue must be the water element. I have to reach it. Just then, Tu Thien Tru burst in, kicking open the door and shouting, Kim Tran, get out, the house is on fire. He saw Tong Thien crawling weakly on the ground, hand stretched toward the orb. Without hesitation, Tu Thien Tru rushed over to comfort him. Brother, let me save you. Don't worry. Saying this, he quickly bent down, hoisted Tong Thien onto his shoulder, and dashed outside, ignoring all protests. Tong Thien groaned in discomfort. Hey, stop, wait for me. Tu Thien Tru did not hear a word, carrying Tong Thien outside. He drew puzzled looks from those trying to put out the fire. An older man asked anxiously, Thien Vu, what happened? How did your room suddenly catch fire? Meanwhile, someone shouted from behind, hurry, put out the fire, bring water here. After setting the culprit aside, Tu Thien Tru replied confusedly, I do not know either. I remember there was no fire inside. Who started this fire anyway? He glanced at Tong Thien with suspicion and quietly asked, Brother, was it you? Aren't you going to say anything? Tu Thien Tru's mind raced through grim scenarios. Suddenly, he burst into tears. looking at Tong Thien. Brother, losing your cultivation is not the end. There is still so much to look forward to. Plenty of wives are waiting for you. Do not just give up and die on us. Seeing Tu Thien True's over-the-top act, Tong Thien could only shake his head in exhaustion and say, "Don't worry. I won't do anything foolish." Hearing that, Tu Thien True immediately brightened, clapping him on the shoulder. "That is more like it, my big brother, and I will have fun together in Truong Duck Village." But before they could celebrate, Uncle Tu Thien True suddenly appeared behind him, clenching his fist with a fierce look. He growled, "I think this brat needs another beating to wake him up." Seeing the tension, Tu Thien True quickly raised his hand to explain. "Father, the fire in the room is not Kim Tran's fault." Before he could finish, Uncle slapped him sharply on the head with his dominant hand and shouted angrily, "Stop wasting words. I know you would not blame others. Now hurry up and carry water to put out the fire with everyone. You little punk." Tu Thien True rubbed his head, muttering resentfully, "Putting out the fire is one thing. Why do you have to hit me too?" Meanwhile, villagers rushed to fight the blaze. Shouts echoed everywhere. "Hurry up, bring water to put out the fire. Where's the water? Why is not it here yet? Come on, everyone. Move faster." Standing beside Tong Thien with a worried face, Uncle asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing Uncle's concern, Tong Thien earnestly replied, "Sorry, Uncle. Earlier, I could not control my power. Once I recover, I will help rebuild the house." Uncle laughed and waved it off. "No need. I was hoping this kid would get some exercise. Otherwise, he just hides indoors all day." After some talking, Uncle led Tong Thien to a small room and got straight to the point. "Can you stand? My father wants to see you for a moment." Though still weak, Tong Thien changed into clean, neat clothes. He entered another room where Tu Thien True's grandfather sat. Seeing him, Tong Thien respectfully bowed. "Sorry to bother you so late at night, Elder." Kim Tran sincerely apologized. The old man did not respond immediately but quietly took a small wooden box beside him and handed it to Tong Thien, his voice calm but full of care. "Little brother, take this herbal pill. It will help you heal your internal injuries." Tong Thien carefully took the box, opened it, and was immediately amazed to see a brilliantly glowing pill inside. He exclaimed, "Is this the 8th level Radiant Divine Pill?" Sensing the pill's precious value, Tong Thien quickly closed the box and handed it back to the old man, his voice full of refusal. "Senior, such a valuable item, I dare not accept it. Please take it back." Seeing this, Tu Thien True's grandfather just smiled kindly and waved his hand, saying, "This has no use for me, but it might help improve your condition. Use it quickly to heal your wounds." Although the old man's words were sincere, Tong Thien hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. Seeing his hesitation, the old man's face grew a bit serious as he continued, "Stop refusing. You still have to help my grandson rebuild his room, right?" Hearing this, Tong Thien nodded in agreement. He carefully placed the box into his spatial bag and bowed in thanks. "Then first, I thank you, Senior." Tong Thien thought to himself, "It seems this elder really has no ill intentions." Seeing Tong Thien accept the pill, the old man happily stroked his beard, his eyes gentle as he comforted him softly. "Little brother, no need to be so guarded. Actually, I just wanted to find a friend for my grandson out here in the deep mountains. There are very few kids his age. He really needs a good friend." Hearing this, Tong Thien felt relieved. He replied with a slight smile, "Senior, you are truly generous. Even without the pill, I had planned to become sworn brothers with Thien True." The old man nodded in approval. After saying a few more words, he waved his hand, his voice a little tired. "All right, go rest now." The old man needed rest too. Seeing him wanting to end the conversation, Tong Thien obediently replied, "Yes, sir, I will take my leave." Then he left, while Tu Thien True's grandfather remained seated on the wooden chair, his sharp eyes thoughtful. He waved and called the elder back, his voice firm yet gentle. "Phone, this time you really found a treasure." The elder stepped out, bowing respectfully. "Father, have you already seen through that boy named Kim Tran?" The old man smiled, his gaze fixed on the distance. His low voice sounded like a firm confirmation. "That kid definitely is not just some ordinary person. He was born for the vast sky out there." The next morning, after a quiet night, dawn had broken. Tong Thien stepped into the yard, enjoying the warm sunlight filtering through the trees. He closed his eyes, breathed in the fresh air, and felt a rare peace. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Kim Tran, is your wound feeling better?" Tong Thien turned and saw Tu Thien True approaching. He smiled and replied, "Thanks to your father for the pill. My injury has improved a lot." Hearing this, Tu Thien True happily grabbed Tong Thien's hand and grinned widely as they walked. "That is great. Come on, let me show you around." Tong Thien held his hand back seriously. Wait. Little True. I have some important questions for you. Tu Thien True laughed, waving his hand. Why so formal? Just call me Thien True or Little Ban. Tong Thien hesitated at the funny nickname but went along with it. All right. Little Ban. I have some very important questions for you. Hearing this, Tu Thien True chuckled and nodded excitedly. Go ahead and ask. Tong Thien paused thoughtfully, then asked seriously. First, where is this place? Second, do you know where Tatka City is? Third, how long does it take to get from here to Tatka City? Tu Thien True did not hesitate and immediately answered. Our village is called Truongkok Village. It is surrounded by mountains, with treacherous terrain and steep slopes. There is only a narrow path leading outside. From here, you can see the whole village, he said, waving toward the distance in front of Tong Thien. The village scene gradually came into view. Simple houses packed closely, kitchen smoke rising in the morning sun, and people busy with daily life. Tu Thien True continued proudly. This small village has over 100 households, about 600 people. We live isolated from the outside world, with very few visitors. Then his tone shifted, and his expression grew serious. But outside the village, deep in the Bachfan Mountains, is an extremely dangerous place. Truongkok sits in the deepest area, full of fierce magical beasts with incredible strength. If you are not careful, you could lose your life. Tu Thien True scratched his head awkwardly and said apologetically, I have never left the village, so I really do not know which Tatka City you are talking about, nor how long it takes to get there. Hearing that, Tong Thien nodded slightly and replied seriously, so that is how it is? Suddenly, Tu Thien True seemed to remember something, slapped his hand, and excitedly said, Right, I can ask my dad. He definitely knows. This suggestion made Tong Thien anxious. He quickly asked Tu Thien True, Little guy, if your dad can cross the great mountain to the outside world, is not he the strongest person in the village? Tu Thien True looked proud upon hearing this and said, Of course. My dad not only teaches martial arts to everyone in the village, but often goes hunting fierce beasts to bring back for all to share. Everyone in the village admires him. Hearing this, Tong Thien asked curiously, If your dad is that strong, your grandpa must be even better, right? This question made Tu Thien True scratch his head and answer vaguely, I do not really know. Grandpa spends all day fishing or farming and never leaves the village. At this, Tu Thien True looked into the distance with curious eyes. Then asked, Kim Tran, the outside world is so vast. It must be really interesting, right? Tong Thien stood behind, watching his eager expression, and smiled softly. He explained, Yes, the outside world is huge and fascinating, but also brutal. To survive there, you have to be truly strong. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind, cutting through their conversation. Thien True. Big bro? You guys are here. Both turned and saw a beautiful little girl standing behind them. Seeing her, Tu Thien True asked in surprise, Lakla, why are you here? She smiled shyly and replied, Thien True big bro. I just came here to pick some wild fruit. Tong Thien stood aside, observing their conversation with a slight smile, thinking to himself that these two were definitely a pair. But when he looked into the distance, Tong Thien's eyes gradually grew serious. Worry filled his heart, wondering how Lam Ko Nu was doing right now. Before leaving, he had entrusted her with the royal troops of the Thatch family and Kiet Duck. The spatial boundary he left behind was also a life-saving talisman. He hoped she was safe, clenching his fists. Tong Thien's eyes shone with determination. He silently vowed to quickly restore his strength. Only then could he protect those important to him. Under the bright but gentle sunlight, Tong Thien sat practicing beneath a large tree. Sun rays filtered through the leaves, casting patches of light and shadow on the ground. A small leaf drifted down from the tree on the breeze. Tong Thien gently reached out and caught the leaf mid-air like lightning. Looking at the small leaf in his hand, he smiled inwardly, thinking this time, there might be a blessing in disguise. This new power was truly miraculous. Around him, faint purple glowing circles surrounded the training area, harmless yet radiating a mysterious aura. Relying on notes from the Toothan's Sword Classic, Tong Thien guessed this power might be a spiritual consciousness. Now he could use his mental awareness to sense the breath of every living being within a 1,000-meter radius. Above, colorful energy orbs slowly floated up, sparkling in the sunlight. Tong Thien looked at them and softly said, This power also includes elemental energy drifting in the world. Then he raised his hand gently to lift a heavy stone nearby. The stone hovered in midair, forming a shield. Tong Thien exhaled in relief. At least now he had another way to protect his life. He glanced at the sword in the wooden box beside him, his gaze determined. He had to find a way to restore the sacred weapon. Before he could say more, a strange voice shattered the quiet space. The owner? Tong Thien was startled and looked around, shouting, Who is there? But no one was around. He frowned and muttered, Could it be just a hallucination from exhaustion? At that moment, The strange voice sounded again, clearer this time. Master, we are here. The eerie feeling shook Tong Thien deeply. This time he looked carefully and realized the voice came from his two swords. He asked in amazement, from the blue sword spirit, "Are you the one speaking to us?" From his body, two brilliant blue and purple powers radiated, forming two human shapes. A girl with gentle blue hair and a calm but strong young man in purple robes. Both bowed respectfully to Tong Thien. The young man spoke. "Yes, Master, I am Tiden, and this is Than Tak." Tong Thien was stunned by the scene, thinking to himself that he always knew the blue sword spirit was two sword spirits, but never imagined they could take human form and communicate from within him. He smiled at them and said, "I did not expect we could meet like this. Could it be that your powers have started to recover?" Than Tak gently shook his head and calmly replied, "Master, we are still very weak. Right now, we can only transform and speak by relying on the power of the 5-colored divine stones you accidentally absorbed earlier." Tipeng then suddenly recalled the moment he held that radiant stone in his hand and thought to himself, it really was an unexpected joy. Slowly standing up, he looked at the two spirit weapons and said, "From now on, call me Kimten. I am not used to being called master." Tadin bowed, his voice gentle but firm. "We have long accepted you as our master. You are the only one that Tidinun and Than Tikoffer are willing to be loyal to." Hearing this, Tipeng then felt a strong, deep connection with the two spirit weapons. A faint smile crossed his face, and he silently resolved that no matter what, he must regain his strength, not just for himself, but for the beings who vowed to follow him till the end. After a moment's thought, he changed the subject. "Speaking seriously, by the way, did I come to this world because of you too?" He recalled that moment and continued, "I remember clearly. At that time my heart was pierced by Zakufta Su Bi's arrow. I really thought I was dead." Hearing this, Than Taika lowered his head, looking troubled and stammered, that, because Than Tiata was too confused to explain. Tadian had to speak up. "Yes, Master. At first, when you were badly injured, to save your life, we forcibly broke through a space rift intending to take you to another planet, but due to an accident and a yin-yang imbalance, you ended up on this planet." Tian then immediately asked, "What kind of accident?" Tadian calmly answered, "When entering the space rift, then Tiak encountered a time-space chaos and lost most of his spiritual power, so we could not reach the intended planet." Hearing this, then he bowed apologetically. "Master, I am truly... It is all my fault." Seeing this, Tung Thin gently patted Than Tuka's head and smiled reassuringly. "It is no need to apologize. This is not your fault," he added sincerely. "Besides, without you too, I would not have discovered such a magical world, nor have such a brilliant life now." After speaking, he turned to the dean and asked, "So how can you two quickly recover to your best state?" Tidena shook his head with a disappointed look. "Master, on this planet, the natural energy is too weak. We can fully recover." Then Tak immediately interjected, explaining further, "But if Master can find 5-colored divine stones or other treasures of the same tier, we can recover a bit faster." Tampeng then nodded, looking like he understood, then shifted to another question. "Right? My sacred weapon is broken. Is there any way for me to continue cultivating the holy power?" Tadinan rubbed his chin thoughtfully before saying, "Master, you can still cultivate holy power in a special way, but I do not recommend it." Tiding then wondered why not. Tadinan answered frankly, "Because you are too weak." The words hit Titeg then like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned. He stammered, "Well, what? Too weak?" Then Tuck nodded seriously. "That is right. Too weak. Master, we can help you cultivate a stronger kind of power. Chaos power." Hearing this, Tipeng then was curious. "What is chaos power?" Tadin explained. "Chaos power is the strongest force in the universe. Every strong fighter on this planet dreams of cultivating it." Teng then asked enthusiastically, "Then how do I cultivate that power?" Then Taka confidently placed his hands on his hips, full of energy, and said, "Master, the yin and yang energies inside our bodies are the transformed form of chaos power. So we convert any natural energy from the world into chaos power for you to cultivate." Tadin added, "Moreover, the two royal weapons that you once owned both contain considerable power. If you give them to us, we can refine their power into chaos power for you to use." Hearing that, Tipeng Thyssen scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "I thought those two things were useless, so I already gave them away." Tadinan and Thantiok widened their eyes, speechless with helpless expressions. The atmosphere immediately turned heavy. Both just shook their heads at Titomeng then as if to say, "Master, you really leave us speechless." Tipeng then stood facing a giant demonic beast of the 5th grade iron-armored insect type. This beetle had a shell as hard as steel, gleaming faintly under the dim forest light. King then raised his hand, and a thin layer of demonic magic began to gather around him. At his feet, the grass stirred. Strange changes occurred as a small but powerful burst of magic suddenly shot out, piercing straight into the demon beast's belly. The iron-armored insect had not yet reacted before the magic blast sent it flying into the air. The attack was lightning fast, but it was enough to send the giant ghost beast rolling on the ground. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Tongthian stared at the motionless ghost beast, then looked at his own body with pride in his eyes. Looks like this time there is a blessing in disguise. I have become much stronger. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Did you kill this armored bug? Tongthian turned around and saw Tufong, whose sharp eyes studied him carefully. Tongthian nodded in response. Yes, Senior. Tufong looked at the ghost beast, then back at Tongthian. Clearly surprised, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What method did you use? Losing the holy weapon should mean you have no strength left. Right? Tongthian said nothing more. Bent down, and waved his hand to create a glowing energy on the ground. That energy spread, forming a deep crack right before the two of them. Seeing the result, Tongthian replied, I used elemental energy from heaven and earth. Tufong looked at the small but deep crack with admiration, softly saying, Unexpected indeed. Tongthian noticed him watching and asked, Senior, are you planning to leave for the outside world? Tufong smiled lightly. My father told me to come. He worries you might be in danger, so he asked me to check on you. But it seems his worries were unnecessary. Although you have lost the holy weapon, your true strength is far greater than before. Seeming to guess Tongthian's thoughts, Tufong asked directly, You are asking because you want to leave the village, right? Tongthian bowed his head sadly. Yes, I still have very important matters to attend to. Tufong did not stop him, just turned away, his voice gentle but firm. Then first, come meet my father. If the old man thinks you are fine, I will see you off. Tongthian clasped his hands in thanks, bowing. Thank you, Senior. Back home, the elder was standing in the yard, holding a hoe and speaking to Tongthian. Kid, come with me this afternoon to harvest corn. Tongthian True immediately jumped in to argue. Sir, my brother still is not fully recovered. How can he do heavy work? Let me call some young folks from the village to help you. But for some reason, Tongthian nodded in agreement. Yes, elder. Seeing him agree, the elder glanced at Tufong with a serious look. Make sure you keep an eye on your kid. Tongthian True muttered beside him, but did not dare argue further. Finally, Tongthian went out with the elder to the cornfield, carrying the hoe on his shoulder. Following the elder who led the way, he looked around, admiring the rustic yet vibrant countryside. Thinking, having lived through 2 eras, this is the first time I have held a hoe in the field. The feeling was strange. The elder seemed to read his thoughts and suddenly said, Are you feeling that your noble status makes you unworthy to carry a hoe? Tongthian quickly waved his hand to explain. Senior, it is just that I find it a bit new. In his mind, a bold thought arose, but he did not dare say it out loud. Should I buy a hoe as a holy weapon later on? The elder said calmly. That is good. Remember, the true heart is the most important. Only a kind heart can lead someone to the peak. Tongthian accepted the teaching seriously, replying, I will remember that. Senior, the elder set down a bucket of water, took a ladle, and watered the lush green corn. While working, he spoke to Tongthian. Kid, on the Qianyuan continent, when masters reach the Saint King level, they usually choose to live in seclusion and rarely appear. Do you know why? Hearing this, Tongthian guessed inwardly. Could he be a Saint King himself? He stammered. I guess it is to escape the mundane world and avoid the temptations of power and money. Right? The elder laughed and shook his head. Both looked up at the villagers busy with their corn harvest. He calmly said, People can never fully escape desire. What makes them obey is not their own will, but the rules set by the strong. Tongthian asked in surprise, So who set those rules for the Saint Kings? Hearing the question, the elder laughed, his eyes full of deep meaning. You are mistaken. The one who set these rules is none other than heaven and earth themselves. Tongthian repeated with a confused look. Heaven and earth? The elder nodded and began to explain. When someone reaches the Saint King level, heaven and earth naturally create a set of rules. These rules are called the 5 human faults of heaven. At this point, the image of a person appeared in Tongthian's mind. A gaunt, frail body, faded blonde hair, and pale skin drained of all life. The elder calmly explained that the 5 declines of the celestial being give rise to 5 kinds of different deteriorations. First, the hair turns dry and yellow like withered grass. Then the body withers like trees in winter. The blood inside evaporates. The internal organs burn up. And finally the soul perishes, and the body disintegrates. This is complete destruction. He paused briefly, his eyes deep. Then continued. The 5 declines of the celestial being are the natural laws imposed on the Saint King realm, meant to prevent them from using power beyond limits and committing catastrophic sins. Hearing this, Tongthian understood the problem. He thought silently. So even in the Saint King realm, freedom is limited. They still must obey the laws of heaven and earth. The elder looked at him and nodded with praise. Kid, I see you are no ordinary person. But remember, keeping your heart steady is the most important. Don't let greed lead you down a dead end. Tongthian bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. Senior, I will remember it well. The elder was pleased, turned his back to leave, and said, Tomorrow noon, I will have Tufong escort you out of the village. Be careful from now on. Tongthian bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, Senior. That night, at the Lam family estate, the atmosphere was tense. The tall elder, Black Cloud, with fierce eyes, shouted an order. Lam, hand over your granddaughter to serve me as a maid, or do not blame me for being ruthless. I could spare the Lam family a chance, but if you resist, I will destroy this estate. Lam clan leader saged but firm face grabbed his granddaughter's hand. Lam On pulled her to a hidden corner, speaking urgently but determined. Grandpa, quickly take these items that Kiem Tran gave you. Escape through the secret path. This is the Lam family's only hope to preserve their honor. Lam On shook her head, eyes resolute. Grandpa, I want to leave Lam Jia alone. I can abandon everyone. The clan leader gripped her arm tightly, growling. Be quiet. The most important thing now is the royal soldier token. It absolutely cannot fall into others' hands. Black Cloud Elder hovered in the air, eyes full of killing intent, shouting, Old man, if you do not care about your dignity, do not blame me for being merciless. Without another word, he raised his hand high, gathering a blazing red energy in his palm. With a powerful strike, the energy shot straight toward the Lam estate. The estate's protective shield activated immediately, creating a brilliant light barrier. But the attack was too strong. The shield shattered. The entire Lam estate shook violently before exploding into pieces. Fortunately, the Lam clan leader managed to get Lam On out in time. Seeing the devastation before her, Lam On was frightened. Thinking silently, Kiem Tran, I really can't keep the promise between us anymore. In the air, Black Cloud Elder hovered, his cold voice echoing. Lam, you are truly unreasonable. Don't blame me for warning you if you refuse to listen. Lam clan leader stood firm in front of Lam On, arms wide, eyes determined, pleading. Black Cloud Master, please spare my granddaughter today. Lam family swears loyalty to you. Black Cloud Master laughed loudly, his voice full of malice. Haha, fine. If your granddaughter becomes my concubine, I might consider sparing the Lam family. Hearing this, the Lam clan leader's face flushed with rage. He roared, You insolent wretch. I will fight you to the death. He charged straight at Black Cloud Master, delivering a powerful blow. However, Black Cloud Master just smiled disdainfully, easily dodging. Not done. He countered with a direct punch to the clan leader's stomach, sending him flying back hard into a nearby wall. Lam On screamed in horror. Grandpa. The Lam clan leader collapsed. The wall behind him cracked and broke apart. Lam On rushed over, panicked, supporting him, her voice trembling. Grandpa, are you okay? Despite the pain, the clan leader whispered. Granddaughter, run quickly. Don't he worry about me. Black Cloud Master landed, his cold gaze fixed on Lam, asking, Where's your 6th grade demon beast? Lam On gritted her teeth, eyes full of defiance. You will never find the little white tiger in your lifetime. Her resentful words drove Black Cloud Master into a furious rage. He roared, Fine, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. A fiery punch exploded. Blazing red energy shot toward Lam On, illuminating the area. Thick smoke and dust rose, shaking the surroundings violently. Lam On curled up, trembling, eyes shut tight, waiting for death. But as the smoke cleared, she opened her eyes in shock. She and her grandpa were unharmed. Lam On suddenly remembered, thinking silently, that the treasure Kiem Tran left behind saved her life. Though furious, Black Cloud Master laughed loudly when he realized the truth. Aha! The royal soldier is none other than the mixed-breed sword-wielder Kiem Tran. Yet you left the royal soldier with this girl. Good. From now on, he belongs to my demon cloud. He reached out to grab the treasure, but suddenly a strong hand gripped his. The demon cloud clan leader was startled and shouted, Who dare stop me from taking the royal soldier? Standing before him was Titing the Thien, cold eyes sharp as knives, voice dripping with disdain. Looks like last time I went easy on you. The demon cloud leader stammered in panic. Kiem Tran is you. Before he could react, Tipung Thifan delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying far away. The demon cloud leader crashed to the ground, causing a huge explosion of dust and smoke. Tipung then ignored him, turning to help Lam On up with a gentle but warm voice. Miss Lam, I am. Lam On burst into tears when she saw him. She rushed forward, hugging Tipung Thien tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. I thought you were dead. Wawa Tung then gently patted her shoulder, softly saying, "Sorry, I had to deal with some heavenly void holy masters, so it took me a while." Hearing this, Chief Lam was shocked, exclaiming in surprise, "Deal with them? You mean you actually killed the heavenly void holy masters?" From afar, the demon cloud leader struggled to stand amidst the smoke, gritting his teeth with hateful eyes, shouting, "Kijim Trun, I never expected you to escape the siege of the 4 heavenly void holy masters." The demon cloud elder laughed arrogantly, full of pride. "But I, Demon Cloud, have already prepared a special card for you." He threw a talisman into the air, which burst into a blazing light, dazzling in the dark sky. The demon cloud elder threatened coldly, "Kijim Trun, just wait. The 4 heavenly void holy masters will soon come for your life. This time, you have nowhere to run." Tipeng then replied calmly, eyes icy. "Run? Why would I run?" The demon cloud elder threw his head back and laughed confidently. "Haha, no Saint King. The strongest in the world are the heavenly void holy masters. With 5 of us united, you are dead for sure. I do not believe you will escape this time." Teng then gathered power in his hand, creating a shimmering magical force. Calmly he said, "You are wrong. There is no such thing as 5 heavenly void holy masters." He held up 2 fingers toward the demon cloud elder, eyes sharp and cold, because 4 of them are already dead. Hearing this, the elder burst into mocking laughter. "Ridiculous. You are just a great earthly realm fighter. Yet you dare speak nonsense like that." His words, filled with contempt, were like a kick to Tempathi's pride. The elder's power exploded, engulfing the area. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Last time I was careless. This time, I will show you the huge gap between the great earthly realm and the heavenly void realm." The demon cloud elder moved at lightning speed, rushing toward Ting Then with a blazing punch. Chief Lam and Lam Oan turned pale at the sight. Chief Lam shouted, "Brother Kimten, run!" But Tung Disen stood firm, eyes unwavering, coldly saying one word, "Suicide." Meanwhile, Ting then gathered power, interlocking 2 fingers to create a massive force that enveloped his body. The elder's blazing punch struck the shield but could not penetrate. Instead, Tipeng then used those 2 fingers to launch a fierce counterattack. His sharp energy severed both legs of the demon cloud elder. A scream of pain rang out. The demon cloud elder collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with one hand, eyes filled with panic. He looked up at Tipeng then, trembling, asking, "Where did you get the power to hurt a heavenly void holy master like me?" Tieng then said nothing, standing still with eyes cold as blades. As if he understood something, the elder trembled. "Could it be you have reached the heavenly void realm?" Desperate, he screamed for help. "Elders of the Thech family, Kike family, save me!" But no one appeared. Silently, Tipeng Disen stepped forward and struck a powerful blow to the elder's heart, ending his life instantly. Looking down at the motionless body, Tung Thin coldly said, "If you miss them so much, then I will just grant your wish." After finishing, Tieng Disen turned back, his gaze softer as he looked at Chief Lam and Lam On. He bowed sincerely. "Chief Lam, I sincerely apologize. Because of me, your Lam family has been entangled in this." Chief Lam still had not fully calmed down after the battle. He kept asking himself, "What did I just witness? Could a strike from a Grand Earth Saint Swordsman really wipe out the Heavenly Void Saint Swordsman?" Lam Oan, worried by his troubled expression, called out, Sir, young Master Kim Trun is trying to talk to you." Hearing her, Chief Lam snapped back to reality, turning to Tepavdeen with sincerity. "Little brother Kim Trun, do not blame yourself. Our Lam family has always had a good relationship with you. This was our choice, so there is no reason to blame you." He smiled kindly and added, "Come on. Today we must have a great meal to celebrate your safe return." Early the next morning, Tipeng then took Lam Oman back to the place where she was once cared for. When they landed, the countryside scene unfolded before them, with villagers busy plowing the fields. From afar, Tu then saw him and ran over excitedly, shouting, "Bro, you are back. Did you bring any good food for me?" Knowing this question was coming, Tengmu then smiled and pulled out a large bag of food. Tossing it to Tu Thinter, "These are specialties from Tekkas City. See if they suit your taste." Tu then tried to eagerly open the bag, took out a big cake, chewing as he looked at Lam Owen and Little White Tiger, curiously asking, "Is this lady your wife, and that tiger your pet?" Lam Owen blushed deeply and quickly said, "Not yet." Tu Thinter, still chewing, asked innocently, "Then when will she be?" His awkward question made Tempathian flick his forehead hard. "Don't talk nonsense. This is Miss Lam from Hutka City, and this little white tiger is one I found in the forest." Tu Thinter, mouth full, looked at him and asked again, "Are you staying here or planning to move on?" Tipeng then replied seriously, I came back for an important matter. Can I meet with your father or the elder? Tu Thin Tro then led Lam On and Tateving Thien home. Upon opening the door, they saw Elder Tu sitting and drinking tea with Tu Fong. Tu Thin Tro happily called out, Dad, sir, Kim Trun has returned. Elder Tu's face lit up at the sight of Titaterg Thin. Jim Trun, why have you come back? Tebri Thin smiled, set little white tiger down, and explained, this is a juvenile demonic beast I found outside. Seeing little white tiger, Elder Tu's expression instantly changed. Clearly alarmed. Noticing this, Tung Thin asked with concern, Chief, are you alright? A suspicion crossed his mind. Could the chief recognize this as a 6th-ranked juvenile demonic beast? Elder Tu turned to Tu Thin Tro, voice calm but authoritative. Then V. Go work in the fields. Tu Thin Tro obediently replied, Yes, sir. After he left, Elder Tu raised his hand and cast a spell, enveloping the house in a faint glow to block any eavesdropping. Once the space was secure, he seriously asked Teeping Thin, Tell this old man the truth. Where exactly did you find this heavenly winged divine tiger? Hearing this, Tieng Thin nodded slightly, thinking to himself that the elder clearly knew about the heavenly winged divine tiger, just as he had hoped. He bowed respectfully and answered seriously without hiding anything. Teeping then recounted the whole story, from finding the little white tiger, its dire situation, to why he decided to protect it. Then he added, Chief, I have come back this time hoping for your help. Elder Tu listened intently and then asked, You want the girl and that little white tiger to live in our village? Without hesitation, Teeping then nodded firmly. Yes, it is too dangerous out there for Miss Lam and the little white tiger. Only here is safe enough. Elder Tu looked at him seriously, lowering his voice. Kijim Tron, do you realize this heavenly winged divine tiger is not fully grown yet? When it matures, it might cause a serious crisis for humanity on the Thin Negian continent. Can you bear the consequences? Seeing Elder Tu worried, Lam On quickly spoke up. Old sir, the little white tiger is very well behaved. I have been raising it for days, and it has not bitten or harmed me at all. Teeping Thin gently patted little white tiger's head and added, That is right, Chief. Besides, its father was killed by the royal troops of the Kim Al-Ikin clan, and its mother is severely injured. When it grows up, its only wish is to take revenge on the Kim Al-Ikin clan, not to harm humanity. Hearing this, Elder Tu pondered for a moment, then sighed and waved helplessly. All right, if what you say is true, this old man will obey. But remember, you must take responsibility for this decision. He turned to Tu Fong and ordered, Tu Fong, take them into the village and arrange good accommodations. Tu Fong respectfully replied, Yes, sir. Watching Tong Thien and his group leave, the elder silently thought with worried eyes. Soon someone will come looking for the heavenly winged divine tiger. We must quickly strengthen the village's defenses. He sighed deeply, his gaze growing even more profound. Kim Tran, you have to grow up fast, or this old man won't be able to protect you much longer. One quiet night in the small house, the elder sat opposite Tu Fong, holding a brightly glowing command token. He handed the token to his son, speaking seriously. Tu Fong, take this divine command from me and head straight to the Blood Sword sect. Gather all scouts. Collect any information about anyone connected to the heavenly winged divine tiger or those seeking it. Move immediately. Tu Fong took the token and nodded firmly. Yes, sir. The elder warned Tu Fong sternly. If any mysterious powerful figure appears, report to the sect immediately. Holding the Blood Sect command token, Tu Fong asked in confusion, Father, did not you say we would not use the Blood Sword sect anymore? Why is this time different? The elder did not explain much, only reminding him with a serious look, This is very important. Don't ask questions. Leave at once. Tu Fong bowed in obedience. Yes, I will leave immediately. Meanwhile, Tong Thien held a metal block and a blade. He looked at Tu Din, Van Tak, and the royal armored soldiers he had just reclaimed and asked, Tu Din, Van Tak, can you help me forge chaotic energy now? Tu Din nodded gently. Of course, Master, but we need to remind you of something. Van Tak continued with a serious tone. Because the world's primal energy is weak, forging even a thread of chaotic energy will consume a lot of your spiritual power. That means your cultivation will be much harder from now on. Tong Thien smiled brightly. No problem. Once I get stronger, I will find more royal armored soldiers. He made a scheming face and added, Besides, those two rich guys, Dach Tong Thien and Kiet Duk Vo Kang, have plenty of money. Then he eagerly asked, How do I start? Tu Din and Thantak each held an item and began chanting. Tu Din instructed, Master, close your eyes and focus your mind. Closing his eyes, Tong Thien felt as if he was transported to an endless space. Before him was a vast universe with mysterious beams of light. In the middle stood Tu Din, surrounded by a soft purple glow. radiating mystery. He wondered, is this the power of chaos? Tudin gently reminded, Master, channel the purple sword scripture to fully temper the chaotic power and make it your own. Hearing this, Tongthian focused all his willpower and slowly directed his spiritual energy as instructed. Hours passed. After 4 hours, a dark black flame engulfed him, condensing into a small orb floating above his hand. Looking at the black orb, he asked, Tudin, Vantak, is this the power of chaos? Tudin smiled softly. Yes, Master, this is the initial form of chaotic energy. Tongthian curiously repeated. Initial form. What does that mean? Vantak explained. Master, this is the weakest state of chaotic energy. Its power is less than 1/10,000th of the true strength. That is because the energy inside the royal armored soldiers is too little to forge complete chaotic energy. Looking at the black orb, Tongthian sensed strange fluctuations within. He thought silently. The turbulence in this energy is no ordinary thing. If this is just the initial form, how terrifying must the true chaotic energy be? A strong desire rose within him. I must master this power to reach the peak. Nothing can stop me. Tudin suddenly remembered and reminded. Master, the cultivation methods on this continent are not suitable for forging chaotic energy. You should focus on the purple sword scripture. It will help a lot. Tongthian nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow your advice. Vantak looked a bit downcast. Speaking regretfully, Master, the purple sword scripture is divided into 3 volumes. Upper, middle, and lower. So far, you have only used the upper volume. You have not trained with the other 2. To truly reach ultimate power, to conquer heaven and earth, you must find all 3 volumes. Tongthian was surprised. What? There are 2 more volumes. Didn't you already have everything? You kept asking. So do you know where to look? Vantak shook his head, his face full of regret. Sorry. Master, we have no way to sense the locations of the other 2 volumes. Tidinus spoke up to comfort. Master, do not worry. There is plenty of time ahead, even if you find the 2 volumes now. You can practice with them yet. Tongthian smiled faintly and said firmly, Forget about that for now. Let us take it one step at a time. Now, you 2 go back quickly so I can continue my training. Tadinan and Thantiuk answered in unison. Yes, Master. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed into Tepan Thin's room. He slowly woke up, but the moment he moved, a powerful force burst from his body, scattering everything in the room. Tongthian clenched his fists, feeling the strength within him, his eyes full of pride. I have truly reached Heavenly Void, Saint Master. He channeled his energy, and a wave of purple light spread throughout the garden, covering a vast area. Seeing that power, Tepan Thin silently rejoiced. He had finally figured out how to unlock this strength. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, heading straight toward the field. At the cultivation field where Tuthintrard was farming, he wiped his sweat and ran over excitedly, asking, Kajim Tron, how does it feel to look down from up there? Amazing, right? Tepan Thin smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Keep pushing. Little bun, if you work hard, you will be able to fly like me someday. Tuthintrard scratched his head. Embarrassed, I do not know. Dad said he only reached Heavenly Void Saint Master at 56. I am just 21 now. I still have 30 years to go. Hearing this, Tepan Thin put a hand on his shoulder with sincere encouragement. Little bun, do not think like that. Your current strength is already impressive. Out there in the world, not many your age have reached Great Saint Master. Tuthintrard's eyes brightened as he asked excitedly. Really, Kajim Tron? So is your strength really that impressive in the outside world? Tepan Thin smiled at Tuthintrard and then said firmly, Enough of this talk. Take me to your father. I have something to discuss with the village chief. Tuthintrard replied happily. Sure, let us. He opened the door and called out cheerfully. Sir, I brought Kim Trun to see you. Tepan Thin stepped in, bowed, and said, Village chief, I have received great care from you these past days. But now I think it is time for me to leave this place. The village elder nodded kindly. I wish you, safe travels then. Suddenly, Tepan Thin made a proposal that surprised both of them. Village chief, have you ever thought about letting Bunt go out to train just once? Tuthintrard panicked immediately. Brother, do not say that, or else he will beat me to a pulp. A few years ago, I asked him once and ended up bedridden for days after he beat me. Tepan Thin pretended not to hear and patiently continued. Village chief, if little Bun never experiences the harsh winds outside, his mindset will never mature. You care for him, but because of that, you need to let him step out into the world to learn how to be stronger. He can feel it forever sheltered in your arms. Then he turned to Tuthintrard with encouraging eyes. Little Bun, Speak your heart, stop going against what you truly feel. Tu Thin Trar clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Then shouted, Sir, I have never known the outside world since I was a kid. I want to see it with my own eyes. Please. Allow me. This time, the village elder did not forbid him. Instead, he looked at his grandson with a pensive gaze and sighed softly. Forget it. Forget it. I have been too stubborn. If you want to brave the outside world, then go. Hearing that, Tu Thin Trar jumped up like a fledgling leaving the nest for the first time. Sir, is that really true? You really agree to let me go out into the world? The village elder waved gently and smiled. When you reach the level of Great Earth Saint Master, I will tell your father to take you. Tu Thin Trar bowed deeply, full of gratitude. Sir, I promise to train hard and break through to Great Earth Saint Master as soon as possible. He turned to Tipeng then, eyes full of thanks. Kijim Trun, thank you so much. Brother, Tebri then smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. Keep training hard. When you reach Great Earth level, come find me. After bidding farewell to the village, Teng Thin left, soaring into the sky. The wind was cool, and his body swiftly glided across the clear blue sky, flying while looking at the map. He thought, I wonder how far the kingdom is from the forest now. I need to hurry back. Holding the map, his eyes scanned every corner. He muttered, I have searched everywhere around here. Why have not I found any teleportation gates yet? Suddenly, his eyes stopped at the words Kun Emperor Kingdom on the map, and an idea sparked in his mind. Could it be that Tan Kai is connected to this Tan Hong Kingdom? He pulled the jade pendant from his shirt, examining the piece that Tan Kai had once given him. After some thought, Tong Thien decided he had to visit Tan Hong Kingdom. Without hesitation, he dashed off, moving as fast as the wind. Arriving at Tan Hong Kingdom, the first thing Tong Thien saw was a bustling, lively kingdom. Crowds filled the streets, markets buzzed with activity, and laughter echoed everywhere. A local happened to look up, pointed and shouted, Look, that is the heavenly void Saint Master. Instantly, people rushed over, marveling in admiration. He can fly, he is like a living god. Tong Thien looked around and guessed silently that this must be Tan Hong Kingdom. In the distance, he spotted a grand palace, thinking it might hold the clues he needed. Tong Thien landed before the city gate, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, two soldiers drew their weapons and stood ready. Who are you? Identify yourself immediately. Staying calm, Tong Thien asked, Do you know anyone named Tan Kai? One soldier shouted fiercely. You dare casually mention the third prince's name? Several swords quickly pointed at him. Tong Thien thought in surprise. Tan Kai's a prince. Not wanting to cause more misunderstanding, he pulled out the jade pendant. Holding it up before them, I am here to find third Prince Tan Kai. Please notify him that I have urgent business. Seeing the pendant, the soldiers immediately changed their tone. One trembled with astonishment. The jade, the Tan Hong jade. They hurriedly lowered their weapons and bowed respectfully. Our apologies. We did not know your identity before and offended you. Please forgive us. May we know your name to report? Tong Thien replied calmly. I am Kiat. Meeting Tan. When Tong Thien entered the palace, Tan Kai was already waiting. Seeing him, Tan Kai immediately approached, his face full of joy. Brother Kim Tran, I did not expect you to visit me here. The two quickly sat at the large banquet table. After some small talk, Tong Thien got straight to the point. Brother Tan, I am here with an important request. Tan Kai laughed heartily, full of enthusiasm. Brother Kim Tran, whatever it is, just say it. If it is within my power, I won't refuse. Tong Thien explained seriously. Brother Tan, I urgently need to find a place called a space gate. Does Tan Hong Kingdom have such gates? Hearing this, Tanka chuckled lightly. I thought it was something serious. Brother Kim Tran, if you are looking for a space gate, you have come to the right place. Within 100,000 miles, besides the mercenary city, only we have space gates. Hearing this, Tong Thien lowered his head. Looking sincere, Brother Tan, I really need to borrow the space gate. Please help me. Will you? Tanka confidently thumped his chest. Brother, do not worry. I have got this. Let me ask my father first. It should not be a problem. Tong Thien clasped his hands gratefully. If that is the case, thank you so much. Brother Tan, Tanka smiled and reminded him. But you should come back here 3 days later, before using the space gate. Surprised, Tong Thien asked immediately. Why's that? Tankai explained. In 2 days, it is my father's 50th birthday. I hope you can attend the ceremony as a friend. What do you think? Tong Thien nodded in agreement right away. Of course. No problem. Just then, a soldier entered to report. Third Prince, Princess Tan Gok Bang, Princess Tan Song, and Nam Phu County Princess have come to see you. Tankai was momentarily surprised, wondering why the three came looking for him. Tong Thien stood and offered, Brother Tan, should I step out for a while? But Tankai remembered Lo Ni, who always acted coy around Tong Thien, and thought, "Your Highness, this time I am afraid I will have to offend you." Turning to the servants, he told them to let them in. The servants responded clearly. Tanka pulled Tong Thien back, pressed him to sit, and smiled brightly. "Brother Kim Tran, you do not have to leave. I am not that close with those three. I think they came for you." While the two were seated before a lavish banquet, the door opened and three girls entered one by one. They were Princess Tan Gok Bang, Princess Tan Song, and Nam Fu County Princess. All three wore bright, smiling faces. Princess Tan Song spoke first, her voice full of excitement. "Third brother, Suang is here to see you. Why do not you welcome me?" Tang Kai immediately stood up, smiling warmly and gesturing invitingly. "Of course. You are welcome. Please sit down. Let us eat and talk." Though outwardly cheerful, he thought to himself, "Do you three really want to visit me sincerely? I have been in this palace for over 20 years. What is new to me?" Then he quickly introduced, "This is Kim Tran, my good brother. He is the champion of this year's mercenary tournament." Tong Thien stood up, slowly bowed to the three girls, and said politely, "It is a pleasure to meet you." They all looked very excited. Princess Tan Song admired him and quickly said, "This young man is the champion." "Amazing." Princess Tan Ngok Bang smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed, and gently said, "Young Master Kim truly can't be judged by his looks." Nam Fu Princess said nothing but kept her eyes fixed on Tong Thien, full of curiosity and surprise. Under the warm light, the atmosphere grew relaxed. The three girls chatted while looking at Tong Thien with friendly eyes, and Tan Kai sat nearby sipping wine, quietly smiling. It seemed Kim Tran's presence made the party much more interesting. Nam Fu Princess also spoke up, her gaze filled with curiosity. "So you are Kim Tran, the top of the mercenary tournament?" Hearing their praise, Tong Thien bowed politely and said, "The princesses flatter me. My victory was just luck." After speaking, he glanced at Tan Kai and whispered, "Tan Kai, what exactly are you up to?" Tan Kai burst out laughing. "Haha, Dunash, you will see soon enough." He snapped his fingers at a nearby maid and instructed, "Bring the food quickly. Do not keep the princesses waiting." The maid quickly bowed and responded, "Yes." Third prince. Once the food was served, everyone sat at the table. Princess Tan Gok Bang held her wine glass and cheerfully said to Tong Thien, "Young Master Kim Tran, topping the mercenary tournament is truly well deserved." Tong Thien raised his glass politely and replied, "My victory was just luck. I do not deserve the praise." Hearing this, Nam Fu Princess sitting nearby interrupted with a serious look. "Luck? How can the champion just be lucky? You are too modest." "Young master," Princess Tan Song quickly joined in, her eyes shining with admiration. "Exactly. Looks like you are even more impressive than my third brother." Tan Kai chewed food and kept picking at dishes, outwardly indifferent but inwardly stabbed with jealousy. "I just want a simple meal. Why am I getting stabbed like this?" Suddenly, a guard's shout came from outside. "Young Master Kyuhan, without third prince's permission, you cannot enter Han Van Palace." The noise startled Nam Fu Princess and Princess Tan Suang. They turned toward the door as a man pushed it open angrily and shouted, "Step aside. Do you know who I am? Do I need permission to visit the third prince?" Two guards outside stepped closer to Tan Kai, and knelt respectfully, and said, "Third prince, please excuse us. We dare not confront this young master." Tan Kai sighed softly and waved his hand. "All right. Step back." "I understand." The two guards bowed in thanks, grateful to the third prince for his mercy. Once things settled, Tan Kai looked at the man who barged in, calm but clearly displeased. "Kyuhan, what brings you suddenly to my Han Van Palace?" Kyuhan regained his cheerful expression, bowed, and said, "Third prince, princesses, I am here to discuss the gifts for His Majesty's 50th birthday. Apologies if I caused any disturbance." After speaking, his gaze casually swept the table and stopped at Princess Tan Gok Bang, his eyes lewdly fixed on her pale legs. Feeling his crude stare, Princess Tan Gok Bang immediately frowned, glanced at Kyuhan with cold eyes, then suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Tan Kai's voice was calm but showed clear displeasure. "The preparations for my father's birthday are already complete, so no further negotiations are needed. Kyuhan, you better head back now." Kyuhan pretended to listen but kept his eyes fixed on Princess Tan Ngok Bang's body. After a few steps, Tan Gok Bang stopped beside Tong Thien, trying to avoid Kyuhan's hateful gaze. Seeing this, Kyuhan felt embarrassed, turned around, and irritably asked Tan Kai, "Third prince, who is this person?" Before Tan Kai could answer, Princess Tan Gok Bang quickly jumped in proudly. "This is Sword Chen, a close friend of the Three Roosters." Hearing this, Kyuhan was furious and pointed at Tong Thien, who was still sitting calmly, watching like an entertaining play. He sneered with contempt. 3 noble princesses, daughters of wealth. How could you casually drink with some mountain bumpkin like this? Hearing that, Tankai's expression hardened. He frowned coldly and asked, Kyu-han, what do you mean by that? Could it be that my friend is not worthy to drink with 3 princesses? Princess Tangsong slammed the table angrily and shouted, Who we drink with is none of your business. Nearby, Princess Namfu also replied coldly, Kyu-han, are not you meddling too much? What we choose to do is our business, not yours. Seeing the tension rise, Tanka turned and ordered the maid beside him, Escort Kyu-han out for me. The maid bowed and replied clearly, Yes. Third prince, Kyu-han, flushed with anger at being kicked out, waved his hand and gritted his teeth loudly. Everyone, I want to ask what is so special about this mountain bumpkin. He is just a bit taller than me, but in status, rank, or skill, what does he have over me? Pointing directly at Tong Thian with a challenging tone. Kid. Kyu-han's provocation echoed through the hall, testing Tankai's patience, which was running thin. The prince slammed the table hard, fury bursting with each shout. Kyu-han, this is my Xuanyun palace, not a place for your chaos. Keep disrespecting me and do not blame me for being ruthless. Amid the tense atmosphere, Tong Thian calmly raised his hand to signal Tankai to relax and sit down. His voice was steady but carried a power that demanded respect. Tankai, if this challenger insists, then I suppose I must grant his wish. Hearing this, the fire of anger inside Tankai slowly died down. He sighed and sat, a hint of regret crossing his face. Sword Chen, apologies, our Kun Empire has been rude. Tong Thian just nodded slightly, calmly reassuring. Don't worry, I will go easy. Seeing Tong Thian's absolute confidence, Tankai relaxed and nodded. Thanks then. After speaking, Tong Thian turned his gaze to Kyu-han, voice steady without a trace of emotion. Ready when you are. Kyu-han's face darkened immediately. He snapped his chin and pointed outside the hall. Let us fight out there. This place is too small. I do not want to ruin the third Prince Xuanyun palace. Responding calmly, Tong Thian leisurely picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, before speaking casually. His disdain was obvious. I am too lazy to move somewhere else. Don't worry. I want to destroy a thing on this table for you. His arrogant words were like a spark thrown onto a powder keg. Furious, Kyu-han drew his sword and charged, shouting with bitter rage, Madmen, I will make you pay. Facing the deadly strike, Tong Thian casually flicked his hand. The ordinary chopsticks transformed into sharp weapons, wrapped in a powerful inner force. They sliced through the air and plunged into Kyu-han's shoulder. A terrible scream rang out. The force from the chopsticks flung him out of the hall. His body slammed against a large pillar, collapsing flat onto the cold floor. Inside the hall, Princess Tangok Bang admired Tong Thian with awe, unable to hold back. Sword Chen is amazing. Who would have thought he could take down Kyu-han with just chopsticks? Princess Tansong nodded approvingly beside her. Impressive? Really impressive. Sword Chen is truly a prodigy. Suddenly, Princess Namfu stepped forward happily, hugging Tong Thian's arm and teasing. Sword Chen, you have to teach me that move sometime. Nearby, Tankai watched the scene and smiled quietly. He ordered the maid, take Kyu-han to get treated. The maid respectfully acknowledged. After giving the order, Tanka turned back to Tong Thian sincerely. Thanks for going easy on him. Sword Chen, in high spirits, Tong Thian curiously asked. Tankai, who is this Kyu-han to speak so arrogantly to a prince like you? Tanka closed his eyes briefly, pondered, then slowly replied, Kyu-han's background is indeed special. He seemed to recall an old story and continued. His grandfather was the national advisor of the Qin Empire, a highly respected figure. Even my father treated him as an equal. Tankai's eyes flickered with nostalgia as he spoke. He continued, 5 years ago, my father was ambushed by an assassin while out. At that moment, someone appeared, blocking the fatal strike and saving my father's life. Tenko went on to explain. Kyu-han's father used his own body to take the deadly blow from the enemy, protecting my father. After blocking that strike, he collapsed to the ground. As memories resurfaced, Tun Kiho described the scene of my father supporting the loyal man, his face deep with emotion. Pausing briefly, he continued, that is why my father has always cared for and looked after Kyu-han, treating him as someone special. This made his status almost equal to ours. The prince's. Tipeng then listened to the story, his eyes filled with curiosity. He asked, so how strong was Kyu-han's grandfather? Hearing this, Tun Ha fell silent, his tone turning serious. A heavenly saint master. Fifth transformation. Despite Tinki's serious tone, Tipeng then looked somewhat disappointed. He thought to himself, only fifth transformation, not impressive at all. Suddenly, the next day arrived. Inside the royal birthday banquet hall of King Ten home, the officials had gathered in full. At that moment, a palace maid stepped forward, bowed, and said today, Prince Third, Minister Lo is looking for you. Standing nearby, Tipeng then smiled and said, Tunrike, if you have something to attend to, go ahead, don't he worry about me. Hearing this, Tone relaxed, his face brightened. Brother Kimten, you find a place to rest for a while. I need to greet the guests but we'll be back soon. Tung then nodded softly. All right. Then he found a quiet corner in the hall to rest. But suddenly a familiar voice rang out mockingly. What kind of lowlift dares to show up here? Looking up, Tang then recognized Ku Hun, whose eyes were full of irritation. Seeing this, Tang then smirked and teased, Your body healed fast. Huh. Not bad. Hearing that, Ku Hun's face darkened, angry. He said, Yeah, today's your highness's birthday, and I do not believe you would dare cause trouble here. Tang then lightly shook the glass in his hand and replied calmly, Relax. I am not interested in playing with children. His words made Ku Hun so furious he clenched his teeth, choking out just one word, you. But in the end, you could not do anything, just stand there angry. At that moment, a loud announcement echoed, His Majesty has arrived. Hearing this, both their gazes turned to the main hall's door. The officials immediately knelt down in rows. Xingdan shouted, Welcome your Majesty. May your Majesty lead the Ten Home Kingdom to greater prosperity and strength. The Emperor of Ten Home Kingdom, Tunrike, entered the hall accompanied by a eunuch. Approaching the throne, the old emperor sat down, smiling with satisfaction and waving his hand. Haha! Today is my 50th birthday. You all are honored guests. Hello? Ku Hun stood silently, eyes fixed on the box in his hands, a sly smile creeping across his lips. He thought to himself, Today I will embarrass you in front of all the princesses and ministers. This is my chance for revenge. With clear determination, he frowned and slowly stepped forward. At the foot of the stairs, he knelt, raised the box high, and said sincerely, Godfather, this is a gift I specially prepared for you. The eunuch beside the emperor stepped down, took the box from Hun's hands, and presented it to the emperor. Seeing Ku Hun's genuine expression, the old emperor smiled happily. Who would be thought? My godson even prepared a gift for me, so filial. At that moment, the eunuch opened the box for the old emperor to see what was inside. As soon as he saw it, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Inside this box is a sparkling pearl, glowing gold with fiery orange hues. The old emperor held up the pearl, surprised. Godson, could this be the legendary Heka Veman pearl? Below in the hall, the ministers all smiled approvingly. Ku Hun truly lives up to being His Majesty's godson so dutiful. A senior official loudly said the Heven pearl is equivalent to a 5th grade elixir. Extremely rare. Another added that carrying the pearl can even extend one's lifespan. Ku Hun then spoke, his tone earnest, Yes, Godfather, I went through countless hardships to obtain this Heven pearl to present to you. Still kneeling, his face showed absolute sincerity. The old emperor became even happier, laughing heartily. Good boy. Now stand up. Ku Hun smiled slightly. Continuing with his plan, he said, Godfather, yesterday, I visited Prince Third to discuss the birthday banquet, and happened to meet one of his friends. Hearing about your birthday, he also wanted to offer a grand gift. The old emperor was placing the fire cloud pearl back into its box, casually asking without much concern, Is that Third Prince? Did your friend come today? Surprised by the question, Tanka startled, bowed his head, looking uneasy, and stammered, Father, I silently blame that damn Kyuhan. He clearly wants to make things difficult for Brother Kiem Tran. If I had known earlier, I would have given Brother Kiem Tran some treasures from the vault. Seeing Tanka hesitate, Kyuhan spoke up, his tone full of scheming. Adoptive father, I just happened to meet Kiem Tran. He is over there. After speaking, Kyuhan pointed toward Tong Thien, standing alone in a corner of the great hall. People followed his gesture, their eyes full of curiosity. Tang Kai observed the situation, feeling uneasy inside, thinking, I must speak up for Brother Kiem Tran. Causing trouble for him would be very bad. After some hesitation, Tan Kai resolutely bowed toward the emperor. Father, yesterday Brother Kiem Tran had a misunderstanding with Kyu Han. Hearing this, Tong Thien slowly stepped forward from afar. He placed a hand on Tan Kai's shoulder calmly, saying, Brother Tan, do not worry, I will handle it myself. Tong Thien advanced holding an exquisite wooden box. He knelt, lifted the box, and spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, I am Keed, friend of Third Prince. I am honored to attend your grand birthday today, and have prepared a small gift to present to you. Officials below began whispering among themselves. Who is he? Can his gift compare to Kyu Han's fire cloud pearl? Another sneered. How could it? The Fire Cloud Pearl is a rare 5th grade elixir. Not something just anyone can have. Above, the old emperor looked curiously at the box in Tong Thien's hands, but without high expectations. The old man chuckled and asked, "Young brother, no need for such formality. What have you brought?" Tong Thien bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, this is the 8th grade light bright divine pill." As Tong Thien finished, the great hall fell completely silent. A stunned atmosphere descended so thickly that even everyone's breathing could be heard. The old emperor was the first to react. He stared at Tong Thien in disbelief, almost unable to believe his ears. Asking, "What did you say?" Tong Thien calmly repeated each word. "Yes, Your Majesty, the 8th grade light bright divine pill." The officials below suddenly erupted, some breaking into cold sweat. Utterly stunned, the 8th grade light bright divine pill is a divine medicine that can cure all poisons and even bring the dead back to life. Another official spoke in awe. Exactly. The 8th grade light bright divine pill is one of the rarest treasures in the heavenly origin continent. One pill can save a life. Hearing this, Qiyu Hen's face turned pale. He stepped forward, pointed at Tong Thien, and shouted, "I do not believe it. How could a poor nobody like him have the 8th grade light bright divine pill? It must be fake. A scam." Tong Thien faced the crowd's doubt with calmness. He bowed once more, looked up at the old emperor, and said clearly, "Your Majesty, if you do not believe me, you can have Master Triyu come and verify it." Hearing this, the old emperor nodded, his eyes flashing with curiosity. He turned to an attendant nearby and ordered, "Summon Triyu Kwangmin, the Holy Master." The attendant quickly bowed and obeyed. Not long after, Dep Kwangmin, the famed Holy Master of the land, entered the great hall. The old man with silver hair and a long beard looked calm and steady. Upon arriving, he bowed deeply and respectfully said, "Dep Kwangmin, pay respects to your Majesty. How may I serve you?" The old emperor wasted no time and went straight to the point. "Master Dip, this is the gift from 3rd Prince S. friend. I heard this is the 8th grade light bright divine pill. Please check if it is genuine." Upon hearing this, Dep Kwangmin was briefly stunned. His eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Without hesitation, he stepped forward and opened the box. When the lid opened, a brilliant golden light radiated out, illuminating the space. The light grew stronger, filling the entire hall with awe. Dep Kwangmin looked at the pill, his eyes filled with admiration. His voice was certain. This is indeed the 8th grade light bright divine pill. No mistake. It is truly the famed divine pill of the heavenly origin continent. His confirmation caused the entire hall to erupt, all eyes amazedly fixed on Tong Thien. The old emperor's face lit up with joy. He applauded and laughed heartily. "Good. Very good. I never expected to receive such a treasure." Then he looked down at Tong Thien with a kind voice. "Kaim Tran, young brother, you have worked hard. Today, I will reward you greatly. Tell me, what do you want?" Tong Thien bowed, his voice calm but without a hint of greed. "Your Majesty, I only wish to maintain good relations with the 3rd Prince. If your Majesty intends to grant rewards, please bestow them upon the 3rd Prince." Tong Thien's words greatly pleased the old emperor. The emperor looked at Tan Kai with a smile and said, "Old Third, you have made a good friend. Such a person is truly precious." Tan Kai quickly bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Father." After the formalities, Tan Kai stepped beside Tong Thien, smiling happily, and said to the emperor, "Father, not only that, but Kim Tran is also the champion of this year's martial arts competition." The old emperor's joy deepened upon hearing this. He laughed heartily, nodding, "Indeed a rare talent. To become the champion of the martial arts contest at such a young age. Little brother's future will surely be brilliant." Then he turned back to Tan Kai, pride shining in his eyes. "Old Third, making friends with Kim Tran little brother is truly a great fortune." Tan Kai bowed and replied cheerfully, "Your servant understands." Qiyu Han, standing nearby, witnessed the conversation between the old emperor, Tan Kai, and Tong Thien. His face darkened with anger and resentment. "Daibin's king. Huh. No matter who you are. Qiyu Han, I won't let you live easily." The old emperor had now taken his seat, looking down on everyone. He laughed comfortably. "Let the feast begin. Today is my birthday. No need for formalities." Upon the emperor's order, all officials bowed and shouted together, "Thank you for your Majesty's grace." Qiyu sat in a corner, pouring wine for himself. A middle-aged man with a friendly face approached, smiling. "Qiyu Han, it is your Majesty's birthday, yet you are sitting here drinking alone." Qiyu looked up at the man before him, who was Mutrakja, an uncle with status in the court. Mutrakja teased with a smile, "I heard you got beaten up yesterday while chasing after Princess Negok Bang. Is that true?" Hearing this, Qiyu stood up abruptly, his face full of frustration. Mutrakja chuckled, "You need to control your son. If you want to marry Princess Ngok Bang, you have to get the Emperor's approval first. Kyuhyun frowned. Displeased. Speaking with resentment. It is not just that, Uncle Mutraga. Yesterday I was not only beaten but also humiliated. Hearing this, Mutrakia's expression immediately changed. He grabbed Kyuhyun's shoulder and asked excitedly, "What? Who dared to humiliate you?" Kyuhyun grumbled, pointing at Tong Thean with a look of disgust. "That Kim Tran guy humiliated me in front of so many people." Then he lowered his voice, frowning, whispering, "Uncle Mutraga, please help me teach him a lesson. I can't swallow this anger otherwise." Mutrak fell silent for a moment, then replied seriously, "Kyuhyun, it is not that I do not want to help, but I heard Kim Tran is not only a friend of the third prince, but also this year's martial arts champion. Besides, your majesty just praised him in front of everyone. If I intervene, it might displease the emperor." Hearing this, Kyuhyun looked briefly surprised but quickly changed his attitude and began to provoke. "Uncle Maisatrig is just a kid, barely grown, and the title Ding Bin Chi Vijing must have come from luck or some trick." Then he whispered, "If Uncle challenges him right in front of the court and defeats him, would not that both humiliate him and prove his own strength? As for your majesty, my family will handle it." Hearing this, a spark of interest lit up in Missy Trak's eyes. The old emperor nodded with a knowing smile. "Very well. I want to see just how strong this Dining Bin Chi Vevering really is." After discussing with Kugyuan, Messi Triak quickly approached the old emperor. He knelt before the throne with a respectful look and said, "Your Majesty, Messi Trak, have a request." Surprised, the old emperor asked, "Messi Trak, what is it?" Messi Tree kept a cheerful face, looked up at the old emperor, and said, "I wish to spar with Dengeng Bin Chi Vung as a performance for your Majesty's grand birthday, as a tribute to celebrate, hoping your Majesty will kindly allow." Hearing this sudden request, the emperor and the eunuch beside him were both surprised. After a moment of thought, the emperor laughed and looked toward Tong Thean. "Tong Thean, little brother Kim Tran, this is Lord Muktrak, commander of the Imperial Guards. Do you want to spar with him?" Tong Thean stepped forward, bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, if Commander Muktrak wishes to spar, I am willing to perform a demonstration to honor your Majesty." Hearing Tong Thean's polite words, the emperor nodded in approval and laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. Then everyone go outside to watch this performance. I want to see your skills." With that, the emperor clapped a few times and signaled for the arena to be prepared. Soon after, at the martial arena, Lord Muktrak appeared holding a long spear. Confidently, he stepped to the center, looked at Tong Thean and called out loudly, "Little brother Kim Tran, pick any weapon you want from the racks behind you." At that moment, a branch fell from above. Tong Thean calmly caught it with ease, holding it forward with a steady gaze, coldly saying, "Commander Muktrak, let us begin." Seeing Tong Thean use just a branch instead of a weapon, Muktrak was momentarily stunned, then quickly his face turned angry. He growled, "Kim Tran, what do you mean by this?" Realizing Muktrak had misunderstood, Tong Thean calmly explained, "Commander Muktrak, I mean no disrespect. This is just a friendly duel, not a fight to the death. This branch is enough for me to handle things." Hearing Tong Thean's explanation, Muktrak fell silent for a moment, then threw his long spear behind him, sticking it precisely into its stand. Muktrak turned and shouted, "Attendant, please bring me a wooden spear." Immediately, the attendant stepped forward and handed him a wooden spear. Watching Mutrak's actions, Tong Thean thought to himself that Mutrak was an honorable man who did not bully the weak. As soon as he received the wooden spear, Mutrak stepped forward with a booming voice. "Kim Tran, His whole body was wrapped in power, the wooden spear trembling from the energy flowing into it. Moving at lightning speed, Mutrak charged straight at Tong Thean like a storm. Tong Thean stood firm, still holding the branch, calmly watching his opponent rush in without a hint of panic. The battle officially began, all the officials' eyes fixed on the two. Waiting for an exciting display, Tong Thean stood on the other side, branch in hand, composed as ever. As Mutrak rushed in with the wooden spear, Tong Thean gently lifted the branch forward. A wave of power surrounded the branch. Glowing with a faint light, Mutrak's spear barely touched Tong Thean's branch before it was blocked with a small explosive sound. The wooden spear immediately cracked and shattered into many pieces. Mutrak's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "What?" Before he could react, Tong Thean launched a fast, powerful strike. The force from the branch hit Mutrak directly, pushing him back several steps. His face full of shock, he lowered his head, touching the spot where he was hit, feeling the strange power clearly, then immediately knelt down with a sincere expression. "Thank you, Brother Kim Tran, for your guidance." Tong Thean bowed in return. Speaking humbly, Commander Mutrak, you are too polite. This is just a small game. If it were a life or death battle, I might not win. Above in the stands, the old emperor smiled, but his eyes showed clear curiosity. He turned to Saint Master Deep Kwang Min and quietly asked, Saint Master, can you test the strength of this little brother Kiem Tran? Deep Kwang Min immediately bowed in response. As you command. Your Majesty. With those words, he raised his hand, his whole body flashing like lightning, quickly landing in the center of the arena. Looking at Tong Thien, his voice boomed. Kiem Tran, let me test you. Tong Thien slightly furrowed his brows but remained calm. He nodded, holding the branch and used the same technique, lifting the branch forward. Coldly warning, Old sir? Be careful. Deep Kwang laughed loudly, but his face grew serious. His hand flipped and clenched tightly. Then he shouted, Break the evil. Deep Kwang Min's fist collided directly with Tong Thien's attack. The clash sent power scattering around, shaking the ground. Deep Kwang Min looked down at his hand, where one finger was cut with a small gash. He was shocked, eyes sparkling with confusion. What kind of skill is this? Why do I feel a strand of heavenly earth energy? Regaining his composure, Deep Kwang Min swung his arm. Summoning power. A blazing red sword appeared in his hand, radiating intense heat. Seeing this, Tong Thien just smiled, lightly swinging his hand to create a giant fireball. The red glow enveloped the entire arena. Deep Kwang Min's eyes widened as he shouted in amazement. Controlling the heavenly earth energy. You have really reached this level. These words stunned all the officials in the stands. To control heavenly earth energy was a divine skill only attainable by those who reached the heavenly void saint, master rank. Another whispered in shock. Could it be that Kiem Tran has already reached that rank? Tanka stood nearby, mumbling in disbelief. How is that possible? Has brother Kiem Tran really broken through the realm of the void saint master? The old emperor looked down at the arena, his eyes sparkling with surprise, murmuring, is he really just a young teenager? Below the arena, Deep Kwang Min showed no sign of discouragement. He summoned his power, swung his flaming sword, unleashing the Mu Fire Cloud Sword Heavenly Flame Slash. The blade blazed with intense heat, charging straight at Teping Then. Before the attack hit, Deep Kwang Min warned, Brother Kim Ten, watch out. Teng Then only gave a faint smile, calm and unshaken. His eyes flashed with sharpness as the branch in his hand glowed brilliantly. He softly uttered, Heavenly Realm Battle Technique of the Gods. A surge of power burst from the branch, radiating dazzling golden light. His move clashed fiercely with Deep Kwang Min's, shaking the ground and sending a cloud of dust swirling. Everyone in the great hall held their breath, eyes fixed on the battle. Who would emerge victorious? A massive explosion erupted in the arena. Brilliant light and thunderous sound spreading throughout the Qin Imperial Palace. The shockwave from the blast spread wide, whipping up dust and pressure that staggered many. The officials watching the fight panicked immediately, turning to flee in chaos. Shouting, Run! Fall back! Protect His Majesty! On the arena, Deep quickly told Titeng Then. Kijim Tron, let us take the fight to the sky. Without hesitation, Tepeng Then answered softly, All right. As soon as he spoke, Deep soared into the air, hovering in the sky, his gaze fixed downward on Tepeng Then. Below, Tepeng Then stood calmly. In an instant, he controlled his power, lifting his feet off the ground, gently flying up. Seeing this, Deep was stunned and shouted, What? He can also control the wind element. The watching officials were shocked. One shouted, How is that possible? He clearly uses the fire element power, so how can he also control wind? Another nearby official, face full of doubt, questioned, could it be he controls not just fire but also wind? The other quickly argued, Impossible. On the heavenly origin continent, no one has ever controlled two elements. He must be using some trick we do not know. In the sky, Deep faced Tepeng Then, his eyes still full of astonishment. He asked, Brother Kimten, can you really control both elements? Tengfeng Then only furrowed his brow slightly and calmly replied, Yes. Tepeng Then's calmness stunned Mir, Deep even more. He exclaimed, Impossible. I have lived a long life but never met anyone who could do that. Hearing this, Teng Then kept his steady tone and cold gaze on Mir. Depi, there is nothing impossible in this world. Many mysteries still exist that we simply have not realized yet. Teng Then's sharp yet profound words stunned Mir. Depi, he slowly closed his eyes as if reflecting, then nodded in agreement. You are right. There are indeed many mysteries in this world we do not know. Looks like I have been disrespectful. Deep's expression darkened, seriousness returning to his eyes. He summoned a blazing sword, flames engulfing the blade, the bright light reflecting across the sky. He shouted, Then today, let me show you how powerful someone controlling two elements can be. No sooner had he spoken than Deep rushed toward Tepeng Then, spinning his flaming sword in hand, yelling, "Brother Kimten, block my firecloud sword flaming phoenix slash." Seeing this, Tang Thin's eyes glinted coldly. Unshaken, the branch in his hand flared, enveloped in a strange power. He gently raised his hand, the branch cutting through the air with a graceful strike. Power shot from the branch, colliding with Dai Piece attack. Instantly, the flaming phoenix slash was interrupted, the flames scattering as if torn apart. Dai halted, eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can you sever the connection between the elements?" While still pondering, Tang Thin's counterattack lunged straight at him. A lightning-fast force cut through mirror. Dai Piece body, he cried out in panic. His hand hurriedly went to his chest, feeling around but found his body intact. After a moment, he sighed in relief, eyes filled with confusion. What just happened? I am still alive. Dipe gradually calmed, took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully to Tang Thin, his voice full of reverence. "Thank you, Brother Kimten, for not finishing me off in this duel. I admit defeat." Tang Thin slightly bowed in respect. Speaking humbly, "Deep, you jest. If you had not gone all out, the outcome might have been different." Hearing this, Deep thought to himself, if I had really given my all, I might be the one dead now. Forced to smile, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Then said, "Defeat is defeat. I am not someone who can admit when he is wrong. You do not need to save face for me." From the stands, the old emperor turned to Li Huvi. "You are famed as a heavenly void saint master," he inquired. "You are also a heavenly void saint master. What do you think of this young sword Chen? Is he truly a genius?" Li Huvi bowed respectfully, answering confidently, "Your Majesty, in my observation, young Sword Chen is a once-in-10,000 years prodigy. His future achievements will surely reach the level of Holy King." Nearby officials overheard and were stunned. One whispered in disbelief, "Holy King? That is hard to believe." In another corner, Princesses Tan Gok Bang and Tan Song quietly watched the entire match, their faces flushed with admiration and awe. Tang Thin gently descended and stood before the old emperor. He bowed respectfully, speaking politely, "Your Majesty, Sword Chen may be a bit clumsy. Please forgive him." The old emperor laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the hall, waving his hand with goodwill. "Haha! Well done, Sword Chen. Little brother, if you are a friend of Tan Kai, my son, then you are no longer an outsider. From now on, I will call you brother. That is more familiar, is not?" Saying this, he spread his arms to show closeness to Tang Thin. Hearing this, Tang Thin bowed again, his voice calm. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your support." In another corner, Kyuhan watched the old emperor and Tang Thin chat happily. His face went pale, stammering with terrified eyes. "This can be. How could he be a heavenly void saint master? This must be an illusion." "Yes, it is just an illusion." At that moment, Mutrak stepped beside him, his expression grave, voice stern. "Kid, you have offended someone you should not have. I have to report this to your grandfather." Kyuhan looked anxious but stubbornly grabbed Mutrak's hand, pleading, "Uncle Mutrak, can you help me convince my family to teach him a lesson? He could not just wander around like this." Mutrak snapped angrily, eyes flashing fury. "Fool, do not you understand? Never think about this again. Your grandfather is not even strong enough to threaten Sword Chen, and you dare to cause trouble. If you do not repent, I am afraid even your grandfather will be implicated." Mutrak's thunderous words left Kyuhan pale and trembling, stammering in fear. "What should I do now, Uncle Mutrak?" Mutrak sighed deeply, lowering his voice but firm. "Go apologize to Sword Chen immediately. I will talk to your family, hoping to turn this big problem into a small one, and the small one into nothing." Both their gazes turned to Tang Thin, who was still talking with the old emperor. The old emperor, smiling happily, raised his hand signaling the surrounding officials, his voice booming, "I hereby appoint Sword Chen as the Protector State Advisor of Kun Empire." Any objections? His declaration struck like thunder, leaving all officials stunned. One widened his eyes, unable to hold back the thought, "What? Sword Chen, Protector State Advisor? Isn't he that like reaching for the sky?" Some officials stepped forward, bowing respectfully, voices hesitant. "Your Majesty, this must not be taken lightly. Sword Chen's abilities are outstanding enough to be State Advisor, but to bear the heavy responsibility of Protector State Advisor might be unsuitable." Another beside the old man spoke up. "Your Majesty, what Prime Minister Kolayer said makes perfect sense. The Protector State Advisor role involves great matters. Rushing the appointment might not be wise. Perhaps for now, let Sword Chen serve as temporary State Advisor." Hearing this, the old emperor raised his hand to stop them, Eyes resolute. No need for more words. My decision stands. Seeing this, Tong Thien stepped forward, trying to mediate. Your Majesty, Sword Chen lacks virtue and ability. He may struggle with such a heavy burden. Besides, he still has important duties and will leave Kun Empire in a few days. The old emperor remained unmoved, then softened and said to Tong Thien with a smile. Sword Chen, brother, you may rest assured to take on the Protector State Advisor role for Kun Empire. I want to ask you to stay here long. At that moment, Tan Kai, standing nearby, stepped forward, patted Tong Thien on the shoulder, and smiled reassuringly. Kaim Tran, if you become the Imperial National Advisor, you will have full freedom to use the Space Gate and all the resources of the Tan Empire without any restrictions. If you face any difficulties, I and everyone else are ready to help. Hearing Tan Kai and the old emperor's persuasion, Tong Thien reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine. I accept. The old emperor laughed heartily. Full of, excellent. Hurry and pay respects to our new Imperial National Advisor of the Tan Empire. The officials below all bowed together to Tong Thien, saying in unison, Greetings, Imperial National Advisor. Time passed. Night fell, and Tong Thien hurried into a brightly lit room, pushing the door open. Tan Kai, I am now the National Advisor of the Tan Empire, so I can use the Space Gate. Right? Tan Kai welcomed Tong Thien cheerfully and asked, Kaim Tran, what is so urgent that you came here in such a rush? Tell me. Maybe I can help you figure out a solution. Tong Thien's face darkened with sadness as he replied, My homeland is at war. I have to return quickly, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Tan Kai was struck like a thunderbolt by Tong Thien's words and shouted in shock. What? Without hesitation, Tan Kai grabbed Tong Thien's hand and pulled him toward a table decorated with a miniature landscape. He was just as anxious. Quick, explain the situation there in detail, so I can see if our Tan Empire can help. Outside, a dark crescent moon night was veiled by drifting clouds. Inside Tan Kai's room, Tong Thien stood before a map, pointing at a spot with a stick. Tan Kai followed his gaze, recognized the location Tong Thien indicated, and said, So that is it. That is the Siach Kingdom. He turned with a serious look. Kaim Tran, you should bring along a few national advisors. It will be tough to change the war's course alone. Hearing this, Tong Thien hesitated slightly. Looking a bit embarrassed, that is not very convenient. Tan Kai immediately waved his hand, patted his shoulder lightly, and explained thoroughly. Don't hesitate. Don't forget who you are now. You are the Imperial National Advisor, with the authority to use our power and manpower. After a moment of thought, Tong Thien finally nodded in agreement. All right, I will listen to you. At dawn, a sudden blinding light burst from a battle formation hidden deep in the jungle. The light flashed and then faded. Tong Thien and several others appeared in a strange space. One in the group looked around curiously and asked, Imperial National Advisor, where do we go next? Tong Thien stood silently, observing the surroundings, then pointed east and said clearly, This place is not far from Sechem Kingdom. There must be a city to the east. Let us go there first to gather information. The group immediately obeyed and flew quickly eastward. As they neared, Tong Thien turned to instruct, Let us enter the city first and investigate some news. Inside the city, crowds bustled back and forth, and the sounds of trading echoed through the streets. Come see. Fresh demon meat here. Tong Thien stopped at a small tea shop by the roadside, where a waiter was busy cleaning tables. He asked, Waiter, can I ask you something? What is the current situation in Sechem Kingdom? Has there been a war? Hearing the question, the waiter stopped, tossed his towel over his shoulder, and quickly replied, There was a war there 3 months ago. I heard it involved an alliance of 4 countries. As he finished, a customer at the next table interrupted. Young brother, do not go there now. Sechem Kingdom is on the brink of destruction. The person facing him added, That is right. 7 days ago, 2 heavenly void holy masters of Sechem died, and 3 others were severely wounded. The alliance of 4 countries had only 1 heavenly void figure badly injured. Nearly dead. But I heard he was saved by the radiant holy master. He kept spilling everything he knew, full of excitement. I also heard news from Sechem 3 days ago that a heavenly void holy master from the Bean Kingdom captured a general from Sechem. He brought the general back, cut off both his hands and feet, and hung him at the gate of the Deegan Kingdom city all day. The man lowered his voice, speculating, if they were treated like that, that general must have been a famous commander. Right? Tong Thien frowned deeply at this, but before he could speak, a brown-haired man nearby jumped into object. You guessed wrong. That general is not some famous warrior. He is just an unknown commander. I think his name is Zhang Yanghu. Hearing that name, Tong Thien instantly froze in terror, memories flooding in like a raging flood. He could not believe his ears. Suddenly, his hand shot out, squeezing the neck of the man who spoke, Then with one hand, he lifted him high into the air. Tong Thien's voice hissed with fury. What did you say? Say it again. The man trembled with fear as he was lifted up, stammering that the person's name was Zhang Yang Hu. He was captured by the Holy Master Thian Kong of Bud Din Degan Kingdom, then had all 4 limbs cut off. After that, he was hung at the Bidenjing city gate for a whole day and night. As he finished speaking, his whole body shook violently. Hearing this, Tong Thien's expression darkened instantly, his eyes filled with unbearable pain. Inside, a fierce fire of rage blazed, mixed with endless self-blame. He thought, Big bro, I came too late. Immediately after, he threw the man aside roughly, ignoring his pain. His gaze swept over his companions as he quickly ordered, all 5 of you, move out immediately. Help the Siachim Kingdom resist the 4 allied spiritual armies and protect everyone in Zhang Yang's domain. The group responded in unison, loud and clear. Yes, honored National Master. After giving the orders, Tong Thien flew off at once, his face full of worry. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. Big bro, nothing must happen to you. If it does, I will burn down the entire Bun Ding Kingdom and bury the 4 allied nations with you. Soon after, Tong Thien arrived at the gates of Bean Degan Kingdom. There, he saw a scene of utter horror. Zhang Yang, the brother he looked up to, was hanging limply on the city wall, his gaunt body covered in blood, looking like a lifeless corpse. Tong Thien trembled with rage at the sight, his eyes blazing with fiery anger, unable to hold back. He shouted, his voice tearing through the air, Bun Ung Kingdom. You bastards! You will pay for this! The blinding sunlight illuminated the battlefield, signaling a terrible war was about to begin. Soldiers on the wall quickly took defensive positions. One shouting, Stop! Who dares trespass into our Bududurng Kingdom? Tong Thien did not answer. He just stared coldly at them, like a storm ready to wipe out everything in its path. The Ban Deng commander wasted no time and ordered, Fire the crossbows. Tens of thousands of arrows and spears flew relentlessly, aiming straight at Tong Thien. The terrifying whistle of projectiles filled the air. Tong Thien stood firm, raising his hand to channel energy, deflecting every attack in an instant. The soldiers witnessing this power were stunned and shouted together. What? How is this possible? Tong Thien did not stop. He spun his hand, unleashing another move, an enormous cross-shaped force that blasted back at them. He shouted as his ghostly sword technique slashed fiercely, the powerful magic striking the city wall, scattering the soldiers in panic. Amid the chaos, Tong Thien fired a precise strike. Cutting the rope holding Zhang Yang and freeing him, he rushed forward, catching Zhang Yang in his arms. Tong Thien's face was full of agony as he trembled and said, Big bro, I was too late. Quickly, he pulled out a vial of elixir and forced Zhang Yang to drink. In his heart, he thought, I must use the Radiant God Pill to protect Big Bro's life first. Later, I will find a way to restore his lost limbs. Seeing Tong Thien's action, the soldiers' rage flared again. The commander shouted, Fire the bolts, shoot that bastard and his filthy dog. Tong Thien turned back, his gaze cold and sharp like a blade piercing through them. He drew a blazing sword, raised it high, then without hesitation, swung with full force. Flames burst from the sword, instantly slicing the city wall in two. The soldiers' screams echoed everywhere as fire spread, burning everything and creating a chaotic nightmare. The commander was stunned, shouting, Who are you gods from where? Why attack our Bianjing Kingdom? Tong Thien's face darkened as he replied coldly, Today, I will make sure your Bianjing Kingdom never rises again. Saying this, he cast another spell. His palm gathered raging flames filled with all his hatred and fury. He swung hard, sending the violent fire straight at the soldiers. The squad leader could only scream in panic as the flames suddenly changed direction, shooting straight up into the air before exploding in the fortress. A blinding light engulfed the area, thick smoke billowed, and the fierce fire continued to burn everything around it. Through the blazing fire, a high-ranking guard from the Being D Kingdom stepped forward. Staring intently at Teping, then, he spoke with a serious tone. Are you from the Siach Sam Kingdom? Teping then glanced at him with an icy stare. Yes, the guard pressed on. May I know your name? I have never heard of someone like you. Teping then ignored him. His cold, sharp eyes made the guard hesitate. He stood there amid the sea of flames like a god, carrying an unstoppable fury. Teping then glared, his gaze dark and deadly, his voice cold as he asked, Did you cut off my big brother's limbs? Hearing the words big brother, the guard paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He sneered and guessed, Your big brother. Could it be you are from the Tranjun de Drang family too? Teng then paid no attention to him. His eyes focused solely on one thing, the answer to his question. Answer me. Did you cut off my big brother's limbs or not? The guard stayed calm, smirking coldly. So what? Just waiting for that? Ting Then's eyes turned as sharp as knives. He spoke each word like thunder, If it was you, I will return the favor. In the blink of an eye, Tung then vanished from his spot. Faster than the wind, he appeared behind the guard, startling him. What the? Tang then gave him no chance to react. Grabbing his arm and squeezing hard, a crack rang out with just one move. He tore the guard's arm off. The guard screamed in pain. Without emotion. Tang then tossed the arm aside, his face still cold as ice, then said coldly, "Hold on tight. Before I take all your limbs, you absolutely cannot pass out." The guard clutched his wound, blood pouring out, his face twisted in pain. Inside, he was angry and scared, wondering, since when did the Trachanging Ding family have such a terrifying powerhouse? Sensing things were going badly, he shouted for help. "Senior Kin, please show yourself and help me." Tipeng then stood calmly, his sharp eyes scanning the area. When a figure appeared from afar and approached, the figure stopped before Tipeng then and spoke softly. "I am Tun, royal of the Sin Kun Kingdom." Tieng then cut him off, his voice full of menace. "No need for words. Today, I will raise your Dudra kingdom to the ground, and I will take the heads of all your strongest warriors to hang at the city gate." Kun Van raised an eyebrow and laughed coldly, dripping with sarcasm. "A brat who does not know his place dares to insult me like that, with only the power of the heavenly void Saint Master. Do you really think you can destroy my Bundu governed kingdom?" Knowing he could not fight and protect Trandra Godza H at the same time, Tipeng then gently leaned the old man against a nearby wall. He softly said, "Big bro, wait here for me. I will kill these two and avenge you." After saying that, he turned back, his whole body radiating deadly energy. His eyes shone with a mysterious blue light like a fierce god. Without giving his enemies time to react, Tang then unleashed magic to lift huge stones around him. The rocks hurtled toward Tin Ven and the guard at terrifying speed. Kun Van laughed and used his power to block them. "Little bug, you think this attack can harm me?" But when their two powers collided, Kun Vanen and the guard were shocked to realize Tung Vivin's magic was far stronger. The stones smashed through their defenses and kept coming with devastating force. Alarmed by Vin's strange technique, Kun Van carefully drew his sword, preparing to defend himself by chopping the incoming stones. With precise strikes, he shattered all the rocks. But inside he was stunned. Who exactly is this kid? This power is no ordinary thing. Immediately, Kun Van shouted to the bee-digging guard, "Use all your strength now. Protect your body." The guard panicked, voice trembling. What? But he had no time to react. The remaining stones slammed into him like a storm. Tang then coldly pointed at Tin Ven, his voice ringing like a death bell. "One down. Next is two streams of magic, one blue and one red," ran along Tin Yi Thin's arm, merging in a terrifying power. He thrust theirs toward Tin Ven, who panicked. Kun Ven thought to himself, eyes wide with horror. What kind of power is this? Could it be the heavenly grade battle technique? Although he tried to dodge, overconfident in his protective holy power, Kun Ven did not expect his arm to be cut off in an instant. He stared at his lost arm, eyes filled with shock and panic. How could this power break through my holy protection? Realizing he was no match, Kun Ven turned and fled, not daring to look back. Tang Thin did not chase after him. Standing still with sharp eyes fixed on where he disappeared, he muttered with deadly intent in his voice, "Kun Vin. Another day. I will level the entire Kun kingdom, wipe it out, leave nothing behind." In another fortress, inside a large room, Trong Di sat deep in thought with his soldiers. The atmosphere was tense. One soldier spoke anxiously. "It seems this time, our Lam Kuo can escape this disaster." Trong Ding nodded. "Warning, hold on as long as you can, even if we die. We must never let them gloat so easily." The soldiers sighed silently. One tried to comfort. "Sir, although your son was taken by Bundru Kutsu, they probably won't dare kill him." Trong De rested his chin on his hand, eyes full of worry. Sighing, "I heard A's limbs were severed. Now he is nothing but a cripple, even if he is saved. What then? It will only make him suffer more." The soldiers sighed again. Speechless, someone stepped forward, placing a hand on Tranjing Dbia's shoulder. Speaking warmly, "Sir, do not you still have a gifted son?" Trong Ding, Tippa then. "I heard at just 15. He stopped summoning holy warriors, a rare prodigy." Tri Abi went silent for a moment, heart heavy with sorrow. He thought, "Tippa Nahai, are you well now? How many years has it been? No word, no message. Where are you?" Out loud, he sadly said, "Tung Hai left home 3 years ago and has not contacted us since. I wonder if he is even alive." The tense atmosphere in Trinidad State's Great Hall was broken by a cheerful voice. Min Aing entered with arms crossed, loudly saying, "Uncle Trung D, your boy Teping Dien stopped summoning holy warriors at just 15, 3 years earlier than me. Unbelievable. If only he were here now. Tria Dumbi just sighed softly. Eyes sorrowful, thinking it would be better if he never came back, worried the estate might not last a few more days. Min Ang ignored the somber mood, confidently folding his arms. Master, do not worry. I will do my best to protect Chu Tone and the trench into the Dunning estate. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Triade! Come out and surrender now. Everyone rushed outside to see. Standing before them was a fierce old man. The elder of Tiem Long Kuf. Elder spoke loudly. Eyes threatening. Tim Long Ku has already broken through the west of Sech Sam Kukus. Now, it is your turn. Triade! Surrender and spare your lives. Those who do will be spared. If not, do not blame Tiem Long Kuf for wiping out this entire city. Tri-A-B gritted his teeth. Eyes firm in reply. Our seat Shumukuf has no traitors. Even if we die, we will never be slaves. His words made the Tiem Long elder sneer coldly. The elder gathered his energy. Voice deadly. Then go die? He unleashed a powerful dark magic attack straight at Trening dying BB. The massive energy surged like a storm, leaving Trang to BA stunned, unable to react. From afar, Meng shouted, Uncle Trang, D. Watch out. In that moment, Trang Deng, B thought. Eyes resigned. Could this be my grave? But just when all seemed lost, a giant magical shield suddenly appeared, blocking the entire attack and protecting Trang Deng B. The strike's energy shattered and slammed into the ground, carving a deep trench. The Tim Long elder angrily shouted, Ooh, who dares ruin Team Long Kuk's perfect plan? From afar, a group of soldiers appeared, led by a dignified man. He stepped forward and asked coldly, Are you from Team Long Kuk? The Time Long elder turned, suddenly shaken, stammering. He guessed, could these be the Then Kong Holy Masters? Despite fear, he replied harshly, Yes, but who are you? The leader sneered. Voice icy. We are from Ten Hong Kuk, sent by the king to protect the national protector and assist Ch Am Kuf. The Time Long elder looked horrified and asked, What? You come from Teen Hong Kuf, one of the 8 strongest powers of Thin and Gaian continent. The leader did not hide it, replying coldly, Is there a second Ten Hong Kuf on this Thin and Gaian continent? Hearing this, the elder of Long Kuf broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, This is bad. We can't drag this out any longer. I must report to His Majesty immediately. He bowed his head and hurriedly said, If that is the case, we request permission to die. The golden-haired senior floated in the air, raising his hand high, gathering a radiant blue orb of light. His aura pressed heavily on everyone around. His cold voice rang out, Old man, do you think this is a place you can just come and go as you please? Want to leave? Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the magical orb toward Elder Tiem Long Kus. The elder immediately gathered his energy to defend, hastily pleading, Seniors of the Qin Empress realm, we hold no grudge against you. Why pursue me so relentlessly? But while he was still defending, the golden-haired senior suddenly appeared behind him, faster than lightning. He raised his hand, his voice icy cold, because our national protector ordered it. His punch struck hard against Elder Tiem Long's back, causing him to cough up blood. His body curled in pain as he weakly gasped. The senior lifted the elder high, then mercilessly dropped him. The elder collapsed onto the ground, motionless like a heap of scrap. Turning back, the senior bowed lightly before Trang Dangbi and spoke calmly but with authority. I am Q Then, sent by the National Protector to assist you all. If you need anything done, just say the word, no need for formalities. As for these Tiem Long Kuk people, it is best you handle them. Trang Dugangbia hurriedly clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, seniors, for your help. May I ask who this National Protector you mentioned is? Kuyu then smiled faintly. Our protector's full identity cannot be revealed easily. When he returns, you will know. Meanwhile, at another stronghold, Tepum then stood before the gates of Bubban Dugden Kingdom's royal palace. The guards quickly took defensive positions. You there? Stop. This is the sacred palace grounds. Anyone who dares enter will die. Teng Thin did not waste words. He flicked his hand, sending nearly invisible thin threads toward the soldiers. Before they could comprehend what was happening, all the soldiers collapsed unconscious. The others panicked and shouted, He dares cause trouble here. Catch him now. Once again, Tung Thin unleashed invisible threads, and in a flash, the next group of soldiers fell. At that moment, a beast rider emerged from the palace, glaring at Tepa Thin with fury. Who are you? Why have you scattered our Budendong royal guards like this? Tepung Thin did not look at him, his voice cold as ice. You do not need to know who I am. Just remember one thing. The man frowned and asked, What? Tepung Thin lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as ice, voice clear and resolute. From today on, this royal palace on the Thengayan continent will be completely wiped out. The man shouted angrily. Nonsense. Our Bundata kingdom has stood for hundreds of years. You are just a kid, how dare you talk about toppling us? Tipeng then sneered coldly, his icy gaze fixed on him. If you think so, then try taking one of my attacks. He raised his hand to the sky. Magical energy converged into a massive ball. Flames blazed fiercely, turning the sky red. The man stepped back, pale-faced, whispering, "What kind of power is this?" Tipeng then swung his sword down with force, shouting, "Sacred battle technique. Firestorm Willow origin." Flames surged from the blade like a massive firestorm, rushing straight at the squad leader. He panicked, shouting to his soldiers, "Get out of the way, run!" But it was too late. The flames engulfed him, incinerating everything within reach. His body dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only debris and a thin smoke that faded into the air. Tipeng then stood firm, his cold eyes scanning the battlefield. He sensed the soldiers' presence but saw no sign of them anywhere. Perhaps they disguised themselves or fled. He spoke softly, voice icy cold. "No matter where you hide, you won't escape my grasp." In the underground secret chamber of Ban Dung Kingdom's palace, the king's face was ashen with fear as he rushed inside with 2 close guards, looking like he would escaped a nightmare. He muttered, "Who is he? How could his power be so terrifying? Even my 2 national protectors could not stop him. How can his power be this terrifying? Even my 2 national tutors can't stop him." A guard spoke up, trying to offer a logical analysis. "Your Majesty, I guess that person might be from La Cici Kingdom because we are at war with La Cici Kingdom. It is perfectly reasonable for their strong warriors to come here seeking revenge." Hearing this, the Emperor of Bun Duong Kingdom felt as if struck by a fatal blow. He thought to himself, "I was too foolish in the past. If I had known, I would not have joined the war." His face showed clear disappointment, prompting 2 guards to quickly comfort him. "Your Majesty, please do not worry. This place is a very sturdy labyrinth, protected by many mechanisms, and the strong warriors stationed at the border fortress will arrive soon. The strong fighters from Siachsam Nation will have no choice but to retreat." Hearing this, the Emperor regained his spirit, clinging to this last ray of hope. He reassured himself, "You are right. Maybe this time I can still turn the tide." But just as his worries began to fade, he grew blindly confident and loudly declared, "Once I capture that strong warrior from Siachsam Nation, I will torment him to death." As he reveled in this, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. "And how exactly do you plan to torment me?" The words pierced his heart like a dagger. The Emperor and his 2 guards immediately raised their guard, drawing their weapons and scanning the area. Stammering, he asked, "You? Who are you?" Unbeknownst to them, Tipeng then had already appeared in the secret chamber. Standing there calmly and leisurely, his cold eyes sent shivers down their spines. His voice rang out evenly but with the weight of a death sentence. "I am the strong warrior from Siachsam Nation you just mentioned. Weren't you trying to catch me? Well, here I..." The Emperor of Beijing Nation trembled all over, sweat pouring down. His eyes filled with terror as he stared at Tipeng then. Countless unanswered questions raced through his mind. How could this kid have broken such a huge hole in the wall? Wasn't only a Saint King level warrior powerful enough to do that? Could he really have reached the Saint King realm? But there was no time to think further. An older guard quickly stepped in front of him, speaking firmly, "Your Majesty, flee now. Let me hold him off." Without hesitation, the guard dashed forward like lightning, clearly showing extraordinary strength. Tipeng Diffin glanced once and immediately sized up his power. He thought to himself, at that age, to reach the Great Earth Saint Master realm is no small feat, definitely a local genius. But in front of me, he is just a joke. Tipeng then swung his sword decisively with little effort. The radiant blade sliced the guard's body in 2 on the spot. Blood sprayed as the guard was caught off guard by the vast difference in power. Tieng then declared coldly, his voice brimming with overwhelming confidence, "To me, even a Great Earth Saint Master is nothing but a scared chicken." Everything happened so fast that the Emperor had not even fled. He just sat frozen on the ground, unable to utter a word. The remaining young guard, witnessing the scene, turned pale with horror. Still, he remained loyal, desperately trying to protect the Emperor. The young guard gritted his teeth, trembling as he tightly gripped his sword and stood before the Emperor, shouting, "Your Majesty, run, I will hold him off." The Unning Emperor had no other choice. Seeing the hopeless situation, he stood up, his voice shaky but full of resolve. "No need. All the blame for starting this war falls on me. I will bear the consequences. The soldiers here are innocent. If you want to kill me. These soldiers have families, elderly, and children waiting for them." The Emperor's words made Titan Thian pause briefly. He recalled the advice from Senior Thin. When deciding to eliminate an enemy, do so completely, but before acting, think carefully, and do not let hatred cloud your judgment. After a moment of thought, Teng Thin's cold gaze softened. He let out a long breath and decided not to kill the Danning Emperor. Instead, he ordered coldly, "Take me to the Being treasury. I want compensation for the soldiers from SHSM nation who sacrificed their lives." The Being emperor could only comply, consoling himself that losing wealth was better than losing his life. At the front line, tensions remained high. The soldiers guarding the walls dared not relax for a moment. In the command room, the general was urgently studying strategies. His expression grave, he spoke solemnly. "No mistakes allowed. The situation is critical." A soldier entered and handed the general an urgent letter delivered by a spy. After reading it, the general's face grew even heavier. He announced that the enemy had breached 3 border zones. The main army was advancing straight toward the imperial city. The command room fell into complete silence. Chuchihai, a trusted subordinate of the general, spoke urgently. The current situation was unstable, and it seemed there was no hope left for SHSM nation's victory. Even if the royal sorcerer of the Qin Empire returns to assist, I fear it won't change the outcome. Chuchihai frowned, pacing back and forth, unable to find a solution. He finally asked the general, "General, what should we do now? Should we abandon this fortress and rush to reinforce the royal city? In times like this, staying put means certain death." The general frowned, thinking deeply before asking, "How many troops do we still have?" Chuchihai quickly replied, "About 700,000. But in the current situation, that number is barely enough. Distributing forces will leave many weak points in defense." The general nodded, his expression grave. "Then first, send troops to reinforce the east, south, and northwest fronts. Leaving around 200,000 soldiers here should suffice." Hearing this, Chuchihai immediately expressed concern. "General, if we do that, the forces here will be too thin. If the enemy attacks, I fear we won't hold." The general, a seasoned veteran, smiled softly. "No need to worry. We still have 5 royal sorcerers from the Qin Empire supporting us. Unless we face the Heaven Void Holy Master and just regular soldiers, 20,000 troops will be enough. I will handle the dangerous part." Chuchihai immediately knelt. "General, let me lead the 200,000 soldiers to defend here. You should take the stronger forces to protect the other areas." The general looked at Chuchihai with deep emotion and calmly advised, "Old Chu, let me take on this mission. Your wounds have not healed yet, so lead the younger, healthier men out of here. Return to your family once the situation stabilizes." Chuchihai was choked with emotion as he spoke. "General," the general smiled, placing a hand on Chuchihai's shoulder in a gentle voice. "I have lived this long. Life and death are just concepts to me. You're still young, and your family awaits you. Your son is only 3, right? You need to reunite with them. If I keep you here, how can I face your family?" Emotion surged in the command room. But before they could settle, a soldier hurried in with a report. "General, someone has arrived. It is none other than Tong Thian, and he has brought along the king of the Bin Duong kingdom." This stunned the veteran general, leaving him unable to guess the situation. Thousands of scenarios flashed through his mind, but none explained the question. Why is the king of Bin Duong here? Could this be a peace offering? The veteran general acted cautiously, clasping his hands in greeting with a probing tone. "King of Bin Duong, I did not expect you to come in person. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Before the king could respond, Tong Thian politely greeted back and explained, "Old general, do not worry. The current king of Bin Duong is just a prisoner. I captured him myself." Tong Thian's words struck the general like a thunderclap. Disbelieving, he asked again for confirmation. "What did you say? You captured the king of Bin Duong?" Tong Thian remained calm, as if it was no big deal. "That is right." He glanced around then asked, "Have the 5 royal sorcerers of Qin Empire arrived yet?" Hearing this, the veteran immediately sensed Tong Thian might be connected to them. Curious, he asked, "Are you acquainted with the 5 royal sorcerers of the Qin Empire?" Tong Thian nodded and began recounting his journey. "Yes, we were ordered to support the Sam kingdom together. We started out together but split up along the way. The 5 went to assist them first. I headed straight to Bin Duong to handle matters here." After explaining, Tong Thian's eyes showed worry. He asked, "By the way, did the Qin Empire's royal sorcerers bring anyone from the Truong Duong mansion, specifically Truong Duong Ho?" The veteran exchanged a look with Chuchihai before answering. "You are asking about Truong Duong Ho?" "Yes, he is badly wounded. I told his father, Truong Dongba, to take him back to the royal city for treatment." Seeing Tong Thian's worried face, the veteran hesitated, his eyes showing concern. Tong Thian immediately sensed something was off and lowered his voice. "Old general, what exactly happened? What is the situation now?" With no other choice, the veteran sighed and explained, "Not long. I received secret intel. The enemy is advancing toward the royal city. If this continues, I fear the Truong Duong family won't survive intact." His words hit Tong Thian like a wound. He clenched his fists, his gaze turning cold. The old general, seeing the situation, could not help but blame himself. It is all my fault. I am the one who caused this disaster. Commander Chu standing beside him quickly comforted him. General, you can't blame yourself for this at that time. You only wanted to ensure the safety of Mir. And Miss Zhang, no one expected such bad luck to happen. Tong Thien did not blame the old general. He had done his best and truly deserved the title of a wise and brave veteran. He reassured him. Old general, do not worry. With the king of Bun Duong here, no one from the north of Bun Duong will dare attack this place again. Hearing this, the old general was deeply moved and speechless. He clasped his hands respectfully. Lao Qiyu, sincerely thank you. Little brother, I will never forget this favor for the rest of my life. Tong Thien did not plan to stay long. He quickly inquired about the 5 national sages from the Qin Huang Kingdom. Old general, where are the 5 national sages of Qin Huang Kingdom now? Without hesitation, the old general replied, not long. I asked them to help defend the western side here. Tong Thien looked down, picked up the map on the ground, and carefully examined it. Old general, let me borrow this map for a moment. Knowing the situation clearly will make it easier to act. He quickly analyzed and already had a clear plan. Just get to West City in time to summon the 5 national sages to return and support the imperial city. And everything would be settled. However, what worried him most was the safety of his father and older brother. He muttered, Father, big bro, you both must survive. Wait for me. Riding at breakneck speed, Tong Thien soon arrived at West City. As he reached the gate, the guards immediately showed suspicion, pointing their weapons at him. Who is there? Tong Thien politely clasped his hands. Showing goodwill, I am from the Sichuan Kingdom, not enemy. You do not need to worry. Still, the guards did not lower their guard. One shouted loudly, do you have any proof of your identity? Confident, Tong Thien did not bother to prove anything. He said, just call any national sage from Qin Huang Kingdom here. They will recognize me immediately. The guard, instead of softening, sneered and shouted, the Qin Huang national sages are not the kind of people that dog like scum like you get to meet. The situation grew tense, but then a dignified voice rang out. Halting everyone, National Sage To appeared from behind and, seeing Tong Thien, immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. I humbly greet National Sage Baquok. Tao's action stunned all the guards. They realized they had made a grave mistake. One of them immediately knelt down and bowed in apology. We sincerely apologize, sir. We truly failed to recognize you. Please forgive us, Tong Thien said calmly. The situation is tense, so your reaction is understandable. I understand the responsibility you bear. Tong Thien's generosity eased the guards' tension. They smiled gratefully. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. Heroes like you are truly admirable. Tong Thien turned to National Sage Tao, his gaze serious. Are you the only one here? Where are the others? Tao replied honestly. Sir, there is one more person here. In total, there are only 2 national sages in this city. Hearing this, Tong Thien was puzzled. What about the other 3? Where did they go? Tao explained. They heard the other front lines were in urgent need and split up to assist other camps. Tong Thien's eyes paused on Tao's bandaged hand, and he asked with concern, Are you injured? Tao smiled reassuringly. Just a few minor wounds. Nothing serious. No need to worry, sir. Still, Tong Thien frowned. That is strange. The 5 national sages are very powerful. How did you get injured in battle? What exactly happened? Could the enemies really be the Thian Kong holy sages? As if reading his thoughts, Tao provided information. Sir, there are 5 Thian Kong holy sages on their side. Tao and Old Dong combined forces and barely pushed them back. Neither side suffered casualties. But we were seriously wounded. If at that moment they had lost 1 Thian Kong holy sage, Old Dong, and I could have definitely wiped out all 5 of them. Tong Thien continued. Where is National Sage Dong now? Tao sighed. Old Dong was more seriously injured than me and is currently resting in his room. Hearing this, Tong Thien immediately took out a precious medicine bottle. He handed it to Tao with a serious tone. This is the Bright Light Holy Pill. Grade 4. Use it to heal your wounds as quickly as possible. Then he headed straight to the Eastern Fortress to support the fight. Master Tao received the medicine, bowed respectfully, and thanked the National Protector Master. Once Old Dong and I recover, we will join you to eliminate that Southern Celestial Void Saint Master. Hearing Master Tao, Tong Thien gave a faint cold smile. Speaking calmly, no need. I can handle this alone. Master Tao could not hide his surprise and needed to confirm. Sir, you intend to face the Southern Celestial Void Saint Master of Team Long Country all by yourself. Tong Thien nodded confidently. That is right. This won't be too difficult for me. Master Tao was still worried and immediately advised. Sir, although they have not mastered the heavenly grade combat techniques, their teamwork is tough to deal with. Tong Thien calmed Master Tao with a steady voice. You should rest while you can. Before he finished, A loud shout thundered through the city gate. Southern Celestial Void Saint Master from Catch Sam Country. Come out here and give your life. Master Toe's face went pale as he anxiously said, It is dangerous. They have arrived. Contrary to Master Toe's worry, Tong Thien looked excited. Perfect timing. I have been wanting to end this quickly and save time searching. Saying that, Tong Thien immediately stepped out to face the Southern Celestial Void Saint Master standing at the city gate. Seeing him alone, the group of experts laughed mockingly. Is this kid so scared he is frozen? Haha! A man in white robes stepped forward arrogantly. Just you alone. Yet you dare talk big. If you want to die, say it straight, I will grant your wish. Tong Thien remained calm, his cold gaze fixed on them, a slight smirk on his lips. The ones wanting to die are you. Without hesitation, he gathered his sacred energy and dashed like lightning toward the southern expert. The man in white quickly acted, confidently raising a shield. Behold my sacred king's shield. But Tong Thien did not need weapons barehanded. He delivered a powerful, decisive strike. With just one blow, the strong shield cracked and shattered, the slash unyielding as it struck him. The man's confidence vanished instantly. His eyes filled with panic as he stammered. This can teep in a flash. Tong Thien sliced him in half with extraordinary speed and strength. Blood splattered everywhere while the remaining 4 experts stood frozen, horrified by what they saw. What is that? Realizing Tong Thien's overwhelming threat, one shouted. Everyone charge. Be careful. He had a sacred weapon, do not face him head-on. The red-haired strongman quickly unleashed a powerful move. Blazing red flames danced in the air before exploding. Aimed straight at Tong Thien. Kid, take my fight. Seeing the flames hit their target, he smiled smugly. Got you now. Huh. But before he could savor victory, a cold voice rang behind him. Not yet. He spun around, his face draining of color as he saw Tong Thien standing right behind him. Before he could react, Tong Thien struck sharply in the chest. Quick and decisive, the redhead collapsed. Breath fading. Unable to believe the vast power gap between him and Tong Thien even until the end. Can it be real? What kind of power is this? Tong Thien lightly swung his hand. His sharp sword slashed in a blink, severing the head of the opposing strongman, which rolled away like a lifeless object. Blood gushed from the neck, making the air even tenser and more terrifying. Seeing this, the last 3 strongmen trembled like leaves. They realized coming here was the worst decision of their lives. Tong Thien coldly pointed at a man with 2 mustaches. You are next. The mustached man turned pale, terrified, yelling, I do not want to die. Run. Without waiting for his comrades, he turned and fled, his feet barely touching the ground as if chased by demons. Tong Thien just gave a cold smirk, casually swirling his sacred energy, his voice calm but commanding. I will let you live. With that, he released a beam of sacred energy like a deadly laser. The light streaked faster than lightning, piercing through the mustached man's body. The man did not even scream one last time before collapsing, leaving a pool of blood behind. The remaining 2 strongmen witnessed the horror and dared not move. They immediately knelt, bowing their heads, begging, Sir, we were wrong. Please spare us. Do not kill us. But Tong Thien's eyes were icy cold with no sign of mercy, and he declared decisively, it was too late. Those poor souls had no chance to rise again. Tong Thien unleashed 2 powerful sacred strikes, ending them in an instant. On the city wall, Kakwaksu watched the entire scene with admiration, muttering, the protector of the nation will surely become a true Saint King in the future. After resolving the situation, Tong Thien turned to bid farewell to the 2 national advisors here. They were deeply grateful. Thank you, sir. Thanks to your elixir, our wounds have almost completely healed. Before leaving, Tong Thien instructed, Good. Then both of you head straight to South Catch Sam Kingdom to assist. I will go east to check the situation. With that, Tong Thien rode the wind away, feeling anxious inside. Earlier, I sensed unstable energy to the east. The Feng Lam army might be launching a surprise attack. If they reach the inner city, they will probably face my father and big brother. I can hesitate any longer. Opening the map, Tong Thien studied the terrain, searching for clues. His eyes flashed with determination as he thought, I must stop the Feng Lam army before they clash with my father and big brother. On the way, Tong Thien suddenly heard a loud explosion from a nearby forest. Shaking the ground and forcing him to stop, he immediately rushed toward the sound, guessing trouble was brewing there. Inside the forest, 3 fierce warriors surrounded a national advisor from Tan Hong Kingdom. The leader sneered and threatened. Tan Hong's advisor, hand over the old man from Catch Sam. Feng Lam will not trouble you if you comply. Despite being outnumbered, the advisor remained calm and resolute. The protector of the nation entrusted me with guarding Catch Sam's people. I won't break my word, nor will I trust scoundrels like you. The leader sneered coldly at the advisor's defiance, rubbing his head. Prepare to attack. If that is the case, do not blame me for showing no mercy. He drew a whip glowing with holy energy and shouted, "Great battle skill!" Flame annihilation, charging fiercely with destructive flames. He aimed straight at the Tan Hong advisor. Though severely wounded, the advisor struggled to stand firm. Internally, he blamed himself. "Damn it! I am ashamed to fail the Protector's trust. But I will fight to the death with you. Using the last of my holy power, I will unleash a powerful move. Great battle skill. Water Dragon Fury." Seeing him gather all his strength, the leader shouted orders to prevent the skill's execution. His two subordinates obeyed immediately. The three surged forward, surrounding the advisor with holy energy to suffocate him. The situation grew dire, making it hard for the advisor to defend. At that moment, he closed his eyes. Long day. Desperate. Am I really going to die here? Just when all seemed lost, a giant shield of light appeared, protecting him and Lakai, the person he guarded. All attacks from the three Feng Lam warriors were repelled. The Feng Lam group stared at the shield. Confused and angry, they glared at the barrier, shouting furiously, "Who is there? You dare defy Feng Lam? Don't he want to live anymore?" The Tan Hong advisor was speechless with joy, thinking, "The Protector must have come to save me. Aha! They are dead for sure." Yet the Feng Lam warriors still underestimated Tong Thien's power. One sneered contemptuously, "Protector my ass. He does not even dare show his face anymore." But before he could laugh more, an icy voice sounded right behind them. "Are you talking about me?" The whole group jolted and turned to see Tong Thien standing there. Their bodies stiffened, eyes full of fear. Before the two subordinates could react, Tong Thien swung his sword like lightning, the cold blade slicing through the air, cleaving both men in half without a word. Blood splattered, creating a horrifying scene. Tong Thien then slowly turned, eyes sharp as spears aimed at the leader. In a cold voice, he said, "Do you know why you are still alive?" The leader, having witnessed the horror, trembled uncontrollably. He tried to flatter. "Because of your kind heart, Master Long Thien." His clumsy answer was clearly a guess. "If Long Thien dealt with scum like you, they would have died at least 80 times over." Tong Thien smirked, voice dripping with deadly intent. "You are alive because I need someone to bring news to Feng Lam." He stared down the man with authority and threat, saying to their king, "Surrender now if you do not want your kingdom wiped out." The leader, sensing a slim chance to survive, dared not hesitate and immediately turned to flee. Mumbling, "Yes, yes, I will deliver the message right away," he ran off without daring to look back, fearing that if he glanced one more time, he would shatter just like his comrades. After dealing with the Feng Lam Kuo forces, Ting then approached to check on Thin La and Elder La CC, his voice filled with concern. "Are you both okay? I arrived late." Thin La bowed deeply. "Grateful. Protector of the nation, please do not say that. To die for you is our honor." Elder Lasso also bowed respectfully. "On behalf of all of Sichum Ku, I thank you for your timely aid," Elder Lassi said to the national advisor of Tin Hong Kus. Hearing this, Taper then smiled faintly. He thought about how much he would changed. Not long. The elder scholars of Kaga's academy were distant figures, like towering mountains impossible to reach. Now, he stood in a position that commanded their respect. Tang then did not forget to check on their health. He looked at Elderly CC and gently asked, "Sir, how is your injury?" Elderly C shook his head. "My wounds are not serious. I can handle them. But Thin La is different. He pushed himself hard just to get here." Hearing this, Teeping then immediately stepped to Thin La's side, voice full of concern. "Thin La, let me check your wounds." "Yes, sir," Thin La replied softly, using his beat much technique. Teeping then quickly realized Thin La's internal injuries were severe. He frowned, surprised. "Your wounds are that bad, yet you still held on until now." Without hesitation, Teeping then took out a precious medicine bottle and handed it to Thin La. "You have had a hard time. Take some Kwang Min holy pills to stabilize your heart energy first." Thin La nodded and took the medicine as instructed. However, Tung Yuan then knew this was only temporary. Without proper treatment soon, the consequences would be dire. He turned to Elder La CC and urgently asked, "Sir, is there a Kwang Min holy master in the army nearby? My friend needs immediate treatment." Elder Lai, grateful for Thin La's sacrifice, could not let him be in danger. He replied immediately, "Sir, please follow me. Ahead is a La Siskuku military base where a Kwang Min holy master just happens to be. We will take Thin La there for treatment right away." The three quickly set off, following the route Elder La CC led. Ting Thin nodded in agreement. "Good, lead the way." Sure enough, not far ahead was a large military camp of La Siskuku. The camp was crowded with soldiers, their presence imposing. When they reached the gate, the guard immediately recognized Elder La CC and was overjoyed. "Elder Lai, thank heavens you returned safely. May I ask who your companions are?" Elder La CC quickly introduced them. pride evident in his voice. These are the national advisor and chief advisor of 10 home Kus. Thanks to their aid, I was able to survive and return. Hearing this, the guard stood at attention and saluted, then opened the gate for them. Elder Las also asked, "Is General Ju still in the camp?" The soldier replied, "General Elju is still inside. Let me take you to him immediately." The three entered the command room, where General Elju was busy managing the battle situation. The strain of war seemed to have made him more irritable than usual. Seeing Elder Lasisi enter, he immediately stopped, swallowed his irritation, and warmly greeted him. "Elder Lai, your safe return is great news." Elder Lasisi clasped his hands in return and quickly got to the point. "General Elju, we need to find the Kwang Min envoy immediately. The national advisor of Tenton Hong Kuk is severely injured and needs urgent treatment." Hearing this, General Elju did not hesitate and ordered, "Quickly take the national advisor of Tenon Hong Kuf for treatment. Hurry." Soldiers swiftly took Thin Lo away for treatment. After everything was settled, General Liu turned to Elder Lasisi and asked, "Elder, did you bring back the battle formation map from the front line?" Elder Lasisi nodded and carefully took out a sealed map from his person. "I brought it back here." General Iltu quickly grabbed it and examined it. Then, suddenly slamming his hand on the table, he shouted in anger, "Damn it! How dare they do this? Are they trying to annihilate Lasis Quof?" Seeing General Elju's furious reaction, Tang Yuthin stepped forward calmly and asked, "General Elju, what exactly happened? Can you explain it to me clearly?" General Elju suppressed his anger and explained that besides the 4 nations besieging Lasikos, Kun Kunho had also intervened. Now, they faced not just 4 but 5 nations attacking simultaneously. Hearing this, Tipeng then suddenly recognized the familiar name, his eyes flashing with a sharp coldness. Kun Kingdom. Kunvina. He curled his lips, his voice carrying deadly determination. "If he seeks death, then do not blame me." After handling business at the barracks, Tipeng then entered the city to find a place to stay overnight. He stepped into a well-kept inn, where a young man with a friendly face came out to greet him. "Welcome, honored guest. Will you be resting or staying long at our establishment?" Tipeng then handed a silver bar to the young man. Speaking plainly, "Give me a room, and bring up some of your house specialties." The young man nodded respectfully. "Certainly, please come inside." While busy wiping tables and preparing dishes, Tipeng then suddenly struck up a conversation, his eyes lighting with interest. "Hey, you look just like a friend of mine. What is your name?" The young man replied cheerfully, his tone polite. "Master, please do not joke with me. My name is Gekta Kone. But how could someone like me befriend a noble guest?" That name made Tipeng then pause for a moment. He whispered in his mind, "Kuh." At that moment, Kuh Undran arranged dishes on the table with a warm smile. Introducing them. "Honored guest, this is our special dish. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." Still suspicious, Tiang then pressed on. "Is this place yours or does it belong to someone else?" Kuh Hadan answered honestly, "No secrets here. This shop is run by me. My father was a hunter but went hunting years ago and never returned. My mother opened this shop to make a living and hopes travelers might bring news of my father." These details only made Tiang Thien feel more familiar. He asked seriously, "What is your father's name? What does he look like? Tell me everything. Maybe I have met him before." Kung Kong replied immediately, his eyes brightening with hope. "My father's name is Kikinki Blow, tall and rugged, with a clear scar on his shoulder. That scar was caused by a mischievous boy when he was young." Hearing this, Tipeng then was sure all his suspicions were right. He sighed quietly. Indeed, this was the family of Uncle Ziki Blow. Memories flooded his mind. Long ago, Kung Kro saved Tipavithian's life, even sacrificing his own to protect him from the beast. Fate now brings them together again, and Tang then is determined to repay that debt. Tipeng then was about to continue talking to King Gigi Sikon when a commotion broke out outside. "Madam, we are here to collect the protection money." A group of rough-looking men stormed into the shop, shouting, "The deadline for this month is up. Hand over the protection money now." Khan trembled but nervously handed over the money bag, trying to sound calm. "Gentlemen, it is all prepared here." But as they received the bag, one thug suddenly got angry, slammed the bag on the table, roaring, "Kid, you think you are joking with me? The protection fee for Dengjing C sect is 3 taels each month, and you dare pay less." Ka Hudrun sweat his shirt. Scared, trying to explain, "Sir, there has been constant war lately. Business here has been bad. Also, my mother fell ill a few days ago, and all the money went to her treatment." But the leader did not want to hear any excuses. Furious, he grabbed Dai Kekon by the collar, yelling, "You think I care? If you do not pay, I will kill you right here." Then he kneed him hard in the stomach. making him collapse in pain. Kangzae-kun's mother could not bear to see her son beaten. She stepped forward, voice trembling. Sir, please stop. I have some money. I will give it all to you. Please spare my son. Despite the pain, Hanrun tried to stop her. He gritted his teeth and said urgently, Mother, this is money for your medicine. Without it, your illness can be treated. We only have each other. I can't lose you. But his mother, with gentle eyes, tried to soothe and comfort him. My child, I have lived long enough. I know my condition. This little money won't save me, but it can save you. The red-haired man standing in front of them showed no mercy. He sneered, snatched the money bag, and mocked them. Damn it! I am just collecting what is owed. Hand it over, or I will lose my temper. Just then, a cold voice cut through his actions. If you are human, you would not touch that money. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Tang Thin. The red-haired man felt insulted and immediately shouted, Kid, who do you think you are to meddle in my business? Tong Thian took a sip of tea calmly and replied, You do not need to know who I am. Just know that if I am not in a good mood today, none of you three will leave here alive. Hearing that, the others felt challenged and instantly drew their weapons. Charging at Tong Thian, one shouted loudly, Looking for death? Watch me send you off first. But with a simple motion, Tong Thian channeled his sacred power into the chopsticks in his hands, turning them into weapons. He flicked his wrist lightly. The chopsticks flew like arrows, piercing the necks of two henchmen. In an instant, they gasped in shock and collapsed. Motionless, the red-haired man panicked, stepping back several paces. His face drained of color. You dare kill men from our Duongkuk sect. Tong Thian glanced at him, his voice dripping with deadly intent. Dare? There is nothing in my life I do not dare to do. He drew another pair of chopsticks, raising them gently, his tone like a sharp blade. I will give you 3 breaths. If you do not satisfy me, you will be the next to die. The red-haired man knew he was no match for Tong Thian. He dropped to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing, begging, I was wrong. I won't collect money from this shop anymore. The money I took before, I will pay it all back. Please spare my life. Sir, I won't do it again. Tong Thian calmly sipped his tea, his eyes unflinching. After a moment of silence, he raised an eyebrow at him. Is that so? I do not think that is enough. The red-haired man, panicking, hastily promised, I will send money to this shop every month. Lots of it. Please spare me, sir. He frantically pulled a vial of elixir from his pocket, trembling as he held it out. This is a grade 5 light divine pill. It can cure the shop owner's illness. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity. Seeing his desperate state, Tong Thian smirked slightly, waved his hand coldly. Good. Now drag your dog legs out of here. I want to rest. The red-haired man nodded hurriedly like chopping firewood, retreating while bowing his head, clearly grateful to have been spared. After they left, Tong Thian handed the vial to Kind Duck Khan. He spoke softly. My friend, I told you, you remind me a lot of one of my friends. That night, at Duongkuk sect, where the disciples just disciplined by Tong Thian were still training, the red-haired Sich Dong, unafraid despite being spared, nursed his grudge and hurried to his master to complain, begging for revenge. Master, please, we beg the elder to take charge for us. The sect leader frowned, puzzled by his agonized expression. Sich Dong, what exactly happened? How did your 2 junior brothers die? Sich Dong immediately knelt, crying pitifully, acting like the most wronged victim in the world. Master, someone is openly disrespecting our Duongkuk sect. He began fabricating a completely false story, adding extra spice to make it dramatic. We went down the mountain to a restaurant, only to encounter a mysterious expert. When he found out we were from Duongkuk sect, he attacked without a word. Sich Dong kept inventing details to stir the sect leader's anger. After killing the 2 juniors, he loudly insulted our sect, calling us worthless trash unfit to exist. The sect leader, normally indifferent to right or wrong, slammed the table in anger. Who dares to be so arrogant in the entire Kankan kingdom? Sich Dong put on a righteous act, bowing and begging. Master, you must avenge my 2 junior brothers. An elder of Duongkuk's sect beside him immediately took out a summoning talisman and quickly burned it. In the glowing light of the talisman, a tall figure appeared. Chu Then, the sect has a task for you. Chu Then, one of Duongkuk sect's strongest warriors, appeared instantly and knelt to receive orders. Sect leader, what are your commands? The sect leader nodded, his voice cold. Follow Sich Dong down the mountain to find that mysterious expert. I want to know who dares provoke Duongkuk sect. Also, do not forget, I will enter the royal palace to discuss matters with the emperor. When I return, I expect satisfactory results. Meanwhile, inside the Kankan kingdom's royal palace that very night, Tong Thian sneaked in and stood before the main gate, muttering, this is exactly where I need to be. No need to hide my presence. Tong Thian calmly stepped inside. When the guards noticed him, they panicked. With no one in the sky, a guard shouted in alarm. Isn't he at the top-tier powerhouse? The Celestial Void Saint Master. Weird dude. He is attacking the palace. The guards immediately scattered. Some ran to report. Others prepared defenses. Quick, notify the Grand Sorcerer. Tong Thian stood atop the wall, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire Kankan Palace. Without much movement, he gently swung one hand, channeling holy power into a fairy strike. The flames quickly spread, engulfing the whole palace, turning into a blazing sea of fire. The soldiers panicked, desperately trying to escape, but the fire blocked every exit. Screams and cries for help echoed everywhere. Yet no one could break free from the devouring flames. Tong Thian stood calmly on the fortress wall, watching the chaos below with eyes cold as ice, as if none of it even mattered to him. Suddenly, an old but authoritative voice rang out from afar. Who are you? Why attack the palace of Kankan Kingdom? Tong Thian did not bother to look toward the voice, answering coldly with a thunderous tone. Because Kankan Kingdom deserves to die. Bring Kanvan out here now. That arrogant attitude infuriated the Kankan court official. He shouted angrily, You insolent wretch! How dare you call our lord by name? Unable to contain his rage, the old man charged at Tong Thian. You will die for this. Tong Thian watched the old man rush forward, smirking coldly. So slow and weak, he was like a moth flying into fire. Tong Thian unleashed a light strike powered by holy energy. In an instant, the court official was flung backwards midair, his whole body trembling. Utterly defeated, he halted, staring at Tong Thian in shock. For the first time in his life, he sensed an overwhelming power gap. Tong Thian stood tall, eyes surveying the entire palace, his voice echoing with absolute authority. Kanvan, from today on, for every breath you take, I will kill one person from Kankan Kingdom. I will keep doing this until your kingdom is wiped clean. If you refuse to come out, just wait and see. Inside the palace, Kanvan sat on the dragon throne, pale and drained, no longer holding the dignity of a king. Every word Tong Thian said was etched clearly in his mind. Kanvan sighed deeply, filled with regret. Running away was not the answer. Whatever grudges existed, they needed to be settled now. It was all his fault. If only he had not joined the Four Kingdoms alliance, Kankan would not be in this mess. Seeing his state, the eunuch beside him tried to comfort. Your Majesty, please do not worry too much. I have sent people to invite the sect leader of Duong Kuk sect to support the defense. Once they arrive, we will surely be safe. But Kanvan shook his head, voice low but firm. No need. Don't he dream of revenge? It is all my fault. Let me end this once and for all. With that, he stood, determination flashing in his eyes. He stepped out of the hall, facing Tong Thian atop the fortress wall. His voice rang out. It has been a long time. Tong Thian looked down coldly from above, eyes piercing Kanvan, asking evenly without emotion. Kanvan, do you remember what you once said to me? Tong Thian tightened his grip on his sword, eyes sharp and full of killing intent. His voice was deep but resonant with unwavering resolve. Looks like today is the end of Kankan Kingdom. I told you before, I would trample over your kingdom, leaving not a single piece of armor behind. Now I am here to fulfill that promise. Beside Kanvan, a eunuch who did not understand the situation immediately shouted back in anger. How dare you disrespect His Majesty like that? But Kanvan raised a hand to stop him. His face full of sorrow as if carrying all the blame himself, he bowed his head, speaking with regret. It was my mistake alone to involve us in war with Lekuk's kingdom. Please spare the innocent people of Kankan Kingdom. Hearing innocent people, Tong Thian smirked coldly. Kanvan's hypocrisy only fueled his fury more. He shouted loudly. Innocent people. Huh, what about the soldiers of Lekuk Kingdom who died on the battlefield? Are they innocent? Kanvan tried to reconcile, his voice still pleading. Our Kankan Kingdom is ready to compensate the families of the fallen Lekuk soldiers. But those words only deepened Tong Thian's contempt. He unleashed his holy power. Light burst from his body like the sun. His voice was cold like a sentence of judgment. You think compensation will fix everything? That is far too naive. Holy power gathered in Tong Thian's hand as his strike took shape. The sky above the palace darkened, the air suffocating. You declare that today I will destroy the palace of the Siddhan Kingdom. Consider this a warning to all of you. As he prepared to strike, another wave of holy power appeared, rushing sideways to neutralize all of Tipagdin's moves. A commanding voice rang out, Kid, who do you think you are to dare disrupt the palace of our Siddhan Kingdom? It was the sect leader of Degingsi sect, a majestic old man. You are dead meat. The sect leader of Degingsi sect is the heavenly void saint master of the fifth transmission. Someone like you dares to come here and act cocky. Tiang Thizin turned back, eyes sharp as knives, a contemptuous smile curling his lips, his voice low and cold. You think you can escape national annihilation by relying on a heavenly void saint master of the fifth transmission? I think you are all way too optimistic. Tipung Thin's confident words shocked Tin Averton, who was flying beside the decking CC sect leader. What? The tone of this kid. Could he really defeat a heavenly void saint master of the fifth transmission? Tipeng then did not want to waste time arguing. He looked straight at the decking CC sect leader, his voice cold and resolute. I will give you one last chance. Leave or die. Hearing that arrogant tone, the sect leader laughed loudly, full of disdain. Aha! It has been a long time since anyone dared talk to me like that, without another word. He charged at Tipeng then, his entire body radiating terrifying power. The sword in his hand glowed, merging with the aura of a heavenly void saint master of the fifth transmission. His voice boomed. "'Cause those who dared speak like you are all dead by my hand." He unleashed his full strength, using his strongest move, heavenly level martial technique. All heaven sword. A barrage of swords formed from his immense power shot like lightning straight at Tenten Then. But facing this overwhelming attack, Tang Then remained unfazed, his eyes cold. He calmly gathered his energy and unleashed a heavenly level combat technique with a powerful wind barrier forming right before him, stopping all the incoming swords. The Dianingxi sect leader was stunned, shouting in disbelief, "What? How is this possible?" Without wasting a moment, Tipeng then appeared behind him like a ghost. He smirked coldly, disdain dripping from his words. Is this the power of a heavenly void saint master of the fifth transmission? Pathetic. The voice from behind startled the sect leader, but before he could turn, a powerful palm strike from Tipeng then smashed into his back, sending him flying dozens of meters. Stopping after the blow, the sect leader was both pained and shocked, his eyes filled with terror. How could he move so fast? Just as he prepared to counterattack, another voice suddenly cut in, stopping him. He turned to see the old emperor of the Tinkan kingdom flying over, his face wary and regretful. Seeing him, the Dianingxi sect leader hurriedly stepped back, surprised. Your Majesty, the old emperor rubbed his chest, his voice tired. Stop sacrificing yourselves in vain. This is all my fault. My greed caused everything. Let me end this myself. He bowed deeply to Titang then, his voice pleading. Sir, I know you came here because of issues with La CC Kingdom. From now on, Kunkan Kingdom will never interfere in La CC Kingdom's affairs again. Please take it easy. Spare them a way out. But those words only made Titang curl his lips slightly, his voice full of contempt. You only repent when death is near. There is no such thing as an easy way out in this world. The old emperor sighed, knowing he could not shake Tipeng Then's iron will. After a pause, he offered one last condition. Sir, I am willing to hand over the treasure map of the Saint King's cave in exchange for peace for the Tin Khan Kingdom. Hearing those words, Tipeng Then's eyes flashed with a spark. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. The Saint King's cave must contain royal troops. If I get in and refine their power, my strength will rise another level. Faced with the old emperor's offer, a flicker of caution appeared on Tipeng Then's face. He nodded coldly. Fine, I accept your terms. Seeing Tipeng Then agree, the old emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly pulled out a scroll from his robe and respectfully handed it over, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Tang then took the scroll, eyes carefully examining every detail. After confirming the scroll's authenticity, he tucked it away, his voice still icy cold. Since you have offered this price, I want to pursue the past crimes of the Tin Khan Kingdom. But remember this, if you dare raise arms against La Sisi Quof again, I will destroy Sin Khan Quof utterly, leaving nothing behind. With that, Tithang Thizin turned and left, leaving the old emperor standing there, his dark gaze following the boy's fading figure. A cruel glint flickered in the old man's eyes, murderous intent barely concealed. The eunuch beside him did not notice the subtle change in his master's eyes and hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, are you all right? The old emperor took a deep breath, his voice low but icy. But I have a task for you. The eunuch bowed his head respectfully. Please command. Your Majesty. The emperor took out another scroll, identical to the one he had given Tiva then. A cruel spark flashed in his eyes as he said, Spread this map of the Holy King's tome to the great clans and noble houses across the continent. The eunuch looked surprised but dared not question. Bowing to accept the order, a sinister smile crept onto the emperor's lips, his voice heavy with hatred. I want that bastard hunted down by the great clans and noble houses until his last breath. Does he think getting this will set him free? Not a chance. After giving the order to the eunuch, the emperor turned to the Tin Khan sect leader, his face showing concern. Sect leader, are you all right? Though wounded, the sect leader tried to keep calm. He bowed in response. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I only suffered minor injuries. But just moments later, his expression darkened with guilt. Please punish this old man. I failed to protect you and let you lose something so precious. Hearing this, the old emperor waved his hand dismissively, his tone reassuring. What are you saying? Without Dudning CC sect, how could Sin Kun Quof hold its place on this continent? You have done very well. Hearing this, the sect leader bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness. In the air, Tipeng Thin's figure glided through the soft pale sunlight that gently lit his young, resolute face. His lips curved slightly as he thought to himself. Yesterday he did not have time to tell Kang Zaigyip Khan about his father. Today, he had to make it clear, see if King Yi Kan would agree to go back with him to Le Cc Quos. If not, he would at least leave him enough money to live better. After a moment of drifting thoughts, Tipeng Thin finally reached Knivichi Khan's guesthouse door. He stepped toward the door, quickly pushed it open, and went inside. Kun Ti, he called out loudly, his voice full of familiarity, but the chaotic scene inside made him freeze instantly. The furniture was smashed, many items overturned, and streaks of blood stained the floor. In a corner, Kun Ivikon was holding his mother. She was very weak, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, please wake up. Mom. Seeing this, Tipeng Thin's face darkened immediately, rage etched into every line, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes blazing with fire. He stepped forward, standing right behind Ngiti Khan, his voice low but urgent. Kun Ti. What happened? Kun Idc Khan looked up, his eyes lighting up when he saw Tipeng Thin, like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. He buried his head in Tipeng Thin's hand, crying out, Hero, please save my mother. Please. Tipeng Thin, Kankantron, to quickly pulled out a medicine bottle and handed it to Kit In Iki Khan. Give her this medicine right away. Kun Adehi Khan hurriedly took the bottle, trembling as he dripped the precious medicine into his mother's mouth. Her face was pale, breathing weak, but seemed to ease slightly. Tang Thin sat down beside her, taking her hand to check her pulse. After a moment, his eyes flashed with surprise. This injury was clearly caused by a Thien Kong Saint Master. Tapeng Thin gently set Sevivivik's hound, his mother's hand down, and immediately asked, Kun Ti, I was gone only a short while, so why did this happen? Kun Idc Khan choked up, his voice filled with resentment. It was those bastards from Ding Cc sect. They did this. Hearing this, Tang Thin repeated as if to confirm. Dung Si Sek Kun Idun was now in utter panic, grabbing Tefeng Thin's shoulders with both hands, shouting anxiously, Hero, will my mother survive? Will she be okay? Seeing this, Tang Thin gently pushed Kivivadrix Khan's hands away, his tone soft but firm. Don't worry. Your mother took the Kwangmin divine pill, so her life is not in danger anymore. When she wakes up, I will use the Holy Light's power to heal her. She will definitely recover and live long. Kung Ngzati Khan felt a weight lift and carefully laid his mother down. Then he knelt before Tieping Thin, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Hero. Thank you for saving my life. Tipeng Thin quickly helped him up, his gaze steady and serious. It is not necessary to go that far. Your mother is going to be fine. Now, calm down and tell me exactly what happened. Ka Hundron took a deep breath. His eyes still full of sorrow, he began to speak, his voice choked with emotion. The group from Dizing C-Teen that you chased away earlier came back. This time, they brought a man named Uncle Chu to take revenge, but when they arrived and did not find you, they went mad and started smashing everything. Kun Izekhan continued, his voice filled with hatred, fueled by anger. They began destroying the shop. My mother tried to stop them, but they showed no mercy and beat her until she ended up like this. He paused, eyes reddening, teeth clenched, fists trembling. Those bastards from Degang Kong. Once my mother recovers, I swear I will walk the path of cultivation to take my revenge. Hearing this, Tupeng Thin placed a hand on Kukan Kunvan's shoulder and gently reassured him. His sharp gaze was like a blade. No need to wait. I will take you to get revenge right now. He glanced at Ki Khan, flashing a cold smile. Coincidentally, I have some business with the sect leader of Ding Cc Ting. Without another word, Tung Thin unleashed his power, holy energy spreading throughout the area. The floor beneath him rippled like water. His aura swept across the entire city, quickly searching for traces of the Tsech Degnan group. After a few seconds, Tipeng Thin smirked coldly, pride in his voice. Found them, he led Kidevi Kekun away. The two quickly arrived at another guesthouse. As they entered, a waiter came forward warmly, asking, Welcome, sir. Are you here to rest or to dine? Tipeng Thin did not want to waste time. He tossed a gold bar to the waiter without emotion. Bring 10 barrels of water to the backyard of Dedzung Cc Ting immediately. Seeing the shining gold, the waiter nodded eagerly. Yes. Thank you, sir. I am off right away. Soon after, Taping Thin and Kente Khan reached the gate of Dingy Cc Ting. Two guards quickly blocked their path. One shouted loudly, This is Diangi C Tingus land. Without an invitation, anyone who storms and dies. Tiving Thin ignored him, flicked his hand once, and before the guards could react, Holy power crushed them on the spot. They collapsed silently. Dun stepped back in shock. But Tung Thifan turned, his voice steady yet comforting. Kun, do not be afraid. With me here, no one from Digi Si Tung will harm you. Reassured by Ting Thin's words, Khan smiled and quickly replied, yes, sir. They pushed deeper inside until Ting Thickan found the Xitich Jing group. They were laughing, completely unaware of the nightmare about to strike. Hearing the noise, Sich Ding turned to shout, ready to scold whoever dared disturb them. But when he saw Ting Thin's face clearly, he immediately fell silent, panic shone in his eyes as he screamed, it is you. Why is it you? The others were puzzled by Xich Didung's sudden fear and asked, Senior brother, do you know this guy? Sich Deding kept trembling, stammering, he is the one who killed our two junior brothers. Hearing this, the group was shocked. One shouted, what? He is the one. Tipung then stood silently, his sharp gaze scanning each of them, instantly thickening the tense atmosphere. He had no intention to waste time arguing. His icy stare locked on Xich Didung as his sharp voice cut through the air. Call the one you call Uncle Chu out here. One of the group members who had questioned Sich Dedjing earlier shouted angrily, Kid, who do you think you are to talk like that? Ting then did not react, his face calm like a still lake. Gently, he channeled power into a leaf in his hand and threw it at the speaker. In an instant, the leaf sliced through the man's neck, leaving a long streak of blood. He panicked, clutching his neck, stammering. No seconds later, his body collapsed, motionless. Seeing this, Sich Dunning's spirit fled. His whole body trembled. He dropped to the ground, eyes fixed on his fallen comrade. Teething this in sharp voice cut through again, like a blade to his ear. Call your Uncle Chu out here. Do well, and I will grant you a quick death. Tipung Din's eyes blazed, murderous intent filling the entire space. Terrified, Sich Dieng crawled backward, stammering, do not kill me. Please spare me. Taper then showed no mercy, his gaze growing colder. He summoned a weapon from his power and stepped toward Sich Dun. His voice deep and firm. Did you hear me clearly? He swung the weapon fiercely at Sich Dung, forcing him to crawl away in fear. Suddenly, a surge of power appeared, blocking Tiffin Thien's attack and shielding Sich Dijin. Sich Dunning saw the protective light, tears still clinging to his eyelashes from fear. He screamed, as if grasping his last hope. Master Chu, please save me. Tang then frowned slightly, turning toward the source of the new power as a calm voice echoed from the tower. Are you? Why come to DEC sect at midnight and kill so recklessly? Faced with the question, Tiang then remained calm, replying with biting sarcasm. That is a question I should be asking you. Half an hour ago, you barged into someone's guest quarters, beat them up, almost killed them. How do you explain that? A man stepped out from the tower, his face showing arrogance. It was Chu then, his cold eyes fixed on Tiping Din. So you are here for that brat, Chu then said, stepping closer, his expression darkening. Voice threatening. Dung Si sect is the top sect in Tin Khan Nation. Not everyone dares to mess with us. If you insist on defending a lowlife, do not blame us for being unkind. Hearing this, Tipung then smirked coldly, emphasizing each word with contempt. I will say just one thing. If Dianggit Si sect does not want to be wiped out, I suggest you get down here and kneel, apologize to Kietits Khan, and make full compensation. Your choice. Furious at Tepav Thin's threat, Chu then roared, channeling his power to form a radiant holy sword, then charged at him. Brat, you do not know your place? Let me show you what real skill looks like. Seeing Chu then rush in, Tipung then stayed calm, unfazed, simply curling his hand, ready to snap. That seemingly harmless snap carried immense power. The force shot straight at Chu then, so fast and strong he could not defend himself. Boom! Chu then was thrown back, crashing hard on the ground. Spitting blood, clutching his chest, eyes wide with shock, Chu then weakly asked, panic in his voice, How can you possess such cultivation? I am already a third transfer Heavenly Saint Master. Hearing this, Tummy then sneered with disdain. I have killed plenty of third transfers like you. His words hit Chu then like a thunderclap, leaving him confused and panicked. What? He has killed third transfer Heavenly Saint Masters already. That means his power must be at least fifth transfer. From arrogant to terrified, Chu then shrank back, trembling in fear. He shook with fear, repeatedly bowing and begging. Great Master, please spare me. I am only following orders. Tipung then frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He asked sharply, You are a Heavenly Saint Master taking orders from a great Earth Saint Master. Chu then panicked, losing composure, quickly replying, I am acting under our sect leader, Isra Sen. Hearing this, Taepeng then grew more puzzled and pressed on, his tone like stripping away all lies. Why would your sect leader make things hard for Kang Yijiki's Khan's guest? Sweat dripped from Chu Than's forehead as he trembled, whispering, Because someone reportedly killed a disciple of our Dugying CC sect. The moment he finished, Temuthen's gaze turned ice cold, his voice cutting like a blade. So when you could not find me, you blamed Kevi Kekun's mother and him instead? Right? The murderous intent in his words choked Chu Than. He frantically bowed again, begging pitifully. Great master, I admit my fault, please spare my life. But Tiang then remained unmoved, his sharp voice ringing like a final verdict. You do not know right from wrong. You only know you are about to die. With that, Tifeng Thyssen summoned two brilliant streams of light. The light quickly condensed, spinning around his hand. This is your reckoning. He raised his hand, directing the two beams forward, one stabbing at the trembling Sich Deng behind him, the other piercing through Chu Than's chest. The villain's screams echoed, then abruptly stopped. Both collapsed to the ground, their bodies motionless. Tong Thien turned his back, gently patted Kang Dukkan's shoulder, and spoke in a warm voice. All right, let us go back to visit your mother. She must have regained consciousness by now. Kang Dukkan was still shaken from what he had just seen. He looked at Tong Thien, stammering, Okay, the simple room. Kang Dukkan stood anxiously by his mother's bedside. When she opened her eyes, he was overjoyed and shouted, Mom, you are all right now. That is such a relief. Seeing her son's worried face, she smiled weakly, stroked Kang Dukkan's head, and gently comforted him. My dear child, you made me worry so much. Then her gaze shifted toward Tong Thien, who was calmly sipping tea at the table, with deep gratitude. She said, Thank you for saving my life and my son's. Seeing her polite tone, Tong Thien quickly stood, bowed his head in respect, and humbly replied, Madam, please do not be so formal. It is just something I had to do. Inside, Tong Thien was deep in thought, thinking he could not let this mother and son live here forever. He had to repay Uncle Kang Dukbao's life-saving kindness from long ago. With that in mind, Tong Thien looked up at her and asked, Madam, may I ask if you two have any plans for the future? She sighed softly, her eyes tinged with sadness, and slowly replied, I plan to leave this Kankan kingdom with Khan. Hearing this, Kang Dukkan was startled and hurriedly said, Mom, won't we stay here and wait for news of Dad? Her expression suddenly darkened. She bowed her head, voice heavy with worry. There has been no news about Dad for so many years. I am afraid something bad has happened. She reached out to stroke Kang Dukkan's head again, smiling with loving reassurance. She originally wanted to stay here and build some legacy so one day her son could marry and have children. Her whole life's wish was just to see that, but now it is no longer possible. Her voice choked up, and her eyes flickered with fear. The Yang sect from the east is powerful and connected to the Kankan royal family. If we stay here, we want to escape their grasp. After saying this, she hugged Kang Dukkan tightly, tears streaming down. Mom does not want to see you bullied by those Yang sect people anymore. Kang Dukkan could not hold back his tears either. He squeezed his mother's hand and choked out, All right, Mom, I will listen to you. I will go with you back home and take care of you for life. Watching the heartbreaking mother and son before him, Long Tongthien felt heavy inside. He silently vowed he could not let them go alone like this. How else could he repay Uncle Duk Bao's life-saving kindness? After a moment of thought, Tongthien spoke in a warm but firm voice. Kun, I will take your mother with me to the neighboring Sam kingdom. I promise they will never dare harm you two again. Madam looked up at Tongthien, her eyes shining with warmth and gratitude. She responded emotionally. You have done a great kindness for me. She was deeply touched but then hesitated. Worried. But the Yang sect is so powerful. If you make enemies of them to save us, is it really worth it? Tongthien saw the worry and confusion in the mother and son's eyes and decided to be straightforward, speaking gently but decisively. Right, I will be honest. It was Uncle Kang Dukbao who asked me to come here and take you two away. Hearing this, Kang Dukkan immediately turned to Tongthien with eyes full of surprise and hope. Sir, do you know my father? Tongthien understood how eagerly they awaited news of Kang Dukbao, but also knew the painful truth that Uncle sacrificed himself to protect him, and this could not be revealed now while Madam's health had not recovered. He was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. He was given a very important mission. That is why he told me to bring you to Sam, so you could live peacefully and happily. Afraid they would keep asking questions, Tongthien skillfully shifted the topic back to Uncle's affairs. When Madam's health improves, we will explain everything slowly. For now, focus on taking good care of Madam. Kang Dukkan did not want to trouble Tongthien and nodded in agreement. All right. Thank you, sir. I will take good care of Mom. Madam also looked at Tongthien with grateful, emotional eyes. Seeing things were stable for the moment, Tongthien decided to add, Tomorrow I will take you to the Yang sect to demand justice. Rest well today and keep your strength up. Hearing this, Madame frowned slightly, her mind racing with questions. What did he mean by that? Could this young hero really have ties to the Cancan royal family? Meanwhile, the palace was thrown into chaos as a frantic eunuch rushed in to report to His Majesty. Your Majesty, something serious has happened. Seeing the eunuch's urgency, the emperor's voice turned stern as he asked about the Yang sect. The eunuch knelt, pale and trembling, reporting, Your Majesty, last night, Chu Then and all the disciples of the Yang sect were slaughtered. None survived. Hearing this, the emperor's face flushed with anger. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Damn it! Who dared to do this? The eunuch flinched, trembling as he answered, Your Majesty, according to the investigators from the Six Fan sect, it is likely a mysterious powerful figure who destroyed our palace the other day. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is this guy? Pointing at the eunuch, the emperor pressed urgently. Do you know why he did this? The eunuch wiped sweat from his brow and nervously explained. Your Majesty, investigations reveal the Yang sect acted first, destroying the guest house and assaulting people there. The victim's family seemed closely connected to that mysterious powerful figure. After hearing the whole story, the emperor only snorted coldly, then sighed calmly. So it turns out the Yang sect stirred this up themselves. Then there is nothing to worry about. He sat back leisurely, his calm demeanor unsettling the eunuch nearby. The eunuch hesitated, asking, Your Majesty, should we intervene in this matter? The emperor waved his fan dismissively, treating it like a minor issue. No need. Tell the leader of the Yang sect this is their own mess, nothing to do with me. The eunuch looked puzzled by this indifferent attitude, but dared not argue. Bowing his head, he replied clearly, Your servant obeys. In the main hall of the Yang sect, leader Cancan slammed his hand on the table in fury, shouting angrily, Speak! Who dares to be so cruel to my disciples? A subordinate below trembled, pale-faced and stammering, Sir, I honestly do not know their name. Cancan's rage flared wildly. He unleashed his power, his hand clenching as if to crush the subordinate's heart. Flames blazed from his hand, engulfing the unfortunate man as if burning his whole body. The subordinate cried out in pain and collapsed, trembling all over. Spare me, sir, I really do not know. Ignoring the pleas, Cancan squeezed tighter, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He shouted, If you want tea talk, I will find out myself. Terrifying force invaded the subordinate's memory, searching for the troublemaker's image. After a moment, the figure of Tong Thian as Kiem Tran appeared clearly in his mind. His eyes widened in shock, voice cracking. What? It is, how could it be? Outside the Yang sect mansion, Kang Kai Khan's voice trembled, his face filled with worry. Hero, maybe we should not go after all. Tong Thian stopped, turning to Kangxi Khan and Boma, eyes full of resolve. Khan, Bama, do not worry, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Saying that, Tong Thian advanced toward the main gate of the Yang sect. Inside, disciples quickly noticed and charged out to block his path, shouting, Stop! Who are you? How dare you come to the Yang sect without permission? Tong Thian frowned, his cold gaze piercing them, voice low and deadly. I am here today to demand an explanation. Hearing this, the disciples refused to cooperate, even mocking loudly. Are you crazy? Charging into the Yang sect alone? You must be desperate. Seeing their stubbornness, Tong Thian raised his hand. Holy power gathered into blazing flames as his voice rang with authority. G-sect, take this. The fierce flames surged toward the two mocking disciples. Feeling the flames' power, their faces instantly went pale, legs weak. One trembled, screaming, Please spare me. But it was too late. Tong Thian's flames raged like heaven's wrath, engulfing them both. Their screams echoed before being swallowed by the fire. In that moment, Tong Thian's patience and power were clear, striking fear into the entire Yang sect. Kangri Khan looked at his mother, amazed and curious. Mom, this hero is incredible. What is his connection to Dad? But Ma was silent, narrowing her eyes, looking up at the sky thoughtfully. Her voice was gentle but heavy. He has helped us like this. He must have a very close bond with your father. Tong Thian stood there, eyes sharp and cold, suddenly turning around with a cold voice that exposed the truth. Since I am here, do not hide in the shadows anymore. From afar, the leader of the Kunlun sect appeared, no longer hiding. He stepped forward and thundered, Sir, why are you going back on your word? Tong Thian met him with cold eyes, responding indifferently. When did I ever break my word? His words poured fuel on the fire. The Kunlun sect leader nearly boiled with rage, shouting, A few days ago, you said that if I paid the right price, you would not pursue Kunlun nation's crimes. You promised His Majesty yourself, have you forgotten? Tong Thian's attitude did not change. He replied coldly, I made it clear then, if you do not provoke me, I won Tico's trouble for you. He stepped closer, his sharp gaze radiating a bone-chilling killing intent that the sect leader could feel. His voice was low but weighed like 1,000 pounds. Yet when I returned to the inn, everything was in ruins. Your Yang Ji sect's people destroyed everything and gravely wounded the mother of my old friend's son. If I had not returned in time, she would have died. These words hit the Kunlun sect leader like thunder. He panicked and stammered, "In? What in?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he suddenly recalled when Chu then asked, "Sect leader, did you give any orders?" At that time, he had instructed you to go with Xich Dong to find the mysterious master and talk. Now everything has spiraled out of control. He hurriedly explained, Wait, this is just a misunderstanding." But Tong Thien had no patience left. He declared angrily, eyes sharp enough to pierce through, "Stop making excuses. If you do not avenge your grudges, my heart won't rest. Today, I will use the blood of your Yang J sect to repay my old friend's debt." Flames of hatred erupted from his body. Without hesitation, Tong Thien launched his attack. The Kunlun sect leader knew he could not just wait to die. He unleashed his Earth-tier water technique, Water Dragon Slash. A giant water dragon formed and charged toward Tong Thien's attack to block it. Tong Thien stood high above, his cold eyes sweeping the chaotic scene below. A cold smile appeared as he saw the sect leader trying to extinguish his flames with water. He said loud and clear, "Let me see if your water can put out my fire, or if my fire will boil your water away." Finishing, Tong Thien raised his hand, summoning a blazing inferno once more, this time converging into a massive fireball. The glow engulfed the space, the pressure thickening the air as if frozen. The Kunlun sect leader stood below, eyes filled with horror. He thought to himself, "What kind of power is this? Even I feel terrified." Tong Thien stood calmly, his voice cold and taunting, "Yang Ji sect leader, take this." He swung his hand. The giant fireball hurtled down with terrifying speed, the pressure making the sect leader tremble. He struggled to cast some defensive moves, but all were swallowed by the flames. Cold sweat ran down his face as he stammered, How can you be this strong?" Tong Thien looked at him, smirking coldly. "If you can block this, the people below will be shredded to pieces." Tong Thien's warning was a sharp blade stabbing straight into the Kunlun sect leader's heart. Panic gripped him fully. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop the incoming fireball. Desperate, he shouted, not watching the sect engulfed in flames. Fury ignited within him, and he roared with rage. "I will fight you to the death." He summoned all his strength, unleashing a final hidden move. A giant water dragon surged toward Tong Thien. Seeing this, Tong Thien slightly frowned but spoke with amusement. "This is a heavenly tier battle technique." The Kunlun sect leader charged madly, shouting, "You brat! Today I will show you what mountain beyond mountain, man beyond man means." But Tong Thien calmly raised his hand, effortlessly blocking the attack, looking at him with disappointment, and asked, "Is that all you have got?" The Kunlun sect leader trembled, staring at his sword now knocked away. He stammered, "No way. How can you block a sacred weapon?" Tong Thien replied coolly, voice cold as ice, "A heavenly tier battle technique is nothing more than that." Suddenly, a terrifyingly strong aura burst from him, suffocating all around. He coldly declared, "From now on, Yang Ji sect ceases to exist." But the Kunlun sect leader stubbornly challenged back. Furious, "You are just a frog in a well. Do you really think Yang Ji sect is just some small sect? The power of the Yang Extreme sect is far beyond what you imagine. It is still not too late to stop now." Hearing the challenge from the sect leader of Cayenne Kun, Tong Thien could not help but smirk sarcastically. "Strong? Huh, fine. Let me see if you can handle this move." Without hesitation, he unleashed the ultimate sacred grade combat skill, Blood Fury. A fierce red glow from the sacred grade power engulfed the space, shaking the ground beneath. The Cayenne Kun sect leader, who had underestimated Tong Thien, now stood horrified, mouth agape, trembling as he stammered, "Sacred grade combat skill. How could this be? You are just a heavenly void saint master. How could you possibly master a sacred grade combat skill?" Tong Thien ignored him coldly and continued summoning his ultimate skill, the Prison Flame, a raging fire that incinerated everything. Seeing the situation turn grim, the old Cayenne Kun sect leader panicked and tried to flee, desperately begging, "Please, I was wrong. I beg, do not kill me." But Tong Thien, who never spared his enemies, showed no mercy. The raging flames grew fiercer, breaking through all of the old man's defenses. The Cayenne Kun sect leader's screams of pain echoed through the air, while Tong Thien stood above, coldly watching everything burn before him. Below, the mother and son Kang Duk Khan watched the scene in shock. Tong Thien's overwhelming power was like an unbelievable miracle. Tong Thien withdrew his power and approached the two, with sincere eyes. He looked at the mother-in-law and Kang Duk Khan and said, "Aunt Kun, come back with me to Kassam Kingdom. I will take care of you." From now on, you won't have to live in fear or worry anymore. In Kasam Kingdom, I promise no one will dare to bully you. Moved by his sincere offer, the mother-in-law smiled warmly and said, Thank you. Young master, we will remember this kindness for the rest of our lives. Afterwards, Tongthian led the mother and son Kang Duk Khan to a nearby camp. As they reached the gate, the guards greeted him joyfully with a bow. Protector of the nation, great national tutor, you have returned. Tongthian nodded in greeting, but his eyes were anxious. Is General Lu here? A guard quickly replied, Yes, sir. Let me lead you to him. Tongthian followed the guide into a large tent. The moment General Lu saw him, he stepped out happily and saluted. Great national tutor, you have finally returned. Tongthian looked around with a serious expression. I was not here for 2 days. Did anything happen? Seeing this, General Lu smiled brightly and answered, Sir, rest assured, nothing bad happened. In fact, we even received good news. First, let me prepare some food for you to eat. Tongthian looked a bit hurried. He declined General Lu's offer. No need. I have other matters to attend to. I came here only to ask for your help with one thing. Hearing this, General Lu was secretly pleased. Finally, a chance to prove himself, he immediately saluted seriously, determination clear on his face. Please give your orders. Sir, I won't let you down. Tongthian was brief, pointing to the mother and son Kang Duk Khan and clearly saying, General Lu, these two are old friends of a companion. Please look after them for a few days. General Lu saw it was not a big deal and quickly agreed. No problem. Rest assured, sir. The aunt of Kang Duk Khan kept bowing politely. Deeply thankful. Thank you for saving our lives. Feeling a bit shy, Tongthian smiled lightly and said, Aunt, no need for thanks. Just call me Kim Tran from now on, he carefully added. General Lu, please take them to get some food. They are not cultivators and must be hungry and tired. General Lu immediately called his subordinates. Someone, take the national tutor's friends to eat something quickly. The subordinate bowed deeply and acknowledged the order clearly. After everything was arranged, Tongthian began asking about the battle situation. General Lu, how's the current situation? Hearing this, General Lu's face lit up with joy. He replied, Thanks to you, the Fong Lam Kingdom's main army has begun retreating and even sent us a surrender letter. Furthermore, the 3 fortresses east, west, and north of Kasem Kingdom have stabilized again. The more General Lu thought about it, the more grateful he felt. He said sincerely, Thank you for your hard work, sir. The aid from your noble kingdom to Kasem Kingdom will be remembered by our people forever. As night fell, Tongthian noticed the mother-in-law sitting alone, staring blankly with sad eyes. He approached gently and asked, Aunt, are you okay tonight? She did not rush to answer, her eyes reflecting the sensitivity of a wife who had endured many years. She stared at him and asked directly, Your benefactor. Did Chi tell you he is dead? Tang Dizan stood there, his heart sinking. He could not bring himself to say the harsh truth, so he chose his words gently. Aunt, uncle had a mission and had to leave far away. The aunt smiled softly, her kind eyes full of understanding. She gently said, All right, you do not need to worry about me. In the woman's mind, vivid happy memories from the past surfaced. She recounted them, her voice gentle with a hint of regret. He used to come home 2 or 3 times a year, always bringing lots of food and gifts for the 2 of us. The aunt looked up, eyes holding a pain time could not erase, and asked Tiden then directly, Tell me, how did he die? Realizing she could not hide it any longer, Taepang then lowered his head and answered honestly in a low voice. Uncle died saving my life. The woman's eyes closed slightly, her voice heavy with pain and sorrow as she spoke of her late husband. So it was him, the one who kept his promise. Taepang then could not help but wonder, hesitating as he repeated her words. A promise? What promise? Seeing his confusion, the aunt slowly began to tell the story, her voice drifting back to distant memories. He had been strong since childhood and trained much faster than others. Memories of youth flowed like a cool stream, and she pictured her strong husband from long ago. She recalled standing before him, innocently asking, Why do you have to cultivate? Wouldn't it be better to live a simple farmer's life? Her eyes sparkled with pride mixed with sadness as she recounted. She clearly remembered him raising his strong arm and firmly saying it took courage to protect others. She smiled with bittersweet pain. He protected me for half his life. She paused, her gaze drifting toward Kati Khan sleeping soundly inside, her voice filled with determination. Now it is my turn to protect his son. Teeming then looked at this strong woman. Deeply moved, he silently vowed to himself, Aunt, from today on, no one will ever bully you 2 again. Bichvian then sat by the tea table, unease clear on her face. She held a cup of tea lightly but did not take a sip, her eyes staring blankly into space. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, Little sister, are you in there? The door was pushed open softly. Ing Feng Yun entered, asking anxiously. Little sister, I have noticed you have seemed off these past few days. Do you have something on your mind? Butch Ven then looked up, her face tired, voice tinged with sorrow. I have been restless, unable to calm down, and have been having nightmares. Ing Feng Yun sat beside her, soothingly rubbing her back. Little sister, are you thinking about tipping Thin again? The mother's eyes glistened with longing for her child. She whispered, voice trembling. Big sis, you will understand when you are a mother like me. In Feng Yan comforted softly. Little sister, do not be sad. Tang Feng Thin's talent is extraordinary. With great fortune and fate, heaven will protect him, and he will return soon. Hearing this, Butch Ven then looked at her sister with sadness, her voice breaking through tears. But sis, when he was chased away by Ho Viren sect, he was only 15 years old. We have searched so long but have not found a single clue. Her eyes welled with tears, voice trembling slightly. I do not know where Titangani is now, or if he can come back. I am scared for him. Before she finished, tears quietly rolled down her cheeks. The room fell into heavy silence. Only the mother's sighs breaking it as she longed for her distant child. Ing Feng Yin gently held Butch Ven Thin's hand, soothingly reassuring her. Little sister, do not overthink it. Tung Nahai will be safe. Though her words were comforting, a flicker of unease showed in Ing Feng Yin's eyes. She silently vowed. Little sister, you must stay strong. Now, the only people we can count on in Digang Mansion are you and me. Images of loved ones flashed through her mind. First is Trafeng Degan Minguite, the eldest daughter of the second sister, a strong and decisive girl. A year ago, unhappy with her arranged marriage, she left home and has been missing ever since. Then there is the heartbreaking image of Treveng Dini H, the eldest son of the eldest sister, once a proud family treasure. Now bedridden, paralyzed, and like a cripple. Yu Fengjin gazed distantly through the window, her eyes filled with worry as she silently prayed. Please stay safe. 3 figures slowly approached. Tipeng Thin looked up at the familiar gate with a gentle smile, feelings flooding his heart as he thought, Mom, your son is home. Are you well? He stepped forward and knocked on the door. A voice called out from inside, asking who was outside. Tang Thin could not help but smile, pushed the door open, stepped in, and called out, Uncle Ota, it is Chu. The man called Uncle Veek looked at him with surprise mixed with joy, his voice trembling. Young Master T, you have finally come back? Tiang then stepped closer, asking gently, Uncle Ota, is my mother still well? Hearing this, as if remembering something, Uncle Zai grabbed his hand urgently, saying, come with me quickly. Madam T thinks about you every day. His sudden urgency shocked Tipan Thin, who exclaimed, wait. Uncle Ota, slow down. Yu Fengjin was still softly comforting Bitch Ven Thin. Tang Thin was strong and clever. Surely he would be fine. Maybe he was just hiding somewhere for now. Suddenly, a loud call rang out from afar. Madam T Vier. Madam T Vier. Yu Fengjin, startled, jumped up and quickly went to open the door, asking sternly, Uncle Ota, why are you shouting like that? Uncle Ziek said nothing, only happily pushed Tiping Thien forward, his voice trembling. Madam Tam, young Master T has returned. Hearing this, Yu Fengjin was shocked. Stammering, young Master T. To Tuming Thin, but Javine then sat inside in a daze. Hearing the noise, she hurried out, and seeing the familiar figure, she could not hold back her emotions and called out loudly. Tin Thing Nhai. Teeper Nahai. To Tung Thin, after so long, seeing you again, I can hide my feelings. Tears welled in his eyes as he choked out, Mom, your son is back. But Zvien then burst into tears, rushing to embrace him, her voice breaking. Teeper Nahai, you are finally home. Do you know how much I have missed you? Mom missed you so much. Tipung Ditan gently hugged his mother's back, his voice choked. Your unfilial son has been away too long. He turned to look at Uncle Ziked with a calm but respectful tone. Uncle Ota, I need to ask you a favor. Uncle Zai bowed respectfully and replied, Young Master T, just say the word. Tipung then pointed toward Gufakra Khan and his mother. Speaking sincerely, please arrange a good place for these two to stay. Their father is the savior of my life. Uncle Zai clasped his hands and bowed. Answering seriously. Don't worry. Young Master, I will make sure everything is arranged perfectly. Yu Fengjin stepped closer, looking at Bitch Vien Thin and Tipan Thien, then gently said, All right, do not stand outside anymore. Come inside and talk. I need to go tell the master this good news. Elder Dongbi sat silently in his chair. The quiet space broken as Yu Fengjin pushed open the door with a cheerful voice. Master, I have good news. Elder Dabi frowned, his face showing displeasure, and snapped. What is it? Say it quickly if there is something. Yufenjin smiled, stepped closer, and lightly touched his hand. Master, the son of the fourth madam, Tatung then, has returned. Hearing this, Elder Dabi was startled and jumped up, his voice full of surprise. Are you serious? Tung Nahai is really back. Yufenjin nodded firmly. It is true. Come with me. Without hesitation, Elder Duvra hurried outside, mumbling, I am coming right now. Yufenjin watched him go, calling after, Master, wait for me. Tung then happily told his mother, Mom, I even had a little fox as a pet, but I was so eager to come home that I left it with a friend. When I have time, I will bring it back so you can play with it. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the door. Butch Evan then looked over and saw Elder Dijinbia had slipped and fallen to the ground in his haste. She called out worriedly, Master, are you okay? Elder Dangbi ignored it and hurriedly stood up. Seeing Tiam then, his eyes lit up and he called out emotionally, Tiper Nahai. Tang then bowed his head respectfully. Father, your son has returned. Elder Dabi stepped forward and embraced him tightly. His voice choked. Good son. I knew you would not die. Held in his parents' arms. Tefimthian's heart softened. He thought quietly. Home, this is home, where I belong. Elder Dabi raised his hand and called out loudly. Somebody, prepare a big feast for me. Today, I want to celebrate with my son properly. The subordinates outside responded in unison. Seeing his father so excited, Tipong then could not help but worry and reminded him, Dad, you just got back from the battlefield. It is best not to drink too much. Your health is what matters most. Elder Dabi heard his son's reminder and just laughed heartily. All right. I will listen to my son. No drinking then. Suddenly remembering something, Tung then asked. Oh right, Dad. Where's my big brother? Is he still all right? Hearing his eldest son's name, Elder Duningbia's face fell, sadness clearly showing. He sighed and slowly answered. Your big brother. Seeing his father's gloomy expression, Tiang then's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, Dad, what happened to big brother? Elder Dabi frowned, his voice heavy with sorrow. He lost both arms and legs on the battlefield. Though he is awake now, he refuses to eat or drink, only wanting to die. Tapering then fell silent for a moment, his eyes deep in thought but still glimmering with hope. Thankfully, big brother is still alive. As long as he lives, I will find a way. He looked at his father and said firmly, Dad, let me go see big brother for a while. I will try to convince him. Elder Davu nodded, hope shining on his face. All right. Go ahead. Remember to encourage him, help boost his spirit. Tipong Disan stepped forward and saw Feng Yun holding a tray of food, gently calling through the door, Big Sis, I know you are heartbroken about Aish, but you can starve yourself to exhaustion. Seeing her caring look, he thought, Third lady is not as bad as I thought. Feng Yun looked up, approached, handed over the tray, and said, Tatung then, you better go persuade big lady and big brother. I have tried, but it did not work. He smiled gently. Third lady, do not worry. Leave it to me. I promise to get both big brother and big lady to eat. He took the tray and bowed slightly in thanks. While I am away. Thank you very much. Third lady. Feng Yun smiled wryly. What are you saying? Even though I compete with the sisters for favor, at a time like this, who is thinking about that? I know what really matters. Feng Yun said. She patted his shoulder gently, her voice full of affection. You have been through a lot these past years. Taipeng then nodded, then turned to remind. Third lady, you should rest too. Leave the rest to me. Feng Yun smiled softly. All right, third lady trusts you. Tang then gently pushed open the door and stepped in, his gaze lingering on Elder Digich lying in bed, with his mother silently carrying beside him. He called out, Big lady. Big brother. Elder Dinash's mother turned, giving him a faint smile, but her joy was clear. To Tung Thin, you are back. Tung Thin stepped forward, placed the tray on the table, voice gentle but firm. Big lady, I have a way to lift big brother's spirits. But first, you have to eat all this. Elder Dinash's mother stood shakily, grabbed Ten Thin's arm, tears glistening as they ran down her pale face, lips trembling as she choked out. To Tung Thin, big lady begs you, please persuade your big brother well. Okay? Tipeng then gently placed his hand on her shoulder, eyes reassuring and determined. Big lady, do not worry. Leave it all to me. He approached the bed and sat beside Elder Digung H. Seeing his big brother so frail and gaunt, like a flickering candle in the wind, his heart ached deeply. Tang then softly spoke with concern. Big brother. Elder Dede slowly turned, eyes hollow like a bottomless abyss. A twisted, lifeless smile on his pale face. He spoke hoarsely. Worn out, fourth brother. You have returned. Old memories tightened his brow. His voice was heavy, burdened like a dark sky. Fourth brother. If I would known sooner I would end up like this, I would rather have let the Hua Van sect kill me. At least then, I would not have gotten you into trouble because of me. Elder Dudine's eyes half closed, as if trying to bury all remaining hope. His voice choked with self-blame. Fourth brother. It is all my fault. I dragged you into this. Hearing this heavy confession, Tipeng Thin's heart tightened and he spoke sternly with reproach. Big brother. How can you say that? You placed your hand on his blanket, your gaze firm. Big bro. You have to stay strong. I will find a way to restore your limbs. I promise. But Truong Dongho still kept a gloomy look, his voice filled with utter despair. Fourth brother. You do not understand. To rebuild lost limbs, one must be a 7th stage Guangming Saint Master. In this lifetime, Big Bro will never stand again. Tong Thian smiled softly, slowly lifting a radiant yellow jade that shone like a small sun, lighting up the whole room. Big Bro, look at this. Truong Dongho's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming in amazement. Is this the Guangming energy? Fourth brother, are you really a Guangming Saint Master? Tong Thian held his elder brother's hand. Eyes resolute, voice full of reassurance. Yes, Big Bro, I am currently a 6th-stage Guangming Saint Master. Just one more step, and I will reach the 7th stage. Then your body will be fully restored. Truong Dongho's face showed a fleeting look of wonder. Like a lost child who just found the way home, he asked with a trembling voice. Fourth brother, is everything you say true? Tong Thian brought the glowing Guangming energy orb toward his brother, his eyes full of trust and determination. Of course it is true. Big Bro, swallow this Guangming holy pill. You must hold on and survive. Wait for that day. Truong Dongho looked at the holy pill in his hand, his eyes sparking with a glimmer of hope. He nodded, his voice hoarse but determined. Fourth brother, Big Bro will do his best to keep living. He closed his eyes, put the pill in his mouth, and swallowed slowly. Seeing that, Tong Thian felt relieved. He stood up, smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now I will go tell Big Mom. She will be very happy. Elsewhere, along a dense path, Master Trine led a group forward when suddenly a subordinate hurried over. Sweating. Respectfully reporting. Master, I have urgent news. Master Trine frowned, his tone deep. What is so urgent? The subordinate raised his head, breathing heavily. Master, Truong Dong Tong Thian has returned. Master Trine's flashed with surprise and menace. He quickly confirmed. Did you see this with your own eyes? The subordinate nodded firmly. Master, it is definitely true. Upon hearing this, Master Trine's eyes became sinister, a cunning smile spreading across his lips. He whispered softly. Good. Very good. He has given orders. The attack direction has changed. Following Master Trine to Truong Duong Mansion to demand payment, the subordinates clasped their hands and shouted loudly. Understood. At Truong Duong Mansion, Truong Dongho is being lovingly cared for by his mother. Aho, eat a little more, son. He smiled kindly, softly replying, Mom, I am already full. Let us eat more tomorrow. Tong Thian stood beside them, laughing teasingly. And yet, who told you just a few days ago that Big Bro could not eat well or sleep? Truong Dongho stuffed a mouthful of food, chewing helplessly. But I can make up 4 or 5 days in just one meal. In the warm atmosphere, as laughter rang out, suddenly Bitch Van Thian hurried in. Her face was full of fear. She looked at Tong Thian, her voice trembling. Tong Nai, come with me quickly. Tong Thian helped her, his face serious as he asked, Mom, what is wrong? Bitch Van Thian was panting and hurriedly said, Tong Nai, people from Ho Van sect are approaching our Truong Duong estate. You can stay here. Tong Thian smiled, his gaze. Mom, do not worry. Your son will be fine. At that moment, Ngu Feng Yen and Truong Dongbei also hurried in. Ngu Feng Yen looked at him urgently. Tong Thian, find somewhere to hide now. Truong Dongbei stepped forward, his voice serious. Tong Thian, you and your mother should leave for a while. I will go to the palace and ask Master Tan Kwok to intervene. See if this can be resolved. But Tong Thian disagreed. He stood tall, his eyes steady as he looked at his parents and loved ones in the room. Dad, Mom, eldest aunt, third aunt, do not worry. I can handle the Ho Van sect on my own. Hearing this, Bitch Van Thian's face turned pale with fear. She gripped her son's hand tightly, voice trembling. You foolish boy. Do not say such nonsense. Ho Van sect is very powerful. How could you possibly deal with them? Truong Dongbei frowned. Serious? That is right. Tong Thian, even if you have grown up these years, your strength is definitely not enough to stand against the Ho Van sect. After speaking, he lowered his head, his face showing deep regret and self-blame. It is all my fault. If my strength were enough, You and your mother would not have to suffer this injustice. Then he took a scroll of paper from his robe and handed it to Tong Thien. Tong Thien, this is a celestial level combat technique I accidentally obtained. Take it, train for a while, then come back. Tong Thien took the scroll and recognized its origin at a glance. He thought to himself, is not this what I asked Min Dong to send? So this family fire technique actually arrived on time. Just as he was lost in thought, a domineering voice sounded outside the door. Truong Dongba, today you must hand over Truong Dong Tong Thien, or our Ho Van sect will wipe out your Truong Dong estate. Tong Thien's eyes suddenly sharpened, a cold light flashing as a fiery resentment rose inside him. Ho Van sect, I have wanted to settle this with you for a long time. He stepped quickly to the door, ready to open it, but Bitch Van Thien hurried forward and grabbed his hand. Tong Nai, where do you want to go? Listen to your father. Come with me to find a place to hide. Tong Thien was gentle but determined, reassuring his mother. Mom, your son is not afraid of the Ho Van sect anymore. Let me go. But the fear on Bitch Van Thien's face grew even clearer. She shook her head violently. Her voice choked. What nonsense are you talking about? How could you possibly stand against the Ho Van sect? Listen to your mother and hide quietly. Okay? Truong Dongbei stepped between mother and son, his voice commanding. Tong Thien, you and your mother leave quickly through the back door. I will go out front to hold them off for a while. Trine Men Tong's father led a group of fierce men to the gate of Truong Duong estate. His shout echoed, causing chaos throughout the area. Chief Duong Tong Thien, get out here and face death. Chief Duong heard the noise outside and quickly went out with Uncle Duck to check the situation. Seeing Master Trine standing arrogantly at the gate, he could not hold back his anger and shouted bluntly. Master Trine, causing chaos right in front of Chief Duong's mansion, do not you know any manners? Master Trine lifted his chin, trying to look noble, but his voice was threatening. Chief Duong, hand over Duong Tong Thien, and the Ho Van sect one team make trouble for you. Chief Duongba met his gaze with a stern look. That incident was clearly your son's fault. Trine Min Tung wronged first, and now acts arrogantly here. Are you two just abusing your power to cover up your crimes? Hearing this, Master Trine's face darkened. Instead of arguing, he threatened. Chief Duongba, I am giving you two choices. Hand him over or prepare to face the consequences. Otherwise, the Ho Van sect will personally destroy your entire Duong estate. Chief Duongba refused to back down, his voice firm as steel. You, Trine, do not get cocky. If you really want to destroy the Duong estate, then we will fight with everything we have got. Let us see how strong your Ho Van sect really is. Hearing this, Master Trine exploded with rage. He roared, his eyes bloodshot. If you want to die, do not blame me for showing no mercy. He gathered all his sacred energy into a fist and unleashed a ground-level combat technique, the Blue Wind Fist. A swirling blue power storming toward Chief Duongba like a hurricane. Uncle Duck stood right behind, extremely worried, rushing forward shouting, Master, be careful. Then he charged ahead, clasping his hands together to cast the wind shield technique, erecting a transparent wall to block the blow. However, the opponent was too strong, and Uncle Duck was too old to stop the full force of the attack. Master Trine stood tall, clenching his fists with a proud smirk. That is all the strength you have got. Still dare to fight me? You are just asking for humiliation. Just then, his gaze suddenly stopped as a figure slowly stepped out from the door. It was Duong Tong Thien. Master Trine sneered, eyes flashing with delight. Finally, you show up, brat. Tong Thien helped Uncle Duck up and gently sat him against the wall, his voice warm and full of sympathy. Uncle Duck, sorry to trouble you. Despite the pain, Uncle Duck tried to stand, worriedly looking at him. Weakly, he said, Fourth young master, run quickly. Don't let them touch you. Instead of leaving, Tong Thien took a yellow radiant sacred pill from his robe and gave it to Uncle Duck. He gently reassured. Don't worry, Uncle Duck. In a moment, this will all be over. Meanwhile, Master Trine stood outside, bursting into arrogant laughter when he saw Tong Thien appear. Ha! Tong Thien, I have finally found you. Today, I will make sure you die without a grave. Tong Thien did not bother with his arrogant words, gently placing Uncle Duck into Chief Duongbei's hands. Father, take care of Uncle Duck first. Leave this to me. Chief Duongbei looked at his son with a mix of worry and pride. Meanwhile, Master Trine could not hold back any longer. He glared fiercely at Tong Thien and shouted, Tong Thien, prepare to die. In a flash, he disappeared and instantly appeared behind Tong Thien, with a crazed smile. He roared, ground-level combat technique, Blue Wind Fist. Seeing this, Chief Duongba panicked and shouted loudly, Tong Thien, watch out behind you. But unexpectedly, Tong Thien remained calm and did not turn around. He simply reached back and gently stopped Master Trine's punch, as if it were just a light breeze. This scene left all of Master Trine's followers gaping in shock. Some could not help but blurt out, "What?" He blocked that punch with just one hand. Master Trine, always proud of his power, instantly changed expression. His eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you block my attack? I am the Celestial Void Saint Master." Tong Thien did not even look at him, just glanced coldly and said, "Mother's waiting for me inside. So maybe your Hovan sect will die a little faster." As the words left his mouth, he gently raised 2 fingers pointing at Master Trine, gathering a powerful glow, ready to unleash a fatal attack. Tong Thien no longer wanted to waste any more time with the enemy in front of him. In the horrified eyes of sect leader Duongba and the Hovan sect disciples, Tong Thien struck a deadly blow, a strike piercing straight through Hovan Tu's body, sending him flying backward. He crashed hard onto the ground, staring at the deep wound on his chest. Hovan Tu was terrified, his face pale, eyes bloodshot with tiny veins visible like threads of blood. He whispered in panic, unable to believe it. Collapsing as a faint white smoke rose from his body, Tong Thien stood above, looking down, his cold voice laced with disdain ringing out, "A holy master like you is only fit to be killed like a dog." His sarcastic words cut deep into the pride of the Ho Van sect's disciples. Seeing their sect leader fall miserably like a dead dog, they panicked and shouted, "The sect leader's dead, run for your lives." The crowd scattered in haste, but one had not escaped before Tong Thien caught him. With a single swing, Tong Thien created a large glowing purple circle of holy power, swallowing the man inside. The disciple gasped and fell backward, seeing Tong Thien's dagger-sharp gaze fixed on him, his face pale and trembling, unable to speak. Finally, he knelt down, trembling as he begged, Hero, I was forced into this. I did not do anything wrong. Please spare my life." Tong Thien replied coldly, "I do not intend to kill you, but I want you to deliver a message to the elders of the Hovan sect. Tell them sect leader Duong Tong Thien will soon come demanding an explanation." After saying that, he kicked the disciple hard in the face, sending him flying with a painful hiss. He shouted, "Get lost." Though kicked away, the disciple was deeply grateful, kneeling repeatedly to thank the hero for sparing his life. After the man disappeared, Tong Thien turned back to Duong Be, smiling gently. "Father, your son did not lie to you, did he?" A swift conclusion, was not it? Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a lavishly decorated hall, a grand banquet was underway. The king of Gaksam Nation, dressed in a noble fur coat, stood among the crowd. With a bright smile, he spoke warmly. "Thank you to the royal sorcerers from the Qin Kingdom for coming to aid us. This gratitude from Gaksam Nation will be remembered forever." The Qin Kingdom sorcerers bowed modestly in reply. "Your Majesty, you flatter us. We only serve as the royal protectors of the Qin Emperor." At the banquet, a Qin sorcerer raised his glass, his deep voice full of respect. "Indeed, Your Majesty, if you wish to express thanks, the deepest gratitude should go to our royal protector sorcerer." As he finished, the king of Gaksam also raised his cup, his eyes shining with appreciation. At that moment, the head of the Tapjiatu Academy could not contain his curiosity and stood to ask, "Esteemed guests, may we know the identity of this royal protector sorcerer? Perhaps he is someone familiar or has ties with Gaksam Nation." The two consorters exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Then the blonde sorcerer calmly answered, "Our royal protector sorcerer goes by the title Kim Tran. Does anyone here know him?" The room instantly fell silent. The name Kim Tran puzzled everyone, as it seemed never mentioned in Gaksam Nation. In fact, Kim Tran was the alias Duong Tong Thien used to conceal his true identity. When studying at Tapjiatu Academy, he went by Tong Thien. So even the academy head did not realize they were the same person. The head stroked his long beard, his face full of concern. "Kim Tran? I have never heard that name. Does anyone here have any information about him?" Whispering started. Guesses flying. No one recognized the name. Could he be a hidden master from some great family? In the corner of the room, Mindong, Tong Thien's close friend, knew the name Kim Tran but had no idea it belonged to his own friend. He quietly sipped his wine, eyes filled with suspicion. No one in the whole kingdom knows Kim Tran. Strange, who exactly is he? Could he not be from this country? After thinking for a while, Mindong sighed, recalling his friend's words. He said, "Let us wait at Duong Manor for him. The banquet's over. It is time to go." Meanwhile, at the Hovan sect, a strange phenomenon appeared atop the great mountain where the sect was based. A dazzling beam shot straight into the sky, as if trying to tear the night apart. Floating in midair was the old ancestor of Hovan sect. Laughing heartily, "Ha! I finally succeeded in breaking through." His two disciples bowed deeply on the ground, their congratulations ringing out non-stop. "Congratulations, old ancestor. You have successfully broken through and become a heavenly void saint, master third transmission." The old ancestor landed on the ground, his eyes full of satisfaction, He patted his two disciples on the shoulders proudly. Good disciples, during my retreat, you have worked hard. Just as the old ancestor of Ho Vien sect was enjoying the praise of his disciples, a sudden sharp scream echoed from afar. Old ancestor! Help! A subordinate ran in frantic panic, his face full of terror. He rushed in front of the old ancestor, dropped to his knees, gasping, stammering. Old ancestor, the sect leader, the sect leader has been killed. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor's expression changed drastically, his heart shocked. He immediately shouted, urging, What exactly happened? Tell me now. The subordinate's face turned pale, lips trembling, but he struggled to recount the whole event. The atmosphere in the main hall grew suffocating. The old ancestor's anger seemed able to blow everything away. Meanwhile at Trafung Dengim Mansion, laughter echoed everywhere. Tra Ung Di stood beside his son, filled with joy, drinking until his face was flushed. He laughed heartily, his voice booming. Ha! You all do know how delighted I am today. Butch Van Niven could not stand her husband's drunkenness, quickly pulling Ting Thin close, eyes full of reproach. If you want a drink, do it yourself. Don't he drag my son into this? Then she held Ting Thin tightly, her eyes filled with worry. She still could not fully believe Trafong Dung Bias claimed that her son had killed Ho Vien Sect's sect leader Tren. Her voice was gentle but full of doubt. Tipa Nahai, you are only 21 years old. How could you have killed Ho Vien sect's leader? She placed her hand on her son's cheek, her gaze tender and full of love. Mom only wants you safe and to live a peaceful life. Tipang then looked deeply into his mother's eyes, his gaze steady and voice firm. Mom, rest assured, from now on, no one in the Martial Forest Kingdom will dare bully you again. Elder Duongbo was now a bit more clear-headed and suddenly looked at his son with suspicious eyes. Tong Thien, what level has your power actually reached? Why can't even I sense your aura? Tong Thien replied with a faint smile. Father, due to some strange fate, I have broken free from the realm divisions of the Thien Gaian continent. It is hard to clearly define my power now, but if you want an easy example, he paused briefly, his eyes sharpening. Below the 5th generation of the Thien Kong Holy Master, killing them is like killing dogs. The room instantly fell into absolute silence. Tong Thien's calm yet weighty words left both Elder Duong Bei and Bitch Van Thien frozen in place. Elder Duong Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Bitch Van Thien's lips trembled, but she could not utter a word. Seeing his parents silent, Tong Thien gently asked, his voice full of curiosity, Mom, Dad, what is wrong? Did I say something wrong? After confirming her son's words, Bitch Van Thien's eyes lit up brightly, her face full of joy. She asked excitedly, Tong, have you become a Thien Kong Holy Master? Tong Thien smiled and scratched his head, replying gently, Mom, you could say that. Elder Dongbei stood nearby, threw his head back and laughed loudly, his chest swelling with pride. Good. Very good. You truly are my son. Elder Dongbei's boy. After a while, strolling in the yard, Tong Thien happened to meet Uncle Duck. He approached, speaking in a calm voice. Uncle Duck, I have to go out to settle everything with the Ho Van sect once and for all. Hearing this, Uncle Duck immediately frowned, worry spreading across his face. He hesitated and suggested, Fourth young master, why do not I go with you? I really do not feel comfortable letting you go out alone. But Tiang then smiled and declined, asking him for another favor. I can handle the Ho Veneting matter myself, but I need your help with something else. Uncle Zyke replied seriously, Fourth young master, just say it, I will do my best. It turned out he wanted Uncle Zihi to prepare to receive Min Xing, his close friend. He instructed, these days, someone named Ming might come to our mansion. If I am not here when he arrives, please hold him and tell him to wait for me. Min Ang is my close friend, he said respectfully. Rest assured. Young master, Uncle Zake replied. That very night, Tang then used his sacred power to fly up and prepare to leave. Before leaving, he turned back to repeat his earlier words. Uncle Ota, I am going out to settle things once and for all. With Ho. Uncle Zake watched him go, worried but still advised, Fourth young master, come back early. Tipang Thisen's mind raced as he flew under the bright moonlight. Ho Vun, this time, no one will stop me. Elsewhere, in a magnificent manor hidden under a starry night, fireflies flickered among the trees, and the soft sound of water from a small pond added to the calm. Inside, Kinsei Chazam and Academy Tepjiat T sat discussing. Kinshis Rim asked curiously, Din, have you ever met the national tutor Kim Tron from Kyun? Who exactly is he? Din Sipev respectfully answered, Your Majesty, I have met Kim Tron but he left no impression. He came and went like the wind. All I know is he is an extraordinary figure. Yet Kinsei Eksham was full of doubt, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why would he travel thousands of miles to help our kingdom? It makes no sense for benefits or close ties. Our territory, though rich, should not be within the eyes of Kun's emperor. The distance between us and Kun is too great. Suddenly, Dinsikai seemed to remember something. Frowning, he spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty, I just recalled someone. King Setchumim immediately turned to ask. Ooh. Seppi's face became more serious than ever. He replied slowly. Old Patriarch D. Hearing the name, King Sejam was startled and nodded in agreement. Yes, it can only be old Patriarch Dean. While they were still talking, a servant hurried in, holding a letter and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, this is a secret report from the city lord. Kinch Siam took the letter, opened it, and his face gradually showed surprise as he exclaimed. What? He is not only alive but has returned. Hearing this, Dinsikai jumped up, eyes full of curiosity. Your Majesty, are you referring to Kijim Tron in the letter? Is he really connected to old Patriarch dying? King Chsem rolled up the letter and looked sharply at the dean. Not Kim Tron, but Trajang Dekang Tipa Vthin, the son of Trajan Diding Biu, has returned. Hearing this name, Dean Seppi could not hide his shock and muttered as if to confirm. Trauding, Tipa then, he is not dead. This is unbelievable. Images from years ago flashed in his mind. Trong Dengbi kneeling before Kin Csm, begging to protect his family. But then Tiamvian left the mansion with no news, making everyone think he would met misfortune. The dean pondered. I thought he was doomed. But turns out he not only survived but returned. Kin Setchazem put down the letter, nodded, and said, It seems the Trevi Decking mansion has had luck and misfortune. Though the eldest son was severely injured and saddened all day, now the fourth son returns. This is good news. Dinsikai suddenly had an idea and suggested, Your Majesty, this is an opportunity. We can use this chance to win favor with the Trondring Dunching family. King Setchesm's eyes lit up in agreement. Exactly. If we can gain the goodwill of Kun's national tutor Kigam Trun, it would be a great honor for our kingdom. While they were discussing, another servant rushed in, his face showing panic. Voice urgent. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Kin Setchum frowned and asked seriously. What is it? The breathless henchman struggled to report. The sect leader of Hovan sect, Trinefai, was killed by Truong Duong Tong Thien right on the street. Hearing this, both the bandits and King Catch Sam asked in unison, their faces full of shock. What? The henchman continued, reporting that this afternoon, Trinefai was killed by Truong Duong Tong Thien on the street, and no one from Hovan sect survived. King Catch Sam wiped sweat from his brow and turned to the chief for information about Trinefai's power. How strong is Trinefai, the sect leader of Hovan sect? The chief of the bandits put his hand on his chin, trying to recall. Then answered, If I remember correctly, Trinefai was a third-level Heavenly Void Saint Master. Hearing this, King Catch Sam's eyes lit up brightly, and he laughed joyfully, as if he could not believe his ears. So that means Truong Duong Tong Thien's strength must be at least above third level. Thinking this, he could not help but tilt his head back and laugh loudly. Haha! Good. Very good. This is truly a source of pride. In the silent night, Tong Thien approached the gate of Hovan sect, his cold eyes full of killing intent. Two disciples guarding the gate saw him, and a young teenager frowned and demanded, Who are you? What are you doing at Hovan sect? Tong Thien answered directly with a voice as cold as ice. No beating around the bush, here to destroy the sect. His eyes ignited with a fairy red glow like the flames of hell. At first, the two disciples burst into mocking laughter. Ha! This kid must be an idiot. Does not even know where Hovan sect is but dares to talk big. One pointed at Tong Thien, his voice full of disdain. Get lost. Hovan sect does not bully fools. Tong Thien ignored the ridicule, calmly raised his hand, releasing sacred power. A blazing red whip appeared from his palm, swirling in the air like a coiling fire dragon. The fiery light lit up the night sky corner, causing the two disciples to immediately stop laughing, their faces pale with fear. What do you intend to do? One of the two asked, trembling, his voice shaky with fear. Without answering, Tong Thien cracked the fiery whip hard towards the large gate of Hovan sect. In a flash, the huge gate was split in two, flying into the sky, setting the birds in the fairy sea ablaze. The thunderous roar shook the whole Hovan sect, causing chaos among the disciples inside. Everyone hurried outside, their faces showing panic. What was that noise? Someone broke in. Go check it out quickly. A crowd of disciples quickly gathered around Tong Thien. Seeing he was just a young teenager, they shouted without hesitation, Kid, who are you? Are you looking to die coming here to cause trouble at Hovan sect? One growled. You destroyed our main gate. Do you think you can ruin our mountain sect? Who do you think you are? Hovan sect will never forgive you. Meanwhile, a figure stood high above, looking down Trine Min Tomb, his face furious and tense. His voice boomed across the area as he demanded, Who are you? Why did you destroy the main gate and the Hovan sect hall? His eyes full of killing intent, His voice harsh continued. If you do not give a clear reason, no matter who you are, you won't leave here today. Tong Thien lifted his head, looking at Trine Min Tong standing above. A cold smile curling on his lips, he replied with a commanding voice. I am the one here to claim justice. None of your Hovan sect will survive today. Tong Thien raised his head, his eyes sharp as blades staring directly at Trine Min Tong above. Behind him, thousands of Hovan sect disciples formed ranks. He frowned, his cold voice ringing out, You do not know me. Then why have you been sending people to find me all these years? Hearing this, Trine Min Tong's expression immediately changed. He was shocked, eyes wide with disbelief, then quickly recovered and shouted, You are Truong Dong Tong Thien? Tong Thien did not answer right away, just curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes full of killing intent. It had been a long time since he last met Trine Min Tong. Trine Min Tong's face suddenly twisted with madness. He looked at him like a demon in human skin, but forced a sinister smile, criticizing as if certain of victory. Truong Dong Tong Thien, heaven's gates 1T open for you. Hell has no door, yet you crawl right into it yourself is not that foolish. He raised his hand arrogantly, giving orders. Disciples of Hovan sect, obey my command. In the name of the young sect leader, I order you to immediately eliminate the villain before us. Whoever kills him will be handsomely rewarded. The Hovan disciples below cheered excitedly at the mention of the young sect leader. In moments, thousands of disciples swarmed like ants, weapons in hand, charging at Tong Thien with fierce momentum. Cries of "Da!" echoed everywhere. Tong Thien stood still, eyes flashing with disdain. He chuckled coldly as his chilling voice rang out. Trine Min Tong, after all these years, you still have not changed. You just rely on your lackeys to dance around for you, never daring to act yourself. You are still a shrinking turtle. From your hands, eerie blue flames began to appear, floating in the air. Inside each flame was a small stone, shining like deadly stars. You whispered softly but with authority. Die. The fiery stones exploded with holy power, flying at terrifying speeds like destructive meteors. The Hovan sect disciples did not have time to react before the stones pierced their bodies. Watch out! This is not good, one shouted desperately. But it was too late. A fiery stone pierced through a hand, leaving a huge hole with blood spraying everywhere. Another was pierced straight through the head, collapsing dead instantly. Screams of pain echoed across the mountain, blood staining the ground red. In moments, hundreds of disciples fell like flies, their bodies torn apart, blood and organs splattered, creating a horrific scene. Tong Thien stood amid the chaos, cold eyes fixed on Trine Min Tong. He emphasized every word, his voice like a death sentence. Trine Min Tong, years ago you forced me to leave home and wander aimlessly. Today, I am here to settle that debt. Trine Min Tong stood high, pointing at Tong Thien, his voice warning but noticeably trembling. Truong Dong Tong Thien, I warn you, do not act recklessly. My father is the heavenly void saint master. You won't escape. He tried to intimidate, unaware that the father he trusted had been killed by Tong Thien right at the gate of Truong Dong Manor. Tong Thien frowned slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes as he teased. Really? You still do not know I killed your father this afternoon? Hearing this, Trine Min Tong immediately broke into a sweat, panic clear on his face. Yet he forced a tough front, clenching his fists, voice trembling but defiant. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? My father is the heavenly void saint master. Do you even know what that means? He is an existence second only to the Holy King. What do you think you can do to him? Tong Thien laughed contemptuously, his gaze colder than ever. He raised 2 fingers, pointing directly at Trine Min Tong, his cold voice ringing out, You do not believe me? Fine, I will send you to hell to reunite with your father. A blinding light burst from Tong Thien's hand like a sharp sword, speeding toward Trine Min Tong with tremendous force. The brilliant light carried deadly intent. Tearing the air around it, Trine Min Tong saw the light charging at him, felt death closing in, and screamed in fear. No, just as the light was inches away, a golden curved line suddenly appeared beneath him. The line quickly formed a shield that blocked Tong Thien's attack, redirecting the beam into empty space. Tong Thien frowned, glanced at the shield, then looked behind. Sure enough, floating midair was the supreme elder of the Hovan sect. Seeing his grandfather appear, Trine Min Tong's expression shifted instantly from fear to joy, as if seeing a savior. He shouted, Supreme Elder. Grandfather, you are here. Please kill him. He quickly regained his smugness, turning to Tong Thien with a mocking smile. Truong Dong Tong Thien, you are as good as dead. With the Supreme Elder here, you have no way out. The Supreme Elder of Hovan sect frowned, looking down at Tong Thien with a cold expression and a deep authoritative voice. Truong Dong Tong Thien, why have you come to Hovan sect? Tong Thien stood tall, sharp eyes fixed on the elder, his voice calm but full of contempt. This afternoon, your sect leader caused chaos at my home and upset my mother. That is why I came to Hoavan sect to demand an explanation. The Hoavan sect leader grew furious hearing Tong Thien's words. His face flushed red. Voice threatening. Trong Dong Tong Thien, you killed my sect leader, and now you come here demanding justice. His words shocked all the disciples below. Some could not hide their surprise, whispering in disbelief, what? The sect leader really died. The atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence. Tong Thien clenched his right fist tightly, eyes sharp as he stared at the sect leader, voice full of cold fury. His death is only the first step. There is another debt I need to settle. Back then, you Ho Vin sect used your power to drive me away from the mausoleum, scattering me everywhere. Today, old grudges combined with new hatred, I will settle everything at once. Hearing this, the old sect leader, who had planned to yield, could no longer contain his pride, tried to keep his tone calm and said, Trakadrin, Teking the Thin, if you seek justice, then be clear what exactly do you want to do. Tieng then narrowed his eyes, raised 2 fingers, and spoke each word like a sharp blade. I offer Ho Vin sect 2 choices. He paused, scanning all the Ho Vin disciples. Then continued. First choice. Dissolve Ho Vin sect and erase its name from the kingdom of Siege Sem forever. Before Tang Thefan could finish, the old sect leader could not hold back his fury, cursing. Damn it! Trakadrin, Teking the Thin. You are delusional. Do you think Ho Vin sect is some place anyone can just destroy? Who the hell do you think you are to speak like that? Tieneng then remained calm, completely ignoring the insults. Second choice. If you do not dissolve yourselves, I will do it for you. That will end everything. Ho Viren sect will be destroyed by me. The old sect leader's face turned pale with rage, his voice heavy and deliberate. You are utterly disrespectful. Initially, he intended to humble himself and reconcile, but Tang Thedin's firm stance made him abandon that plan. His voice hardened, eyes filled with killing intent. Trakadrin, Teking the Thin. You do not know what is right or wrong, then do not blame me if I show no mercy. Saying this, he swung his hand, summoning a shimmering holy circle from which he drew a radiant golden holy sword. Behind him, Tron Mindtefn saw this and cheered excitedly, jumping up and shouting, That is right, ancestor. Kill him. Avenge my father. The Ho Ven sect leader roared, holy power blazing all over his body, sword in hand charging straight at Tatubing Then. Shouting, Traunding, Tipa Then, die. Seeing him choose the second option, Tipung Then just smirked, his eyes cold as ice. The leader's blazing sword came close, but Tung Then stood calmly, eyes barely closed, showing no respect for his opponent. This unnerved the leader, who muttered, How is this possible? Just as the blade was inches away, Tang Thidin gently raised 2 fingers and effortlessly stopped the sword. Stunning his opponent, the leader froze. Face pale, mouth agape. Possible. I just broke through to Heavenly Void Saint Master 3rd stage, how can you? Tiving then ignored him, snapping the sword's tip like a dry twig with his 2 fingers. His scorn pierced the leader's pride, words sharp as a blade. You are just a 3rd stage Heavenly Void Saint Master. Yet you dare bark at me? The old sect leader stepped back in panic, but his pride and confidence in his newfound power would not let him give up. He shouted, flames erupting all over him, holy power blazing fiercely. Even among Heavenly Void Saint Masters, there is a power gap. Who do you think you are? Today, I will show you my true strength. Tipung then stood firm, eyes sharp as knives, declaring calmly, Ho Van sect will be wiped off the map of the kingdom of Siech Sem today. After that cold declaration, he shot up into the starry night sky to face the sect leader. One side burned with the leader's golden flames. The other glowed with Teeping Thien's mysterious, powerful purple holy energy. They were like 2 great fires lighting up the night sky. The leader struck first, slashing 2 holy power arcs toward Teepiven with bare hands. The powerful slashes seemed to tear through the air, but Tieneng then simply raised his hand, creating a holy power shield that instantly shattered the leader's attacks. The leader was stunned, face pale, whispering, How can you control 2 elements? While still in shock, Tipung Thissen suddenly vanished from his sight. The old man quickly turned, but before he could see clearly, Tung then appeared behind him. Voice cold, let me take off one of your arms first. With that, he swung his arm, sending a sharp streak of light straight at the sect leader. Before he could react, his right hand was severed, blood spraying everywhere, his scream of pain echoing through the sky. Ignoring the old Ho Van sect leader, who had not yet recovered, Tongthian charged like a blazing fire, stomping fiercely on him with brutal strength, his words cold and sharp. Get down! The sect leader was struck by the thunderous stump, his body limp, staggering before crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes rolled white, face twisted in pain. Moaning silently, the impact dug a large crater, dust flying everywhere. rocks shattering. Yet surprisingly, he was still alive. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Tong Thien above. Summoning his remaining strength, he clenched his left fist and called forth bright lightning combined with sharp shards of stone. Roaring in rage, "I won't die so easily." With a devastating slash, his whole body trembled as he swung a powerful attack like a sharp beam tearing through the night, aiming straight at Tong Thien. But from above, Tong Thien looked down with disdain, his gaze cold and unmoved. He did not bother dodging, standing still to take the hit head-on. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, blinding light engulfing the space. The sect leader thought he had won, tilting his head back and laughing madly. "Ha! Got you, kid. If you do not die, you will be crippled." But as the dust settled, Tong Thien stood unscathed, faint purple light shimmering around him. He smirked slightly, eyes full of mockery. "Is that all the power you have got?" Tong Thien's words hit the sect leader's pride like a cold splash, forcing him to gape in shock, eyes filled with terror. "Impossible. This can keep," the old man roared, refusing to accept the truth, swinging wildly with full hatred in every strike. "I am the third-level Thian Kong Holy Master. Who do you think you are to dare belittle me? Dream on." But it is all meaningless. Tong Thien did not move, just lightly flicking his hand to create an invisible wall that blocked every attack. Each blow from the sect leader vanished against the wall like wind striking stone. By now, Tong Thien's eyes were icy cold. He shook his head softly, voice ringing like a death knell. "It is goodbye, Hovensek." Raising his right arm, a massive holy power aura began to envelop him. Brilliant purple flames blazed like an eternal fire, scattering countless tiny sparks that lit up the night sky. Tong Thien's overwhelming power made all the Hovensek disciples watching tremble and lose their footing, their faces drained of blood. The founder of the Hovan sect looked up at the sky, eyes full of terror as countless bright pink sparks rained down. They were not just light but destructive power, falling like a meteor shower, not beautiful, but a harbinger of death. "You did not stop there." With a powerful, majestic move, you summoned a gigantic blazing red flame, like molten lava boiling fiercely. The flame twisted through the air, its sharp tip aimed directly at the old sect leader of Hovan sect. This was not an ordinary fire, it was a sacred-level battle technique, strong enough to flatten an entire area. Tong Thien's cold tone delivered the final death sentence. "If you die under my sacred battle technique, at least your life won't be wasted." The old sect leader could only stand rooted to the ground, looking up at the giant flame rushing toward him, his eyes filled with terror as he shouted in despair. The blazing fire descended, engulfing the entire Hovan sect like a fiery tome, marking the end of a once mighty clan. In a magnificent hall, Prime Minister Sa, representing the Thianung Kingdom, was negotiating with the King of Sech M. They sat across from each other, discussing the friendship between their nations. Prime Minister Sa smiled and said, "Your Majesty, our Thianung Kingdom sincerely hopes to become a long-lasting ally with Sech Sim, to strengthen the bond between our countries. We have specially sent this old minister with a marriage proposal from the second prince of Thianung. We hope you will marry Princess Sech Lan to him." Upon hearing this, the king of Sech Sem appeared calm but was inwardly displeased. Still, for the sake of friendship, he maintained a diplomatic tone and replied, "Ngayat Ne is my only daughter and the one I love most. I need to discuss this with her first. Her opinion is very important." Prime Minister Sa smiled with satisfaction, stroking his beard. "Your Majesty, brother, there is no rush. We can take our time discussing this." Then he changed the subject, hoping to establish relations with the Cunhuang Kingdom as well. "Might your Majesty recommend some national advisors from Cunhuang for us? We greatly admire their strength and talent." The king of Siexum glanced at Prime Minister Sa, thinking silently, that sly old fox is trying to use every opportunity to pull Cunhuang to his side. He smiled and responded politely but was actually skillfully evading. The Cunhuang national advisors had just participated in a battle and were currently resting. "Once they recover, I will arrange a meeting." Prime Minister Sa heard the blunt refusal but kept his sly smile. Inwardly, he thought, so what if there is a betrothal? As long as they are not married, everything can change. Our Thianung Prince won't come here for nothing. He bowed slightly and left, his eyes still gleaming with cunning calculation. A subordinate hurried in, holding an urgent letter, panting as he reported, "Your Majesty, this is an urgent letter from Hovan sect." The king of Sech Sam looked at the seal on the letter, and his expression changed. Taking the letter, Long Day eyed it suspiciously. The urgent seal of Hovan sect. Could something serious have happened? He tore open the letter immediately, eyes glued to every word. The more he read, the paler he became. Hands trembling in disbelief, he exclaimed, "What? Truong Dong Tong Thien single-handedly wiped out the entire Hovan sect." Prime Minister Sa saw the king of Sech's Khmer change in expression and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what exactly happened?" The king did not answer but quickly turned and ordered his retinue. Prepare the grand ceremony. I want to go to Lacnhai City immediately to take direct command of the Black Armor Army. Bitch Dao, come to me at once. The subordinate responded loudly upon receiving the order. The order was, don't he forget to instruct the palace maids to treat Prime Minister Se with great care. I have important matters to handle. Prime Minister Se tried to stay calm and lightly reminded, Your Majesty, though busy with affairs, do not forget the alliance between our two nations. But this time, the king of Siechsam was blunt and cold. Ngai was betrothed years ago. Forget this marriage. Hearing this, Prime Minister Se's anger rose, but his face stayed smiling. He thought to himself, betrothed? Huh, if they are not married, the engagement can be broken any time. I want to let this end easily. In Lacca City, inside a luxurious tavern, the national advisors of Kun Kingdom were resting after their journey. Thean, one of the advisors, sighed as he held his glass and said to his companion Kiyu Thean, Lacna City is so big. Where do we find the national protector advisor here? Kiyu Thean shook his head, also looking helpless. The master did not give details. Just told us to come here. We will have to look around slowly. Suddenly, the brown-haired advisor in the group tapped the table, remembering something and said, It is strange. Is our national protector really from Siechsam Kingdom? But why do not the strong fighters here even know his name? Kiyu Thean nodded in agreement. Indeed, even the head of the Tapjia Academy did not recognize Kiem Tran. Something's not right based on the strength and talent of the protector national tutor. Nobody in Siechsam Kofi does not know him, and no one dares to mess with him. Lost in deep thoughts, Then La and Kiyu then suddenly turned around at a commotion. They saw people scattering, shouting, It is the Black Armor Army of Hong that. The crowd buzzed with unease and confusion. Why is the Black Armor Army entering Lefina City? Could something serious have happened? People gathered densely in one area, all eyes on the advancing Black Armor Army. Standing out was a golden palanquin pulled by sacred beasts, radiating grandeur and authority. Kiyu then frowned, observing carefully, then said to Thinla in surprise, Look, is not that the king of Siechsam Kuf? Why would he personally come to Lutanov City? Could it be to find us? The palanquin stopped as the Siechsam Kufi king raised his hand in greeting. He stepped down with a commanding presence, approaching the national tutors, surprisingly meeting all five here. The national tutors bowed in return, but Thinla, ever curious, quickly asked, Your Majesty, you seem urgent. Has something happened? The king smiled proudly and said confidently, You may not believe it, but I have come to see someone. A prodigy like never before has appeared in our kingdom of Siechsam. This young person has already reached the rank of Heavenly Void Saint Tutor. Hearing this, Thinla and Kiyu then were startled. They quickly asked, Your Majesty, what is his name? Have we heard of him before? The king replied happily without hesitation. His name is Teeping Then, the fourth young master of Truntrada Dundring Mansion. Hearing the name, Teeping Then, Kiyu then and Thinla exchanged suspicious glances, silently communicating. Thinla, do you think it is possible? Thinla answered with sharp eyes. I think it is possible. After all, there are not many prodigies like that in the world. Both curious, they proposed, Your Majesty, if possible, could you take us to meet this prodigy? The king laughed heartily and nodded. Of course. Please come with me. The group of national tutors and the king headed toward Tratang Dang Mansion. Filled with anticipation, everyone wanted to know if this young prodigy was the mysterious protector national tutor whom Tenen Hong Kong revered. The king dismounted, letting the sacred beasts rest outside Truping Dung Mansion. From inside the mansion, Tram Deng De led the servants out to welcome them. He bowed respectfully, honored that the ruler had come to his home. The king smiled brightly, warmly patting Treping DB's shoulder. It has been a while since I visited Lucana City. Today, having free time, I came to see you all. He gestured toward the five national tutors standing nearby and introduced them to Trutumpending NBB. Yes. Tra-B. These are the five national tutors of Tan Hong Kus. Perhaps you have heard of them. Tra-B clasped his hands respectfully, showing gratitude on behalf of Siechsam Kuf. Tram Dummingby expressed thanks to the national tutors of Teen Hong Kus. They had previously helped Siechsam Kuf overcome dangers, although they had not confirmed whether their Teepan then was a protector sword tutor of Ten Hong Kus. One of the five national tutors, Kiex Thien, wanted to show respect to Trutundidabia. He bowed humbly. Master Troing Ding, you honor us. We only serve under the protector national tutor's command. Hearing Kixi Thien's reply, the king was puzzled, wondering why they were more courteous to Trutrepa Dididing than to him. The emperor, Tra-B, quickly changed the subject. Please come inside. Your Majesty, we have prepared a grand banquet to welcome you. Please, Your Majesty and the national tutors. Come in and join us. The king nodded approvingly. All right, let us go. The banquet at Tremendecking Mansion was warm and cozy. However, the king seemed restless, glancing repeatedly inside the mansion. Finally, he spoke. Try B. I heard Troy Decking Dip Thean has returned. I have not seen my son-in-law in a long time. His words surprised Tramping Dbia briefly, but he quickly understood, after hearing that Thin Tiun defeated Ho Ven Ting. The king immediately severed ties with Thin Angquokef and declared that Princess Ngait Nai was betrothed to Tutufeng Thin. Try Ade turned inward and called out loudly. Tutung Thin, come out quickly and pay respects to his majesty. Kinsechazem also turned his gaze toward the door. Waiting, after a moment, a handsome young man stepped out, stopping before the king, and kneeling and bowing deeply. His clear voice ringing out, Trong Ding, Tengthin pays respects. Your Majesty. King Secham looked at Tipenthin with a satisfied gaze, full of praise. Good, truly my son-in-law, a man among men. Next to him, Kut Shi then immediately recognized the youth before them as the one they had long been searching for. Exclaiming, just as I thought. Thinla standing nearby nodded in agreement. Eyes affirming, the National Guardian Advisor is none other than Trenit Tramp Ung Thin Thin. The two exchanged satisfied smiles. Kuxthin indulged in a bit of self-admiration. Thinking, still a clever old man. Suddenly, Thinla, Kexthin, and the other national advisors all stood up abruptly. This action surprised King Chasem, who did not understand what was happening. He called out, National advisors, what are you doing? In front of everyone at the banquet, Thinla and Kexthin knelt before Tutag Thin. They bowed their heads and said in unison, We pay respects to the National Guardian Advisor. Kexthin continued apologetically, I was foolish not to recognize you, sir, and delayed in finding you. Please forgive me. King Sichazam was stunned, unable to grasp the situation. Then stammered, What did you just call Teeping Thin? A thought flashed in his mind. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Tutung Thin. Could it be that my son-in-law is the National Guardian Advisor of the Qin Emperor's kingdom? Tebri Thin smiled, gently helping Thinla and Kexthin up, both reassuring and apologetic. Stand up. You did nothing wrong. It was my fault for leaving in such a hurry that I forgot to clarify my identity. He kindly inquired, Are your injuries fully healed? Kuch Thien replied gratefully, Sir, our wounds have completely healed. Hearing this, Tang Thin nodded with satisfaction. That is great. Before he could say more, Tri B suddenly interrupted, his voice full of confusion. Tutung Thin, what is going on? Why did they call you the National Guardian Advisor? Could it really be you? Tipeng then turned to his father with a calm smile. Father, please sit down first and do not get worked up. Yes, I am indeed the National Guardian Advisor of the Qin Emperor's kingdom. Hearing this, Qin Sichuma's joy blossomed inside. He tried to maintain the dignified expression of a monarch, but the corner of his mouth twitched as he struggled to hold back laughter. Inside, he was shouting. This time, Qin Shima truly has risen. Finally, he could not hold it anymore and stood up, laughing loudly. In Guitenhai, your husband is amazing. Turning to Tefa Thin, half joking, half serious. Hinted, you have been hiding this from me all along. At that moment, Uncle Zake stepped in, leaned close to Treteging B, and whispered, Master, Bichdao has arrived. Hearing this, Trong Dung B was startled, sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing his father worried, Tebrithin stepped closer and quietly asked, Father, what is going on? Tri Ado took a deep breath and informed him, Tutuming Thin, your ninth uncle has arrived. Surprised, Tung Thin paused for a moment, remembering the first time meeting Bitch Yao, who came with his mother Bitch Vien Thin. Tang Thin felt a bit nervous. The Emperor of Siech Esem Kingdom standing beside Trempa Ding B could not hide his curiosity and asked, Could it be that Bitch Yao still holds a grudge over that incident? Trong Dung B aside, his voice heavy with sadness. Ven Thin and I have warned him countless times, but he stubbornly insists on revenge. Then Trentecto Dector turned to Uncle, who stood behind, asking, Where is he now? Uncle Zake smiled softly and replied slowly, According to the old master, Bitch Diao is currently in the 4th Madam's courtyard. Hearing this, Trom Den B immediately looked at Tebin Thin, his face full of worry. Tutung Thin, go quickly. Your mother is also there. Try to persuade your ninth uncle to give up his revenge. He is not someone we should provoke. Tang Thin found this puzzling, wondering silently who his ninth uncle's enemy was to make his father so worried. Still, he responded politely, Yes, Father, I will go right away. As Tung Thin's figure disappeared, Thinla, a national advisor, stepped forward respectfully and reported, "Your Majesty, actually, there is no need to worry so much. The power of the National Guardian Advisor is considered top tier across the entire continent." Another national advisor added firmly, "That is right, and with support from the Qin Emperor. As long as the opponent is not at the Saint King level, no one can trouble the national protector." Despite the minister's optimism, Qin Setchedrum only shook his head lightly, a heavy sigh escaping him. "But you do not understand. Bichao's enemy is someone even a Saint King can't easily handle." Hearing this, both national protectors were horrified, a fierce storm rising in their hearts. What kind of opponent could even a Saint King struggle against? In Bitch Van Thin's courtyard, the warm atmosphere suddenly came alive as Teffing Thin gently pushed the door open, his cheerful voice ringing out, "Mother, I'm seeing her son's figure." Bitch Van Thin's face relaxed, breaking into a gentle smile. "Teeper Nahai, come quickly to see your uncle." Teffing Thin stepped in and, spotting Bichayao standing there, respectfully greeted him, "Uncle." Yet no one expected Bichayao to suddenly make a move. He lunged forward, channeling all his strength into a direct strike. Seeing this, Teffing Thin did not back down. He powered his arm and countered with a strike. The two tremendous forces collided, creating a violent shockwave that shook the surrounding space. After a tense few seconds, Bichayao stepped back, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips as he controlled the natural energy. "Teffing Thin, you have truly reached the Saint Master Heavenly Void Realm." Witnessing the unexpected test, Bitch Van Thin standing nearby could no longer hold back. She quickly stepped forward, delivering a loving yet powerful strike to Bichao's head. The blow made him spit out some of the water he would just drunk. His expression embarrassed, says, "I only wanted to test Teffing Thin's true strength." But Bitch Van Thin's angry glare deepened. She snapped, voice full of fury, "If you dare lay a hand on my son again, do not think I won't destroy you without mercy." Bichao nervously rubbed his head, forcing a smile. All right, I just wanted to be sure of Teffing Thin's abilities." Bitch Van Thin turned to grasp her son's hand tightly, worry in her voice. "Still, you can't do that. What if Teffing Thin gets hurt?" Seeing his mother's concern, Teffing Thin smiled gently and reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. I know my limits." Standing opposite Bichao, his eyes sparkled with pride and emotion as he spoke loudly. "Never thought that when the Butch family faced ruin, such a young Saint Master Heavenly Void would appear. Teffing Thin, you truly are a prodigy." But in the blink of an eye, before joy could settle, his expression turned grim and terrifying. Bichao growled, eyes full of rage. "Teffing Thin, now that you have reached the Saint Master Heavenly Void Realm, it is time you learned about the deep blood feud of the Bech family." Hearing this, Bitch Van Thin grew worried and stepped forward to stop him, her voice full of distress. Tang Hai barely survived those harsh days. Don't add more burden to him. She grabbed Teffing Thin's hand, her voice trembling softly. "Besides, even the Bitch family ancestor at the Saint King level could not handle the enemy." Saying this is basically leading Teffing Thin to his death. Hearing this, Bichao's shoulders sagged, his face downcast with sadness. "You are right. I have been too stubborn." Standing nearby, Teffing Thin was surprised at the Saint King level mention. He wondered silently, could such a powerful Saint King really exist? After a moment of thought, he turned to reassure his mother. "Mother, on my journeys, friends have said that Saint Kings are not easily defeated. Maybe our Butch family ancestor is still alive." Hearing Teffing Thin's words, Bichao's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. He nodded slightly, his voice wavering a bit. Indeed, Teffing Thin's words made sense. It was possible the ancestor was still alive somewhere. Teffing Thin smiled, eyes full of determination. "Uncle, rest assured, I am not only a descendant of Trahon Ding Mansion, but also of the Beach family. I will definitely avenge this grudge." Hearing his grandson's firm words, Bichao was filled with joy. He slapped Teffing Thin's shoulder enthusiastically, praising, "Good, my boy. Hearing this makes your uncle very proud." Behind them, Bitch Van Thin smiled gently, her voice soft. "Teffing Nahai, stay and have dinner with me and uncle. Tell me all about what you have been through these years. I want to know how much you have grown." Hearing this, Teffing Thin felt warmth fill his heart and nodded. "All right, mother, I will stay." A middle-aged man bowed respectfully, an old official paying respects to the second prince. The second prince of Thin Ing Kingdom, a handsome young man with an arrogant gaze, smirked and waved his hand to help him up. "Prime Minister Sa, rise. How's the engagement going?" Hearing this, Prime Minister Sa quickly replied, "Today, the former minister discussed with Emperor Kach Sam, but he said Princess Yu Gayat was already betrothed." The second prince of Thien Ung Kingdom heard this. His expression instantly changed. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "What? Who dares to compete with me over a woman?" Prime Minister Sa calmly explained, "A few years ago, King Kachsam promised Princess Yu Gayat to a man named Truong Doong Tong Thien. The second prince was briefly shocked upon hearing the name. Who is Truong Doong Tong Thien? The Prime Minister immediately answered with a sly gleam in his eyes. He is the fourth young master of the Truong Doong mansion. The second prince's face twisted with anger. He ground his teeth, his eyes flashing with cruelty. This King Kachsam really does not know right from wrong. Our Thien Ung kingdom took the initiative to arrange this marriage out of respect. Yet he not only disrespects the opportunity, but also tries to disgrace us. Stroking his beard, Prime Minister smiled cunningly, his voice full of confidence. Second prince, please calm down. This engagement is a mission assigned by the king. I will do everything to make it succeed. Hearing this assurance, the second prince's sinister smile appeared. He laughed. Princess Yu Gayat will be mine. No one can take her away. The lights remained bright, but a shadow of sorrow covered Princess Yu Gayat's face. In her heart, the image of Tong Thien kept appearing. She sighed softly, thinking, Tong Thien, big brother, where are you now? Suddenly, memories from this morning flooded back when she had to meet the second prince of Thien Ung kingdom. His pale face and hungry gaze made her uneasy. She clearly remembered his formal introduction. Princess Unit, I am the second prince of Thien Ung kingdom. Princess Yu Gayat lowered her head, eyes full of sadness. She murmured, why must I be betrothed to someone like that? Big brother Tong Thien, I really do not know what to do. Seeing Yu Gayat's sad expression, her attendant could not help but worry and softly asked, Princess, do you want me to help you leave? I do not think His Majesty would blame you for breaking off the engagement. Yu Gayat shook her head, her eyes full of resignation. No need. If I leave here, where can I go? Suddenly, a sound came from outside. The voice of the Emperor of Kachsam Kingdom echoed. Ingayat ni I. May I come in? Father, recognizing her father's voice, Ingayat quickly replied, Father, please come in. Ingayat Hai was still awake. She tried to keep a gentle expression as she saw the Emperor enter. The attendant immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty, I will prepare evening tea for you and the princess. The Emperor of Kachsam Kingdom saw the sadness etched on his daughter's face and felt heartbroken. He thought to himself, it seems Ingayat Nai does not like Truong Doong Tong Thien, but for the sake of Kachsam Kingdom, she must bear this hardship. He gently explained to Yu Gayat, Ingayat ni I understand how you feel, but as king, there are many things I cannot decide on my own. Hearing this, Yu Gayat sadly lowered her head, her voice filled with understanding. Father, I understand. Ever since I was born into the royal family, my fate has no longer been in my own hands. The Emperor stepped closer and gently stroked his daughter's head to comfort her. Ingayat ni I, get dressed beautifully. We will visit the Truong Doong family and your future husband. Truong Doong Tong Thien. Hearing this name, Yu Gayat was briefly surprised. Her previous sadness vanished, replaced by astonishment. Huh, who is that? Seeing her surprised expression, the Emperor hesitated slightly, his voice a bit embarrassed. Truong Doong Tong Thien, do not you know he has already returned? Yu Gayat's eyes widened. She asked in confusion, Big brother Tong Thien, when did you come back? Remembering the painful issue from the whole day, she asked again, so the one betrothed to me is not the Prince of Thien Ung Kingdom. Hearing the mention of the second Prince of Thien Ung Kingdom, the Emperor immediately showed disdain. His voice was full of contempt. What kind of prince from Thien Ung Kingdom dares to have designs on my Ingayat ni? Then he softened his tone and continued to advise. Ingayat ni I, you have met Truong Doong Tong Thien. Over the years, his achievements have reached a level even I admire. Hearing of Tong Thien's accomplishments, Ingayat's eyes flashed with curiosity. She asked excitedly, Big brother Tong Thien, what great things has he done? Father, seeing Yu Gayat's enthusiasm, the Emperor smiled and continued. Truong Doong Tong Thien is only 21 years old, but has reached the rank of Heavenly Void Saint Master, and has become the national advisor, protecting the Kun Huang Kingdom. Hearing this, Yu Gayat opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She stammered, how is that possible? Father, you are not tricking me. Are you? After a moment of thought, her eyes lit up as she realized something, then spoke her mind. Could it be that the Kun Emperor is helping us because of brother Tong Thien? The Emperor of the Kasam Kingdom laughed heartily, full of pride and hope. Ha, yes, my Kasam Kingdom has Truong Doong Tong Thien. The future is sure to be extraordinary. As he spoke, his expression grew strong, a sly smile curling his lips. He looked at Yu Gayat and said, Yu Gayat, tomorrow you must make sure your brother Tong Thien can't take his eyes off you. Hearing this, Yu Gayat blushed deeply, lowered her head, clutched her hood tightly, and spoke shyly. Father, what are you saying? The next day, Tong Thien and Truong Doong Bai arrived at the palace and were personally welcomed by Elder Zhe Lux. The elder greeted them with a hearty laugh. Haha, I never expected. Our national protector is actually the fourth young master of the Truong Doong household. Truong Doong smiled proudly. Elder's Lux, you flatter me. After chatting with Truong Doong, Elder Zaluk turned to Tong Thien with a friendly expression. By the way, the academy headmaster has gone to Ho Van sect. When he returns, he will be quite shocked to see what has become of it. Hearing this, Tong Thien imagined the headmaster's reaction to finding Ho Van sect gone, and could not help but laugh. Before he could finish his thought, the Emperor of Kassam Kingdom entered. Leading Yu Gaiet with him, he introduced her to Tong Thien with a bright, gentle smile. This is my daughter, Princess Unit. Upon seeing her, Tong Thien immediately bowed in respect to Princess Yu Gaiet. While bowing, he thought to himself, this princess looks exactly like the Yu Gaiet I once knew. Even the name is the same. Could it be? A sudden realization? Tong Thien's eyes widened as he considered the possibility that Yu Gaiet and Princess Yunun Gaiet might be twins. His confused expression was so obvious it made others chuckle, unaware of his thoughts. Yun Gaiet blushed and silently thought, Brother Tong Thien, you are alright, that is such a relief. Suddenly, the Emperor of Kassam Kingdom spoke up with a hearty smile directed at Tong Thien. Heron Zine, this is your first time at the Kassam Royal Palace, right? Letting Gaietna show you around a bit. Standing nearby, Yun Gaiet respectfully bowed and replied, I will, Father. After they left, the Emperor quickly turned to Truong Duong Bai with an eager face. Brother-in-law, when will our wedding celebration be? Truong Duong Bai laughed in response. I will discuss it with the boy's mother and see if there is an auspicious day. Hearing this, the Emperor grew even happier, clapping his hands and adding, Exactly. I will have someone check for the best date right away. Truong Duong Bai smiled broadly at the Emperor's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in another room, a guard of the second prince of Thien Ung Kingdom knelt and reported, Second Prince, I just saw Princess Yun Gaiet and a young man around 20 heading toward the Imperial Garden. Hearing this, the second prince frowned angrily, his words dripping with hostility. That young man must be Truong Duong Tong Thien. The Kassam king is truly disrespectful to treat my prince this way. Minister Sa standing nearby also showed his displeasure and chimed in, Looks like the Kassam emperor is determined to betroth Princess Yu Gaiet to the Truong Duong household. I will go ask the king directly if he even respects Thien Ung Kingdom. The second prince slammed the table, his face growing darker. Truong Duong Tong Thien, you are not worthy of Princess Yu Gaiet, who I have chosen. You are absolutely not someone you can sully. He gestured sharply, weapons in hand. Come with me. I want to see what skills Truong Duong Tong Thien really has. The guard bowed and replied, Yes. Second prince. Inside the Imperial Garden, where flowers bloomed fragrantly, Yun Gaiet gently led Tong Thien for a walk. Her expression was gentle, her voice proud. This is the largest garden in the royal palace of Kassam Kingdom. I love coming here whenever I want to relax. Walking beside her, Tong Thien suddenly looked curious and hesitantly asked, Princess Unit, do you have a twin sister? Surprised by the strange question, Yun Gaiet's eyes widened as she asked back, Young Master Truong Dong, why do you ask that? Tong Thien seemed unaware of anything and continued, I once met a girl who looked just like the princess at Tapjiatu Academy. She was also named Yu Gaiet. Does the princess know her? Seeing the mischievous look on Tong Thien's face, Yun Gaiet could not help but laugh. She covered her mouth softly, her eyes sparkling like moonlight, then gently said, Young Master Truong Dong, I am the aunt of the academy. Did you recognize me? Tipung Thinasiu's expression was one of surprise. He thought to himself, this girl has become so beautiful after all these years. She is a princess, beauty is only natural. Seeing him pause without a word, Yun Gaiet waved her hand in front of him to bring him back to reality, her voice still gentle. Young Master Truthigdithan, I heard from the king that you have reached the heavenly void, Saint Master Realm. Right? He quickly regained composure and humbly replied, Yes, Princess. Upon hearing his confirmation, Yun Gaiet glanced up at the sky, her eyes filled with melancholy. Then she asked eagerly, Could you let me experience flying? I have never flown before, only ever ridden demonic beasts. Her sudden request stunned Titin Thien briefly, but within moments, he condensed his power to summon a large sword hovering before them. He reached out gently to help her up and said, Princess, please step up here. But before stepping on, she turned to him. Suddenly shy, just call me White Nay. Hearing Princess, all of a sudden feels distant. Hearing this, Teng Thin smiled softly. All right. Nguyen Hai, hold my hand tight. He helped her onto the sword, and once she was steady, he gently lifted it into the air. Yun Gaiet screamed in surprise. But after a few seconds of getting used to it, her eyes widened with delight as the entire palace looked tiny below. Whoa, so this is flying. She exclaimed, the feeling is completely different from riding a demonic beast. Seeing her joy, Teng Thidin could not help but smile. Nguyen Hai, you are gifted beyond others. Just keep training hard, and you will definitely reach the heavenly void Saint Master Realm one day. Hearing this, Yun Gaiet blushed slightly, bowed her head, and said with some insecurity, "But after all these years, I am still only a great Earth Saint Master. While you have already reached Heavenly Void." Seeing her discouraged, Tongue Thin comforted her gently. "Training can't be rushed. Everyone has their own path. I am just a few years ahead." Suddenly, Yu Ungait's eyes lit up as if she remembered something important. She spoke seriously. "Right? There is something very important I want to tell you." They stopped at a small pavilion. The cool breeze from the lake added to the calm atmosphere. Yungait looked at Tepeng Thien carefully, her expression more serious than ever. "What I want to say concerns the second prince of the Thainang kingdom. You must be extremely careful. He is cunning and very arrogant." Hearing her, Tang Thien nodded calmly, his voice firm. "Don't worry. Now that I am back, I won't let anyone make you suffer injustice." His words were like a vow, making Yungait's eyes filled with trust and gratitude. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Princess Achlan, I did not expect to find you here. What a coincidence." Yungait turned around and, seeing the second prince of the Ning kingdom, grew angry. Her eyes flashed discomfort at the cluster of guards behind him. She coldly asked, "Second prince, Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Are you here to arrest me with your army?" The second prince sneered, then quickly waved his hand. "Princess, you must be joking. These are just my guards, here to protect me. How could I dare to do anything harsh to you?" Ungai did not believe him. Standing beside Tepi then, she whispered, "Be careful. He is the second prince of the Nianing kingdom. He is not easy to deal with." Tungfa then sized up the second prince, disdain flashing in his eyes. He quietly assessed his power and frowned, thinking to himself, "I thought he would be on par with Brother Tem, but he is just a worthless prince. How can two princes be so different?" By now, the second prince had noticed Tepeng Thin and smirked arrogantly. "You must be the fourth young master of Trentra the Dang's mansion. Trakadrin, Tekeng the Thin. Right?" Without waiting for an answer, he made a request. "Princess Achlan, I would like to speak privately with young master Trying, Dying. Is that convenient?" Hearing him, Tainthing then turned to Yu Yungait and said gently, "Go enjoy the flowers. I will talk to him for a bit." Yungait nodded, though uneasy, and left. Both their eyes, Tepeng Thin's, and the second prince watched her figure fade away. As Yungait walked farther off, the second prince's face instantly darkened. He lowered his voice but could not hide his anger, his eyes full of menace. "Trakadrin, Tekeng the Thin. A word of advice from me. Princess Yungait is someone valued. If you do not want to lose face, you would better find your emperor and break off the engagement fast." Tongthin looked at him with clear disdain on his face, calmly replying, "This is none of your business. If there is nothing else, please leave." The second prince's face flushed red with anger at Tongthien's attitude. He pointed at him and shouted arrogantly, "Tongduong Tongthien, do you really think you alone can stand against the Sky Eagle Kingdom? Do you even know who I am? If you keep pushing, I will destroy your Tongduong estate and tear your family apart." Seeing the second prince just yelling, Tongthien only grew more contemptuous. He stood there coldly, his eyes sharp but silent, as if the person in front of him was not worth a reply. Tongthien showed no sign of wavering, his piercing gaze locked on the Sky Eagle Kingdom's second prince as his voice dropped, each word striking the air like a hammer. "Second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, do you believe just one word from me could erase your entire kingdom overnight?" His powerful words seemed to freeze the air around them. Furious, the second prince slammed his hand onto a nearby stone table, shattering it. He growled, trying to intimidate, "You are so bold. Tongduong Tongthien, how dare you insult the Sky Eagle Kingdom like that?" He shouted, "Order the guards. Someone capture him and bring him back to the Sky Eagle Kingdom for my father to deal with." But when he turned back, he froze in shock. All the guards he brought lay motionless on the ground, not a sound stirring. His mouth dropped open, terror shaking his legs as he sank to the floor. Tongthien sneered at the scene. "Your Highness, the second prince. Why are you sitting on the ground like that?" The second prince's mouth hung open, frozen, eyes wide with panic. Only one thought ran through his mind. When did he strike? How did I not even notice? Worse, my guards did not even get a chance to scream before falling. The calm and cold pressure from Tongthien crushed any defiance. He struggled to stay composed, slowly stood up, then bowed humbly. "Prince Tongduong is rude. I apologize." Then he hurriedly turned and fled, overwhelmed with fear, not daring to look back. Witnessing this, Ngayat could not help but feel worried. She stepped close to Tongthien, her face full of concern. "Brother Tongthien, what you did could bring trouble to the Tongduong estate. What if the second prince reports this to his father?" Tongthien gently took her hand, his eyes reassuring. "Relax, it is just the Sky Eagle Kingdom. I have not even bothered to take them seriously. You do not need to worry." Feeling the warmth from his hand, Yu Gait blushed, lowering her head shyly. Then let us go back. Tong Thian smiled softly, holding her hand tightly as he led her back to the palace. Inside, the crown prince of the Kassam kingdom was discussing future plans with Min Dong. Min Dong asked curiously, "Your Highness, do you have any plans for the future?" Suddenly, a worried subordinate rushed in, bowing to report, "Your Highness, the fourth young master of the Tong Duong estate, Tong Duong Tong Thian, just killed the guards of the Sky Eagle Kingdom's second prince. He is now outside wanting to see you for an explanation." The crown prince stood up in surprise, shouting, "What?" At that moment, the Sky Eagle Kingdom's second prince stormed into the main hall, his face full of anger. Accused fiercely, "Crown Prince of Kassam, how do you manage your servants? How could you let someone like Tong Duong Tong Thian disgrace me like this?" The crown prince sensed the tension and smiled to ease the mood. "Second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, please sit down. Calm yourself. Let us have some wine, chat a bit, and then settle everything." Though still displeased, the second prince grudgingly sat down, trying to hold back his anger. Only then did his eyes catch Min Dong leisurely enjoying wine in the corner. Recognizing him, he was startled and asked, "Min Dong, why are you here?" He clearly remembered this genius from the Kassam Kingdom's victory banquet, but unlike his enthusiasm, Min Dong did not even bother responding, just cast a cool glance and spoke indifferently, "Do I need to report to you where I am?" The words hit the second prince like a slap, leaving him speechless and stiff. He forced a smile to cover his embarrassment. "Min Dong, you are too kind. I was planning to host a banquet for you, but it is truly an honor to meet you here today." Inside, he was silently fuming, thinking if it were not for Prime Minister Sa ordering me to bring you here, I would not have bothered giving you the time of day. Seeing the tension ease, the crown prince laughed loudly, raising his cup. "Well then, the three of us have the perfect chance to drink together tonight." The second prince did not miss the chance and quickly added, still full of resentment, "Crown Prince Kassan, no matter how merciful you are, at least make that shanking dipping tip and then guy bow his head and admit his fault to me. He killed over a dozen of my guards for no reason. You owe me an explanation." The crown prince forced a smile and agreed to let it slide. Fine. I will mention it to the king later and have Chung Digdadi then compensate you." "All right." Deep down, the crown prince knew Thening Kingdom was not one to be toyed with by Kassan Kingdom. Letting the second prince back down a step was the smartest move. Meanwhile, Ming sat quietly in a corner, thinking about the names just mentioned. Chongding, Temping Then. Chongdi, a sudden thought struck him, making it impossible to stay still. After hesitating, he dared to ask, "What does this Changning Ding 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 look like?" The second prince thought for a moment, then replied, "I do not have a painting, but we do have a wanted poster from Ho Vien sect that is hunting him down. It has his image." Hearing this, Min Hung grew even more curious and immediately asked, "Can I see that wanted poster?" The crown prince glanced and signaled to a servant, who quickly obeyed without delay. "Yes, Your Highness." Very quickly, the wanted poster was brought and placed before Min Zig. Seeing the portrait, Min Ang was stunned, whispering, "Isn't he this Kim Trun? No wonder after searching all over the country for 3 days, no one knew the name Kim Trun. Turns out your real name is Chaido Degan Tipple Vin." Men Huring scratched his head, blaming himself silently. What a blockhead. If he was not Ching Deng Ub's son, how could I have fought a top-level warrior like him that night? The frustration from that night flashed through Min Luga's mind. Back then, Tiang then entrusted me, Min Ving, to deliver this to Chang'an Dbu, the head of Dretun Dekvadi in Lufyanan City, Kassan Kingdom. Min Hang just smiled calmly and nodded in agreement. "All right. I remember." Suddenly recalling something, Min Ang murmured thoughtfully, "Wait a minute. This kid said he had a conflict with Kim Tron." Seeing Min Ving stay silent with a serious look, the second prince of Then Ing Kingdom anxiously asked, "Min Ving, what is wrong?" Min Ang did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "You said you met Chang'an Diditepen then and had a conflict with him, right?" The second prince sulked and complained, "Yes, I wanted to talk things out properly, but he suddenly flew into a rage and killed all my guards. Inside, he was scheming wickedly. Good. Let my men test Chang'an Diking Tipen Thing is true strength this time." Min Ang ignored his expression, grabbed the second prince's hand, and calmly said, "Then lead me to him. I have business with him too." The second prince was a bit surprised but then gave a cold smile and replied, "Fine. Follow me." From a distance, Tipeng Then was leading Yu Gait back from their walk when a loud shout rang out. "Stop right there." The shout startled Yu Gait, and she instinctively clutched Tikumba Thin's sleeve tightly. Feeling her unease, Tintha then gently took her hand and reassured her softly, Don't be afraid. Then he turned toward the source of the sound, his eyes widening in surprise. Huh? Min Ving, what are you doing here? Seeing this, the second prince immediately shouted angrily and boldly. Changding, Tekking Din. How dare you point your finger at Knight Mun Mung? Mun I guess face darkened, his voice cold and low. Kneel down for me. But the second prince misunderstood and proudly pointed at Tvevn Then, ordering. Did you hear me? Changding, Teping Dian said. Knight Mun Mung told you to kneel. Min Ving, fed up, stepped forward and kicked the second prince's knee hard, scolding him straight to his face. Damn it, I told you to kneel. Not that he got kicked by surprise, the second prince had no time to react and dropped to his knees, his face full of shock. Unable to believe what just happened, he trembled and exclaimed, Huh, what is going on here? Min Aang had already come over and patted Kim Tran's shoulder, smiling as he said, Hey, Kijim Tran. That brat never told me his real name when he came back. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It was too rushed back then, forgot to tell you. Chang Ding, Teping then reached out to introduce the princess. Min Ving. This is Princess Yungite from Sechesum Kingdom. He gestured to his brother and continued to her. Princess Yu, this is my brother. Min Ving. He closed his eyes with a soft smile, slightly bowed in greeting, then kicked down hard on the second prince's shoulder across from him. Min An glared down threateningly. Kijim Tran, your nephew wants to die, right? The guy slammed his head on the ground, begging. Great hero, please spare me. I really did not know you and Trantampan Dung to Tepin Thin were friends. Yungite turned to him and said, Brother Tium Thin, please spare him after all. He is still a prince of the Yin Kingdom. Kim Tran raised his hand to Min Zhang. Enough, let it, Ming said. Forget him. Let us find a place to drink. He turned at the call, staring intently, then kicked the guy out, shouting, Hurry up and get lost. The second prince's face went pale, almost face-planting. Then his legs suddenly felt like wings as he ran off thanking them desperately. Thank you both for not killing me. Trako Deng, Tekden asked. By the way, why are you in the palace? Min Han casually closed his eyes and replied, remembering how the emperor had always treated them warmly since the war ended. Besides, I do not know your real name, so I am just here waiting for news about you. Ming added. Kijim Trun, I personally handed over the K-Thin T-O-Ho-Er technique to your people. As for Ho insect, I just found out about it. Remember to keep a share for me, and do not forget to call me when it is time. He smiled faintly. Then I guess you want to have to wait. Min Ang frowned. Why's that? T-Bung then explained, because I destroyed Ho V insect yesterday. U Ungguite looked at him with admiration while he lamented having nothing to do. Holding the hands of the two in front, Min Ang touched his chin and said, Kijim Tron, there is one thing I am really curious about. Trakung Ding, Teping Then and Yu Guite turned to face him. He asked, What is it? He draped an arm around him and whispered with a playful smile, Who is older, the princess or the noble lady? Teng then blushed and looked away silently. In a room, the second prince hurried in, sat down, slammed the table so hard it split in two. Grumbling angrily, Trakadrin, Tekking the Thin. The insult today, I will repay you 100-fold. The prime minister nearby asked. Second prince. What happened? Why are you so angry? His face darkened. Eyes squinted. Teeth clenched, glaring as he recounted the story. Trong Dungus men were way too reckless. I was just in the flower garden. After hearing everything, the prime minister was outraged. Such a thing could not be tolerated. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he realized why the king of Sechesem Kingdom insisted on a marriage alliance with Treven Duing Dangos house. Finally, he said, if I am not mistaken, Trakung Ding, Teping Then has the power of the heavenly void Saint Master. The second prince looked up and asked, Prime Minister V, does this mean your negotiations with the king failed? He replied, yes, but if I were him, I would do the same. Travung Deng, Teping Then's future is limitless. He might even lead Sechesem Kingdom into a golden era. He analyzed, this threatens our Thane Ing Kingdom. If Sechesem grows stronger, it will definitely endanger us. That is why Tretavin Dekan Dipathian cannot be allowed to stay. The prime minister smiled slyly, stroking his beard in agreement. Exactly. I have the same plan. Tram Din, Tekking Then has committed a grave betrayal, which we can use as an excuse. In the palace hall, the king sat on his throne while Kim Tran's father sat on a prepared chair below. They chatted happily as he and Yoon Guide entered. Tung then respectfully clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the Princess Yu Guide and I have returned. She offers her respects. The emperor laughed heartily, gesturing forward. Hyunta, you and Yu Guide are not children anymore. Choose a lucky day soon to discuss your marriage. Both bowed. Kim Tron closed his eyes and respectfully said, Your Majesty, I have many matters to handle right now. This is not the time to discuss marriage. Please delay it. Before he finished, Yungait seriously explained, Father, I also agree to postpone the marriage. The king pondered and decided to follow her wishes for now. He closed his eyes, raised his hand to announce, All right, since both agree to postpone, we will just delay the wedding for a while. At night, a figure dressed in black swiftly leaps to the bridge, then springs up onto the rooftop, cloaked and faceless. His eyes flash red as he watches below where Mother and Kim Trun are talking. She probes. To Tumming Thin, did you reject little Yu Guide again today? I thought that child was quite good. Changing the subject. Mom, you should get some rest. I will explain everything to him tomorrow. Bitch Ven then replied. All right. I will remind you about that marriage tomorrow. Trakung Ding then smiled softly. Concerned, I know, Mom, you go rest first. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed. Relaxing. On the roof, the masked man pried off a tile. Light spilled from the room below as he deftly unscrewed a small bottle's cap. Thick smoke poured out, drifting into the room through the missing tile in the ceiling. The dark-faced man grinned. He would succeeded. The sword energy began to gather and spread. The assassin could not let Titan Thien finish. Charging forward with a yell, die. He slashed at Titeping Thien's neck, but nothing happened. It is like a shield protecting him. The assassin said in panic and fear. What is going on? How is this possible? Tang Thi then glared coldly. Rare power. Huh. And it is a dark attribute sacred force. A purple dark aura radiated from his sword, forming a shield around Teping Thin. The assassin recoiled in shock. Sword energy. He must be sensed me here all along. Tang Thin confidently replied. Of course. If not for Mother's worry, I would have killed you the moment you entered the dying mansion. Terrified, the assassin tried to flee, but it was not that easy. Tung Thin unleashed his power. Running away. Not that simple. Even if he ran fast enough to leave a purple trail. Tang Thin, strike hit him. He fell. Too weak to get up. Grandma. Min Ving, hit him again. He is coughing up blood. There is no way he will survive. Min Ein cracked his knuckles and said, Damn it. I can't even rest in peace. You come pestering me and now attacking my sworn brothers. Seriously. Enough already. Min Ein grabbed the assassin's head. Kijim Tron. Want to just finish him off? Tang Thin said. Not yet. Wait until he wakes up, then question him. Which Ven then rushed over. Teeper Nahai. What happened? What was that sound just now? Are you hurt? Mung smiled brightly. Aunt bitch. I am just an assassin broke in, and I took care of him. She saw the assassin lying still in panic. Tatung Thin, exhausted and helpless. Thought, that is it. No training tonight. Bitch Ven then scolded. Teeper Nahai. What did I just say? Didn't you listen to me? And today with that Yu Gai girl too. The second prince was reporting to the emperor. Slandering Ting Thin, Your Majesty. Trakung Ding, Teping Thin has insulted our Ziaging kingdom, seriously trampling on our dignity. I hope you can deliver justice for us. The emperor considered carefully. The second prince Thing Ying said, I understand yesterday's matter. It is just young people arguing. Not as serious as you claim. His prime minister tried to add fuel. Your Majesty. Trakung Ding, Tenkung Thin insulted our Thing Ying kingdom. I must bring him here for the emperor to deal with. Best if you stay out of this. The emperor declared firmly. If that is the case, you should remove your people from here as soon as possible. Our Sichima kingdom does not welcome you. The second prince suspiciously asked. Are you trying to stop our Thedin kingdom from doing this? The emperor was clear. This is the Siesham royal palace, not your Thing Ying kingdom. If you insist on causing trouble here, do not blame me for showing no mercy. The sly prime minister ordered. If you Sachizem people do not behave, then just wait. Take action. The doors burst open, knocking away the guards. The emperor jumped up, startled. What is going on? A tall man appeared. Prime Minister, just capture this old man, right? The prime minister smiled. Exactly. George, please handle this. The emperor angrily said. Thingy kingdom. Do you think our Siech Semim kingdom lacks the heavenly void saint master? Elders of the mixed forces. Teach these two fools a lesson for me. He appeared quickly, giving orders. The emperor called someone to deliver a message to the Changjiang mansion, instructing them to immediately inform the mansion to hide Changjiang Ten Thin and absolutely not let them take him away. That person clearly gave orders at Changjiang mansion. Teng Thin had dark circles under his tired eyes. Ming smiled. Now I finally understand why you did not want to stay at that house. Teng Thin said. Isn't it? Because you are the king's servant who interrupted. Changjiang fourth young master. Changjiang fourth young master. He ran over to report. Sir, The second prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom has brought people demand you before His Majesty. His Majesty told me to inform you to run away. He promises to block those people for you. Tiang then narrowed his eyes. Second prince of Sky Eagle. If you are looking for death, do not blame me. The elder with miscellaneous powers fought George in the air, using the Earth-rank battle technique, Phoenix God Fist. George sneered. You dare use a mediocre technique to fool a craftsman. He countered with Heaven-rank battle technique, Tyrant's Fist. To show you the difference between you and me, he charged forward. The elder knew he could not avoid it and thought, this is bad. A gentle hand caught the blow. It was Tiang Then, thankfully arriving just in time. The elder was surprised. Fourth young master Changjiang. Tiang Then pushed him away. Tang Then smiled softly and said to the elder with miscellaneous powers, thank you for your efforts. Now let me handle this. The elder was grateful and thanked the fourth young master for saving his life. Tiang then brought the elder back to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, leave this matter to me. The emperor seemed very trusting. Wise one, I am entrusting this to you. The second prince of Sky Eagle Kingdom was furious. Changjiang then, I wondered how long you would hide. But finally, you have shown yourself. Tengu then was calm. If you leave now with your men, I will let this go. Otherwise, face the consequences. The Prime Minister sneered. Changjiang then, do you really want to become an enemy of our Sky Eagle Kingdom? Do you even realize what empire you are up against? Tipeng then frowned. If you keep acting arrogantly like this, do you believe I can trap every single one of you inside the royal palace of this Kassam Kingdom? The Prime Minister was arrogant. It seemed Kassam Kingdom could not avoid becoming an enemy of our Sky Eagle Kingdom. He looked up at the other and said, Elder Kiyu, Kassam has clearly chosen to be our enemy. Please help His Majesty eliminate this threat. The other smiled disdainfully. Prime Ministers, rest assured, I will capture all these commoners and bring them back to Sky Eagle Kingdom. Awaiting His Majesty's orders, he charged fiercely. Kid, prepare to die. Power gathered in Tiang Then's hand, and with a burst, it exploded, spreading firmly in the air. George hesitated a bit. Can you control the primal energy of heaven and earth? Are you the Heavenly Void Saint Master? Tiang then looked at his opponent. Well, didn't your master tell you? Tong Thien charged forward. Don't get distracted, or you will die quickly. George also rushed in, fighting with his holy sword. The two holy swords clashed. Tong Thien's sword was stronger and cut nearly half of the other holy sword, quickly slicing it in two. George panicked. How can this be? You dare destroy my sacred energy. Tong Thien retracted his sword and swiftly thrust it straight up. George barely dodged in time. Tong Thien struck George's chest with 6 arms. The heavenly stage combat skill, Fire Cloud Pop, knocked him back. He clutched his chest in disbelief. No way! I am the 3rd level Celestial Void Saint Master. How could I lose to a brat like you? Tong Thien told him. Do you know Taya from the Ho Van sect? He seemed to know the person. Senior Taya. You know him. Tong Thien continued. 3 days ago, he reached 3rd level Celestial Void Saint Master too. Then I killed him yesterday. He shouted in disbelief. You are lying. 3rd level Celestial Void Saint Masters are not so easy to kill. Tong Thien ignored his doubts and began to unleash his moves. I know not only you do not believe it, but those below do not either. Tong Thien coldly looked at him. So I will have to kill another 3rd level Celestial Void Saint Master to prove I am not someone to mess with. He raised his hands in surrender with a terrified face. I believe you. I believe you. Don't kill me. I do not want to die. But it was too late. Tong Thien used Heavenly Stage combat skill, Chain Thunderstrike, telling him to die. The power blasted through Josh's chest, leaving a terrifying hole. He screamed pitifully, gasping for breath. He collapsed in front of the two from the Sky Eagle Kingdom. Tong Thien then bowed before them. Now do you believe it? Second Prince of the Sky Eagle Kingdom. The second prince looked pale as he stared at the corpse. This can keep. The Prime Minister reluctantly bowed before Tong Thien. Trong Dong Tong Thien, you are very strong. We are no match for you. On behalf of the Sky Eagle Kingdom, I apologize for our earlier disrespect. He tried to pull the second prince away. We will leave the kingdom of Kazam immediately. Min Dong blocked their way. Stop right there. Sky Eagle Kingdom. Do you really think my brother Min Dong is someone you can bully so easily? The Prime Minister grimaced and endured. Min Dong, kind but firm, said, out of respect for both countries. Can you spare the second prince a way out? Min Dong glared angrily. A tiny kingdom like Sky Eagle dares to be so arrogant. 2 countries. Want me to rally people to wipe out Sky Eagle Kingdom right now? They were shocked. Min Dong asked Tong Thien. Kim Tran, what do you want to do with them? Tong Thien looked at the emperor thoughtfully. Kazam just went through a great war, and can he suffer more destruction? He waved his hand. Min Dong, let them go. Min Dong was puzzled. Just let them go so easily. Tong Thien was certain. Let them go. I have my own plan. Min Dong took the chance to glare at them. Best not cross me again, Or it won't be this easy next time. Dok Feng was enjoying the moment, but suddenly remembered what Tan Kai said last time. Brother Kim Tran has returned to Ksam Kingdom. If you want to find him to hang out, just go. There is a fight going on over there, so you can join the excitement. Dok Feng looked sadly out the window. Why is it peaceful wherever I go? No excitement at all. Dok Feng asked many people. Hello? Do you know someone named Kim Tran? But all answered no. Dok Feng, frustrated, thought about Lak Mi Ithan. It had been half a month and no one knew Kim Tran. Just then he overheard two people talking. Did you hear? The fourth young master of Truongdong Mansion killed a third-level Celestial Void Saint Master. Amut. Is the fourth young master of Truongdong Mansion really that strong? Dok Feng ran over to ask. Hey, you guys are talking about the fourth young master of Truongdong. Where is he? After being pointed out, he went to the mansion, but was stopped by the guards. Stop. This is Truongdong Mansion. No invitation means no entry. Dok Feng was straightforward. I am Dok Feng, here to challenge Truongdong Tongthian to a fight. The two guards got angry at his rudeness and disrespect. Do you have the right to call the fourth young master by that name? Did you come here to provoke me? Dok Feng was tense and tried to explain. I did not come to provoke. I really came to fight. Dok Feng, why are you here? He turned back at the call of Tongthian and Mindong. Dok Feng was relieved to see them. Dokyan, I finally found you. Dok Feng whispered to Tongthian. It seemed he did not know Kim Tran and Truongdong Tongthian were the same person. Kim Tran, I heard the fourth young master of Truongdong's mansion is formidable. Do you know him? I want to have a match with him. Tongthian said helplessly. All right, come with me. Tongthian reminded the guards. This guy is my friend, so do not bother him. They obeyed. Yes, sir. Dok Feng was surprised. Kim Tran, you are here too. Do you know the fourth young master of Truongdong's mansion? Mindong teased. I kinda know him. Tongthian laughed awkwardly. All right, stop teasing him. After a moment of explanation, Dok Feng was shocked. What? You are the fourth young master of Truongdong? Tongthian. Mindong laughed. Then I will be hosting the duel between Dok Feng and Truongdong Tongthian. Dok Feng flopped down. Dejected. Mindong, do not tease me. Even before Kim Tran became the Thian Kong Saint Master, I was no match for him. Now that he is the Thian Kong Saint Master, how could I stand a chance? Tongthian cut in. Okay, do not listen to Mindong's nonsense. What brings you here? Dok Feng sighed. I came to fight alongside you to improve my strength, but the war ended by the time I arrived. Mindong suggested to Tongthian. Right? Kim Tran, let us recruit Dok Feng into our mercenary team. That would boost our strength a lot. Tongthian had plans. And I was thinking the same. I just do not know what Dok Feng thinks about it. Dok Feng brightened up. Unlike before. That is great. I was worried about what to do next. Tongthian worriedly said. I wonder if Indafu and Van Tran, who saved my life, have made it to Lak Mi High City. Mindong had an idea. Tomorrow I will notify the city lord to check everyone entering the city. So as soon as Indafu and Van Tran arrive at Lak Mi City, we will get the news. Tongthian agreed to handle it. Okay, I will leave this to you. Dok Feng asked Kim Tran. What is your next plan? Tongthian held a scroll and replied. I plan to visit the Holy King's tomb relic tomorrow. Do you want to come? Dok Feng declined. My strength is too weak now. I would only slow you down. Mindong agreed. Me too. I have a special cultivation method now. The Holy King's tomb relic won't help me much. Tongthian looked relieved and entrusted them with a task. All right then, while I am away, I hope you both take care of my family. Dok Feng agreed. Leave it to me. Mindong was confident. The next day Tongthian flew off. While leaving, he checked the map to locate the place. According to the map, it seemed to be here. Suddenly, Tongthian noticed something, a tower. He wondered, deep inside this great mountain, is there really a hidden sect? While wondering, he heard an old man's voice. A friend has come from afar. Welcome to Batalak Lake. At the gate, an old man looked at Tongthian. Guests from afar are honored. If you do not mind, please join us at Thantam Pavilion. Tongthian landed and greeted. I wonder if you see me as friend or foe. Inviting me in so quickly, do you really trust me that much? Lahian too explained. Our Thantam Pavilion is poor. Nothing like the wealthy sects outside. We have nothing you want. And our disciples focus solely on cultivation with no enemies. You worry too much? Young friend. Tongthian bowed. Then I will respectfully join you for a while. Tongthian was led inside. The place was spacious with high ceilings. He saw the disciples, who looked ordinary but possessed immense power. The old man introduced himself. I am Thing Yu Tu, master of Thantam Pavilion. For one so young to become a Thian Kong Saint Master is truly unbelievable. Tongthian skeptically asked, Can you really see my age, sir? Old Immortal smiled and replied, My Kingson Pavilion, cultivated through mysterious scriptures, allows me to see the essence of all things. So I can tell your age at a glance. You are definitely no older than 25, Tong Thian praised. It seems the noble sex cultivation texts are truly profound. He also explained it is natural. The Kingson technique is mysterious, but only a handful can master it. According to him, Kingson Pavilion has stood in these mountains for thousands of years. Each generation trains 100 disciples. Those with exceptional talent cultivate inside the tower, while average ones go out to find the next generation of disciples. The old immortal looked at Tong Thian and asked, "Young brother, what brings you to these mountains?" Tong Thian hesitated inwardly. Should he tell him about the Saint King's Cave? The old man seemed to read his thoughts and said, "You came because of the Saint King's Cave, did not you?" Tong Thian asked back, "Have you ever been inside the Saint King's Cave, sir?" The old man reminded him not to be so nervous. Cultivating the Kingson technique means never being distracted by external things. No matter how precious a treasure is, treat it like ordinary stone or sand. Tong Thian remained firm and asked if the elder could point him to the Saint King's Cave. The old man pointed outside. About 50 miles south, near a lake, stood the Saint King's Cave, protected by a powerful illusion array. "Young brother, if you want to enter, it will take some effort." Tong Thian thanked him, deeply grateful for the guidance. He swiftly departed, saying he still had important matters to attend to. The old man watched Tong Thian's figure leave. So young, yet already reached the heavenly void saint realm. He would surely become one of the top powerhouses of the Tianyuan continent, maybe even a second Mac Thian Van. Looks like I should report this to the sect leader. If we recruit him, the pressure on the family's defense will ease. They would no longer be crushed to the point of suffocation by the beast god continent. Tong Thian quickly arrived at the lake the elder indicated. He looked around and thought, this must be the place. But where exactly is the Saint King's Cave? The water on the lake swirled suspiciously, and a giant serpent spirit emerged. Tong Thian attacked the serpent spirit fiercely. He threw a special technique at it. The technique pierced through its head, but it seemed unharmed. Tong Thian was shocked and confused. What is going on? Why did not my attack hit it? Tong Thian used 3 special techniques at once. Beams of light passed through the beast's head, but it remained unaffected. He realized this serpent was not real, it was an illusion. The serpent whipped its tail at Tong Thian, but he easily dodged. He thought that since this was an illusion, there must be an array eye. He needed to find it quickly. Tong Thian used his mind eye to scan. The technique spread to some jagged stones. His eyes widened, he found it. Tong Thian flew over with fireballs. A strong impact hit the rocks, and the serpent gradually vanished. Tong Thian smiled. Found it. What he found was a mysterious staircase leading underground. The sun was high now, shining on the distant mountain peaks. Below the mountains, 3 people stood. A man named Viamlide asked the 2 men behind him, "Fong Van, are the 2 elders nearby here?" Hearing this, Old Fong narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Let us go check." "Hopefully, that Van is not tricking us." In front of him, Viamlite turned and looked at the 2 behind. Then said, "Fong, you are overthinking. Didn't he tell us in secret so we would come to kill someone? Why would he trick us?" The 2 men's words made Van Bebe agree, but he was still a bit suspicious and asked, "That is true. But I just do not know who he wants us to kill." Viamlai's sharp eyes showed some anger as he said, "No matter who it is, once we drain the Saint King's marrow, we will visit the kingdom nearby and wipe them out." Then, the 3 looked down at the tunnel below. As if realizing something, Old Fong pointed into the tunnel and shouted, "Looks like someone got here before us." Seeing this, Van Baba asked, "Could it be the person Van told us to kill?" Hearing this, Old Fong replied, "It is very likely." Viamlite pointed at himself and said, "If that is the case, we do not have to look for him, we kill him right here." Hearing this, Old Fong hurriedly said, "Let us do as you say and go in to see what kind of deity he really is." Elsewhere, Kim Tren spotted something and exclaimed in surprise, "Found it, the Holy King's skeleton." Before him sat a skeleton meditating, draped with a torn piece of cloth. Seeing this, he quickly held his hand over its head to absorb its energy, saying, "No wonder it is a master at the Holy King realm, though just bones. Its energy rivals that of a king." After some time, Kim Tron had absorbed almost all the skeleton's energy. Only the skull remained. As he absorbed the last bit, he looked around and said, "Let us see if there are any more treasures nearby." Saying that, he began to stroll and search the area. Soon, he spotted a ring in the distance. Excited, he said, "A space?" Kim Tron hurriedly picked up the glowing ring, examined it for a moment, then said, "Let us see what treasure this holds." Since the space ring bore no mark of its original owner, Kim Tron easily opened it. He pulled out a skill manual and after reading it for a while, smiled and said, "A mid-level heavenly grade combat skill, heavenly decision. This is a huge score." With that, Kim Tron happily rolled up the manual. Suddenly, a noise came from behind him. His eyes sharpened as he turned toward the sound, just in time to see a sharp attack coming his way. Moments later, Kim Tron dodged the attack and looked toward its source. He clearly saw two people and suspiciously asked the second elders Fong and Ven. Hearing the familiar voice, they both shouted loudly, "Miss," next to them. Vimlet glanced suspiciously at the two and asked, "Miss Elder Fong? Elder Vian? Do you two know him?" Upon hearing this, Elder Fong scratched his face and laughed. "Of course. He is the young master our miss has been longing for day and night." Elder Fong said this. Then, Elder Fong and Elder Van Hun hurriedly approached Kim Tron. Seeing his cultivation level, Elder Ven was a bit shocked and shouted, "Kijim Tron, you have already reached the Heavenly Void Holy Master realm." Kim Tron did not answer their question but asked instead, "Elder Fong, Elder Vian, why are you here? Why did you attack me earlier?" This question embarrassed them. Elder Vian stepped back slightly, while Elder Fong scratched his face and said, "Miss, please listen to me. Don't tell the young lady anything reckless." Behind him, Elder Ven also hurriedly said, "Miss, we were trapped by that grandson of Sinverin." Hearing this, Kim Tron was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing this, Vim Light stepped forward and said, "All right, let me explain clearly." Then, they all went up to the surface and began recounting the past events. Kim turned to Vimlet and asked, "Did Tin Van tell you all about the Holy King's Cave location?" Vimlet replied, "Not just our royal family, but probably other clans as well." Elder Fong quickly added beside them, "That is right, miss. Fortunately, we arrived quickly." Elder Vian, sitting nearby, said, "If anything happened to the miss, the young lady would have killed us." Their words made Kim Tron frown, his eyes sharp as he thought, "I did not expect the Tin Hun Kingdom to play this trick on me. Looks like I need to find him and talk to Jia N." Thinking that, Kim turned to Elder Fong and Elder Van and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" They did not answer him but turned to Vim Lit and began advising him. Elder Fong said, "Old Vim, we do not want to make things difficult for the miss." Elder Vin also said, "Old Vim, take my advice, this matter is complicated and uncertain. It is best if you leave quickly." Hearing that, Vim Li's face darkened as he thought, "Nonsense. I can see that you two brown-nosers clearly admit you could not win today's fight." Thinking this, Vim Li turned to Kim Tron, clasped his hands respectfully, bowed, and said, "Kijim Tron, I am not unreasonable. Thank you for helping the young lady at the mercenary convention. Today's matter is a misunderstanding, please do not take it to heart." Hearing this, Kim Tron also clasped his hands and said to the three, "Senior VM, Elder Fong, Elder Vian, thank you, I have business to attend to and must leave now." Seeing this, Elder Fong hurriedly ran up, grabbed Kim Tron's arm, and said, "Wait. Kijim Tron, I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Kim turned to him and asked, "What is it?" Elder Fong covered his mouth and whispered, "Since returning from the mercenary convention, the young lady has become quiet, less talkative, often lost in thought alone. Whenever you are free, come visit the royal family." After hearing this, Kim Tron replied softly, "All right. Got it." After receiving Kim Tron's promise, Elder Fong and Elder Veen hurriedly flew away. Seeing that, Kim Tran on the ground waved his hand to the two of them, asking them to send his regards to Miss Hong Lone. Hearing this, the second elder of Fong Van turned to look back at him. Elder Fong also waved back and said, "Haha, I will definitely pass on the message for you." Kim Tran, after they had gone far away, Kim Tran was left alone. He frowned, deep in thought. "Kim Van, if you are playing this game with me, do not blame me." Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Thean Ung Kingdom, two people knelt on the floor. One seemed to be the Emperor's son, saying, "I pay respects to Father Emperor." The other was a court official, who said, "I pay respects to your highness." The Emperor of Thean Ung Kingdom sat above, holding a cup brought by palace maids. Holding the cup, he said, "Prince, Prime Minister, was your visit to the Chisemi Kingdom successful?" Hearing this, the prince angrily raised his head in one hand, saying, "Father Emperor, the Chisemi Kingdom is outrageously rude, disregarding everyone, disrespecting our Thean Ung Kingdom, and even killing Senior Kiyu Trother. We barely escaped their palace alive." The prince's words made the Emperor of Thean Ung furious. His face darkened. He clenched the cup tightly and turned to the kneeling official, asking, "Prime Minister, is what the prince said true? Is the Chisemi Kingdom really doing this?" Hearing the Emperor's question, the Prime Minister bowed his head and said, "Reporting to your majesty, most of what the second prince said is true. The Chisemi Kingdom indeed disrespects Thean Ung, and Senior Kiyu Chun was killed by their people. They even intended to keep our group here forever. As he finished, the Emperor of Thean Ungen angrily crushed the cup in his hand and shouted, "Despicable! The Sichsum kingdom truly knows no shame." A white-bearded official stepped forward from the line beside the Prime Minister, clasped hands, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, Sechem is a minor player. But first we must investigate the Qin Empire backing them." The Emperor of Thean Ung calmly wiped his wet hand with a handkerchief and replied, "You speak wisely, Prime Minister Sa. Have you investigated the connection between Sechem and the Qin Empire yet?" Hearing this, Prime Minister Sa, still kneeling, quickly raised his head, clasped his hands, and answered, "Reporting to your Majesty, even the King of Sechem does not know why the Qin Empire suddenly supports them. I suspect it is because 5 Kun imperial advisors happened to pass by on their training journey." The Emperor of Thean Ung seemed to have foreseen this and snorted, just as expected. Then he stood, waved his hand, and shouted, "Who will flatten the Sechem kingdom for me?" Some time later, in the imperial palace of Sechem kingdom, the Emperor sat on his throne talking to his courtier below. "Bitch Dao, I heard you have met Truong Dong Tong Thean." Hearing this, Bitch Dao clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Emperor of Sechem quickly raised a hand and said, "Bitch Dao, can you advise the Ma family to have him marry my daughter soon?" These words seemed to put Bitch Dao in an awkward spot. Sweat covered his face. He scratched his head and stammered, "Your Majesty, this matter." Before Bitch Dao could finish, a loud explosion sounded from afar. Seeing this, the Emperor hurriedly stood up and shouted, "What is happening?" Hearing the noise, Bitch Dao quickly turned and ran toward it, but did not forget to say to the Emperor behind him, "Your Majesty, please stay at the palace. I will go check it out." Then he rushed out of the hall. A moment later, outside in the courtyard, Bitch Dao leaned back, mouth agape in surprise, looking up at the sky, wondering what was happening. Above, 5 people in cloaks flew down from afar. Seeing them, Bitch Dao shouted, "Who are you? Why come to my Shizhen palace acting so brazen?" Hearing this, a man in silver armor leading the 5 raised his hand and said, "We are from Thean Ung Kingdom. Surrender your king, your princess, and Truong Dong Tong Thean, or we will destroy you." On the ground, Bitch Dao shouted back, "Thean Ung Kingdom. Do you think Sechem is still weak and easy to bully like before?" As he finished, the armored man sneered, "That is right, in Thean Ung's eyes. You Sechem are just a ragtag bunch." These words made Bitch Dao furious. He drew his sword, raised it, and shouted, "You are crossing the line. Take this." Then he leapt up, starting his sword technique. Bitch Dao's sword technique, called First Enlightenment. Seeing this move, the armored man was slightly startled and said, "A heavenly level combat skill. Do you have a heavenly star level battle skill?" Then he rushed over to where Beach Liao was using his blade technique and said excitedly, "Hand over that skill, and I can give you a quick death." Hearing that, Bitch Liao angrily slashed the figure in front of him in 2 and shouted, "No way!" But the person he struck was only a shadow of the armored man, who was actually standing behind Bitch Zhao. Seeing the figure behind preparing to strike, Bitch Zhao was terrified and frozen. Before Bitch Zhao could react, the armored man struck his back. Seeing this, Bitch Zhao hurriedly raised his blade to block the attack. However, Bitch Zhao was too weak to withstand the blow. The armored man grinned, lifted him up, and said, "You are too weak." Then he slammed Bitch A forcefully to the ground, causing him to cough up a lot of blood. Seeing Bitch Zhao lying unable to get up, the armored man quickly grabbed the ring on his hand. He hurriedly used his spiritual power to check the contents of the ring, inspecting it with delight. Heavenly level battle skill. Heavenly level battle skill. Ha! But no matter how thoroughly he searched the ring, all he found were vials of elixirs, which he threw out one by one. Seeing the ring empty and no heavenly level skill, the armored man's face turned purple with rage. Lightning crackled around him as he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what it takes, I will get that heavenly level skill. I won't let you die before handing it over." Shortly after, a soldier ran into the palace, and knelt, and pointed behind him, telling the Emperor of the Chasm Kingdom about the high position of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom forces. "Your Majesty, Bitch Dao has been captured by the Holy Master of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. They are charging toward you now. Please escape quickly." Hearing this, the Emperor of Chasm approached the soldier, clenched one fist, threw back his cloak, and shouted, "Go lead you guy to the Trantre de Dung mansion. Hurry." The soldiers bowed quickly in response. Before they could move, the door was smashed open, sending dust billowing everywhere. The kneeling soldiers quickly stood up. The one who broke the door was the armored man. He charged through the dust and said, "Emperor of Chasm, the Emperor of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom invites you for tea. Come quietly with us. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers hurried to stand before the Chasm Emperor. Swords drawn, shouting in unison, "We swear to die protecting His Majesty." Seeing this, the armored man gathered his spiritual power and angrily said, "A bunch of punks daring to act tough." Then he struck the soldiers with a palm, knocking them face down to the ground, struggling to support themselves with their hands. Seeing this, the Chasm Emperor urgently shouted, "Stop!" He looked at them and said, "You Heavenly Eagle Kingdom will pay dearly for what you have done today. Do you even know who was just captured? He is the uncle of the national protector of the Qin Emperor's kingdom." The Holy Master laughed loudly. "That really cracks me up." He lifted Bichiao like a toy and taunted, "The Qin Emperor Kingdom's national protector, what kind of status does he have? How could his uncle be captured by me like a dead dog? Even the King of Chasm should think twice before lying." The Emperor was angry but powerless. Sooner or later, you will regret this." Sich Dieng threw Bichiao to the ground and loudly ordered, "Call the princess and Trunterdevu to Tang Din here. Don't just refuse a drink and then demand punishment drinks." The Emperor frowned, daydreamed, then slapped hard. "If you are ungrateful, do not blame us." Then he turned to his companions. "Let us." Next stop is Tring Degging Mansion. In a small room in the palace, two girls were chatting. "Princess you stay here. Wait for that brat to return. As his mother, I will personally teach him a lesson." Yungait stammered. "Well, Traham Ding." Tengting then took out a box containing a jade bracelet and said, "Yungait, this is for you. Try it on and see if it fits." She blushed and waved her hand. "It is too precious. I can't accept it." Outside the door, a loud voice shouted, "Trahadrin, Teking the Thin, come out here." Worried, she grabbed the princess' hand. Yungait cautiously asked, "What is happening?" The door opened, and the princess froze seeing the Holy Master grabbing the Emperor by the collar, saying, "Trahadrin, Teking the Thin, come out now, or I will turn this mansion into a wasteland where nothing will grow." Yungait anxiously ran over. The Emperor whispered to her, "Ingait Hai, run away quickly." Sichdong Holy Master sneered wickedly, "So Princess Yungait was hiding here all along. I told you. Why could not you find her earlier in the palace?" He shoved His Majesty toward the men behind him and rushed down to watch over the Emperor carefully. "I am taking Princess Yungait back." "Yes," the Holy Master laughed loudly. "Princess Unit, I have been disrespectful to you." Sichdong dove down like an arrow from above. Just as his arm was about to touch the princess, another force blocked him, startling him to a halt. "Who is there? How could anyone stop my attack? Where did these two young men come from?" One spoke. "Lucky I got here on time. Who are you wild dogs?" Yungait warned anxiously. "Young hero Mindong. They are from the Sky Eagle Kingdom, be careful." Mindong snapped. "I should be just killed that prince back then." Dak Kofong turned around, saying, "Aunt bitch, you two princesses, get out of here. They are all Sky Void Holy Masters. Even the aftershocks from their fight could hurt you." She hurriedly led the princesses away. "Got it. I will take you Gaiet down to the cellar right away." Sichdong hurried after them. "Where do you think you are running?" Mindong grabbed his head. "Looking for death?" "What?" he shouted in shock. Mindong threw a punch straight to his face, but the Holy Master luckily blocked it. He wondered, what is going on? This kid clearly is not a Sky Void Holy Master. How can he throw such a powerful punch? Mindong glanced and pointed at him. "Even a third-stage Sky Void Holy Master dares to bark like a dog in front of me." The Holy Master looked up and shouted, "Everyone, watch out! Chengduo Mansion has allies. Attack together." Signal from above confirmed. The five combined their powers and launched a fierce attack simultaneously. Huge flames erupted from multiple spots, scorching nearby rooms. Cheng Duong Tongthian held Yungait in the blazing fire, shouting, "Yungait! Yungait!" Her face turned pale as she looked at the princess. "Wake up!" Mindong glanced at the ruined wreckage around and shouted, "You beasts from the Sky Eagle Kingdom! You are rushing to your death." With those words, flames engulfed Mindong's body. His punch, powered by strong spiritual energy, forced the Holy Master to call for backup. "Hurry and help me. Something's off about this kid." The four companions heard this and immediately charged. But a large spiritual energy shield blocked them. Dak Kofong drew his sword and stood before them. "None of you are going anywhere." One man shouted, "Wanna die?" Two cloaked figures whispered behind, "We will handle this kid. You go support below." "Got it." They split up, and Mindong found himself surrounded by two more. The Holy Master laughed loudly. "Next kid, let us see how you run." Mindong just sneered. "Run? Why should I run? The ones who should run are you." Saying that, he unleashed his magic. The heavenly battle technique and faded shadows quickly created two more afterimages. Xichdong Holy Master laughed excitedly. "Another heavenly level battle technique today's my lucky day." The two afterimages flew at him, striking faster. But the Holy Master dodged, then he cast a spell, unleashing powerful blue icy spiritual energy. knocking the two afterimages away. Sichuan smiled smugly. Pathetic skills. Suddenly, a loud shout behind startled him. Another Holy Master with him had his arm chopped off by Dak Kofong's blade. The Holy Master panicked. Shouting, Elder Bun, Dak Kofong darted at him like lightning, slashing directly, but the Holy Master dodged in time, watching his companion fall. He trembled with rage. You murderers from the Sky Eagle Kingdom. What are you staring at? Dongmin attacked from behind unexpectedly. By the time the Holy Master noticed, it was probably too late to dodge. Sichuan took a powerful blow from behind. Two other Holy Masters rushed to help him, asking, Sichuan Holy Master, are you okay? Sichuan grimaced in pain. These two kids are too weird. His face pale and coughing blood. He ordered, drop those two burdens. Retreat quickly. Understood. The three released their hold and flew away. Ga Trung Da Kofong rushed to support the Emperor and his close aides. Then gritted his teeth, ready to pursue, trying to run. Not so. Dongmen hurriedly grabbed his shoulder to stop him, saying, let us go check on Aunt Bitch and the princess' wounds first. Da Kofong still grumbled in frustration. Consider yourselves lucky to be moved inside this small room. Mindong anxiously asked Uncle Duck, how are Aunt Bitch and the princess' injuries? He replied, only superficial wounds. Nothing serious. He sighed in relief. That is good. Otherwise, I would not know how to explain this to Kiem Tran. Da Kofong rushed off, saying, if they are fine, then I am going to find those bastards and settle this. Mindong stopped him. You can go. What if we leave and they come back? You seriously just gonna let this slide? Mindong explained. Wait for Kiem Tran to return. Our top priority is making sure Kiem Tran's family stays safe. Meanwhile, night quietly fell over the ruined debris, casting a chilling, desolate scene. Kiem Tran returned, startled and alarmed. I was only gone a few days, and Trachendauten mansion looks like this. He glanced around, wondering what had happened. A noise came from behind. Kiem Tran snapped. Who is there? A shadow stepped forward, saying, Kiem Tran, you are finally back. He looked confused. Mindong, why is Triampa Ding mansion in this state? Weren't you out training with Dak Kofong? Mindong began to explain. Don't even mention it. Luckily, I came back today, early this morning. The Nam Thien Kong Holy Master from Thiening Kingdom showed up at Trempen Dupping Mansion, arrogantly demanding to take the princess away. Dak Kofong and I fought them off, but the battle left Treping Ding Mansion in ruins. Mindong quickly grabbed Kiem Tran's hand and said, Kiem Tran, hurry and check on Aunt Bitch and the princess, both are injured. Kiem Tran frowned, angry. Thiening Kingdom, you have chosen your own death. Mindong stood silently, blaming himself. Kiem Tran, I am Dak Kofong and I failed to protect your family. Kiem Tran patted his shoulder reassuringly. This is not your fault. What about my mother? She is resting inside. Come with me. The two walked into a large room. The door opened, and Kiem Tran joyfully called out. Trong Dong Tong Thien was moved. Tong Nai, you are home. Kiem Tran sadly blamed himself. His unfilial son had caused his mother's injury. She replied, I am. Go check on Gayat Ni. She is badly hurt. He comforted his mother. Don't worry. Now that I am home, everything will be all right. They approached the bed where Yu Nyung Gayat lay. Kiem Tran quietly looked at her, smiling. He turned to his mother. Don't worry, Mom. The princess' wounds will heal soon. First, let me treat her. Truong Dong Tong Thien's face brightened at this. Really? You are not lying to me, right? Kiem Tran placed his hand on her forehead and sent a small burst of spiritual energy. When finished, he said, Mom, you should go rest. I will take care of Princess Yu Gayat. She replied, all right. I won't bother you anymore. Princess Unit, sorry to trouble you. Without another word, he began casting healing magic on her. The next day, 4 people sat chatting in a room when Kiem Tran asked Uncle Duck, how bad are the losses at Truterdudung Mansion? His face darkened with sorrow. Young Master, current statistics show over 200 deaths and countless injuries. Many guards and servants' homes were buried under the rubble. Rescue efforts are still ongoing. As for the buildings, all have been destroyed, and Yen gritted his teeth, telling himself, Thiening Kingdom, you have brought this on yourselves. The Emperor spoke up. Heinta, leave the rebuilding of Trenton Deeding Mansion to me. I will gather the best craftsmen in Lac Nai City and restore it as quickly as possible. Kiem Tran bowed his head with folded hands. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor laughed heartily. We are family now. Heinta, no need for formalities. Kiem Tran replied. If that is the case, then I will entrust the matter of Trondrine Dang Mansion to Your Majesty. Mindong smiled. Kiem Tran, how about we storm Thiening Kingdom together? He shook his head thoughtfully. I am going to Kin Huang Kingdom. Mindong was shocked to hear this. Kun Huang Kingdom. Kiem Tran, do you really intend to go after Thiening Kingdom? Kim Tran's eyes were deep and determined. Exactly. I will make Theanung Kingdom vanish from Theanglian continent for good. Mindong slammed his hand on the table. Excited. Well, this is the first time I have seen a mission to wipe out a kingdom. Let us go, just the two of us take down Theanung Kingdom, he said seriously. Don't rush. I will first call Ki Yu then and the others. Outside in the garden. He and two others were talking when Kim Tran asked. Kugu then, is there a way to open a spatial gate to the Seichasenhum Kingdom? He thought for a moment and replied, then we definitely need to create a location sensor. Can you guys set that up? He asked. Any problem with that? He answered. Kim Tran pulled out something and instructed. Good. Now go build a sensor 10 miles from Lefunin. He accepted it. Clear orders. He approached the person behind him and gave detailed instructions. Then you all stay here to protect Tretepam Dudung Mansion, especially my family. No mistakes allowed. Thinla smiled and replied. Guardian National Master, if those turtles dare come again, we will chop their heads off. Kim Tran bowed gratefully. This is urgent. Please inform everyone. Kim Tran will always remember everyone's kindness and repay it later. Thinla knelt on one knee. Serving the National Master is our honor. In a clearing not far from the capital, Kuyu then had created the spatial gate. Kim Tran asked, is everything ready? He replied. Just finished. Master, Kuyu then held a sparkling stone and said, Master, please give this crystal to the gate operator in Tenhong Kingdom. Naturally, he can use this crystal to sense this place. He took the stone and turned around. Very well. Then take me to Tenhong Kingdom first. Understood. Kim Tran slowly passed through the spatial gate. The other side connected to the palace of Tenhong Kingdom. He hurriedly stepped through as two soldiers ran out to greet him. Guardian National Master. Kim Tran spread his hands and asked. Stand up. I have urgent business to see His Majesty. Not sure where His Majesty is. One soldier stood and led the way. Please follow me. Master, inside a room. The Emperor was reading when outside the door rang out. Guardian National Master requests an audience. The door opened and Kijim Trun entered. The Emperor looked surprised and asked, didn't expect you back so soon. Has the threat from Sechem Kingdom been dealt with? He bowed and pleaded. Thanks to your Majesty's help, Sechem Kingdom escaped the flames of war. But this time I have come to request an army. What? An army? What happened?